In a world where animals have turned into mutated monsters, and humanity has in turn evolved to control them, the aspiration of many is to become a strong monster trainer. Gao Peng also shares that same aspiration, coupled with a broken ability known as the Monster Pet Evolution System, knowing all weaknesses of every monster in existence. It's time he took over and tamed some monsters. 3 years ago, the living beings of Earth face a sudden and unprecedented change. Out of seemingly nowhere, they evolved into all sorts of new forms, from elemental attributes to heightened physicality and even just growing to giant sizes. However, this sudden mutation occurred only in animal and plant life. Human beings were left unchanged and unable to keep up with these newly evolved beasts. Nature played the reverse Uno card on humans. To prevent a global extinction and maintain a peaceful society, they too awakened a special ability not long after. Humans awakened the ability to control the very monsters threatening their existence. Okay, that's actually pretty fair then. With this new power, they gained the power to command even the most dangerous of monsters if they met the requirements. The people who possessed this power came to be known by a special name. In Class 3 of Chang'an 3rd Senior High School, head teacher Marong Chu Yi is currently telling her students about this exact phenomenon. The ones able to control monsters are known as Imperial Ambassadors. She speaks of how the world entered a new era after humanity awakened this power. With a warning that all this info will be on an upcoming test, she tells her students about a monster trainer exam scheduled for the next day. Any interested students are welcome to watch with their parents. With that announcement made, she dismisses her students for the day. Out of these students, we are following Gao Peng, an 18-year-old young man who studies at Chang'an 3rd Senior High. It is his personal dream, no, his goal, to become an Imperial Ambassador. As he walks through an alley on the way home, he thinks of a certain issue he's been facing lately. Not too long ago, he started seeing a strange interface, almost like the guide window in a video game. Going through day-to-day life, he often sees it pop up. While the system identifies itself as the Monster Evolution System and asks Gao to make good use of it, he's doubtful if it's even real. With how much stress he's been under in recent times, it wouldn't be surprising if it was just some really detailed hallucination. I might have a solution to that. Sleep, damn it. As he enters his apartment building and makes his way up the stairs, Gao suddenly comes face to face with a giant spider on the landing. From the sheer detail of it, even Gao can't dismiss it as a hallucination anymore. Hell, he doesn't even know all of that stuff. Looking at it, Gao remembers the gray disc spider is actually a pet raised by an old lady called Grandma Chen who lives here. According to Miss Mirong from school, they're a pretty gentle species. Don't look like it though. Out of nowhere, the spider attacks Gao, prompting him to dodge and run up the stairs. So much for being gentle. As he's fleeing, Gao just narrowly dodges a web shot at him by the spider. Turning his head to take a look at his attacker, Gao is terrified by how quickly the spider has caught up with him. In his panicked state, he suddenly recalls something from the system window earlier. It stated the spider's weakness is fire. Thinking fast, he pulls a lighter out of his pocket. Lighting it up, he throws the thing at the spider in hopes of stopping him. And it does, for about half a second. Turns out the flame from a single lighter is too small to stop a giant freaking spider. Between the crazed pursuit of the spider and his system window, Gao can figure the creature is angry at him for some reason but can't imagine why. Either way, he's confident that he'll be safe as long as he makes it to his apartment. As long as he can get there, Big Purple can protect him, whoever that is. Making his way up the last floor, Gao reaches his apartment door right as the spider makes a leap for him. With a fraction of a second to spare, Gao calls out to Big Purple to save him. In response to his call, a huge purple tentacle. Yeah, a huge purple tentacle smacks his apartment door open from the inside and crawls out. Standing upwards, the creature peers over Gao's shoulder at the spider, terrifying it. Oh, it wasn't a tentacle. It's just a huge centipede thing. Confident now that he's got this Big Purple to back him up, Gao looks down at the spider and asks if it still wants to play. Terrified by the massive insect standing behind Gao, the spider quickly scurries away. Can't blame him, that thing's creepy. As soon as the spider leaves, the formerly terrifying massive purple centipede transforms and turns into a chibi version of itself. I take it back, it's freaking adorable. Threat dealt with, Big Purple, or rather, Dazi, communicates with Gao Peng. With the evolution of animals and mankind alike, an extra new ability developed. Once a monster bonds with a person, the two can speak to each other telepathically. And what does Dazi use this gift to say? The same thing all pets do really. He's hungry. That might have been intimidating a few moments ago, but in this chibi form, Dazi couldn't be further from it. You see, This is his non-combat form. All monsters have two forms. One is their combat form, which is suited for, well, combat. The other is a form that reduces the monster's size and greatly lowers the rate at which they consume energy. By doing this, they can conserve that energy for when it's needed and even heal damage done to them to a certain degree. Fawning over his pet like any smitten owner/master, Gao gives Dazi some head pats and tells him he'll get to cooking. While Dazi goes to place Gao's bag on its cabinet, Gao himself steps into the kitchen. Here, his true skills shall shine. In mere moments, Gao Peng puts every last shred of his culinary talents to whip up an insanely delicious-looking meal. No, really, forget the centipede. I'd eat that. With hearts in his eyes, Dazi's only problem now is eating slow enough that he doesn't choke on his own food. Can't blame him. Meanwhile, Gao takes a look at the status window the monster pet evolution system shows for Dazi. One thing in particular that he sees, however, shocks him into a frozen stupor. According to a specific part of this window, Dazi can be promoted from a normal quality monster to an elite quality one. In this new world, monsters are divided into three main ranks based on their potential. From top to bottom, they are perfect quality, elite quality, and ordinary quality. If Dazi can evolve from normal to elite quality, maybe he can even go all the way to perfect. At that rank, he'll be able to break through the legendary barrier and rise to the rank of leader. In his excitement over this new opportunity, Gao starts doting on Dazi, much to the confusion of the chibi-pede. Deciding to get a better idea of this new option, he opens the promotion requirement panel in Dazi's status window. Inside, he finds 3 core items that are required to initiate the promotion process. While 2 of them, Yin Shengzeng Grass and Thunder Wood, are fairly easy to get with a little money, the third item is the problem, a Thunder Crystal Core. Being created with the bodies of fallen monsters, crystal cores are already extremely expensive. Even common attributes ones are worth 8 credits. Rare ones like the Thunder Core easily hit 10 credits and above. In the unified global currency system of the New World, credits are a premium currency of ridiculously high value. Each credit point is worth 10,000 affiliate coins, which are the basic currency. For reference, when Gao Peng's parents passed away in an accident, the state paid him 20 credits as compensation. To this day, he's managed to live off just 9 of those, still having 11 left over in his account. While that means he has enough to get the Thunder Crystal Core, he'll have almost nothing left afterward. Dazi will be promoted, but how is he supposed to get through day-to-day life at that point? Suddenly, he has an epiphany. If the info in the monster pet evolution system is really accurate, and it has been so far, and he can use it. He can use it to become a monster trainer. Monster promotion has been a mystery to trainers around the world, but Gao can see everything about them with his own eyes. Using this ability, he can become the top monster trainer and make all the money he could ever dream of. Remembering what head teacher Murong said about tomorrow's monster trainer exam, Gao jumps into action. Quickly, he logs into the school's website and registers himself as an examinee with just minutes to spare. The next day, Gao Peng can be seen knocking on the door of his neighboring apartment. Dazi stands at his side, the two of them waiting for the neighbor to answer. After some time, said neighbor finally comes to the door. This is Tang Tang, a woman who's on friendly terms with Gao due to their living arrangement. With a smile on her face, the beautiful woman asks Gao what he needs from her so early in the morning. Gao Peng tells Tang Tang that he's going to take the monster trainer's exam today. As such, he'd like to request that she look after Dazi for a few days while he's gone. Hang on. A few days? What kind of exam is this exactly? Tang Tang happily accepts Gao's request and tells him not to worry about the exam. With a blush and smile on his face, Gao sincerely thanks her and tells her he'll be able to take his exams with proper peace of mind thanks to her. Turning around, he rushes out of the building while promising to treat Tang Tang to dinner when he gets back. Alright bro, has some decent game, damn. Once Gao's gone though, Tang Tang's entire demeanor does a 180. With a condescending look in her eyes, she stares down at Dazi and speaks venomously. How exactly did Gao Peng end up with a pathetic little bug of a monster like him? Angered, Dazi leaps at her to attack, but Tang Tang is prepared. With an almost practiced ease, she switches back to her earlier friendly demeanor and pets Dazi to calm him down. Later, Tang Tang dials a number on her phone and calls someone saved as Old Man. As soon as he picks up, she reports to him about Gao Peng having become the master of a monster. She tells him that it's an ordinary quality purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Geez, that is one hell of a mouthful. Without missing a beat, the old man on the line has an even more exaggerated version of Tang Tang's earlier reaction to Dazi. He starts complaining about how low the potential of such a beast is and asks Tang Tang to talk to Gao about this matter. In response, Tang Tang makes a huge reveal. Gao Peng is just like the old man, his grandfather. Even though he seems to not care about much, the boy is far too stubborn to listen to anyone else, not when it comes to something he does treasure. And the purple-back yellow clawed centipede is certainly treasured by him. After all, it was left to Gao by his late parents. Putting that aside, she switches topics and asks the old man if his work still isn't done. In her opinion, they should just kill all those disobedient to them and replace them with loyal workers. There's no shortage of them after all. Hang on a minute. What the hell exactly do these people do? Brushing it off as just her thinking out loud, she tells the old man not to worry about Gao Peng. As long as she's here, he won't be in any danger. Over in his super fancy office fit for a CEO, an intimidating-looking old man can be seen hanging up his phone. Turning to his assistant, he tells her to relay some orders to the labs. As she leaves, the old man stares at a picture of him and his grandson Gao Peng when he was still just a child. Smiling at it, he makes a promise. In just a year, everything that he has to stay here for will be dealt with. Then, finally, he'll be able to return to his precious grandson. After that, no one will ever be able to hurt him. Over in Chang'an City Monster Division, Gao stands in the midst of thousands, if not tens of thousands of monster trainer hopefuls. It would seem pretty much everyone around is eager to become one. After all, monster trainers are a pretty hot commodity. Suddenly, he hears someone calling out his name. Turning to the voice, he's surprised to see a friend of his, Li Zigong. Along with him are his sister, Li Hongdu, and mother, Zhang Hong. It seems Miss Hong is here to take the exams as well. They ask if Gao is here to watch, only to be shocked by his actual plans. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Miss Hong just tells him it's good for youngsters to be ambitious, as she encourages him to become Chang'an's youngest monster trainer. A sour little man interrupts them. Walking their way, he starts talking down to the group and asks if they're even fit to participate here. While Zigong gets mad, Gao just mocks the guy back, making him turn away and leave in anger. As he leaves, Zhang Hong explains who he is. Wang Shu, son of the Wang group who has failed this exam 4 times already. Seeing such young examinees probably just made him feel jealous and hurt his ego. Suddenly, the entrance doors ahead start opening. Out steps a suited-up man with an eye patch on his face. This is Feng Shu, the chief examiner of the Chang'an Monster Trainers Division. Inside the building of Chang'an City Trainers Division, the exam to weed out the incapable has begun. As the examinees all take their seats in a large hall, Feng Shu takes his place up front at a dais on stage, speaking into the microphone. He explains the test format to everyone. The exam is divided into 2 stages. One is the written test, while the other is a physical one, meaning a martial arts battle. Here, they'll be taking the written test first. Call me crazy, but how's Gao planning to pass the physical? He's kind of scrawny. Furthermore, Feng Shu explains what the written test will be exactly. On the large screen behind him, 3 videos will be shown one by one. In each video, a monster will be shown for a set amount of time. The task of the examinees is to identify each monster by its physical appearance alone and write down everything they know about it. With that said, the examination shall now begin. As the screen lights up, a large aquatic monster can be seen swimming around in the ocean. Before anyone can really get a proper sense of what it is though, the video ends. Looking at his watch, Feng Shu announces that they have 30 minutes to think of and put down their answer. Naturally, pretty much the entire examination hall devolves into chaos. The examinees are already breaking down how unfairly difficult this seems to be. Annoyed, Feng Shu simply declares that anyone who makes further noise will be expelled from the exam without exception. Luckily, that shuts them all up. Unlike the others though, Wang Shu, the spoiled rich kid from earlier, just has a smile on his face. After all, despite this year's test being the hardest in recent years, he already got the questions in advance. The power of corruption. Freaking disgusting. Turning to his left, Wang Shu is suddenly shocked when he sees Gao Peng, the very boy who mocked him outside. What's more, the boy has a smile on his face and looks more confident than ever. To Gao Peng's eyes, this might just be the easiest test he's ever taken. Thanks to the system plus his own subconscious knowledge boosting its capabilities, he can see everything about the concerned monster, from its name to the things it likes and eats, and even its weakness. One after another, Gao Peng jots down everything he knows about each of the 3 monsters. The storm dolphin first, followed by a mighty gorilla, and finally, a side mantis. Once the exam ends and Feng Shu calls out for the collection of their papers, Gao Peng is fully confident that he's aced it. He better have. Bro had the whole encyclopedia as a heads-up display. An hour later, all the exams have been graded and their marks tallied. Up from his spot on stage, Feng Shu tells them he will now announce the names of the examinees who have passed the first stage. As he calls out name after name, including Zhang Hong and Wang Shu's, Gao is starting to get nervous. Finally, the list of names is finished and Gao still hasn't been called. Seeing this, Wang Shu instantly starts mocking him, happy that the one to offend him has failed. At least, that's what they all assumed. But as Feng Shu speaks once more to ask who Gao Peng is, the tables turn completely. Looking at Gao, Feng smiles at him and congratulates him on getting a perfect score. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. As the room breaks down into equal parts envy, awe, and surprise, Gao Peng turns to one person in particular. Looking Wang Shu in the eyes, he reintroduces himself and apologizes for letting Wang down by surpassing him. Trash talk could use some work, but it's not too bad. With the exam entrance numbers having been cut down from thousands to a mere handful, they're all led to the location of the second stage. Feng Shu takes them through a handprint locked door and into a large, circular empty arena. Like, large, you could probably put a few houses in there. As everyone gathers near the center of the arena-like room, Feng Shu starts explaining their task for the second stage of the monster trainer exam. In the rooms around the edges of this space, there are monsters provided by the association waiting for them. Their task here is one that will span over the course of an entire week, should they choose to use the entire time limit. They must improve the quality of the monster, that is to say, evolve them to go up a rank within a week. Never mind my concerns then, Gao should ace this. All the materials required for such a task will be provided by the association and paid for in full. However, anyone who fails to improve the quality of their monster will have to pay a hefty penalty. The market price for the resources they use, they'll have to pay that entire amount. And considering the dilemma Gao was facing not long ago regarding the resources for evolving Dazi, well yeah, that'll probably make anyone but the richest individuals go broke. On top of that, if they go over a certain amount with the resources they take, that'll also be counted as a failure. With that in mind, they need to be careful with how they go about this. With a clap of his hands, Feng Shu summons another official. Li Jin, supervisor of the Chang'an Monster Division, walks over with a solid red-brown box in his hands. Inside this are rune cards for the examinees to pick at random. By doing this, they can be assured that there is no unfairness and their assigned monsters are fully based on their luck. At least, that's the idea on paper. In practice, it seems things are quite different. When Gao Peng's turn comes up and he puts his hand into the box, the beginnings of a scheme to sabotage him are revealed. As Wang Shu smirks at him from behind, Li Jin carries out his part in said scheme. Using a tiny invisible chameleon monster under his control, he has a specific rune card shoved into Gao's hand from inside the box. As he walks past, Li Jin's lips slightly turns up in smug and sinister joy. Yeah, this ain't looking too great for our boy. Zhang Hong and Gao Peng are sharing their rune numbers with each other when the announcement is made for them to head to their assigned rooms. With a strict face, Feng Shu declares the physical exam to have officially begun. Outside his assigned room, number 10, Gao meets Zhu Yan, a sincere man who explains he's the one in charge of room 10. Anything that Gao needs will be provided by him during the exam. As he swipes the room card and enters, though, Gao is left speechless by what he sees. A caged beast engulfed in a shadowy aura of fear and anger. Quickly viewing the creature's status window, Gao is shocked by the poor condition of the monster. A red river ape, to be precise. Turning to Zhou Yan, he asks just what happened to make the ape's condition so pitiful. With an uncomfortable look on his face, Zhou explains that the ape has been experimented on and abused in the process so much that waste and conflicting energy has gathered in his body. The way he is now, he should have already been put down, but he was the only monster the association had left for the exam. Or rather, that's what he's been ordered to say. In truth, there are plenty of other monsters under the association, but Li Jin purposely brought the Red River Ape here and sabotaged Gao to be assigned to it. All of this is to satisfy the Wang family, who contacted Li Jin due to Wang Shu's complaints about Gao. Knowing all this and feeling regretful over the situation, Zhou Yan tells Gao that the ape most likely can't be promoted, so he'll fail. If Gao would like, though, he can make arrangements to have him take the physical exam next year and carry over his written exam results. What a bro. Hope he has a great life. With the advantage he has, though, Gao is determined to get through this task no matter how hard it seems. After telling Zhou as much, he's left to his own devices. Walking up to the cage, Gao sees the state of the ape and feels disgusted by the thought of what he must have been put through to become like this. People really can be crueler than any monster. You said it, my guy. As Gao gets close, the ape starts howling in rage and even more so, fear of being abused yet again. To its shock, he simply puts his hand through the cage's bars and pets its head. With a comforting smile, Gao tells the ape that he'll definitely help it evolve. Eager to get started, Gao opens the Red River Ape's status window once more to get a look at the promotion requirements. What he sees, however, shocks him to the core. This is something he's never even thought to be possible. For the Red River Ape before him, there are not one, but two promotion paths. While one will bring about a normal evolution, the other is something else entirely, something darker. The normal evolution's path requires far too many resources to stay within the exam's limits, though. Taking that into consideration, Gao's only real option is to try the ultimate evolution and take a risk. Thanks a lot, Li Jane, you scumbag. According to the system, the dark lesions on the ape can be advanced to absorb the power of yin energy. Using this process will allow a chance for the ape to evolve into a new species entirely, with the lowest quality being refined. Clicking on the path, Gao takes a look at the exact details of the process. First of all, the ape must eat a black candle herb half whole with each of 3 meals a day for 3 days. These names aren't the best translated, are they? Then, after the 3rd day, it must consume an elite-level undead monster crystal core. Finally, 8 luminous powder must be added into sulfuric acid water in pairs along with 1 skeleton mushroom or 2 grass knots. When Gao hands this list of items to Zhu Yan, the man can only wonder what the hell he's trying to do. Every single item on Gao's list is a highly toxic material. Is he planning to train the ape or kill it? Gao just smiles and tells him to have some faith. After all, a strong disease requires a strong cure, doesn't it? I don't think that's how that works, but for plot reasons, we'll let it slide. 3 days later, several of the other examinees failed the exam and been booted out of the facility. From someone who was left a smoking mess to a girl who just straight up failed and an older fellow who made a miscalculation in his formulas. Each of them has struck out spectacularly. On the other hand, Gao Peng and the Red River Ape under his care are doing better than ever. With the consumption of black candle herb half-hauls, the ape's external wounds have all been healed pretty much entirely. Not only that, but the black candle grass has brought the ape's spirit and condition to a peak of sorts. Even the undead monster core is starting to take effect. All that's left now is the sulfuric acid water bath. Yeah, that sure sounds fun. Opening his hand, Gao looks at the key to the ape's cage given to him by Zhou Yan earlier. While most association monsters are docile, the ape's mental state is highly unpredictable. As such, Gao has been told to free it at his own risk. Sure enough, that's really his only option if he's going to finish what he started. After making the ape promise to behave, Gao puts the key into the lock and turns it before taking a few steps back. As the cage opens, the ape instantly comes barreling out, rushing right at Gao. As soon as it reaches him, the ape jumps onto Gao and hugs him. Guess he's a good boy after all. Petting the beast's head, Gao tells it to follow along as he heads to the bathroom. Here, he unveils the toxic vat of sludge he's prepared in the name of a bath. Seriously, that looks like it vaporizes anything that touches it. Already terrified by its appearance, the ape decides to test it out. Plucking a hair off its own butt cheek, it throws it into the bath, only for the thing to instantly be disintegrated. Called it. Horrified by what he's just seen, the ape begs Gao to not put him in. Gao can only watch on, impressed by the creature's intelligence. Putting a hand on its head in a comforting gesture, Gao smiles at the ape and assures it that this is for the best. It just needs to be brave for a bit. Hearing this and wanting to make Gao proud, the ape steps into the bath with a resolute face. As soon as he steps in, a miniature storm of smoke and darkness engulfs the entire room. Up above, the abnormally high smoke levels trigger the facility's fire alarm. With the fire alarm blaring out, the security team for the facility quickly pinpoint where it was triggered from. Seeing it to be coming from room 10, they grab a fire extinguisher each and rush towards the room. Behind them, the other examinees follow along as well, interested to see just what's happened. Among them is Wang Shu, who is overjoyed at the thought of something bad having happened to Gao Peng. Boy, are you in for a surprise, you spoiled brat. Reaching room 10 in mere moments, the security team kicked the door clean off its hinges and entered to take care of the fire. Except, when they get inside, they see that there is no fire, only an absolute crap ton of black smoke. From amidst the said smoke, Gao Peng turns around to see the security team and expresses his surprise at their arrival. Addressing Zhu Yan at the front, he asks what brings the man here at this time. Zhou explains what happened and that the fire alarm's been going off for a little while now, much to Gao Peng's embarrassment. The young man explains that he can get really single-minded whenever he's focused on something that holds his interest. That's pretty much exactly what happened here, and he never even realized the alarm was going off. Geez, how is he even still alive with such little awareness? Turning back, Zhou Yan informs the others over his radio that room 10 is clear. While he asks them to dismiss the false alarm, the other examinees who followed the security team have finally caught up. Peering in from the corner of the room's entrance, they look at Gao and conclude he's just too young and inexperienced. He probably just messed something up that caused the alarm to go off. They do note something confusing though. There's no monster in his room. None are happier at this revelation than Wang Shu, who believes Gao's experiment has failed. Almost as though to refute this exact thought, a large, ghastly, skeletal hand suddenly emerges from the tub of toxic materials. Grabbing onto the corner of the tub, this hand pulls out the head and body of a brand new monster. From the tub, a monster emerges unlike the likes of anything the people there have seen before. A giant skeletal ape with a purple flame surrounding its entire body in a muscular coat. In its eye sockets and over its skull, an even darker flame burns brightly. Susanna Monkey. I repeat, Susanna Monkey. Nobody showed this to Kishimoto. From the entrance, Feng Shu and Li Jin stand in shock at what they're seeing, having just arrived as well. Gao simply reads out the notifications from the system, which inform him that the evolution is complete. The Red River ape has evolved into an elite-quality battle-bone dead ape. With this, Gao's suspicions are confirmed. As long as he has the right materials in the future, he can promote pretty much any monster at his own discretion. That aside, he swiftly gets busy admiring and checking out the ape's new form for now. Between the much larger body, the metal-like bones, and the rock-solid gas around its body, it really has become an incredible specimen. This is a sentiment that's shared by the observers at the door. Li Jin is practically drooling as he speaks of how this is a new type of monster that's never been seen before, and on top of that, it's even a rare undead monster, making it even more valuable. Meanwhile, Feng Shu is just looking on at Gao Peng with an almost proud smile on his face. While the monster's new form is certainly amazing, nothing is more incredible than the monster trainer hopeful who has made it happen. Realizing Examiner Feng is present, Gao turns to him and instantly starts explaining that he has completed the task assigned for the physical exam. Feng's smile simply widens at the boy's enthusiasm, and he tells him he's really proving himself worthy of being the first-ranked examinee. Suddenly, the MC feels his shirt being pulled at from behind. Turning around, he sees the ape tugging at his clothes. Smiling up at the now much taller monster, Gao pets his finger and speaks to him. Meanwhile, Li Jin is, as usual, scheming. Does this guy never get tired of being a scumbag? At present, he's thinking about how monsters promoted in the exam are usually given to the association's employees as rewards. But considering how rare and seemingly powerful this monster is, he's determined to have it for himself. Before he can come up with some diabolical plan to make that happen, though, Feng Shu speaks up. Having seen the interaction between Gao Peng and the ape, he can tell that the monster is quite dependent on Gao. That aside, they've clearly formed a bond in the past few days that can't simply be overlooked. With all these factors taken into consideration, Feng Shu makes a decision. Extending his hand towards Gao, he tells the boy that he'll give the ape to him. From the sides, Zhou Yan and Li Jin are both flabbergasted by this decision, having never seen such a thing happen before. Gao Peng himself, on the other hand, is left speechless. The only word he can manage to get out in his current position is me. Can't blame him, that's a really weird spot to find yourself in. Gao Peng expresses his surprise at Feng Shu's decision. In response, Feng tells him that the monster he's evolved the ape into is a completely new and unrecorded species. While its stats are unknown, it's clearly the product of a successful evolution. As such, it's certainly far from a loss for Gao to receive it as his own. Yeah, I don't think that's the part he was surprised by Big Man. At Feng Shu's words, Gao decides to take a closer look at the ape's new status window and is stunned by what he sees. With the evolution, he's already at level 11. But now, being an elite quality monster, as soon as he crosses level 20, the ape can be promoted to an epic class monster. Hell, if he didn't know any better, he'd assume the ape already is an epic class off of appearance alone. Damn right, Susanna Monkey is cool as hell. Coming up to Gao from behind, Zhou Yan grasps his shoulder and tells the boy to accept. The ape seems to want to stay with him anyway, so what's the harm? Of course, a certain couple of individuals are strongly opposed to this idea. Stepping up to Feng Shu, Li Jin speaks out against the offer of giving the ape to Gao Peng. He tries to cite the association's rules to have the monster reserved for an association employee. On top of that, he even admits that the Red River Ape had already been experimented on 6 times prior to this exam. Perhaps one of those is responsible for this promotion. Wang Shu is quick to jump in and throw his own 2 cents into the conversation too. He yells about how the monster should have already been eliminated. So there's no way someone as young as Gao could have brought about its promotion. And there's more on number 2. Taking over from Wang Shu's mini rant, Li Jin tries to build a proper argument, but the spoiled daddy's boy just butts back in. With a furious expression, he yells out that Gao Peng must have cheated. Naturally, Feng Shu just asks them how they even think that could be done in this sort of setting, and for the task set before them. Realizing Wang's blunder, Li Jin tries to salvage their argument by taking a different approach. He claims that the difficulty of the ape's promotion was far beyond the level that the exam is supposed to be at. As such, it's likely that Gao simply knew the required method from some previous experience out of sheer luck. That's a pathetic argument. Feng Shu sees right through it as well, thankfully. Turning his way, he asks Li Jin if he's seriously asking to penalize Gao for showing skills superior to the test they gave him. Instantly backtracking, Li Jin tries to make more excuses, but at this point, Feng Shu isn't interested in listening to his nonsense. Turning to Gao, he simply asks the boy to go ahead and show off his skills as a monster trainer to shut them up. Full of confidence thanks to Feng's support and his own knowledge, Gao proceeds to mock the living hell out of both Li and Wang. He then explains just why the Red River Ape was brought to such a pitiful condition. Their experiments were forcing yin energy onto it when that is the exact weakness of Red River Apes. This is something that neither Li Jin nor Wang Shu knew, so they can't pretend to be superior to him anymore, especially after Gao goes on to describe the insanely innovative method he used to promote the ape. Thoroughly impressed with Gao, Feng Shu walks up to him and tells the boy he'll be granting him an intermediate monster trainer certification rather than beginner. Unfortunately, he'll have to travel to the Yangjing headquarters to get it, since it's a bit beyond his own authority. With this, he turns to Wang Shu and Li Jin to make a shocking declaration. He knew about their backhanded methods and cheating ways all along with Zhu Yan's offer to testify against them. The two have no way out of the hole they've dug themselves into. Wang Shu is banned from taking the exam again for 3 years, and Li Jin is fired altogether with no chance of ever working again. Thank God for that. Was getting real sick of them. So were the others, apparently. The two are escorted out to cheers from all the other examinees who were sick of their ways as well. Meanwhile, Feng Shu asks Gao to join him in his office for a cup of tea. Apart from apologizing for the mess that today's been, he also has a small favor to ask. Following President Feng's instructions, Gao Peng gets his intermediate monster trainer certificate from the Yangjing headquarters with Dumby at his side. Dumby is the name he's given to the undead ape that is now under his care. Thank God, I was running out of ways to refer to him without a name. Kind of a rude name though, gotta say. Stepping out of the building, Gao reads through the certification booklet and sees something interesting. He'll get 30 full points added to his college entrance exams for having one of these. Thanks to the monster trainer exam, he's now managed to not only get an elite quality monster, but also a great profit and perhaps most importantly, an identity token, as he boards the bus that will take him home. Gao has to admit he's quite pleasantly surprised by how efficient the association is. Normally, an organization of their scale is much more inefficient and you need connections with people like the president to get anything done. As it turns out, Feng Shu wanted to ask Gao Peng to represent Chang'an City in the World Monster Trainers competition. Due to the worryingly low number of competent trainers in Chang'an, they've never had an even remotely noticeable ranking in the competition. Now, however, with the level of potential that Gao has already displayed, Feng Shu is confident that he can make waves in the tournament if he agrees to participate. With it having only been 3 years since the world changed, pretty much everyone is eligible to participate, from the elderly to the middle-aged and even youngsters like him. If he takes part on Chang'an's behalf, their ranking is sure to skyrocket. Unfortunately, Gao is pretty hesitant to accept. After all, he's just become a trainer in the first place. Participating in a global tournament right off the bat, that'll put anyone's nerves into a blender. Luckily, Feng Shu knows just how to get him on board. Either that or he just got lucky and he mentioned it offhandedly. He tells Gao that even just ranking in the tournament's top 10 will earn a participant a reward of 10,000 credits, far from an insignificant amount. That's all Gao Peng needs to hear really. Getting out of his seat, he instantly changes gears and tells Feng he'll happily participate. After all, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Anyone else hear gunshots? Might want to check on Uncle Ben. Back in the present, Gao is second-guessing his decision. As he ponders whether participating in this tournament is really worth it, a passenger on the bus slowly approaches Dumby. Curious about how his bones feel, the man reaches forward to grab one, only for Dumby to wrap him up in a cocoon of strings of some sort. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Turning towards Dumby, Gao pets the undead ape and tells him this is all he can do to support him and Dazi. With how much the two of them need to eat, it's his responsibility to provide for them. Meanwhile, the rest of the passengers can only watch in awe at how casually Gao has calmed down the elite quality monster and freed the guy in the string prison. Later, Gao and Dumby are walking home after getting off at their station. As they're walking, Dumby suddenly shoves Gao off the street and turns to face what he senses as a threat. After getting up and walking back towards the ape, Gao thanks him for worrying about him but assures Dumby that there's no danger. After all, the one he senses is just the other member of their little family, Dazi. Except he's different now. Very different. Looking at the centipede, he can only feel horror at the extremely fattened up worm crawling his way. What the hell did Tang Tang do to him? From the direction Dazi just came, Tang Tang appears, walking towards Gao the second she sees him. She tells him that Dazi and her are here to pick him up. In response to his question about Dazi's state, she tells him she's just made him healthy and strong by giving him lots of good food. After all, he was way too skinny before. So, this is what they call a feeder. It's terrifying. Taking a look at Dazi's stat window, Gao's eyes linger over the words extremely overnourished. Yeah, there's no way this can count as healthy. That aside, she asks how Gao's exam went. In response, he gives her a quick rundown of everything that happened. More than anything, Tang Tang is shocked by the fact that he's jumped straight to an intermediate trainer from the start. Smiling warmly at him, she tells him his growth rate has really surprised her. Taking that into consideration, she decides it's time to have a talk with him. Looking him in the eye, she asks Gao if he knows why monster trainers have such a high status. It's because no matter how strong or weak the monsters they use, they're still monstrous. I mean, yeah, isn't that why they're called monsters? The hell is she on about? Skipping over whatever that conversation was, we see Gao Peng back in his apartment. Here, he's sitting to perform the Imperial Monster's secret technique. With this, all damage received by a monster trainer can be transferred to their monster instead. Though the range is limited and the technique can only be activated by the monster's own choice, it's quite a formidable technique regardless. In the first place, a monster's defensive power is far superior to a human's, so activating the move is basically akin to invincibility against normal attacks. And as a monster upgrades and evolves, their defense and vitality only get stronger and stronger. After learning the move with Dazi, it felt as though the two were connected in a way. Almost as though by an invisible thread of sorts. Sitting on his sofa, Gao finally completes the ritual he's performing and the contract is completed. He has to admit, it's quite strange that Tang Tang was able to secure the scroll for it so casually. It's almost certain that she must have a pretty impressive background. Turning his eyes downwards, Gao is treated to a sight that greatly troubles him. It's Dazi, still in the extremely obese state that Tang Tang's care has left him in. When Gao tries to tell him as much, Dazi simply talks back to him. In response, Gao has Dumby bring him a mirror. Placing it in front of Dazi and forcing the centipede to take a proper look at himself seems to do the trick. The purple monster is left petrified by just how fat he's become and lies down on the floor, depressed. Feeling bad, Gao tells Dazi not to feel bad for himself right now. He should get up and do some proper exercise so all this extra body fat can be lost. If he does, then Gao will give him a quality upgrade and promote him the way he did Dumby. In his mind, Gao pictures the current super fat Dazi in an upgraded form with wings. Yeah, not a chance. He has to lose that weight first. The next day, Gao Peng joins Tang Tang to head to her company. With his new monster trainer certification, she's offered him a job there that he's more than happy to talk. On their way to the company, Tang Tang tells Gao about her previous business endeavors and how they were terrible failures. Looking at her current company though, Gao can only marvel at how amazing it is. Not only is it located in the center of downtown where the rent is famously high, but it's also quite a luxurious building. As they walk inside, Tang Tang talks about the pay rate Gao will be receiving for his work here. Surprisingly enough, the pay is much higher than market value for trainer's services, but Tang Tang simply brushes it off. If it were anyone else, Gao would suspect this to be some sort of trap. But Tang Tang, the lady who's taken care of him ever since he was orphaned 3 years ago, no, he's sure she wouldn't do anything that could harm him. He'll just have to make sure to make loads of money in the future and repay her kindness. Moments later, they're greeted by a cute young lady by the name of Shun Chuan Chuan. This is the receptionist of their company. After introducing the two to each other, Tang Tang tells Chuan Chuan to show Gao around properly. She has some other things to deal with, so she'll be going on ahead. Exasperated with her antics but still happy to be here, Gao turns to Chuan Chuan. She tells him to follow her so they can get started with his registration, and the two head to her office. While Chuan Chuan punches in his information on her computer, Gao thinks about the rates he's charging for his services. Considering the fact that his services will almost always guarantee a promotion unlike other trainers, he feels it's reasonable enough. Not to mention he has to make a lot of money if he's going to pay back Tang Tang one day. Chuan Chuan asks him if he's sure about those rates, since they're about triple the maximum charge for normal trainers. Right as Gao is about to reply, a man charges in and starts making demands of Gao. He says that he can forget 3 times, he'll pay 10 times the maximum charge as long as Gao can cure his monster. With a panicked and rushed expression, the man, Mr. Ma, demands that Gao Peng cure his monster. If he can do it, he'll gladly pay 10 times the normal rate. Though he's surprised, Gao doesn't miss a beat in responding to the flustered gentleman. He tells him that just the triple charge that he's registered himself with is fine, especially since this is only his first order. Hearing this, Ma asks if he's truly confident in his ability to cure the man's monster. With a disarming smile, Gao tells him to at least show him the monster in question first. Once he's seen what the problem is exactly, he can offer an accurate answer, desperate for a solution to his problem. The man decides to go along with it for now. Quickly, but carefully, he pulls out his monster from its carrier in its non-combat form. Said monster is a purple mouse with a terrible injury in the side of its body. In a terrified voice, Ma asks once more whether Gao can cure it or not. Never heard of patience, has he? Taking a look at its status window, Gao sees the creature as a purple lightning rat of elite quality. Suddenly, he sees a warning notification from the system telling him to deal with the dangerous mutations that are conflicting with each other as soon as possible. Turning to Ma, Gao demands to know what he fed the rat to cause such a dangerous reaction within it. He admits that he fed the monster a blood jade mushroom in an attempt to make it mutate and evolve, but he never expected something like this would happen. Ignorance ain't innocence, pal. Really stupid move. Luckily, Gao was able to get a cure from the system after getting all the facts. While the rat is in fact in the process of evolving, the blood attribute of the mushroom and the rat's own lightning attribute are stuck in a conflict for dominance that's tearing its insides apart. With the system's suggested method, he'll be able to switch the conflict of the two attributes into a complementary coexistence that'll conclude the rat's evolution. Turning to Chuan Chuan, he asks her to bring him 5 shadow fruits, a red maple heart, a pair of thunder gold leaves, and 1 blood bat monster crystal core. Man, they really suck at naming things in this world. While Chuan Chuan rushes to get the requested items, Gao turns to Ma and reminds him of the rules for this kind of service. All the materials that are about to be used will be paid for in full by him. The client, only concerned with the health of his pet, Ma just says it's no problem. Once the requested materials are brought to him, Gao takes them and the rat to the treatment room. Here, he prepares a pot of stew over a stove and the proceeds to hold a butcher's knife over the rat. What? Horrified by what they're seeing, Chuan Chuan and Ma watch from the side. When Gao picks up the rat and plops it into the stew though, Ma rushes forward in fear after offering him a spoon of rat soup. Gao breaks down laughing and tells him it's just a joke. This isn't a stew or soup at all. It's a medicinal bath prepared with the materials he requested earlier. It's just on the stove so the heat can help the rat absorb the nutrients in the medicine. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the pot's lid is blown away as a purple blur shoots out and makes a mess of the whole room. Thanks to Gao's method, the conflicting mutations within it have harmonized and the rat has evolved into a perfect quality lightning blood rat. A monster with dual attributes. He tells Ma that with a little training, the rat can even rise to a leader-level monster. Overjoyed at his monster's healthy recovery and promotion, Ma thanks Gao profusely. Once the matter of fees is settled, he asks Gao if he can make an appointment for another of his monsters tomorrow. Unfortunately for him, Gao has classes tomorrow, so he can't do that. As he's walking out, Ma asks just what class he's taking when he's already such an impressive monster trainer. Turning his head, Gao tells him he's a 3rd year in high school before walking away. Rooted in place, Chuan Chuan and Ma can only shiver in fear of just how impressive Gao is, even just as a student. Later, Tang Tang can be seen sitting in her apartment while fiddling with a little golden ball. This is a crystal core of considerably good quality. Turning to her own personal monster, she instructs the creature to send the stuff over for her. What is she, a mafia drug dealer? Crawling across the outside wall of the apartment building, her monster reaches the window of Gao Peng's apartment. Silently, it drops the crystal core through the window and onto the floor. Coincidentally enough, or rather perhaps intentionally, the crystal core lands right in front of Da Zi. Curious about the sudden appearance of this strange item, he crawls over to take a look at it. And then, without any regard for safety or his own health, he chomps down on the thing like it's the tastiest thing he's ever seen. Almost instantly, an intense reaction takes place and Da Zi starts shivering in agony. All the while, Dumby simply watches from behind, terrified for his sibling pet. Down on the street, Gao is returning to his apartment after doing some shopping for his monsters. With 15 pounds of cedar pine needles, he should be able to feed Dumby for a solid month. Since he's only just evolved to elite quality, Gao plans to give him some time before trying the next promotion to perfect quality. On the other hand, Da Zi's promotion is a matter of concern for him. Because of the crystal cores he needs to promote him, it probably won't be an option for quite a while yet. Well, is he in for a surprise? As Gao nears his apartment, he suddenly feels a sense of distress through the telepathic link with his monsters. Panicking, he drops the groceries in his hands and rushes back home at full speed. Slamming his apartment door open, Gao yells out for Dumby, terrified that the monster is in some sort of trouble. However, the ape is just fine. The distress signal he sent was because of the state Da Zi is currently in. On the ground in front of him, the little guy is rolling around in pain as he simultaneously drools and foams at the mouth. As he watches this happen, the system pops up to tell Gao just what is happening. According to the notification, Da Zi is in the process of evolving after consuming a large amount of blood and flesh of the lightning Vajra centipede along with the monster crystal core. Shocked by this information, Gao Peng can only wonder just where the hell something that expensive would even come from, of course. This must be the work of Tang Tang. Sure enough, the woman appears in his doorway with his dropped groceries in hand, proving that she's been watching him. I can't decide if that's more wholesome or creepy, leaning towards creepy. Turning to face her, Gao Peng asks why in the world she would do this without even so much as asking him first. All she says in response is that he wouldn't have accepted it if she asked in advance. After placing down his groceries and nervously scolding him for being reckless, she scurries backwards and enters her apartment with a rushed goodbye. With her gone, Gao sets his sights on Da Zi. Firmly smacking the centipede's head, he tells him not to just eat whatever he sees in the future. With that, he sets about finding a way to speed up Da Zi's evolution, so he doesn't have to keep suffering like he currently is. Luckily for the centipede, the system provides info on just the thing he needs. After digging through his possessions for a bit, Gao finally finds what he needs, a medium-grade purple poison flower. By grinding this into a medicinal juice and feeding it to Da Zi, the evolution should be completed. While not certainly convenient, almost like the plot demanded it. Sure enough, as soon as Gao blends the flower up and feeds it to Da Zi, he evolves into an elite-quality purple-backed lightning centipede at once. Despite the evolution, though, the now much larger centipede collapses onto the floor, exhausted from the ordeal it's just been through. Seeing Dumby worried about him despite the rivalry between the two pets, Gao assures him that Da Zi is just tired and he'll be fine. While Da Zi lies there resting, Gao goes about feeding Dumby the food he got for him earlier. Later, Da Zi awakens to the sight of his master and brother both asleep on opposite sides of the couch. Having an idea, the centipede goes to grab a blanket and heads towards the couch. While Tang Tang watches from the window and worries about what's coming his way, Gao finds a blanket draped over him by Da Zi, who wraps himself around his master for cuddles. Didn't think I'd die from cuteness today, but here we are, sayonara folks. Never mind, I'm back. In the principal's office of Chang'an 3rd Senior High, said principal can be seen arguing with a government official over an important matter. Said matter is the recently suggested reform of the school. While the principal is heavily opposed to putting his children in any form of danger, the government official finally lets slip why this must be done. While people their age are considered children in peacetimes, the incoming war will force them to be the main defensive force for the country. Their situation at present is at a turning point. Soon enough, the technologies of humanity will no longer be a threat to the ever-evolving and vicious beasts that have been mutating out in the wilds. Unlike the monsters in cities, their mutations are far more violent and battle-focused in nature. If they wait to reform their system till then, it really will be too late. Meanwhile, in class, Gao Peng finds himself the center of everyone's attention, greatly confusing him. That is until a friend of his reveals that his exploits in the monster trainer exam have been reported in the newspaper. Thanks to that, he's practically a celebrity now. Blushing in embarrassment at the praising words of the students around him, Gao happily takes it all in. Then his friend asks him if he can make a small request, which Gao instantly denies. Damn, either they're really good friends or not at all. Can't be an in-between with an instant reply like that. Right as the friend's about to make a big deal about it, head teacher Murong appears out of thin air behind him. With a smack to his head from her rolled-up paper, she yells out for the students to settle down and listen to her announcement. Reminds me of my old teachers. As everyone settles down, she makes the announcement. From this moment onwards, schools all around the world are undergoing an urgent reform. From here on out, the second year of high school and up will have a new course taught on monsters. On top of that, they'll also be having a special recruitment channel for students to be recruited into the army. This is a joint effort between the Union Military and the Union Ministry of Education to create new Imperial ambassadors. Those students with the best records can be recruited directly to the top military academies. Military coaches are scheduled to arrive soon, and all the students who are interested in joining are to begin training this afternoon. As such, anyone who wishes to be a special student must come to see her after class to sign up. While the class redescends into chaos as they discuss the possible reasons for this, Miss Murong asks to speak to Gao Peng in private. Out in the hallway, she begins by congratulating Gao on his achievements in the Monster Trainer exam. Even the principal praised him by name in a recent meeting. Taking that into consideration, it would like Gao Peng to represent the school as a freshman to the students of 7th High who will be coming tomorrow. Sweating bullets, Gao instantly tells her that that kind of thing is way too high profile for him, and he'd much prefer to stay under the radar for the most part. As a matter of fact, he's actually planning to apply as one of the special students to take military training. Confused and more than a little concerned for him, Miss Murong asks Gao why he's considering such a dangerous path. With his exceptional grades and the prestige of an intermediate monster trainer certification, he can make a lot of credits with even a normal job. Hell, he can even apply to the top foreign academies. If nothing else, he can use his achievements to enter the military academy and then apply to related majors. Clenching his fist, Gao tells her that he's really grateful for her concern, but that path is too slow for him. He wants to learn more from actual combat training and grow stronger as quickly as he can. Besides, he can take both exams at the same time, so he doesn't plan on missing either opportunity. Smiling at her student in defeat, Miss Murong tells him she'll respect his decision, but she really hopes he'll consider her suggestions. Man, it's always so nice to see a wholesome teacher who actually cares about their students in these series. They're way too rare. Later in the afternoon, the special students are all gathered in the yard outside to meet the military coaches. While they're waiting, Gao runs into the friend from earlier, Tang Chanjin, and the two end up having a rather petty argument. Okay, I still can't tell if they're really good or really bad friends. Right on cue, an armored tank pulls up to the yard and the soldier in command, a colonel, steps forward. Standing behind the days on stage, he begins speaking. First and foremost, he congratulates them for having the guts to come here at all. And then he puts them down, telling them that they don't have what it takes to become an Imperial ambassador and detailing the humiliating reactions they'll have when they see a true monster out in the wild. As the students start responding with a sea of angry and offended complaints, the colonel simply offers to show them firsthand. Before their eyes, he has his subordinates bring up a giant muscle-bound beast of a white hound with glowing red eyes. Yeah, alright, that's definitely pretty scary. Calling over his subordinates, Colonel Chen takes the wolf's leash in his own hands. Meanwhile, he orders the soldiers to set up a 10-centimeter thick 3-type armor plate for the demonstration he's planning. Once it's done, he crouches down to the wolf's level and orders it to go ahead. Before he can even finish uttering the last syllable of his sentence, the hound is already on its way to the target. Dashing towards it at insane speeds, it leaps forward and slashes away, ripping the armor plate to shreds. The students have similar sentiments running among them now, shocked by what they've just seen. From his position, Colonel Chen calls out to them, telling them this is the power of a training beast. The monsters they'll have to face in the future will be of equal or even greater strength if they stay here. With that in mind, this is their last chance to back out. Anyone who doesn't want to do this must quit this instant. With their heads bowed down in shame, dozens of students start walking away. Seeing their downcast expressions, Colonel Chen calls out to them. With a comforting smile, he assures them they've done nothing wrong. Studying is an honorable path as well, as long as they do it well. What they've done here is not deserting, but making a rational choice. Man, the adults in this are so wholesome. Well, except Li Jin and the Wangs. Screw those guys. Turning towards the students who have stayed back though, Colonel Chen takes on the appearance of a demon, with a much more vicious smile now on his face. He tells them that if any of them leave now, they'll certainly be counted as deserters. Did I speak too soon? Later that day, Gao Peng returns home after an absolutely grueling day of training under the colonel. According to him, 1,200 students will be eliminated from enrollment out of all the city's institutes in just a month's time. With a rate that high, things are bound to be. Wait a second. Where's all the cedar pine needles he bought for Dumby? After thoroughly searching the fridge, he finds a single needle still in there. Turning towards his monsters, he demands to know what's going on. Dazi gleefully gives up his brother at once, telling Gao that he ate them all while he was gone. Gao goes to scold Dumby, but the poor ape is already so ashamed of himself that he can't bring himself to be mean. Petting the monster, Gao just tells him to say something first before eating next time. Man, being a dad is tough, ain't it? Sitting down, Gao goes over the consumption rate of both his monsters once more. Dumby needs to consume 600 pounds of cedar pine needles before evolving again. Right now, he's getting quite close to that amount. The more he eats, the faster they can move on to the next evolution. Once he does evolve, though, he'll need to consume even more valuable materials. Frankly, it's going to be a real headache managing the money needed for it all. As for Dazi, he needs 200 pounds of lightning flower fruit to reach perfect quality. While that's cheaper than the cedar pine needles, it's still not for a small amount. Not to mention he'll face the same problem as Dumby after evolving. Raising a family's pretty tough. That's what I said. Well, kinda. The next day, Gao Peng arrives at school to a worrying sight. Students are all over the place, just barely able to keep control of the monsters that they brought with them. Most concerning of them all is perhaps a giant pig, giant enough to literally be blocking the whole entrance of the building. From behind Gao, one of the military coaches approaches with his own gray wolf in tow, much like the one Colonel Chen commanded before. After seeing what the issue is, he turns to the wolf and tells it this situation is all his. With a terrifying growl, the monster stands up to the pig, scaring it out of place. With the entrance unblocked, the coach simply tells them that the show's over. Now it's time for their training to start. Over in the school's yard, the day's training is set to begin. The coach from earlier takes center stage and explains what they'll be doing today. For their first real lesson, they'll be learning how to properly command their beasts, the irrefutable most important aspect of being an imperial ambassador. If they don't have a strong connection with their beast, they'll never be able to make it obey their commands. For an example, he explains how he often buys his own silver moon wolf its favorite food and spends time playing and exercising with it. Thanks to that, their relationship has improved to a great degree and they can understand each other very well. It's thanks to this that the wolf happily listens to his commands. Moving on from that, he also explains how important it is to develop each aspect of a monster's combat abilities. Yesterday, they witnessed the Colonel's wolf smash an armor plate with just its tail. However, that isn't even the strong point of a silver moon wolf. It's simply something that became strong with months of systematic training. Similarly, another coach's wolf has an extraordinarily powerful bite force. He goes on to explain that there are currently 5 classifications of beasts: attackers, defenders, supporters, healers, and field controllers. However, the fact is that many species specialize in multiple categories. Similarly, they must train their beasts to be at least capable in all categories. For starters, they can use the training materials that have been shipped here to train bite force. Gao Peng, however, decides to train Da Zi's defensive capabilities first. The art of body transfer allows him to absorb any damage done to Gao, which is his most important asset at present. While thinking of a way to work on this, Gao remembers something he read some time ago about a species called fierce fist apes. Since they're born with very low defense, their parents train them from birth to hit tree trunks with their own bodies. Over time, they grow to move from trunks to rocks and then mountains. By doing this, their bodies naturally harden and their skin thickens. Calluses form to make a sort of armor that defends them. Considering how effective that method is for them, Gao decides to use it with Da Zi too. Pulling out a massive hammer from one of the resource crates, he prepares to squish the life out of a napping Da Zi. Naturally, the centipede takes off running, forcing Gao to chase after it. When he finally catches up to the monster, he nearly dislocates his arm just from the weight of the hammer. Yikes, maybe Da Zi isn't the one who needs training. 1 week later, Gao Peng wakes up to the sound of Da Zi smashing his door. The little guy wants breakfast, and he wants it at once. Stepping out of his room, he tells the centipede to relax and gets to cooking. As he's doing so, he has to admit, the past week's training certainly feels like it's made him stronger and faster. Even Da Zi has gotten bigger and risen to level 10. Regardless, he can't help but feel a bit depressed at the strain on his body and his wallet recently. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing, eager to be helpful. Dumby answers the call and holds it up for Gao on speaker. The person on the phone is Liu Senlin, the general manager of Blue Shield Security Company. This only confuses Gao as he's never even heard of such a company before. When he asks why they're looking for him, General Liu says he wants to talk about something that could be of great benefit to him. With that said, he asks if Gao has time to talk in person. Yeah, this doesn't seem sketchy at all. Gao Peng and his monsters have aced the monster trainer exam and land a part-time job as a consultant at his older sister's company. Now, he's undergoing training at his school from a renowned colonel and his squad to become an imperial ambassador. Though the growth of his pet monsters is certainly great, Gao Peng can't help but lament the cost of their food and upgrade materials. While pondering this one night after training, Gao Peng receives a phone call from Liu Senlin, the general manager of Blue Shield Security Company. Apparently, the man has a proposition for him. Gao Peng arrives at Fei Peng's studio for his meeting where he's greeted by Quan Quan. At her direction, he heads inside where he meets Mr. Liu, the man who called him earlier. Getting right down to business, the older man tells Gao Peng that he wants to ask him to work for his company as a monster trainer consultant. Must be pretty desperate to one high schooler. Gao tells the man to sit down so they can actually talk first. Yeah, calm down, Uncle Sam. Skeptical about the offer, Gao asks why they want him when there are senior trainers in Chang'an City, not to mention other intermediate trainers like him too. Liu tells him, however, that he's being far too modest. While there are senior trainers in Chang'an, one is the president of the Monster Trainers Association himself and the other is a full-time government consultant. When they come down to intermediate-level trainers, Liu just feels better hedging his bets on an up-and-coming talent like Gao Peng. Satisfied, Gao Peng sets his terms for a contract. He'll only work weekends with the exception of emergencies and he won't sign any kind of exclusivity contract. To Gao's surprise, his demands are agreed to almost instantly and a contract is handed over. He can only wonder who the hell this company's owner is to offer him such a lucrative contract without a second thought. Either way, it's a boon for him, so Gao signs the thing and the meeting is concluded as Quan Quan enters the room. She tells Gao that Mr. Ma, who has an appointment with him, is outside. Manager Liu understands and leaves so Gao can attend to the other man. Once he's inside, Ma tells Gao what his request today is. He has a level 3 plant-based beast known as a flower demon. He wishes to evolve this beast and enter it in a Flower King competition in about half a month's time. Gao is shocked at the fact he'd want to put such a rare and amazing beast in what's essentially a beauty pageant, but doesn't question it. Yeah, asking questions doesn't really pay the bills. At Quan Quan's questioning, Ma reveals that the flower demon is his second beast and he wants to give it the best life he can offer. Gao understands and charges Ma the usual price, that is, triple the market value of such a service. Once that's done, he has Quan Quan bring him a list of ingredients from their store's stock and kicks both of them out of the room. A little while and a lot of nerves from Ma later. They're allowed back in the room and find that Gao has delivered. The flower demon is now a regal-looking creature sitting confidently at level 4. Ma gloms onto Gao and his joy over the success, eliciting anger from him and a heavy blush from Quan Quan. Huh, so she's a perv then. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a young lady disdainfully listens to her peers and their casual attitude towards life. She, however, has a set goal in mind. She will do whatever she must to find a specific person, Gao Peng. At the Chenji material shop, Gao arrives to pick up his usual order of 30 pounds of cedar pine needles for Dumby. Unfortunately, the store owner informs him that there's a shortage of the material due to an infestation of villainous spiders that appear out of seemingly nowhere in the Black Ember Forest of Chang'an City. Not only have they destroyed the crops and herbs, but they're also eating the other monsters in the area. Geez, filthy insects are hungrier than me on a cheat day. As he's leaving the store, Gao thinks of recent events. Between the college and military's collaboration, the security company eager to recruit him, and now this, it seems clear that something big is about to happen soon. Just then, he receives a call from Liu Senlin. After answering the call, Gao ends up at Blue Shield Security Company's Building 1 to meet Liu. It turns out that the new spiders, designated as brutal gray spiders, are attacking several resource sites in large numbers. As such, the government has brought together several security companies and organizations to investigate them and learn their weaknesses. Blue Shield's team will be leaving in 3 days, and Liu needs Gao to help out with strengthening their Imperial Beast reserves. If even a few Devil Mantises can be strengthened, that would be a great boon for them. He leads Gao to a floor where about 100 Devil Mantises are kept and asks him to please do his best. While Gao studies the Mantises, Liu and a junior discuss his skill level. Something Liu truly hopes is as great as he's been told since he's risking his neck for this. Thankfully, just 10 minutes later, Gao has picked out the 10 most powerful mantisus and asked for them to be separated in a lab alongside a list of resources for each. Liu is elated at the clear proof that Gao is as impressive as he thought, perhaps even more so. That doesn't even begin to compare to how he feels a little while later though. Before the day has even ended, Gao has perfectly evolved a mantis to a leader level 4-winged jade mantis. Liu is overjoyed at the confirmation that Gao Ping is truly a treasure he's been lucky to recruit. Damn straight, better remember that too. At the training grounds where the colonel's team is overseeing the students, Gao praises Da Zi for his latest improvement in combat ability. As he treats the little guy, he takes note of all of his fellow classmates who have already begun slacking off and aren't taking this training nearly as seriously as they should be. Just then, he's approached by a girl named Mu Ting. Tall tomboy dami mommy, let's go. Mu compliments him on how well he's trained his beast and tells him what she's here for while Gao gawks at how tall she is. Since team battles will occur in the later stages of training, she wants to form a partnership with him. The only person she's seen who's as serious as her about this. At Gao's questioning, she summons her beast, Lotus Seed, a massive steel rhino with incredible defense and one of only 2 beasts of elite quality. The fact that he's incredibly timid, to a ridiculous extent actually, is overlooked by Gao for now. Du's the poster rhino for gentle giants. With Da Zi working on increasing his offensive capabilities, a tank will round out their formation perfectly. Right as Mu is turning away, thinking that Gao doesn't want her, he tells her he accepts. In her happiness, the girl rattles the life out of him with a monstrous handshake. Meanwhile, security teams have arrived outside the Black Ember Forest to work on the spider issue. Here, Manager Liu faces off against Captain Mu, who appears to be a fierce rival of his. While bickering between themselves, they give the go-ahead for a suppression shot to be fired into the forest. To their confusion, though, the devil mantisus with Liu start acting terrified shortly after. The reason for this is revealed moments later as a giant white-furred, red-horned ape bursts out of the forest. They've drawn the attention of a Lord-level monster. This beast is none other than the Lord of the Black Ember Forest itself. As the forest's Lord Ape Beast monster thing wreaks havoc on the allied forces, the non-military members instantly start fleeing away from the beast. Bunch of wusses. Luckily, the military forces are able to keep their cool and deploy a golden killer beast, a giant bird monster with flaming breath that attacks the ape with enough intensity to make it back off. As the ape leaves the area, the security forces regroup and a military officer tells Liu to get his people together quickly. Said officer returns to his superior to complain about these civilian organizations being unnecessary when they're already here. The superior, however, tells him that with the way the world is changing, even these people need experiences like this to grow and prepare for the uncertain future headed their way. Sometime later, a team of women are working their way through the elite-class monsters in the forest, or rather, in a cave. To conserve their beast's strength, their leader arranges defensive beasts in the front and supporters in the center of their formation. As for the attackers, they're on each flank. With this game plan, they work their way through even more spiders. They eventually hear the sounds of fighting from further in the cave and rush towards them. Once they get to the fight, they find themselves on a high-up ledge that gives them an aerial view of the battle. The security forces are currently locked in a fight with a mother spider that's birthing all the pests. Though it bursts the true threats, the mother itself is a very weak fighter for her class. Liu leads the charge against it and orders for the long-range attackers to focus on the eyes while everyone else goes for the legs. When they attempt this, though, they find the mother's eyes have a shield in front of them. Well, that's just downright inconvenient. The captain of the female squad holds her position even as her comrades advise going down there and helping out. She agrees that going down there is the right thing, but something about the mother doesn't feel quite right to her. Down on the battlefield, the eye shield is finally broken and Liu orders a full-force assault. Unfortunately, right as they begin damaging the beast, it lets out a shrill, piercing shriek that incapacitates everyone on the field. Seeing the creature's aura, Liu realizes something terrible. The mother spider is evolving into a Lord rank peak monster, and they have interrupted the evolutionary process. Their only option now is to run. How about that? A realistic approach for once. Roughly 3 hours after the initial forces went into the mother spider's cave, the forces outside are beginning to grow anxious. Suddenly, they spot a beast racing out of the forest and towards them. The military officer with them puts his guard up instantly and signals all troops to prepare for battle. Luckily, it's just a false alarm as the approaching beast is a devil mantis with Manager Liu riding atop it. After landing and catching his breath, Liu grabs the nearest government official in a rage and demands to know why they sent them to die. That was no low offense, Mother Spider. It was a damn evolving one in the process of reaching the Lord level. The military officer separates the two and asks Manager Liu to explain what exactly happened. Liu tells them about how the Mother Spider was mid-evolution and the power difference led to their forces being decimated. Even their best beasts, which they'd brought with them, have been lost inside the spider's cave. As if that weren't bad enough, Liu's subordinates are missing too. Turning to the government officials, the military officer angrily demands to know if their government really reported the Mother Spider as a low combat power beast. They're the government, bro. Of course they lied. To Liu's relief, one of his men actually makes it back to them as well. He tells the officers that the spider was chasing after all of them and they got scattered while fleeing. The officers discuss how they could have brought a larger force and captured this Mother Spider to be trained as an asset if they'd been given the proper intel from the start. Now though, they'll just have to wait for nature to take its course. The Black Ember Forest's leader beast, the Giant 8, will have to be the one to take down the Spider Mother. Back at the academy, Gao is showing tremendous growth with Da Zi. As he thinks of the forest expedition, Liu went on with the allied forces. He worries about how the hunting environment's development is driving inflation in monster corpse prices. At this point, he has to advance his monsters to leader rank and gain his senior monster trainer certificate to keep up with their expenses. TLDR, being broke sucks, man. While Da Zi is training, Mu offers Gal a guidebook she's made to learn their beasts' abilities. Amusingly enough though, that's mostly just over-enthusiastic nonsense. She's a little confused, but she got the spirit. Suddenly, an announcement is made. The first phase of her training has ended and the slackers are now to be thrown out. Sure enough, everyone that showed subpar dedication is booted right out despite their protests. Now that the second phase, practical training, is beginning, they're to make groups of 5 for it. 2 particular students who are just fighting over which of their beasts is better instantly move to Gao and Mu and declare that they're a team. As the groups all familiarize themselves with each other, the instructor, Zhang Renbai, comes over to greet Gao's group. He is the one who'll be in charge of their practical training. Well, this is gonna be hell for them, isn't it? Instructor Zhang brings out a terrifyingly vicious-looking beast for them to train against as their first lesson. A level 9 steel pig. Looks more like a mammoth, but alright man, sure. Gao and Mu's new teammates find common ground for the first time in their shared fear of the beast. When they request a different monster, Instructor Zhang offers up an innocent-looking hyena instead. However, Gao Peng knows that this is actually a level 10, elite-quality hairless bloodhound. If provoked, this thing is even more powerful than the pig. Plus, it has poison immunity, so Da Zi will be at a disadvantage. Gao quickly steps forward to avoid their monster actually being switched and says he'll take the pig on first. As soon as the beast's cage is opened, it rushes out with a furious countenance. Ready come all Gao and Da Zi. The two remain calm though, and Gao tells his beast to go forward. As the giant pig attempts to crush the centipede, Da Zi maneuvers himself around its legs and climbs onto its back, where he rips into the swine with a vicious snap of his jaw. After he's thoroughly bitten into the pig's flesh, it manages to throw him off. Now on the ground and in a stunned state, Da Zi is vulnerable. The two new guys show varying levels of concern that Da Zi has lost, but their worrying is unnecessary. Little by little, seemingly invisible damage is stacking up on the pig even as they speak. Da Zi has already taken control of the battle by injecting the pig with his poison. Now, the more violently it tries to attack, the more the poison will spread and mess it up. Yup, definitely main character levels are broken. Before long, the pig collapses, causing the new guys and their beasts' jaws to drop. Instructor Zhang points out that the pig's blue face indicates poisoning. He tells Gao that he's past days training, but advises to not have Da Zi use his poison too much. If he becomes too dependent on it, then he'll end up practically crippled against an enemy with poison immunity. Instructor Zhang also takes note of how Gao is raising his centipede more like a dog than anything. Hey man, dudes can be best friends with damn near anything. Next up is Skinny Sweater Vest Guide. We don't have a name yet, so that's what he'll be. After bickering some more with the fat guide, he sends his yellow-tailed scorpion forth to face the steel pig while it's still poisoned. The scorpion uses poison needle to take the pig down. But unfortunately, this knocks the beast itself out as well. Turns out it took damage from its own poison plus the remainder of Da Zi's inside the pig. Meanwhile, the fat dude's beast is perhaps even more pathetic, as it seems to have fallen in love with the pig's unconscious body. While the fat guy stops his beast, Sweater Vest heals his scorpion, and Gao and Mu have a conversation. Instructor Zhang face palms at the scene. This team is not going to be easy to lead. Dumby is sitting in front of the fridge in the apartment, constantly searching for food inside over and over as if he'll magically appear. Hey, that's what I do in the middle of the night sometimes. Gao Peng would stop him, but the little guy's actions are just too silly and cute to interfere. Just then, he receives a phone call from the number of the Monster Hunting Association. He curiously picks up and figures that it must be Yingxu calling to tell him the cedar pine needles have arrived. When he puts the phone to his ear, he hears an automated message playing to tell him that the task he posted has been completed. The items will now be arriving at the pickup location at their scheduled time. Gao Peng is happy that it's finally here and speeds out of his apartment. He's worried that if this shortage continues, then he'll need to give Dumby an alternative evolutionary route. Dad Man. As Peng collects his parcel from a delivery robot, a group of sketchy individuals are watching his every move from the shadows. They have followed the delivery truck of the cedar pine needles all the way from the Monster Hunting Association's warehouse, and they intend to rob the person rich enough to buy so many right now. One of the thugs seems uncomfortable with the plan, but their leader shuts him up pretty fast. Plus, the other thug smacks the stuffing out of his head. That can't have felt nice. Much later that night, the three thugs are sneaking their way into Gao Peng's building while wondering why such a rich guy lives in such a crappy neighborhood. As they're trying to break into his apartment, a neighbor, Tong Tong, suddenly opens her door, curious about why there's so much noise. When the thugs see her, they get scared and start making excuses, but the leader sees an opportunity. He grabs Tong Tong's door before she can go back in and strong-arms his way inside with his boys. Strangely enough, she's rather accommodating towards them. Then, as the thugs lock the front door, her entire aura shifts, as she tells them that the soundproof material of her walls will prevent any noise going outside. A terrifying silhouette appears behind her. Her beast, the chameleon, is ready to fight. As expected, the thugs all but crap themselves. Though the thugs are terrified by the chameleon at first, the boss quickly regains his bearings and bum rushes Tong Tong with a knife. A knife which she cleanly knocks out of his hand. Holy crap. Gao better not get on her bad side. One of the thugs quickly sends forward his hedgehog pet to help their boss, only for the thing to be eaten by Tong Tong's chameleon. The thug can do little but cry out for his prickly prick. Huh, that's wild. Should probably get it checked out. As Tong Tong is joking with her chameleon, it suddenly comes under attack from a new beast. The thug leader has brought out his bullet rat and had it shoot up the chameleon and woman. However, he's left dumbfounded when he sees Tong Tong is completely unharmed other than a tear of her dress. In a single moment, Tong Tong's countenance shifts once more, this time to that of death itself. Meanwhile, next door in his own apartment, Gao Peng is annoyed by all the screaming from his neighbors. Guess that soundproofing thing was a lie then. Moments later, Tong Tong calls someone named Old Chi and asks him to have the thugs picked up and put to work at the border. The next day, Gao Peng and his team are undergoing more practical training. Right now, Da Zi is totally wiped from the exertion of trying to break a water bear bug's defenses. Sweater Vest and Fatso's beasts are down for the count too. This is a monster that has evolved to survive all sorts of harsh conditions, and that's an understatement at best. Gao considers taking one as his third beast, but realizes there's just no synergy with his other two boys. Right now, a long-range healing or flying-type beast will be much better. Off to the side, he notices Mu and her steel rhino are showing considerable improvement as well, the beast's timidity being much less than before. As he's watching, he receives a call from manager Liu where he acts suspiciously flattering and invites Gao to meet some friends together. Considering the losses from the Black Ember Forest, it's not too surprising though, so he goes with it. After school, Liu picks him up at the gates and reveals that his daughter is actually Gao's classmate, Liu Zhaoyu. When Liu asks him to help Zhaoyu with her beast if he ever has the time, Gao notes that it's a cat type, something that's fairly rare. He tells Zhaoyu she can drop by the studio on weekends if she'd like, which makes her very happy as they drop her off at home. Confused and growing a little suspicious about why they dropped her home first, Gao asks just who Liu's friends are. Concerningly enough, Liu just smiles and tells him he'll know when the person arrives. Yeah, that's not worrying at all. Gao Peng and Liu arrive at a restaurant of sorts with a landscape garden-style layout. Gao observes that whoever made this place is well-versed in both northern and southern-style gardens. To be meeting here, Liu's friends are certainly no simple people. Sure enough, once they enter the private room where the party is seated, Gao is introduced to some real big shots. Captain Song C of the Firefly Hunting Team, Captain Jiang Gu of the Sky Star Hunters, and a handful of others. They're NPCs, we don't need to talk about them. Jiang Gu instantly calls Liu out for making them meet with what appears to just be a young boy, implying he's a child. Gao can practically feel the condescending looks from all the others present as well, looking at him with temptation and doubt. Manager Liu tries to play the middleman and get dinner started, but Jiang Gu has more to say. He notices Gao's unhappy expression and puts pressure on him about it. Song Si berates him for bullying the student, and Liu butts in to try and de-escalate things. He tells them he just didn't make a proper appointment with Gao, so he wasn't expecting this meeting. It seems to work well enough and Jiang Gu backs off. But then, things go in a different, equally frustrating direction. After commenting on how hard Gao is to get a hold of, Jiang Gu tells Gao to do him a favor sometime with his skills. Sure enough, the other guests jump right onto the bandwagon and start talking about how they should all ask Gao for help. Seeing right through this farce of a meeting and its true purpose, Yao Peng has had enough. After he created such great value for Liu, this is how he decides to repay him. As the meal begins, Jiang Gu brings up the rumors of Gao's exceptional skills and wonders if they're true. Gao just speaks modestly and tells him he can come to the company for consultation anytime. This is where things truly reach a boiling point. Jiang Gu tells him that since they're all friends here, they should help each other without involving companies and such things. The NPCs agree with him at once and everyone starts making veiled demands for Gao to provide them his services. Pissed off and seeing right through them, Gao gets up to leave. Outside, where everyone has followed him, Liu apologizes and offers to drive him back, but Gao tells him he already booked a car earlier. With that, he leaves, not even sparing the others a glance. As everyone else heads back inside to at least finish their meal, Jiang Gu hangs back to speak with Liu. As it turns out, this whole thing was set up by Liu to make Gao feel hostile towards organizations other than his own. This whole thing was just a plot to ensure Gao's exclusivity with Blue Shield and Jiang Gu helped things along because he owed Liu a debt. As he walks back inside, even Jiang Gu wonders how Liu could set up Gao Peng like this after all he's done for the man. He truly deserves his title of Old Fox. Yeah, not gonna lie, that's lame as hell. That night, Gao Peng is back at his apartment where he's trying to calm down and relax while watching the news. Recently, some wonder drug for beasts called Blue Devil Genetic Liquid was put out by the Jilanbang Group. Unfortunately, its high level of toxic ingredients has led to many beasts showing mutations and injuries, so a nationwide callback has been issued for the drug. Yikes, talk about a flop. As he's watching this news report, Gao receives a call from Liu Senlin, which he picks up after a moment's consideration. As expected, Liu is calling to apologize for the incident at the restaurant earlier and says it was his fault. But we don't say, Gao tells him he's not too mad about it, but Liu keeps sucking up to him and starts saying that if they don't respect Gao, then they don't respect him. Before he can finish that sentence though, Gao hangs up on him like he's a clingy ex. On his end, Gao stands in place, frustrated. He doesn't blame those people for trying to fool him, but he's furious that he's not strong enough yet to just tell such people to shove off. As he decides to play by the rules till he's strong enough, he watches the news report about the latest winner of the Dog King competition, a young man, age 21, who has raised his wolf monster to a level 39 leader rank. That weekend, Gao is at his studio whipping up a concoction for Dumby. Once he's done, he hands Dumby a test tube and tells him to drink the contents. That crap looks gross even from here. At the same time, Zhao Yu Li and two of her friends have arrived at the studio's entrance as she's interested in getting his services. As the friends bicker amongst themselves and wonder about the lack of customers in the place, Zhao Yu wonders if the ridiculous prices here are a reason for that. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure presses down on everyone present, hindering their varied breathing. Inside the studio, a whole new beast has appeared. Dumby has evolved once more. With this latest evolution, Dumby has become a level 16 perfect quality skeleton dead ape. Plus, he now has an acquired characteristic called Blood Silk Heart. Not gonna lie, I ain't reading all that. It basically makes him much stronger passively, and when it's used actively, he can manipulate his heartbeat. Not sure how that helps, but we'll see, I guess. Though Dumby's combat power increase is great and all, Gao can see one big problem. The dude is massive now. When he opens the studio door to ask Quan Quan for something to cover Dumby with, he runs into Zhao Yu and her friends. At first, he believes Liu has sent her here as a way to gauge his current thoughts, but his attention is diverted by the pet of her friend, a floating jellyfish-like creature. Back to Zhao Yu, her attitude makes it clear that she has no idea what happened between him and her dad recently, so Gao treats her like a friendly acquaintance. As for her request to evolve her beast, he lets her know the price and rules and tells her he'll pay for the upgrade materials himself since he's close with her dad. Before moving on, they find that the cat beast in question is terrified by Dumby's presence and is backed into a corner. When Zhao Yu calls out to it, the cat instantly jumps right at her chest with a weirdly pervy smile. How is that even possible for a cat? Still curious, Gao turns to Zhao Yu's friend to ask about her jellyfish pet. She explains that he's a pretty harmless pet with a spatial storage skill of sorts, which essentially acts as a bottomless wallet for her. Gao recognizes the potential of such a pet instantly though, so when she tells him they're being sold in the commercial street of Wuku Square, Gao decides he's found his third beast. Later, Gao is in Wuku Square, where the jellyfish are being sold. Everyone in the area is practically head over heels for the beautiful creatures. As he approaches the vendor, Gao makes a specific request that only he can take advantage of. He asks to see all of their floating jellyfish so he can pick one himself. One of the salesmen brings Gao to a hidden room where they store their full stock of floating jellyfish. Jellyfishes? Jellyfishy? I don't know what the plural is. He explains how the floating jellyfish are recorded as having been born of a mutation from the Space Force at the beginning of the Great Catastrophe somewhere deep in the ocean. After that, they were driven to the brink of extinction by predator monsters. It's said that other than their ability to float and open a small pocket dimension, they're the worst space attribute monster to exist. Sure enough, the system's windows show Gao that none of the jellyfish here are anything special, sitting flatly at level 1 all around. That is, except for one particular specimen. The Wobuff, a very active floating jellyfish. Please don't sue us, Pokemon. As soon as Gao shows an interest in the jellyfish, the salesman tries to scam him by stating its price to be 100 credits. Naturally, Gao sees through this and offers 50 credits instead. To his dismay, the salesman agrees to that instantly, which means it's still way more than what you should be paying. Get scammed, son. Now with the Wobuffet jellyfish in his possession, Gao observes its full status windows, which show a dual affinity for space and wind along with elite level quality. Gao decides to name the little guy Silly. Who let this idiot cook? After returning home, Gao introduces Silly to Da Zi, who instantly runs to the bedroom and slams the door behind him in jealousy. Not willing to have any of this behavior, Gao lures him back out with promises of his favorite treat and then whoops his cheeks once he comes out. Classic Asian parent move, that one. With Da Zi down for the count, Gao moves on to the next order of business, forming a contract with Silly. As he attempts to form the contract with Silly, Gao finds that the floating jellyfish's mental plane is even smaller than Da Zi's was when they started out. Plus, his mental state is incredibly restless, making Gao feel like he's bullying the little guy. In order to remedy this situation, he decides that for now he's going to spend some time bonding with Silly so that he can grow attached to them and lower his guard. As his first attempt at this, he decides to take Silly to school with him tomorrow. What could go wrong? Am I right? The next day, Mu and the other two stooges are dumbfounded by Gao's appearance. He has shown up to their training wearing Silly as a hat. For the love of God, make him stop cooking. Even the ladies passing by are making fun of his goofy as hell getup. Gao demonstrates Silly's spatial storage ability by pulling a cold water bottle out of him and offers it to Mu. Unfortunately, she's still stuck on just what the hell that is on his head, so she turns it down. After Gao explains what exactly it is, Mu asks him if he's seen the monster for today's training. A purple gold scorpion with an extremely intimidating look about it. Mu asks if he'll still be going first today like he usually does. The other student trainees nearby overhear this and start complaining about how he'll get the bonus points for being the first challenger of the day as usual. One of them does realize, though, that his actions only benefit them as a guide on what to do. Much to their shock, however, Gao says that it's unfair for him to always take the first go, so he'll let someone else have it today. Smooth. As soon as he says this, a young man steps up with his pet beast, a giant chicken with a rainbow tail. Who let this kid out of daycare? It's a child. Gao recognizes the kid's beast as a chicken dragon, the only elite level beast here other than Da Zi, though it's only normal quality and lower level than Da Zi. Gao turns to his centipede boy to have him observe the match, but finds Da Zi busy thirsting over a snack. After whacking the crap out of the little guy to make him pay attention, he watches as Instructor Zhang signals for the match to begin. Almost instantly, the chicken dragon is pierced by the scorpion's tail, but luckily, Zhang tells them this scorpion isn't poisonous, and it only penetrated the muscle. Since the chicken dragon is relatively unharmed, it jumps into action and pecks the life out of the scorpion. While the chicken's master is certainly overjoyed, Gao notices something else. True to Gao's observation, the scorpion recovers from the chicken dragon's attack while it's still right above it and launches forward with its pincers too. Oh my god. The scorpion has crushed the chicken dragon's family eggs. May God rest the souls of all those lost children. Every male in the vicinity immediately grasps at their balls in solidarity with the chicken's pain as it collapses in front of the scorpion, before it can do any further damage. Instructor Zhang sends in his wolf to stop the beast by way of intimidation. Once the chicken dragon is out of the battle cage, it runs off in shame, leaving its master to chase after it. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhang addresses the people who were complaining about Gao always going first and asks them if they still think he's choosing him over more capable people. Naturally, they all back right off and admit that those with better grades and scores really do make more sense to go first. At Zhang's questioning look, Gao steps in with his goofy jellyfish hat and centipede to take the scorpion on. Da Zi enters the cage and takes a vertical stance to tower over the scorpion as they prepare for the match. Outside, Mu discusses the advantages of both beasts there with Gao. While Gao agrees that the scorpion is dangerous and probably holding back, he has faith in Da Zi and all the training they've done. As the match begins, Da Zi deftly evades all the scorpion's strikes as Mu cheers him on. Also, looks silly's got a crush. Totally unrelated, just thought it looked funny. Finally, the scorpion gets close to landing a pincer attack on Da Zi, but the centipede dodges and body slams it hard enough to send it hurtling down. Following up quickly, Da Zi traps the scorpion in a coil formed by his body. Gao and Silly both have smiles on their faces as they observe the solid victory. After Da Zi's incredible display against the scorpion, Mu is gushing the praise for both the centipede and Gao, who she believes was frozen in place because of his confidence. Gao plays it off and goes along with her assumption to maintain his dignity, but the truth is, he was absolutely terrified to the point his heart rate shot up. From behind him, Instructor Zhang calls out for Gao to call his beast back at once. They don't have many monsters to use for training in the first place after all, and if Da Zi eats this one, Gao will have to pay for reimbursement. Sure enough, Da Zi is currently chomping away at the scorpion's hide. That is one hungry boy. In the background, several students look on in fear at what Da Zi is doing and worry that he's too cruel and undomesticated. Gao just whistles once to call his beast back, and Da Zi comes to him instantly, scaring off the students in his path. Gao uses a handkerchief to wipe the blood off of Da Zi and caringly tells him not to just eat anything since he could get a bad stomach. Plus, he's scaring people. He should stick to insect beasts since they're both nutritious and tasty. At his side, even Silly is doing his part in wiping off Da Zi. Little guy is actually adorable. Unfortunately, Gao's words set the other students off even further, and they start getting mad and saying that there should be a limit to cruelty. Mu tries to console him, but Gao shows he doesn't need it. He speaks out to everyone else and asks them if monsters in the wild instead of these cages will show them any pity or keep a limit on their cruelty. He tells them they're here to learn how to fight as viciously as their enemies, so anyone with that half-cocked attitude should quit now. Right as the students are getting even angrier at this, Instructor Zhang cuts in and reaffirms that Gao's words aren't untrue. That aside though, he has something else to announce now that he has their attention. Since basic training is no longer enough, they'll be conducting a 1-week-long field training as of tomorrow. The price for registration is 5 credits. However, Zhang mentions an alternative when some show concern over the cost. They can sign a contract with the military alliance that involves them working for the military for 8 years. Plus, if they get admitted to a military academy, their 4 years there will count towards that total too. So the arrangement is pretty ideal for students like them who will have to do 4 years of mandatory service anyways. Lastly, Instructor Zhang informs them they'll also have to sign a death certificate if they sign up. At a student's question, he clarifies that they may not die, but even if they suffer a potentially fatal injury, they'll be removed from the training at once. With the announcements over, Mu turns to Gao Peng and asks if she can swing by the company tomorrow. The two share a fist bump as he tells her he'd be honored. Wife her up right goddamn now. A convoy of military vehicles can be seen racing across a flattened, rough road running through the middle of a thick forest. Inside one of these vehicles are Gao Peng and a few of his classmates, while the others are all occupying themselves with the beautiful sights outside, from the mountains to the plant life and the beasts. Gao has something else on his mind. When he left his home to come on this field training trip earlier, he knocked on Tong Tong's door only to get no response. On top of that, she's not answering any of his phone calls either. Realistically, he knows she's quite strong, so she should be fine. But even so, Gao can't help but worry. To some extent, he wonders if this has anything to do with a secret she's never been able to tell him. Just as he thinks that, their vehicle screeches to a sudden stop and sends many of the students flying forward in their seats. They have arrived at their destination. Once everyone's out of the cars and gathered together, the instructors explain what's going to happen. In the valley ahead of them, only normal and elite level monsters have been left to roam, while leader levels will never appear as every inch of it has already been cleared by them. Now, each student has been provided with a watch containing a positioning system and emergency button, and their task is to survive in the valley for a full week. If they quit at any point in the middle of the training, they'll be considered as having given up. Well, yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious. At one student's question about fixed supply points, the officer explaining their task tells them about safe houses in the valley that are made of a special steel. Only monsters of leader level and higher can break into these, so if someone can find a safe house early on, they could very well ride out the whole week in there. Really turning the whole thing into a camping trip then, eh? Once the gates have been opened and the students start rushing in, Gao joins up with Mu. Together, the two walk at a leisurely pace while everyone else races ahead. Gao starts taking note of the birds in the area and the various rich monster species that must live in these wilds. As he does so, Mu praises his mentality of already observing the environment instead of hurrying like the others. Her image is shattered though when Gao admits that that's not the case at all. He was just waiting for everyone to pass because it was too crowded with them here. Well, that's reasonable, even if it's a bit underwhelming. That aside, it's time for them to move on ahead now though, so they grab their packs and get going. Internally though, Gao is concerned. If he's not mistaken, there was a figure in a tree canopy just now watching them. As day one of the field training gets underway fully, Gao and Mu explore their surroundings and eventually come across a camouflaged safe house. Inside it, they find a bunk bed along with enough rations to get them through the full week if they really stretch them out. However, Gao fully believes that anyone who needs to do that might as well not even be here. As he's taking stock of the rations, Mu brings out and equips a full-body protective suit that's stored here as a defense against mosquitoes and other toxic bugs. Holy milkers, man, what are those? Mu advises that Gao put one on as well, but he tells her he'll just stick to herbs and repellents. For now, he thinks they should go out and find some meat since he doesn't want to live off dry rations alone. With a safe house secured, they can use it as their base and have Lotus Seed clear a path to it in his full-sized form. Once they're outside, they follow behind Lotus Seed as he clears a path through the forest. Gao explains their first priority is finding a source of water. As they're looking for one, Mu finds herself being affected by the strange fragrance and rotten smell in the area. Luckily, she's brought to her senses when Gao grabs her forearm and motions for her to be quiet, signaling towards a tree up ahead. He tells her to have Lotus Seed ram it. Though she's confused, Mu trusts Gao's judgment and has Lotus Seed do as asked. Sure enough, a green tree snake falls out of one of the branches and Gao explains that its flesh contains a toxin that only monsters can eat. Thanks to his damage transfer contract with Dazi though, Gao realizes he can actually eat these snakes too since the poison damage won't affect the centipede. While fantasizing about eating delicious snake meat, he hears a rustling nearby but writes it off when Mu calls out for him. She's found a freshwater source, and boy is it a big one. Right as Gao is talking about how useful this will be, he feels something wet hitting his pant leg. Looking down, he sees a green frog floating in the water that's just spat on him. Disgusting little son of a gun, ain't he? For now, Gao decides to ignore it since they've got more important things to worry about, like how to clean the pond efficiently. Right then, the frog spits on him yet again, prompting a look of silent fury from Gao that just makes the frog smile. Annoyed by the frog's actions, Gao hawks a mean spitball right back at the frog's head. Yeah, a real mature big guy. Gao instantly feels overjoyed at having his revenge and takes a victorious pose, much to the confusion and concern of his companions. That's not to last much longer though, as the frog lets out a shrill scream that echoes all over the clearing. Before they know it, it's joined by dozens of similar calls from all directions. Turning to Gao, Mu concludes there must be multiple frogs then. The view Gao has of what's behind her not only confirms this, but also terrifies him completely. Quickly, he grabs her by the hand and makes a mad dash for the tree line as a literal army of frogs fires spit attacks their way. The duo barely manage to make it out of that scene from hell thanks to Lotus Seed covering their behind. Once they're in a safer area, they take a little while to catch their breath. Once that's done, Gao reevaluates their information of their surroundings. Behind the woods to the north is that pond with the hell frogs. To the west is the gate they entered from, and there are no large beasts between there and here. To the south is a dense forest with tracks of large monsters and too thick of a tree line for Lotus Seed to move through. Finally, to the east, there's a slope which leads to a spacious meadow with signs of herbivores. At Mu's question of what to do next, Gao gets a gleam in his eyes and tells her it's time to cook. Lord no please, he's been cooking vomit since day one. As he goes on a rant about how they should pace themselves and relax, Mu can only wonder what she's gotten herself into. When she says they should find some ingredients then, Gao says there's no need and pulls out the green snake corpse from earlier, causing a deadpan expression from Mu. Next, even more unexpectedly, he pulls out several vials of ingredients, confusing her even more. When Mu asks why the hell he has that stuff, He just says one must always be prepared for wilderness survival. He has to be capping right now. Meanwhile, unknown to the both of them, they along with most of the other students are being watched on hidden CCTV cameras placed all over the valley. The lead officer here has taken a particular interest in Gao and his resourcefulness despite being a student with little training. This man, a colonel, orders for a focus monitor on Gao to be given to him. Back with our heroes, Gao and Mu return to their safe house only to find a new problem. The building has been locked from the inside. Ah crap. Mu angrily bangs at the door of the safe house and calls out for the people who've hijacked it to open up. Unfortunately, the only response they get is to tell them to go somewhere else. Turning back to Gao, Mu admits that they can't exactly lay claim to something out here in the wild, so they can only count themselves unlucky to have come across such people. When Gao suggests they just camp out since there are only 2 people, the voices from inside the safe house call out again. They tell them to hurry and go somewhere else before it gets dark, injuring Mu. Before she can really give them a piece of her mind, Yao holds her back and tells her it's not worth it to be mad at such people. Someone will teach them a lesson soon enough either way. Accepting his words, Mu turns back and prepares to move on but becomes confused when Gao moves back to the safe house entrance. To her surprise, Gao brings out a chain and lock to seal the door shut and trap these people inside. At her question, Gao explains that the lock was inside the safe house when they first entered it and he stashed it in his bag in case they might need it. That's a load of plot armor and a half, but I love it. The two calmly walk away from the safe house now as Gao chuckles at the instant karma he's inflicted. In the surveillance room, the military personnel are all cracking up at what he's done as well. The colonel even comments that he has potential, while another officer admits he's better than average. His true test of survival will come with nightfall though, when monsters freely roam all over the place. Back with our power couple, they eventually happen upon a tree that's perfect for their plan of sleeping outside since there are no caves around. Since the trunk is straight and the tree is several meters high, they can build a simple shelter/bed on its bifurcated area. With Lotus Seed's help, they manage to build a bed of grass and leaves on it. To Mu's chagrin, Gao falls asleep nearly instantly, with Dazi and Lotus Seed following suit in their own spots. Deciding to go with the flow, she pulls out a blanket and lies down as well. Up in a tree branch higher above them, though, a shadowy figure is watching them and comments on their lack of campfire and night guard. As her face comes into the light, the person is revealed to be Tang Tang. Right when she's about to make a move, her eyes go wide as she senses something coming this way. Well, that's pretty vague. Tang Tang watches as a dark shadow panther dashes towards Gao and Mu's position. Considering their skills, though, she's sure they can deal with this. As the shadow panther tears through the trees in its path, Lotus Seed is woken up and starts making noise. Mu wakes up and groggily asks him what's wrong, only to hear Gao yelling at her to jump off the tree. Without a moment's hesitation, she obeys and leaps off onto Lotus Seed. Turning to Gao, who's next to her on the ground, she asks what happened. Gao simply tells her to look forward, where she spots the shadow panther. Worried about its unknown strength and type, she asks if they should try to fight or run. Gao, however, can see all he needs to thanks to the system. After viewing the beast's level and grade, he determines that running is the wrong course of action since it will make them vulnerable and provoke the panther. Instead, as the beast leaps at him for a fatal blow of its claws, Gao calls out to Dazi and the centipede jumps in to protect him. Though the panther manages to push past him, Dazi quickly uses his electric abilities to paralyze the panther for a second and viciously bites into the beast. Gao watches with a smile and mentally praises Dazi's growth, but the panther manages to knock him away and beats a hasty retreat, as it stands on a tree branch, injured and in pain. An even bigger threat reveals itself. Coiled around the tree it's on, an absolutely massive green snake emerges from the shadows and eats the panther whole in one snap of its jaws. What? That flip. Run, boys, run. As the group flees atop Lotus Seed in a hurry, they don't realize that the giant snake isn't actually following after them. From her perch, Tang Tang comments that it's a good thing she didn't have to intervene after all since it would have blown her cover. Over in the surveillance room, the soldiers ask the colonel if they should prepare to eliminate the mutant giant jungle anaconda that's tripped their emergency alert. Unexpectedly, the other leading soldier, the commander, tells them there's no need since the giant jungle anaconda is a gentle-natured beast that won't fight unless provoked. Even then, his actual offensive strength isn't that high. Identifying this can just act as another trial for the students. If they can't even handle that, then they'll be better off quitting now while they still can. The colonel agrees with this assessment, but tells the others to have the Golden Condor team ready and on standby in case they need an emergency rescue at any point. Why was that not already done? The next morning, Gao wakes up Mu from her slumber and tells her that they'll be going back to last night's campsite to take a look around. A short discussion between them reveals Mu's hesitation and fear of the anaconda still being there and their lack of information on it. Gao tells her, though, that their lack of info is exactly why they need to return and collect any useful information that might be there. Damn, he's got ya there. Gao tells her that understanding a monster and its skill set is a vital part of being a monster trainer too, and in the changed times they live in. Stagnating will only make them weaker. Damn, bro is spitting right now. Once they're back at the site and start investigating, Gao finds something that's a total game changer. Inside the destroyed bark of the tree they slept in last night is a resource known as wood space heart. The stuff is a key ingredient for evolving silly, but it's so rare and elusive he wasn't sure it was even a real thing. Eating this stuff must be what made that giant snake from before grow so huge. It must have just been trying to protect its food last night. That aside, Gao decides this is the perfect chance for him. He should take advantage of this opportunity during field training and gather as many rare materials as he can. And so, for the remainder of the week-long training camp, Gao travels the valley with his companions and finds more and more rare materials to stash away. When the 7th day finally arrives, the participants are gathered at the entrance and congratulated on completing the training. The colonel tells them the next training session here in the valley is set for 3 weeks from now, and everyone who attended this one may come to that for free. Right now, they've got a 3-day holiday before they have to return to classes. While everyone celebrates this, Gao pulls out his phone to give Tong Tong good news. To his shock, though, the first thing he sees is a news report about a locust swarm. Well, guess the end times are here. All of Chang'an City is suffering from a downcast mood as reports come in of the battle up in the north between the military and the locust swarm. Thanks to research from Director Feng of the Monster Breeders Association, it's been discovered the locusts are weak to fire, and this has helped massively in the fight against them. However, with the swarm consisting of billions of locusts and each being at least 30 centimeters long, things aren't looking too great. While watching this news report on TV in his apartment, Gao receives a phone call from the man himself, Director Feng. After exchanging the usual pleasantries, Director Feng tells him the military has sent a batch of voracious golden toads to raise their grade. The director would like Gao to come down to the association tomorrow if he has time and help with that in exchange for considerable compensation. Gao catches on instantly and asks if they're planning to use the toads against the locusts, since they're their natural enemies. Director Feng confirms this, and Gao admits that the idea is certainly plausible. When Director Feng mentions the pay being negotiable, Gao asks him to provide a Commander-tier electric-type monster quark crystal as his payment and agrees to come in. God, and why are these names always such a mouthful? The next day, Gao arrives at the association and is greeted directly by Director Feng, much to the shock and awe of the staff. Together, they head down to the basement level where the frogs are being kept and researched on. While they're in the elevator, Gao asks if Feng has stayed up all night due to the bags under his eyes. Feng answers that is indeed true thanks to the current situation. Poor dude's really doing his best, ain't he? At basement level 5, the pair emerge into a large space which Feng introduces as the research center. Pointing over towards the workspace, Feng shows Gao some of the voracious golden toads in their possession. Gao observes them as he ponders their ancestry of horned frogs, which provides them terrifying jump abilities and the earth attribute. A nearby worker brings him a couple of skewers loaded with grilled locusts and tells him he can try to feed these to the frogs. Before anyone can stop him, though, Gao pops one of them right into his own mouth and munches on it while reviewing it like he's Gordon freaking Ramsay. The nearest golden toad to Gao starts going mad with anger at seeing its food being eaten by another. Sounds like me when I'm hangry. Gao is quick to reassure the creature he was just taste testing the food and moves the skewer close to the toad. In one vicious pull of its massive tongue, the toad not only eats the locust but also the metal skewer itself. Gao can only marvel at the strength of the creature's tongue and stomach to be able to digest even the skewer. Turning to Feng, he asks which aspect of the toads is required to be improved. Feng answers that it's their defensive ability and their digestion capabilities, though an offensive boost would certainly be welcome as well. He beckons Gao over to a large screen that's showing all the results he's compiled on the toads and their compatibility with certain materials. From what his research shows, the toads have high affinities with both the earth and fire attributes. After hearing out Feng's explanation about the materials he tested with, Gao cross-references it with an evolution path he knows that uses fire orchid veins. He'll just need to modify that formula a bit. From there, he proceeds to cook up, pun intended, an analogy for the toad's evolution that treats them as the main ingredient in a dish and the materials required as seasoning. Using his analogy, Feng has the idea of using red-faced demon chili as a material. He orders his disciple, Zheng, to go bring him a batch of those chilies from their warehouse. Though Zheng doesn't agree with this ridiculous analogy, he's not willing to stoop so low as to actively sabotage the process, so he does as asked. How about that, a douchebag who's actually respectable? That's pretty rare. From there, Feng goes through a complicated process to turn the chilies into an evolution solution and injects a golden toad with it. Seconds later, the toad explodes. From there, they adjust the formula used and retry the experiment several tries, only to blow 2 more toads the hell up. As the researchers begin doubting Gao's ability, the man in question speaks directly to Feng. Thanks to the system, he's known what to do from the start but couldn't risk exposing that fact. As he proposes adding a second main ingredient, Feng's hesitation shows. Gao, however, tells him to just believe in him one more time. Gao explains that they can use black soft soil as a secondary main ingredient for its property of dampness and yin nature. This will protect the toad's internal organs, while adding sparrow sulaiva wood as a supporting ingredient will stabilize the whole thing. Hearing his explanation out, Director Feng has to admit that the mutual reinforcement and neutralization does sound like a plausible idea. Through some extensive testing, the lab techs and Zhang are able to determine that this approach should work very effectively. With that settled, Gao suggests moving on to live testing. Taking the new and improved solution, he steps over to a weak-looking toad and jabs the needle into it. The ensuing reaction releases a ton of smoke that fills up the room and causes Gao to step out for some fresh air after speaking to Feng. Now that he's by himself, he lets out a sigh of relief and hopes his knowledge didn't appear too unnatural. Right now, he can't let it be exposed that he knows things no normal person or monster trainer should. The way he allowed things to play out should make this be seen as Director Feng's own discovery. Suddenly, red smoke starts coming out from the research floor. Seeing this, Gao realizes the evolution has succeeded. When he re-enters the lab, he finds Zheng celebrating their success at Feng's side. Gao notes, however, that not all has gone well. In order to suit the evolutionary pathway, the toad's earth attribute has been discarded. Its muscles have been damaged and corroded, and its jumping ability has been reduced along with its evolutionary potential. Well damn, that's a lot of bad for all the good. At the front lines of the battles in the north of Chang'an City, the military is doing its best to drive back the locust swarm. Using white phosphorus incendiary bombs, they're able to do some serious damage to the swarm, but that doesn't last long. The locusts start preparing a sandstorm attack that renders the military's attempts meaningless. With the incendiary bombs no longer an option, the soldiers march forward with their firearms, refusing to let the civilians behind them be harmed. Luckily, they're not fighting alone. Right at that moment, a swarm of giant crimson toads come to their aid. The red toads release a mysterious red substance into the air that petrifies many of the locusts and causes the sandstorm to stop in its tracks. The soldiers are shocked by this development and ask their platoon leader where the hell these toads came from. Said leader tells them this is the work of a researcher with great knowledge, so they should be thankful. Moments later, the red toads all release a massive stream of red light from their maws, burning straight through hundreds of the locusts at once. The platoon leader is overjoyed at this sight, as it means his brothers in arms won't have to risk their lives in the fight against these monsters anymore. Whoever is responsible for this is a hero in his eyes. Hell yeah, he is. After the battle in the north is over, a military vehicle arrives at Gao Peng's apartment building and spits out a full squad. As the elders of the neighborhood watch from the sidewalk, the soldiers march up to the 6th floor where Gao lives. There, Gao Peng exits his apartment to be floored by how official this whole situation seems. Stepping forward from the others, the platoon leader from the battle presents Gao Peng with a case containing the crystal core he requested as payment for his help with the toads. The leader admits that he volunteered to bring him the item since he wanted to meet Gao in person. The man gives him a full salute and gives Gao his heartfelt thanks and respect on behalf of all his comrades. It's the duty of soldiers to defend their home and country with their lives. As such, it's not death they fear, but not dying properly. Thanks to Gao's efforts, he can proudly say none of that day's sacrifices were in vain. Damn man, gotta make me cry and crap. After the soldiers leave, Gao is forced to rethink a lot of stuff. The platoon leader's words have left him thinking he should participate in more experimental projects and research if they can help the front line like the Red Toads did. With the system being strictly an aid, he has to raise his own strength so he can protect himself and proudly speak up as a researcher. Sensing his serious mood, Dazi goes up to Gao and gives him a hug to comfort him. Can't tell me he's not a puppy. Unfortunately for Dazi, while this definitely cheers Gao up, it also reminds him of his current objective. Using the crystal core he's just received, Gao cooks up a pot of absolutely rancid-looking soup. Shadows overtake his face as he stares down at Dazi and utters a single command. "Drink this. Ado All Might. Is that you?" Surprisingly enough, Dazi actually loves the smell of the vile-looking stuff and chugs it down like there's no tomorrow as soon as Gao lets him. Once he's done, the spikes on Dazi's head extend and he's engulfed in a golden light-off. Oh wait, he's being electrocuted. Cool beans. Seeing his brother collapse and fried, Dumby tries to help by grabbing some cedar pine needles from the fridge and offering them to Dazi. This obviously doesn't work since those are his treats and the centipede is literally unconscious. Gao Peng reassures Dumby that Dazi will be fine and they just need to leave him alone for a little while. In the meantime, he decides it's time to finally settle his contract with Silly. When he calls for the jellyfish, it floats away with a rebellious expression. Luckily, a simple bribe of juice gets him to come over in a second. Gao can only sweat drop the fact that all three of his pets are total food addicts. Quickly, while Silly is celebrating the procurement of juice, Gao pricks his finger and uses a drop of blood to make contact with Silly and enter his mental plane. While the place is still a bit weak, it's better than before and Silly is actually willing to approach him in here now. Looks like all those gifts of juice didn't go to waste after all. Once Silly is close enough, Gao makes contact with him and promises him the power to stop fearing everything. Unsurprisingly, the little guy yells out in displeasure and says he doesn't want power, just more juice. No words honestly. Gao lets out an exasperated sigh and agrees to give him lots of juice. Just like that, the contract is complete and Silly has become bound to him. The next morning, an old lady named Shuing is woken up by her parrot beast. As her eyes open, she thanks the parrot for being with her all these years and starts talking about how he's been the only reason she could get up in the mornings since her husband died. But now, after so long, it's time for her to join him as well. In her last moments, the woman sees her late husband's spirit welcoming her and the two lock fingers with a promise to never be apart again. As the woman peacefully passes away, the parrot is at her side, placing its beak on her hand. Gao Peng is woken up from his sleep one morning by the sounds of Dazi moaning in pain. Groggily getting up, he instantly rushes to the centipede's side when he realizes what's happening. As he cradles Dazi in his arms, he realizes the reason for his pain. Dazi's teeth are changing, or rather, growing. Though he can only guess at the reason for this, Gao assures Dazi that he doesn't need to be afraid. This pain is unfortunately just necessary for him to grow up. After setting him down, Gao steps out of his room and calls to Silly. The jellyfish instantly comes over and settles itself on Gao's head in hat form. Standing there, Gao calls up the system and wonders which evolutionary path he should pick for Silly. While going the support route will grant him spatial abilities and healing powers, the attack route will give him some devastating moves. Plus, if he doesn't go the attack route, Gao will always feel a bit disappointed on some level. Unfortunately, the costs of that are far beyond his reach for now, so he settles for evolving Silly as a supporter. That'll be faster too, which is to his benefit. Once he's stronger, he can evolve whatever types he wants. Later, Gao steps out of his building to see a crowd gathered on the ground floor. As he listens in on their conversation, he looks upwards to see a massive soul guardian beast flying over the building. From the sounds of it, Old Lady Chen has passed away and this beast is supposedly carrying her soul to the afterlife. Oh, the old lady who passed away in bed before. Gotcha. Once he hears this though, Gao has a different concern. From what he remembers, Old Lady Chen housed an uncontracted gray plate striped spider as well. Now that she's passed away, there's a high risk of it going feral and attacking other people. As fast as he can, Gao rushes to Old Lady Chen's apartment to get to the spider before it can hurt anyone. There, his extensive knowledge on monsters allows him to find where it's hiding up in a corner of the roof. Instantly, Gao summons Dazi, who appears in a flash and coils defensively around Gao. Seeing the centipede, the spider gets scared and falls right off the part of the roof he was sticking to. Seeing the pain and fear in the eyes of the spider who just misses its friend, Gao Peng extends a hand to pet its head and smiles at it. Without any hesitation, he tells the spider that if it would like, it can just come home with him. The end, for now. Gao Peng learns of Lady Shuying's passing and rushes to her apartment to prevent her uncontracted spider from going feral. He calms the terrified gray plate striped spider and offers it a new home with him. Gao Peng strolls about with Dazi and the gray plate spider, and their presence sparks whispers and suspicions among onlookers. He reflects on the need for a tank-like familiar, considering it a bit absurd to use a spider as a meat shield. Yet, Gao recalls that there's a potential evolutionary path for the striped gray plate spider to become a tank, and the required ingredients don't seem too difficult. As he enters the elevator to the studio, Gao can't shake the idea of forming a blood contract and rapidly strengthening the spider. This, he believes, will supply him with a wealth of soul power. With the combined soul power from Dazi and Silly, establishing a blood contract with Dumby should be a breeze. Gao does harbor some regret for promoting Dumby's grade prematurely, as it now poses a challenge to collect the necessary soul power for its advancement. Outside the Fei Peng familiar studio, Gao unexpectedly encounters Chuan Chuan, who addresses him as Little Boss instead of her usual Master Gao. He detects her frustration as she informs him about numerous inquiries regarding his whereabouts. Anxious, Gao assures Chuan Chuan that he has time to talk today, though she remains annoyed. Chuan Chuan begrudgingly accepts the list of ingredients Gao needs. As thanks, Gao promises to make her some milk tea. In the laboratory, Gao establishes a blood contract with the gray plate spider, welcoming it into a loving home. He prepares the spider for its evolution, crafting a potion that will transform the striped gray plate spider into a formidable gray armored spider. Drawing inspiration from Silly and Dumby's names, Gao plans to name it Stripey. Gotta love the names. He hands the potion to the spider, and as it bathes in it, Gao winces in pain. Acutely aware that the pain he feels from soul transfer is but a fraction of what Stripey must endure, Gao offers words of encouragement, emphasizing that the pain will make Stripey stronger. Yeah, buddy. No pain, no gain. Suddenly, Chuan Chuan interrupts with news of a potentially rich customer. Gao readies himself to earn some money, now that he has another mouth to feed. As Gao heads to meet this new customer, he is intrigued to sense a commander-tier familiar. Gao Peng asks Chuan Chuan to watch over the spider's evolution while he attends to customers. Gao tells her to pour the test tube's contents into a nearby container when the liquid changes to a lighter color. He then greets the customer, a man named Lu Shi, who praises him. Lu Shi explains that he used to own a small herb garden, which was damaged by gray devil spiders. His garden is still being repaired. Gao guesses that Lu Shi is talking about the City East's herb garden, and the customer is pleasantly surprised that he knows about it. However, Gao doesn't see himself as that well known. Lu Shi reveals that he'd attended a military celebration banquet where Director Chen spoke highly of Gao's role in the magma fire toads research. He believes Gao is worthy as a familiar that Lu wants him to strengthen. To Gao's shock, it turns out the creature is an ebony night hound. Lu provides more information, explaining that data indicates all dog-type monsters have the potential to evolve into ebony night hounds, which is an alternative evolutionary path for them. These creatures boast jet black fur, allowing them to blend seamlessly into the night. Moreover, they can absorb various light wavelengths, making them effective nighttime assassins and ideal choices for guarding estates and gardens. Lu also acknowledges Gao's pricing strategy for commander-tier familiars and asks for the cost. Gao considers the available evolutionary paths, eliminating the most complex and resource-intensive ones. He informs Lu Shi that there are 13 options, and the customer eagerly requests the most expensive one, priced at 5,000 Alliance credits, which surprises Lu Shi. Before he can decline, Gao seals the deal. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts from the laboratory, grabbing Gao's attention. Rushing inside, he finds Chuan Chuan in tears, pointing at Stripey. The spider has successfully evolved into a gray armored spider. While Gao is pleased with this transformation, he scolds Stripey for damaging lab equipment and frightening Chuan Chuan. Gao then comforts the creature and instructs it to control its strength. To his bewilderment, the spider starts acting strangely, accidentally striking itself. Gao wonders why all his familiars seem a bit foolish, instructing Stripey to go to his office and remain quiet without touching anything. The familiar starts scuttling sideways, leaving Gao and Chuan Chuan bewildered. He asks her to order a replacement container and put it on his account. Gao also requests Chuan Chuan to gather the materials needed for the Night Hound's upcoming evolution that's scheduled for next week. Additionally, he tells her to arrange for someone to clean the lab. Enough with the orders. My man, let her breathe. As Gao leaves, he reflects on how crowded his home has become and decides it's time to move to a larger space. Gao plans to contact a middleman to help find a new house, preferably on the town's outskirts. Suddenly, he notices Stripey walking in front of him, sideways like a crab. This raises suspicions about whether Gao performed the evolution correctly. He scolds Stripey, reminding the familiar that it's a spider, not a crab. However, Gao sighs with frustration when Stripey simply stares back blankly, not paying any attention to his instructions. Gao Peng visits a property agency and is greeted by an employee named Xiao Liu, with whom he had spoken previously. Gao reminds her that he was promised a house viewing today. Xiao Liu informs him that a car is ready to take him to see a large villa on the city's outskirts, featuring a garden and clean surroundings. She hands Gao a tablet to view photos of the villa, revealing a spacious and well-maintained property. Although the villa currently lacks a basement, the agent suggests that Gao can build one around it. Curious about the location, he inquires and Xiao Liu hesitates for a moment. She eventually mentions that the villa is situated near prosperous drive-in lake, and the price is only 2,000 credits. Adding to the appeal, Xiao Liu explains that along with the villa, he'll also receive a substantial plot of land as the area isn't closely supervised. However, Gao remains skeptical, noticing unchanged plants in the background and suspecting that the photos were taken before Cataclysm. He becomes suspicious and questions if the agent is hiding something from him. Xiao Liu starts to sweat but shifts the conversation to emphasize the villa's facilities and its extraordinarily low price, claiming it's an offer nearly impossible to find elsewhere. She also mentions a road leading to the villa at the base of a hill. Gao Peng feels like he might be getting deceived and notices potential security and maintenance issues. He believes the villa is worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 credits. Gao recalls that there was much unrest after the Cataclysm and that the villa should have been in ruins. Therefore, he decides that as long as the house is at least 60% newer than the photos, Gao will consider it a satisfactory deal. When it comes to safety, he isn't too worried. Gao figures his familiars can handle any issues that might come up. He starts chuckling at this idea, but the agent interrupts him. She explains that the seller is actually losing money on this deal. Intrigued, Gao asks to see the villa in person. As they head to the villa, Xiao Liu spots Stripey and humorously mistakes it for a crab. Gao clarifies that it is a spider, and the agent laughs it off. Suddenly, he senses something amiss just as a man is watching them from behind a wall. The man disappears, leaving Gao suspicious but ultimately dismissing it. Unbeknownst to them, the man behind the wall, holding a camera, is pleased to have found the recently famous Gao Peng. Upon reaching the villa, Gao is shocked to see its dismal condition from the outside. It looks nothing like the pictures, leaving him to wonder if it's just shabby on the exterior. Upon entering, Gao discovers there's no dust inside, and the furnishings are quite nice, albeit needing some repairs. He finds it strange that the owner is selling the house for such a low price, given the apparent value in the furniture. Suddenly, someone calls Gao's name, startling both him and the agent as they turn to see a man standing at the door. Xiao Liu introduces the man as the villa's seller to Gao. The man explains that he hurried over when he heard Mr. Gao was coming. Gao asks if they know each other. The owner responds with flattery, mentioning that Gao is well known as the ace of President Feng, the hero of the last military operation. He hands Gao his business card, revealing that he's involved in the Imperial Beasts business. To sweeten the deal, the man offers Gao a 20% discount, showcasing his business acumen. The seller then inquires about Gao's opinion of the house, noting that it's cleaned monthly and that he can move in immediately upon payment of a nursing fee. Gao admits it's a tempting offer, but asserts that the house is worth at least 4,000 credits, well above the asking price of 2,000. He asks the owner why he's selling it for so much less. The seller shares that the house was originally for his parents, who retired and wanted to live in the countryside. He purchased it to fulfill their dream. But the Beast Wave tragedy changed everything. His parents never got to enjoy the house, and they suffered. Overcome with anger and frustration, the seller vents his feelings by punching the furniture. He explains that the man had planned to keep the house but decided to offer it to Gao when he learned about his interest. The seller now feels powerless, but he believes that young people like Gao are the future of Chang'an City. The man hopes that tragedies like the Beast Wave can be prevented in the future. Gao, thinking of his own parents, expresses gratitude for the seller's trust and agrees to buy the villa. It's no longer house hunters, but house and heartstrings. Upon returning home, Gao excitedly greets Silly and Dumby, but they seem unfazed by his arrival. Undeterred, Gao informs his familiars that he's brought them some delicious food. As Gao lays out the tasty spread, all the creatures gather around him, making his home feel livelier. Tong Tong appears at the door, and Gao greets her warmly. She meets the familiars and notices Dazi's upgrade, teasing the centipede, which leaves it confused. Gao pays no mind to the banter. Tong Tong then brings up the news that Gao has bought a new house. He explains that they can't move in just yet because the house needs some repairs. Tong Tong suggests he should have consulted her regarding decorations, declaring him inexperienced. She bids farewell, determined to get to the villa ahead of time. In her thoughts, Tong Tong contemplates how, when the time comes, she could easily buy the house next to Gao's. Gao, accompanied by his familiars, ventures into the forest, He's on a mission to locate the Bottle Grove, which Gao believes isn't too far ahead. Realizing it's the last day of his holidays, he decides to gather all the necessary materials today. If Gao doesn't collect the wood hollows now, he'll have to postpone it until the following week. However, Gao's focus is interrupted when he senses something approaching. Gao becomes alert, and there, perched on a nearby tree, is a level 13 gray sand bobcat. Just as suddenly, the beast vanishes, making Gao issue a warning to his familiars about his potential danger. Out of nowhere, the gray sand bobcat reappears, pouncing to attack, much to Da Zi's shock. However, its attempt is thwarted as Dumby steps in, declaring itself the beast's adversary. The sudden confrontation terrifies the gray sand bobcat, prompting it to flee, yet Dumby swiftly catches up and defeats the beast, overpowering it and causing it to bleed. Gao is astonished by Dumby's newfound strength, which seems 10 times greater than when it was a Red River ape. While he expected Dumby to be powerful after its evolution, he didn't anticipate this level of prowess. Dumby, too, is taken aback by its own abilities, leaving Gao a bit flustered. Gao realizes that Dumby hasn't had a chance to fight since evolving, and he decides to let it exercise more. Gao then urges his familiars to follow him. While Dumby reminisces about its days as a Red River ape and its first encounter with Gao, Da Zi and Gao have a playful argument about why the centipede couldn't protect him when Dumby threw it aside. Dumby, in its own way, feels a sense of emotional connection with Gao, despite not fully understanding him when they first met. Now, Gao means everything to Dumby, this ape more faithful than a dog, it would seem. After 3 hours of wandering through the woods, searching suitable areas for hollow bottle trees, Gao Peng finally stumbles upon them. He sees the same green snake from his previous visit in the hollow bottle tree area. Dumby also notices the snake and swiftly removes it from the tree, tearing it apart to reveal a green gem inside. Gao recognizes this as the core of the green tree snake, which is just a minor discovery compared to their main task of finding the spatial cores of hollow wood. Nonetheless, he smiles, appreciating Dumby's resourcefulness in obtaining the green snake core. Gao then instructs Dumby to punch one of the hollow bottle trees. It delivers a powerful blow, causing the tree to shatter instantly. Silly and Gao become exhilarated by the result, while Da Zi appears somewhat envious. Gao retrieves the crystal core from the hollow wood and asks Dumby to do it once more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the woods, 3 men are searching for someone based on information they received about a kid from a group. Their boss, accompanied by a rat familiar named Tudu, hears something unusual and follows Tudu's lead to investigate the source of the mysterious sound. As the men press forward through the forest, they hear a series of loud, rhythmic banging noises. Yao Huan, one of the men, suggests it sounds like someone boxing, but his companion dismisses the idea, stating that nobody would be practicing boxing in a forest teeming with monsters. However, their boss reprimands them, reminding them not to take the situation lightly, emphasizing their high-paid job and their responsibilities. The boss instructs the other 2 to cautiously investigate further. They peek out from behind a tree and observe Dumby striking trees with his powerful punches. My man's going all Mike Tyson on them trees. Yao Huan becomes apprehensive and wishes to withdraw, but the boss reveals Gao's picture, affirming that he is their target. However, Yao Huan is puzzled as he watches Gao searching within the shattered trunks of trees. He argues that they were paid to gather information about the kid's familiar and sees no reason to approach them. His companion agrees, referring to Da Zi, the formidable centipede, and suggesting that it's unwise to provoke them. Nevertheless, the boss urges them to stay silent and shares that they often undertake low-paying jobs because their abilities aren't sufficient to venture deep into the treacherous Black Ember Forest. He encourages his men to seize this opportunity, speculating that Gao must be dealing with some problem. The boss is curious as to why someone would create such a commotion in the forest just to measure tree thickness, and he's determined to uncover anything valuable concealed within the trees. The boss assigns Yao Huan to accompany him to confront the formidable monster, while he instructs the other man, Deng Sen, to wait until nightfall and use his familiar to control the kid. He motivates his men to take a risk, hoping to escape their miserable and challenging lives. Suddenly, Da Zi and Dumby become alerted to the presence of the intruders, causing Gao to ask what's going on. Following their gaze, he spots the men and calls for them to reveal themselves. The boss becomes tense, realizing that they might have been discovered. The boss quickly adopts an innocent tone, claiming their presence is purely coincidental, and they were merely checking to see if their assistance was required. Gao, however, grows suspicious. noticing the spiny bee and skeleton butterfly beasts accompanying the men, both adept at attacking enemies in the woods. This raises red flags in Gao's mind, and he becomes convinced that these two men have sinister intentions. Suddenly, Dumbi senses Deng Sen hiding behind another tree. The boss introduces Deng Sen as his brother and assures Gao that they mean no harm. Deng Sen emerges with his mithril playing mantis, an elite level 18 beast, which astonishes Gao due to its rare mutation. Nevertheless, Gao remains confident in Dazi's capabilities. He stands with unwavering confidence alongside his familiars, declaring that he doesn't require any assistance. The boss, smiling, decides to let the matter go when Gao makes it clear that he doesn't need their help. Yao Huan, one of the men, is shocked by their decision to leave. However, the boss explains that their cover is blown. Their surprise attack has failed, and it's unwise to make a new enemy. Furthermore, Gao is a challenging target to provoke, raising 3 royal beasts at such a young age. The boss also mentions how Dumbi made Tutu uncomfortable. He points out that Tutu's intuition has saved him on numerous occasions. The boss and his men decide to depart with a plan to wait until Gao leaves before returning to search for clues. As the men leave, Gao reflects on the situation, wondering if they would have attacked directly if Dumbi hadn't detected them. He contemplates what he would have done in such a scenario. 2 hours pass, and Gao has successfully gathered a bag full of cores weighing 2 kilograms. He calls Dazi and uses its antlers to ignite a fire. Gao proceeds to set fire to the area. He recollects that before the catastrophe, forest arson was considered a crime, but now it's permissible. Moreover, the plants have developed greater vitality and resistance after the catastrophe, so he's confident that the flames won't engulf the entire forest. Gao is content with the idea that he can easily eliminate all traces of his presence. Watching from a distance, Yao Huan notices the fire and draws his boss's attention to it. He wonders if the kid is afraid they'll discover something. The boss remarks that Gao is either overly cautious or unaware of the ruthlessness that lurks within him. Yao Huan questions whether he intends to let the matter go so easily. The boss explains that there's no conflict between them and the boy, and he would have taken the risk if there were treasures involved. The boss states that there isn't enough interest in the matter. He proceeds to make a call, instructing someone to inform Mr. Jiyan that the task is complete, and the royal beast's screen data for the target has been transmitted. On the other end of the call, the person confirms the payment transfer and expresses gratitude for the cooperation. As the call ends, the man on the phone informs someone, likely his boss, Mr. Jiyan, that the trial mission has not succeeded. Nevertheless, the man appears content and seeks confirmation for the next step of their plan. He then smirks, claiming to have located Ji Hunwoo's grandson. The drama never ends. Gao returns to his house, only to be surprised by Stripey's rapid growth. Not only has its level increased, but it also appears noticeably larger. However, Stripey seems to be overindulging, consuming an excessive amount of food. Gao, curious about the creature's exoskeleton, speculates that it might possess magical properties similar to the skins of ancient beasts from novels. He encourages Stripey to continue eating and working hard while advising it to take a break for a while. Gao playfully suggests that after Stripey gains some weight, they can enjoy fried spider, which startles the familiar, causing it to back away from the can of food. Gao's intention is to prevent Stripey from overeating, as canned food can potentially accumulate as toxins in the body. Gao then reflects on the progress, feeling that he has collected all the necessary items, including the spatial core required for Silly's evolution. However, this time, all the materials require special processing. Gao heads to the Fei Peng Imperial Beast Studio and discovers that Chuan Chuan has already gone home, providing him with some much-needed solitude. The materials he has gathered are exceptionally rare and need specialized treatment involving cold storage, high temperatures, and strong acid corrosion. Gao initiates the procedure and successfully produces a potion, confident that Silly will find the taste delightful. Gao carefully pours the potion into a container, and Silly, attracted by its sweet scent, can't wait to dive in. It rushes into the container without a second thought, but suddenly, Gao is surprised as the colors of the potion start to change into a shade of green. He recalls that Silly's favorite spot is on top of his head, and starts to feel uncertain about the decision to evolve Silly in this particular direction. Gao isn't even a fan of the fluorescent green light that Silly is emitting now, but he realizes that the materials required for further evolution to epic quality are exceedingly rare. Gao is puzzled about what space-based material Huan Kongsha even is and deduces that Silly cannot be evolved any further at the moment. However, after the recent promotion of Silly, Gao senses an increase in his soul strength. He's confident that with some hard work, he'll be able to form a contract with Dumby in a few days. Out of the blue, Silly rushes toward him, determined to settle on top of his head. Despite Gao's efforts to stop it, Silly successfully finds his place on his head. Just as Gao is contemplating the oddness of this situation, he receives a call from someone, wondering if it's the decorating company that Tong Tong recommended. Gao is puzzled by the late-hour call. It turns out to be a call from Manager Li, who informs him that they're facing difficulties cleaning up the villa and need his assistance. Mutant plants need removal, or the renovation can't proceed. Gao agrees to come and learns that all the workers are working overtime. However, he questions why they would be working late into the night for his sake. Manager Li explains that is how their business is while currently being held hostage by certain individuals. Mr. Ji Yang, who's holding Manager Li hostage, abruptly ends the call. Gao finds the situation suspicious, and when he can't reach Tong Tong, he decides to err on the side of caution. Gao grabs Dazi and Dumby and rushes to the villa, with Silly trailing closely behind. Half an hour passes by and Gao still hasn't reached the villa. Not like there's any urgency or anything. Ji Yang's subordinate starts to worry that the boy might have sensed something. Ji Yang, however, tells him not to fret, as they have a meeting with Ji Hunwoo's people, and he'd rather avoid using harsh methods at the moment. Ji Yang reveals that he was genuinely surprised to learn Ji Hunwoo had a living grandson. The cunning man remarks that if someone hadn't informed him secretly, he'd have thought Ji Hunwoo led a lonely life. Ji Yang's subordinate muses that if this information gets out, many individuals would be keen to eliminate such a threat. Ji Yang agrees, explaining that Ji Hunwoo has no one else, and his grandson is young. Moreover, the Southern Sky Group has become a formidable entity with numerous high-level factions. The subordinate inquires why they don't just kill Gao directly instead of resorting to multiple attempts. Ji Yang elaborates that there are likely people secretly protecting him. Acting impulsively could alert Ji Hunwoo, and their goal isn't to eliminate Gao, but to use him as leverage. He asks his subordinate if they should really believe themselves qualified to contest for control of the Southern Sky Group. Ji Yang admits that killing Ji Hunwoo's grandson would provoke his furious retaliation. Besides, the ultimate victors will be those truly deserving of the position. Ji Yang goes on to explain that the research institute he's affiliated with isn't even at the top, and there are at least 30 others at the same level. What's more, there are numerous security agencies alongside research institutions. Even if the sole heir of the Southern Sky Group perishes, the position wouldn't automatically fall into Ji Yang's hands. He notes that in a sense, Gao is like a prince who's likely to inherit the throne in the future. Ji Yang emphasizes that the distinction between friends and foes is not straightforward in this world. When he gains benefits to expand the laboratory tonight, Gao might not accept his surrender in the future. Ji Yang notices that it's nearly time for Ji Hunwoo's people to arrive. He instructs his familiar to control Manager Li and proceeds with caution. Ji Yang, claiming to be a dedicated researcher rather than a barbarian, has his butterfly familiar release a white substance. Manager Li falls unconscious and Ji Yang tells him to rest, implying he won't be part of the upcoming events and won't witness Ji Yang's success. However, a commotion in the sky grabs their attention, and Ji Yang's subordinate urges him to look up. They are astonished to see Ji Hunwoo himself approaching. Sometime earlier, in the Chang'an military district, the Golden Divine Hawk, which had been asleep, suddenly became alert and signaled a warning. Guards speculated if the Black Ember Forest Ape was on the loose, but the chief informed them that it was someone from the Southern Sky Group arriving in Chang'an. He instructed the guards to remain at their positions while he declared that a storm was coming. Now, Ji Hunwoo stands before Ji Yang, who has already lost his men. Ji Yang claims he is Gao Peng, but Ji Hunwoo cautions him to choose his words carefully. The coward retracts his statement and pleads for an opportunity to explain. Ji Hunwoo asks who revealed information about Gao Peng to him. Ji Yang insists he didn't disclose anything but had set up a program. Unless he deciphers the program in time, it will broadcast news about Gao to all Southern Sky Group employees. Ji Hunwoo refrains from forcing Ji Yang to disclose the informant and gets ready to leave. However, Ji Yang stops him and admits that it was Secretary Liu who divulged the information. Ji Yang states he only sought more funding and never intended to harm Gao. He asserts that with increased resources, Ji Yang can benefit the Southern Sky Group. Ji Hunwoo prepares to depart, offering him a chance to see the fruits of his labor. Ji Yang acknowledges his error and tries to stop Ji Hunwoo, but a scream echoes through the areas surrounding the villa. Ji Hunwoo eliminates Ji Yang, refusing to be threatened by anyone. He instructs his team to investigate Ji Yang Yilong's activities and determine if the program he set up can be neutralized. Ji Hunwoo acknowledges that in a worst-case scenario, he might need to reveal information about Gao Peng earlier than he had planned. Tong Tong arrives and kneels before Ji Hunwoo, addressing him as her teacher. She recalls the chaotic times when Ji Hunwoo returned from overseas, and the group had to find clues on their own so Gao could grow up in peace, despite the shadow of his parents' death. While their group has since stabilized, Ji Hunwoo believes there's no rush to bring Gao back. He thinks that giving Gao the freedom to grow independently will better train his willpower. Ji Hunwoo informs Tong Tong that he needs to go somewhere and leaves the cleanup to her. Later, Gao, accompanied by his familiars, arrives at the villa and notices the absence of Manager Lee and the workers. He observes strange claw marks on the ground. Suddenly, Tong Tong approaches him and comments on his growth. Gao is initially alarmed but quickly realizes it's Tong Tong. He shows little concern, which upsets her. She warns him not to drop his guard easily. However, Gao responds that if he has to be cautious around her, he'd be completely left alone in this world. Gao begins to mention something about being an orphan, but Tong Tong interrupts him. She drops a bombshell, revealing that he's not an orphan because his grandfather is alive. Tong Tong explains that during the cataclysm, Gao's grandfather was stranded on a foreign island with trusted aides. It was challenging to survive on the tropical island without any military presence. Ji Hunwoo had a stroke of luck, surviving the cataclysm by training several familiars on a tropical island. Gao Peng is quite impressed by his grandfather's resourcefulness. Tong Tong reveals that Ji Hunwoo loves Gao deeply and entrusted her with his care. She explains that Ji Hunwoo has his reasons for not visiting. Gao responds maturely. He understands that his grandfather might be testing him, preparing his grandson for future responsibilities, and wants him to grow independently. Gao is confident that his grandfather's intentions are to protect him while allowing him to flourish. Tough love, if you may. Gao expresses curiosity about Ji Hunwoo's familiar, but Tong Tong suggests that he'll learn about it in due time. Meanwhile, Ji Hunwoo stands proudly on his dragon beast familiar, confident that his grandson comprehends his intentions and awaits the right moment. The following day at school, a large crowd gathers on the grounds due to an incident. Two students, one of whom had become a monster trainer cadet, engaged in a violent altercation in the morning. The student attacked with his familiar, nearly killing the other student. The instigator had a history of being bullied for his perceived weakness, with the victim being his primary bully. The students debate the morality of using such extreme violence. Meanwhile, Gao Peng ponders the school's and military's response to the incident and contemplates the potential removal of training grounds from the school premises. Elsewhere, the school's principal confronts the military colonel, loudly asserting that familiars are more dangerous than prohibited sharp tools in schools. He argues that training within school boundaries is unreasonable and unfair to students without familiars. The colonel tries to assure the principal, who eventually calms down and apologizes, citing concerns for students' safety. The military man stands and assures him that he'll convey the message to higher authorities, though he's uncertain of the outcome. As the colonel departs, he mentions that there are no safe places anymore, and such incidents must be dealt with through legal means. The principal is left with a sense of defeat after their conversation. In the Chanlan military region, the colonel briefs the chief instructor about the recent incident at the school. However, the chief instructor points out that similar incidents of familiars attacking humans have been happening worldwide, emphasizing that it's not just their city facing these challenges. He mentions how civilians in Waxia are assisting the police to maintain peace and stability. The chief instructor assures the colonel that the World Allied government will take action to address these issues. Back at the school, Instructor Zhang addresses the students, reprimanding them for bullying their peers. He announces a new policy starting the next day. Familiars will be prohibited from entering the school and will need to remain with their respective training groups. Gao attempts to remove Silly from his head, but it is resistant. To persuade it, Gao playfully mentions the deliciousness of jellyfish wolfberry soup, causing Silly to dismount and offer Gao a glass of orange juice instead. Instructor Zhang goes on to inform the students about the upcoming college entrance exam, which is just 2 months away. He emphasizes the significance of the next 2 months of training and explains that outstanding performance in the exam can open doors to major organizations. Students with exceptional talents will receive specialized training, surpassing that of regular students. Instructor Zhang shows students the pattern for the college entrance exams sent to various base cities worldwide. The exam will consist of 3 rounds. The first round will be standardized across the country. Students will engage their familiars in combat against monsters. They can choose the tier and grade of the monsters, but not their specific attributes. Overcoming a monster with attribute disadvantages will earn them a 10% bonus. Points will be awarded for defeating monsters, 10 points for normal tier, 50 points for Elite Tier, and 500 points for Commander Tier. Excellent grade monsters will provide a 50% bonus, while perfect grade monsters will offer a 100% bonus. Additionally, the number of monsters challenged cannot exceed the number of monsters the student possesses. Instructor Zhang explains that only a select number of students will advance to the second round. The second round will involve a real combat survival mission in the wilderness, broadcast live. Students who meet the requirements for this round will have the chance to gain admission to prestigious universities. The details of the third round will be disclosed after the students qualify for the second round, and Instructor Zhang concludes his motivational speech. Gao contemplates the opportunity he has as a sophomore to participate this year. Gao realizes that he needs to promote Stripey to enhance its capabilities. Instructor Zhang then introduces a mutant dead leaf locust and inquires who wants to go first. Gao believes that Stripey, being at a similar level as the dead leaf locust, is the perfect opponent for training. He ponders why Stripey is acting timid when he knows that locusts are natural prey for spiders. Gao recalls Stripey's aggressive behavior during their last encounter and wonders if this timidity is a stress response. Gao raises his hand, asking the instructor to go first. Instructor Zhang is surprised to see another familiar with Gao and advises him that it's more beneficial to focus on training one familiar to the commander tier before raising another. Gao acknowledges the instructor's wisdom but can't reveal this unconventional method for promoting familiars. He encourages Stripey, noticing that it has grown fatter. The spider proceeds, though it appears hesitant and pleads with the locust not to attack. The other students grow impatient, and Gao reflects on the contrasting personalities of his familiars. Dazi was aggressive from the start, whereas Stripey displays timidity. He understands that Stripey needs to gain combat experience to grow. Suddenly, the dead leaf locust makes a move, snatching the spider off the ground, which concerns Gao. However, Stripey uses its spider silk to thwart the locust's attack, impressing Gao. The locust eventually breaks free from the spider's silk, and Stripey shifts to a defensive stance. A student praises Stripey, but Gao feels dissatisfied as it's not taking the initiative to attack. Frustrated, he steps in, trying to motivate Stripey to climb the cage and launch an attack. However, the familiar finds climbing too challenging. Gao grapples with frustration but realizes that training familiars is a demanding process. He acknowledges Stripey's defensive nature and calls it back. Fearing being abandoned, Stripey becomes aggressive and starts attacking the dead leaf locust, injuring it severely. While other students appreciate Stripey's abilities, Gao becomes concerned about its well-being. The system warns of Stripey's aggression and the potential damage it could cause to the familiar if it continues. Gao intervenes, holds Stripey down, and apologizes, assuring the familiar that they are partners and he won't abandon it. Stripey's aggressive state is restored to normal upon hearing Gao's words. In fact, Gao had noticed Stripey's condition earlier and asked Instructor Zhang to allow him into the cage, impressing the instructor with his fearless approach. He wishes that someone with Gao's talents would consider joining the military. After a week of training, Stripey finally loses weight and is no longer afraid of combat. Gao consults with Instructor Zhang to develop a defense strategy for Stripey, realizing that he can't rely solely on the system. Stripey reaches level 13, and Gao acknowledges that he needs to take things slowly due to his inexperience. However, Gao feels it's a waste to discard Stripey's exoskeletons, which he has learned are valuable as medicine. Gao decides to fry them, even if they might be poisonous. The dish turns out to be delicious, and Gao offers it to his familiars. Dazi enjoys it, but Stripey is apprehensive, as the dish reminds him of something. Gao then decides to attempt forming a contract with Dumby, given his increased soul strength. The contract is successful as Dumby agrees to become his familiar. Later, Gao departs on a train for the second wilderness training, feeling confident with Dazi and Dumby by his side. During the journey, he overhears a conversation among some individuals who were previously locked in the safe house by him. They discuss their desire to seek revenge on him but are unsure of his identity. Upon arrival at the destination, Gao realizes that Dumby's aura is intimidating other familiars. He asks Dumby to suppress its aura, which some students interpret as Gao being arrogant. He now ventures through the valley, riding on top of Dumby, and he's opted to go solo this time, not teaming up with Mu. Dumby reassures Gao that it will protect him, a phrase it learned from a children's show. As they explore, something darts in front of them swiftly, and Gao wonders what it was. He realizes that it vanished in the same direction as the pond where they encountered green-skinned frogs previously. Gao decides to change direction, but is confronted by the giant jungle anaconda. He begins to suspect this might be the anaconda's territory, considering it's their second encounter with the creature. Even the green-skinned frogs seem to fear the giant jungle anaconda, and their attempts to attack it prove futile. Despite the monster's level being only 20, its strength seems equivalent to that of a commander-tier monster with a higher level. Gao observes that the green-skinned frogs never disrupted the ecosystem's balance due to the presence of this giant anaconda. He decides it's best not to provoke a creature of such magnitude and opts for avoiding a conflict. After the giant anaconda departs, the frogs and tadpoles who went into hiding attempt to return to the pond. However, Gao captures them and prepares to cook them for a meal. Just your typical valley picnic, right? Suddenly, Dazi senses something and becomes alert. A black-light horse with a level 14 and excellent grade appears. Gao is impressed by it and considers the horse as a potential mount. However, he refrains from collecting it, remembering his commitment to his current familiars. When Gao looks back, he realizes that his food has disappeared. Upon questioning, Dazi pretends ignorance and blames Dumby. However, Dumby steps in, asserting itself against the accusation, which makes Gao proud. Suddenly, Dumby snatches Gao off the ground, leaving him shocked. The giant jungle anaconda reappears, attempting a sneak attack once again. Dumby comes to the rescue, saving both Gao and Dazi from the anaconda's attack. Gao acknowledges that they might have been in grave danger if Dumby hadn't reacted in time. He's frustrated by the unprovoked attacks from the anaconda. Gao turns to Dumby and inquires if it can defeat the monster. The ape springs into action, climbing the trees to position itself behind the snake and catch it by surprise. Dumby initiates its assault, slightly injuring the giant jungle anaconda with its first strike, followed by a more substantial blow. Gao is thoroughly impressed by Dumby's combat skills as it keeps relentlessly attacking the anaconda. However, things take a turn as the monster goes berserk, and Gao senses the impending danger. He urgently warns Dumby about the anaconda's trump card. The snake seizes Dumby off guard, launching an attack. Gao anxiously questions his familiar if it can still stand. All of a sudden, Dumby places its hand over its heart and starts applying pressure. Gao realizes this is the blood thread heart, a supernatural gift awakened after Dumby's advancement to the epic grade. It allows the creature to control the enemy's heart from a distance, which visibly agitates the snake. But before the anaconda can retaliate, Dumby increases the pressure to a point where the snake starts bleeding out. With a final powerful punch, Dumby finishes off the giant jungle anaconda. The military personnel watching this spectacle are left amazed. The chief inquires about Gao's background, but it's encrypted. He's taken aback by the lack of clearance for this information. The chief starts contemplating how to approach Gao, realizing that recruiting him might be a challenging task. He instructs his subordinate to ensure Gao's safety and prevent any accidents from occurring. Gao instructs Dazi to cut open the snake, and the slicing is unexpectedly smooth, resembling the tearing of soap paper, which surprises him. As the snake is dissected, they discover a thick vine within it. Gao now comprehends why the monster appeared to float. Dazi hands him the core crystal, and Gao praises its performance. However, he notices that Dumby's heart has been damaged due to the activation of the blood thread heart, leaving it weaker. Gao informs Dumby that the heart can regenerate, and its capabilities depend on how well it trains after regeneration. Suddenly, a loud noise resonates, and Dazi identifies it as the big one they previously encountered. Gao recognizes it as Mu Tiying, who possesses the lotus seed. He hurries for the commotion. Meanwhile, the girl Wen is injured, and Wei Wei is assisting her. Mu is locked in combat with a giant worm monster alone. She instructs the lotus seed to block its path, and then carries Wen as they try to flee. However, another worm blocks their escape. Just as Mu believes their situation is dire, Dumby and Dazi emerge to engage the worm, coming to their rescue. Gao directs Dumby and Dazi to handle the other worm as well. Mu expresses her gratitude for saving her life, but Gao reminds her that they are friends and helping one another is their responsibility. An announcement is made that the Wild Valley simulation training has concluded. Mu inquires if anything unusual has occurred, and Gao confirms her suspicions, noting that such earthworms appearing is uncommon. He suggests returning and regrouping, leading the way, which leaves a positive impression on the women. Later, Yao reflects on what the instructor told him. A new and formidable type of monster has emerged in the Daily Desert, prompting man-eating worms to migrate to their location. However, Gao has communicated with Director Feng, who informed him that the government is working on a solution. Subsequently, students from the safe house block Gao's path. He offers them advice to avoid seeking conflicts. Gao is somewhat disappointed that they've brought 4 low-level monsters to confront him, suspecting that Dazi can handle the situation on its own. Gao assures the centipede that he doesn't underestimate it. However, The leader of the group releases a black raging Kong, equipped with a weapon. Gao is puzzled by the choice to equip the familiar when their bodies are inherently potent weapons. The raging Kong readies for an attack, but Gao confidently calls upon Dumby to teach the little monkey a lesson. Dumby lightly taps Raging Kong on the head, a simple hit that sends it scampering away. Akin to a child being bullied, Raging Kong seeks refuge behind its owner, who scolds it. The boy decides to withdraw for the moment, initially underestimating the strength of Gao's familiar. Before he can even muster an apology, Gao departs from the scene, leaving Kong's owner in a state of embarrassment. His friends attempt to console him, and he instructs them to leave, wiping away Raging Kong's tears. The boy encourages his familiar to train harder, with the determination to challenge Gao Peng in the future. Back at the studio, Gao is now preparing for Stripey's evolution. He's gathered all the necessary materials and instructs Stripey to submerge itself in the container. While the system has provided guidance, Gao must source the materials and perform the operation independently. This time, the process involves boiling the materials in a large pot, with Stripey assisting in the refining process after the grade increase. Meanwhile, a group of thieves attempts to break into the studio, believing it to be unoccupied. Their aim is to steal some experimental materials with significant black market value. They employ a small insect-like creature to breach the bulletproof glass door, causing a loud noise that captures Go's attention. Every professional thief's tool of choice, naturally. Gao checks the surveillance camera, but it appears the lens has been obstructed. Uncertain of the intruder's intentions, whether they're there to commit theft or harm someone, Gao contacts the police to report the situation. Simultaneously, the thieves search for valuable items and notice light coming from the laboratory. Driven by greed, they enter the lab in hopes of finding valuable materials. Inside, they spot Stripey in its container and prepare to smash it, assuming it to be a valuable item. As the thieves attempt to damage the container, Gao watches them from hiding. He becomes concerned that if they succeed, Stripey's evolution will be disrupted. Gao decides to buy some time and casually appears in front of the thieves, inviting them for tea. One of the two thieves strikes Gao with a hammer, causing him to fall unconscious. Just as the thief begins to boast about his actions, Stripey's transformation into a shield demon armored spider is completed. The thieves have moved on to steal valuable materials when Stripey launches a fierce counterattack. After some time, the police arrive at the scene and are immediately greeted by the scent of blood. They discover the lifeless bodies of the thieves on the floor and interpret it as a gruesome double homicide. Gao approaches the officers, and they instruct him to lower himself and raise his hands. Gao explains that he is the one who had called for help as the victim. The police take him to the station for questioning, and he becomes the subject of an investigation. Gao is pressed with questions about the deaths, which he maintains were acts of self-defense. The interrogator, however, becomes increasingly agitated, particularly regarding Gao's continued actions against the thieves even after their deaths. Gao points out that it was the thieves who initially attacked him, showing his head wound, which is now bandaged. Just as the interrogator's anger escalates, there is a knock on the door. Tong Tong enters the room, accompanied by the police chief. He advocates for Gao, asserting that his actions were in self-defense, and urges the police to release him. And they do. Let him go. That was easy. Once he leaves the police station, Gao questions Tong Tong about whether her grandfather, Ji Hunwoo, knows about the situation. She confirms that he does, and he was very concerned, even suggesting a hospital visit. Gao reveals that most of his injuries were absorbed by Stripey, and that he had caused the head wound himself. Without it, Gao fears he might have been charged with murder. Tong Tong commends Gao's resourcefulness and advises him to get some rest while she handles the aftermath. In the evening, while lying in his bed, Gao is suddenly ambushed by an intruder. He narrowly avoids the assault but is startled to discover that the intruder is one of the thieves from earlier. The thief informs Gao that he has emerged from hell seeking vengeance. The thief continues to attack with a knife, demanding to know why Gao didn't stop Stripey when he was still conscious and capable of handing them over to the police. However, Gao remains undaunted and responds that one must be cruel to survive in this harsh world. Abruptly, the other thief, now headless, assaults him from behind. At that moment, Gao awakens, realizing it was all a nightmare. He contemplates whether it is fear or guilt haunting him, but then he recalls an inspiring quote, and it reignites his determination. The following morning, the military colonel addresses the gathered students at the training ground. He discloses that the world's top 12 monster trainer organizations and monster trainer leagues have united, implementing strict control measures on trainers. Furthermore, the Monster Hunting Association and Monster Breeder Association are now affiliated with the Monster Trainer League. Familiars are officially categorized into ordinary, Elite, Commander, and Lord tiers, and individuals can apply for certificates according to these tiers. The Colonel announces that the first Monster Trainer College entrance examination will be in tandem with intensified training difficulties. He further reveals that the challenge for the day is to defeat an elite tier skull-winged blue bat, with the reward being the right to keep the defeated monster. A student named Chen Hunqiao, whose familiar is an electric luster bear at level 18, volunteers to go first. Gao observes that the bear is a decent familiar compared to others. The luster bear enters the cage and displays aggression, but the skull-winged blue bat pays it no attention. The bear readies itself for an attack, yet the bat effortlessly defeats Chen's familiar with a single strike. The medical team is summoned for the injured bear, and Gao is impressed by the swift and powerful attack of the blue bat. The colonel then asks if anyone else is willing to try. However, all the students back out, leaving the instructor frustrated. Just as the situation becomes tense, Gao steps forward and offers to be the next challenger. Dumby enters the cage and the battle commences. It strikes the blue bat, drawing blood. Even the students from the safe house are impressed by Gao's familiar. The owner of the Raging Kong encourages his own familiar to work harder, but it becomes fearful. Meanwhile, the battle between Dumby and the blue bat rages on. One student comments that if Dumby could fly, the situation wouldn't be so tense. However, Yao has already devised a strategy. Dumby's stats are superior to the blue bat's, so the plan is to wear the monster down. This tactic begins to work as the blue bat's attack frequency starts to dwindle. Just when Gao believes that Dumby only needs to wait for an opportunity, that moment arrives. Dumby attacks the blue bat from behind, forcing it to the ground. The monster is severely wounded, and Gao's familiar emerges as the victor. The instructor awards the blue bat to Gao, who promptly announces that he's selling it for 500 Alliance credits. And that is how entrepreneurs are made. Mu expresses interest in purchasing the bat. Gao tries to dissuade her by explaining that skull-winged blue bats are not highly regarded and are primarily skilled at bullying non-flying monsters. However, Mu is determined to buy the bat and has already transferred the credits to Gao. He is delighted by her wealth and offers her a discount if she chooses to level up the bat's grade through him. In the evening, Gao strolls along, captivated by a transport truck equipped with remarkable, cutting-edge features. Dumby shadows him, while Gao declares his intent to acquire his dream vehicle, a sleek and formidable Steel Black Dragon Series 3. He envisions how this vehicle can comfortably accommodate all his familiars. Gao remarks that the truck's style exudes strength and authority, aligning perfectly with his persona. Tong Tong suddenly appears, holding a rather ordinary-looking cat familiar. She shares that it's a run-of-the-mill cat, emphasizing that it was filthy when she found it, despite its remarkable level 36 commander status as a Night Shadow Cat. Gao is genuinely impressed by her familiars, but the cat, somewhat offended, walks away, displaying a hint of attitude. Gao playfully comments on the familiar's attitude, and Tong Tong dismisses it as a minor quirk. She inquires why Gao hasn't moved to his villa yet, to which he responds that he hasn't found the time. Tong Tong encourages him to make the move, citing his current situation's inconvenience, assuring him that he can return home anytime. As Gao heads back, he becomes emotional gazing at his parents' photograph, expressing his determination to live independently and support his grandfather after the college entrance exam. The day of the Monster Trainer's examination finally arrives, and Gao arrives at the venue in his impressive new truck, leaving everyone else's truck. "I'm sorry." With confidence, he proceeds in line with his familiars. At the entrance, the guards check admission tickets and confirm contracts with familiars using a special light. One student is stopped as the light turns red, indicating a missing contract. The student's familiar turns aggressive and bolts, but reinforcements in the form of Silver Moon wolves are summoned. The situation escalates as the student pleads to retain his qualification, despite it being his father's familiar. Despite the student's pleas, the military personnel stand firm, disqualifying him and instructing him to return next year. Gao is astonished by the audacity of attempting to cheat in this critical examination. Gao receives his nameplate and contemplates that success in this exam depends on individual strength. He's designated in a 5-plate and wonders about the area assigned to lower-tier familiars. Although Gao deems it impossible to have one at this stage, he notices the presence of 7 others with commander-tier familiars in Area A, confirming the competition. Gao's attention shifts to a girl with a black anaconda familiar and a guy with rare tiger-type familiar. This revelation surprises him, as tiger-type familiars are notably scarce. He observes that Area B accommodates elite-tier familiars, while Area C is designated for normal-tier ones. Even though Dumby is elite-tier, it possesses commander-tier strength. Gao is exhilarated to be surrounded by other commander-tier familiars, despite feeling like a husky amidst a pack of wolves. This moment marks his entrance into the top 8 monster trainers of Chang'an City, located in Area A. The military personnel closely watch the 8 most formidable young candidates in the city. Nevertheless, the instructor points out that 2 of them, aged 20 and 21, aren't particularly strong. Colonel retorts, stating that their significance lies in being the sole 8 contestants possessing commander-tier familiars out of a staggering 30,000 trainers. The chief instructor issues a reminder of the cataclysmic signs detected a decade ago, emphasizing that they initially underestimated the severity of the situation. To prevent widespread panic, they maintain the official narrative that the changes only began 3 years ago. The chief instructor passionately insists that they cannot afford any mishaps during the exam, as these students represent the city's future. The soldiers reassure him that the security personnel are highly trained, and every area of the examination is monitored. Meanwhile, Gao readies himself for his battle, facing off against a level 22 lakeside giant scorpion. He strategizes, directing Dumby to target the monster's vulnerable sides. As Dumby attacks, the scorpion defends itself, showcasing impressive reflexes. Gao quickly realizes the vast difference in their power levels. In a surprising turn of events, Dumby's level suddenly increases to 21, promoting it to the commander tier. Gao is ecstatic, but this development results in both creatures reaching a standoff. In a one-on-one encounter like this, one can't deploy more than one familiar. The lakeside giant scorpion, having close-range water ability, exploits this. Just as Gao ponders his next move, Dumby acquires a new ability. Gao instructs the ape to use its remaining blood threads to strengthen its legs and joints, leading to Dumby gaining the bone-hardened skill. This significantly boosts both its defense and attack capabilities. Gao now believes Dumby's assault will overcome the scorpion's exoskeleton. Although Bone Harden may not be as strong as fire or thunder, it perfectly complements Dumby's fighting style. The ape confidently attacks the scorpion, inflicting substantial damage, while the monster retaliates, leaving Gao stunned. Nevertheless, Dumby maintains the upper hand. Suddenly, Dumby strikes a vital point, securing victory. It lifts him up, expressing gratitude. Gao attributes the success to Dumby's diligent efforts, playfully mentioning Dazi's jealousy due to their hug. The centipede also approaches for a hug, but Gao stops it. His focus shifts to the girl with black anaconda familiar, visibly uninjured. Gao can't help but marvel at their exceptional skills. Meanwhile, the military observers also shift their attention to the girl, offering their praises. Colonel divulges her connection to the Junhang family, though one of the soldiers fumbles her name. The chief instructor intervenes, correcting them by revealing her name as Jun Mo Yi. The military personnel engage in discussions about her unique educational path, noting that she never attended school after her senior year but instead brought tutors to her home. To their amazement, she's a trainee of the New World Allied Government's Black Flag Division. Their admiration for Jun Mo Yi grows, but one soldier mentions Gao, acknowledging his exceptional talents. The colonel proudly discloses that Gao is his student, highlighting that he's Chang'an City's youngest monster breeder and played a vital role during the Dead Leaf Locusts incident. Another soldier recognizes Gao as the one recommended by Director Feng. As the soldiers applaud Gao's accomplishments, the chief instructor observes with satisfaction, commenting on the merits of having such a remarkable grandson. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Yi completes her examination and gains permission to depart early. Before leaving, she takes notice of Gao, who has just triumphed in a match using Dazi, leaving her quite impressed. Gao's third fight is subsequently announced, pitting him against a level 16 Dead Leaf Mantis. He proceeds with Stripey, who holds an elemental advantage with its Earth attribute against the Wood-type Mantis. However, Gao is taken aback when the Mantis begins imitating human behavior, displaying the intellect of a young child. He's confident that this match will increase Stripey's confidence, give him its higher level. The duel commences, with the Mantis showcasing peculiar moves that bewilder Stripey. Gao's unease grows as he notices the spider's expressions. Stripey thinks the Mantis is dancing. Gao informs that it is trying to attack, and the spider becomes sad that the monster isn't playing with it. Suddenly, the Mantis takes flight, leaving Stripey perplexed and mistaking it for a mosquito. Stripey ensnares the Mantis in its silk web, questioning Gao about the opponent's weakness. The Mantis breaks free and assaults Stripey, inflicting harm. This prompts the spider to retaliate fiercely, ultimately winning the match. With this victory, Gao's examination comes to an end, and he's instructed to leave. Outside, a long queue of participants remains impatient, with only Jun Mo Yi having emerged thus far. Just then, the door opens, and Gao makes his grand entrance, striking a pose with his familiars. Later, he returns to his villa, only to find it transformed into a chaotic mess. Upon entering his villa, Gao is nearly stricken with shock as he discovers the chaos within. Alarmed by a noise, he instructs his familiars to apprehend the intruder. Without any prompt, Dumby positions himself protectively in front of Gao, while Dazi apprehends the intruder, asking to eat it. To Gao's surprise, the intruder turns out to be a bird-like monster. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong arrives and sheds light on the situation. She explains that the bird is a housewarming gift from Gao's grandfather, then departs in haste. Gao is taken aback when he notices a villa next to his, realizing that Tong Tong must have had it built in just a few days to provide him with protection. Curiosity piqued, Gao requests Dumby to lift the bird, only to find that it's a red-crowned crane with just one leg, initially appearing unconscious. The bird suddenly springs to life, launching an attack. Gao decides to playfully pretend that he intends to have the crane for dinner, and in response, the bird calms down. Gao soon recognizes it as a flaming red crane of epic grade, brimming with excitement, knowing it will ascend to Lord Tier as it matures. Meanwhile, Dazi and Dumby entertain dreams of consuming the crane, but Gao offers it mealworms to eat, much to Dazi's irritation. Gao names the crane Flamey and attempts to establish a blood contract with it. Originality at its finest. As he delves into the bird's consciousness, Gao gains access to its memories and is saddened to witness Flamey's loss of its mother. The bird asks Gao if he can help it seek revenge. Gao reassures Flamey that by forming a blood contract, the bird's struggles will become his own. The contract successfully takes hold, but Gao finds himself trapped within the bird's consciousness. In a surprising turn, the collective knowledge of his familiars combines, granting Gao a new life-saving ability known as the Elemental Barrier. Gao recalls witnessing someone else use this ability, guessing that it might be a result of Dumby's promotion. In the midst of his thoughts, he encounters mysterious words advising monster trainers to let their familiars handle battles while they remain hidden. Gao begins to contemplate various aspects of monster trainers, blood contracts, and the existence of other trainers in different locations. He soon dismisses these thoughts, focusing on the impossibility of teaching life-saving abilities to others. Gao comprehends the significance of Tong Tong's request to keep the Shifting Constellations ability a secret, realizing that it would draw undue attention if others discovered his capability to transfer it to someone else. He can't help but ponder whether Tong Tong and his grandfather hold greater influence than he initially thought, leaving him apprehensive about assisting his grandfather. Gao is relaxing at his villa while Flamey trains hard. He detects the deep-rooted hatred within the crane, driven by a desire to avenge its mother. Gao's worries have eased of late, thanks to the limitless credit card granted by his grandfather. His tranquility is interrupted by the realization that the exam results should be out. Gao attempts to log into his account only to discover that his grandfather has already logged in and is checking the results. To Gao's astonishment, he learns that he scored 710 points and secured the top rank in Chang'an City. Simultaneously, Gao receives a call from an unknown number, informing him about the upcoming second round of the examination, scheduled for 15 days. He's provided with the time and venue. Concern grips Gao as he contemplates the newest contract formed with Flamey, preventing him from taking the crane to the exam. Just then, Tong Tong arrives, making Gao suspect that his grandfather may have pre-planned everything. He inquires if Tong Tong can care for Flamey during his absence, and she happily agrees, pledging to ensure the crane's well-being. In another villa within Chang'an City, a boy grumbles about securing second place, deeming it unfair. A woman explains that Gao gained 10 bonus points in his last round. Frustrated, the second-place participant resolves not to let this go. The day of the second examination arrives, and Gao makes his way to the venue. To his surprise, he discovers that only 8 participants have reached this stage. The instructor reveals that the second round will transpire in Sun Mountain National Forest Park, the base city of Jiangnan. This time, participants will contend with real, untamed monsters. The instructor assures them that the forest has been scouted by top monster trainers, with no Lord-tier monsters present, but no fewer than 500 Commander-tier monsters roam the area. They're provided with flare guns for emergencies, and as it's a pristine forest, participation is optional. 2 participants opt out of the exam upon hearing this. Jun Mo-yi confidently steps forward, registering for the exam. The military personnel announces that only 6 participants will represent Chang'an City, as candidates from the Wuxia region will also join. He extends his best wishes to all, and a participant named Wang Zhenshan approaches Gao. Learning of Gao's top rank, Wang becomes elated, deeming themselves as the muggles among the participants. Unlike those with rich, political, or powerful monster trainer backgrounds, Gao decides not to reveal his true background. Wang mentions that some companies approached him after the exam for recruitment, leaving Gao wondering if his grandfather or Tong Tong intervened on his behalf. Wang boosts Go's confidence and introduces his familiar, named the God Ant. The system, however, displays a different name, a Golden Devil Ant at level 21. Gao wonders how the system assigns names and whether it possesses precognition abilities. The military personnel announces the arrival of airplanes, signaling the participants to prepare for departure. Participants dash toward the forest, and Gao is grateful for the shifting constellations technique that grants him this swift advantage. Among them, another participant rides a stellar white pig, its owner struggling to maintain control. Meanwhile, Tong Tong is watching the live broadcast of the exam. Flamey, having enjoyed some extra fish, has plumped up and eagerly awaits Gao. When he appears on screen and is declared one of the popular candidates for the top 12, Flamey becomes visibly excited, anticipating Gao's success. Back at the exam venue, those who fail to reach the forest entrance are swiftly disqualified. Before they enter Sun Mountain Forest, candidates are provided with backpacks containing food and water. A military official informs the group that out of the 197 candidates, 150 have signed up for the second round, cautioning them about the forest's dangers. On the other hand, the civilians of Jiangnan discuss the candidates, aware of the ongoing event. As the exam begins, Gao marvels at the impressive array of familiars surrounding him. Participants are presented with consent letters, acknowledging the potential risks, including a 10% mortality rate. Gao gazes at the form apprehensively, realizing that in the event of his death, 1,000 alliance credits would be given to his family. This second round introduces a point system, with target pillars set as the objectives. The official then announces that the top 12 candidates from this round will advance to the third round, and those who excel will receive a title. The battles are set to be broadcast live, leaving Gao contemplating the prospect of a prestigious title. The second round kicks off, and candidates are instructed to reach the target destination within 20 minutes. Gao takes off with his familiars, but suddenly, Stripey shoots its silk web towards a tree, surprising him. A special program dedicated to the second exam is underway, featuring guest Duan Wu, a powerhouse from Didu. Most of the candidates have ventured into the heart of the forest, with Jun Moyi currently holding the highest score. The program host seeks comments about Jun Moyi, but Duan Wu provides insights on her familiar, the Black Anaconda, much to the host's irritation. She manages to maintain her composure and proceeds to investigate the lowest-ranking participant. It turns out to be Gao, who is leisurely resting with his familiars. The host comments on his seemingly zen-like calmness, but Duan Wu dismisses it as mere laziness. Meanwhile, in the forest, Gao rouses himself and decides to explore the outer regions, deeming them less dangerous at this point. As he delves deeper into the Sun Mountain Forest, Dumby detects one of the point pillars ensnared by vines. Gao realizes that he can earn points by destroying the pillar, but is unsure about dealing with the seemingly stationary ghost wooded vines surrounding it. He knows that the vine is merely feigning stillness. Gao instructs Dazi to attack, and although the vine initially resists, it eventually succumbs to the heat, shifting its position to encircle Dumby. Gao knows that these vines typically ensnare their prey before lacerating them, but it will struggle to pierce Dumby's tough bones. Gao commands Dazi to swiftly dispatch the vine, resulting in a surprisingly easy victory. He confidently recognizes the prowess of Dumby and Dazi. Gao directs Dumby to crush the pillar, earning 150 points and bringing his current score to 199. He then instructs Dumby to search for the valuable monster core. Suddenly, an announcement declares the elimination of a fourth contestant. Gao ponders whether the elimination could be due to reasons beyond a monster encounter. Elsewhere, military personnel recover the lifeless body of a candidate. Gao encounters another candidate with a giant monarch scorpion as his familiar. Surprisingly, they treat each other with respect and avoid any conflict. Meanwhile, on the program, the host discusses the absence of rules prohibiting candidates from fighting among themselves. Duan Wu elaborates, explaining that during such exams, it's not uncommon for participants to resort to actions like killing and looting. The forest lacks any protective rules, making it a place where survival can be quite challenging. On the other hand, Gao continues to explore the depths of the forest and instructs his familiars to remain vigilant for any suspicious movements. They suddenly sense a threat but discover it's a false alarm, caused by a unicorn rabbit. However, the rabbit is swiftly killed by an unseen attacker from a distance. Gao realizes that they are ill-equipped for long-range combat and decides it's best to retreat. He begins running with his familiars, putting some distance between the attacker, but they are still targeted. Dumby steps in to shield Gao from the attacks. Just as he is about to be hit, Dazi also intervenes to protect him. The centipede absorbs a heavy blow even with the elemental barrier active. Gao instructs Stripey to use its silk to temporarily halt the monster's advances. Meanwhile, the military personnel monitoring the situation discuss the need to prevent the dream stick insect from continuing its assault on the trainers. A soldier mentions that White Rose is en route to provide assistance. The captain expresses frustration as one person has already lost their life, and the individuals who believe a real-life experience was best for the candidates are now anxious. One soldier comments on Gao's seemingly cowardice, but the chief counters that it's a strategic decision. Bias much? Meanwhile, the dream stick insect closes in on Gao. He knows the monster's weakness lies in a white spot on its abdomen, but decides that running is the better option. The monster attempts to attack Gao, but Stripey defends him and urges him to escape. Frustrated, Gao informs his familiars of the weak spot and instructs them to attack. Dumby prepares to confront the dream stick insect. Gao is concerned as his familiar appears stuck and unable to launch an attack. However, he soon realizes that Dumby is worried about its companions. Encouraging his familiar, he urges it to attack without concern. In a surprising turn, Dazi becomes angry, vowing not to allow the monster to bully its friends. White Rose arrives to provide assistance but remains airborne on her familiar. Gao instructs Dazi to climb up the monster's abdomen, but the stick insect injures Dazi with its spear-like limb. Dumby becomes furious, severing the monster's limb and attacking with it. However, the monster fights back, knocking Dumby aside. Gao realizes that the monster's combat strength still exceeds their own. He ponders his next move as both Dazi and Dumby are wounded. Gao directs Dazi to target the monster's white spot with electricity, but the attack narrowly misses. Gao decides that Dumby will act as a distraction while Dazi tries the effective attack once more. White Rose inquires whether she should intervene, and upon receiving the command to exterminate, her familiar, a military level 38 light albatross, swoops in to eliminate the dream stick insect. Gao is astonished by the power of her familiar as it carries away the monster, bringing relief to the situation. A soldier remarks on Gao's possession of 2 commander-tier familiars, but the captain notes that defeating the monster would have been a formidable challenge. Another military personnel questions the captain's decision to exterminate the monster, as they were not permitted to intervene without an emergency signal. The captain clarifies that the higher-ups want to ensure the number of monster trainers does not decrease. Back in the forest, Gao is surprised to find that his familiar's injuries have already begun to heal. Stripey has a broken leg, and Dazi expresses a sudden desire to consume it. Despite the spider's disappointment, Dazi claims it will recover faster after eating. Stripey offers his broken leg to the centipede, and the familiars shoot disapproving glances at Gao. As they move forward, another candidate is eliminated. Gao resolves to find food for Stripey. At night, they all sit down to eat, and Gao discusses the importance of lasting the longest in the exam. He plans to head toward the forest's outer edge to destroy the point pillars, as most candidates are concentrated in the center, taking it easy for now. Gao feeds Stripey a roaring wind mountain beast to boost its level, regretting not having had enough time to train it. He notices Stripey's skin is already starting to harden, and the skin shedding process should be completed the next day for leg regeneration. Gao encourages his familiars to rest well and expresses his appreciation for them all. The following morning, Stripey awakens full of energy. Having reached level 20, Gao is overjoyed to see Stripey fully healed and its leg regrown. He anticipates that with Stripey's next promotion, he'll have 3 commander-tier familiars. Their quest to find more point pillars continues as they discover valuable items and destroy the pillars along the way. While exploring, they come across a pond where Gao spots blue-skinned frogs resembling their green-skinned counterparts. To his surprise, the frogs suddenly start spitting, and Gao is thoroughly disgusted. What a spitting performance! It's then that he notices a drone camera hovering above them. Meanwhile, on the TV program, the host expresses amazement at Gao's rise to the 15th rank. Duan-Wu is impressed, highlighting that the top 15 includes participants who have already been eliminated, which means Gao has a chance to advance to the 3rd round. The host also notes that Jun Moyi currently holds the 2nd place, and most candidates have gained points by defeating monsters. After 15 days, the exam concludes, bringing relief to Gao. While they may not have found many point pillars, Stripey's promotion to the commander tier allowed them to defeat numerous monsters. Gao feels content, knowing he has given his best and will have no regrets. Finally, the results are announced. and Gao Peng secures the 11th rank. In a hotel in the base city of Jiangmen, an influential figure scolds his son for failing to secure a spot in the top 12. He is disappointed that his son won't be participating in the Alliance Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly. The boy suggests using his connections, but the man becomes irate, instructing his son to lie low and avoid hanging out with rubbish friends. A few days later, as Gao walks around, he receives news that the Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly has been postponed for 3 months due to unsatisfactory performances. The age limit has been extended to 20 years and 3 months, granting participants additional time to improve. Suddenly, Gao is approached by one of the candidates, Wang, along with some others, including Jun Mo Yi. They invite him to join them for dinner. As they depart, another man stops Gao and hands him 1 million alliance credits for his time. He proposes they go to a cafe to talk. W accompanies them, and the man, despite his nervousness, emphasizes the importance of caution. In the cafe, he presents Gao with an offer. The man reveals that someone is willing to pay Gao a sum of money greater than the reward for the first-place winner if he withdraws from the competition. To demonstrate his sincerity, the man shares inside information about a trainer from Mei District who has formed a contract with a Lord-tier familiar. Gao acknowledges that the person offering this deal must deeply care for their child. However, he prioritizes advancing to a higher level rather than monetary gain, stunning the man with his decision. The end, for now. Gao Peng has secured 11th rank in the second round of Strongest Youth Monster Trainer examination. Excited as he is, things take a sudden turn when a suspicious man offers him a huge sum of money to withdraw from the competition. Nonetheless, Gao Peng has firmly denied the offer, prioritizing advancement to a higher level instead of monetary gains. My man got priorities. Gao's determination to stay in the competition surprises the man. After Gao's departure, the man hurriedly makes a phone call to inform someone that the young participant declined their offer. He ponders the fact that his client prefers direct action over negotiations, but as a mere messenger, he remains detached. Suddenly, the man realizes he's alone in the cafe, and his surprise deepens when 2 imposing individuals, each accompanied by formidable familiars, appear at his side. He is ready to play his trump card, demanding to know who set him up. However, one of the men addresses him as Mr. Zhang and reveals they have control over his familiar, proposing a cooperative effort. Zhang starts to grasp the gravity of the situation as they escort him to meet someone. He complies only to find Ji Hunwoo and his secretary waiting. Without warning, she tosses a card towards Zhang. Yao's grandfather then reveals the card contains 5 million alliance credits. Zhang feels compelled to confess his efforts to persuade Gao to withdraw from the competition. He can't help but wonder about the connection between the high-status man and the young child. Zhang faces questioning from Ji Hunwoo about Gao's response. He divulges the truth, and at that moment, Zhang begins to recognize Ji Hunwoo's true identity. Just then, Gao's grandfather inquires about the man's next steps, issuing a chilling threat involving his sister. Zhang's younger sister, Xuan, arrives holding a man's hand and reveals that the old grandpa had invited her to meet her brother. Ji Hunwoo had even enticed the little girl with promises of ice cream in exchange for hiding from her brother until now. Damn, this old lad is something else. Xuan worries that Zhang might be upset with her, but Ji Hunwoo reassures the kid. Xuan steps away at his request, and Zhang assures her before she leaves. Once the kid departs, Zhang's frustration boils over, and he begins shouting at Ji Hunwoo, stating that he hasn't achieved anything with Gao. Ji Hunwoo calmly takes his seat and inquires if Zhang is interested in working for him. To the man's surprise, he's not met with harm, and Ji Hunwoo explains that killing people is an inefficient approach, urging Zhang to spill everything. He proceeds to detail everything to Ji Hunwoo, revealing that the mastermind behind the offer to Gao is none other than the mayor of Jinling's base city, Han Yanming. Ji Hunwoo expresses disappointment, as he had anticipated a more significant issue when he learned someone was investigating Gao. His secretary suggests dealing with the mayor, but Ji Hunwoo declines, believing that Gao should handle it himself. However, he catches Zhang off guard by stating that he, too, considers the competition a waste of Gao's time. Ji Hunwoo then reflects on how it has been 4 years since they last met. Meanwhile, back at Gao's home, he ponders the identity of the mastermind behind these schemes. Despite his concerns, Gao decides to set them aside and go to sleep. A sudden knock at his door startles him, and he cautiously inquires about the person's identity. A voice from the other side suggests that it's not good for a young man to oversleep. Gao Peng recognizes the voice and opens the door, revealing his grandfather, who greets him with a smile. Ji Hunwoo embraces Gao Peng, the reunion after years filled with emotion. Gao's grandfather takes a seat and commends his performance in the competition. Yet, Gao humbly admits that he felt lacking, especially since he remained on the periphery. Ji Hunwoo, however, appreciates this strategic choice. He offers his unwavering support, and Gao raises the subject of assisting him with the Southern Sky Group. But Ji Hunwoo shifts the conversation toward the offer to withdraw from the competition. He informs Gao about Han Mingyan, the mayor of Jinling-based city, and reveals that the withdrawal offer was merely a courtesy before a war. Gao is concerned, prompting his grandfather to explain that the mayor plans to falsely accuse him of a heinous act using a girl to tarnish his reputation. Ji Hunwoo reassures his grandson of his support and motivates him to press forward. With a bit of teasing, Ji Hunwoo eventually gets to the main point, expressing his hope that Gao is ready to give up his participation in the Alliance Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly. Surprisingly, Gao readily agrees and prepares to contact the organizers. Ji Hunwoo is taken aback and questions if he has no objections. Gao, however, trusts that his grandfather must have solid reasons and is willing to hear them out. Ji Hunwoo emphasizes that since the cataclysm 3 years ago, the gap between individuals has narrowed significantly. Age no longer holds the same advantage, as everyone now stands on an equal starting line. Ji Hunwoo encourages Gao to aim for the title of the strongest monster trainer without the youth qualifier. Gao is astounded by this revelation, and his grandfather explains that it's an era of ambition, where conflicts are inevitable. Gao's grandfather urges him to be more ambitious, believing that participating in the competition would be a waste of time. Gao then asks Ji Hunwoo about his stance in the looming conflict, whether he aims to maintain order or disrupt it. Ji Hunwoo's response is vague but reassuring. He will protect Gao. Ji Hunwoo then offers to recommend Gao as a judge in the competition 3 months from now, encouraging his grandson to work hard during this time period. Gao becomes excited at the prospect of being a judge. After a while, Gao finds himself in the airport lobby of Chang'an-based city. He decides to take care of some matters here before heading straight to Yuzhou. Gao is confident in his system and believes it's best to apply to Yuzhou University. Being closer to his grandfather is another motivating factor. As he ponders these plans, his phone suddenly rings. Director Feng is on the line, seeking Gao's assistance with something important. He agrees, mentioning that he also has some business at the association. However, Feng surprises him by revealing that he has left the Monster Breeder organization. In response to Gao's inquiry, Feng explains that the organization has undergone significant changes and is now a subsidiary of the Monster Trainer League. Changing the subject, Feng discloses that he now works for the military and extends an offer for Gao to join him. While the pay might not be substantial, it can be compensated with rare materials. Gao requests him to get to the point, promising to evaluate whether it's within his capabilities. Feng proceeds to explain that there's a commander-tier monster within a colony of Shachuman man-eating earthworms from the Dali Desert, and it's on the verge of evolving into the Lord tier. Gao inquires whether the military plans to capture it, to which Feng assures him that their role is solely to prevent other monsters from interfering in the evolution process. Gao is aware that there's already a Lord tier desert ruler, and he suspects that the military aims to capitalize on the spoils of a battle between 2 Lord tier monsters. Curiosity piqued, he questions Feng about why he has tasked Gao with this job when there are more powerful trainers within the military's ranks. Feng elaborates, revealing that it's his own plan, and it doesn't sit well with the higher-ups in the military. He relies on his personal connections for support and assures Gao that a few military trainers are on his side, with the promise of aid from the Golden Deity if everything goes smoothly. Gao then inquires about the timing of the earthworm's evolution. Feng, clearly excited, loudly proclaims that it's due within the next 2 days and offers his assistance whenever Gao needs it. After the call ends, Gao contemplates that this battle exceeds his current capabilities, but he acknowledges that observing it will be an opportunity to expand his horizons. His attention is then drawn to the presence of Tong Tong, who has come to receive him, accompanied by Flamey. Gao is taken aback by the sight of his familiar, which is transformed into what appears to be a chubby, penguin-like creature. Gao Peng embarks on a journey into the outskirts of Chang'an. With him are Feng, Tong Tong, and a few other companions. Feng warns them that if they proceed any further, they will enter the territory of the Lord of Dark Ember. Gao is astonished by Tong Tong's formidable familiar, a level 39 Shadow Japolura with the special characteristic of a shadow assassin. It dawns on Gao why his grandfather sent her to assist him. Among the other helpers, Feng introduces Li Qing, whose familiars include a level 24 thorny ironhide boar and a level 21 poison-blooded green snake, as well as Chin Yi, whose level 27 flaming bird joins them. Upon reaching a certain point, Fum advises everyone to stop to avoid provoking the man-eating earthworm monster, which is likely cautious due to an impending level breakthrough. They come across a multitude of earthworms, leaving Gao stunned. Fung is satisfied, explaining that the man-eating earthworms will naturally protect their leader. Curious, Gao asks if Lord of Dark Ember is the creature's actual name. Fung clarifies that they use this name because the monster rules over the entire Dark Ember forest. For example, if the desert ruler dominated the Daily Desert for an extended period, it would be called the Lord of Daily. Fung cautions everyone to be vigilant, as other monsters might seize this opportunity for sneak attacks. Gao senses something approaching and is surprised to see a massive rooster. Fung casually remarks that chickens feed on earthworms, so the soon-to-be Lord Tier man-eating earthworm must be tempting. As the rooster attacks the earthworms, Fung asks Gao to observe how the chicken easily bypasses the earthworm's defenses. However, the man-eating earthworms suddenly disappear, leaving Gao confused. He questions where the earthworms have gone. Fum explains that they have the ability to burrow underground, and the Commander Tier monster must also be hiding beneath the surface as it undergoes evolution. He commends Gao for his talent but adds that he still has much to learn. Gao, however, is wary of appearing too experienced. The situation takes a dramatic turn as the earthworms manage to catch the rooster's leg. Fung asks Gao to observe how, when the earthworms collaborate, the chicken becomes trapped. Eventually, the rooster falls victim to the earthworms. Gao comments on the chicken's lack of combat, but Fung assures him that this is just the beginning. Tong Tong urges them to remain quiet as a formidable presence approaches, a terrifying level 40.5 violent female spider. Its statistics ring a bell with Gao, and upon a closer look, he recalls that this might be the same monster that Lu Senlin and others battled. Their mission ended in failure, resulting in many casualties, but it led to the female spider's promotion being interrupted, leaving it as a deformed, half-promoted Lord Tier creature. Fung confirms this and explains that the military believed the spider would be slayed by the Lord of Dark Ember by now, which prompts him to suggest they stall for time. Gao is initially shocked by the idea of facing such a formidable foe, even if it's deformed. He questions Fung's decision but begins to reconsider when he observes Tong Tong's calm demeanor. She agrees to take action but conditions her involvement on acquiring the horrifying violent female spider. Fung hesitates, thinking that stopping the spider would be challenging enough. Tong Tong announces her plan for herself and Gao to confront the spider, while the others prevent other monsters from interfering. Fung and his companions are taken aback by this bold move. However, Tong Tong stands firm in her decision and releases her cat familiar, Softy, to test the spider's reactions. At least someone has the balls. The female spider moves in to attack the earthworms but finds itself halted by Softy. Fung admires the cat's sharp claws, but Tong Tong notes that it's insufficient. She remarks that Softy has only managed to cause surface wounds without damaging any vital organs. Tong Tong's Shadow Japalura seizes one of the spider's legs and hurls it to the ground. However, the female spider quickly recovers and attempts to strike Softy, who narrowly escapes. The monster then begins launching a web-based attack. Gao grows increasingly concerned. While the spider can't harm Softy, they struggle to execute effective counterattacks. Gao instructs Dumby to utilize the blood thread heart, which the skeleton begins using on the spider, temporarily suppressing it. However, Gao is alarmed as the effectiveness of the attack dwindles rapidly. Determined to buy time, he resolves to keep stalling. Suddenly, the ground trembles and Gao wonders if it's an earthquake. To his surprise, the recently transformed Lord Tier Shachuman man-eating earthworm emerges from below the ground. It violently assaults the female spider, much to Fung's excitement, marking this successful promotion. Gao can't help but smirk, recognizing that this newcomer is no ordinary spider. It's a level 41 Shachuman man-eating earthworm, a genuine Lord Tier monster. Once again, it readies itself to attack the female spider. However, Fung grows concerned. He desires a confrontation between the Lord Tier earthworm and the desert ruler to reap the rewards. But the earthworm decides to dig and escapes through a tunnel. The spider goes on the offensive at the spot where the earthworm vanished but fails to find any trace. Gao remarks with satisfaction that the spider has lost track of the giant earthworm in its fury, and Fung shares his joy in the mission's success. Li Qing draws their attention to the spider, which has started behaving oddly, going in circles. He speculates that it might have gone mad after its prey escaped. Tong Tong confirms this, explaining that the female spider expended a significant amount of energy, leaving it hungry. The spider gathers the earthworms intentionally, encases them in its web, and consumes them. Gao admits to Tong Tong that he doesn't believe they can capture the spider. However, she reassures him, claiming Gao hasn't seen anything yet. Show off much? Softy and Shadow Japolura prepare to attack the female spider, launching violent assaults together. At first, they inflict light injuries, followed by milder ones. Gao insists that the spider is still formidable, urging them to adopt a more patient strategy. But Tong Tong reassures him, stating that the spider can't escape now. Suddenly, a vulture appears in the sky and lands on the ground. Gao is shocked to see a Lord Halo, a bird-type Lord tier monster known as the Blood-Eye-Bearded Vulture, a level 42 creature. Phone raises the alarm about the Lord tier vulture, cautioning everyone that it might be drawn by the earthworms, but is currently fixated on the spider. To their astonishment, the vulture bows down to the spider instead of launching an attack. Tong Tong explains that it is mourning for the fallen monsters, leaving Gao perplexed. She jokes that the vulture might have watched too many movies. Amid the confusion, Li Qing nervously questions whether the vulture is Tong Tong's familiar. She responds casually, noting that women should have means of self-defense. Yao contemplates that, at this point, he wouldn't even be surprised if his grandfather had a dragon as a familiar. Little does he know. The Lord tier vulture then approaches the spider, standing still as it gazes at it. Tong Tong, with some irritation, remarks that the vulture is returning to its old habit, sparking curiosity among everyone. Tong Tong clarifies that the vulture thinks of itself as a scavenger and struggles to consume live prey, so it's in the process of adjusting its mentality. This revelation astonishes Feng and his men. Tong Tong then instructs her familiar not to eat the spider but to wound it severely. Once the vulture comprehends that the spider isn't meant for consumption, it soars into the sky with great speed and returns to attack the monster with full force. The vulture easily overpowers the spider, leaving Feng shocked at how easy it was to subdue a pseudo-lord tier monster. Tong Tong orders her familiar to disable the spider's leg tendons, and the vulture carries out the task. Satisfied that the monster can't escape, she declares her mission accomplished. Gao informs Feng that they intend to take the spider with them, leaving the men astonished and perplexed. Later at Gao Peng's villa, he assesses the heavily injured female spider, rendering it useless. Gao inquires of Tong Tong if she has any interest in the spider, but she declines, deeming it unattractive, and suggests giving it to Ji Hunwoo as a test subject. This response brings a hint of disappointment to Stripey, but Tong Tong reassures the creature that she wasn't referring to it. Gao extends an invitation to Tong Tong to stay for dinner, but she has to find someone to take care of the female spider. As Tong Tong departs, Gao enters his villa, where he's enthusiastically greeted by Dazi. The creature circles around Gao, yearning for pork ribs, which unfortunately aren't available. Dazi then has a clever idea and points at Dumby. Intrigued by the suggestion, Gao starts preparing a large pot of soup. He calls Dumby, who assumes that Gao has something delicious in store for it. Dumby is overjoyed that Gao still remembers it even though it can't eat. However, to its surprise, the skeleton is asked to take a bath in the soup to enhance its flavor. Gao is content that the temperature poses no issue for Dumby, sparing him the need to purchase ingredients for pork rib soup. Gao instructs his familiars to enjoy the soup while Silly comforts Dumby. Later, Gao's excitement builds as a new journey awaits him in Yuzhou City. Gao boards a flight bound for Yuzhou and arrives in the city. He quickly observes that the airport in Yuzhou shares similarities with Chang'an's but boasts more advanced technology. Accompanying Gao is Tong Tong, who informs him that his grandfather won't be able to pick them up due to some prior commitments. She assures Gao that there's nothing serious happening with his grandpa. Meanwhile, Ji Hunwoo finds himself facing off against a giant sea monster, and he's infuriated that such a minor threat has interrupted his reunion with Gao. The sea monster suddenly launches an attack on his ship, prompting orders to take cover. However, Ji Hunwoo confidently directs his familiar, White, to handle the situation, declaring that he needs to return to his grandson. The White Dragon fiercely battles the sea monster and ultimately defeats it. The logistics team is instructed to speed up their work because the corpse of such a monster holds significant value. Subsequently, the Blue Monkey team is ordered to prepare for action, attaching hooks to the monster and initiating the dragging process. Elsewhere, the military observes this battle scene, but one soldier remarks that every time they witness nothing more than a mysterious fog. Their leader, a shrewd-looking man overseeing the situation, comments on Ji's cunning nature. At the same time, Gao and Tong Tong arrive at the Southern Sky Group. While she speaks with the guard, Gao notices a lower-tier white demon plant familiar on guard duty and considers it a bit of a waste. Tong Tong encourages Gao to relax and treat the place as his home, just as a woman behind Gao starts laughing at him. Tong Tong questions the woman's amusement, but she walks away with a man, referring to Gao as a country boy. The man beside her advises her to ignore the duo and hurry, emphasizing that they need to meet someone important. Gao playfully teases Tong Tong about not being recognized, and she retorts that it's because she has been in Chang'an for 2 years. Then, Tong Tong warmly greets a man, addressing him as Old Hun, which catches the attention of the snarky man who had mocked them earlier. He wonders how she knows the secretary. Hun recognizes Gao and warmly greets him as well. He invites the duo to accompany him to the top floor, where Chairman Ji is waiting. The ignorant man from earlier overhears this and becomes visibly concerned because there's only one Chairman Ji in the group. Gao takes the opportunity to have a good-natured laugh at their expense. The lady becomes upset, but Gao calmly mentions that he doesn't hold grudges and prefers to settle things on the spot. They proceed to meet Ji Hunwoo, who is delighted to see Gao Peng. Hun takes the initiative to arrange accommodation for Tong Tong, with Ji Hunwoo's approval. Once they're alone, Gao inquires if his grandfather has something to tell him and is informed that he will temporarily work for the Southern Sky Group. Gao expresses concern, feeling it might be too soon, but Ji Hunwoo counters that he needs to learn how to manage the group since he'll be in charge in the future. Gao remains apprehensive, causing Ji Hunwoo to wonder if he's been too harsh. Nevertheless, Gao's grandfather instructs him to go to the HR department and start from scratch. He informs Gao that he will be transferred to the research department after 2 days, where he'll be given a special lab. Ji Hunwoo also offers Gao the option of temporarily concealing his identity, suggesting that young people these days like to play down their capabilities. Gao assures him that he has no interest in such deception. Ji Hunwoo expresses pride in having Gao as his grandson. At this moment, Hun knocks on the door and informs them that the arrangements have been made. Ji Hunwoo instructs Gao to accompany Hun, who will show him a different kind of battlefield. As they enter the HR department, Gao notices something unusual. Hun asks him about it, and Gao smiles, revealing that he has just encountered some familiar faces. Ironically, the arrogant lady and the man who had mocked him earlier are standing in front of him. Hun introduces the man as Cao Xiang, the head of the marketing department, who bows and apologizes to Gao for his earlier presumptuous behavior. Gao shakes Ko's hand and casually brushes off the incident. He admires Ko's apparent ability to set aside his ego for the greater good, even if it means putting Gao in an awkward position. Cao hurriedly departs, offering to share a meal next time. Hun inquires about the matter, and Gao explains that it was a minor issue, and that Cao Xiang made it a bigger deal than necessary. Gao then asks Hun whether Cao is genuinely this composed or if he's expert at controlling his emotions. Hun suggests Gao figure it out himself and proposes they head to the Baiyi district to handle recruitment there. En route to Baiyi, Hun provides context, explaining that Baiyi is one of Yuzhou's districts that has struggled with economic development. He elaborates that many people lost their lives during the cataclysm, which drastically altered the social structure. Those who remain in Baiyi are individuals who have had difficulty adapting to the new circumstances. When Gao inquires further about the district's name, Hun shares that it's called Baiyi because it used to attract people from various professions seeking employment before the cataclysm. Before Hun can delve deeper into the topic, they arrive at their destination, the Baiyi district branch responsible for human resources management. Gao observes some peculiar individuals nearby and inquires about them. Hun explains that they are at the Baiyi district's recruitment hall and playfully refers to them as Baiyi's best, though in reality, they are individuals who have lost hope in their future prospects. Hun then introduces Gao to Section Chief Wang from HR Management Headquarters and Branch Manager Su. Both greet Gao respectfully, addressing him as Young Master and Head Gao. Gao requests that they use his position title as they are all colleagues. Ya says the grandson of the wealthiest and strongest man alive. Hun assures Gao that while the place may seem a bit disorganized, it makes management easier and offers a good opportunity to develop skills. After Hun departs for other tasks, Gao requests Wang to give him a tour. The section chief takes Gao to the branch's warehouse and the training center for familiars. Since Wang continues to address Gao as head or young master, Gao playfully threatens to deduct his salary if he does so again. When the section chief repeats the title, Gao surrenders. He inspects the equipment and inquires if every branch has similar resources. Wang confirms but mentions that they are seldom used. Other departments like security and the Central Security Bureau have more advanced facilities and conduct field training in the forest. Gao intends to inquire about the recruitment of workers, but the section chief reassures him that subordinates will handle everything, leaving Gao with little to worry about. As Wang takes his leave, Gao wonders about the tear stains on one of the equipment pieces. He calls Flamey and contemplates that once it reaches the commander tier, it will solve his problem of not having a flying-type familiar. Gao asks Flamey if it can still fly and instructs it to navigate through some rings. Flamey takes flight, showcasing impressive speed, but accidentally collides with one of the rings. Although Gao is initially disappointed, he encourages Flamey not to give up and keeps motivating it to try again for improved control. Eventually, Flamey successfully flies through the rings without mishaps, and as it lands, it unexpectedly starts breathing fire. Gao is astonished as his flying-type familiar is promoted to level 21. Flamey's promotion creates a dazzling spectacle as it continues to soar surrounded by flames. Flamey has now reached level 21 with a perfect grade. Its fire resistance has significantly improved, and its unique ability allows its feathers to detach from its body and cause fiery explosions. Gao remains somewhat uncertain about this newfound ability, understanding that the explosions don't originate from the feathers themselves and can be quite powerful. However, he's worried about the potential consequences for Flamey, as this ability consumes its feathers. The thought of his bird familiar without feathers horrifies him, but he also playfully teases Flamey before preparing to leave, asking Dumby to accompany him. The skeleton hastily drops the dumbbells he was using in response. Later, under the cover of night, a young boy emerges from a hole in the training ground, accompanied by his rat familiar. He is about to begin his practice when a voice interrupts, inquiring about how long he has been coming to this place. The startled boy turns to find Gao standing there with Dumby. He begins to apologize, but Gao dismisses it and kindly asks him not to enter through the hole again. The boy apologizes for using the equipment and walks away disheartened. Gao reflects on how not everyone in the Bai district has lost hope, and some still yearn for a better life. He stops the boy and offers to help him obtain an identity card for coming there anytime. Gao assures the boy that if anyone questions him in the future, he should mention the name Gao Peng. The next morning, as Gao trains Flamey, Wang arrives with the boy, who now has an identity card. Gao inquires about the boy's name, which he reveals to be Li Junzong. Gao instructs the boy to wash his familiar and commence training. Li Junzong's familiar is a level 4 blood scavenger rat, albeit with a mild injury. Wang explains that the boy is fortunate to have found a monster in the sewers and tamed it, as it would be challenging to survive otherwise. Gao is taken aback by this revelation, and Wang clarifies that many monsters in Bai district reside in the sewers and survive on discarded waste. Gao inquires further about the underground monster situation, wondering if these monsters are allowed to reproduce unchecked. The section chief explains that the monsters used to surface, but some were hunted down by monster trainers, causing them to retreat underground for safety. This revelation raises Gao's concern, but Wang reassures him, mentioning that Yu Zhao has a unique solution to the issue. Chairman Ji has a familiar that resides in the sewers and preys on these underground monsters. Gao finds this contrast to Chang'an City intriguing. Li Junzong returns and shares his story, explaining that while city dwellers are afraid to enter the sewers, he ventured there in search of food. In doing so, the boy encountered the injured blood scavenger rat, which has become his companion and helps him find food. Gao contemplates this information and discusses the ongoing recruitment challenges they face for their factories. He offers Li Junzong the opportunity to work for him, promising a salary, food, shelter, and access to the training center. Li Junzong expresses his heartfelt gratitude. Later, upon returning to his dormitory room, Gao is astonished to discover that Dazi and Stripey have been rapidly promoted. He speculates if his grandfather provided them with rare ingredients, resulting in such swift growth. Gao also notices that Silly has reached level 20 but is restricted by its grade. Gao recalls that Silly gained a wood-type healing attribute after evolving into a wood spirit jellyfish. Curious, he decides to test this ability on a lab rat. However, Gao becomes disappointed as Silly only manages to heal a small portion of the rat's injury after half an hour. Silly appears unconcerned, much to Gao's frustration. Nevertheless, he resolves to increase Silly's level since the materials Gao requested his grandfather to collect are ready. As he contemplates Silly's growth, Gao notices Dumby gazing out of the window and inquires about its state of mind. Dumby expresses a desire to return to its hometown, revealing that it misses its offspring. Dumby's a family man, I see. Gao is taken aback as he was unaware that his familiar had already become a father ape. In response, Gao announces their plan to visit Dumby's hometown the next day. Gao continues his journey by sailing through the Red Sand River in Chuanshu on a ship. Curious about the presence of monsters in the river, he questions a sailor, who assures Gao that their ship is safe due to the king red carp's scales affixed to the bottom, which deter monsters from attacking. The sailor explains that they offer some monsters as tribute in return for the king red carp's protective scales. Gao is intrigued by this practice, reflecting on how it would damage the government's reputation if it were to become public knowledge, revealing its inability to safeguard its citizens. He considers the discrepancy between small-based cities like Shuanshu, which rely on lower-tier familiars or monsters, and larger cities like Yuzhou and Chang'an, where monster trainers are more common. Finally, they reach their destination. As they arrive, Gao consults with Dumbi to see if the place is familiar. It recognizes a location and recollects the time it was captured. Following a trail, Dumbi senses something from a few months ago. Gao offers words of comfort but notices Dumbi suddenly reacting to a sound and dashing off. Gao instructs Strippy to follow, and they find themselves at a waterfall. Dumbi is moved as it spots its family bathing in the water. Gao encourages Dumbi to rejoin its family, reminding the skeleton of its previous role as the tribe's king. However, Dumbi hesitates due to its nature as a non-living being. Gao insists, suggesting they observe from behind trees. As they watch, Dumbi becomes emotional, feeling powerless and unable to protect his offspring. Gao asks Dumbi if it wants to bring its daughter back and assures it a wonderful life. Still, Dumbi declines, valuing its daughter's freedom in the forest, but itself expresses happiness with its current life. Suddenly, the apes are attacked, and Gao realizes that they are facing hunters. Dumbi rushes forward to defend its family. Miss Joe, 10 minutes prior, hunters are on the hunt for Red River apes, and one of them expressed doubt about their value. Their leader, Li, explained that Miss Zhao of the Zhou family had developed a taste for these apes, tripling their market price. The hunters finally located the apes and took their first shots, believing there were no powerful monsters nearby. However, Li missed his shot initially, and the group was suddenly alerted by a noise. Currently, Li has ordered his familiar to handle the situation while the others hide. Unfortunately, his iron-backed wolf familiar is swiftly defeated and killed by Dumbi, who appears as a formidable gold-type commander-tier monster. That skeleton is the goat. Dumbi initially frightens the apes, but when it embraces its own offspring, the hunters grow fearful, concerned that Dumbi might be aligned with the apes. Li decides that they lack the equipment to face a commander-tier monster and advises waiting. Just then, Gao arrives, riding Stripey, and the hunters, who are hiding in a tree, get excited to see a monster trainer. They feel confident that he has come to their aid and sought his help. Gao remains seated atop Stripey, seemingly ignoring the hunters. Meanwhile, Dumbi reassures its daughter of protection, and Gao assures Dumbi that he will watch over its offspring. He assigns Flamey and Dazi to guard the young ape. Among the hunters, one of them shouts that the monster trainer is allied with a gold-type monster. Li scolds the loud hunter for drawing attention to their presence, especially as Dumbi has now located them and is closing in. It fiercely strikes a tree, ripping it from its roots, causing the hunters to fall to the ground. Li believes he has broken his ribs. He notices that his comrades have already been captured by Dumbi and decides to attempt an escape. Gao, finally taking notice, instructs Strippy to catch the escaping hunter with its spider web. As the hunter is captured, he pleads for his life, explaining that he is his elderly parents' only surviving son after his brothers died. The hunter paints a dire picture of his family, claiming they would all starve without him, and offers to provide all the apes he has killed. In shock, Gao questions whether the hunter was not capturing the apes to make them into familiars. The hunter trembles as he reveals that the reason they are hunting these seemingly worthless monkeys is that the second daughter of the Zhou family desires their hearts for her familiar. This infuriates Gao, who is appalled that these hunters are killing apes to satisfy the desires of the powerful Zhou family in Yuzhou City. The other two hunters quickly shift their allegiance and begin praising the Red River apes to win favor with Gao. One of them exposes Li's plot to raise the prices by killing the apes before other teams. Gao directs Dumbi to handle the situation as it sees fit and heads to the riverbank to await the resolution. Li starts berating Dumbi, cautioning it about the power and influence of the Zhou family. However, Dumbi gathers the Red River apes and declares a tooth-for-a-tooth vengeance. The apes become agitated and prepare to attack Li, while Dumbi carries its daughter on its back. Meanwhile, at the riverbank, Gao calls his grandfather to discuss his conflicted feelings about what just transpired. Ji Hunwu asks Gao if he regrets his decision, to which he expresses uncertainty. His grandfather reframes the question, asking if Gao would stop his familiar if given another chance, to which he confidently responds, no. Ji Hunwoo explains that this answer reveals the truth and playfully calls Gao a faker. He advises him to be ruthless in the competitive outside world, emphasizing his desire to see Gao succeed rather than fall victim to others. Who needs philosophical debates when you have family chats like these? Ji Hunwoo also offers to bring the remaining apes to Yuzhou and provide them with land to inhabit. He then ends the call. Gao decides to inspect the red carp. The sailor informs him that it's essential to address the monster as king because it can understand their language. He shows Gao the location where people offer their tributes, explaining that the monster bestows its scales in proportion to each person's offering. Suddenly, a disturbance ripples through the river and the lower-tier dragonblood red sand carp emerges. The gathered individuals prepare to retrieve their tributes. The monster consumes all the offerings and dispenses its scales. A man instructs others to collect the scales according to their sacrifices to avoid injuring the king red carp. Gao is fascinated by witnessing the seasoned lord use his powers and finds its hydrokinesis as mystical as it sounds in fairy tales. He yearns to get a closer look at the monster and wonders about the identity of his grandfather's lord-tier familiar, eagerly wishing to touch it. In South Africa, Lusaka. A dire emergency unfolds as a high-energy spatial reaction agitates the white-bellied space worm, indicative of a probable spatial rift. To investigate this anomaly, a red-spotted falcon and a white-bellied space worm are dispatched. A monster trainer rides atop the falcon, racing to the location, filled with apprehension about the gravity of the situation. Their fears are confirmed as a peculiar monster emerges from the rift, swiftly dispatching the monster trainer. Meanwhile, at Ji Hunwoo's villa on the outskirts of Yuzhou, Gao watches the news report on the spatial rift incident alongside his grandfather. He inquires why such a grave situation seems to bring an air of optimism. Ji Hunwoo casually responds that in today's world, danger exists everywhere. These temporary spatial rifts used to appear during the early stages of the cataclysm, but have been absent for the past 2 years. Consequently, strong individuals view this as an opportunity to acquire new familiars, particularly from other worlds. Ji Hunwoo explains that the allure of new power is exciting and suggests that Gao should appreciate this now. He hands Gao an access card to the villa's laboratory and mentions that most of the materials he needs have been procured. However, Ji Hunwoo advises Gao to seek out the advanced-level monster breeders in the company for guidance. Gao expresses his gratitude, reflecting on the fact that his grandpa remains unaware of his unique system. Ji Hunwoo then advises him to rest in the villa for 2 days. When Gao inquires about seeing his familiars, his grandfather instructs him to locate White by himself. After searching the entire house and failing to find White, Gao eventually heads to the backyard lake. He decides to put the matter aside and indulges in a refreshing bath in the lake. While Gao is enjoying his bath, an unexpected development occurs. He starts floating in the air. Totally normal, everyday occurrence, right? Perplexed and alarmed, Gao calls upon Flamey for assistance. Flamey, however, is trembling with fear as it spots something lurking beneath the water. It hastily flies without looking down. Just as Gao is trying to comprehend the situation, Ji Hunwoo arrives and casually instructs his familiar to be gentle with his little master. Gao is bewildered by his grandfather's words, but before he can react, Flamey arrives and rescues him from the ridiculous situation. As Gao turns around, his eyes widen in astonishment when he sees a white dragon emerging from the sea. This magnificent creature is a level 50 Lord-tier white aquatic dragon with a perfect grade. It possesses 2 passive skills and 3 remarkable evolution paths. Gao can't contain his excitement and exclaims that the white aquatic dragon easily surpasses the dragon blood red sand carp. He admires the dragon's passive skills that enhance its speed, agility, and the power of its claws and scales. Though Gao isn't overwhelmed by its aura, so he decides to touch the dragon. However, the white dragon suddenly glares at him, halting his approach and filling him with fear. Gao backs away and excuses to withdraw, but the dragon intervenes, blocking his path with its claws. It issues a challenging gaze, causing Gao to abandon his plans to touch it. Realizing he has to focus on raising Silly's level along with Dazi and Stripey, Gao retreats to the villa's laboratory. He begins preparing a serum that's tinted red. Gao contemplates whether this serum will change Silly's color, recalling that the previous one had turned it green. As Silly sniffs the serum and then takes a dip in it, Gao notices the fragrance resembling that of a green apple. Silly emerges from the serum with an even brighter green hue, now a dimensional jellyfish with a perfect grade at level 20. Gao tries to console himself, thinking that in low-light conditions, the color change won't be apparent. However, his familiars find the situation quite amusing as Silly lands on his head, leaving Gao in a state of mild embarrassment. Gao arrives at the Baiyi District Branch's training center and is pleasantly surprised to find Li Junzong there, punctual and hardworking. He's content that helping the young boy wasn't in vain. Gao initiates Flamey's training and observes how its flames have grown more potent. However, training a fire-type familiar in the midst of summer feels like a form of self-inflicted torture. Wan, the section chief, joins them and reports that the recruitment process for orphans and single-parent children has commenced as Gao had requested. Gao delegates the task of monitoring their work to Wang, who commends him for providing these children with employment opportunities. Gao, however, reminds him to prioritize character over capability when hiring. Suddenly, he notices a crowd gathering in the area. Wang explains that there was a monster attack at the factory, and the missing workers' families have come seeking information. Gao decides to intervene and heads over to the discussion, where he questions Ji Yang, the security supervisor, about the status of the monster. Su, the manager, informs Gao that the missing workers have been found, albeit with serious injuries and no fatalities. Ji Yang, however, reveals that the monster has retreated into the underground sewage system. Gao inquires about the state of the underground defensive installations and urges immediate repairs if they are damaged. To his shock, Gao learns that there are no defensive measures in place, only an alloy gate for waste discharge. He admonishes Ji Yang, but the security supervisor is disgruntled. Gao decides to take matters into his own hands and asks Ji Yang to guide him to the location. The security supervisor, despite his initial reluctance, complies and takes Gao to the factory yard where the monster disappeared. Gao, familiar with his grandfather's own familiar living in the sewage system, believes that it must have already eliminated any dangerous monsters. However, Ji Yang is determined to handle the situation and assures Gao that his devil mantis familiar can adapt to any environment. Gao explains that he trusts Ji Yang's abilities but emphasizes that even familiars have limitations. He advises Ji Yang to oversee the factory while he investigates. Underground, Gao cautions his familiars that this isn't a game, although he himself remains surprisingly composed. As they progress, Dazi senses something, and they encounter a large cockroach that lunges at Gao. Stripey steps in to block it with its web, and Dazi stuns the cockroach with an electrical shock. Stripey, drawn by the scent, expresses its desire to eat it, and the spider goes for the cockroach. However, it unexpectedly takes flight, only to be set on fire by Flamey, which mistakes it for a disc. Gao is impressed by Flamey's fiery skills. As they approach the alloy gate's passcode machine, Gao guesses that the monsters likely passed through when the gate was opened to discharge waste. He ponders what drove these monsters to go against the flow and the gate. As the alloy gate opens, Gao is met with an unsettling sight. Several pairs of eyes locked onto him, leaving him filled with worry. An army of cockroaches surrounds Gao, accompanied by an eerie sound. As the monsters close in on him, he swiftly commands Stripey to engage the attackers, instructs Dazi to watch their rear, and urges Flamey to unleash its fiery might. As his flames engulf the cockroaches, Gao spots a plump cockroach, issuing orders and realizes it must be their leader, responsible for the sound. He orders Stripey to target the leader first, and the spider clears a path through the smaller cockroaches, ultimately killing the larger one. The cockroaches, now leaderless, disperse, and Gao begins to suspect their involvement in the factory incident. Suddenly, he notices that something seems off with Stripey. There's movement in the spider's mouth, and Gao identifies it as a dark daughter parasitic sub-body. He instructs Flamey to remove it, and the bird carefully cleans Stripey's mouth, successfully removing the parasitic sub-body. Gao takes a playful jab at the spider for not maintaining good oral hygiene, while Flamey expresses its disgust by puking. Meanwhile, the parasite flees. Gao informs Dazi that they will use its keen sense of smell to track down the main body of the parasite later. Just as they're about to continue their pursuit, a sewer rumbles, and Dazi senses a formidable presence behind them. However, Flamey says it doesn't have bad intentions. Suddenly, a monster of level 39 appears there but goes away after seeing Gao. He is somewhat relieved, knowing they wouldn't stand a chance against such a powerful monster. Gao speculates that it must belong to his grandfather. He contemplates how laughable it would be if Shi Hanwu discovered his adventure in the sewer. Gao then asks Dazi if it remembers the parasite's scent, explaining that he needs to make amends for the emotional turmoil. They follow the distinct scent and eventually locate the parasitic sub-body. Gao directs Flamey to block its path, while Dazi moves in for an attack. However, an unexpected intervention occurs as a red rat-like monster, carrying the main body of the parasite, materializes out of nowhere and assaults Dazi. Gao promptly orders the centipede to electrocute the rat-like monster. As the electric shock courses through it, the rat discards the parasite and scurries away, leaving Dazi bewildered. Gao deduces that this parasitic relationship resembles a form of symbiosis, and the Dark Daughter can't forcibly control its host. Regardless, Gao is content as he only needs the parasite's abilities, not its thoughts. He approaches the sub-body, asserting that resistance is futile. Gao emerges from the sewer and promptly instructs Wang to arrange for the repair of the ground crack. He hands the parasitic sub-body to Dumby and tells the other familiars to take a break. Dumby is puzzled by the presence of the Black Daughter as it hops onto it. Gao finds it somewhat foolish for the parasite to be seeking blood and flesh on a skeleton. Dumby clenches its bony fist, seemingly ready to eliminate the parasite. Gao intervenes and instructs Wang to place the parasite in a bulletproof glass container. Just then, he receives a call from Ji Hunwoo, who requests his presence. Gao explains that he hasn't completed his task yet, but his grandfather reveals that Gao's personal laboratory is now ready. Excited by the prospect, he agrees to return immediately. Upon Gao's arrival, Ji Hunwoo leads him to a cave concealed behind the lake at his villa. Gao is astounded to find the laboratory and comments on its lavishness, thinking it might be too extravagant. His grandfather then demonstrates that the laboratory's door can be opened simply by touching a beam of light. Gao is taken aback by the high-tech setup, and Ji Hunwoo inquires if he finds it satisfactory. Gao's grandfather offers to build a new laboratory if he isn't satisfied, but Gao assures him that he is very pleased with the current setup. Ji Hunwoo proceeds to introduce Gao to Deng Yimeo and Shu Heming, the only two advanced monster breeders in their company. Shu Heming expresses his frustration at being interrupted during an experiment, prompting Ji Hunwoo to raise this month's experiment budget by 20% to pacify him. Gao is introduced as an intermediate monster breeder, and Deng Yimeo commends his achievement at such a young age. Ji Hunwoo humorously advises against praising Gao too much, lest he become arrogant. He encourages his grandson to seek guidance from the advanced breeders in any experiment. However, Gao has different plans and shares his intention to create evolution regions. He explains that he can produce experimental regions for the evolutionary paths of some familiars Gao has discovered, which can boost the Southern Sky Group's reputation and profitability. Ji Hunwoo lauds his idea, leaving Gao suspicious of his grandfather's sudden praise. He assumes that the advanced breeders must be secretly mocking him, as even they struggle to produce a stable evolution agent. Determined to prove himself, Gao begins the experiment and presents the results to his grandfather and the breeders. He names his reagent Bloody Butcher and discloses its ingredients. Gao selects a common ape-type monster, the Black Raging Kong, as the test subject. Shu questions about the already available matured reagents required for the ape's evolutionary paths. However, Deng states that Gao's reagent could be very successful because the ingredients are easy to obtain. Gao aims to make a lasting impression, emphasizing that the experiment is intense and requires a significant amount of anesthetic. He injects the ape with the reagent using a machine, and an unprecedented reaction unfolds before the amazed breeders. Deng feels he can find useful aspects in the experiment, even if it were to fail. The unconscious ape evolves into a level 10 blood-raging Kong, surprising everyone. Deng acknowledges Gao's exceptional method and confirms that such a monster has never been discovered. He requests Shu to test the evolved monster with a soul crystal obsidian. Deng explains that the crystal can determine a monster's grade below the Lord tier, and the crystal turns blue, indicating an excellent grade. Ji Hunwoo observes some other reagent tubes and becomes concerned about the potential danger if the public learns about Gao's talent. He strictly prohibits the advanced breeders from sharing the experiment's outcome, declaring it a company secret. Ji Hunwoo then asks his grandson to name the evolved monster, and Gao chooses to call it Blood Raging Kong. It's all in the branding. Gao has named the 3 reagents he created Earth Type 1, Petrochemical Type 1, and Royal Reagent. Gao proceeds with the second experiment, already having injected the petrochemical reagent into a giant ant. He explains that it's common for monsters in their early stages to lack long-range attacks, and while it's challenging to change their agility, it's relatively easy to enhance their defenses. The ant evolves into a stone heart ant at level 7, astonishing Shu, who notes that it's also an excellent grade. But Gao isn't done yet. He moves on to the result of the royal reagent. This time, Gao's testing it on a Wolf Mountain sparrow, evolved from the russet sparrow. The creature is known for its speed, fierceness, and sharp teeth. Gao reveals that the Wolf Mountain sparrow has evolved into an Emperor Wolf Mountain sparrow using the royal reagent. However, he points out a defect in this reagent. While it can evolve a monster to the perfect grade, it makes it difficult to be promoted to the Lord tier. This surprises both advanced monster breeders, as they don't even consider this a defect. Ji Hunwoo offers Gao access to the necessary materials and the directive to report directly to him. He instructs the breeders to begin mass production of regions for sale to the public, except for the royal region, which holds more value. As the breeders leave, Shu remarks that Gao isn't far behind him, and Deng takes pride in having a new companion in their work. On the other hand, Gao believes that staying in the laboratory is just a way to enjoy air conditioning and pass the time since he doesn't even need to carry out experiments. Gao then inquires about any expeditions organized by their company. Ji Hunwoo asks if he wants to become a world hunter, and Gao counters by asking if his grandpa doesn't think world hunters are cool. He elaborates on the significance of world hunters in the monster trainer community and how they are explorers of the world and warriors of the wilderness. Nearly half of the areas humans have explored have been scouted by world hunters. Gao gets excited about the idea, and Ji Hunwoo mentions that his grandson has always been adventurous. However, he reminds Gao that he can't venture into the wild without his permission or he will face consequences. Gao thinks about the shifting constellations technique, which means his grandfather would have to break his familiar's legs to keep him from going. Ji Hunwoo schedules special training for Gao's familiars at 6 o'clock the next morning, and Gao arrives promptly, receiving a reward of 30 push-ups for his grandfather for being punctual. Gao is perplexed, wondering how humans can compete with familiars that provide protection and combat power. This frustration upsets Ji Hunwoo, who channels his anger into an act of strength, kicking a nearby tree and breaking it in half. Because why discuss emotions when you can display dominance, right? Gao is stunned by this display, and his grandfather scolds him, emphasizing the importance of physical stamina for human survival. Ji Hunwoo explains that a monster trainer's life is of utmost importance, as they can influence the outcome of a battle as long as they're alive. He further clarifies that the power gained through the familiar's feedback is directly related to the familiar's levels. Ji Hunwoo says that he had only used 30% of his strength during his previous display, and even his white dragon is aware that he's showing off to his grandson. Ji Hunwoo calls upon his familiar, Thunder God, to give Dazi a nudge. It is a level 39 Thunder God snail with an epic grade, which Ji Hunwoo found in the ocean. He describes Thunder God as not being particularly strong but having a gentle character. Gao instructs Dazi to listen to Thunder God, as it's the centipede's senior. When Dazi hesitates, Gao employs Dumby to hold it in place and accuses the centipede of cowardice. Dazi retorts that it learned cowardice from its master. Gao then asks Thunder God to train his disobedient familiar without holding back. He inquires about his other familiars. Ji Hunwoo mentions that Flamey will train with Dazi and asks about Gao's plans for developing Stripey. Gao expresses his desire for it to focus on defense and control, so Ji Hunwoo decides to train the spider in control and counterattack abilities. He calls upon the White Dragon and assigns it the task of training Dumby and Stripey. Silly becomes unconscious upon seeing the White Dragon, mistaking it for a big fish. Ji Hunwoo confidently declares the start of their training. The training is in full swing, and Dumby and Stripey are struggling to keep up with the White Dragon. Stripey attempts a tactical move, getting a hold to hide, but it fails as the White Dragon catches and tosses it aside. Two bad dragons aren't fooled by amateur archaeology. Stripey becomes agitated, much to Gao's concern. The spider makes an attacking move, but once again, it's swiftly thrown away. Dumby, on the other hand, attacks Ji Hunwoo's familiar, although it's quickly defeated. However, it manages to land a hit on the White Dragon, showing signs of progress. Simultaneously, Ji Hunwoo is personally training Gao. Dazi and Flamey are training with the Thunder God snail. The snail gently encourages the centipede, showcasing its remarkable abilities. The Thunder God snail humbly describes its talents as natural, much like Dazi's ability to walk on many legs, which Flamey cannot do. This upsets Flamey, but the Thunder God snail tries to motivate the bird as well. Dazi becomes inspired to unleash its hidden power, but instead of a powerful electric display, it farts, leading to some laughter and a bit of disappointment. Silly, however, remains fearful of the White Dragon. Half a month passes, and Dumby becomes significantly more powerful, engaging in a fierce battle with the White Dragon. Even Ji Hunwoo's familiar acknowledges Dumby's improvement, noting that its reflexes and speed now meet qualifying standards. The dragon advises Stripey to endure the attacks. Flaming has also become skillful at controlling fire, but Dazi still requires more training. Meanwhile, Silly has reached the commander tier, and its portable space has expanded significantly. With the achievement of the training objectives set by Ji Hunwoo, Gao is now ready for his wilderness expedition. Ji Hunwoo provides him with a map, a tablet, and a compass. emphasizing their importance in the wilderness. He boosts Gao's confidence, noting that having a flying-type familiar gives him an advantage. Chi Hunwoo assures his grandson that he'll always have his back, which deeply moves Gao, who promises to return soon. Gao reaches a jungle just outside Yuzhou City, consulting his map marked with red spots denoting the presence of lower-tier monsters. To elevate Stripey to an epic grade, it needs to consume an Earth Spirit core. The system pinpoints the core's location for Gao, allowing him to focus and identify materials' positions. Flamey spots large mosquitoes and readies to attack, but Gao wisely restrains it, cautious of potential hidden threats. Instead, he retrieves his sack of mosquito repellent from Silly. Stripey displays the bag, and as the mosquitoes encounter the scent, they drop dead. Gao's familiars are genuinely impressed by this effective display. Continuing their journey, the group faces an assault from a storm panther. Yet Dumby successfully shields them while Stripey retaliates. The panther flees and Flamey is eager to chase it, but Gao insists on caution, recognizing the danger. Suddenly, a level 29 golden palm tree spirit attempts to attack Gao. This time, he instructs Dazi and Flamey to engage the monster, showcasing their strength and thwarting the spirit. Gao acquires its core, marking their current location on the map. While seeking shelter in a mountain cave, a croaking duck inside captures their attention. Gao tries to hush it, but is astounded to find that the duck, despite its unimpressive croaking, possesses an epic grade status. He asks the duck to quack properly, choosing to leave the cave and continue toward their destination. As they progress, Dazi begins to feel hungry and expresses a desire to eat the duck. They engage in playful banter, with Gao teasing Dazi for riding Dumby, and Dazi returning the jest about Gao riding Stripey. However, Flamey suddenly stops them, relaying the duck's call to Gao. The falcon informs him that the duck is asking them to wait. Despite Flamey's plea to halt, Gao urges Stripey to proceed faster, leaving the duck behind. The little duck tries to chase them but stumbles. Overwhelmed by sadness at feeling unwanted, it cries. Gao reaches down to lift the duck, instantly brightening its spirits. Flamey speculates that the young duck might have been abandoned by its parents and inquires if they plan to leave it behind. Gao decides to take the duck with them, recognizing the value of having an epic grade familiar. All of Gao's familiars commit to protecting the little duck. Gao reaches a cave within the stone forest, a promising location for Earth Spirit cores. He instructs Dazi to enter the cave and inspect it. Suddenly, a level 11 rock scorpion emerges. Eager to assess the duck's combat abilities, Gao commands it to face the scorpion. As 10 minutes pass, Gao observes that both the duck and the scorpion are engaged in a shouting match, which frustrates him. Annoyed by the lack of progress, he orders Dumby to chase the scorpion away, pondering how the duck managed to survive in the forest. At this moment, Dazi returns from the cave with a small Earth Spirit core held in its mouth. Gao is slightly apprehensive due to its size but proceeds to a suitable area for testing. He gives the core to Stripey and instructs it to burrow into the ground and sleep with the core. During the night, the guardian of the location, a gray centipede, returns and encounters the duck blocking its house's entrance. The centipede bites the duck, awakening it. Enraged, the duck undergoes a significant size increase. However, the centipede targets the duck's eyes, causing it pain. In response, the duck further enlarges. The commotion awakens Gao, who is astonished by the duck's transformation. The centipede retreats in fear, leaving Gao in awe of the duck's seemingly divine ability. Intrigued, he decides to attempt forming a blood contract with the duck. Gao delves into the duck's mindscape, initially encountering a bright and cheerful environment filled with trees, flowers, and grass, each bearing eyes and mouths. Gao is captivated by this rich mindscape. However, the mood suddenly shifts, darkening the once happy mindscape. Even the duck has mood swings. The duck begins to recall its early days when it was born with 5 toes, causing its own parents and siblings to view it as a monster. The duck's siblings mistreated it, and during a moment when they were hitting it, the bird experienced a transformation, growing in size. This change angered its parents, leading them to cast the duck out. Understanding the duck's history, Gao realizes why it didn't know how to quack and became attached to him. The duck had been rejected by its own family, leaving it in need of companionship. Gao reassures the duck and they proceed to form a blood contract. He names the duck Goldie due to its yellow feathers. During this time, Stripey's evolution is successfully completed, and it now stands as an Earth Shield Spider, classified as an epic grade and commander tier creature, reaching level 25. Stripey has gained a new skill that allows it to create an Earth elemental armor around itself. After accomplishing their mission, Gao decides to return home. Following his arrival at the Yuzhou mansion, he discovers a note left by his grandfather. It contains images of Xihai Lake, where a shiny object has been discovered, attracting massive schools of giant carps. This object is the forbidden magic stone Gao previously mentioned to Ji Hunwu, which is required for Goldie's evolution. He is eager to obtain the stone to awaken a second skill in the duck. Shortly after, Yao receives a call from his grandfather, who informs him that someone will be dispatched to retrieve the magic stone for him. Gao is taken aback, feeling that he should be the one striving for the prize, but nonetheless, he is filled with happiness. Meanwhile, at Xihai Lake, multiple ships are present, trying to secure the forbidden stone. Some men aboard a ship discuss the reward offered by the Blackgate Group, 300 million Alliance dollars and 3 Commander-tier Monster Core crystals. The group realizes they need a flying-type familiar for the mission. However, their attention is diverted when they spot the Golden Goose King, along with its followers, prompting them to leave the scene. In the depths of Xihai Lake, a carp is attempting to consume the forbidden stone, believing it to be a powerful fruit capable of producing many purple-backed carps. 2 other carps accompany it, and one of them senses an approaching presence. Suddenly, a massive carp emerges, leading the smaller carps to realize that it is the sub-chief of the giant carp, causing shock and tension among them. Underwater reality TV, anyone? The purple-backed carps cautions the sub-chief carp not to advance, as the chief's daughter is positioned behind them. However, the sub-chief carp, undeterred, reveals that their chief had mercilessly killed many of its kind, and now it's time for revenge. Worried for their chief's daughter, the purple-backed carps advise her to swim to safety while they attempt to stall the sub-chief. Desperately, they try to trap the sub-chief using water currents. Their efforts briefly detain the sub-chief, but it manages to break free, killing the purple-backed carps. The sub-chief consumes the forbidden stone, and as it does, the Golden Goose King intervenes, injuring the carp before it flees. On land, some men attempt to capture the carp and continue their pursuit. The sub-chief carp manages to escape its pursuers and passes the forbidden stone to another carp. Meanwhile, a group of men, including a retrieval team, is ready to claim the stone. They successfully secure the forbidden stone, revealing that a boy within their team possesses the ability to control monsters, while other groups continue their quest to locate the stone. The men who secured it depart. Back at Ji Hunwu's mansion in Gao's laboratory, preparations are underway to initiate the duck's evolution process. Ji Hunwu is apprehensive, considering that no one has ever promoted a monster to the legendary grade, which Gao aims to achieve. Despite his concerns, he encourages his grandson, knowing that they now possess the forbidden stone. Gao initiates the transformation process, and the stone takes on a sky blue hue, indicating a successful outcome. He administers a blue reagent to the duck, which subsequently falls unconscious. A remarkable transformation unfolds as the duck begins to shed all its feathers, leaving it entirely bald. However, this marks the successful promotion of the forbidden adamantine duck to legendary grade, a historic achievement. Mao knows that the grade beyond legendary is mythical, yet he's uncertain if the necessary ingredients can be found on Earth. Eager to share the results of his experiment, he presents them to his grandfather. Ji Hunwu takes pride in his grandson's unprecedented achievement, but he emphasizes the importance of keeping it a secret. After this, Ji Hunwu departs, leaving Gao with the responsibility of further promoting his familiars. Goldie awakens, feeling notably powerful, and Gao praises its appearance. However, when the duck gazes into a mirror, it erupts into a fit of laughter, commenting on the duck's unattractiveness. Realizing the reflection to be itself, Goldie berates Gao, leading Flamey to give the duck a thwack to encourage better manners. Goldie's evolution grants it 2 significant effects: enhanced resistance to elemental attacks and the ability to create an element-free sphere around itself. In the days that follow, Gao embarks on a journey to the Yuzhou University Branch Campus College Town. His mission is to register for the Monster Trainer Major. Upon reaching the registration counter, Gao discovers that monster breeders are now highly regarded. The student assisting him is astounded when he finds that Gao holds the 11th rank in the Hua-Xia region and is the highest scorer in a large base city. He guides Gao to his dorm and takes the opportunity to inform him about the nicknames bestowed upon the top monster trainers. Gao learns that there are 4 exceptional monster trainers among all the universities in Yuzhou, with 2 of them, Suming and Lin Xinrui, hailing from Yuzhou University. As they arrive at the student dormitory, Gao comes to know about its luxurious features, donated by the university's chairman, Mr. Ji. The boy points out a statue of Ji Hunwu, the man responsible for safeguarding Yuzhou City from numerous monsters. He expresses his gratitude for Ji Hunwoo's protective efforts, a sentiment that swells Gao with pride for his grandfather. Can someone get in this, Grandpa? Outside the confines of Yuzhou City, a group of men is exploring the nearby mountains. Suddenly, their leader halts as his familiar cat, Bei Bei, exhibits unusual behavior. A memory resurfaces. The last time Bei Bei acted this way was when a Lord-tier monster flew above them. Their concern mounts as the ground begins to tremble. Gao has returned to Ji Hunwoo's villa amidst the mountain crisis in the Yuzhou City mountains. The city has declared a level 5 martial law due to numerous missing monster hunters. Ji Hunwoo, just back from helping Tong Tong with the evolution of the Shadow Japalura to Lord tier, informs Gao that even the Thundershell Lord is now at the peak of the Commander tier. He shares that the evolution of the Shadow Japalura was a success, resulting in significant changes. Concerned about the martial law, Gao inquires about the situation, and Ji Hunwoo reveals that it involves a new type of monster. This revelation shocks Gao, as he realizes that there are undiscovered creatures out there. Ji Hunwoo explains that global changes are happening, leading scholars to delve into ancient myths. He shows Gao a photograph of a mountain, revealing it as the monster they've named the Mountain Spirit. These monsters may not be massive or swift, but their surface is deadly. Ji Hunwoo reassures Gao that they can negotiate with these mountain spirit monsters or resort to more forceful measures if necessary. However, Gao is hesitant to be a hero, recognizing the inherent danger. Ji Hunwoo then mentions the delivery of the Wanzai Moon Gold that Gao requested, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate as he watches his grandfather take charge. Sorry, Gao, Grandpa knows best. Several days later, Gao returns to his university. He overhears fellow students discussing the regions he developed, which their company has already started selling. When its class ends, Gao receives a message from his grandfather containing a picture of a mountain spirit monster, a level 48 Lord-tier creature. Gao becomes increasingly concerned as it becomes apparent that there isn't just one of these mountain spirit monsters. Ji Hunwoo initiates a video call, but the signal quality is poor due to his high altitude. He advises Gao to return home, then abruptly ends the call and proceeds to destroy the mountain spirit monster. The military personnel collect its core and report back to their superior. Observers of the situation express satisfaction that Ji Hunwoo has demonstrated humanity's willingness to negotiate but not to yield. The military commander orders additional forces to show the monsters who is in control. At the Southern Sky open-air testing site, a researcher informs Ji Hunwoo that the results of the sampling from the mountain spirit will be available soon. He reveals that the military has established a temporary peace treaty with the monsters. Ji Hunwoo expresses his belief that once the mountain spirits recognize the potential to cause harm, communication may become impossible. Negotiation may only become possible when the mountain spirits realize that their own kind has fallen. The researcher admires Ji Hunwoo's strong perspective on the situation. Following this conversation, the researcher proudly presents Chairman Ji with the Royal Mountain Wolf Bird Army they have trained. Ji Hunwoo expresses his desire to assess their combat effectiveness. The researcher credits the success of the Royal Regent for making this achievement possible and arranges for the leader of the Royal Mountain Wolf Bird Army to engage in combat with the Commander-tier swine-type monster. The battle begins, and the wolf bird emerges as the clear victor. The researcher continues to sing praises for the creator of the Royal Regent. Ji Hunwoo, in turn, feels a sense of pride in Gao and speculates that his grandson must have begun work on creating other regions. Meanwhile, Gao is preparing for Dumby's evolution. He holds the Wanzai Moon Gold and senses its coolness just by touching it. Gao gives the Moon Gold to Dumby for ingestion. Suddenly, a white bone stele materializes where Dumby stands, and various shadowy figures begin to appear, resembling subjects worshipping their king. Dumby's evolution is a success, transforming it into a level 30 legendary grade skeleton tyrant. This evolution grants it a summoning ability that requires a corpse and a skill for absorbing the energy of resurrected undead. All hail the skeleton tyrant. Curious about the strength of Dumby's newly enhanced bones, Gao asks Dazi to bite its thigh bone. Regrettably, Dazi's tooth breaks in the process. Overcome with sadness, it cries and runs away, feeling weaker than the other familiars. Gao's familiars have now reached epic and legendary grades, except for Dazi and Silly. While Silly lacks the motivation for growth, Dazi is determined to become stronger. However, Gao is aware that he lacks the necessary materials to promote the centipede. Gao reassures Dazi of its significance and then asks Dumby to demonstrate its summoning ability. He provides Dumby with a dead wolf to resurrect, but the soul that Dumby summons appears to be out of a husky. Gao expresses his intention to search for materials for Dazi's evolution. Ji Hunwoo warns his grandson to be careful, especially given the unpredictable nature of the mountain spirits. He suggests that Gao take Tong Tong with him and proceeds to call her. She arrives swiftly, accompanied by her familiars. Gao observes the transformation of her phantom Japalura into a lower-tier creature, resembling a giant dragon from mythology. Gao, time to step up your familiar game. Goldie is intrigued by Tong Tong's blood-eyed bearded vulture. Gao notices that she has become even more beautiful since their last encounter. However, Tong Tong swiftly shifts their focus to their mission and places Gao on her vulture. Shadow Japalura carries Dumby and Silly, while Gao's other familiars are left behind with the assurance that they'll return soon. In just half an hour, they reach their destination near a lake, impressing Gao with Tong Tong's speed. She inquires about the lightning moths found around the lake, and Gao explains that they tend to reside in dark, damp areas, indicating the presence of an electricity source nearby. He regrets not bringing Dazi, who could detect electric elements. Gao offers a clue to Dumby, which then resurrects many fish skeletons from the water. Gao instructs it to ask the fish to collect any items from the lake bottom with high spiritual energy. Tong Tong is amazed by this newfound ability, but puzzled by Dumby's diverse skill set. Gao clarifies that reaching legendary grade was his primary goal, and Dumby's skills have limitless potential, even capable of causing a zombie apocalypse. Numerous fish return from the depths, bringing various items, including the water spirit stone having a high water element. Gao deduces the presence of a water spirit stone vein at the lake's bottom. He instructs Dumby to let the fish rest, and in doing so, Dumby's level increases to 31. Gao is astonished by the remarkable effectiveness of absorbing energy from resurrected skeletons. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and Tong Tong suggests that a mountain spirit may be nearby. She tosses Gao onto her vulture familiar once again. As they depart, Gao catches sight of the living mountain spirit monster and is deeply unsettled by its appearance. Gao then hears the monster utter something and informs Tong Tong that it appears to be interested in negotiation. The mountain spirit monster proposes a deal, offering information about the Lightning Bell Pine, which can enable Dazi's evolution into a flying creature. In exchange, the monster requests the blood of some other monsters. Gao follows the location provided by the mountain spirit and discovers a level 32 armadillo hidden in a cavity. He's astounded that armadillos might be a vulnerability for the mountain spirit. Gao acknowledges that they can freely navigate underground and have likely grown more formidable. However, he remains skeptical that armadillos could be the mountain spirit monster's true weakness. Maybe it's tired of the same old monster diet. Tong Tong instructs her vulture familiar to smoke out the armadillo, and it successfully captures the creature, which they present to the mountain spirit monster. After the armadillo is dispatched, Gao asks for the Lightning Bell Pine. However, the monster insists on more armadillos in exchange. Tong Tong, prioritizing the location of the material, learns from the mountain spirit that it is located to the east. Despite their initial reluctance, they agree to hunt more monsters. However, the armadillos go underground. Tong Tong joins Gao on her vulture and instructs Shadow Japalura to complete the task. With more armadillos provided to the monster, it reveals the location of the Lightning Bell Pine, which is located on a cliff to the east, spanning 5 mountains. Tong Tong tasks Shadow Japalura with retrieving the pine, and 10 minutes later, it returns with the Lightning Bell Pine. Satisfied with their trade with the mountain spirit, they begin their journey back. Tong Tong inquires about why a Lord-tier monster would desire Commander-tier creatures. Gao speculates that the mountain spirit was apparently satisfying its hunger, but it is possible that the monster sought to keep armadillos away from something hidden beneath the ground. Tong Tong suggests claiming the hidden item for themselves, but Gao advises against excessive greed, thinking that there will be future opportunities. The end, for now. After a long-awaited reunion with his beloved grandfather, Yao Peng has moved to Yuzhou City. Here, he spends his days strengthening his familiars with the old man's near unlimited resources and tinkering in the lab that's been built for him. On top of that, his evolutionary reagents have become a famous product of their southern sky group, and Gao has gained a new familiar in the form of an overly buffed duck. Yeah, it's been a weird few weeks. Yao Peng and his grandfather Ji Hunwoo meet up with one of Ji's employees in the industrial area outside Yuzhou City. Here, Yao Peng is shown the facility where they process monster bones to turn them into nutrient-rich bone powder for familiars. Internally, Gao is disappointed by how thoroughly the bones are crushed, since Dumby's revival ability requires 3/4 of the bones to be intact. When Gao Peng moves to ask about this, Ji Hunwoo instantly issues an order for the integrity of all bones to be maintained going forward. W. Gramps. Turning to Dumby, Yao Peng asks him to start coming to this factory every day from now on to spam his revival ability and absorb the power it generates. Grandpa G is bewildered by the fact that Dumby can level up with just that, but accepts it when Gao reassures him. Before leaving the factory, he tells Gao Peng that the ingredients for Da Zi's evolution will arrive tomorrow. As the two walk to their helicopter, they discuss Gao Peng's plans to evolve a Da Zi into a flying familiar. Sorry, we're just gonna gloss over the personal helicopter. How rich is Grandpa? The next day, Gao Peng heads to the laboratory G set up for him with Da Zi and the ingredients in tow. For the first step of the process, he has to prepare a solution using a bunch of golden-winged cicadas. Right as he's regretting not requesting an assistant for this task, one shows up. Talk about convenient. Evidently Gramps is psychic too. The lady, Su Qingji, is the niece of Professor Xu from the company's research facility and is currently a student working here for experience. Deciding to give her a chance, Gao Peng delegates the task of de-winning the cicadas. Though she's unfamiliar to him, Gao is sure his grandpa wouldn't send someone here who isn't trustworthy. Funnily enough, the second she's done, he congratulates her on a good job and tells her to beat it. Next, he puts the wings into a pre-prepared solution and adds fruit from the lightning bell pine he recovered with Tong Tong earlier. Once the vat is full of a solution crackling with electricity, he has Da Zi hop right in. Outside, Su Qingji is wishing misfortune upon Gao Peng for his rudeness when a sudden explosion of power occurs. Inside the lab, Da Zi emerges from a cloud of smoke, his evolution a complete success. Now a six-winged thunder centipede. He's a fair bit more impressive than before with the potential for his wings to permanently become thunder wings. While the centipede basks in the glory of his new form, Gao Peng's thoughts shift to Dumby and how he must be doing at the factory right now. Over at said factory, Dumby is, as expected, doing what Gao Peng instructed him to. As he keeps reviving and reabsorbing monster corpses, the factory manager instructs security to wipe all records of the day's footage and keep Dumby's activities secret. Once the ghoul monster is finished with his current batch of monsters, he clicks a button that informs the workers to bring him a new batch. Pretty efficient as far as level grinding goes. Meanwhile, at Yuzhou University, Gao Peng is contemplating over Da Zi and Dumby's recent growth while walking across campus. Here, he runs into none other than his fellow participant from the Young Monster Trainers competition, Jun Mo Yi. She tells him that the Students' Association has just found a new monster type and invites him to come take a look. His curiosity piqued, Gao Peng confirms that it won't be a problem since he's not a member of the association. Once she explains that it won't be, Gao is instantly ready to get going. The scene shifts to a buffet restaurant near the university. Here, a meeting is taking place between the association and a haggard-looking man who made the discovery. This man is Li Yu, an alumnus of Yuzhou University. He explains that he's been unable to return to his own home because of what's been going on for about a month now. When the strange sounds first started, he'd assumed it was just his upstairs neighbors bickering and even found amusement in it. However, after a few days of it continuing, he realized something quite concerning. He doesn't have any upstairs neighbors. Him. Alright, I'm not saying he's stupid, but that's pretty stupid. Li Yu went upstairs to the roof to check on the sounds with his earthen golden retriever, but when he got there, he found absolutely nothing. After hearing him out, the association members assure him that with all their familiars, they'll be able to find the source of this trouble even if it is a ghost. Gao, on the other hand, tells Goldie to grab him and run out the second something seems off. Yeah, see, that's a normal response. A little bit later, the group have arrived at Li Yu's apartment building. As they're about to enter, he asks Jun Mo Yi where her black anaconda familiar is since that's the one he knows of. She explains that the snake is way too big for Yuzhou City's narrow streets right as they start entering the building. As soon as they reach Li Yu's apartment, they instantly know something's off. The whole place is filled with the stench of a rotting corpse. Horrified, Li Yu instantly rushes in and bursts into a back room, calling for his golden retriever. Still standing in the doorway, the association members start discussing the potential danger, though they think the monster responsible must be low level since it's hiding. Gao Peng knows better though and only sighs in exasperation. Just then, the lights go off and Li Yu comes scrambling out of the room, begging to be saved. Looking towards him in confusion, Gao Peng's eyes go wide as he sees a ghostly hand reaching out to Li from the shadows. The members of the Student Association are all terrified by the ghoulish being that steps out of the shadows. A monster called a Green Haunt with a level 1 illusion skill and the ability to feed off fear according to the system. As it uses its illusion skill to create a white fog, The association leader mistakes it for a commander-tier monster and calls out for everyone to run while he holds it off. Thanks to his hysterical reaction, though, the monster transforms into an even more terrifying visage, feeding off all their fear. As everyone else runs for their lives, Gao Peng calmly walks toward it instead with Goldie at his side. At Junmo's question, he asks her what there is to be scared of. After all, this thing's just a monster, which means it has a weakness and can be beaten. With that, he sends Goldie forth to attack the creature. Seeing this, the association head yells out for him to stop since that thing's a commander tier. Dude, just shut up. You're embarrassing yourself. Ignoring him, Goldie leaps at the monster with a flying kick and activates his Forbidden Domain ability. With this, both the monster and the white fog are blown away and the illusion is dispelled. The real monster, a little goblin-looking fella, is spotted near the window. Before anyone can do anything else, Goldie leaps at the thing and Spartan kicks it straight out the window into its death. Gao is exasperated at this since he wanted to take the thing home and raise it, but there's no way it survived that fall. Suddenly, Junmo steps up next to him, startling Gao with her totally silent appearance. Meanwhile, she sent her familiar downstairs to apprehend a man who was trying to steal a monstrous corpse. Gao decides to go ahead and leave since the police are on their way and they'll confiscate the corpse anyway so he won't be able to study it. As he leaves, he overhears the thief claiming he was just passing by and feels suspicious of his timing. Yeah, that's a little too convenient for Baldy there. Gao and Goldie walk away from the building as he calls for a taxi and ponders on the promising future ahead of Goldie based on tonight's display alone. In just seconds, a car pulls up to pick him up, confusing Gao since that was way too fast. Deciding to check it out, he steps in and instructs the driver to take him to the Southern Sky Group. However, it's not long before Gao realizes this isn't a cab at all, and the driver is trying to take him somewhere else. Wasting no time, he tells Goldie to beat him up. Catch these wings, fool. With a proper smack upside the head, the car is stopped and Gao gets out before demanding to know who sent him. The man claims this is a misunderstanding, to which Gao responds with a blank look. Just then, out of the trunk of the car, a massive white gorilla jumps out and leaps at Gao. The gorilla comes down on Gao's head with an axe handle attack that should completely pulverize his skull. Much to the other man and the gorilla's shock though, Gao shrugs it off with nothing more than a complaint of how it stings. Gao quickly scans the gorilla and sees it's a level 20 frost corpse monkey. With the undead theme going on, he figures these guys are here to avenge the defeat of the green haunt from earlier. Suddenly, the corpse monkey reaches for Gao's crotch with another attack. Oh nah, he just broke the code. Give him death. Luckily, Goldie leaps in just in time to grab the monkey's arm and force it off with brute force since he's grown to a massive size. Gao smirks at this as he realizes their tactic worked. Thanks to his damage transfer ability, he can tank some solid hits and pass the damage onto Goldie, who only benefits since this activates his passive ability to increase in size and strength. Chucking off his feathery jacket, Goldie Fly kicks the crap out of the corpse monkey in his full bald and buff glory. From behind, the driver tries to attack Gao with a metal pipe in a rage. Thanks to his training with his grandpa though, Gao has a few tricks up his own sleeve now too. Turning on the spot, he knocks the pipe out of his hand and uppercuts the man hard enough to knock some teeth out. From there, Gao contacts a number his grandpa gave him in case of emergencies since he has no clue where the drivers brought him. After briefly explaining the situation, the person on the other end of the call tells him they'll be with him shortly. Just moments later, a group of stealth choppers show up at Gao's location and a bunch of men in uniform descend from them. Their leader, Huang Ya, explains that they're essentially Chairman Ji's personal Black Ops squad. God, that's so damn cool. Once Gao explains the situation, one of the agents identifies the driver as a member of a lowly criminal group with just 2 commander-tier monsters in their ranks. Hearing that they're not the big shots he suspected, Gao tells them they can just handle this how they see fit. Before they leave, he tells them it'd be best if they could capture the 2 commander-tiers alive but to put their safety first. Not even a full 2 hours later, Huang Ya's squad has subjugated the group's leader and brought back the commander-tier familiars to Gao Peng. The young trainer is impressed with both their efficiency and the red blood war horse that is Huang's familiar. Under its hooves is a level 27 commander-tier Night Terror Ghost. More noticeable, however, is the level 23 commander-tier G Spirit, one of the 24 mythical spirits of old. Gao Peng can't help but be interested in this since it's one of his first times seeing a monster from an actual legend. Seeing his expression, Huang Ya asks Gao if he's interested in this ghost child. Gao responds that he'd like to keep the G Spirit with him to study it. As thanks for his hard work, Gao asks Huang if he'd like to visit Gao's laboratory. Knowing just how talented he is and how effective his methods are, Huang excitedly answers in the affirmative. Silently, he urges his warhorse not to act too haughty in front of Gao since he can help him evolve. Unfortunately, said warhorse is a little too hopped up on a certain warlord's biography to heed that warning. Seeing this, Gao decides to have some fun and totally shatters the horse's image of manliness with the super tasty smelling evolution reagent in his pocket. After Huang and his horse leave, Grandpa G arrives and the pair have a talk about Gao's familiars and their progress. Da Zi and Streppy are both at level 30 in epic grade now, while Dumby is level 39, close to promotion to Lord Tier. With just 1 week left before the World Youth Trainer Championship, Grandpa G tells Gao that he must have at least one Lord Tier familiar before then if he's to be accepted as a referee. Gao is slightly worried about how he'll get Dumby all the way up there in just a week. That, however, is washed away by excitement when he learns that G's aquatic dragon will be undergoing its breakthrough to the infamous King Tier tonight. Later that night, despite Grandpa G's advice to just go to sleep, Gao can't help but stand at attention by the lakeside, looking forward to the dragon's breakthrough. Strangely enough, after he sees signs of the evolution beginning, Gao sees that the system already recognizes the dragon as level 51, which means the breakthrough has already occurred. So then why is the beast howling? In the background, the military officials are at an impasse amongst each other as some believe Ji Hunwoo is getting too powerful, while others believe him to be a generous ally. While the senior official puts the matter to rest, one man still has sinister plans running through his mind. Back at the lakeside villa, a formidable-looking tiger beast is on the prowl for Ji's dragon, fully convinced it can defeat it while it's undergoing its breakthrough. As it rushes to the dragon's location, the tiger is suddenly pierced by two massive claws and brought up to the mouth of none other than the white aquatic dragon. Fool just got rick-rolled IRL. The next day, Chairman Ji is on call with a man named Suhi T, who is informing him of spies that have been found inside the company. At Ji's instruction, Su begins making moves to clean the trash up. Over in the company's technology department, Su breaks down a door with the help of his yoked-out kangaroo familiar to search the department head's office. No, seriously, that thing has muscles on top of its muscles. As expected, a bunch of sensitive documents are missing along with the man himself. At Su's instruction, Oriate, his kangaroo, heads down to the basement parking lot to find department head Zhao. Down in the basement, Zhao can be seen trying to escape with the documents as an offering to a rival company so he can get a high station there. It turns out he's the one who sent the tiger after Ji's aquatic dragon, but the whole thing was a trap and the dragon had already evolved long before. Right as he leaves the building, Oriate appears and crushes his car before capturing him. Later, Gao Peng is introduced to Xu He-ti as Grandpa Ji's right-hand man. Su Qingji's dad and old researcher Xu's son. More interesting than him, though, is his familiar, a golden dazzling light boxing champion kangaroo. So back to the ridiculous names it is then. Gao is quite interested in the ability shown by the system called Extraordinary Sixth Sense, something that's invaluable for a close-range fighter like Oriate. While he's checking out the kangaroo, Zhao is brought before Chairman Ji to have his fate decided. Between his blatant betrayal of them for the Sky River Group and all that Ji has done for him in the past, he has no chance when Ji asks Gao what should be done with him. Gao Peng hesitates but answers resolutely that he should be made an example of. With that, Zhao is dragged away kicking and screaming for mercy. Kinda late for that man, should have been better. Later that night, Gao Peng is watching over the aquatic dragon in deep thought when Ji approaches him. He admits to thinking of the consequences if they had let Zhao live. Would people have seen that as weakness? Would others have followed in his footsteps? Ji tells him he would have preferred not to involve him in the darker side of things, but as his successor, that can't be helped. For now, he'll have White Dragon catch some high-level monsters for Dumby's level grinding. A few days later at the Imperial Airport, Jun Moyi is being dropped off for her flight to the Young Monster Trainers Championship final round. While saying their goodbyes, her group spots none other than Gao Peng and wonder what he's doing here since he withdrew from the championship after the last round. Oh, if only you guys knew. While those guys stew over what a waste Gao's withdrawal was, the man himself is waiting for the person from the capital his grandpa said would be here to pick him up. Much to his chagrin, though, the person ends up being a whole bus and security detail that make him stick out like a sore thumb in front of everyone. After reaching his destination, Gao Peng meets Zhou Tianmin, one of the 12 elders of the Monster Trainer League and the former chairman of the Nine Mountain Group. After introductions are out of the way, Zhou tells Gao that while his grandpa's word is good enough for him, old Peng Jiyan of the 12 Elders doesn't approve of someone as young as Gao being a referee. Some people are taken up with him and are arguing against Gao's appointment, so Joe would like him to take a test and shut them all up. Funnily enough, this just puts a sinister smirk on Gao Peng's face. Boy, they don't know what's about to hit them. Inexperienced my ass. Joe takes Gao to the training room where he introduces his granddaughter Meng. After revealing to her why Gao is here, Meng is shocked that someone so young is to be a referee. Joe tells her that's exactly why the old geezers want him tested. Joe guides Gao to the testing room and tells him that if he even has 2 commander tier familiars, he can manage to settle things. However, after hearing that, Gao realizes he's far above the threshold even Joe believes him to be. With a grin on his face, he tells Joe that the test won't be necessary at all and tells Dumby to give a demonstration. As Dumby takes off the cloak he's always shrouded in, it's revealed that the skeleton tyrant is now a level 41 Lord tier familiar. Both Joes are totally floored. Meng even more so, though she only has 1 commander tier familiar after 3 years of being a trainer. On the other hand, her grandfather is practically giddy at the reaction they'll get from the others when they see this. Fast forward a bit, there is now half an hour left before the beginning of the championship and the contestants are taking their places. With the reveal of Gao Peng as a referee for the championship, there's an uproar in the crowd over how something isn't right. Over at the Hun family's estate, one of the contestants' father is outraged that Gao Peng is part of the championship in any capacity since he tried to pay him off. He desperately tries to contact the monster trainer Li and speak to Gao Peng, but is dismissed instantly, infuriating him. Over in the championship arena, Gao Peng is grinning at the hold-up who gave him that fit. Dude's totally dripped out right now. Gao Peng addresses everyone in the stadium and the broadcast and announces that he is indeed a referee and is only 18 years old. Instantly, without any delay, the previous uproar boils over into all-out chaos as people practically call for his head. Unbothered by all of it, Gao simply snaps his fingers and has Dumby reveal himself in his full Lord tier glory. Within a single moment, everyone is silenced and murmurs start back up, but in the opposite vein this time. Everyone is shocked and awed by his capability and decides to back off. With that taken care of, Gao Peng announces the rules of the championship matches and declares the beginning of the first one. As soon as the match begins, Gao can already tell that contestant Han's skeletal rhino will lose. Though it's a ghoul type, it has no special skills yet, so it has no way to damage the swamp monster it's up against. Despite this, contestant Hun keeps yelling at the rhino to fight and win. Eventually, Gao goes up to Hun Lei and advises him to admit defeat now. Hun claims Gao is just jealous since he can't compete, but the referee completely dismisses that notion. Right now, he's only speaking out of concern for the rhino's life since the swamp monster is corroding it to hell and back. Unfortunately, Hun Lei is too wrapped up in his greed and desire to win and forces the rhino to keep fighting. Loyal to its master before all else, the rhino gets up despite being in a miserable condition and puts its last bit of strength into an all-out attack. Gao is shocked by the power behind the attack considering the rhino was only commander tier, but realizes that it sacrificed itself to do that. Even still, the swamp monster is unharmed and Hun Lei's opponent, Lucas, is declared the winner. Laying on the ground, the rhino calls out for its master, but Hun Lei completely ignores it and tells it to die for being useless. Jesus, how much of a scumbag can one guy be? While Gao congratulates Lucas, he shows more concern for the rhino than its own master. Gao reassures him though that he'll take care of it from here. Going up to the rhino, Gao pets its depressed form and praises it for being a good familiar that deserves better. Meanwhile, Union News' front page now features Gao Peng as the hottest topic of the tournament. At least they used a good picture, I guess. After that, the matches breeze by for the most part. Gao Peng is the referee assigned to match number 32 of the day, which is also the last match of this elimination round. Huaxia Region's Yuji is on one side with his level 32 black-scaled tiger. On the other end is the Yingli region's Brandy with his level 30 Wailing Serpent tree. As the match begins, Gao notes that while the Wailing Serpent is a couple of levels lower than the tiger, it is of a higher grade. Despite its flaw of restricted mobility as a plant-type familiar, the Wailing Serpent has a skill that slowly turns the tide in its favor, the corrosive effect of the acidic sap on its vines. While the tiger's been attacking it uncontested, it's been getting doused with more and more of the stuff. Eventually, Yuji is forced to forfeit to protect his familiar. Well, thank hell some of these guys care about their partners. After congratulating Brandy on his win, Gao Peng goes to speak to you. He tells the boy that he has a business proposal for his mother, the leader of the Shadow Blood Monster Hunter Association. Additionally, he tells you that the reason for his loss was his tiger's low grade and offers to evolve it if you approaches him after the tournament. I'm totally sure there won't be any strings attached there. Later in the referee waiting room, a conversation with the other refs for the championship teaches Gao about the downright cruel practices in the Southeast Asian region. After all the major Southeast Asian countries were combined into one region, children orphaned by the cataclysm were placed in government training camps and given their own familiars when they turned 18. Then, they would be pitted against each other in a free-for-all deathmatch where only the strongest would survive. That's why any young trainers from that region are especially capable. Despite the cruelty of this practice, Gao can't help but feel that it would be a good idea to create training camps of their own, just without the brutality and the deathmatch parts. Kids like Li Junzong would surely benefit greatly from such a thing and gain a chance to survive in the dangerous place their world has become. Moving on from that, Gao gives Dazi a figurative kick in the butt back home where he's been slacking off and relaxing ever since Gao left. Thanks to some cameras, he's been watching him and takes the chance now to get him back into the swing of his training routine. Once the break ends, Gao Peng moves to referee his latest match. Right before he leaves, one of the other refs gives him a somewhat ominous warning. He claims that if any more contestants from the Huaxia region are to lose under his watch, there could be more than a little trouble. Yeah, that's not a blatant threat at all. Outside, Gao Peng referees the third match of the second round. On one side is Muan of Korea with his silverback gorilla and swamp monster. On the other is Gangmu of Africa with what Gao recognizes as a giant tarsier and a rainforest scorpion. He's a little confused about the tarsier, which has incredible psychic abilities, since they're native to the southeast region and would die if removed from their habitat normally. Right as he's thinking about this, he notices Gangmu referring to it as mom and realizes what's going on. This is a product of a special training method where a young child is paired with a tarsier that's lost its child. This way, the tarsier becomes attached to the child as if it's their own and is willing to sign a blood contract. Look, I'm no expert, but every bit of that sounds messed up as hell. As soon as the match begins, Muan sends his swamp monster forward, only for it to get crushed by the rainforest scorpion. When Muan tries to have his gorilla strike at the opening that's been made, Gangmu's tarsier uses mind control to freeze it. Then, in a particularly sick and twisted move, Gangmu tells his mom that the gorilla is evil and gets her to kill it. Before Muan can even process the loss of his companion, Gangmu tries to make the tarsier attack him as well. Luckily, Yao has Dumby on standby to deal with exactly that kind of thing, and the tarsier is knocked back. While Gao gives him a warning for breaking the rules by going after his opponent directly, Muan announces that he surrenders. After the match, while Gao Peng is being brown-nosed by some guys, he realizes something. He might not be able to make bets on these matches as a referee, but nothing in the rules says a familiar can't. And it would be a real shame to waste this opportunity since he can see clear as day which contestants will win their matches. I guess that's not technically cheating. I don't know Magnet that bag. Back home, Goldie is busy climbing up a fence wall for the noble purpose of peeping. The duck is peeping. What has the world come to? Luckily for the lady, Goldie's phone goes off just in time to alert her and send him running for his life. Once he picks up, Gao tells him that he needs him to place a couple of bets. In return, he'll increase his daily amount of fish for a whole month. After making his way to a branch of the Happy Lottery chain, Goldie goes up to the cashier and holds up his phone. The screen has a message displayed on it that tells the cashier what bet he wants to place. Zhang Yi of the Huaxia region is his pick despite this being a very unpopular bet because of his opponent. Regardless, Goldie follows Go's instructions and coughs up over 5,000 alliance credits to bet on the guy. After taking his lottery ticket, the little guy leaves the place while the cashier goes to the back room. Right as he's cracking a joke to his coworkers about some sap who bet on Zhang Yi, the TV they're watching announces the victory of Zhang Yi in his match. Later that day, Gao returns to his mountain villa where he's greeted by an overly excitable Goldie. The bald duck starts spouting praises of Gao for getting him a winning bet, but simultaneously refuses to share any of the winnings. What the hell's up with that? Greedy SOB. On top of that, Goldie then demands more inside information from Gao. The trainer tries to make him understand that today's bet was just for fun and to get him some lunch money, but gambling is a terrible habit to get addicted to. As you can see from his face, Goldie is not impressed. The panel where Gao picks up his phone. Unnoticed by Gao, Goldie overhears him on the phone when he's talking about a contestant with decent potential named Zheng Xiao. That's all Goldie needs to hear to feed his newly found addiction. The next day, Zhang Yi wins the first match of the third round and thanks his lucky stars Gao Peng wasn't his referee. The rumors of Gao being biased against contestants from Huaxia are running rampant as of late. To Zhang Yi's horror, his current referee does in fact hand over the reins to Gao for his next match. Seeing Zhang's fear, Gao can only wonder how people can buy such a ridiculous rumor. Putting that aside, he takes a look at the matchups for today. A British contestant named Daisy with her Sea Dragon familiar catches his eye. Based on the schedule, Gao's suspects shall be facing Zhang Yi's Skyfire Hound eventually. Though the environment may not favor it, the Sea Dragon will still have the size and attribute advantage, so there's no telling if Zhang Yi will be able to win or not. Shortly after, the rankings for the most part have been set. Gao Leshi in 11th place, Long Bingyu in 7th, and Jun Mo Yi in 5th are a few. The final match of the day will be between Zhang Yi and Daisy for the #1 spot as Gao predicted. Before the match, Gao decides to check up on Goldie and sees that he's slacking off on training just like Da Zi, when he tries to offer an incentive of extra lunch money if he does his sets properly. Goldie starts bragging about how he placed an all-in bet that'll make him rich. That is, a bet on Zheng Xiao. Unfortunately for him, Gao informs the bald duck that Zheng Xiao lost this morning, so Goldie's money is all down the drain. Let that be a lesson, kids. Quit while you're ahead. Oh, and don't gamble, I guess. I dunno. Gao Peng does his best to console Goldie by promising him 300,000 alliance credits and raises if he gains 7 levels in a month. Goldie, however, has a different goal in mind. All he wants is to know who beat Zheng Xiao and made him lose the bet to teach him a lesson. Gao puts a stop to that at once, though, and tells Goldie that Zheng Xiao's opponent beat him fair and square. As he's consoling Goldie again, one of the other referees comes up to Gao and asks him if he really isn't going to referee the final match. Gao tells him there's no way he's going to take that risk. People are slandering him enough for his supposed unfairness. If Zhang Yi loses while he's refereeing, it'll only give those people even more fuel. Man, even a fictional world, cancel culture can't be beaten. Out on the field, the long-awaited final of the World Youth Monster Trainer Championship is beginning. Zhang Yi is present with his 3 familiars, a golden-back wild boar, the Skyfire Hound, and the Blackthorn Opium Poppy. From his spot at a spectating table, Gao notes that the Blackthorn Poppy has a pretty interesting skill. It can release a gas that makes any creature that inhales it go into a hyperactive state and lose its sense of pain. Using that on his other familiars is pretty clever, but it'll be a problem if they get addicted to the gas. Say no to drugs, kids. On the other end, Daisy is present with her Sea Dragon along with 2 Earth and River Otters that are around the same level. Gao notes that the Sea Dragon isn't just powerful, but also apparently a diplochoric variant, meaning its vision is greatly enhanced. Gao can only hope that Zhang Yi wins, or else people may still find a way to blame him for it. On the field, Chan has his Blackthorn Poppy release its gas the second the match begins. After inhaling it, the golden-back boar bum rushes the otters, only for them to bring up a shield wall made of the arena material. The Skyfire Hound tries leaping above the wall, but Daisy's Sea Dragon smashes clean through the thick wall and slashes the boar with its claws. The boar remains standing, though, thanks to the Poppy's gas. Now the Hound and boar have the Sea Dragon surrounded. Unfortunately for them, the Sea Dragon unleashes a skill that changes the whole terrain into a sea temporarily. With the boar slowed down, the dragon focuses on breaking the Hound's momentum with some water pillars. Meanwhile, its body travels under the water secretly and strikes up to give the boar a lethal bite. Enraged by the death of his familiar, Zhang Yi loses his cool and orders his Hound to focus on getting revenge by killing one of the otters. The Sea Dragon is having none of that, though, and one swift move cuts down the Hound. As Zhang Yi surrenders and the stadium erupts in cheers for Daisy, some sketchy individuals have a murmured conversation. Rather than reporting that Zhang Yi lost, they're going to put out news about Gao Peng. Throw the blame for this on him. But he wasn't even the referee for this match. How the hell does that make sense? From his place at the spectator table, Gao watches the media slandering him out of nowhere in real time. To his confusion, Goldie shows up in front of him all of a sudden. This gives him an idea that could fix his whole problem, though. During the awards ceremony where Daisy is being announced the winner of the World Youth Trainer Championship, Gao Peng shows up with Goldie in tow. Up at the judges' table, the chief referee tells the chairman that the Southern Sky Group has sent an unusual request. Luckily, the chairman decides to let things play out. W old Geezer. While Goldie rants at Daisy for making him lose his money, Gao uses his microphone to make an announcement to everyone in the stadium. He congratulates Daisy for becoming champion before stating that his little friend, that is to say Goldie, has a problem with her. He makes a show of presenting Goldie as a disobedient peasant duck from the countryside that's only at mid-commander tier. Turning to Daisy, he asks her to teach Goldie a lesson. Between the public announcement of Goldie's supposed weakness and the judges being silent, Daisy has no choice but to accept lest she appear weak. Just like that, The agreement is set, and Goldie faces off against Sea Dragon in a performance competition between the year's champion and a duck. That sounds way too weird when I say it like that. Sea Dragon instantly uses its terrain-changing move to make the arena into a sea. Goldie, however, simply dashes right through the water which parts around him due to his ability. Leaping forward, the bulked-up bird punches the stuffing out of Sea Dragon's jaw. Sea Dragon proceeds to swat Goldie away before beginning a game of cat and mouse where it keeps chasing and doing damage to the duck. Daisy notices, though, that the light around Goldie is only getting brighter and stranger the more damage he takes. Eventually, Goldie kicks Sea Dragon in the throat and gets rewarded with a slam. Despite the strangeness, Daisy is certain this is a victory for her. However, as soon as the dust clears, she and everyone else are shocked by what they see. An absolutely massive, unreasonably buff, bald Goldie holding back Sea Dragon's claw with just one hand. Goldie proceeds to throw Sea Dragon into the air before hitting it with what he dubs the ultimate fist of destruction. As the dragon collapses and Goldie roars in victory, Daisy surrenders and the crowd goes absolutely backcrap insane with excitement and praise for Gao Peng. Just like that, all the bad press and rumors are blown away. Gao assures Daisy that her dragon will be fine in a few days and offers a ticket to his lab as an apology for what he had to do. Daisy is still reeling from the embarrassment though and brushes him off, claiming that someone from a rich family like her has no reason to go to some rando's lab. That suits Gao Peng just fine though. His lab is headed towards being one of the world's leading ones in just 5 years. Daisy will regret her choice soon enough. Ice cold. I love it. While preparing a bunch of Gao Peng's favorite sweets, Ji Hunwoo receives a call from the military requesting his help with a major issue. The things in the mausoleum of the first emperor have come to life. There's no way I read that right. It's a horror story now. A few moments ago, in the suburbs of the Lingtong district to the northeast of Chang'an City, the army is watching over the tomb of China's first emperor, which has a strange glow covering it. All of a sudden, the whole place begins shaking with tremors and the ground starts collapsing in on itself. From inside the opening in the ground, an army of terracotta begin climbing out, somehow having been brought to life. As they're marching and chanting a strange chant, the main mausoleum collapses and a coffin coated in a strange green energy is flown out, tied to 2 ghostly-looking beasts. Fortunately for everyone, the legendary white aquatic dragon and its master appear in the skies above and awe everyone present into stopping. The army makes an announcement addressing the coffin and offering a truce, stunned by the appearance of an honest-to-God dragon. The coffin agrees to this. Man, this keeps getting weirder and weirder. What have I just said? Before leaving to go back home, Ji Hunwoo tells his military contact to be careful since that thing in the tomb gives off an evil vibe. Back at the lakeside villa, Gao Peng is thinking about the arrangement between his grandpa and the alliance government. He's not sure what exactly it is, but clearly they need his help from time to time, and that allows the Southern Sky Group certain benefits. However, Gao isn't happy with the fact his grandfather has to face threats. What if he comes up against one that's too much one day? To this end, Gao decides to train a trustworthy Lord-tier monster trainer who can act in Ji's place and reduce the number of times he has to be sent out. Since he needs someone who's totally loyal to his grandpa for this, there's really only one person that comes to mind. Later, Huang Ya can be seen entering Gao Peng's laboratory with his warhorse at his side. As he reports to Gao Peng, his warhorse instantly goes to get pet by him. Smile in place, Gao Peng wastes no time and instantly asks Huang Ya if he wants a Lord-tier familiar. Well, that escalated quickly. Gao tells Huang Ya that he can give him a Lord-tier familiar. When he instantly answers that he would like that, Gao starts giving him a short speech about what'll then be expected of him as Southern Sky Group's new hero and how, with great power, comes great responsibility. I see someone's been binging Spider-Man content. Huang Ya answers that he understands. Hearing this, Gao Peng leads him further into the lab. Gao leads Huang Ya to the area where the semi-evolved female spider monster has been captured and held since way back when. Using Stripey as a translator, he tells the female spider that he has a way for her to finish her evolution. In response, the female spider tells him she'll forgive him for capturing her and refrain from eating him if he goes ahead with that. Annoyed by the beast's audacity, Gao summons Dumby to his side. The skeleton tyrant appears in an instant, ready in his full combat stance to intimidate the crap out of the female spider. Hell, that scared me a bit, and I'm just reading this. Gao issues an ultimatum to the spider. She can either comply with them or continue to resist and end up becoming a trophy. Sufficiently cowed, the spider agrees to sign a blood contract at Gao's instruction. Huang Ya moves to form the contract but finds that there's still resistance from the spider. Instantly, Gao has Streppy beat the spider into submission, and the contract is finally signed. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Little scummy for my taste. After the contract is signed and Gao has administered the evolutionary agent, the female spider begins the process of evolving by becoming wrapped in earth. Since this will take some time, Gao steps away and tells Huang that he's free to stay with the spider if he wishes. Meanwhile, a trio of strange individuals are up to no good in the mountains on the outskirts of Yuzhou City. These three are there in search of the mountain spirits mentioned in their Bible, when the third, most fanatical of the group, steps into the conversation. They decide it's time to have a talk with the mountain spirit. Back in Gao's lab, the evolution has finally concluded. Having seen this from his security feed, Gao goes back to where Huang is and asks how it is. Looking at the system pop-up, Gao sees it's now called a horrifying murderous female spider. Holy balls, why did they make her hot? Anyways. As Huang Ya practically sparkles with joy over having a Lord-tier familiar, Gao smiles and tells him to train well. If he wants, he should take it on a walk around the city to show off. Afterwards, Gao is wrapped up in the lab when he receives a phone call from Su Qingji. She tells him about a friend from the monster trainer department who wants to meet him. According to Qingji, she's known as one of the 4 stars of Yuzhou. Gao instantly recognizes the title and asks if the person is Lin Xinru, surprising Qingji. Xinru is a world hunter who travels into uncharted mountains and explores unknown wastelands on a daily basis. Gao agrees to meet her with thoughts of recruiting her to the Southern Sky Group on his mind. About 20 minutes later, Qingji and Xinru are waiting for Gao downtown when what looks to be a meteor comes shooting down from the sky. Luckily, it's not quite the dangerous space rocket seemed like. Gao, Peng, and Flamey have just crash-landed because the bird lost its balance midair. How does that even happen? Flamey apologizes repeatedly, while Gao decides to keep quiet about the truth to avoid an earful. He's pretty sure the reason for Flamey being off is that he's used Dumby's new soul chain ability on himself and Flamey to strengthen them. Quickly, Gao Peng heads inside the cafe they agree to meet at and greets the 2 ladies. As soon as they sit down, Gao gets right to the point and asks Xinru what she wants. The woman asks him if he knows about the Platinum Hands. This is a notorious extremist group based in Jinsha and made up of fanatic followers of the Holy Luo Tian, regularly using tactics like human shields and suicide bombing. They have little to no regard for innocent lives. Xinru tells Gao that some members were recently spotted near the mountain spirits outside Yuzhou, considering that each mountain spirit has the strength of a Lord tier, and there are a ton of them present at the moment. They can't afford the Platinum Hands agitating them. The fallout from such a thing would most likely end up steamrolling all of Yuzhou City. Though he's concerned by this, Gao Peng's question still stands. What does she want with him specifically? Xinru admits that while she wants the Platinum Hands gone from here, she'd rather not face them herself. As such, she hopes that the Southern Sky Group will take up the mantle of protector of Yuzhou. Hearing this, Gao mentally berates himself for being suspicious that she wanted to get her familiars upgraded. Without wasting any time, he tells her that the Southern Sky Group accepts her request. Additionally, he'd like to advise her to join the group herself. With their lab already being at the world level, he'll give her the chance to promote all her familiars for free if she joins. Weary but interested, Xinru asks what she needs to offer in return. Gao admits that her being one of only 3 world hunters in Yuzhou makes her a valuable asset. As such, he's fine with signing a temporary contract first and seeing where things go from there. After concluding the meeting, Gao decides to go check out the Platinum Hands to gauge their power level. He calls Huang and asks him to bring Dumby, Stripey, Flamey, and Goldie to meet him at the North Road exit. Dazi goes ballistic over being left behind, but Gao gives him the cold hard truth that he's not as strong as the others since he keeps slacking off on his training. As he is, he'll only be in danger if he comes with them. Yikes, that's harsh. Pretty fair though. Later, Gao and Huang are riding their respective familiars over the jungle outside Yuzhou City. When they finally reach the location where the mountain spirits were previously spotted though, they're both shocked. The only thing there is a massive empty crater. Knowing that mountain spirits never move of their own will, Gao decides to give chase since this could be the Platinum Hands' doing. First and foremost, for the purpose of surveillance and reconnaissance, he sends Flamey up to alert them if he finds any traces at all of the spirits or humans. After flying some distance away, Flamey contacts Gao through their bond to tell him it can see an absolute crap ton of mountain spirits all gathered in one spot. Gao is deeply concerned by the fact that the Platinum Hands do indeed have a way of directing the mountain spirits. For now, he instructs Flame to act like he's just a wild monster and pretend to fall from the sky in fear of the spirits. What follows is truly Oscar-worthy acting. Down below, the trio from Platinum Hands take note of Flamey, but their leader chooses to ignore it. Right now, their goal here is about to be achieved. The mountain spirits suddenly start acting agitated, and the leader starts a strange chant about being blessed by the holy Luo Tien. In the midst of this, he discovers the presence of Gao and Huang through a familiar that was acting as a security measure. Instantly, he redirects his attention to this new problem and sends his winged Thunder Ape to attack. Back with Gao, Flamey is just moments away from getting back to him when he's shot with a massive plasma fireball. Despite his best attempts, Flamey is unable to hold it back and ends up getting burned before Huang puts up an elemental shield as well. Flamey survives thanks to Huang's spider, but his feathers are all but gone. Goldie gives the bird his jacket to cover himself before he's forced to tank another plasma ball. Despite his activation of the Forbidden Domain, Goldie is sent flying into a tree with immense force. Before Gao can do anything but check on Goldie, a new beast appears. A level 44 wood peacock that's a healing and support type. The Platinum Hands member commanding it introduces himself as the Order's greatest bishop, Bishop Garou, and claims he'll send them to St. Luo Tien. Duty's up, we get it already, you're a cultist. Standing beside him, Huang tells Gao that he'll have his warhorse contact Chairman Ji through their contract bonds, since this situation seems like a bit too much for them. Enraged over the loss of his feathers, Flamey attacks Garou, but his Thunder Ape swats the fireballs away like nothing. And now, equally enraged, Garou sends the Thunder Ape forth to kill them all. From the other side, Gao and Huang send Dumby and the horrifying murderous female spider to meet this charge. Dumby and the spider try to double-team the ape, but the wood peacock refuses to allow that. Through its continuous use of vines and manipulating the nearby greenery, it holds Dumby back from joining the fight. Worse still, Gao can't get to Garou either since he's hiding behind the peacock. Suddenly, Gao has the idea to take away the peacock's environmental advantage by burning down the forest. He instructs Flamey to set the whole place ablaze, but Garou simply has his peacock flame the burning trees at Huang, though he's able to shield at the last second. Huang is injured and sent to the ground. With both their familiars occupied, Garou reveals that he's not alone. The rest of his cultist comrades reveal themselves and their several familiars, pushing the two into a corner. Over in the Southern Sky Group's conference room, Chairman Ji is in the middle of a meeting when Huang's warhorse bursts in and goes right for him. As soon as Ji recognizes the horse as Huang's, he realizes something is wrong, remembering that he's out with Gao today. Back at the spot of the battle, if it can even be called one, Gao and Huang are pinned with nowhere to go. Huang tells Gao to escape when he gets the chance and just lay these people's heads on his grave so he can rest without regrets. Alright, that was the hardest bar I've heard in a while. Gao Peng assures him it won't come to that though. Right as he says this, his secret weapon comes onto the scene. Goldie in all his buffed up, gigantfied glory is here to save the day. Thanks to the fire from Flamey earlier, he was able to drag Goldie away under the chaos and activate his passive. Now, as the cultists send their familiars to attack him, Gao points out how they're insulting Goldie for his baldness. Triggered to the maximum, the buff duck beats the crap out of several familiars. Unfortunately, he is eventually trapped when some spider familiars shoot their silk at him. With no more defenses open to them, a glass mantis is sent forth to kill Gao and Huang. At the last moment though, Gao grins and thinks this is just in time before shoving Huang out of the way. Huang can only scream in despair as Gao takes the full brunt of the attack in his place. Luckily, this was just part of Gao's plan to buff up Goldie even more. He himself has escaped with no damage while Goldie's grown bigger than ever. Garou is regretting his decision to not bring more familiars now when everyone's focus is drawn to something else. The mountain spirits are putting on a massive and ominous display of some sort. Garou starts ranting about how the mountain spirit king is about to be born and will help them conquer the world. Turning to it, Gao is met with the sight of the spirits merging together to form one massive mountain spirit king that's halfway through the evolution process. This was their plan all along, a whole new tier. Garou commands the mountain spirit king to trap them all, only to flop spectacularly. Turns out he can't control the beast for crap and it traps everyone in the area instead. As the beast's walls engulf them all, darkness overtakes the area. Moments later, Gao lights up a bunch of glow sticks and helps Huang up from the ground. Studying the walls around them, he concludes that they're completely sealed inside the mountain spirit king itself. He takes stock of his surroundings. The Platinum Hands are arguing with each other and a single hole in the wall keeps radiating heat. For now, all they have to do is hold out until Grandpa G gets here. Speaking of the devil, he's currently at the exit of Yuzhou City that Gao and Huang used. Though there's no way to fully pinpoint their location, The old man is fueled by righteous fury at the thought of his grandson being harmed, and he takes off a top white aquatic dragon to find him. Grandpas in fiction are always so damn cool, man. Back with Gao and the others, the Platinum Hands keep failing to make even a dent in the walls despite the best efforts of their familiars. Gao tells Flamey to keep pecking at Goldie slightly just in case they need him to be buffed up at any time. Just then, Guru approaches him and offers a truce until they can get out of here. He explains that the hole in the wall leads straight to the Spirit Mountain King's core, and they can buy more time by offering a sacrifice. That is to say, the beast needs insane amounts of energy to fuel its evolution right now. If they send in a sacrifice for the core to consume, it'll stop emitting heat until it finishes its meal. Though Gao is confused as to where they'll even get a sacrifice at first, he quickly comes to the horrific revelation that Garu's talking about their familiars. The insane fanatic even sends one of his own in without a second thought before demanding that Gao do the same. Naturally, the young man refuses to ever do such a thing to his family. Unfortunately, Stripey has other plans. Without giving Gao a chance to stop him, he races into the hole and tells Gao that he'll do whatever's needed to help his master. One of the cultists mocks Gao for what she believes is hypocrisy, prompting an unseen rage in Gao. Turning on his heel, he slams a fist right in the woman's face before threatening to rip her apart if she spouts such nonsense again. Instantly switching gears, he races into the hole after Stripey with Goldie at his side, determined to save the spider. Before he can get anywhere close though, one of the walls is absolutely devastated and crashes apart. From outside, Gao spots the arm of Grandpa G's White Dragon. With the arrival of White Dragon and his grandpa, Gao Peng's hopes for Stripey are even higher than before. With White Dragon's help, the wall around the hole is crushed, only to reveal another hole further down. Even worse, when he calls out for Stripey, all he receives is a yawned-out declaration of how tired and sleepy he is. Gao yells out for Stripey to come back, practically begging for his survival, but there's still no reply. For now, Gao can see that he'll only get in the way and should rely on White Dragon's strength instead, as he's loading Huan's injured form onto the dragon. He notices the members of Platinum Hand planning to escape. Unwilling to have that, he tells White Dragon and G about them, and the group are crushed to death with a single slam of the dragon's arm. Seeing this, Gao Peng realizes that his approach to monster training has been flawed recently. He's been so focused on grades that he hasn't given enough attention to leveling up. He thought that by just being higher grade, his familiars could beat anyone, but the fact is that tiers make the biggest difference of all. Suddenly, the Mountain Spirit King's evolution comes to a halt, and its vitality begins growing weaker, taking Stripey's along with it. With White Dragon's help, Gao manages to secure some Mountain Spirit cores to feed the king and keep it alive alongside Stripey. Unfortunately, an error occurs in the evolution process and the system tells him a whole new life form is about to be born. Gao Peng can feel the intense desire for survival of this new life and suspects it to be Stripey. All Gao can do is stand there feeling helpless and stewing in anger at himself for not being better. Grandpa G does his best to comfort him and promises Gao that they'll save Stripey together. But for now, they should go back and think of their next move. As they leave, Gao Peng vows that if Stripey dies, he'll kill every last mountain spirit in Mujo to avenge him. About half a month later, Gao can be seen observing his familiars as they train themselves to the brink. Ever since losing Stripey, they've thrown themselves into the pursuit of strength harder than ever. None are more determined than Da Zi, who's the first to start and the last to stop every day. As for Stripey himself, Gao knows he's alive thanks to their blood contract, but the team assigned to scan the Mountain Spirit King's body has been unable to locate him so far. Right as he's thinking about this, Gao suddenly feels a well of power rising within him. Out of nowhere, he's been granted immense power and extraordinary senses. Even stranger, he suddenly hears Stripey's voice calling out to him. Elated to finally hear from him, Gao deduces Stripey must have absorbed the Mountain Spirit King instead of the other way around, which explains the sudden power boost. Based on Stripey's words, Gao is pretty sure he knows where he is. Turning to his other familiars, he tells them they're going to get Stripey back. Additionally, he decides to test out his new abilities and challenges Da Zi to a race. The centipede cockily accepts, only for what happens next to leave it shocked and confused. Gao Peng, with Silly still clinging to his back, dashes off with enough speed to leave the grass beneath his feet ripped to shreds. After arriving at their intended location, Gao and his familiars are treated to the sight of an absolutely colossal beast that dwarfs anything else they've ever seen. Even the Mountain Spirit King that trapped them pales in comparison to this thing. And as fate would have it, this is what has become of Stripey, who is now level 51, King Tier, Epic Grade, Disaster Mountain Spider. The rise in Streppy's power is absolutely ridiculous in how large it is, but thanks to his new size, he can't really travel around with them anymore. Regardless, Gao is just happy to have him back safe and sound. In an absolutely crushing moment, Streppy expresses his desire to hold his master like he used to, but knows he can't anymore. Just rip my heart out, why don't ya? Rather than what he said though, Gao is more focused on the fact that he just said it, with his own voice instead of telepathy. After getting over his shock, Gao comforts Streppy and tells him that from now on, he is the ruler of the mountains, something Streppy takes quite well too based on the bellowing declaration he then makes. Probably woke up all of Yujo with that one. Back in Grandpa G's office, the two men talk about Streppy and how news about him can't really be stopped from getting out. Even so, it's not like anyone can really do anything about it. G goes on to speak about how the strong will always prey on the weak. Back when he first returned after the cataclysm, the Seven Sky Group was in shambles and he was ambushed by all sorts of assassination attempts within his first 24 hours. But the very next day, he took White Dragon and executed every one of those responsible in a bloodbath. Point being that Gao needs to be prepared for the same, and judging by how much he's grown up, she believes he doesn't even need the old man anymore. Right as Gao's teasing his grandpa about how dramatic that is, Huang comes in to tell him they've secured the two familiar corpses he wanted. Before Gao goes to join him, Grandpa G takes a sudden swing at him, only for Gao to put his full force into successfully defending himself. She just praises him for getting stronger and tells him to go on, all the while hiding the pain in his arm. He can only be happy though. With this, he can finally let go of his worries. Gao Peng has the strength to protect himself. That night, Huang shows Gao the remains of the winged thunder ape and the wood peacock that Garou used. Gao summons Dumby and has him use his ability on both familiars, only to find that it won't work on the peacock. Gao theorizes that Dumby can only revive familiars below his level since the peacock is one level above him. This theory is proven when the thunder ape that's below his level is revived without any trouble. While reviving the ape, Dumby decides there are too many memories lingering in the soul to deal with and just burns them all away. Left in their stead is a subordinate for the skeletal tyrant, a winged skeletal ape. Gao notes that though the revived ape is pretty strong, it's a full level and grade lower than when it was alive. Unfortunately, revived familiars just can't access the full spectrum of their pre-death power. Regardless, for now he just asks Dumby to have him gently move the wood peacock's body to the lab. Back in the lab, Gao Peng uses one of the surveillance drones to check up on Streppy, only to find that Da Zi has pranked him by planting tangerine trees on his head. These folks have a wild definition of prank. As those three are messing around, Gao receives a call from Huang to tell him the school he had set up is complete. The first batch of orphans to be enrolled has been arranged and the school is near the Seven Sky Group for its protection. With this, orphans of the Cataclysm will be able to lead better lives and grow into successful adults one day. All that's required in return is a little loyalty. Yeah, not sure I like how his eyes got when he said that. Once the call's done, Yao meets Lin Xinru, who has finally decided to visit his lab. The familiar she wishes to promote is a level 40 gold-tailed divine shrimp with about 6 different evolutionary paths. Unfortunately, it'll take a while to gather the required materials, so Gao asks Xinru to give him a week. She simply says that she understands and that she believes in him before leaving. Meanwhile, in an area known as the Adamantium Bridge District, an investigation into some random murders has revealed something shocking. Apparently, the victims have been killed by a living statue which has now made its way to another commercial district. Over in the Magnet Mouth Commercial District, Gao Peng is out with Silly and Da Zi to look for the materials he needs. Unfortunately, he still hasn't been able to get everything he needs. Just as he's considering venturing into the black market, Gao Peng spots something familiar, a statue of ancient Chinese General Guangong. As he's wondering why it's suddenly here, a cistern window appears and identifies it as a Lord Tier Level 41 animated bronze statue. The hell? While studying the statue from afar, Gao Peng wonders how exactly it could have come to life and contacts his grandpa about it. Over a video call, Chi tells him that it's strange that the government didn't alert him to this, but they figure it's probably just to keep the situation quiet. Before ending the call, Ji tells Gao that he'll be sending Thunder God to help out. While waiting in place, Gao can't help but draw a connection between this and those terracotta that came to life at the first Emperor's mausoleum. He can only hope it's not actually connected. Just then, a secret government unit that Gao recognizes as the Black Flags shows up to the scene. Along with them are about 50 obsidian hounds of Commander Tier. Together, they attempt fighting the statue but quickly find that they can't hold a candle to a Lord Tier monster. In just moments, the statue devastates so many of the hounds that the chief is forced to make his team stand down. Just then, the earth beneath them starts quaking and makes them all stumble a bit. From the ground, Thunder God makes his appearance as he drills his way to the surface and greets Gao Peng. The monster trainer in question goes up to the Black Flags, who level their weapons at him and demand identification. When Gao gives his name and says that Thunder God is his grandpa's familiar, the chief is able to work out exactly who he is and implores him to help stop the statue. Without waiting for anything further, Thunder God gets to work and shoots enough attacks to force the statue into running away. That's not going to work though, as Thunder God captures and paralyzes it in electrical bindings with ease, as electricity is its weakness. Gao notices that the Chief Luo, is berating one of the soldiers for trying to claim credit for the statue's defeat and decides he can work with this guy in the future. With everything taken care of, Gao loads up Thunder God and the statue into a truck and leaves. Before he does though, he tells Chief Luo that he can take the credit for defeating the Lord Tier monster. Gao Peng and his squad are now at the mountain behind his villa. Here, he allows Thunder God to rest up since he got to use quite a bit of energy on the statue. Just then, said statue escapes its bindings and swings its sword at Gao Peng. The monster trainer refuses to back down though and simply catches the dull blade with a single hand. Guess Grandpa's badassery genes are finally kicking in. Before the statue can react, Stripey shows himself standing behind it and traps the statue in a nearly 60-meter wide ball of rock. Gao decides to leave the statue in Stripey's care while he attends a call from Huang. The man tells him about how the recent development of statues coming to life appears to be a problem all over the world instead of a local thing. Gao realizes the Allied government is slowly losing its prestige and control thanks to how quickly the world is evolving. Regardless, he refuses to back down. If the world wants to keep evolving, then he'll just have to do the same with his familiars. After ending the call, Gao Peng decides to test out the weakness listed in the statue's status window, Power of Impurity. None of Gao's tests yield any results though. From bird doo-doo to dog blood, nothing affects the statue. Gao has to wonder if he'll need some kind of undiscovered material for this. Turning to Stripey, he asks him to talk to the statue when he's bored and try to get some info. In the meantime, he has some stuff to attend to. Over the course of just a few minutes, Stripey bombards the statue with so much excited chattering that it gives in and admits it killed its victims because they were hooligans causing trouble. How about that? Stripey knows the talk no jutsu. At a later point in time, Gao Peng and his familiars ride Stripey all the way to the forest outside Yuzhou City, only to regret that choice. Thanks to Stripey's new body, he exudes black smoke that's ridiculously hot whenever he moves now. Back to the matter at hand though, Gao Peng has had an idea. Taking into consideration the rapid pace of mutations and evolutionary developments lately, it stands to reason that the amount of undiscovered monsters and treasure should be quite high in the mountains too. Normally, hunter teams can't travel far enough to explore the deeper parts of the wilderness since there are no safe resting places out there. However, if Gao can get the mountain spirits to cooperate, it'll be possible to use them as moving outposts of sorts and go as far into the wilderness as desired. And all Gao Peng needs to do is charge a boatload of money as the provider of this service, and he'll end up making a gargantuan profit. About a month later, Gao can be seen riding atop Stripey as he pursues his quest of recruiting mountain spirits. So far, he's managed to get 10 of them on board and even created outposts with 4 of them. On top of that, Flamey, Goldie, and Da Zi are all just a level or 2 away from becoming Lord Tier. Things are really looking up for Gao Peng. What could possibly go wrong now? Crap, I jinxed it, didn't I? Suddenly, Gao Peng senses something coming from the side. As he turns to check it out, he sees a swarm of mutated bees heading straight his way. Yeah, my bad. Based on the information given by the system, these are lion blade bees with poison stingers so potent that a single sting can completely immobilize its victim. Fortunately, Gao has just the counter for a swarm. Stripey's new skill after becoming what he is now, Disaster Cloud. In a single, massive eruption, the entire swarm is hit with an explosion of lava, killing all of them in one go. Gao flies down to the ground with Flamey to start gathering their quark crystals, only to find Flamey loves eating the bees. I mean, I'm more of a chicken guy, but to each their own, I guess. While Flamey enjoys some more bees, Gao has Dumby revive some of them. He quickly learns, though, that the lack of skeletal structure in them prevents Dumby from reviving them. Instead, he revives all the beings that have been buried in the soil here. Sensing something in the bushes, Dumby sends the ghouls forth to catch whatever it is. This turns out to be a mouse, which Gao instantly tells his familiars to capture upon seeing its status window. Flamey guides its path with a quick burst of fire, and Dumby traces its path to catch the little guy in his fist. Gao rechecks the system and confirms that the mouse isn't anything special itself, but its rare mystic attribute makes it worth keeping. After handing it over to Stripey for now, Gao has Dumby's ghouls gather all the bees in the area into one spot. Then he has Flamey burn the bodies away, leaving just their core crystals behind. Finally, he has Dumby's ghouls carry the crystals onto Stripey's back. Despite their low levels, the sheer amount of core crystals here should net him an easy 10,000 Alliance credits. The end, for now. Since the last time, Gao Peng has successfully refereed the Youth Trainer Championship, beaten some heinous allegations, evolved Dumby to Lord Tier, defeated a cult called the Platinum Hands, and in a strange turn of events, Stripey has evolved into a Lord Tier Rock Mountain. Also, statues across the world are gaining sentience, and he has to work on defeating them. And to top it all off, Gao is working on an agreement with Yuzhou's mountain spirits to use them as outposts for world hunters. Yeah, the Southern Sky Group's heir just cannot catch a break, it seems. After getting back from his latest outing to recruit some mountain spirits, Gao Peng is confused to find a whole new pond at the Villa Lakeside. All of a sudden, a large crocodile monster leaps out of the water, shocking both Gao and his familiars. As he calms Flamey down, Grandpa G shows up and explains the crocodile is his newest familiar. Really, old man? Ya didn't already have enough. Being a level 46 Lord Tier monster with a Berserker Blood ability, the croc excites Gao Peng greatly. Grandpa G points out that his familiars are pretty great too, and asks about Flamey being close to evolving. Gao tells him that's indeed the case, and they're just looking for a place to evolve him right now. That aside, they found a whopping total of 168 mountain spirits and have managed to get all of their cooperation for their endeavor. While that was convenient, Gao asks his grandpa to advise him on where to go from this point. The old man tells him his most valuable asset in this case is Stripey, as nobody will threaten him with him by Gao's side. Additionally, the hunters who will use these outposts will be the ones to bring them the most value, so they need to be gathered. Taking his grandpa's words into consideration, Gao Peng decides to form a union with the mountain spirits as their flagship offering. Union members will get a 50% discount and a 10% discount on company products. Other than that, they'll share a portion of profits with the Yuzhou government as well to smooth their operation and foster goodwill. Gao Peng even considers a year-end bonus for union members based on their performances. Once this initial venture takes off fully, he plans to go for global expansion. Who knows, maybe he'll even find a rare creature in one of the more mysterious locations of the world. Finally, he settles on a name, the Explorers Union. Sometime later, Gao Peng in his lab outfit grabs Da Zi out of nowhere and dumps him in a vat of clear liquid with electricity running through it. He tells Da Zi this is a special formula created just for him and to be a good boy and evolve in there. Then, he moves to study the money-grubbing mouse he grabbed in his latest outing for its mythic attribute. Its lack of evolutionary pathways makes Gao question how much potential it really has, though. After convincing it to sign a blood contract and plopping it into some evolution stew, the mouse turns into an ugly little treasure-sniffing rodent. Now there are two more pathways, one to strengthen its treasure-sniffing ability and one to make it capable of consuming treasures to activate other skills. Naturally, Gao Peng picks the option that'll make him richer and picks the former. All he's missing is some king-tier blood. Next thing he knows, Gao Peng is getting some of that from G's White Dragon when he gets a call from Director Feng. The older man explains how the Shatu Oman man-eating earthworm lord ended up partnering with the desert ruler instead of fighting to the death like they wanted. Feng tells him they want Gao to stall the desert ruler while the golden deity descends to deal with the Shatu Oman earthworm. Once they've handled that, they'll all take down the desert ruler together. Gao agrees to this plan on the outside, but within him is a raging fire of fury. You can see right through this shallow attempt to use him as bait to draw out his grandpa and get his help as well. This will not stand. Oh boy, they're really in for it now. Gao Peng decides to apply some pressure to find out what the story is here and ends up learning something interesting. One of the heads of the military region has a grandson who was killed by the desert ruler not long ago. Gao Peng can tell he must have died of his own greed, since Lord-tier monsters generally stay away from humans unless provoked. The military head, however, is claiming the man was killed in the line of duty and is launching this whole operation to avenge him. They really just put anyone into power, don't they? Gao is just thinking about how he would have even helped if not for the fact they're using him to get to his grandpa when Whitey taps him. The blood bucket is ready. Sometime later, Da Zi has gone up to Lord Tier. The mouse has been promoted to perfect grade and Flamey is on the verge of evolving. As he and G discuss the statue he beat being used as a guard for his school, the skies darken and start thundering. It's time for Flamey to evolve. How did the egg he's been in a great flaming beast emerges, finally looking as majestic as its name implies. I dunno, man. Kinda just looks like an ostrich on fire. To Gao Peng's surprise, his grandfather advises taking up the military's request, if only to look around and assess the situation himself. Realizing there must be something more there if he is suggesting this, Gao agrees. After arriving in Chang'an City, Gao tries to get a travel agency to take him to the Dali Desert but learns that it's currently off limits. Apparently, people have been dying there a lot recently. Since this complicates matters, Gao backs off. Instead, he spots a broker of sorts and goes to speak to him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just a money-hungry smuggler. After entering a private room, Gao tells the man he needs to go to the Dali Desert today and shows him a bag full of cash. Shoot, for that much, I'll do it, man. Standing atop a rocky cliff, Gao watches as the military operation in the desert is launched. Well, alright, guess that smuggler dude pulled through. With the recent evacuation of civilians, it's clear they can't hold this off any longer. Sure enough, right as he thinks that, the desert ruler makes its appearance. Hot damn, that thing looks menacing. The king's sandworm is draped across its shoulders. The very next moment, the ruler lets its lord aura loose, transforming even the nearby forest into sand, to be able to expand its territory even further for environmental damage. Gao can't help but be impressed. From there, things don't look great for the military. Every one of their attacks on the monster are practically shrugged off like nothing. Luckily, when it goes to counterattack, the golden deity finally comes onto the scene in a magnificent display of light and blasts the desert ruler. The humans think they're finally up, but the ruler silences them when they realize it's completely unharmed. Gao notes that the monster is capable of dispersing any part of its body at a moment's notice to avoid damage. It uses incredibly quick reaction and analyzing speed to accomplish this. Oh, so it's kinda just like Obito then. Despite the golden deity's stats and abilities, the desert ruler has the home field advantage and eventually breaks through its defense with a single blow, driving it into the ground. The military is at a loss about what to do as well, since they can't risk launching an attack and harming the golden deity in the crossfire. After all, that beast is Chang'an City's symbol of hope. The commander on location instructs his men to wait for the deity to back off and fire their missiles the second they see an opening. This isn't to be, however, as the next thing they know they're being ambushed. The Sand King giant earthworm has shown itself, and dozens of giant man-eating earthworms have erupted from the sand right in the middle of their formation. As the commander orders for their tanks to scatter and familiars to move in, a team of giant chickens burst onto the scene and bite into the earthworms. Flashback time, folks. We're going to see exactly how Gao Peng ended up getting to the desert. The smuggler, shady as he seems, isn't much of a threat. All Gao Peng needs to do is glare at his hidden familiar to terrify the thing and make him weary enough that he doesn't try anything. At least not for the moment. He leads Gao to a supposed gathering place and tells him they'll depart at 10 p.m. Later, inside a hotel room in the Dali Desert, Gao wakes up and comments on how riding in a truck all day yesterday really messed up his back. Getting up and moving to the window gives him a view of the last outpost before fully entering the Dali Desert. A lot of specialty materials are sold here, as seen in the stalls all over the place. What the hell is an exploding cactus? The most sold items are said cactus along with sand-type monster core crystals and sand soul stones. A little bit later, Gao is sitting in a restaurant for a meal when he overhears a group of hunters talking about the military and its hobbying of the desert. Based on what he can hear, the military is locking down the desert and forbidding anyone from entering, which implies something pretty big is going to happen. Yeah, we already saw the brawl of the beasts. Later, the Gao and his familiars are trudging through the desert, a difficult task for Dumby in particular due to his size and weight. After Dazi teases him for a bit, the flying familiars come together to help him move. As they're doing so, Dumby comments to Gao that the sand here is very angry. Supposedly, when a lower-tier monster has been in the same place long enough, it affects the environment surrounding it, even the air itself. Gao thinks of the White Dragon's Lake and realizes this is quite accurate. Suddenly, Flamey senses a fight up ahead and leads the others towards it. After arriving on the scene, Gao observes from higher ground as a group of hunters fight some cliché sand minion things. As the fight goes on, Gao observes something interesting. The sand monster's core crystal seems to act as a heart. With that being the case, he decides to use Dumby's ability for an experiment. Unfortunately, while Dumby's ability does cause all the monsters to seemingly explode, it does not actually damage their sand core crystals in any way. Between their resistance to electric and fire types, Da-Z and Flamey are both practically useless against them, and Dumby is too restricted by the environment to get an advantageous position on them. If Gao decides to help the military, these elemental disadvantages are really going to suck. Back to the present. As they watch the military being ambushed by the earthworms, Flamey asks Gao if they should intervene. Gao answers in the negative and explains that they wouldn't be able to do much anyways. Plus, if the military came here with the serious intention of taking on Dali Desert, they've surely got something else up their sleeve. Like that thing in the black robe, off of size alone, it's clear isn't human. Gao is frustrated by his inability to view its stats because of the robe, but is distracted by the battle between Desert Ruler and Golden Deity. The sandy monster now has the bird clutched in its fist. Even worse for the military, it just ignores all the deity's attacks and heals thanks to the abundance of sand and its sand core being unharmed. This really isn't their day. Suddenly, the Desert Ruler starts absorbing the sand monsters from across the desert, stunning Gao Peng. Confirming his suspicions, the beast transforms into a much larger threat and crushes the Golden Deity against the sandy ground. Despite his disadvantage here, Gao Peng prepares to intervene for the sake of Chandun City's guardian. Luckily, this isn't necessary though, as just at that moment the robed figure finally jumps into the fray. As it reveals itself, Gao is finally able to see that it's none other than the terracotta soldier of historic General Meng Tian brought to life. The Soldier of Stone is able to hit the Desert Ruler with enough attacks at a high enough rate that it's forced to let go of the Golden Deity. Though there's still no damage to the Desert Ruler, the objective has been completed. The deity is safe. With their inability to defeat the Desert Ruler right now, the commander orders his forces to retreat. As they're doing that, the commander receives a video call from the general who sent them here. The commander tries to explain the situation, but the spiteful old coot on the other side cares only for revenge. He tells the commander that all he cares about is sending that monster to hell, regardless of what the cost may be. Yikes, that's not very general-like now, is it? Though he's deeply troubled by this and hates to do it, the commander accepts this and obeys the general's orders. At a distance, Yao is talking to his familiars about how they should head out as well since the military is retreating. They'll just have to wait till they have a Lord-tier Ice-type familiar on their side since that's the weakness of the sand monsters. Suddenly, he feels a chill down his spine and all of his familiars move to defend him from an unseen threat. Moments later, a streak of red flies across the sky and impacts the middle of the desert. As it makes contact with the sand, an enormous mushroom cloud rises from the point of contact, showing Gao Peng that it's a nuclear bomb. Luckily, Gao Peng and his familiars were at a decent distance and the damage transfer ability caused the radiation and blast wave to be transferred evenly to his familiars instead of him. With their high physical stats and immunity to radiation, they're all pretty much unharmed. Probably can't say the same for whatever that damn nuke hit though. Turning to the site of the explosion, Gao Peng decides to go check on the state of the Desert Ruler. Gao Peng arrives with his familiars in the depths of the Dali Desert. A nuclear bomb wouldn't normally kill a Lord-tier monster unless they were hit point blank, so he's not sure if the Desert Ruler survived or not. The sand nearby has been heated to the point of becoming glass crystals. Suddenly, the little treasure-sniffing rodent alerts Gao Peng to some nearby treasure. Holy crap, when did the little guy get so adorable? Gao Peng just turns an annoyed expression on the little guy though, citing that he made them dig for treasure for hours the other day, only to end up finding a normal grade core crystal. The rat insists that it's not a false alarm this time though, and Gao agrees to give him another chance. After digging for quite some time, Gao Peng and Dumby are standing in what's practically a crater. Gao is starting to doubt the mouse's ability, but just then, Dumby's shovel hits something solid. At Gao's instruction, he pulls the object out, which turns out to be some strange bone that hurts Dumby's hand. That in itself is strange, since not even a nuclear explosion was able to hurt him that much. Even stranger, however, is the fact that Gao's stat-reading ability, or rather the system, is unable to recognize the true nature or name of the bone. This must mean his ability can be improved further. Gao praises the little mouse and gets the idea to have Dumby assimilate the bone into himself. When he does this, though, the bone causes a reaction that forces Dumby to drop it and back off. A concerned Gao rushes to him, but he's suddenly hit with a vision of a giant monster in a starry sky. Something he can't even fully fathom. I have no clue what that thing is, but it looks sick. As soon as he's free from that, Gao asks Dumby if he feels any pain. Luckily he doesn't, but a pattern has now appeared on his arm. The very same pattern that's on that strange bone. On top of that, Dumby has suddenly obtained a whole new skill, Level 2 Dark Flame Mastery. Strangely enough, the flame doesn't seem to actually burn anything as it's covering Dumby, but leaving his cloak unharmed. Gao finds this all very interesting and instructs Dumby to take the bone with him. They're going back for now. The next night, Gao is in his hotel room when a state of emergency is declared. Right as he's wondering about that, some soldiers show up at his door and tell him all monster trainers in the city are to help the government fight off a level 5 threat. After telling them he'll come over ASAP, Gao goes inside to get ready. He can't help but feel uneasy though. The last time a level 5 threat occurred was when the White Dragon was undergoing evolution. Later, Yao is on top of Chang'an City's eastern wall when he sees what's happened. The desert ruler has mutated in order to survive the radiation of the nuke. Instead of dying from it, it can now use radiation to strengthen itself and its nuclear core. Though its hard body is much more brittle now, its defense and elemental resistances have risen greatly. Honestly, Gao isn't sure if this is a good or bad thing. Before Gao can think of a strategy, the Golden Deity swoops onto the scene and unleashes a powerful skill directly onto the nuclear ruler. Side note, that name is so goddamn cool. Unfortunately, the Golden Deity's beam barely leaves a scratch on the nuclear ruler. At Gao's instruction, Dumby jumps in to help hold it off. He may have been limited in the desert, but here on solid land, Dumby is more than capable of fighting this thing. As Dumby closes in on the ruler, it fires a beam which he blocks with his arm. Then, he uses his revival ability to call forth the corpse of the Elder King centipede that was slain on this land 6 months ago by the Golden Deity itself. Dumby uses the centipede to hold the nuclear ruler still while the Golden Deity fires off a wing slash to decapitate the beast. The nuclear ruler gets hit, but manages to get out of the way enough to get hit in the arm instead. From there, Glass Monster crushes the centipede's skull with a single hit. Gao orders Flaming to support Dumby from the air. The crane lets loose a massive wave of fire onto the nuclear ruler, but that doesn't last long as the monster reveals a new ability, gravity manipulation. With both offense and defense on the monster's side now, things look grim. But when it comes to melee combat, there's nobody better than Dumby. With a single hit, he strikes the nuclear ruler and gets Flamey freed. The nuclear ruler tries to strike back at Dumby, but the undead tyrant is faster and hits the monster with a punch imbued with his new power, striking the ruler and stunning it just long enough for Flamey and the Golden Deity to launch a combined attack with all their power. That combination move leaves the nuclear ruler completely fried and beaten, dead on its feet. Afterwards, Gao Peng haggles with the soldiers present over how the corpse of the ruler will be divided. After bluffing them with a demand for 75% of the corpse, Yao Peng backs them into an offer where he gets the nuclear ruler's core crystal and one of the 2 flesh-enhancing tablets that they have in their possession. Back at Gao Peng's lab, Goldie emerges from a metal chamber, buffed up and stronger than ever before as a lower-tier monster. Unfortunately for the bald duck, Gao is quick to shut him down for destroying the chamber's door and tells him he'll have to pay for it himself. The pain of being financially responsible. After that's taken care of, Gao Peng tells Tong Tong that the military has sent over a flesh-enhancing tablet so they can start their experiment. It's time to evolve the blood-eyed, bearded vulture contracted to her. Other monster breeders have thus far failed to evolve it, but Gao Peng assures her he'll be able to do it without any trouble. With that said, Gao gets to work with Silly acting as his assistant. With a few ingredients, he transforms the tablet into a green rock that he instructs the vulture to swallow. As soon as it does this, the monster collapses to the ground as its eyes go red. Near instantly, Gao has Dumby wheel and a trolley loaded with raw meat that was specially prepared for the vulture. With the passing of another few moments, the vulture is fully evolved and Tong Tong's soul strength has increased. He informs his surrogate sister that now the vulture only needs to swallow fresh meat regularly and work hard to get stronger. He also offers to promote its grade if she can find the materials, but Tong Tong tells him that just this is fine for now. With that conversation concluded, Gao answers a call from Huang Ya. He tells Gao that Yangcheng Broadcasting Station has requested his presence as a guest of honor for one of their programs. While he'd normally decline this kind of request without consideration, Huang tells him they're willing to give him a thunder shell as compensation. Reluctantly, Gao Peng agrees to attend as that's one of the ingredients needed to evolve Grandpa G's Thunder God. With evolution materials for King and Lord tier familiars getting rarer and rarer, he can't let a chance like this pass him up. And so, Gao Peng ends up at Yangcheng Airport, where he's greeted by Wai Muzi, the assistant director of the program he's here for. An eye for talent. Once they're in his car, he tells Gao about all the different materials and monsters they've gathered from the wild. He even shares an information package with Gao and tells him to take a look at it. All the while he's going on about what the program is about. Meanwhile, Gao Peng spots something in the list of rare materials that he's intrigued by. What's listed as a Dalingtian dandelion is clearly labeled by the system as a yin-yang calendula, with the unusual combination of healing and weakening skills. He can't help but want to see it. When he asks Wang to name a price for it, the older man instantly tells him that there's no need to pay for something so small and that he'll have it sent to his room by tonight. Digger spotted. Is that a word? Well, it is now. Sure enough. Later that night at the Ji family villa in Yangcheng, the yin-yang calendula arrives at Gao's room. After blowing on it to startle it a bit, Gao calls it out and tells it that he knows the truth. The little guy may be able to fool the program runners, but he can see clear as day that it's a plant-type monster, not a rare material. Gao Peng calls in an elite-grade light-type monster's core crystal and uses it as a way to form a contract with the yin-yang calendula. From there, he just names the little guy Flowery and assigns its safety to Dumby, whom now has a new hat in the form of the little flower. Pretty cute, I can't lie. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, some strange eggs are beginning to hatch. Back with Gao, he's absolutely done with this whole program of the Yangcheng Broadcasting Service. Not only is the info on many of their materials outright incorrect, the script for the program sounds highly unnatural. Regardless, for the sake of the Thunder Shell and the Yin-Yang Calendula, he'll put up with even this. Right as he's thinking this, Wang Muzi shows up and apologizes for the show's director being a pampered rich kid. That's why some stuff seems off, as a ton of work has been pushed on him to do by himself. Yikes. So he's not a creep, just really overworked. I feel bad now. Gao Peng reassures him, and the man moves on to some other business. Meanwhile, Gao checks his phone and sees a ton of missed calls, including some from his grandpa. After calling him back to check in, Gao learns that the Yangcheng branch of the Southern Sky Group has been attacked by a wave of monsters. Grandpa Ji wants him to go stabilize the situation. Gao assures him that he'll sort everything out before he even gets here and ends the call. Taking a few things into consideration, Gao works out that the strongest monsters in this attack must only be Lord Tier. Only, he says. With that being the case, the only reason why the military wouldn't be helping right now is if they've already got their hands full with other attacks. Over at the Southern Sky Group's Yangcheng branch, the place has been overrun by what appear to be mutated Kappa monsters. The electric fence is keeping them out of the inner area for now, but that doesn't last long. Before the defenders of the place know it, the Kappas have advanced and are now attacking them directly. One of their familiars, a three-tailed fox, is even brutalized quite badly. Deciding to run with their tails between their legs, the men leave as fast as they can. One of the Kappas moves to attack them, but is hit with a sudden force that blows his head off. That right, there was a Goldie's signature punch. Gao Peng and his familiars are finally on the scene. Standing atop Flamey's back in the air, Gao Peng addresses the fleeing men and tells them he won't accept them as employees of the Southern Sky if word gets out of their cowardice. He admits that they're not all at fault, and he of course doesn't expect them to risk their lives. However, they should at least put an effort that matches the compensation they receive. And that's not even to mention the geographical advantage. Base, hundreds of elite, and dozens of commander tiers. Weapons and gadgets are supplied with. Can they not even fight off such a basic monster horde even with all that? Are they stupid? Damn bro, he's destroying them right now. Gao tells Dumby and Dazi to head on over to the other gates while he and Goldie take care of things here. Goldie goes on to pulverize every single Kappa in sight, only growing stronger the one time he gets bitten. Gao even calls his grandpa mid-battle and tells him to not bother coming over. Meanwhile, at the west gate, Dazi uses Thunder Wings to paralyze the entire attacking group of monsters in one go. Luckily, the men stationed there seem more competent and take full advantage of this opportunity. Back at the east gate, Goldie has thoroughly crushed all his enemies, causing some of the squad members to look on in jealousy. Gao considers putting some people from the security department into the familiar combat squad and let the real professionals handle genuine battles. It doesn't help that this whole attack is rather suspicious. It's not natural for monsters to go out of their way and enter a city to attack specific locations. Putting that aside for now, he rounds up the men who actually did well in the battle and gives a speech. He commends those who fought well and offers a second chance to those who didn't. All they have to do is catch the rest of the Kappas alive, each of them being worth 1 point. Though the losers are very dismissive at first, some comments from another squad member get them fired up enough to go for it. This relieves Gao, as he doesn't mind giving another chance to people who at least bother to make amends. For those who refuse to change, though, he can only wonder who's going to be playing bad cop. Who? Ominous. I love it. Once the Kappas have all been captured, Gao notes that the system is showing their evolutionary pathways with much more detail than usual. This may be due to his increasing soul strength. As he's pondering this, a man comes up to tell him his orders have been carried out. The captured monsters are all here, at Gao's instruction. He prepares to sell the dead Kappas and keep the live ones for the Southern Sky since they don't sell particularly well. Next are the six-legged antler turtles from the gate Dazi went to. Since their antlers seem to regenerate and can be used for various purposes, Gao instructs the man to have them raised and their antlers harvested regularly. Finally, the rewards have been sent to those who actively participated in the monster wave, while those who didn't have been penalized. 4 men in particular have been fired and their familiars confiscated. Serves them right, bunch of spineless losers. Unlike those specific troublemakers, the rest of the men who fooled will only have their pay docked for 3 months. Additionally, those who lost their lives in the battle will have their families taken care of by the Southern Sky Group. With all those matters dealt with, Gao Peng mounts Flamey and takes off towards Nanny Village. It's time to find out where these monsters came from to begin with. Once he gets there, the sight of indiscriminate destruction reminds Gao of when the cataclysm occurred 4 years ago. Sensing something in the rubble, he sends Dazi after it. The centipede returns to him with a level 8 land Kama shrimp. Well, that's more than a little underwhelming. Gao Peng tells Dazi to let the little guy go, but when he does, the shrimp flops onto the ground, appearing dead. Gao Peng can see right through it thanks to the system though and realizes the shrimp is playing dead. Intrigued, he pretends to leave it there and head off somewhere else, only to have Flamey mark it with his scent. Now they can track it and see just what's going on. There's no way a monster that weak survived the destruction of this village by itself. Gao flies atop the sea with Flamey where they track the shrimp to when the scent suddenly disappears. Gao realizes a Commander Tier must have caught on to their plan and the mastermind behind the monster wave may be closer than they think. Moments after he tells Flamey to fly higher for safety, a giant monster bursts out of the sea in a massive eruption of water and attacks them. Dazi hits it with a massive blast, but it has armor beneath its scales that make his electricity useless. That doesn't stop the centipede though. In a burst of speed, he slashes straight through the monster's scales and electrocutes it from the inside. Damn son, that's raw as hell. As the monster retreats back into the water, Gao is able to glimpse its stat window. The monster is a level 46 Lord tier gloaming oceanic manta ray. Gao praises Dazi but notes that this thing doesn't look strong enough to be the one they're looking for. Curious and eager to figure out just what's going on, Gao as Flamey shoot a burst of fire at the ocean's surface. What he sees, however, is far more than he bargained for. Right under the surface of the ocean lies a massive something. It's hard to make out exactly, but something's definitely not right. As such, Gao instantly has his group fall back. That does not bode well, does it? Over at the Yangcheng Military's Division 3 office, the commander is bored out of his mind when an alarm suddenly goes off. When he goes to check what's happened, he learns that their radar has detected a high-energy reaction under the sea, and it's only increasing with every second too. After sending out their drones to investigate, the matter only gets more serious. If their readings are right, whatever's down there is at least 300 square kilometers in size. This unknown monster is able to suppress 2 Lord tiers by itself at the same time. Quick to react, the commander orders his men to bomb this monster wave to hell and back in hopes of driving it away. Outside Chang'an City, the sea is being blown to Kingdom Come while the military brings in hundreds of flying-type familiars to help. From his position below, Gao Peng observes all this while noting that a tsunami is a possible issue if the monsters create one. Luckily, the military upgraded the embankment so that hopefully won't be a problem. As the familiars charge in, Gao tells Dazi to move in with Flamey. Just then, a clash between the sea monsters and the military causes a several meters tall wave to come his way. From inside that wave, a large aquatic monster leaps out at Gao, but Goldie jumps in just in time, and he's striking a pose. He's been watching anime, hasn't he? After using what is supposedly called the secret pattern Elemental Vacuum Domain, Goldie punches the crap out of the fish and sends it flying. Right, super secret pattern that was. With a further exertion of energy, Goldie sends out a blast that hurts a massive number of fish in a straight path from his position. Well, never mind then. Following Goldie's attack, one of the big bads of this monster wave shows itself. A level 43 Lord tier Sea King electric eel. As it clashes with the bald duck, Dumby rushes in to offer support, summoning forth a spectral sword. He jams it in the eel's head, causing it to push him off and into Goldie. With the eel thrown off, Goldie takes the opening to pummel it with his explosive duck punch combo. Enraged, the eel fires off some electricity at Goldie, but he uses his ability to nullify it and follows up with a punch to the face. As the eel falls back into the water, the sea level suddenly starts rising dramatically. Before their eyes, the absolutely gargantuan creature that initially triggered everyone's radars finally shows itself. The level 51 King tier Sea Coral King. Oh wow, that's pretty damn big. Gao Peng is instantly switching gears to a defensive position as he realizes they can't beat this thing, especially if it's a living organism. Between its regenerative and communicative abilities, the thing is like an aircraft carrier, but for monsters. If anyone conquers this thing, they could build a whole damn headquarters on its back and travel the world. Turning towards a couple of professors arguing over what exactly the thing is, Gao tells them to focus on what's important. Right now, they need to hurry and evacuate everyone from the area. If that thing attacks, there'll be no surviving it. Talk about terrifying. Though most people have already been evacuated, some scavengers have sneaked into the area to loot monster corpses, not realizing the danger they're in. When the military officer present yells out a warning to them, they quickly rush towards shore, fearing for their lives. One of the men nearly gets killed by a golden sickle fish, but is saved by his canine familiar, Blackie, at the last moment. Unfortunately for them, Blackie ends up sacrificing himself to save his master. As the dog gets torn to shreds by the fish, the man begs his companions to help him, only for them all to shy away. Thankfully, Gao Peng is moved by the dog's loyalty and has Goldie retrieve him, seeing that the man truly cares for his familiar as well. Gao gets a petal from Flowery and uses it to heal the beast. After that's taken care of, Gao Peng turns to the site of the battle where military forces are being overwhelmed by the monster wave. Gao Peng simply calls out for them all to step back and sends Dumby forward. The skeleton tyrant rushes at the monsters and unleashes the power of his dark flame mastery, piercing right through the head of one of the attacking monsters. Following his initial attack, Dumby uses his revival ability to raise an army consisting of every single monster that has fallen here. Together, this army is able to hold off the monster wave and buy enough time for the generals to start counterattacking. Before they know it, the Coral King has left and the ordeal is finally over. While Gao takes a call from Huang, Goldie goes around scavenging fish corpses to make a quick buck for himself. Never change, you bald, beautiful green bucket of buffness. Huang tells Gao that news of his achievements has already spread and stories of the Lord of the Undead are already in circulation. More importantly though, Huang has news about the unusual phenomenon Gao asked him to keep an eye on. Ghostly soldiers walking the earth have built a base in Bingzhou, Gao Peng's city. Gao wonders if he can find materials there to promote Dumby to legendary grade. For now, he just asks Huang to keep investigating the matter. Later, Gao Peng is in his lab back in Yuzhou City preparing Flowery's evolution process. After giving him a shot, he puts the little guy in a protective case and heads out to meet his grandpa who's just arrived. Outside, he finds his grandpa along with Thunder God who has completed his evolution. He's now a level 45 legendary grade being named Thunder Shell God. The electric element mastery on him is the highest Gao Peng has ever seen for any element. While Gao celebrates this success, Old Man Ji has some internal concerns. Every day Gao shows more and more incredible feats when it comes to familiar breeding. Southern Sky may be peaceful for now, but he'll have to get even stronger to protect his grandson. Gao Peng then asks his grandpa if he remembers where Flamey's birthplace is since he promised to visit it a while ago. She tells him it's a swamp to the west of Jiangnan base city, and Gao tells Flamey they'll go there together the very next day. Flamey doesn't react much outwardly, thinking of his mother back home. The next day, Gao Peng is in Southern Sky's Jiangnan branch getting some info from Manager Chen about the swamp. While he's scrolling through the monsters that reside there, Flamey alerts him to a specific crocodile. This is the one that hurt his mother way back when, as seen on the video feed. It's even terrorizing Flamey's kin to this day. Gao learns from Manager Chen that this swamp is unofficially accepted as Qian family territory. One of the four big families, Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li. Gao puts his foot down at this and asserts that no one holds any ownership over the wilderness. He then learns that the master of a Lord-tier red-eyed crocodile is the second oldest member of Qian Wu Liang. Without missing a beat, Gao tells Chen to send Wu Liang a formal challenge. He'll be waiting on the city's northern outskirts in 3 days' time. That guy's so screwed. R.I.P. Manager Chen tries his best to talk Gao Peng out of his plan. He tells him that the Qian family are in an alliance with the other three big ones, and this would be like declaring war on them all. Gao Peng is far too clever to let such a simple matter deter him, though. Rather than backing down, he tells Chen to send invitations to the other three families for a banquet. By undermining the Qian and then defeating their champion, they'll kick that whole family out of their territory as a whole. Hot damn, he just came up with that on the spot. That evening, the formal challenge is brought to the Qian family's mansion and causes quite a commotion. Though most of the family are hesitant to accept this challenge and risk drawing the attention of Chairman Ji, Wu Liang's ego refuses to let him back down. He claims to fear no one and declares that he'll win without even killing Gao Peng's familiars. Oh boy, you're gonna regret that one. With a highly cliché line about young people being all talk, he sends someone to change their meeting location to the western outskirts. After Wu Liyang leaves, the family's other lord tier trainer, Xiao Yu, is instructed by his mother to watch out in case his uncle Wu Liyang tries to cheat. Damn, even his family knows he's a scumbag. At some point during the next 3 days, Wu Liyang goes to the crocodile spirit swamp and pleads with it to help out. It appears their contract wasn't mutually agreed upon and the crocodile holds some resentment. Even so, it agrees to help when it hears Gao Peng is the challenger since it holds a grudge against Ji's white dragon. Meanwhile, Gao Peng does some sightseeing and learns that the local Lake Tai is now home to a silverfish prince, resulting in a halt of all silverfish fishing. After that, Gao and his familiars take a group photo like a little family. Soon enough, the day of the challenge arrives and Gao Peng stands at the western outskirts, studying the terrain. More noticeable than that, however, is Flamey's palpable rage at the sight of the crocodile that harmed his parents. Though the terrain is perfect for an amphibious monster like the croc, Flamey's ability to fly should even things out. All of a sudden, Wu Liyang comes up to Gao and puts on a show of being some kind of generous elder. He offers to settle this on good terms without a battle, but Gao Peng makes it clear this isn't an option. Today's fight is between the crane that lost its parents and the one who took them. Gao Peng will not be interfering in the fight to begin with. Everyone present is absolutely shocked by this, not believing that the clearly young crane will even be able to do much. In response to this, Gao Peng just smirks and tells Flamey to show them all what he's got. As soon as the match begins, the crocodile sucks Flamey in with an AoE attack and tries to swat him with its tail. Flamey dodges this with ease by firing a burst of flames to propel himself back. After reading the croc's stat window, Gao calls out to warn Flamey that it has a wind attribute. Wu Liyang tries to offer the croc some guidance as well, but ignores him in favor of raging at the crane blindly. Flamey rains fire down on him continuously, causing the crocodile to enter the water nearby and erect an elemental shield. No shield can stand up to the long burning blaze of Flamey's fury, however. The crane rains down such an immense amount of scorching hot fire that it evaporates the croc's shield and burns it severely. When Flamey moves to follow up on the attack, the croc manages to hit him with a wind roar attack. This doesn't stop the crane for long though, and he reassures Gao he won't get hit again. Seeing its own death flashing before its eyes at this point, the croc decides to go after Gao. Even Wu Liyang is taken aback by this and screams for his familiar not to attack Gao. Maybe he's not so bad after all. From the shadows, Xiao Yu prepares to jump in, but this proves to be unnecessary. Dumby is at Gao's side and blows the crocodile away with a single superpowered kick. Though the crocodile tries to run away after this, Flamey has already won the challenge. Surprisingly enough, Wu Liyang accepts his loss gracefully, showing his nephew that he didn't mean to be here at all. Thanks to the events of the day, though, he worries that there may no longer be a crocodile king in Jiangnan City. Later that day, Manager Chen reports to Gao that the Qian family is surrendering the crocodile spirit swamp to the southern sky. This includes all the familiars within it, which means Flamey's kin as well. On top of that, they're even paying a compensation amount. Gao Peng stops Chen here though and tells him to return that and pay them accordingly to the market price of what they're giving up. This whole thing was a personal matter between Flamey and the crocodile. There's no need to crush a whole family that's already being cooperative. Additionally, the other 3 families have accepted his partnership agreement, so a local division of their company will establish a branch of the Explorers Union here. Finally, as per Gao's request, personnel will be sent to ensure good living conditions for the flaming red cranes at regular intervals. With everything settled, Gao asks Flamey if he really doesn't want to visit his remaining kin personally. The crane confirms that he's happy to have gotten his revenge and to just know that his kin will live well and perhaps even evolve one day. Out of nowhere, a level 46 perfect grade mystical mirror diviner turtle speeds through the water to Gao Peng's location and grants him a material called an ambergris jade, a ball made of condensation from various dragon species. With that, the turtle leaves. Alright, that was random as hell. What the heck? Confused beyond all belief, Gao Peng figures the jade may have something to do with White Dragon and asks Manager Chen to send it back to him in Yuzhou. In the meantime, Gao has to go on a trip to Chongping Village next. The life of a master trainer never slows down, it seems. Outside Chongping Village in Gao Peng Base City stands a team consisting of Xu Hedi, Lin Xinru, and Su Qingji. The 3 hunters are here on a mission given to them by Gao Peng to retrieve a general's bone and 1,000-year heart of darkness. All three of them use ghoul powder to mask their presence and enter the village's surrounding forest without being attacked. While it masks their scent, it doesn't completely make them invisible though. When Hetty gets too close to a ghoul, it attempts to attack him before Oriate crushes it back into the ground. Kangaroo's got moves. As they venture deeper into the forest, the team are met by thousands of ghost soldiers and a strange, gaunt-looking man. Said man tells them General Zhao wishes to see them and leads the three away. Qingji recognizes that this General Zhou must be the spirit of Zhou Ku, who fought in the Battle of Chongping long ago. The three go along with the man to a shack of sorts, where the general sits on a throne surrounded by ghost soldiers. Things appear to be relatively calm, though, as the general tells them he'll allow them to take what they want if they do something for him in return. Shinru steps forward to tell him what they want. For the general's bone, Zhao tells them he's willing to give up one of his own, but only one. Cool didn't know he was chill like that. When it comes to the 1,000-year Heart of Darkness, though, he tells them he's never heard of it. Stepping further towards him, Shinru tells him that the 1,000-year Heart of Darkness is his heart. Before anyone can react, she sends her glass mantis forward to attack Jia with enough force to send him through a wall. Instantly, the ghost soldiers surround them. Luckily, Qingji's familiar is able to emit holy light and suppress them for the time being. Looking back at the spot where Zhou was sent flying, Shinru notes that he's absorbing yin energy. She calls for Oriate to kill him now while he's still weakened, and the kangaroo leaps into action. Unfortunately for them, Zhao has already recovered. He strikes out with his blade of stone, slashing clean through one of Oriate's arms. As Zhao exits the hole in the wall made by his body, he fires another energy blast at Oriate before rallying his ghost soldiers. With a terrifying war cry, he has them all move with the sole intent of killing the team. Suhedi sees that the yin energy being gathered by Zhao is forming a blood cloud. If they get caught in that, they'll end up dying of exhaustion while fighting these undead. Hetty has his hairball familiar release a fog of black smoke to cover their retreat. His what now? They really just turn anything into a familiar, don't they? Together, the three escape atop their flying familiar, desperate to get away in time. Suddenly, the sky above them undergoes yet another change. The lightning that's striking down from above is driving away the blood clouds. This is the work of none other than White Dragon. Chairman Ji has arrived. From here, things are pretty easy for the Southern Sky members. Old Man Ji easily bats away General Zhou's attacks and sends him hurtling towards the ground with White Dragon's power. Laying there, defeated and weakened, Zhou can only curse Ji Hunwu. The man in question just tells White Dragon to be gentle with the general and not kill him since his parts are needed. Later, we see Ji unceremoniously dropping Zhou's unconscious body like a sack of potatoes in front of Gao Peng. Back at the lakeside outside their villa, he tells Gao that he didn't know how to extract the bone and heart he needed, so he just brought the whole general. He also brought the dark flames that Lin Xinru collected for him. Gao Peng is astounded internally at how easily he's just gotten yet another material. With this, he only needs one more thing to promote Dumby to legendary grade. Also, he teases White Dragon about that jade thing from before and gets drenched. Before leaving, Ji tells Gao Peng one last thing. There's a spatial rift that's appeared in Baiya district recently. At his level, it shouldn't be much of a threat, so it'll be a good experience for Gao. Not long after that, Gao Peng arrives at the building that holds said spatial rift. Surrounded by a black fog, it's advised to enter at noon when the fog is weakest and visibility is high. Inside are swarms of level 20 black jacket geckos. Since there shouldn't be any Lord tier monsters inside, Gao Peng sends Goldie in alone to check things out. Sure enough, just a few moments later, Goldie has dealt with every single gecko inside the fog. And he's pretending to be a monk now. Somebody take away his internet. With all the monsters cleared out, Yao prepares to enter with the Southern Sky Group forces at his command. Inside, he finds a spatial rift which, interestingly enough, is listed as an item by the system. Gao is considering taking it back with him and setting up a couple of rifts to use as back doors when something suddenly comes out of it. A yellow jacket devil octopus, known for its tendency to mind control its enemies before devouring them to fulfill its sick desires. Gao is frantically trying to figure out what these jacket colors stand for. Perhaps they indicate attributes. Black could be shadow while yellow is mind. He doesn't get far with that train of thought though, as Goldie suddenly punches the crap out of the octopus for copying his look. Never change, Goldie. Never change. Upon asking his forces, Gao learns they've so far been unable to explore the other side of the spatial rift. Gao turns to Dumby and asks him to summon the Sea King eel skeleton and have it check out the rift for them. Once that's done, Dumby conveys that there are only a handful of black jacket geckos on the other side and nothing stronger. He goes in to confirm himself first and then calls out to Gao, telling him it's safe. With that confirmed, Gao, Flamey, Goldie, and Da Zi head into the rift. That sounds way cooler than it looks. On the other side of the rift, Gao observes that there's nearly no black fog and the walls around them look like a maze. While his forces focus on measuring data and collecting samples, he himself observes the other world as a whole. Suddenly, a giant level 49 Blood Jacket Labyrinth Watcher appears with a weapon in hand. Gao takes this as a sign that this black fog world must have its own civilization. When Flamey tries to take to the skies and attack, he's stopped by an invisible wall in the air. With no other option seeming smart, Gao orders everyone to retreat at once. At Gao's command, Da Zi holds off the Watcher, getting some help from Dumby, who devastates the Watcher's me. Once almost everyone else is out and the Watcher is knocked down, Gao asks Dumby to act as a translator between them. The following conversation results in the reveal of not one, not two, not even three, but 7 more Lord Tier Labyrinth Watchers. As if that wasn't bad enough, they have a super recovery skill, as seen by the first Watcher's me healing before their eyes. Luckily, the Watchers aren't hostile. With Dumby acting as translator, they manage to hammer out an agreement where they'll let Gao go home and return at a later date to awaken their master. Whatever that means. In exchange, said master will be happy to trade with him for whatever he wants. Gao also learns that this world once had humans of its own, though they left it decades ago. As he's leaving to return to Earth, Gao ponders over the possible negative outcomes of other versions of humanity. If the power difference turns out to be too large, it could easily open the door to invasion and war. Way to bum everyone out, man. Back at Gao's lab, the Yin-Yang Calendula has reached level 31 thanks to the use of some ridiculously expensive frozen crystal soil. All these missing to promote Dumby now as the essence of the undying heart, but the search in Chongping turned out to be pointless. The amount of resentment from the 400,000 soldiers who died there simply corrupted it too much. As he's thinking about that, Gao receives a call from the school he opened not long ago. As soon as he answers, the man on the other side worriedly tells him that his second bronze statue has appeared at the school gate. After arriving at the school, Gao Peng sees that there is indeed a whole new bronze statue standing next to the original one. Without a second thought, Gao has Da Zi paralyze and bind it so he can carry it away. After having it spend some time with Stripey, he'll bring it back here to act as a second guard. Also, he carries away the statue that weighs tons with just one hand. Soul contracts are awesome. Over in the valley where Stripey is resting, Gao dumps the statue and tells the mountain ruler that it's a new toy for him. Instantly, Stripey crushes its fighting spirit when he literally crushes him for acting aggressive. Then, Stripey pleads with Gao Peng about when he'll be able to leave this place and travel with him again. He misses everyone. Oh Lord, I think I just felt my heart break a little. Gao is hit particularly hard by this and promises Stripey that he'll find a way for them to go on adventures together again. Meanwhile, in the African region of Zambia, Lusaka Bay City acts as the home of the Black Badger group whose leader is desperate to make a name for them. Using instructions from a strange tablet of unknown origin, he sets out on an expedition. Yeah, I'm sure that'll end well. Back in Bahia district, Gao Peng has arrived with his own familiars, Suhedi and Tong Tong's Softy at his side. After stepping through the rift, he meets one of the Watchers from before. Using Dumby as a translator again, Yao discreetly confirms that the humans of this world had familiars as well. The Watcher leads them to the location where their master is sealed, a grand hall frozen in time. Also a massive crystal barrier. The Watcher explains that their master sealed himself in there and all that's needed for his awakening is for a monster trainer to enter the hall. That being the case, Gao Peng enters with Goldie at his side. Thanks to an elemental barrier, they make it through the hall without freezing despite the sub-zero temperature. As they close in on the center of the hall though, Gao Peng is frozen by what he sees waiting ahead. Right in front of him, preserved inside a solid block of ice, is the corpse of the Blood Hunter. And just a little ways away, resting atop a throne is a sleeping level 11 desolate Frost Lion. From what little info he has, Gao can deduce that the dead Blood Hunter must be the master the Watchers spoke of and this little Frost Lion is its murderer. Gao questions why they would ask him to awaken their master if they knew that he was already dead. Right as he realizes this is actually a trap, Flamey's voice calls out to him through their connection and confirms this suspicion. He and the others are being attacked by several monsters. Gao turns to return to their side at once, only stopping for a moment when he notices the Frost Lion has awoken. Though it seems to be showing off, Gao has no time and chooses to ignore it. He and Goldie rush to the hall's entrance where they meet Suhedi. He explains that the Watchers attacked them right after Gao entered the hall, and they were only able to survive because Dumby summoned the Sea King eel skeleton to seal them inside and block the exit. Flamey in particular is quite hurt due to being hit with a surprise attack. An infuriated Goldie rushes outside, determined to avenge his friends despite Gao yelling for him to not be rash. As if he didn't already have enough on his plate, Gao turns to see that the Frost Lion has followed him all the way here. Through their connection, he suddenly feels Goldie being beaten down by the Watchers and yells out in concern. The Frost Lion keeps trying to get his attention throughout this, annoying Gao. Quickly, he decides to make a contract with the thing so he can understand what it's saying without all this nonsense. I mean, you skipped a few steps, but I guess that works. With the contract signed, Gao senses that the Frost Lion's true, enormous, power is locked away until it swallows an ice-type treasure to restore itself. Of course, the lion itself incessantly brags about this fact, so Gao decides to just brush off his brags and demands a solution to their current situation. In response, the lion tells him they have to run. Oh no goddamn shit, Sherlock. The lion quickly elaborates that he's the one who owns this labyrinth, and he knows some paths that only small monsters like himself and humans can get through. Unwilling to leave any of his familiars behind, Gao tells Hetty to retreat with the lion for now while he saves his family. Using the strength granted to him by his contract with Stripey, Gao blows open one of the walls with a kick. From there, he has Dazi and Dumby use a combination attack to throw off the Watchers while Silly heals Goldie. The Watchers aren't out for long though and come back to attack with even more anger. Unfortunately for them, Goldie's all healed up, and with how much damage they did to him, he instantly grows to a size that matches their own. Angrier than ever, he kicks one of the Watchers away before grabbing its weapon. It's his turn now. Now that he's in his buffed up state, Goldie beats the stuffing out of the Watchers with a barrage of punches. Only 3 of them are able to escape, with the rest reduced to corpses at his feet. Since someone has to stay here to guard the corpses, Gao tells Hetty to head back home and bring more forces to retrieve them. Gao and his familiars will stay here to stand guard. With Treasure-Sniffing Mouse as his guide and Dumby as his guard, Hetty heads back to where they came from. During their time alone here, Gao probes the Frost Lion for info and learns some interesting things. For one, a familiar's skills can be developed further after awakening them. Second, their world is only in its infancy of evolution, since the cataclysm was a mere 4 years ago. The best treasures and minerals are yet to appear there, and with Gao as one of the strongest, if not the strongest monster trainer around, he'll be able to gather damn near all of them. Man, this is one greedy mouse. Lion. Can't blame me for that. Moving on from that topic, Gao asks the lion if there are any methods for shrinking a monster's body size and shows him an image of Strippy. The lion tells him that one way is to just get a body modification skill, though there's no guaranteed way to obtain it. Another is to form a contract with a space-type monster and use it to transport Stripey in a pocket dimension, but it'd have to be a massive pocket dimension. Yeah, Silly's useless then. Finally, there's a fruit called a guy's fruit that grows in the Black Phoenix Mountain. This fruit allows a monster to shrink down to 1,000th of their usual size, but the second they go into combat mode, its effect wears off. On top of that, the mountain is inhabited by a black-feathered sparrow, a beast that even the lion wouldn't go head-to-head with at his peak. And the plus is 5,000 kilometers away from here. Despite all the dangers and difficulties, Gao decides he has to make this trip since he made a promise to Stripey. Just then, Hetty returns and tells him that the company has received news of their situation. The logistics team will be here pretty soon. When they arrive, they bring some ice-type fruits with them for the Frost Lion. When it tries to act stuck up and look down on them though, Gao just has Silly store them away without another word. It's time now to explore more of the labyrinth. Meanwhile, in another part of the fog world, that group from Zambia arrives at the labyrinth wall thinking that they're the first to find it. Unfortunately for them, the first thing they make contact with is one of the Watchers Goldie beat into fleeing, and it is not feeling merciful. Luckily for them, Yao Peng was passing by that exact part of the labyrinth in his exploration. He sends Goldie forth to rescue the humans and their familiars, which he does with extreme aggression towards the Watcher. Yeah, that's pretty fair. They're buttheads. Gao learns that these humans are from the same world as him, which means there's a spatial rift leading into this world from Lusaka as well. Since the cataclysm caused the world to grow larger and distances between countries to greatly increase, this is a perfect opportunity to establish trade routes that take advantage of the fog world. Ever the businessman, make it rain Gao Peng. Luckily, the men are very receptive to working with Gao Peng since he just saved their lives. As soon as they get home, Gao is planning to have the Explorer Union come develop this area. He's going to become rich all over again. For now, though, it's time to go to the Black Phoenix Mountain. About 3 days later, Gao and his familiars have arrived near the mountain. Since the Frost Lion doesn't know the precise location of the fruit, Gao finds a local golden striped tortoise and shakes it down for info. Once it tells them the fruit is on the eastern side of the mountain range about 5 mountains away from their location, Gao hops onto its shell and asks it to take them there. Once they're at the correct mountain, the tortoise refuses to go any further since the mountain is full of scary monsters. Gao has Flammy fly above the mountain to look for anything unusual in the area. Up above the mountain, Flammy senses a lower tier monster's aura and finds himself under attack by a bug monster of some sort that starts growing to a huge size. More importantly though, the fruit Gao is looking for is right there in the trees. Flammy quickly rushes back to where Gao is while calling out that he found the fruit. Unfortunately, the excitement from that is overshadowed by the giant level 49 white steel-bladed beast chasing after him. Seeing the beast coming at them, Gao instantly orders Dazi to hit Goldie with lightning to start stacking his passive. The bladed beast manages to get a hit on Flammy that grounds him. So Goldie tells Dumby and Silly to go save him. Goldie will handle this guy himself. What ensues from that point on is nothing short of insanity. Goldie goes after the bladed beast over and over and over again, getting injured worse and worse every time. However, Goldie pulls a little trick where he contracts his muscles just enough to avoid any blood flow, giving the illusion that he's completely unharmed. Eventually, Goldie absorbs so much damage that he's as big as a mountain himself. At that point, it's just a matter of getting the right timing down to grab the bladed beast and crush it in a single fist. With the battle concluded, Gao allows Flowery to go ahead and heal Goldie. Thanks to all the damage he took, that uses up all of Flowery's petals, leaving it feeling ugly. Luckily for Flowery, Dumby's there to make it feel better. Can't lie, that might be the most wholesome thing that's happened so far. After everything that they've been through, Gao is disappointed to find there are only about 4 guys' fruits right now. Instead of settling for just those, he decides to go ahead and rip the whole tree out of the ground to take back with him. And if he's doing that anyways, well, he might as well take the bladed beast's pulverized self back with him too, right? Yeah, the beast in question doesn't like that idea one bit. After returning to the human world, Gao takes the bladed beast to the valley where Stripey is to show him the kind of growth he too could have. Reaching Stripey's level might be unrealistic, but under Gao Peng's leadership, he could easily reach the size of Dumby at least. Though he's reluctant at first, the bladed beast accepts to form a contract with Gao under one condition. If he fails to make him bigger, he won't obey any of his orders regardless of whether or not they have a contract. After settling that, Gao Peng shares the guy's fruit with Stripey, reassuring him that this will allow them to go on adventures together as long as he doesn't get into fights on his own. Stripey's pretty damn big even after the fruit shrinks him, but it's a much more manageable level of big than before. While his familiars bond with the latest addition to their merry band, Gao greets his grandpa. His grandpa, who comes bearing gifts for Goldie at that. A pair of axes that were resized from the ones that were taken off the Labyrinth Watcher's corpses. Great, more fuel for his overly dramatic flair. Moving to more serious matters, Gao Peng discusses his plans for trade with the Lusaka region thanks to the info they gained in the Fog World. Furthermore, Gao plans to travel to Street Jellum City now since that's where the essence of the Undying Heart will most likely be. Since it's the last thing needed to promote Dumby, he'll be much more at ease after getting it. And it certainly doesn't hurt that the path there takes them through the Jinsha region where the headquarters of the Platinum Hands is. Oh, he's going for blood, isn't he? Awesome. Grandpa G tells Gao that he's an adult now and can chart his own path, so he's already loaded Silly's storage with food and equipment for the journey. With his grandfather's blessing, Gao Peng takes off on his latest journey. During said journey, Gao Peng ends up taking a break at a freezing aqua pond at the foot of Mount Everest itself. Shockingly, a single dip in this pond raises Frost Lion up to Lord Tier at level 41. And apparently it only works for him since he was already Emperor Tier before and has a base to work off of. Later in the journey, the group are in the Golden Sand Desert where they come across a town. Sort of, though it seems to be a town. The place is inhabited by white-spotted herbivorous monkeys who like to dress up as humans. Curious if someone's raising these monkeys here intentionally, Gao moves to investigate the town. Sure enough, he eventually finds a door with someone capable of speech behind it. Evidently, though, the ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent. The person behind the door falls for the most obvious trick ever and Gao Peng destroys the door to reveal a white-furred carnivorous monkey. Or as Gao calls him, a dumb monkey. Kinda harsh, but hey, if the shoe fits. The end, for now. Last time on Monster Ball Z, Gao Peng took down a walking nuclear bomb for the government, and Dumby's got a new fire skill plus a flower for a hat. Right now they're in a desert on their way to get Dumby's last evolution material and crush the cult's HQ. In said desert, they've come across a small village inhabited by monkeys, all led by a stupid-looking white-furred carnivorous monkey. As Gao Peng and his posse walk into the carnivorous monkey's house, his newly acquired bladed beast familiar expresses concern. Gao Peng assures it that the monkey doesn't seem to hold ill intentions but to stay on guard regardless. Sure enough, the monkey welcomes them and offers a bowl of some strange soup to eat. Nope, not a chance. That crap looks nasty as hell. Gao Peng can sense something strange, so he heads to a door in the back while asking how the monkey could hide away the good stuff from guests. As soon as he gets near the door, the ape gets enraged and lunges at him with its arm raised, ready to end him. The bladed beast, who shall henceforth be known as Slicey, comes in before he can do any damage though and cuts him right up. Inside the back room, Gao Peng internally monologues about the signs of human life in the village and the smell of blood and cooked meat inside this particular house. Sure enough, as he walks further in, he spots a pot with a sinister-looking stew boiling in it. And from the middle of it, a single human finger is poking out. "Excuse me while I go barf up my breakfast." Turning to the monkey, Gao Peng asks if it enjoys eating people. Rather than being afraid or nervous, the ape unleashes a roar of all but palpable fury. He yells about how he's only doing what was already done to him. The man in his soup ate his son first. Alright, that's fair, I guess. Monkey owes me breakfast though. Looking down at him with saddened eyes, Gao Peng tells him he understands and can't judge him without being hypocritical. But regardless of that, he's still human, and he can't just excuse what's happened here. As he walks out of the house, he remorsefully tells Slicey to give the ape a swift and painless end. Later that day, Gao Peng along with the Frost Lion, Dumby and Flaming are spying on the Platinum Hand's headquarters. Thanks to intel from Grandpa G's friend, he's managed to find them, and now he'll take revenge for agitating the mountain spirits and sending assassins after him. At his command, Dumby activates his resurrection ability and awakens all the fallen beasts that have passed here. Inside the HQ, a couple of the Platinum Hand's bishops are going back and forth about their work here. One is whining about wanting to leave the desert while another is trying to pacify him when a messenger suddenly barges in. He tells them that corpses near their town have somehow been reanimated and are attacking their people. Sure enough, the cult members outside are being terrorized by a horde of undead led by the Supreme Lord of Necromancy, Dumby. The bishops recognize one of the reanimated beasts as a Lord-tier giant thorn-worn lizard they just barely managed to kill last month. They quickly send out a blue-scaled four-armed river ape to fight against it, but it only manages a stalemate. Up on their vantage point, Gao Peng, Frosty, and Slicey are observing the battle when a silver-winged mirage comes flying at them. Gao realizes they didn't sense it incoming due to its mirage ability, but manages to send out Slicey just in time to deal with it. In a single use of his storm cross-kill technique, Slicey drops the mirage like a simple housefly, leaving the Platinum Hand's bishops in a state of fearful panic. One of them tries to call back his Earth Dragon before it can be beaten as well, but Frosty already has that covered. After just a tad bit of posing, he traps the dragon in an ice cage with a simple thought. When Gao Peng mocks him for the ice already melting, Frosty puts in one whole finger's worth of effort and encases the dragon in a solid pillar of ice. With the mirage and dragon beaten, all that's left now is the blue four-armed ape. The blue ape is putting on an admirable fight, beating the stuffing out of Dumby's summoned underlings one by one. Dude looks like Vegeta from the Saiyan arc. After claiming victory on its enemies, the ape beats his chest to bask in the glory of victory. That doesn't last long though, as just a moment later Dumby himself arrives on the scene. Facing the ape, he drops one of the hardest one-liners in this series so far. Death is the final home of all the living. The ape is both caught off guard and just woefully under-equipped to fight back when Dumby proceeds to pummel him with ease. After a simple palm thrust, the ape is knocked down and stares up at Dumby in rage. That too is put to an end, however, when Dumby uses a special ability to make the ape writhe in agony. From his spot above, Gao Peng realizes that Dumby has combined his undead flame and blood thread heart skills to create a new one. With this, he can control and burn the enemy at the same time. Then, as a final defense, the blue ape releases a shockwave of elemental power to try and counterattack. Slicey asks Gao Peng if they should help Dumby, but Frosty is quick to state the water attack will do little more than give Dumby a wash. Gao Peng seconds this and says that this is nothing to Dumby as the familiar in question shrugs off the ape's attack and uppercuts it into the next life. With their work here nearing completion, Gao Peng asks Flamey to keep an eye on the base from up above and make sure nobody escapes. Inside, the yellow bishop tells his comrades that it's time to flee using one of their tunnels. When he turns around, though, he finds the blue and red bishops pointing guns at him. Huh, I forgot those are even a thing. What with all the stupidly overpowered familiars and all. The two bishops tell Yellow that with their familiars both dead or injured, they have no way of defending themselves if he plans to double-cross them. The only way they're leaving here is if he sends out his own Lord Tier familiar as well to buy time for them. With that, a sinister smile worms its way onto Yellow's face, and he calls forth a flying carpet. I think. Kinda looks like Doctor Strange's cape too. Pick a lane bishop dude. Using this thing as a weapon, he straight up decapitates Blue and attempts the same on Red. However, luckily for him, Red is able to escape at the last moment through some sort of teleportation. The bishop lands in the desert outside and thanks his lucky stars that he's kept his true power hidden till now. Yeah, don't be too grateful just yet, pal. Unfortunately for him, he jumped from that frying pan straight into the fire that is Gao Peng's custody. He traps the bishop inside Frosty's ice while Dumby tosses the unconscious body of Yellow at his feet. He also has the rub thing in his fist, which as it turns out is Yellow's familiar. Red takes one look at the brutalized condition of Yellow and he knows that he doesn't want to anger Gao Peng or his familiars. After all, he's just taken out the entire Platinum Hands on his own. Ahead of him, Gao Peng comments that these two living bishops are useless to him, even as hostages, and he should just off them now. Red instantly starts babbling and sucking up to him and promises to help him take everything from the Platinum Hands in exchange for his life. Their treasures, their bases. He'll tell Gao Peng where all of it is hidden. Seeing the bishop for the treasure trove of intel that he is, Gao Peng rubs his chin and tells him that he'll unfreeze the bishop so they can discuss this in more detail. Just then, Streppy telepathically informs Gao Peng that a monster is coming his way and it's far from weak. For a king tier beast like Stripey, who sees even Lord tiers as insects, Gao Peng is rightly unnerved by what this new beast could be. Sure enough, a few short moments later, the monster is upon them and is one massive fish. A level 52 king tier desert pillar monster of perfect grade. The red bishop recognizes the beast and warns Gao Peng to be careful. That king tier monster is so powerful that the Platinum Hand were only able to set up base here after getting its blessing. As he watches Gao Peng prepare to face the desert pillar, Red thinks about how if he just puts up enough of the pitiful act, this young man should spare him out of the compassion of a naive youth. Right as he's thinking this, Gao Peng asks him where the Platinum Hand's treasures are hidden. The bishop tries to stall for the moment and asks for some time to try and remember the locations. In response, Gao Peng asks if he knows how to subdue the desert pillar then. All that Red can think about is how unstoppable Gao Peng will be if he gets another king tier familiar, and so he tries to tell him he doesn't know. Contrary to his belief about Gao Peng being the naive youngster, Gao Peng tells him he's of no use if he's not going to share any info and has Dumby crush him into cookie powder. All I had to do was snitch, man. Now you're deader than my will to live. With the bishop taken care of, Gao Peng offers up the frozen and beaten familiars to Streppy as a snack. Just then, the figurative elephant in the ruin finally pipes up. The desert pillar bellows at Gao Peng for ignoring him and gives him a warning that he has aroused the beast's interest. Yo, that sounds sus as hell. Evidently, Gao Peng feels the same way because he freaks out at the monster's choice of words and calls him crazy. Even more offended by the disrespect, the desert pillar tells him he's the crazy one and that he's not welcome here, so he has to leave. All that power, and the best comeback he's got is "know you." Gao Peng just casually tells the desert pillar that he's not going anywhere. He's tired, so he's going to stay here for the night. Enraged by the continued disrespect, the desert pillar announces that Gao Peng is dead and unleashes a massive shockwave of power. Gao Peng just looks on with an unimpressed and peeved expression before asking Frosty to take care of this. When the little guy starts shooting icicles up at the desert pillar, it assumes that Gao Peng is trying to gauge his power by using a weak familiar and decides to catch him alive for questioning. To start off his assault, he looks to Stripey and lunges to take out the largest threat first. Unfortunately, his pincers don't quite make it through the hard skin that Stripey now possesses. In fact, the massive earth spider barely feels it, thinking that a mosquito is trying to sting him. A second later, the effects of the guy's fru wear off and Stripey starts growing back to his full size. Still on the spider's back, Desert Ruler doesn't understand what's happening and senses his power getting weaker as he rises further from the desert floor, to top off the mountain of bad luck being dumped on him. The monster is spotted by Stripey, who releases the geysers of black fumes on his body. Standing right above one, The desert ruler gets cooked and blasted into the stratosphere at speeds that would even make Team Rocket jealous. After having a smug chuckle at the desert ruler's expense, Gao Peng turns to observe the gold-threaded rug monster that's now in Dumby's grasp. When he mentions how badly he wants to study it, Frosty asks if he wants to make it his familiar. Gao Peng replies that he just wants to study it, but even if he did want that, the rug is already bonded to a master. Confused, Frosty tells him that the blood contract can in fact be broken. All it requires is the proper incantation and conscious consent from both parties, the trainer and familiar. Gao Peng is intrigued by this method of peaceful separation and decides to not tell anyone except his grandfather for now. Telling the world about this when they've just barely adapted to the new world will only cause chaos. He decides to give the rug monster to Huangya when they get home and hands Frosty a fruit as thanks. The next day, Gao Peng and his group are on their way to the Holy Light Religion's temple where everything is made in the color white. The only thing that's black is a reanimated statue monster outside, making Gao question if it was contaminated before undergoing mutation. Suddenly, treasure-sniffing Mouse goes crazy, to what I can only assume is arousal when he senses nearby treasure. Interested by the intense reaction, Yao Peng instructs Strippy to follow the mouse's directions. A little bit later, they find themselves in front of a flame-faced mushroom which contains rich fire-based nutrients. Hell, there's even monsters around it acting as guards. Gao Peng and Da Zi instantly harmonize and trick Goldie into beating said guards so they can get the mushroom. Once they have it, Da Zi asks what this treasure is exactly. Gao Peng tells him that this right here is a material that can help with Flamey's evolution. Later that day, the gang finally arrive at the temple in the Yellow Desert region. In front of them stand a horde of monsters, specifically white birch tree demons, all led by the blackened stone statue of the convicted. Though it was only a level 40 in the picture Gao Peng saw of it just a few hours ago, it's already at the Lord tier now. Gao Peng instructs Flamey to take care of the tree demons while Slicey faces off against the statue. Flamey follows his orders to perfection, frying up all the birch trees like a bucket of chicken. Meanwhile, Slicey is easily cutting the statue up little by little. Gao Peng is surprised that it can even stand after Slicey's first attack, since any ordinary Lord tier monster would already be down for the count. The statue yells an incantation about the convicted going to hell or something and unleashes a wave of darkness that transforms the white birch trees into even more demonic-looking versions of themselves. Gao Peng sees that not only have they gotten stronger with their changed state, but their resistance to Flamey's fire has also increased significantly. Switching gears, he has Flamey retreat and sends in Da Zi instead. The mischievous centipede decides to showcase a technique taught to him by Grandpa G's Thunder God. Without a moment's warning, he unleashes the Thunder Net Storm skill, knocking down 4 of the birch tree demons at once and even dealing high damage to all the others. Meanwhile, Slicey is throwing a hissy fit because of a black spot on his shell. Gao Peng explains that it's just an effect of the statue's darkness element and it'll go away as soon as they defeat it. Slicey is livid at the shell. He's so proud of being sullied like this. In his rage, he attacks the statue with his 3,000 slashes of the Endless Hurricane and cuts it into pebbles. Man, these attack names are annoyingly long. Gao Peng berates Slicey for smashing the statue's core crystal, but the little guy is having none of it. That's what the statue gets for dirtying his shell. Luckily, this doesn't turn out to be too bad of a thing as the birch tree demons all just start wilting. Gao Peng realizes that they were feeding on the stone statue's power of darkness, and with that gone, they've got nothing to sustain them. With the bouncers taken care of, Gao Peng heads inside the temple after telling Strippy to wait for them outside. Yeah, no duh. Not like he fit in there anyways. Inside, they come across a fountain which features yet another statue. Though it's hidden quite well, Gao Peng sees right through it thanks to the system and knows this is another reanimated monster. He sends Goldie at it so they can start stacking up his passive buff, and a mere 3 minutes later, the statue is nothing but crushed rocks. Gao Peng quickly grabs the core from it and feeds it to Grassy, who is now level 36. With this core, he should be able to reach the Lord tier. After that, Yao Peng sees that the path ahead of them has been completely corrupted by darkness. When he has Flamey ignite a fireball to see the path, he spots a bunch of crystals of the Undying Heart. Based on the system's description of them, they're a sign that the essence of the Undying Heart is nearby. With a little more fire from Flamey, they're able to spot it, and Dumby grabs it right out of the darkness with a quick jab. With all the ingredients acquired, Gao Peng gets to work. He has Goldie punch a crater into the ground as a mixing vat and dumps a bunch of fluids into it. With the bath prepared, Gao Peng tells Dumby to place the essence of the Undying Heart in his eye socket and the 1,000-year Heart of Darkness in his chest. As soon as he does this, a power so intense erupts from Dumby that he's almost brought to his knees. Gao Peng instructs him to quickly get into the back. He's prepared and wishes him luck. Once Dumby's fully in the pit, a massive pillar of dark energy erupts into the sky, shocking Gao Peng with how much power is flowing from it. From the dust and debris of the sudden explosion, Dumby emerges. Only now, the red marks from his arm extend across his body, and the skeleton within him is encased in a golden glow. He is now a mythical grade lord tier level 7 skeleton dominator. So, he's a top then? What? It's a valid question. Gao Peng closely studies the new stats and skills that have appeared on Dumby's stat window. To his shock, he needs to upgrade his soul's strength to view much of it. Even more shocking is that Dumby has a level 5 skill despite being below the king tier. Until now, he's only seen skills of that level in king tier or higher monsters. And if he considers the level boost from the flame of the undead skill, that makes 2 level 5 skills in Dumby's possession. Stripey may be his strongest beast right now, but it's clear that Dumby's potential to grow far outclasses any other beast he's seen up until now. Taking that into consideration, Gao Peng switches his soul chain to Dumby and has him test how much soul strength he can receive per monster absorbed. Following his instruction, Goldie walks off to bring over one of the birch tree demons they defeated earlier. Once he's back, Dumby summons one of his undead minions and has it release a freeze breath at Goldie. Not sure what's up with that. Sibling pranks, I guess. After having the minion absorb the tree demon, Dumby informs Gao Peng that absorbing a soul on his own will grant him about 1/5 of its strength, while having one of his minions do it will grant him 1/10. Gao Peng starts strategizing ways to maximize this insane growth potential Dumby as while Goldie yells at him for a fight in the background. A little while later, Gao Peng has Dumby summon all his undead minions and tells him to only keep the ones at level 40 and above. He should go ahead and absorb all of the others. That's not very nice. I'm sure he likes them. Oh, never mind. He doesn't care at all. Dumby instantly absorbs all the minions below level 40, and just like that, he shoots up to level 50. Gao Peng is blown away by the insane leveling speed that practically feels like a cheat code. Right now, Earth isn't suitable for someone like Dumby to grow according to his potential. The Fog World, however, unlike Earth, is much further along and has tons more monster skeletons buried under the ground. As such, Gao Peng tells Dumby that when they go home, he should take his henchmen to the Black Fog World for expansion of their forces. Dumby sadly asks and his master is deserting him with a tear going down his eye socket. How is that even possible? And why does it make me so sad? Gao Peng is quick to scold him for even thinking that he would ever abandon his precious familiar. This is just so he can grow without restrictions, so his potential isn't wasted. Dumby kneels before his master and earnestly tells him that he understands and will grow strong enough to defeat any and everyone. Somehow, I don't doubt him. And so, Gao Peng meets old Huang at Black Dragon Base City's airport before heading out for his next journey. He takes a case full of resources that he requested before asking how things are back home. Once Huang assures him that everyone's doing well and the school is running smoothly, Gao Peng has Goldie bring over the rug familiar he took from the Yellow Bishop. Huang is shocked to learn the rug is actually a familiar. However, that pales in comparison to the surprise he feels when Gao Peng tells him the Lord Tier familiar is his to keep. Gao Peng just tells him to pay attention to Dumby in the Black Fog World and help bring Goldie and Dazi back home. He himself will be heading straight to the North Pole from here for the moment. You meeting Santa? Better ask why the fat old man never got me that PSP2. Later, Gao Peng trudges through the snowy terrain of the North Pole with Grassy, Frosty, Silly, and Slicey at his side. Grassy starts feeling cold, so Frosty uses a quick application of his power to give the plant a heat barrier. As they continue their trek, Gao Peng tells Frosty they can look at the South Pole if they don't find any materials for him here. Frosty assures him, though, that he can feel something up ahead to the northeast. With some words of encouragement from Frosty, Gao Peng keeps going until they eventually spot a massive, sprawling city of pure ice in the distance. As they get closer, Gao Peng studies the precise and exquisite quality of the architecture of the walls alone and realizes this is beyond human capabilities. Just then, the gate swings open and a level 51 king tier monster known as an Ice Azura Knight steps out. Without Dumby and Stripey here, Gao Peng's strongest beast is Slicey, but he's pretty sure that won't be enough against this guy. Frosty seems blind to the danger though, far too focused on whatever he's sensing from inside the city. Luckily for them, the knight isn't immediately hostile and gives them a warning to leave first. Gao Peng is shocked that it can speak human language since that means it does have regular contact with human civilization. Either that or it was someone's familiar at some point. Nervously, Gao Peng requests permission to just look around the outside of the walls and promises to follow whatever rules are in place here. Without any response, the Azure Knight calmly turns around and walks right back into the palace it came from. Gao Peng assumes this means it has accepted their request and they're free to explore all they want. Before he can actually do that, though, Frosty leaps off his shoulder and makes a break for a frozen lake he spotted off to the side. Bro's thirstier than an Eskimo in the desert. Gao Peng is unable to stop him before he dives face first into the water. To his surprise, though, Frosty's level shoots up from 41 to 43 just from that short dip. Suddenly, the Azure Knight appears right behind Gao Peng with zero warning and scares the crap out of him. Rather than saying anything about Frosty, he tells them all to come with him and promptly turns around to march back into the palace. Unfortunately, Frosty is a highly impulsive little beast with no situational awareness. The second he spots a pure ice spring, he tries to race off to dive into it. Luckily, Gao Peng manages to grab him this time and warns him that the knight is staring at them now. Surprisingly, the knight decides to be nice and states that this could help recover a portion of Frosty's lost power, allowing them to go ahead. Gao Peng eagerly thanks the knight before asking Silly for a bucket and a water tank. Dude's glazing like crazy. Weirdly enough, the water Gao Peng scoops into the bucket from the spring instantly turns a pure black and loses its steaming appearance upon being taken out. Frosty explains that this is a security measure to make sure the ice power in the water isn't lost. After all, it's a highly rare and valuable treasure. Regardless, Frosty dives headfirst into the water anyways. As a result, he's frozen solid in a chunk of ice the second he makes contact with the water. Well, that's one way to cool down his excitement, I guess. Pun fully intended. From behind him, Gao Peng hears the voice of a woman asking if this is his familiar. When he turns around, he sees a beautiful young woman. For some reason, his mind instantly focuses on the red lotus pattern on her forehead, something he internally berates himself for. He answers in the affirmative, and the girl then asks him what time it is. Weird question, but alright. Gao Peng answers that it's 7:30 p.m. The girl tells him she hasn't had guests in a while and asks how long it's been since the planet's elemental revitalization. When she hears him say that it's only been 5 years, she seems a tad disappointed and says that she's been asleep for a long time. That aside, though, it's very impressive that he's been able to raise Lord-tier familiars in just 5 years. Out of nowhere, she then asks Gao Peng if he'd like to taste her cooking and tells him she's great at making grilled fish. Instead, Gao Peng reassures her that he has canned food of his own, something he proceeds to offer her when she admits she doesn't even know what that is. Gao Peng offers a can to her, causing the knight behind the woman to perk up in concern. He's in the middle of warning her that it doesn't look very healthy when she pulls a spoon out of her dress and digs into the can. So she just keeps that in there. In just a few moments, the can is emptied and the woman is on the verge of crying. Gao Peng just tells her he has plenty more and the knight collapses on all fours with the despair of being totally disregarded. Peng really just seduced her with a can of soup. Didn't know he had gained like that. Frosty breaks out of his ice and declares that he's back to King Tier. Gao Peng concludes that monsters above King Tiers must not be allowed to appear in their world yet, which is why Frosty didn't get even higher. Focusing back on the girl, Gao Peng tells her that it's getting late and he just came here to help Frosty level up. In response, she gives him a magnetic beast as a gift. With this, he'll be able to find the palace again next time he's here since it seeks out its partner beast which is in there. With that, Gao Peng promises to send her a shipment of canned foods once he gets home. The girl introduces herself as Bei Qingyan of the Bei tribe and tells him she'll find him in Yuzhou when her people have returned. And with that, a deal is made for the future. Gao Peng and his familiars are trudging their way through the snowy land of the North Pole in hopes of exploring the area more before heading home. Considering what a rare trip this is, Gao Peng wants to take back a souvenir. Eventually, they come across a horde of strange monsters. According to the system, these are yellow-browed monster penguins. Gao Peng confusedly asks if this is really a penguin as the closest one reaches all the way up to his chest. Suddenly, the whole horde starts screaming at him. Frosty plays translator and tells him they're warning them to stay away from their territory. Slicey is instantly ready to cut them down, but Gao Peng holds him back. He thinks about how these penguins should be in the South Pole, not the North, and comes to a decision. He asks Frosty to freeze the ones blocking their way so the rest will be scared away. The chibi lion does just that, but it angers the rest of the penguins instead and they block their path even more. At Gao Peng's command, Slicey steps in and straight up scalps a couple of their heads. Funnily enough, the loss of their hair spooks the penguins more than being full-on frozen and they all run away. Talk about not having your priorities straight. With the penguins gone, Gao Peng is able to examine what they were keeping them away from. This turns out to be a frozen ship with the flag of the Northern Bear region. Most of its cannon barrels, radar, and other apparatus have been destroyed completely from being frozen solid. Finding this quite interesting, Gao Peng asks Slicey which way the penguins ran off to. The familiars point out a nearby cave entrance and Gao Peng decides to check it out. After entering the cave, they find that it's actually some kind of abandoned lab facility. Most likely the penguins from earlier were captured and experimented on here. The lab was likely abandoned because of an accident or monster attack. He enters an inner room further in and finds no signs of human corpses, so either there were no casualties or the survivors took the bodies with them. Or the monster ate them. Yeah, not a very comforting idea. Right as he says this, the monster they've been speculating about shows itself. A level 45 yellow-browed emperor monster penguin with a mutant title. Frosty translates its angered squawking and explains that it thinks they're the ones who killed its family and captured it for experimentation. Also it wants to eat them. Gao Peng frantically runs away from the hungry beast and tries to reach the exit since this place isn't ideal for a fight. Unfortunately, the penguin seals off the exit with a wave of ice. With no other options left, Frosty jumps off Gao Peng's shoulder and tells him that he can't be a freeloader forever. With a quick and explosive release of his power, the lion turns from a chibi into a terrifying beast with a mane of frozen crystals. He leaps at the Emperor Penguin with a frost attack, but it breaks out pretty easily. Frosty comments that this is expected since his power is only back to King Tier. Even so, he has some pretty neat tricks. When the penguin sends an ice war his way, Frosty uses frost consumption to fully absorb the attack and then slashes the now fleeing penguin. While Slicey rages at the now back in his chibi form Frosty, Gao Peng marvels at the frost consumption skill's effectiveness. That aside, he instructs Silly to bring the penguin's corpse back with them so he can study the gene splicing process the Northern Bear region must have used on it. Frosty just comments that this method has the downside of destroying a beast's innate abilities and mocks humans for always trying to play God. I mean, damn, he ain't wrong. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, some real heavy crap is going down outside the Lusaka spatial rift to the Black Fog world. The general in charge of the area can be seen receiving a report about a massive anaconda monster that's been named the Black Jormungandr. The beast is actually above King Tier and incredibly powerful. Rather than being afraid though, the general is only interested in how valuable the core crystal of such a monster will be and how he'll go down in history as a hero if he beats it. Lust for fame and fortune. It can be anyone's downfall, kids, so avoid that. Right as the general's internal monologue ends, the entire base starts quaking like crazy. The general's familiar, a massive lion, and is just barely able to grab him and carry him away from danger when the Black Jormungandr itself erupts from the ground and destroys their building. Seeing it now in person, all the general can say is that they're doomed. Over in the Northern Bear region's Tomsk base city, the Southern Sky have just opened a new branch. Inside, Gao Peng and old Huang are having a conversation. Their first batch of familiars to be sold here are ready. Gao Peng talks about how he's observed the people here, and as long as a familiar is strong, he'll gain popularity here with ease. At his question, Huang tells him about the situation in Lusaka and reveals that their spatial rift has been closed off. According to him, the Black Jormungandr was found in deep hibernation in the Black Fog world and was awakened when they tried to open his brain to steal its core crystal. Jesus, how stupid can you get? Hearing about the lockdown causes Gao Peng to panic as his Grandpa G was in the Black Fog world last he checked. Luckily, Huang tells him that G actually returned to Yuzhou City beforehand, so he's fine. Additionally, he strongly agrees with Gao Peng's decision to open a branch in this region. Gao Peng notes that if their business here in Tomsk goes smoothly, it could easily expand across the whole northern region. Then, Huang shows him the familiar they'll be selling tomorrow, the Commander Tier's 6-horned Dreadwolf. Between its combat, healing, and sensory abilities, it's the perfect hunting partner for people in the vast wilderness of this snowy area. Gao Peng praises Huang for never disappointing. Next, he asks him to arrange for their familiar to spar against one of the premier familiars of the Northern Bear region to showcase its advantages. Finally, he's made a new friend lately named Bunshaft, who's the second son in a well-known local family. As such, they'll be coming along tomorrow to liven things up, so Huang is to reimburse him. After Huang leaves, Gao Peng ponders on just how much is going on and wonders how Dumby is doing over in the Black Fog world. In said world, an army of undead stands before the Lake of 1,000 Streams. Here, they face off against a massive, whale-sized piranha monster under Dumby's command. Said undead overlord wishes to add the piranha to his army, but his attention is diverted to a powerful aura oozing from beneath the swamp. With a quick application of his resurrection, Dumby brings back a long-dead monster that the piranha recognizes as the blue water sky toad, a monster it killed in the past. Once the toad jumps into the fray, the piranha is pushed into a defensive role. At Dumby's orders, his army surrounds the piranha and launches a series of attacks at its hide. Enraged, the piranha tries to shake them off, but Dumby just sends in another wave of undead to attack it. Between the toad and Dumby's army, the piranha is slowly forced over the edge of defeat. In a last-ditch effort, it unleashes a massive attack called the Water Dragon Tooth, causing a massive explosion of power and water across the surface of the lake. As the steam from this attack clears and the area becomes visible again, Dumby decides to settle this matter himself. Damn, dude's a total Giga Chad now. Dumby crouches down and collects energy in the palm of his arm, which holds the sign of his dark flames. As the energy swirls together, he opens his eyes and launches himself at the piranha's head with immense speed and force. A single punch from him stuns the piranha long enough that Dumby is able to follow up and crush its skull. Standing on its head, he mocks the piranha and says there's really nothing special in the land of thousand streams. A few moments later, his power overwrites the piranha's living existence, and it's brought back as yet another member of his undead army. With the piranha now at his back, Dumby declares that he is the master of the land of 1,000 streams from this point on. Talk your crap, king. Over in the northern Bear region, Yao Peng is enjoying a nice cup of morning coffee while he's in his bathrobe. I don't know how many kinds of robes rich folks have. He turns on the TV to a news report about the Southern Sky's new familiar store here in the Huaxia area. It's not even 8 a.m. yet, and sure enough, the queue outside the store is massive. On a display above, the soon-to-be customers can watch the battle between the six-horned dread wolf and the area's previous default familiar, the Icefall bear. The customers are quick to praise how amazing the dread wolf is and talk about their plans once they get one for themselves. Gao Peng has a smile on his face as he watches what a success the store is sizing up to be, not to mention the great impression the six-horned dread wolf has left on the locals. Now that the new branch is stable, he's free to leave things to Huang and continue with the next step of his own journey. He shares the news of the Black Jormungandr with Frosty and tells him that he doesn't know what tier it is, so he can't go over there anytime soon. Frosty is quick to dismiss the idea that the snake could be anything above Emperor tier at most. After all, what Overlord tier would dare to slumber in the territory of another Overlord tier monster? Man, I get he used to be a big shot and all, but the chibi is way too full of himself. Luckily, Yao Peng is saved from the Frost Lion's unashamed bragging when he gets a call from his grandpa. Pulling up the video feed on his wall screen, Yao Peng speaks to the older man. Grandpa G tells him that there is once again trouble brewing in Chang'an. There's a monster invasion coming from the Taklamakan Desert itself. That is to say, the whole desert is slowly moving to Chang'an, and it seems to be becoming a sentient monster. Based on their current calculations, the desert will completely cover Chang'an in just a decade. Gao Peng knows that Chang'an has seen its fair share of disasters, but this is a little too insane even for him. His grandfather agrees and tells him that's why he'll be checking out the situation tomorrow. Gao Peng instantly asks if he can join his grandfather and tells him he's got an ice-type familiar now so he could be useful. She smiles happily at his grandson and tells him to go ahead. Before ending the call, he mentions that the movement of the Taklamakan Desert is incredibly strange. Based on the trajectory it's taken and its original position, the desert seems to have begun moving towards Chang'an since the very beginning of the catastrophe. Gao Peng narrows his eyes as he thinks that there may be something in Chang'an that's attracting it. And so, the next day, Gao Peng and his grandfather are flying over the desert aboard White Dragon. Yao Peng is sure the desert isn't alive since he can't see any sign of life with the system at all. But despite that, the fact is the desert is moving. And not just moving, but even consuming the soil around it to become stronger. Gao Peng realizes before long how strange it is that he can't spot a single monster in the whole desert. Even in terrible conditions, there's always something that holds out somehow. Just then, the treasure-sniffing mouse jolts awake and tries to jump straight off their ride. Gao Peng grabs him before he can fall and wonders what the hell that was about. Just then, a massive amount of beams come crashing down from the sky into the desert sand. Suddenly, White Dragon declares that he's found it, whatever it is. With the destruction from White Dragon's beams, a bunch of strange white tentacles poking out of the sand are exposed. At Gao Peng's question to the treasure-sniffing mouse, it tells him that what it sensed is further down. After getting permission from his grandpa, Gao Peng leaps down to the sand and has Frosty freeze that whole patch of sand. Then, Goldie blasts the chunk of ice apart, exposing what was underneath all that sand. A level 51 king tier beast with a psychic attribute known as the Brain of Growth. Yeah, that's not creepy at all. Gao Peng is amazed by what he's seeing but equally disgusted. Thank you, saying your man. When the brain tries to run, Gao Peng instructs Goldie to go ahead and catch it. He leaps at the brain, slicing apart all the tentacles it sends at him, only to suddenly get caught by a mental attack. A moment later, Goldie is stuck in his own personal nightmare experience. One where he's being abandoned by Gao Peng for being too expensive to raise. In the illusion, Goldie starts wondering if it's all his fault and feels guilty for everything bad he's ever done to Gao Peng. In the outside world, Gao Peng feels a bit queasy, but otherwise is able to resist the mental attack thanks to Dumby's soul fire. When he raises his eyes, he spots Goldie, Da Zi, and the mouse all in varying states of sleep-talking and begging his forgiveness for the stuff they've done. Frosty refers to the whole experience as enjoying the show. He not wrong. Frosty offers to catch the brain monster and return them back to normal, but Gao Peng grabs and stops him instead. He's going to use this opportunity to the fullest and learn all the bad stuff they've done behind his back. Later, Grandpa G comes down to the desert floor to see what Gao Peng has done. Sure enough, the brain monster is captured and being held between some ice pillars. G is amazed by how the brain is completely exposed to the elements but somehow shows no signs of damage or dehydration. Gao Peng explains that the brain was using its power to move the desert and offers it to his grandfather to form a contract with. When the old man declines, explaining that he doesn't have the sole power to form a contract with another king-tier beast, Gao Peng decides to take it for himself. After all, it's not every day you get your hands on a psychic-type monster after all. Suddenly, Gao Peng starts hearing voices speaking to him from over his shoulders. The first is that of a little boy, and Gao Peng instantly realizes the brain is speaking to him telepathically, so he asks the question burning in his mind. Why is he making the desert move towards Chang'an? Seeing no reason to lie, the brain reveals its original appearance before the Great Catastrophe and explains the situation. He is Wang Zhang. When the cataclysm hit 5 years ago, he was hiking through the desert, which then experienced a massive sandstorm. The day he was changed into this thing. His daughter's birthday was only a week away. Ever since then, he's been trying to return to his daughter in Chang'an City and sing her a birthday song. Goldie is brought to tears by the man's story while Gao Peng keeps his composure. Wang Zhang explains that his current state of existence stops him from leaving the desert since he technically is the desert. Regardless of his plight, Gao Peng can only offer him 2 real options: surrender and become Gao Peng's familiar, or get fed to Da Zi, who's looking very hungry right about now. The brain shifts its mental image to that of a woman and slyly asks Gao Peng what it would gain from him if it agrees. Just then, Goldie's sadness leaves him in favor of anger, and he smacks the cells out of the brain. How dare it try to start negotiations in the current situation? Gao Peng is being nice to it. Damn Karen, alright, chill. After forming the contract with the brain, which I shall now refer to as Brainy, Gao Peng is able to view the inside of its psyche. Here, all the memories of the brains Brainy has eaten are stored. Gao Peng can see that most of them are from low-level creatures with minimal intelligence, but there are about 7 whole humans in here too. Luckily, most of them passed from the disaster that occurred at the start of the cataclysm and not by Brainy's hands. From what Gao Peng can tell, Brainy's eye acts as both a visual organ and the mouth. Releasing memory fragments inside his psyche causes a brief power boost to Brainy. From that, Gao Peng concludes that even memories are a form of matter, albeit intangible. Yeah, he lost me. That sounds insane. Returning to the outside world, Gao Peng instructs Brainy to relinquish his control of the Taklamakan Desert. Though the desert will keep shifting even after that, it'll stop moving specifically towards Chang'an. In the midst of this talk, Goldie comes up to Gao Peng and asks if the treasure-sniffing mouth is dead. Right as Gao Peng tells him it's alive, the mouse perks up and leaps into the sand while screaming about treasure. Gao Peng turns to Brainy and asks if there are other monsters down there. The brain explains that it's just some parasitic beasts of his and brings them out. Said parasites turn out to be demonic sand tree, which is a parasite, but there are further parasite beetles living off of it. Parasitic times 2. Goldie waves over Gao Peng and shows him the mouse burrowing into the sand like there's no tomorrow. Gao Peng is shocked to see that the mouse has actually found something useful. From the sand, the edge of a giant slab is poking out. Upon fully digging up the slab, it turns out to be one that's identical to the one they found in the Dali Desert. A white jade bone with a complex pattern across the front in scarlet red. Reactions are varied. Grandpa G is amazed and happy with his grandson's abilities. Said grandson is exasperated with his mouse, and said mouse is all but humping the damn slab. Anyway, now that problem's settled, he wants to drop by Hanzhong later. Gao Peng just looks at him with confusion. 3 days later, the pair arrived in the Hanzhong-based city just over the suburbs atop White Dragon. Grandpa G gives Gao Peng something of a history lesson and explains a bunch of stuff that, well, I'll be honest, it'll bore you to death if I read it out. I recommend pausing real quick and reading through the lore dump. History lesson aside, G tells his grandson that the cataclysm brought a strange change in this land of prosperity. There were reports of fighting noises from Mount Dingjun recently, on top of sightings of army tents and flags. A Lord-tier monster trainer was sent by the city to inspect the area, but he didn't find anything suspicious. Gao Peng quickly comes to the conclusion that they hid the truth for some reason. Ji tells him that what he just narrated was the official statement given to the public. In truth, the trainer found a flag on Mount Dingjun. Rather than answering Gao Peng's curious questions about the flag possibly coming to life, Ji just tells him to wait and see for himself. Killing me with the suspense here, old man. The pair land near the top of the mountain in the middle of an army base when Gao Peng starts to hear someone shouting obscenities about bringing glory to the Han dynasty and having Xia Huo taste steel. Gao Peng can do little other than deadpan at the ridiculous statements being made, and his grandfather just tells him to come on over. The two ascend the stairs to the top of the mountain where Gao Peng spots the culprit. A level 46 Lord-tier military conferment flag. It's a damn flag. A flag is somehow a Lord-tier monster. Between the flag and the level 45 land terror alligator holding it up, Gao Peng is actually at a loss for words. Just then, a buff young old man comes up to the pair and strikes up some friendly conversation with Ji. Ji introduces him to Gao Peng as Uncle Lu. He's the friend who shared the intel about the ingredient Gao Peng was searching for a little while back. Gao Peng bows to him in thanks, and the good-natured man just laughs it off. He then shows them a strange rock which he found while trying to subdue the conferment flag. Seeing it for what it is, Gao Peng can only thank Lu and offer his own assistance if the man ever needs it. Lu just tells him it's no problem and invites the two to dinner with him. Gao Peng hands off the rock to Da Zi and tells him to be careful as it's a material for his evolution. Not wanting to actually carry the whole damn case, Da Zi buys off Goldie with 10,000 Alliance credits and a box of salted fish in exchange for carrying it instead. Dude just got scammed. That's way too much money. Sure enough, Goldie was planning on this to begin with. He knows how pampered Da Zi is, so he's looking for ways to scam the centipede out of the money he's given by Gao Peng. Over at Lu's place, Grandpa G makes fun of his friend for being unable to cut through and butcher the Ghostfire Crow he's planning to feed them tonight. Lu is adamant, though, that the Ghostfire Crow is a Lord tier, so it's only natural that cutting through it would be immensely difficult. Coming up to them, Gao Peng asks Lu to let him give it a go. Glad to see a young man who's willing to put in some work, Lu lets him take a crack at it. Once he gets his hands on the crow, Gao Peng makes Da Zi bite one of its claws off and then makes a makeshift knife out of that claw. From there, it's a matter of minutes before Gao Peng has expertly butchered all the meat they'll need for dinner. Freaking show off, Lu is very impressed with what he just saw while Gao Peng's familiars get busy making kebab skewers. Well, Goldie does at least. Internally, Lu is amazed by Gao Peng's strength, since it's no small feat to cut through Ghostfire Crow flesh even with its own claw. Suddenly, a group of people barge in, causing him to ask who they are. They explain that they're from Hanzhong-based city. Before they can say anything further, Lu tells Ji and Gao that they should go ahead and eat first while he deals with whatever this is. Outside, Lu is told by the lead girl that a plague has spread throughout the city and caused a state of quarantine. Confused, Lu asks what he can do about that since he's far from a doctor. That's a pretty valid and even responsible point to make. The girl is insistent that he can calm things down, though she claims that infected monsters are acting aggressively and Lu can deal with them since he's an elite trainer. Before he can reply, Ji and Gao walk out as well and ask what's going on. Lu uses the chance to remind Ji that he barely got his two familiars through sheer dumb luck, so calling him an elite trainer is more than a slight exaggeration. He doesn't want to ignore the trouble in Hanzhong, but he just doesn't have the skill set to be of any real help. Once he hears this, Gao Peng's mind is already made up and he asks his grandpa to come on and take a look at what they can do. Later, the trio are now in a hospital in Hanzhong. Here, they're shown the files of 3 different patients who have been exposed to the virus 3 different amounts of time. The woman who was infected just 3 days ago is mostly fine, but she's rapidly losing intelligence. Next, a man who was infected 2 weeks ago looks like a straight-up zombie from COD or a thug from Arkham Asylum. Finally, there's the patient who has been exposed to the virus for a month. Somehow, he's not infectious, so it's somewhat safe to get closer and examine him. Gao Peng requests a chance to do just that and is escorted down to the ward where he's kept. The whole place has been remodeled to withstand the attacks of a commander tier for a full hour, in fact. The patient inside the room Gao Peng wishes to study is huddled up into a corner. As soon as he senses them, though, the far-from-human creature rushes at the glass and puts on a display fitting of the most horrific zombies in all of sci-fi media. Gao Peng reads the system's entry about this person who now counts as a monster and learns that this is all caused by the green plague bug. Said bug releases fragments of itself all over the place as a method of reproduction. One particular thing Gao takes note of is that the bug's larvae survive even extreme conditions. He telepathically asks Brainy to perform a scan of the hospital. Sure enough, he does just that from high above where Flamey is carrying him and sends a mental snapshot over to Gao Peng. Once he sees the area around himself with the filtered vision, though, Gao Peng is freaked out enough even for the doctor to notice. Those larvae are all over the place. Luckily, he's able to pass it off as fear of the patient's terrible state, and he goes back to ask Uncle Lou about any ideas. As he's walking, Gao asks Brainy to do another scan, but of the whole city this time. And don't send him the results, just tell him verbally what he sees. Brainy tells him that they haven't spread across the whole city, but they're getting pretty damn close by now. Gao Peng knows that they could theoretically kill all these larvae, but it would ultimately be useless, since the source would still be out there. As a result, he goes to the girl who came to Lou for help and tells her to take him where the plague first broke out. The girl leads Gao Peng to the site of the first case, another hospital known as Nunxiang Orthopedic. The whole place had to be shut down because by the time people realized that the plague was loose, 90% of the staff were already infected with it. That's Gao Peng's first clue about the situation. He asks Frosty if he has any ideas on how to handle the situation. The lion chibi tells him that dealing with a parent insect will kill all the little ones, but Gao Peng already knew that. The problem is finding out how to smoke the parent insect out of hiding. Nuke the city. Worked in the Avengers, I think. Maybe? Gao Peng asks the girl if there's any CCTV footage of the hospital and if any leads have been found from watching it. Though the girl doesn't have much of an answer to that question, a new voice does. A youngish-looking man in an outfit that screams cop comes up to them and tells Gao Peng that they already found something. The problem is they severely lack hard evidence, so they can't just bring the guy in. The man introduces himself as Li Meng from Hunjiang City's Forensic Division and tells Gao that they already have a prime suspect. What's even worse is that even if they do take him in, they don't know if that'll stop the actual plague from spiraling out of control. Well, further out of control that is, Li Meng tells Gao that since he's here, Hunjiang is in his care. That is wildly irresponsible since he's a kid, but alright. Meng hands Gao the file of their suspect and he quickly opens it. What he sees inside, though, is shocking to the young man. Later that night, the doctor from the hospital Lu took Gao and Ji to return to his massive home and enters what appears to be a secret room. Or a secret basement, rather. Here, he laughs like an evil genius of a maniac as he observes his familiar floating in a tank. He claims this is his power and that all those who have ever mocked or belittled him shall fall whenever he wants them to. Dude, he had a life. Really out here crying about someone being mean. He reveals that his full plan is to have his familiars larvae infect all of Hunjiang and then keep the city as his own to control. Or he could even find the cure all by himself and gain global fame and fortune. The opportunities are endless. Well, it would be at least, if he'd managed to not get caught. From the stairs to this secret basement, Gao Peng slowly descends the steps, causing the doctor to make a run for it. Really? What happened to the evil genius crap a second ago? Dude's a flake. As he desperately tries to run away, the doctor suddenly notices that he's feeling extremely cold. As he's wondering why that is, he becomes fully encased and frozen in a person-sized block of ice by Frosty. Gao Peng takes a moment to mock the doctor for thinking he was some great mastermind that covered all of his tracks when the truth is that the authorities were onto him from the very beginning. Turning to the familiar, Gao Peng quietly observes it for a moment, wondering what to do. Before he can decide, the familiar tries to defend its master by sending out dozens of larvae at Gao Peng. The tamer doesn't even move though, simply instructing Brainy to use his psychic powers and incapacitate the larvae. Once that's done, he tells Brainy to give the bug another shot, only to learn that the last attack was his strongest one. Gao Peng is nothing but embarrassed that his familiar can't even beat a commander tier and takes the opportunity to teach him Finnish. He has Brainy stack his attacks on top of each other without releasing them and then let all of them loose as one on Gao's signal. Sure enough, this strategy works and Brainy is super proud of himself for being able to do it, almost kind of wholesome. With that, Gao Peng leaves after asking Frosty to freeze the bug's corpse to show the authorities. Upstairs, Gao Peng fantasizes about all the things he can do once he trains Brainy a bit more. He could even brainwash monsters from a young age and cut out the need for a blood contract altogether. For now, though, it's time to have Brainy get rid of the leftover Larga in the city. And before that, he has to dress the brain up, something which makes the brain very excited. In Suntel City of the Lohun district, a robed man on a dragon burns the place down and announces that the city is now declared independent. They belong to the World Allied Government, but all internal affairs shall now be handled internally as well. Outside interference is hereby forbidden. At the same time, similar situations play out in Truda City of the South Egypt district, Ueda City of the Nihon district, and many more. Over with our two main men. Grandpa G is lamenting the upcoming end of their current peaceful days. Gao Peng just smiles and asks him if this isn't normal. Mankind couldn't even come together to fight the cataclysm 5 years ago, so why would they now? What he's interested in right now is that all the regions except their Waxia are currently in pandemonium. She explains that it's because these people aren't sure about the southern skies standing in the matter. With the rise of monster trainer as a profession, pre-existing wealth and status have become meaningless in the face of powerful familiars. Anyone with luck and some effort can become a trainer, and then these people are responsible for defending their whole cities. This then breeds dissatisfaction because they're not compensated accordingly to the risk they take. At that point, it's easy to stir up a rebellion and organize a loose group to act together. However, these rebels are few in number and nowhere near powerful enough to stand up to the modern-day equivalent of the imperial court. Gao Peng just smiles at this and hints at that court being none other than his grandfather himself. The old man is naturally embarrassed by the extreme praise, so Gao Peng swings the talk away from that aspect. Another important thing to consider is that these rebels seem very unorganized. Their actions are hardly coordinated outside of the loosest sense. Some of them even went as far killing the 12 elders, while others just challenged them to a fair duel or left them alone. G responds that they're thugs looking for glory and nothing more. The 12 elders is just an empty title anyways. Hell, it was even offered to him at one point, but he couldn't be bothered to take it. Right as he says this, Huang enters the room and calls for their attention. He tells them that the situation outside is only getting worse. 5 regions have declared independence, and all 5 have been blacklisted and imposed sanctions on by the world government. Today, the number has risen to 7 regions, and one of the 12 elders has been found dead. This elder, Bojin Duo's familiar, was sliced open and killed as well. The trainer who did this, Hua Lun, is a 22-year-old with extreme arrogance and a king-tier familiar known as the Dark Azura. The group watched some video footage of a monster, allowing Gao to get a read on it with the system. The thing seems to be a dark-type close combatant like White Dragon. Huang tells Ji about how this Hua Lun kid was spouting off about his familiar being even better than Ji and Gao's. Ji just brushes him off as an ignorant kid talking smack when he's drunk though, and Gao agrees. They aren't interested in messing with a kid just because he's a bit of a brag. More importantly, Gao asks about the clue Huang has found regarding the concentration stone. Huang responds that it's been confirmed that someone saw the stone turn into a flying beast at night and then turn back into a stone at the foot of the Goddess Peak in the morning. What is this? Night at the museum? His mind made up, Gao Peng talks his grandpa into visiting Goddess Peak tomorrow since it's the first day of the Lunar New Year. Plus, it'll be a good day to have Dazi evolve quicker. In the background, the centipede in question brags about how he's about to get stronger than all of his brother familiars. Out in the middle of a massive lake, a little girl on a boat points out a strange fisherman to her older sister. Said sister scolds her for being rude to strangers and warns her about getting in trouble. Suddenly, a giant beast they know as the White Crocodile King bursts from the water and starts rushing their way. The girl is terrified and asks why this is happening since they already gave it the yearly offering. Her sister tells her it's not coming at them though. It seems to be going towards that strange fisherman. Concerned for the stranger, the little girl yells out for the fisherman to run, but this is no ordinary fisherman. As the crocodile gets close, the rocks that Gao Peng is sitting on start moving and he rises into the air, revealing Stripey in his full glory. The crocodile is absolutely terrified and turns tail to get the hell out of there, but Stripey is able to hit it at Gao Peng's command. Just like that, the being this place's people gave offerings has been wiped out. Later, Gao Peng studies his map and figures that they should be closing in on Goddess Peak pretty soon now. Nearby, he hears the sound of pages being flipped and decides to check it out. He sees what is known as Feifeng Peak, where the Great Yu once stopped a flood with the help of a mystical book. As a joke, Gao Peng asks if a book is going to fly out of the mountain. Ridiculously enough, it does. Gao notices that the book is flying towards Goddess Peak and decides to follow it. Once Stripey's taken some guy's fruit, the group climb up the mountain together. Up at the peak, Gao Peng sees a dragon up in the distant sky. On focusing more though, he sees a pair of scissors and a system pop up identifying them as the concentration stone. Overjoyed at finding it, Gao Peng follows after the stone with his familiars in tow. Eventually, they stumble upon an undocumented valley that looks completely different from the outside world. Strangely enough, Gao Peng spots a woman dancing in the valley. When he questions her presence there, he's able to see the woman's actually just a stone and he was seeing an illusion. Stepping forward, Gao Peng decides to explore the area with Stripey. Before they can actually do that though, a level 50 Holy Spring Spirit shows up and yells at them to die. Gao Peng tries to talk, but the thing is hellbent on a fight. Gao Peng knows he doesn't have another option, but things are quickly stacking against him when a legendary grade monster shows up as well. This is the Dragon Decapitation chapter. Water. Yeah, I don't get it either. Just roll with it. One by one, several projections are created that copy existing familiars like Stripey. Luckily, they're all under level 50, so he should be able to handle them. When Gao Peng tries to warn the monsters against fighting him, they coat him in the water barrier skill to slow him down and launch an attack. Unfortunately for them, this skill is useless on him and Stripey. Without even flinching, he takes the attack and orders Stripey to take down their enemies, but to do it without killing them. The end. For now. Sounds weird to say, but Gao Peng and his pets are battling some rocks. Luckily, his pets are way too strong to lose to some nobody rocks. Hence, within the next few moments, he's beaten them all. One of them, the Holy Lake Spirit, reverts to the form of a little blue teacup. That has to be embarrassing. Gao Peng is surprised by the cistern window above the cup saying that this monster can be fused. Right as he's pondering the meaning of this, he notices another of the monsters trying to run. As it takes to the sky, it flashes him with an illusion and stuns Gao, but Stripey hits it with Disaster Cloud before it can get away. Falling to the ground, the rock known as the Goddess Stone is now ash black and smells of smoke. In its remains, Gao Peng finds yet another system notification saying that this monster can be fused. What is this? A fusion monster bargain sale? Another monster tries to escape underground with its Earth attribute. Unfortunately for it, Stripey is an Earth type 2, and a far superior one at that. Mere moments later, the monsters are trapped and bound in crystal-like projections. Stripey summoned from the ground. By the time Gao Peng is done in the area, he snagged 2 whole concentration stones, though one of them is noticeably smaller than the other. And that's not even to mention the 3 fusion monsters. He's basically kidnapped. With all his goals met and more, Gao Peng departs from the Wu Gorge to head home atop Stripey. On their way home via a highway along Wu Gorge River, one of the concentration stones begins behaving strangely. All of a sudden, Gao Peng is blindsided by a couple of kids flying out of nowhere with oranges for hats. According to the system, these are orange tree monsters at Commander Tier. As they call him Master and offer oranges, Gao Peng realizes they must be the result of the orange trees that were planted on Stripey's head. Unfortunately, one of the concentration stones was used up to evolve them into this humanoid form. Deciding to roll with it, Gao Peng names the kids Nunju and Beizi and tells them to introduce themselves as orange-delivering children in public. Ah yes, because that totally explains their presence with him. Yep, totally. Further along on their way home, Gao Peng gets to have an impromptu reunion with Chunhan Chiyao, an old friend from high school. After asking his Uncle Lee to give him a little bit, Chun comes to chat with Gao Peng. After buttering the crap out of Gao and catching up on what they've been up to since school, Nunju suddenly offers Chun an orange. Gao Peng just tells him to go along with it, causing Chun to laugh at how he's the same guy as ever. Towards the end of their talk, Chun reveals that he's on his way to the Golden Buddhist Mountain for an extermination job involving mutated monsters. According to rumors from the Explorers Union, there's a rare mutant monster that's highly aggressive towards humans. As the old friends each get back on their way, Gao Peng thinks about the Union and wonders if Chun will be okay. Later, the boy Wonder and his wonders are back at the lab beside the lake villa. While the orange kids thoroughly harass Go's lab tech, he gets Da Zi ready for his evolution. Though Gao keeps trying to warn him of the irreversibility of the act, Da Zi just impatiently tells him to get on with it. Me when an anime hits me with a 30-episode filler arc out of nowhere. Once it's clear, Da Zi doesn't care about any of that and just wants to get stronger. Gao prepares to stick a giant canister of a needle straight into the centipede's butt. Da Zi, however, is as impatient as ever and grabs the syringe, saying that he'll just drink it. Wrong kind of shot, little guy. Pretty much instantly, a highly volatile reaction starts taking place and Gao Peng realizes he has to evacuate the library. He skedaddles the heck out of there with his assistant in tow, and the two end up outside at the lake. Right as she asks what's going on, the entire lab erupts behind her in a pillar of purple energy and light, freaking her all the way out. When she stutters out that the lab just exploded, Gao Peng just tells her it's fine since he wanted to move to a new lab anyways. Imagine being that rich? Couldn't be me. Quietly, Gao Peng observes the after effects of Da Zi's evolution and concludes that it must be a success with that much of an energy expulsion. At his mental command, Da Zi transforms and the rubble from the explosion starts flying away. Somebody even smacks poor Stripey. As Da Zi fully changes form, yet another pillar of pure power explodes up from the now ruined laboratory. In the distance, Grandpa G's white dragon senses the presence of another dragon. Sure enough, what emerges from the ruins is Da Zi in the form of a dark golden centipede dragon. As he reads through the virtual essay that is now Da Zi's skill list, Gao Peng deadpans at one of them sounding suspiciously like an insulting pun. Don't ask what, it doesn't translate to English too well. Everything else is an afterthought to the little man himself though, whose main concern is why in the hell he only has 4 claws now. Gao Peng just tells him that's normal since he's not a pure centipede anymore. You know, like he warned you about beforehand. Anywho, with this task taken care of, Gao Peng can now turn his focus to the 3 fusion monsters he's got locked up in the dungeon. Fusing them will definitely require materials, but it might not be too hard since they seem friendly towards each other. Suddenly, Gao Peng receives a video call from his old friend, Chun Hun Chiao. The man's bloodied and beaten up visage yells in despair and asks for Gao Peng's help. The last thing he's able to tell Gao is that he's at the Golden Buddhist Mountains sunrise draw right now. Gao Peng narrows his eyes in frustration and thinks about how he knew something could go wrong. Seconds later, Gao Peng is aboard Da Zi and heading to Chun's location without wasting a moment. Once he gets there, he spots survivors from up in the air, only to realize they're not quite what he thinks. The system displays them as a decomposing deer pack, turned into these disgusting creatures due to pollution. Gao Peng notes that they may look scary, but not a single one of them is even Commander Tier. They can't be the ones who took down Chun's party, since those guys had 7 Commander Tiers. Right as he asks Da Zi to bring them closer, a hand bursts out of the greenery to their side and tries to grab the centipede dragon. In response, the newly evolved monster pulls a Pikachu and blasts the hand with a crap ton of electricity. Gao Peng looks down towards the direction the hand came from and spots a bunch of masked men with the strange monster. He wonders if these are the ones who attack the elders of the other regions. More importantly, the monster with them is a Lord Tier Level 49 Infernal Incinerator. As if that wasn't bad enough, right above them is a Lord Tier Level 47 Three-Eyed Crow General. And on top of that, there's a Lord Tier Level 46 Giant Radioactive Spider on the ground below them. You'd think that'd be enough, right? Nope, there's another. A Lord Tier Level 48 Phytophagus Symbiotic Moss. Gao Peng can instantly tell that a lot of effort has been put into preparing these monsters to besiege him. Then, the Three-Eyed Crow General blasts Gao Peng and his familiars with a curse that causes him a minor headache. Luckily, his link causes the damage to go straight to Streppy, who tanks it. With that, Gao Peng is completely fine and free to react now. His familiars are no exception either. Frosty's barely weakened by 1%, Slicey by 5, and Da Zi by 3. Cue sarcastic applause. Down below, the hooded idiots have no clue that the curse has been completely negged, and they have their monsters unleash an all-out attack as one. Unfortunately for them, the multi-pronged surprise attack is completely worthless when Da Zi activates Lightning World Purgatory. With this, both the attack and their spirits are crushed since that was their strongest attack. As Da Zi extends to his full vertical height and stares down at them with contempt, the lead rogue can only ask what the hell this monster is. As one of the rogues shields them with some sort of power, he comments that even Terra no Masakato's familiars don't pack that much firepower. Hoot now! Up above them, Yao Peng takes note of the shielded idiots and asks them if they're from Mihan and if there are more of them. If not, they all die here. Instantly, the lead rogue scoffs and calls him an arrogant brat. Bro, he just bodied your strongest dudes. What are you on? The idiot rogue goes on to order his incinerator to kill Da Zi and Gao Peng. My brother in Christ, you literally tried that already. Gao Peng just casually turns to good old Slicey and tells him to wipe them all out. The bug boy obeys and leaps down to the ground before cutting through several robes in a single swift movement. The idiot rogue tells his comrades that that's an assassin-type familiar and they have to retreat. Unfortunately for them, Gao Peng's done playing games and gets off Da Zi's back so he can go all out. With them no longer in the way, Da Zi is free to follow Gao Peng's orders to give their enemies a quick death. That right there is colder than Frosty's blasts. Da Zi instantly pierces the Crow General with one of his claws when it gets in range. He then tanks an attack from the incinerator before swatting away with his tail. Finally, the giant crab shows up and for some reason it can fly. The incinerator gets on top of it and the two monsters dash at Da Zi together, power of friendship style. Unfortunately for them, that's a completely brain-dead tactic allowing Da Zi to impale the crab thanks to its limited movement. The incinerator leaps upwards and actually gets a hit on Da Zi when it comes down, but that just pisses off the centipede dragon. With fury in his eyes and heart, Da Zi uses one of his new skills to light the incinerator's own heart ablaze. In a massive explosion, the monster is wiped out, nothing but a single hand surviving the boom. Down below, Gao Peng practically preems with pride at his familiar's capabilities. As Slicey reports the status of the fallen monsters, Gao Peng tells him to go catch the two robes who escaped. Afterwards, Gao Peng moves to speak to Chun Hun Chiao, who now has a sling around his injured arm. The man tries to apologize to Gao, but he's quick to reassure Hun Chiao. After all, those dudes were after him in the first place and Hun Chiao just got caught in the middle. Gao should apologize if anything. Just then, Hun Chiao's dad shows up and clasps his son's shoulder while talking about how this is just a minor setback, which they have to get back up from like any other challenge. Putting on a more serious face, the older man sincerely thanks Gao Peng for saving them and reassures him that none of this is his fault. If anything, they should have been strong enough to protect their familiars, so it's on them. After hearing him speak passionately about survival of the fittest and his drive, Gao Peng can only admire the older Chun's tenacity. Just then, a little worm-like creature erupts from the ground near them and surprises Chun. Apparently, this is a familiar he forced into a contract years ago, so he had fully expected it to run away and hate him instead of coming back. Having seen enough, Gao Peng asks Chun what his future plans are and if he'd be willing to join the Southern Sky Group. Though the offer is generous, Chun is wary and warns Gao that they've lost everything already. Their monster hunting party is basically finished. Hell, he even canceled his blood contract with this little worm so it wouldn't get taken down for being his familiar earlier. Gao Peng just smiles at him and tells him a person's character is worth more than anything. And with the worm coming back to him, it's clear he has a good heart. With some encouragement from said worm, Chun locks eyes with Gao Peng with resolve and tells him they'll be happy to work for the Southern Sky Group. As for their next move from here, they'll be heading home and preparing to get revenge for what's happened today. Ominous. I love it. Back home, Gao Peng calls for Brainy to come out of the lake, only to find that it now has an army of aquatic minions. Or children. What the hell, man? Gao Peng decides to just ignore that for his own sanity and points at a couple of captured robes. He asks Brainy if he can extract their memories to find out who was behind the attack. The living brain tells him that the process leaves the victim's brain dead, but Gao Peng just tells him not to even worry about that. With the go-ahead granted, the tentacle monster all but leaps at its two newest victims. After thoroughly mind-screwing the two captives, Brainy tells Gao Peng what he's learned, which isn't much in terms of useful info. The two are originally from the Yangli region, but after infiltrating the Nihon region, they were dispatched by the Nihon region to assassinate Gao Peng. Their last orders were to disguise themselves as a nameless organization's agents. Gao Peng is highly confused by who their true master is and finds that Brainy has no concrete info on that. Behind him, Flamey asks Gao Peng why he's hesitating. If these guys are enemies, they just need to get rid of them. Pretty primitive, but he's not wrong though. Gao Peng agrees with Flamey and decides he just needs an excuse now rather than a concrete reason. Over in the Black Fog world, Dumby has subjugated hundreds if not thousands of undead. He calls forth his three strongest minions, the Broken Jade Devil Spirit, Six-Tailed Heavenly Fox Skeleton, and Stone Mountain Elephant Skeleton. Apart from these three, Dumby dispels all of his other minions and absorbs the accumulated energy from their time in his army. With a sudden burst of flame in his eyes, Dumby's power rises higher than ever and he puts on a horrifying grin. It's time to go home to his master. Back with Gao and the others, his pets suddenly sense a familiar presence. Half a second later, a spatial rift opens right in front of them and Dumby emerges from it before kneeling before Gao Peng. He is now at level 59. Cool, the Goku number. Dumby's telling his master about how he's gotten much stronger when Gao Peng gives him a shoulder hug and tells him that's great. Now that he's back, it's time for them to go overseas for a bit. According to Gao, there's a rumor that a night parade of 100 demons appeared in the Nihon region after the cataclysm, so they'll go there. As the two move away from the lake, the other familiars bicker in the background about how Goldie's a brainless buffoon. Well, not really, but he is that though. Over in the Nihon region later that day, Gao Peng lands on a beach and finds some men picking what seem to be shells from the sand. When he questions them about it, they tell him that they're harvesting what are known as white meat conchas. According to them, they scrape the meat off their bodies when it becomes visible and then use it for sashimi. Curious and more than a little suspicious about this claim, Yao Peng checks out the status window for these conchas. According to the system, their blood and flesh holds a number of addictive toxins that alter brain chemistry, something that even eventually causes paralysis. With his suspicions about the conchas being something more sinister confirmed, Gao Peng tries to warn the men to eat less of it. Unfortunately, they're already so addicted that there's no saving them or the other people that consume it. When they try to offer some to him, he just tells them to keep their catch and tell him where exactly he is. The man answers that this is Tiesing Island, telling Gao Peng that he's still quite far from the capital. He recalls that Taira Masakado from the capital spoke against him being a referee last time they had an encounter. Now it's finally time to get some payback on the old coot. Over in the capital, a shroud of darkness has suddenly enveloped one of the many skyscrapers. Inside his chambers, the old man himself is warned by one of his familiars that a strong presence is incoming from the west. The man moves to the window and sees a swarm of flying undead coming their way. He tells his familiar, Haisha, to go deal with them. The shadowy beast heads outside to do just that, but first it tells the civilians in the area to run away. With them gone, it takes on a humanoid form and flies into the swarm. Masakado isn't allowed to relax just yet though, as he receives a video call from an underling who informs him there's a new spatial rift at Shikoku. The almighty cherry tree there is being attacked by a mysterious monster trainer that came through said rift. Masakado is still in shock from this news when Gao Peng and Flamey come onto the scene outside. Despite Dumby's undead army having trouble with the shadowy Haisha, Frosty steps up to Flamey's head and lets loose a massive ice storm. It's not quite entirely effective at first, but the second Frosty really puts his back into it, it's over. Haisha is encased in a massive block of ice, Avatar style, and falls to the ground. From his spot on a nearby roof, Masakado and his men are stunned by how fast that ended. Suddenly, Gao Peng's attention is diverted to a massive explosion of energy from off in the distance. Next to him, Frosty informs him that a very powerful familiar has just died and not very far from them at that. Gao Peng instantly deduces that it must be the Nihon region's guardian, the Cherry Sky Tree. He's highly concerned by this as the tree is a level 54 monster of more than epic grade with extreme regenerative abilities. Who in the world could have killed it? He decides to put that aside for now and focus on the task at hand. He flies down to the roof Masakado is standing on and speaks to him in the native Nihon language. He tells the old man that he's here due to an assassination attempt on him from people of the Japanese region. He has a video recording of their interrogation and he'd like to clear things up so there's no ill will between their regions. As he's doing this, he studies the system window of the giant chicken thing next to Masakado, a level 47 beast known as Gai Long with poison abilities. To Gao's surprise, the old man answers him in the native language of the Kuashia region, telling him that he studied there once. Masakado tells Gao that he's willing to speak openly and overlook how badly his familiar has been injured just now. Before that though, he wants to show Gao Peng something. He pulls out a black box and plays a hologram recording of a scene of utter destruction. This is footage they just received from their drone stationed at the Cherry Sky Tree's location. The last thing recorded was the face of a strange man alongside a group of similar men and giant, unheard of monsters. Immediately after that, one of the monsters noticed the drone and destroyed it. According to Masakado, they've run the man's face through every recognition software that got only to turn up 0 matches. And with their equipment being the best of the best, there's no explanation for that, at least not for them. Gao Peng has a theory of his own though. When he went to the North Pole and met Bei Qingyan, he was able to work out more or less what her situation is. There was once a civilization of monsters and trainers on Earth many years ago. They, however, left the world long before the cataclysm. These people plan to return to Earth once it became inhabitable for them once more. It seems these new people are part of that civilization and they got less than friendly intentions. Masakado tells Gao Peng that their forces can't stand up to these people and they would like his assistance for the sake of both their regions. Gao agrees to help under 2 conditions. Firstly, he'll only speak to them through real-time broadcast, not any kind of face-to-face meeting. Secondly, if the enemy proves too strong, he's getting the hell out of this region at once. Yeah, sounds smart to be honest. Hell had already be gone. Masakado assures him that won't be a problem and turns to take action. From behind him, Gao Peng suggests someone over ASAP, and to send someone strong since these people clearly aren't peaceful. Masakado agrees and decides to go with the nuclear option. He himself will go meet them. Damn Graham's all right, go get them. Over the edge of a major city, the green-haired individuals from the drone footage can be seen watching the city and speaking about it. Their leader, Tong Mo, clearly believes the people of Earth to be inferior to them. The ancient trainers, the man whose face was in the footage, Tong Ying, suddenly speaks up about someone coming their way. Acting as arrogant as he looks, Tong Mo tells Ying to test the incoming person's strength with his Black Lightning Eagle. Up in the skies, Masakado speaks to Gao Peng through an earpiece and tells him that he's arrived at the scheduled location. On the footage from his camera, Gao Peng can clearly see the events of the next few seconds. Right as Masakado is thanking Gao Peng for agreeing to help, a black eagle comes soaring his way. Masakado believes it's an attempt to make contact, so he's unprepared when a moment later, the eagle is right on top of him and unleashes a massive lightning blast that destroys the camera. Inside the control room, Masakado's men are in a panicked frenzy while Gao Peng silently declares that Terra no Masakado has lost his life. For that to happen so fast, the enemy's familiars are no doubt King Tyr at the very least. The others quickly re-establish a feed on the enemies and call out that they're heading towards Higashida Base City. On the screen, Gao Peng is able to study their familiars and finds that not a single one of them is less than a peak King Tyr. He's lucky none of them are legendaries or he have no option but to pack it in and run. Right now, with both sides having familiars of more or less the same level, things will come down to the grades of the familiars instead. Still outside Higashida, the Tongs are arguing about what their next move should be. The girl named Ling believes they should head back now since the city's population alone is more than their entire tribe. In a place like that, there's bound to be strong trainers that'll give them trouble. The chubby dude named Tong Xiang is of the same mind and believes they should leave since they've already completed their mission by scouting the area out. On the other hand, the Dr. Stone cosplayer Tong Mo insists that he wants someone strong to challenge him. To that end, he has his familiar let loose his power to draw out all the strong trainers from the city. After all, his one-eyed giant demon is the strongest familiar this planet has ever seen. Oh boy, who's gonna break it to this heavily diluted idiot? Internally, the idiot starts monologuing about how he'll prove to Ling how powerful he is. Oh boy, he's a simp too. Or is this insult territory? 10 minutes later, the Tongs are confused by the lack of reaction from literally anyone in the whole city. Tong Mo is just about to say that there must not be any trainers in the city when Ying calls out that someone's coming. Up in the sky above them, Gao Peng is seated inside a military helicopter piloted by one of Masakado's men. As soon as they're in range, Tong Ying's lightning eagle dashes their way ready to attack. Gao Peng just scoffs at their barbaric actions and prompts Frosty to step in. A second later, the entire helicopter is coated in a solid casing of ice, causing the eagle to crash into it and back off. Gao Peng is pleased to learn that these ancient trainers don't seem to have any concept of modern technology. Makes sense. The ice chick didn't even know what canned food was. Sure enough, Tong Mo was astounded by what he believes to be an ice metal dual attribute beast up in the sky. He decides it doesn't matter though and orders his one-eyed demon to shoot an attack at the enemy. Sure enough, the Cyclops fires a pretty strong beam straight at the helicopter and it does as intended. The vehicle is wrecked and going into a free fall. Gao Peng tells the pilot to eject and not worry about him, thus saving his life. Meanwhile, he himself levitates down via ice platforms created by Frosty in an incredibly majestic display. This doubles down as a quick attack that freezes Tong Mo's demon in a massive iceberg. Tong Xiang commands his own familiar, a six-tusked Brahmin elephant, to use its psychic powers to wake up the demon. Meanwhile, Tong Ying sends his eagle to attack Gao Peng and his familiar while they're still in the air as he believes they'll be handicapped up there. Unfortunately for the green-haired dunce squad, Gao Peng is just that guy. As soon as the eagle's in range, he summons Dumby and has him take over. On the ground, the Tongs are stunned by Gao Peng having two familiars. From what they know, only a holy individual is capable of having more than even one familiar. Oh wow, they're in for a rude awakening once they see the rest of the squad. Up on the mid-air battlefield, Dumby uses his skill, Heart of the Yin Soul Dominator. With this, Tong Yang's eagle is crushed and collapses to the earth, while the trainer himself does the same with blood spilling from his mouth. The man calls out to Tong Xiang and tells him to run now while he still can. Taking the advice, Tubby calls out to Tong Ling and prepares to get them the hell out of there atop his elephant. Unfortunately, Dumby is on top of them half a moment later and ready to take them all the way down. Panicking, Tong Xiang commands his elephant to drive the enemy back and then run without engaging it. How the hell does that work? He either drives him back or he doesn't engage him. Unfortunately for Tong Xiang and his elephant, Dumby's on a whole other level. He grabs the elephant with just one hand and sucks the soul right out of it. I should call her. Anyways, with the elephant out of commission just like that, Dumby makes quick work of Tong Xiang and his comrades as well, standing over their fallen bodies. Yao Peng tells Dumby to tie them up before he wakes them back up. He wants to get to the bottom of what the hell's going on here. Frosty then brings his attention to Tong Mo and his demon who are still encased in the ice. Gao Peng comments that they don't really need any more hostages and casually tells Frosty to shatter them. They'll be surprised by the cruel answer. Frosty does as asked and kills them both with a snap of his fingers. Later, the remaining Tongs awaken and Tubby takes command of his team. He tries to speak to Gao Peng, constantly saying stuff that sounds pleading, but he can't understand a word. Luckily, Frosty is knowledgeable enough to play the role of translator. Gao Peng learns that these guys are from the Song Tong tribe and are the children of the high priest and the vice captain of their hunting squad. As if that wasn't already bad enough. It turns out the guy he just ordered to be killed was the son of their patriarch. Oh balls, that can't be good. Gao Peng instantly realizes how bad this situation is and starts analyzing what his next move should be. With each consecutive sentence, Gao Peng's thoughts become darker and darker till he decides that his only option is to kill these guys as well and delay the retaliation from their tribe. At his command, Dumby steps forward, intimidating them all. Tong Ying faces him without fear, telling him the men of the Tong tribe do not fear their end. Gao barely reacts and tells Dumby to go ahead and fulfill his wishes then. Right as he's beginning to suck the soul out of Ying, Frosty chucks an ice chip at Gao Peng's face, causing him to stop. He tells the trainer that his emotions are out of whack. When Gao expresses his confusion, Dumby turns around to explain. Because of the negative feedback from all the souls he resurrected and absorbed back in the fog world, a large chunk of negative emotions were absorbed too. He was able to filter them out for the most part, but when he came back and transferred Gao Peng's share of power to him, he was loaded with all the negativity all at once. Frosty assures him it'll fade after a while, but for now, he needs to keep a tight leash on himself. Gao Peng quickly recomposes himself and tells Xian that everything he just did was a prank and he's willing to return them to their tribe. All they have to do is make sure the elders provide him with one of a list of materials. Said list includes True Dragon Fruit, Great Destruction Origin Stone, Light of 0 Degree, Body of the War God, and Flame of the Sky. Tong Xiang's response is simultaneously the most relatable and silly one possible in such a situation. I can't blame him. Who the hell calls a threat of death a prank? A little bit later, the group head back to the site of the Cherry Sky Tree with the Tong hostages in tow. Though the tree isn't a combat monster, Gao Peng considers the possible benefits of it being able to neutralize his negative emotions. With his mind made up, he lands in front of it and asks Dumby to resurrect the tree. Behind him, Tong Xiang continues to be amazed by the abilities at Gao Peng's disposal and prays that the tribe elders don't try to pick a fight with him. Unfortunately for Gao Peng, the tree revives in a mutated state that does the exact opposite of what he was hoping for. The thing's a hell tree now and has a violent aura that it can use as an aura monster. On the bright side, that should buff Dumby's undead army pretty well at least. Hell, it might even be useful for debuffing enemies. A full month later, Gao Peng stands before his familiars in his lab attire. Thanks to his trip to the west, Flamey has finally evolved into a legendary grade level 49 beast known as a Subblood Bai Fang. What's even more of a drastic change, however, is the evolution that Slicey has undergone. Gone is the bright white coat it once had. He is now a level 50 epic grade beast known as a black armored blood-bladed beast, or as I like to call them, Darth Bug. Gao watches as Slicey suddenly rushes towards the trees and comments that he'll have to praise him later for being so eager to train. Unfortunately, it turns out he was just measuring his height, so yeah. All that happens beyond that is a little sibling squabble between Slicey and Da Zi. Gao deciding his treasure-sniffing mouse doesn't really need much beyond survival skills and some wholesome rodent snoring. With everything else more or less taken care of at the moment, Yao Peng decides it's finally time to pay a visit to those fusion monsters he's had locked up this whole time. Soon, Yao Peng arrives at the back of the mountain at the entrance of a confinement room made specially by Stripey. He opens up the door with a cheerful attitude, expecting the three monsters to still be bound. Instead, he very nearly gets a face full of concrete fist before Da Zi tackles him out of the way. On the other side of the mountain, even Goldie and the others hear the deafening impact and tremors from the fist. Back with Gao Peng, he shakily stares at the wall behind him, which is now a pile of rubble thanks to the punch he just barely avoided. The creature that emerges from the confinement chamber isn't anywhere close to what he expected either. The monsters have fused on their own and are now legendary grade King Tier level 56 dragon slaying goddess. Yes, I know it's a mouthful. Most titles in this series are. Gao Peng is blown away by the monster's physique and pure power, as well as the dragon slaying water chapter on its left arm. That must be the main fusion core of this monster. Da Zi steps in front of Gao Peng to defend his master and dashes forward, not realizing that Gao Peng is calling for him to stop. Because of this, Da Zi is fully defenseless against the goddess's use of anti-dragon sealing. Using the chapter on its arm, the goddess seals away Da Zi's power completely. Gao Peng notes that this is because of the Dragon Slayer mark, and any dragon-type monster will be at a severe disadvantage against it. Luckily, the others show up before things can escalate further. Flamey and Goldie double-team the goddess with a roar attack and a kick respectively. To Goldie's shock though, his attack doesn't leave so much as a scratch on the goddess. Then, it moves to punch him with a level of speed Goldie is unable to react to in time. Gao Peng observes and realizes that though he's got a sufficient grade, Goldie's level is too far below the goddess to challenge her. Much to his relief though, Dumby shows up just in time to save the buff duck and clashes fists with the goddess. Gao Peng tells Goldie to back down and let Dumby handle this, making the duck worry about the big guy. Gao Peng assures him that Flamey's there for support too, so it'll be fine. Right as he says that, Flamey lets loose a torrent of green flames at the goddess, only for those two to do absolutely nothing. Seeing that the flames don't do enough damage for a knockout gives Goldie an idea. He yells at Flamey to hit him with a burst of those flames so he can stack up his passive. Flamey's more than ready to do that since he just mispronounced the bird's name and lets loose a whole geyser of fire at the duck. While that goose is getting cooked, Dumby and the goddess are in the midst of what I can only describe as one JoJo ass fight. And to be fair, Dumby's doing quite well in terms of doing damage. The goddess, however, decides to be cheap and creates a boatload of illusory clones to confuse him. Before that strategy can pay off though, Gao Peng's largest familiar quite literally steps in and sits down on the goddess. That's one way to settle things down, I guess. Now that Streppy has handled the situation for them, Gao Peng decides it's the perfect time to test out the Hell Tree's abilities. With the aura it provides and the stacking of his passive, Goldie instantly grows into a giant and gains a sinister purple aura. Dude's a legitimate ultra ego user. Goldie steps forward and tells Streppy to let the goddess go so they can have a fair one-on-one fight. What follows from there, though, is anything but fair. Goldie completely tanks the goddess's hit and proceeds to toss the statue face first into a wall. Just like that, the whole thing is over. With the battle over, Frosty quickly freezes the goddess in a chunk of ice and Streppy stomps on it with one of his building-sized legs. Completely defeated and now crushed into pieces, the goddess separates into the three monsters it originally formed from. Two of them are in heavily injured states while one is just outright dead. Gao Peng speaks to them and tells them this is on them for deciding to fuse and cause trouble even after he gave them a safe place to recover for a whole month. I mean, recovering from the beatdown Gao gave them in the first place, but yeah, fair enough. That aside though, Gao Peng can't help but be amazed by the dragon slaying chapter's ability. With how thoroughly it debuffed the Da Zi, it's no simple suppression ability. The thing possesses something more like a whole domain that weakens entire groups of enemies. And at higher levels, it can even ban the use of elemental powers altogether. Since Ji and Gao have three dragon-type familiars between them, Gao Peng ponders destroying this monster if he can't tame it himself. Meanwhile, Wu Gorge Base City is under siege from an extremely sinister being. Dozens upon dozens of corpses are strewn across the beach, completely drained of their vitality. The being responsible for this is none other than a hold-up. What the hell is that hair? Am I looking at an emo dragon right now? Despite its ridiculous appearance, this monster is powerful enough to drive the whole city to the furthest extent of absolute chaos. Back at his own home, Gao Peng receives a sudden distress call asking for assistance over at Wu Gorge City. All they tell him is that there's been a massive flood caused by what appears to be a black dragon. Thousands of lives are on the line every second that he's not there. Gao Peng tells them he'll be there soon and instantly flies off in the direction of Wu Gorge City. Once they get there, Gao Peng is treated to the sight of dead bodies floating in the river. Up ahead, the legendary grade level 59 black flood dragon responsible for it all is feasting on some new victims. Gao Peng laments his failure to tame the dragon's slaying chapter since it would have been perfect here. In the time he does this, the dragon heals what little injuries it's taken so far by consuming human souls. Gao Peng sees this and hurriedly orders Dumby to go stop it. The undead king dashes forward and does just that, clashing with the dragon in the air. As the two monsters start going back and forth, Frosty warns Gao Peng that Dumby may not be able to win here. As such, he's going to go help. Before he goes, Gao Peng asks him to be careful since its attacks can harm his soul. When Frosty takes to the air on a platform of ice, the dragon spots him and shoots off a beam of energy. Frosty ducks under it just in time and counters with an ice blast of his own, blowing the dragon back. With one side of its face frozen solid, the dragon rises upwards in a rage and prepares to change the whole terrain. Luckily, Frosty is able to freeze the water around them before the dragon can use it. Back on board Da Zi, Gao Peng tries to think of a strategy. With Dumby being unsuited to single combat and all of his other pets at a much lower level than the dragon, Gao isn't sure what to do here. All of his pets have some kind of disadvantage or the other to this thing. Gao Peng has never been a pinch quite like this before. Meanwhile, the dragon has grown sick of the constant attacks from its two opponents. As such, the second it realizes that Gao Peng is their master and he's open, the dragon launches itself at the human with its jaw wide open. Right before it can reach him, Frosty comes flying into the way and slashes the dragon as hard as he can with his ice claws. Thanks to Frosty, Gao Peng is saved and the dragon's attention is diverted just long enough for the next two familiars to jump in, namely Da Zi and Goldie, who have been preparing something of their own. At Gao Peng's signal, Goldie activates the Forbidden Domain, causing them to be completely protected from the dragon's next attack. To the side, Frosty comments that it's a good thing Goldie was close to Gao Peng. However, he suddenly senses something to the side. Out of a cloud of steam and smoke, the black dragon suddenly slithers out at max speed and slashes Frosty across the body with the full force of its claws. Despite being its true target, Frosty is able to stay lucid enough to chomp down on the dragon's hide, determined to do just as much damage. This only makes the dragon more smug as it's now able to chomp down on Frosty in turn and dig his teeth deep into the lion's body. Ayo, pause. This better not be a euphemism of some sort. What the dragon doesn't realize is that Frosty is gearing up to use his ultimate move. Gao Peng realizes this and calls out to his familiars that Frosty wants to use Eternal Frost Field, the very skill that caused him to go into hibernation back in the fog world. Unwilling to let a member of their little family sacrifice themselves, Dumby calls out to Frosty not to do it. Gathering his power, Dumby launches a full-force spiritual attack on the black dragon. Gao Peng notes that even monsters at the peak of Lord Tier would be knocked out by that. And yet, the dragon is not only keeping up the pressure on Frosty's body, it's even biting down harder. Since the spiritual attack didn't work, Dumby moves on to his next resort. He snaps one of his ribs straight out of the cage, imbues it with his energy, and holds it up like an almighty spear. Then, he hoists it over his shoulder and launches the impromptu weapon with so much force that it completely embeds itself into the dragon's body and blows it off of Frosty. Gao Peng is quick to go and catch the little furry lion out of the air as he reverts to his miniature form. Meanwhile, the black dragon manages to escape, shocked from Dumby's final attack. Gao Peng examines Frosty's injury and sees that it's quite serious. Using his ultimate skill may have stopped the dragon and even kept it from escaping, but he just can't bear the idea of losing Frosty like that. The bad news is just beginning though. Because of the extreme effects of their battle just now, Wu Gorge City is completely destroyed. All that's left is a flooded crater with the floating remains of some buildings. The only good news is that Stripey has finally arrived with Brainy and the others. With Flowery on the scene, they can get right to healing Frosty back up to full health. While the flower works on that, Dumby tells Gao Peng that the dragon has fled to the south. Gao Peng thinks back to what they saw earlier and realizes that the dragon will just go on a rampage in another city and absorb souls to heal from the damage they've done. He can only regret not taming the dragon's slaying chapter and Goddess Stone back when he had the time. If he had just done that, then the black dragon would have been nothing but a worm to him. Hey man, you know what they say about hindsight? It sucks. Regardless, their priority now is preventing the dragon from getting its jaw on another city. To that end, the group begin chasing after it, upsetting all manners of wildlife on the way. Well, mostly just these adorable squirrel things. They eventually catch up to the dragon and Da Zi instantly hits it with a beam of lightning to stun it. While it's still stunned, Dummy weaves through the water tornadoes it's created and crashes into the dragon with a staggering kick. Only a second later, though, he's impaled by 3 of the dragon claws. Rather than showing any sign of worry, Dumby activates the next part of his plan. The dragon realizes what he's doing and calls him out for using himself as a medium to infuse his soul power into its body. By doing so, he can make it resonate with the ribbed spear he threw inside the dragon earlier and cause an implosion. The dragon angrily calls out that both Dumby and Frosty are insane, unwilling to accept its impending defeat. All Dumby has to say is that the resonance is complete. It's time for the dragon to die. Right before he activates the finishing move, the black dragon gathers its energy for one final rage-filled attack. If it's going down, it refuses to do so alone. Once the energy for its attack is gathered, the black dragon fires it quickly. To Dumby's shock and subsequent panic, though, the attack is headed not for the undead king, but Gao Peng. I don't mean to be a backseat driver, but that's twice y'all have fallen for that now. As the blast closes in on Gao Peng, he realizes Flamey isn't fast enough to dodge it. This is the end for him. Or at least it would be if Dumby didn't have one last ace up his sleeve. Right before the blast hits, an absolutely enormous hand appears in its path and nullifies it. Dumby now stands in the center of a Titan-sized avatar under his control. Gao Peng is as shocked by this new skill as everyone else. The aura from it alone is absolutely terrifying on a whole new level. The black dragon senses this as well and tries to escape in the direction of human souls. Unfortunately for it, Dumby is sick and tired of the fiend. With one earth-shattering impact from his avatar's fist, the dragon's head is crushed and its life ended. Gao Peng barely has time to marvel at that before Dumby's energy runs out and he free falls towards the ground as his avatar dissipates. Gao Peng rushes to the location of Dumby's crash and worriedly asks if he's okay. Luckily, the big guy's mostly alright, just extremely exhausted. Relieved to see he'll live, Gao Peng praises Dumby for this new power. He asks if Dumby remembers what he just did, only to get a shake of the head in response. Deciding to shelf that for now, Gao Peng heads to the black dragon's corpse and asks Dumby if he can try to resurrect it. He gives their shot but tells Gao Peng that it's not possible since the beast is missing its head. Probably for the best. Screw that thing. Gao Peng tells him that's fine and contacts the Southern Sky employees closest to them so they can come collect the corpse at least. For now, it's time to go home. Back in the Southern Sky Group's experimental areas, Huang and Chun Sr. meet up where the black dragon's corpse is being harvested. Gao Peng has ordered for the organs, marrow, and spine to be kept while everything else can be distributed. Huang also informs Chun that Gao Peng finally managed to sign a contract with the dragon's slaying chapter. The second he mentioned he killed the evil black dragon, it practically jumped him. They can only wish it had happened sooner so Wu Gorge City could have been saved. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is on a video call with the mayor about that exact topic. Thanks to news of Wu Gorge City's utter annihilation with not a single civilian making it out, the world is panicking. Great Britain, Jiangnan City, Jinling City, and Wudu City have all pulled out of the World Alliance to declare independence and form their own alliances. The Allied world government is losing authority and power fast, causing the mayor to fear that the world will soon descend into the post-cataclysm chaos once more. Sheesh. Talk about bringing the mood down. With the call concluded, Gao Peng is left to stew over his own thoughts about the impending chaos. Just then, a group of archaeology experts are escorted to Gao Peng as per his request at an earlier date. When they demand to see the literature he supposedly has, Gao Peng tells him they're mistaken. He doesn't have any ancient language scripts or anything, but he does have two people from an ancient tribe who have served as valuable research subjects. See those drop jaws? That's how people react when they see sorry. Never mind. This is supposed to be a family-friendly channel. Later, Gao Peng is studying the video footage he has on all the King tier monsters that have emerged recently and caused chaos. Each of them have one thing in common: trainers that can't be recognized by modern systems. The 4 new trainers that have appeared overnight with King tier familiars are all but certain to be the ancient trainers who have returned. Between the widespread panic they're causing and their sheer power, it's highly concerning to think where things are going to go from here. Just then, Huang pops up on his screen and tells Gao that his grandpa's back, and he's brought some guests with him. Gao Peng rushes outside to meet Ji and spots a bunch of familiars following behind his white dragon. He wonders if these are the so-called guests. Up on top of said familiars, a couple of men in ancient clothing observe the land below them and refer to it as their ancestral land. One of them is talking about how the locals aren't very impressive and won't be able to catch up to their level when he suddenly spots something to the side that makes him crap himself. Stripey, in all his titanic glory, towers over them even up in the sky. Old man G just laughs good-naturedly at the reaction and offhandedly mentions that this is his grandson's cute and obedient familiar, Stripey. As soon as G and the others land, Gao Peng greets him with his familiars behind him. As the two catch up, The ancients that came with Ji mutter amongst themselves about how unfair it is that they can have multiple familiars. Meanwhile, they can only have a contract with one familiar at a time, and it can't even be changed until the familiar dies. The only one not stuck in self-pity is the guy who noticed Stripey before. He's of the mind that their ancestors wanted them to return here, so they have learned to tame multiple familiars too. Over with the locals, Ji tells Gao about the ancient tribe and says they've been acting like psychopaths, following him around as if he's the master of a pack of dogs. Kinda harsh, but yeah, they seem like it. Gao Peng tells his grandpa about how he already met other ancients and currently has 2 of them in captivity, while their language is deciphered by some experts. Ji tells Gao Peng that he'll help deal with any other messes, so he should just focus on learning their language for now. Gao Peng goes on to tell Ji that he plans to head to the Black Fog world once he's learned the ancients' language. Since they have a tendency to send their youngest and strongest to try to conquer Earth, he has to be at his best. And the level limit placed on Earth for their own protection is something that's severely holding him back from growing as much as he needs to. In the Fog world, he can bypass that and become as powerful as possible. Right now, his goal is to dominate the whole Black Fog world. Ji can only chuckle with joy and pride at his grandson's passion. He tells Gao Peng to go explore to his heart's content. The old man will handle everything back here so he can be at ease. Right after he says this, Flamey suddenly comes barreling towards them from the sky and calls out to Gao Peng in distress. Dazi is missing. Confused and worried in equal parts, Gao Peng asks what the heck happened and how he could have disappeared just like that. Flamey tells him that while he was out training in the woods, he entered a spatial rift and that rift suddenly disappeared today. Grandpa Ji knows how worried Gao Peng must be, so he tells his grandson to go handle this matter, and he'll take care of their ancient guests. Not too long after that, Flamey brings Gao Peng to the site of Dazi's disappearance. He studies the area here and finds traces of electric powers all over the place. More notable are the traces of the space element Frosty can sense. According to him, there was a very unstable spatial rift in this spot. Gao Peng has an idea and tries to call out to Dazi through their blood contract, only to receive no response. Flamey is racked with guilt and apologizes for not keeping a closer watch on Dazi, but Gao Peng assures him it's not his fault. Besides, he may not be able to reach him right now, but he can sense that Dazi is safe and healthy wherever he may be. For now, they should head to the Black Fog world as planned and see if they can find him there. A few weeks later, the group are in the Black Fog world. Gao Peng has made a staggering 27 attempts to contact Dazi, only to receive no reply every single time. Luckily, the blood contract aura still hasn't changed, so he is safe at least. For now, Gao Peng decides to focus on Dumbi's promotion so they can be strong enough to search for Dazi in other worlds as well. Once Gao Peng gives him the go-ahead, Dumbi begins his breakthrough to the next tier. The outpouring of power from this instantly attracts a level 64 Black Flame Rock Python to their location. As the beast closes in on their location, Dumbi completes his breakthrough to the Emperor tier and attacks the Python with a new skill. Bone Prison, White Lotus. With this, the python is ensnared in a cocoon of peels and then crushed into a mangled mess of bones and flesh. As he absorbs the energy from the corpse, Dumby rises to level 61. Goldie instantly asks his big brother to teach him that new move while Flamey calls him out on his fake politeness, and the duck shoots back. They really do fight like a family. Pretty wholesome. Over on Gao Peng's shoulder, Frosty asks the trainer which direction they should go next. Gao Peng thinks about it and lists their options. The north has an Emperor tier monster they can't beat yet, and the east has an ocean they can't fight efficiently on right now. That leaves the south as their most viable option. After having Silly put away the snake corpse, they head on down. Towards the south, the group find a new labyrinth with a small hole in the door. Without even thinking of any possible consequences, Goldie goes straight to fiddling with the hole and pushes the door open. He's really not doing much to go against the whole blondes are dumb stereotype as he. On the other side of the door, Gao Peng is surprised to find cauldrons and firewood as well as a corpse. It's pretty strange to see that the monsters here had a sort of civilization of their own. Something about this place feels strangely off to him though. As the group walk further into the labyrinth, Gao Peng notes that it has the same restriction against flying abilities as all the others. Right as he's wondering if the same person or group of people built all of them, a horde of monsters comes crashing their way. In front of them stand dozens upon dozens of level 38 red-skinned sanguine pig demons. I'm just gonna call them rage pigs. The one thing Gao Peng takes note of in their system window is a mention of some kind of labyrinth god. While he thinks about that, Dumby easily takes down the majority of the foot soldier piggies with his soul steel power. The higher level pigs try to run away, only for their king to show up and take them out himself in anger. This one is much larger than the others and a level 54 monster. Slightly impressive, but still child's play for Dumby, as the mini-monster trio cheers him on. Dumby makes short work of the Pig King in a single move, while he stands in place to absorb the power of all his prey. Gao Peng tells him they'll head straight to the center and see if there's any treasure once he's done. Sure enough, there's definitely something at the center of the labyrinth. As far as Gao can tell, it's a bronze altar of some sort, but there's nothing on it. When he tries to touch it, a flame bursts to life and burns away the tips of his gloves, making Gao Peng think it's a trap. As such, he orders Dumby to smash the thing. Right as he says this, a little imp of some kind emerges from the altar and begs them not to break in while promising power. Dumby's already halfway through the movement though and ends up punching the altar regardless. To both his and Gao Peng's shock though, there's not so much as a scratch on the altar. Even if Dumby was holding back, that's pretty impressive. Sure enough, the system window tells Gao Peng that this is the Abyss Plundering Altar. When something is placed on it, the altar disassembles it and returns the contents to the offerer in a usable form. The imp that can now be identified as the avatar of the altar itself lies on top of it with a smug smile. It tells Gao Peng that it accepts him as its new master and promises to serve him well. Gao Peng decides to test something out and plops a wooden stick from the ground onto the altar. Sure enough, the flame bursts to life and transforms the stick into a rough wooden crystal with the nutrients normally found in wood. Gao Peng begins to understand that this is most likely a food processing instrument. With this, he never has to worry about starving in the wild again. Turning to Silly, he has the little guide bring out the corpse of the python they killed earlier and plops it onto the altar. Sure enough, the altar works on this too, transforming the corpse into 3 pills. One that acts as a food pill, one that grants level 2 earth resistance, and one that grants level 2 fire resistance permanently. Gao Peng is blown away by the usefulness of this altar. Eating pills from it may remove the ability to upgrade resistances in other ways, but the pills themselves can be stacked. As he advances on the altar with a greedy look, the imp tells him that he's in a damaged state right now. When he eventually regains his former glory, the extraction ability will be even more effective and impressive. If his mind wasn't made up before, it definitely is now. Gao Peng has Dumby carry the altar onto Streppy's back where he sets it down for the foreseeable future. While he's speaking to the altar imp, Frosty suddenly informs Gao Peng that there are monsters fighting for ownership of a nearby labyrinth right now. After approaching the labyrinth that Frosty pointed out, the group watches what's happening from atop a nearby cliff. A whole horde of level 67 dragon ants are marching on the labyrinth doors. From his system window, Gao Peng learns that they're kind of like blood thieves in that they steal dragon blood to jumpstart their own transformation. Suddenly, the door of the labyrinth swings open and the monster that lives within emerges. A level 69 6-armed giant. Heh, nice. Between its insane level and the powers listed in the system window, Gao Peng is blown away by the strength of this beast. The dragon ants are little more than lambs to the slaughter as the giant crushes them one after the other with ease. As the massacre goes on, Slicey is examining the giant very closely and can clearly see every single weak point on its body. Despite this, he knows that his blades aren't strong enough yet to truly shred through those points. This is something that greatly bothers him. Meanwhile, the giant is going absolutely sicko mode on the battlefield. It impales, crushes, stabs, stomps, rips apart, and altogether annihilates every dragon ant in its sight. Gao Peng can't believe how massive the difference in strength between the two sides is despite there only being a 2-level jump. That's when Slicey suddenly dashes past him, off their cliff and onto the battlefield like a monster possessed. He yells about how they'll be completely useless if he doesn't go out and do something. Even if he can't win, he has to at least make this one cut, and sure enough, the cut he's talking about is right at the giant's Achilles tendon, causing it to collapse onto the ground while Slicey speeds past it and back to a safe distance. Unfortunately, he starts gloating a little early and nearly gets caught by a projectile from the giant. Though he's able to dodge it, Gao Peng sees that the danger is rising and sends Dumby out to go help Slicey escape. The undead emperor rushes onto the battlefield and pulls the arm of a dead monster out of the ground before spinning around and slamming it into the 6-armed giant. After doing that again, he fires a shot from his bow at the beast, followed up by a cut, a juke, and a dash to safety. Now that they're out of its range, the giant decides to retreat inside the labyrinth to lick its wounds. Gao Peng tells Dumby to let it go and not follow. After all, the labyrinth is its personal territory and they don't know what kind of traps it may have set up in there. For now, they'll wait until Dumby's level is higher before going in. Putting that aside, Gao Peng also scolds Slicey for his impulsive actions, causing the little guy to meekly apologize. There is one good thing to come out of this whole thing, though. Thanks to the giant being forced to retreat, all the dragon ant corpses have been left out here for them to collect for themselves. Since Dumby's resurrection ability won't work on monsters of a higher level than his own, Yao Peng decides to have Goldie absorb the monster cores to boost his strength and prepare for his next evolution. Everything else can just be fed straight into the altar for maximum benefit. A win-win for everyone. Well, everyone except the altar. Poor thing's so overfed it might explode. While Gao Peng is having fun with his brand spanking new Hack's altar, life goes on back home in Yuzhou City. While observing the work done by the Southern Sky Group, the White Dragon tribe's Yin has a disgruntled attitude about him, hugging him from behind. Another tribe member asks him if Chi Hunwu is truly the High Priest. Based on the portrait of the High Priest in their temple back home, there's virtually no doubt about it. Yin is upset by this, though. He claims that even if he is the reincarnation of their priest, his familiar is just an ordinary white dragon, which is the lowest grade among the white dragon's bloodline. Not to mention it's only a king tier. In this world where might makes right, how is such a person possibly to be of help to him? Somebody's a little full of themselves today, aren't they? Suddenly, another member of the tribe comes running up to them and tells Yin that members of the Inferno tribe have entered the city. Yin offers some good old exposition for all you folks at home and explains that the Inferno tribe is ranked second of the 7 major tribes, right under their own White Dragon tribe. You can only assume that they're here for him. Even though he isn't exactly the tribe head's favorite, Yin is still his son after all. Still confused, Yin tells the messenger to inform the others so they can go meet the Inferno tribe members face to face. When they arrive at the spot where the other tribe's members are, Yin recognizes the leader as young Master Yi Zhou. He demands to know what they're doing here, to which Yi Zhou assures him he's not here for the White Dragon heir. He's just come to find the champion of the ancestral land, Chi Hunwu, and gauge his power level. Yin simply demands to know what he's thinking by openly challenging before the White Dragon tribe when he knows what his familiar is. Rather than trying to fight Yin on this, Yi Zhou seems to have some kind of realization and backs off at once. He just sheepishly apologizes for intruding and says goodbye, greatly irking Yin with his attitude. That was way more chill than I expected that interaction to be. Fun dude. Back in the fog world, Gao Peng is now in possession of several pills from the processing of all the dragon ants. A flesh essence pill, a soul essence pill, a gigantificated body pill, a wind element master pill, and a thin blood of the dragon of destruction pill. The first one he takes real note of is the gigantification pill. According to the system window, this pill increases the user's body size by 8 times. Upon doing the math real quick, Gao Peng realizes this should roughly double the total length, width, and height of any of his monsters. Naturally, he decides to offer this to the one monster in his little family that desires a height boost more than anything else. He barely manages to even explain what the pill does though, let alone offer it to him, because the second Slicey hears about it, he steals it out of Gao Peng's hand and chows down. A few moments later, Slicey is overjoyed to find that he's grown way taller than before, only for Goldie to instantly dampen his mood by stepping up and saying he's still pretty small in general though. While they fight, Gao Peng realizes Slicey's original size was so small that it's only natural. Next up is the Wind Mastery Pill. This one he hands straight away to Silly since he's the only wind using familiar he's got. Picky as ever though, the floating jellyfish pulls out a juicer from his pocket dimension, blends up the pill into a smoothie and dumps it into a sippy cup before drinking it. Moments later, he's capable of producing massive gusts of wind, which he uses to mess up Gao Peng's hair. Yeah, totally valid use. Not a waste at all. After thoroughly yelling at Silly and taking the time to calm his hair back into perfection, Gao Peng wonders what to do with the thin blood of the Dragon of Destruction pill. The Altar Imp actually advises against using it on any of his familiars since it's a thin bloodline, which is a gamble to use. Not to mention possible clashes with other bloodlines that it's incompatible with in the future. Gao Peng decides he's right and stows away the pill for future use. With all that taken care of, it's time to put the treasure-sniffing rodent to work once more. There's plenty more dragon ants to find and mess up after all. As soon as the mouse picks up the trail of the dragon ants, Stripey marches on in their direction. Eventually, they make their way to a forested area with some mountains in the middle. Based on the behavior of the animals outside the mountains, Gao Peng's pretty sure the ants are all still inside it. And so, he asks Stripey to do what he does best. Smash the whole damn place and kill everything in sight. The end. For now. Gao Peng, after decimating the majority of a dragon ant colony in his latest endeavor, has come to a realization. They love food. This guy's supposed to be a genius in any case. He's managed to gain the allegiance of the remaining dragon ants by bribing them with pet food. This way, he doesn't even need to bother signing blood contracts with them. While they chow down, the treasure-sniffing rat tells Gao Peng that there's still 3 super rare treasures inside the colony. Gao Peng enters the underground area with the rodent leading the way. At one point, they come across a pile of monster corpses in what he can only assume is the colony's storage area. Here, he finds a scroll stuck between the corpses. After opening it up, he sees a map of sorts depicted on it. Based on the symbols it shows, he believes this could be the Death Dragon Valley where he'll have to train the dragon ants. With the white dragon tribe stirring, he can never have too many dragons-suppressing monsters. A week later, Flamey has gone up to King Tyr thanks to some flesh and blood essence pills. Putting that aside, they've arrived at their latest destination. According to the map from the ant colony, they're at the entrance of the mermaid labyrinth. Gao Peng is stumped as to how exactly any mermaids could live here since they're supposed to be half-human, half-fish hybrids. The only thing he can think of is a pond inside the labyrinth. Deciding to find out for himself, he instructs Slicey to go knock on the door. If there's any danger, he's the fastest of them, so he'll be able to get back safely. The second Slicey knocks on the door, it starts creaking open to reveal a pitch-black interior. Gao Peng suddenly feels something dark from within and yells at Slicey to run, which the little guy does at once. From inside, the dust kicked up from the gate sliding open. 2 bright yellow orbs shine with an otherworldly gleam. Across from them, Gao Peng watches as his rodent and dragon ants start turning to stone. He quickly puts 2 and 2 together and realizes what kind of monster is actually here right as a cistern window pops up to confirm it. The creature emerging from the gate right now is a level 62 Emperor tier earthen Medusa, the creature of myth who can petrify anyone with a single look in her eyes and... Oh mama, that is not the kind of monster I was expecting. Luckily for Gao Peng, his connection to Streppy gives him protection against her earth attribute power and allows him to see how hot she is without consequence. Wait, no. I mean, oh screw it. It is what it is. Luckily, it seems the Medusa isn't hostile as she instantly apologizes and shows a peaceful demeanor. She pulls out some of her snake-like hair and hands it to Gao, telling him to place it on the petrified beasts. As soon as he does this, they're all cured and free to skedaddle the heck away. When the Medusa comments on how Gao Peng is very special for being immune to her power, he shoots his shot and asks if she'd like to join him on his journey. He quickly throws in a mention of possibly meeting other Medusas too if she says yes. Internally, he's all but salivating at the prospect of such a powerful ally even if they don't sign a contract. Unfortunately, the snake woman instantly shoots him down and says she has no interest in being around other people. Gao Peng decides to take it in stride though and heads off with his party while promising to come visit her again in the future. After they've left, she goes inside her labyrinth where a whole host of monsters sit in petrified states. She stands before a single stone bird perched on a branch and sinks into her memories of the past. Back when she was just a little child, a violent monster invaded the labyrinth and made her use her powers to protect the place. Unfortunately, all but one of the birds she enjoyed her time around ran away in fear because of this. She quickly cured the single one that got petrified, only for it to accidentally meet her eyes and get petrified again. Not a very bright bird is he. After a couple of repetitions of this, the bird perched atop her head and comforted her. Over the years, the two would stay together as she grew into the woman she is now. As for the bird, it reached the end of its natural life and requested to look into her eyes one final time before passing away. Since then, it has rested in her garden as an eternal companion, one who she misses dearly even now, all these years later. Man, who the hell is chopping onions in here? While moving away from the labyrinth atop Stripey, Goldie comments on how that Medusa lady was actually pretty nice for sacrificing her hair to cure them. Gao Peng admits it's his first time meeting a friendly monster, but they have to respect a person's decision not to join them. Regardless, it's time to head to the next labyrinth. The nearest one on the map appears to have a crab drawing on it. However, because of the mix-up with the last one, Gao Peng wonders if it could actually be an abstract drawing of a spider that he's misinterpreting. Only time will tell. It was not, in fact, a spider. What they're up against in this labyrinth is a level 68 Emperor tier Inferno King Crab. Gao Peng makes a surprised Pikachu face at being wrong about being wrong this time and watches as the crab displays incredible battle skills. Using its claw, it's able to stabilize itself and use its body like a fort. Streppy quickly blocks the attacks and Gao Peng lays out their strategy for dealing with this thing. Dumby and Streppy will stay back while the others all practice their team combat. Flamey is to burn the crap out of Goldie to stack his passive, while Flowery heals him. Meanwhile, Frosty will attack the crab to distract it, and Slicey will back him up by attacking the crab's joints around its legs. Finally, the dragon's slaying chapter and Silly can just watch. Really just called them useless. Frosty puts his all into keeping the crab at bay, leaping all over the place on his ice constructs. Goldie sits in place like the totally deluded weeb he is and spits some ultra cringe lines about how he can barely feel the fire. As that goes on, Frosty can feel himself losing steam since he hasn't fully healed from his previous injuries and calls out to the others to hurry. Enraged at the enemy's refusal to charge at him all at once, the crab unleashes a wave of flames powerful enough to vaporize all of Frosty's ice. Gaopeng is blown away by the power of the crab's element and realizes this is the cause of this world's desert-like state. This ill-tempered crab is the one who scorched this earth to the point of water and nutrients being completely eradicated. Dude's literally the fire demon from Silver the Hedgehog's timeline. On the battlefield, Frosty's ice shield finally gives out against the crab's flames and he gets blown back. Slicey jumps in and takes advantage of the chaos to get some decent hits in, dropping the crab to the ground. Gaopeng is sure the crab's loss of balance will tilt things in their favor, but realizes his error a millisecond later. The beast is using its momentum to launch itself up and fall towards Slicey. Luckily for the little bug beast, Goldie jumps onto the scene at that moment, his passive finally at an acceptable stack. Gaopeng worries over the injured Slicey and Frosty while Goldie takes on the crab himself. Well, he tries to at least. The crab quickly proves to be his superior though and beats the crap out of him. Even as he's getting battered though, Goldie has a smirk on his face and comments that he might not be a threat now, but he will be soon. Sure enough, as the crab keeps demolishing Goldie, it quickly becomes confused as he's just getting bigger and bigger with each hit. More importantly, he's getting stronger. This is proven moments later when Goldie grabs the crab with both fists and proceeds to pile drive it into the ground with enough force to flatten its skull. The battle is over. Goldie has won. Goldie and Flamey end up in one of their usual bickering sessions in the aftermath of the battle with the Inferno Crab. Meanwhile, Gaopeng tells the Altar Imp to break down said crab's corpse and see if any useful pills can be obtained from it. Sure enough, the imp manages to push out not just 2 or 3 but 6 whole pills. It turns out that the stronger a monster's emotional state and obsession is before being beaten, the more items the altar can turn it into. Gaopeng is immensely grateful after hearing this for the crab's ridiculously short temper. The pills he's gotten from this are a Soul Essence Pill, a Meat Essence Pill, a Level 3 Strength Amplification Pill, a Level 3 Flame Resistance Pill, and a Level 3 Flame Control Pill. Lots of fire stuff. If only he had a fire monster to give them too, a flamey one even. Finally, the 6th pill is one he's never seen before, a Flame Devourer fruit that's limited to fire-type monsters. Gaopeng chucks it over for Flamey to eat without so much as a second thought, and the giant bird collapses in an intense seizure. Goldie panics at his brother's familiar state, but Gaopeng assures him he's fine. This is just the process for awakening a new talent. And so, the group gets to packing up while they wait for Flamey to wake up. Not too long afterwards, the former ostrich awakens, causing Goldie to call out for Gaopeng. He quickly rushes over and opens up Flamey's status window to check what's happened. He's still a level 51 King tier by Fang, but now he also has the Flame Devourer skill, previously belonging to the Inferno Crab. Gaopeng breathes a sigh of relief on seeing the pill worked, but he sees something else that piques his curiosity. The system says that Flamey now walks the path of usurping power. Flamey sees his concerned expression and fearfully asks Gaopeng if something is wrong with him. He realizes his interest has been misinterpreted and reassures Flamey that he's totally fine. It just seems like his new ability has undergone a minor mutation of some sort. Nothing bad though. Flamey admits that despite the increase in his skills, there's actually a voice in the back of his head now that's telling him to follow the path of usurping power. Goldie, being the ever-annoying little sibling that he is, starts mocking Flamey for trying to sound cool. Holy crap pot, meat kettle. Talk about having no self-awareness. As the bird chases Goldie around with flames, Gaopeng turns to Frosty to ask if he knows what this path thing is. The chibi lion tells him that all he knows is it's a life-or-death battle of some kind. That's when the altar imp decides to speak up and tell them it knows what the path is. According to the imp, it's a battle of sorts for a supreme position. Personally, the imp doesn't really get the appeal of such a position, maybe since it can't die anyways, as the imp keeps talking smack about monsters who wish to have the title of strongest. Flamey and Goldie both take offense to his words. The bird kicks the crap out of his altar, getting an angry response. As he's walking away, Goldie takes his turn kicking the altar's proverbial ass and angers the imp even more. Elsewhere in an unknown dimension, Dazi awakens from his slumber to see an empty expanse as far as the eye can see. The only thing breaking the monotony of the realms is strange, giant tree with even stranger-looking fruit. Being the glutton that he is though, Dazi doesn't care how it looks and instantly rushes towards the tasty-smelling stuff. Once he's done eating his heart out and collapses into a food coma, several voices speak out from the void, as they argue over Dazi's presence here. One particularly authoritative voice claims that this is simply the work of fate. Back in the fog world, Gao Peng and the gang have just arrived near Death Dragon Valley. As they reach a cliff, the dragon ants Gao has befriended start chittering about something smelling good. Just then, a massive crash and roar occurs at the base of the cliff, startling everyone. The ants rush to Gao Peng and inform him that a dragon's about to die down there. Without wasting a moment, Gao Peng tells Flamey, Dumby, Slicey, and the dragon slaying chapter named White Paper to come with him along with 7 dragon ants. Everyone else is to stay on the cliff as backup because Gao is a little apprehensive at the power that was held in that last roar. As soon as the group lands at the base of the cliff, Slicey takes out a local monster, scaring away all of the others in the area. With the area clear, Gao Peng is ready to look for the dragon. The only problem is his stomach suddenly swells up to the point he looks 7 months pregnant. Wait, what? Gao Peng quickly excuses himself and heads off to a side road saying he needs a bathroom break before the others can see the state of his belly. Once he's by himself, he starts losing his cool and decides that if he suddenly gives birth to something here, he'll just have to lie and say he found it by coincidence. How is that your main concern right now? Get help. Right as he's panicking about becoming a laughing stock, a blue portal suddenly appears over his stomach and he's hit with an influx of both power and information. The skill he received from Dumby's promotion has just awakened within him. With this, his soul strength has increased massively as well. In his current state, he might as well sign a blood contract with the 7 dragon ants he brought down and test out his new space-time skill. After signing the contract with a lined-up group of dragon ants, Gao Peng tells them they'll be able to eat all they want while they're by his side. Then, he uses his new skill without warning to vanish one of the ants and freak out its siblings. While they panic, Yao Peng examines his pocket dimension inventory where he has a total of 100 storage slots. The familiars stored here are in a sort of stasis, so they won't suffer from being inside, but they won't grow at all while inside either. As he brings the dragon ant back out to join its siblings, Yao Peng decides to test the limits of this new skill and tells Flamey to fly him up to the top of the cliff. Goldie asks him if he's already done, to which he replies that he's just here for an experiment. Without any further explanation, he raises his arm and vanishes Stripey into his storage. Goldie loses his literal and figurative crap while Gao Peng continues examining the storage space. Stripey only takes up 1 slot, same as the dragon ant, so mass doesn't seem to be a factor in this skill's usage. Just as Gao Peng returns Stripey to the outside, he spots a whole new beast skittering down the cliff. It's a level 71 Overlord tier dragon ant with an Iron Dragon tail mutation. Gao Peng realizes it must be going for the dragon corpse and quickly rushes after it while telling Slicey, Dumby, and Flamey to follow him. At the bottom of the cliff, Yao Peng has a very close call when the dragon ant nearly spots him. Luckily, he manages to hide and mask his presence by vanishing all his familiars into the storage. From there, Gao Peng quietly sneaks after the Overlord dragon ant as it moves towards the location of the dragon corpse. The whole way there, he hears an intense battle up ahead and is hindered by the constant curtain of smoke. Once they finally get to the corpse, Yao Peng finds out that the corpse is that of a smoke dragon, which explains the constant smoke. Yao Peng notes that the dragon ants that have gathered to feast on the corpse are working together to drive away other monsters. Upon realizing that there are species that help their own, Gao Peng brings out one of his contracted dragon ants and instructs it on how to go up there and blend in. Sure enough, when the baby ant goes up to the corpse, the Overlord allows it to step up and eat its fill without any hostility. Can't blame him, that hungry face was adorable. Once the ant conks out from overeating, Gao Peng smiles and sends the next one forward. As his ants continue their feasting without a worry in the world, Gao Peng surveys the scene. The dragon ants evidently have a very strong sense of kinship towards their own, but they're equally hostile to any that aren't of their kind. Just off to the side, an ape monster has had its arms slashed just for stealing a handful of meat. Talk about brutal. Strangely enough, none of the monsters have even gone near the smoke dragon's head, which is where the dragon crystal is stored, inside the brain. You can only wonder if these monsters just don't eat crystals or something else is amiss that he's not aware of. Roughly 3 days have passed since the consumption of the smoked dragon's flesh, and Gao Peng is pleased to see that not only have 2 of his dragon ant babies gotten bigger, but one has straight up mutated. Dragon Ant 6 now has the ability to release smoke that it can manipulate for both offensive and defensive purposes. While the other dragon ants are geeking out over their awesome brother, a massive roar suddenly shakes the whole valley and turns the skies blood red. Gao Peng is highly concerned by this, but the dragon ants are even more terrified as they can sense whatever is coming. Sure enough, just a moment later, the cause of the sudden chaos shows itself as it flies past them. It's the ancient Blood Rage Dragon, which is a level 91 quasi-god tier beast. Yeah, the power creep is more real than in a gacha game. Gao Peng is freaked out by the insane level of power displayed on the creature's status window, to say the least. Even in its current state of being heavily injured, it makes the Overlord tier dragon ant from before look like an infant. Hang on, what the hell was able to cause heavy injuries to this thing? Still in shock from the dragon's appearance, Gao Peng doesn't think to ask that question and just rushes after it. Why? No, seriously. Why? That's horror movie level bad decision making. As they race after the dragon, the group lose it before long. They do come across a puddle of the dragon's blood that dripped out from its injury. Before Gao Peng can stop him, the oldest of his dragon ants rushes to the puddle and declares that he will test the waters for them despite its corrosive nature. A moment later, he's throat deep in the puddle of blood, yelling that it hurts, but it's so good. Whoa, that's a little too raunchy, pal. We're a family-friendly channel here. As the dragon ant continues slurping up the dragon's life juice, Gao Peng tells his other familiars to be on high alert. Blood of such high quality as this is sure to attract plenty of other monsters as well. Sure enough, Flammy finds himself fighting off a wolf not long after that as it tries to get to the puddle. Luckily, the Firebird is more than a match for it, and takes it out with some blazing feather projectiles. Over by the puddle, the feasting dragon ant has fallen unconscious after just a few mouthfuls of the stuff, making Gao Peng wonder if there's alcohol in it. Did he just get stupider this chapter somehow or what? Gao Peng figures that more monsters will show up for the blood sooner than later. They may not be small fry like that wolf. He tells Dumby to grab the dragon ant so they can get out of here. Why not just use that storage skill? He really is being dumb right now for some reason. Meanwhile, the ancient Blood Rage quasi-god level 91 Ultra Instinct Supersonic Saiyan 5 God Demon Dragon has reached its destination in the valley's depths. What? The names are already stupid. Why shouldn't I make them stupider? Here, the dragon calls out to another beast named Deep Meditation and tells him to come out. See, stupid names. Right on cue, a skeletal dragon possessing a blue flame claws its way out of the ground and starts bantering with the ancient dragon, as it claims he's here to die and let his corpse nourish the valley's monsters. Naturally, the Blood Rage Dragon rages at him for his insinuation and tells him he's just here to get healed. Over in the distance, Gao Peng notices a black fog overtaking the environment, confusing him at the sudden change. What's even more worrying is that just breathing in the fog seems to be fatal based on the reaction of the small monster on the wall. Back with the bickering dragons, the skeletal one is now ranting at the Blood Rage Dragon for disrespecting the rules of the valley, which state a dragon may only enter when it's dying. The Blood Rage Dragon, on the other hand, couldn't give a crap about that and just demands that the skeleton heal him since they've known each other for over 10,000 years. Holy crap, they're old. After a bit more insulting back and forth between the two, the Blood Rage Dragon agrees to donate some flesh in return for being healed. Once he's healed, though, he provides what amounts to a single grain of rice worth of his flesh, annoying the skeleton. When it starts taunting him and using a nickname about his stinginess, the Blood Rage Dragon gives in and coughs up some blood-red chunks before leaving. Over at Gao Peng's location, the chunk of red rolls to a stop in front of Dumby, and the dragon ant in his grasp comically rolls onto the ground to chomp into it. Gao Peng can only stare at the system window that identifies it as a fragment of the Blood Rage Dragon's heart in shock at how lucky it gotten. This whole chapter is so stupid. And so, with the consumption of the Ultra Super Mega Uber God Rage Dragon's blood and a chunk of his heart, the eldest dragon ant baby has turned into the eldest dragon ant baby, but with a Rage Dragon skin. That's right, we've got microtransactions in here now. Gao Peng, for one, is elated with this evolution. Before now, Stripey was their only tank, but he's too large to be a practical frontline tank. With DA No. 1's new abilities, the hole in their formation is filled now. Just then, some sort of white projectile comes crashing towards Gao Peng from above. No, not that kind. Panicking, he quickly sucks up all but one of the dragon ants into his storage and makes a break for it. As he's running away, he has Smoky Ant release the smoke from his new ability to cover their retreat. After taking cover further up, Gao Peng works out that the cave they're in is more than 30 meters deep with a downward twisting path. Unless their pursuer comes in, they won't be able to spot Gao Peng at all, especially with the dragon's smoke in play. Right as he's thinking this, an incredible commotion begins outside that shakes the very foundation of the cave, startling Gao Peng. 10 minutes later, things have finally settled down and Gao Peng wonders if more monsters aren't going to show up. After deliberating in his head for a bit, he decides to go out and check out the situation. What he finds, though, is far from what he expected. All that's there is the mangled body of a great white dragon, bloodied and mutilated from its battle. Believing it to be dead, Gao Peng approaches the dragon's body in hopes of checking the state of its core crystal. Right at that moment, the dragon's eye shoots open and it stares down at him with a level of authority that terrifies him. As Gao Peng backs off in fear, the dragon suddenly speaks up and says to come forth and eat him. Well, that's rude. At least take him out to dinner first. Naturally, Gao Peng is utterly shocked by the dragon's words. He can only wonder if this is a joke or the dragon genuinely hit its head and became stupid. As he takes a closer look, though, he realizes that definitely isn't the case. This monster is completely and utterly serious. Deciding to humor the dragon, Gao Peng tells the dragon ant still with him to go forward and get closer to the white dragon. When the little ant stays behind his legs in fear, the dragon takes matters into its own hands. Quite literally, it rips its own eye straight out of the socket and holds it out to the dragon ant, telling him to eat it. All he asks is that he avenge the dragon in the future by killing some demons if he has the chance. Eyes going wide at the opportunity before it, the ant chomps into the eyeball without a second thought, completely forgetting his previous fear. As the dragon ant is chowing down, a ferocious red-furred beast comes onto the scene and leaps for the ant. The white dragon has been watching with his remaining eye, though, and he bats away the beast with a quick flick of its tail. As the beast scurries away, the dragon suddenly tosses a glimmering crystal at Gao Peng and tells him to take this too. Gao Peng is shocked to see what he's pretty sure is the dragon's core crystal. The white dragon simply says it's better for him to have it than the ones who have put him in this state. As the demons he's speaking of start showing up on the scene, the white dragon tells Gao Peng to leave now while he still can. Taking the dragon's advice, Gao Peng tells Silly to store away the core crystal before grabbing the dragon ant and racing off into the cave. As they run from the scene of the white dragon's last stand, Gao Peng comes to a startling revelation: the white dragon's request to avenge it. The severely injured Blood Rage Dragon, the name of this valley, even the way monsters are bred here with the bodies of dying dragons. The fact that they've been in this valley for 3 months now and yet some unseen force has been maintaining a chaotic order from the background. There's probably a dragon maintaining that order at the center of this valley. That's probably the one who tossed the chunk of the Blood Rage Dragon's heart to him before. That's why he's never met a monster above the Overlord tier in his whole time here. This valley isn't a graveyard of dragons. No, it's a breeding farm for them. With this revelation, a lot of things start making sense to Gao Peng. These of which is still the fact he's seen no monsters above the Overlord tier here. They must all leave the valley once they reach that level. As for Dragon Ant number 2, his consumption of the White Dragon's eye has granted him an ability called the Daylight Aurora Pupil, which can see through darkness and even through objects eventually. Gao Peng is amused by the fact that the little guy is still enjoying his meal without a worry while he's freaking out about the valley's truth. As for the new ability, it's not really useful in terms of offense, but it'll have plenty of uses outside of combat. That aside, it's about time they leave the valley. Before he does that, though, Gao Peng has to figure out what to do with the rest of the Dragon Ant kids, since he doesn't want to keep that many of them around. Suddenly, he has a eureka moment and sets his plan into motion. Later, the Overlord Dragon Ant is relaxing outside its home and enjoying the nice weather for once. It's one of the rare days he can take off and have a good time. That is at least, until he suddenly senses a presence nearby. Instantly going on full alert, he calls out for them to show themselves. With all monsters above the Overlord tier already leaving this place, the Bears challenge him. Just as he says this, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th Dragon Ant kids pop out of a nearby bush and start cheering at him. The Overlord is confused and asks just whose babies these are with a sweat drop going down his head. That's when they decide to give him the fright of his life as they start yelling out that he's their daddy. Yikes, that's not what you want to hear randomly. The Overlord is pretty chill about it though and remembers his own kids who he enjoyed raising so much. Now that it's almost time for them to move out, he entertains the idea of asking his wife to make a new nest when they leave. Putting those thoughts aside, he turns to the kids and tells them not to call him that since he's not actually their father. In response, the kids start bawling and crying out that their daddy doesn't want them anymore. Terrified that his wife might hear them, the Overlord begs them to stop yelling. Unfortunately for him, it's a little too late for that. The Overlord's wife comes out of their cave upon hearing the commotion outside and comes upon a scene that enrages her. Her husband telling a group of children that he's not their father, and the children insisting that their mother asked them to come find him before she left. As they beg him not to turn them away, the wife appears behind the Overlord with righteous fury burning in her eyes. He can only plead with his wife to hear him out first, hoping to stay in her good graces. Instead, his wife ignores him and turns to the children before asking them where their parents are. When the children start crying and say that their parents abandoned them, the Overlord wife's motherly instincts flare up and she instantly embraces them. Just like that, they got new family. From the bushes to the side, Gao Peng just watches with a thumbs up and a crap-eating grin. Oh, that is just devious. Later, above the Death Dragon Valley, Gao Peng is facing one of the rare dilemmas that come with having too many familiars. He can't decide which one to promote first. Before he has to make a decision, Stripey interrupts to tell him there's a monster hiding in the soil nearby. At Gao Peng's instruction, Stripey forces it out of the ground and reveals a firetail mink toad. As the toad lays on its belly knocked out, Gao Peng sees its level 4 Earth Flame skill and tells Flamey to absorb the fire. The firebird does so and proceeds to, for some reason, break wind right in Goldie's face. The action results in Goldie's untimely passing from sheer disgust. Rest in peace, Goldie, you died the death of a true warrior. While Flamey rages at the toad for its fire making him gassy, Gao Peng tells him to calm down. The way Flamey's fire absorption skill works can be totally abused in combination with this toad. They can literally use it as a power bank of sorts and have Flamey constantly absorb its fire. And hey, if it ever runs out, they'll just butcher and eat the thing. Yeah, that's not messed up at all. While all that's going on, Dazi's living his best life over in the unknown void where he's just floating around, relaxing and eating. Man, I've never been so jealous of a literal centipede. While he's floating around, Dazi suddenly has the realization that he hasn't seen any food spawn in quite a while. Just then, a spatial rift opens up right in front of him. The second he gets close, Dazi recognizes the smell coming from it as that of Earth, and he tries to dash through it. Unfortunately, the limit on Earth doesn't allow a monster as high level as him to enter. On the sidelines, the voices in the void's darkness discuss this matter and argue over what to do with Dazi lest his own growth here outpaces the growth of his world itself. One of them suggests sending him to another world, but that's shot down as being against the rules. When Dazi starts crying about never being able to see Gao Peng again, one of the voices speaks up. It says that the rules may be rigid, but they are not. And just like that, another rift opens up next to Dazi. Dazi hesitantly pokes a single stinger through the new rift and is surprised to see it go through without any trouble. Curiosity getting the best of him, he pokes his head through to check out the other side, only to see a massive ocean that stretches as far as the eye can see. Worried that he might drown, Dazi decides to just retreat back into the void and wait for another chance to return to Earth. Unfortunately, the voices from within the void aren't having that and they kick him out of the rift and into the ocean. As the rift closes, Dazi looks up at it and cusses up a storm. He has to abandon that in favor of survival, though as a moment later, a giant fish tries to attack him from below. Annoyed by the low-class beast trying to get bite of him, Dazi lets loose a blast of lightning that completely fries the fish. One tray of fries and we've got ourselves some primo fish and chips here. After that's dealt with, Dazi angrily flies off into the distance, unaware of the other fish watching him go. Over with the others, Gao Peng suddenly senses an overbearing presence. He worries that the monster from the bottom of the valley has caught up to them, not realizing that what he's sensing is Dazi and his connection being restored. Turning to the others, he quickly has them get into formation to fend off an attack. As soon as they're all prepped, Gao Peng calls out to catch their attacker off guard and attack it as soon as it appears. 10 minutes later, nothing has happened. When Flamey tells him there aren't any monsters chasing them, Gao Peng decides to pretend it was all planned in an attempt to preserve his dignity. Spoilers, it does not work. After putting that whole incident behind them, Gao Peng decides to head east now since there are only labyrinths in the south. Hell, he might even get a decent water-type familiar out of the ocean there. Thanks to his new storage space skill, he doesn't have to worry about keeping such a familiar inside water at all times. With that decided, he sits in a chair on Stripey's back and praises the treasure-sniffing mouse for finding more wolfberry grass today. With this, he can now kickstart the evolution of Xiao Hua, Dumby's daughter. She's level 30 now and of excellent grade with a deep interest in reading and studying. Gao Peng figures there's no time like the present and preps to promote her today. He grabs the tools necessary from Silly and gets to work on preparing the necessary solution. Once that's done, he hands it over to Xiao Hua in her studying area and tells her to drink it. As soon as she does, the gorilla collapses to the ground and starts writhing in pain. Gao Peng has to hold Dumby back so he doesn't interrupt and tells the monster that he can't protect her forever. Luckily, the process doesn't last much longer and Xiao Hua comes out of it with a brand new pair of wings. With this evolutionary pathway, Xiao Hua now has the longest lifespan of all the other monsters of her same level. Since she's got no combat potential, this is the best choice for her. Suddenly, Gao Peng feels the same intense sensation from before and starts wondering if he's going crazy. Meanwhile, Da Zi is busy fleeing over the ocean from an angry mother beast. As he's fleeing, he yells out at the mother for being mad when he only ate one egg. Oh wow, that's messed up, man. As the beast closes in on him, Da Zi can only scream out for Gao Peng to save him. As he continues fleeing from the giant sea monster, Da Zi yells back at it to stop chasing him since he already returned his egg yolk. Is that some kind of pun I'm too saying to get? Rather than listening to a word he has to say, the beast just lets out a guttural roar and lunges toward him. Da Zi just barely makes it through the several slash attacks in his way without getting hit and decides to use his eye of the heart to read its thoughts. Unfortunately, the only thought in the beast's mind is to eat Da Zi. Realizing the beast has no intention of ever letting up on him, Da Zi lets loose a torrent of lightning right there in the middle of the ocean. With the beast stunned for a few precious seconds, Da Zi runs like all hell away from it. Well, flies actually, but you get it. Smugly, he turns his head to taunt the beast for chasing him. Instead of mouthing off, he gets to see the terrifying image of the beast's maw wide open as it closes in on him. As Da Zi yells out wondering why it didn't work and begging for Gao Peng's help, the man himself is at the seashore examining the ocean. As he's watching the water, he suddenly hears Da Zi's thoughts about how hungry he is. Exasperated with himself, Gao Peng believes he's imagining stuff out of how much he misses Da Zi. Flamey and Goldie do their best to comfort their master, but just then, he hears the centipede's voice again. Realizing this can't be a coincidence, Gao Peng sends out a thought, asking where Da Zi is. Sure enough, this works and the centipede dragon is overjoyed to finally get a reply after so long. He starts blabbering about how much he's missed Gao Peng and that he's been getting chased by a huge worm for 4 straight days now. Hold up, what? Dumbfounded by what he's hearing, Gao Peng tells Da Zi they're at the seashore and asks where he is. Da Zi replies that he's in the middle of the ocean and has no idea which way land is. Since there are no real landmarks out at sea, Gao Peng tells Da Zi to just keep going straight till he eventually reaches land. Additionally, he asks what type the monster chasing him is and learns it's a gigantic water-type silver worm. Gao Peng advises him to hurry towards land as the monster will be weaker outside water and might not even follow him onto shore. With the mental call over for now, Gao Peng instructs his familiars to split up and fan out to find Da Zi faster. Just half an hour later, good old Dragon Ant number 2 is able to spot Da Zi in the distance with his overpowered eyes. Gao Peng has Flamey shoot a fireball into the sky so Da Zi can see which way they are and come towards them. Sure enough, this works and the centipede is soon clearly visible to them all. Gao Peng is relieved to see him safe and sound and figures the worm must have stopped chasing him since there's more of them out here. Before reaching them though, Da Zi turns around and fires a massive storm of electricity down at the worm as a final screw you. Gao Peng can only watch the proceedings and realize the worm would have left Da Zi alone days ago if he stopped egging it on. Now that things are calmer, Gao Peng can't help but wonder how Da Zi grew so many wings on his back in just 6 months. Da Zi, for his part, just starts groaning about how long he's been without food and demands that Silly provide him with several boxes of mealworms. What no one else but Stripey spots in time is that the worm is back. The mountainous behemoth of a spider quickly gets in the way and shields the others from the worm's incoming attack. What's most shocking about the whole situation to Gao Peng is that Stripey actually takes notable damage from this single attack. Gao Peng is deeply concerned by the destructive potential of this thing and tells Stripey to suppress it before it uses its surroundings to its advantage. Stripey leaps into the water and onto the worm, but it just escapes and brings forth a super dense concentration of the water element to shoot at Stripey. Gao Peng watches in horror as Stripey takes more damage now than he ever has in all of his time since evolving combined. Confused about just what the hell Da Zi has provoked, Gao Peng checks the beast's stat window and is hit with instant regret. They're facing a level 74 Overlord tier Deep Sea Silver winged three-eyed snake. They're so screwed. Floating behind his head, Da Zi innocently asks Gao Peng if he messed up. Yes. Just yes. So badly. Gao Peng just stares at him with frustration before realizing he must have leveled up since his appearance has changed. Upon viewing his status window, Gao Peng's eyes practically pop out of their sockets in complete shock. Not only is Da Zi now at Emperor tier as a level 69. Heh. Nice. But he also has multiple skills over level 5 and a mythical grade along with a named 24-winged lightning sky dragon. The stats are actually more impressive than those of the Deep Sea Silver winged three-eyed snake. Gao Peng angrily grabs Da Zi and tells him to get out there to help Stripey fight that damn worm. He's forced to bonk Da Zi straight in the head and insists that he's stronger now when the centipede tries to weasel out of it. Unable to argue against Gao Peng, Da Zi leaps into action and lets loose a skill called Explosive Lightning at his suggestion. Shockingly, this goes straight through the water barrier pulled up by the worm despite it having the environmental advantage. Dumby quickly uses the opening to close in on the snake and deliver a powerful blow, but the worm moves just in time to make it hit its scales instead. With that, Dumby is blown back to land. However, he's able to activate his dark flames all over the worm's body now and does so without hesitation. Gao Peng realizes that the flames are actually burning the seawater on the snake's scales, rather than its own elemental energy, and interestingly observes the effect. Meanwhile, the giant worm unleashes a trio of extremely powerful water elemental tornadoes. In the midst of these, it dives underwater in an attempt to escape. Gao Peng sees this and orders Dumby, Da Zi, and Stripey to go stop it while promising that he can handle the tornadoes. Sure enough, Gao Peng does have a plan to handle the tornadoes, and that plan is named Goldie. Since the Twisters are an elemental attack, Goldie's Forbidden Domain ability completely cancels them out and leaves the two totally safe. A full hour later, the fight is still going, albeit in a very terrible state. Stripey is heavily injured while Dumby and the giant worm are both moderately so. Gao Peng watches from atop Flamey up in the sky and thinks about how this would have been over if it were any other monster. Regardless of its durability though, it has no way to escape now. Sure enough, the next flying kick Dumby hits it with is the one that blasts the worm unconscious and into the ocean. Gao Peng is celebrating the victory of his familiars over an overlord and thinks about how insanely strong Da Zi will be now with just a bit more experience. Back on Earth, the ancient tribes that have reservists clearly don't see Earthlings as compatriots, so Gao Peng's familiars will become targets if he's not strong enough. With that in mind, he has to promote both their grades and levels in equal measure to give them an edge over all the other familiars. More importantly, he's super excited by the idea of using his new storage skill as a loophole to smuggle higher tier monsters than what are allowed into Earth. As for the aftermath of their battle itself, Stripey has severe injuries, but the Earth's elemental energy is healing him as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Dumby is able to heal just by absorbing the ghouls he's resurrected, which even Gao Peng thinks is pretty broken. And finally, it's time for Gao Peng to get to work with the altar imp he has decided to call Dark Child. A name which Dark Child really doesn't like and tries to convince Gao Peng not to use since he's literally just the altar's avatar. Unfortunately, he achieves absolutely zero success with that, and even Goldie jumps in with his 2 cents about how that name is totally cool. Hang in there, Dark Child. And so, our hero and his pseudo family spend the next 6 months together, honing their skills and growing stronger than ever. It has now been a full year since Gao Peng has been training in the Black Fog world, and let's just say it shows. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry, ahem. A little ways ahead of him, Goldie breaks through the surface of the water and drags a massive fish up with him for their dinner. Gao Peng just fondly berates him for being so eager to test out his skills when they already have food. Deciding to be nice, he tells Goldie to clean and slice the fish so they can have it tonight. While the buff duck does that, it's time for us to get an exposition dump. Gao Peng's familiars have been able to grow at an incredible rate over these past 6 months thanks to Dark Child and his power-up pills. He still doesn't have a water-type familiar, and his current soul power is only enough to sign a contract with an Emperor tier monster on top of all his existing contracts. Gao Peng knows he'll have to head pretty deep into the sea to meet a high-grade Emperor tier monster, since even King tiers are pretty rare here on the surface. To that end, he tells the others that they'll be exploring the deep sea after dinner. Later, Gao Peng is flying over the ocean atop Da Zi, while Flamey follows alongside them. Eventually, they come across a strange island with a very shallow water level and little to no plants. Plus, The only inhabitants seem to be level 45 Qingbai wind birds. Between the safe environment and convenient location of the thing, Gao Peng decides they'll use this island as a resting spot for a few nights. The following night, Gao Peng and Goldie silently spy on one of the wind birds as it wakes and goes towards a cave. Goldie reports that the bird entered the cave at night and exited in the morning looking incredibly tired. Sounds like a booty call to me. Goldie, however, thinks that the cave is a treasure hideout of some kind, whatever that's supposed to be. The pair of equally goofy numbskulls sneak into the cave on their tiptoes to avoid detection. Once they're inside, Gao Peng senses something strange and asks Goldie if he's seen anything suspicious. When the duck answers in the negative, Gao Peng decides whatever is in the dark is highly well hidden to fool even him. Rather than in the dark, the danger turns out to be right under their noses. One of the floating bubbles bursts and releases a mutated seaweed monster. As it rushes towards Gao Peng, Goldie jumps into the way and takes the attack instead. Unfortunately for him, the seaweed is far too flexible for Goldie to be able to break it. It wraps around him instead, holding him hostage while Gao Peng is powerless to save him. Well, almost. He's already prepared countermeasures for such a situation, though. Countermeasures in the form of Flamey and his burning breath that Goldie's grown to be used to. As Flamey blasts him with as much fire as possible, the seaweed is burnt away despite having a fire resistance skill. While Goldie argues with Flamey over cooking him alive, Gao Peng examines the seaweed. Its flame resistance level only being level 3 is why Flamey was able to just burn through it and cause damage anyways. Suddenly, Gao Peng hears menacing sounds from up ahead and watches as several pairs of glowing eyes appear from the dark. Without wasting a single moment on hesitation, he orders Flamey to fry the crap out of the dark end of the cave. As Flamey carries out that order, one particular monster manages to break through his flames and make a path for other water types behind it. Goldie is ready to jump back into the fight though and unleashes a barrage of furious jabs, hooks, kicks, and more, resulting in a dead crab and a blocked-off cave. At his request, Flamey then uses his fire to barbecue the ever-living crap out of their prey. Half an hour later, the group are enjoying the fruits, or rather the fish, of their labor when Dazi shows up, lured over by the smell of food. Gao Peng tells him to forget about it since he didn't contribute to beating these monsters at all, and tells Goldie to move them outside first. The buff baldy of a duck is carrying out an oyster when it makes a strange noise. He and Gao Peng give each other a knowing look before Goldie forces the thing open with brute strength. As soon as he gets it open though, the thing inside rushes away too fast to be seen. It might be too fast to be seen, but it's not too fast to be messed with though. Gao Peng casually sticks his leg out in the path of the moving object and causes it to roll to a stop. As they get closer to it, Goldie picks up the ordinary-looking fish and grins as he thinks of the 500 credits he gets on average for such a catch. As the fish stares at him with unfettered hatred and rage, Goldie comments that it must be worth even more than the usual. That's when the fish decides to finally speak up and start cursing the crap out of Goldie and Gao Peng. Well, Gao Peng is pretty sure it's mostly meant for him since the fish is speaking in Mandarin Chinese, his language. Unaffected and even annoyed by the fish's anger, Goldie flicks it hard enough to make the fish's head spin. In response, it gets even angrier and starts ranting about the usual, "Do you know who I am?" crap and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, Gao Peng takes the opportunity to study the fish's status window and finds that its name, level, and grade are all unavailable for him to view. Gao Peng knows thanks to his experience with Frosty that this means the fish is in a sealed state. You can only imagine how powerful it'll be when fully restored if it's at level 50, even in this weakened state. As the fish notices Gao Peng staring at it with stars in his eyes, it starts cussing him out too. In response, Goldie takes offense and gets in front of him, ready to fight. Gao Peng stops him though and tells him the fish is trying to agitate him on purpose. Turning to the fish, Gao Peng blatantly tells it that he's looking for a water-type monster to contract, and even if it's useless in combat, he'd still like to contract it since it's so cute. This of course frustrates the fish, who insists that it's evil and ferocious. This only cements Gao Peng's decision though and ends with him asking Goldie to take the fish outside for a little heart-to-heart. Totally not a torture session. Later, Goldie returns with the fish in a highly bruised and battered state. Gao Peng keeps telling it how amazing it is despite its insistence to the contrary. The fish tells him it knows the location of some of the highest grade monsters in the ocean and will help Gao Peng find a satisfactory one to contract with. Gao Peng sticks to his guns though. He tells the fish that he understands its hesitance, but he doesn't want any other familiar but it. Instead of letting him go, Gao Peng offers to help the fish recover its lost grade. Either that or get buried in a hole. Yikes, Not much of a choice now, is that? The fish feels very much the same as it just stares at him angrily. Suddenly, Gao Peng places his palm on the fish and closes his eyes. A moment later, he's inside the creature's consciousness. Here, he sees a dead-looking endless ocean with just one small area having any sense of life to it. That's when the fish enters its consciousness as well and bellows at Gao Peng angrily for sneaking in when its guard was down. Gao Peng just cockily asks if it wants to try hitting him with lightning. On the inside, he's cool as a cucumber because he knows the fish's soul power is lower than ever right now. So much so that it may even be less than his own. When he offers to contract with the fish one more time, it rethinks its options and asks Gao Peng if he can truly help recover its grade. With a bit of sweet talking from Gao Peng, the decision is made and their contract is signed. With that done, some of the unviewable stuff on Gao Peng's system window shows itself. It's the requirements for the fish's promotion to perfect grade, and let's just say they're far from being reasonable. Gao Peng can only scream at the several tons of materials he's going to have to dish out to evolve the damn fish. 3 years later, a busy bar can be seen in the Yuzhou area. A bunch of men in here are discussing the state of the world's monster trainer scene and how the strongest trainers are those of the ancient tribes when an older gentleman speaks up. He tells them all for putting down the people of Earth and encourages them to walk their own path. He also says that Ji Hunwu and Gao Peng are the strongest trainers of their time, but this seems to draw the ire of one of the men. He tells the older guy that he agrees that Ji Hunwu is strong, but he refuses to acknowledge Gao Peng. Instantly, the cocky guy's friend grabs him by the arm and tells him to shut up. Here at Yuzhou, everyone should know that the Southern Sky Group are the ones on top. Even the guards are staring at him with poorly hidden anger. An older man speaks to a seated young man and tells him he'll send someone to punish the offenders at once. Instead, the young man, now revealed to be Gao Peng, tells him to let them have their freedom of speech. Let's be real, we all knew it was him. Though he says this on the outside, Gao Peng quietly signals Flowery to place a curse on the two guys that'll make them sick for a few days. Talking smack about him behind his back is one thing, but how is he supposed to excuse such disrespect right to his face? Gao Peng is more than a little surprised to find that the limit on Earth still hasn't been released or even raised in the time he's been gone. Luckily, the loophole he thought of regarding his storage space worked out after all, and he can smuggle over his familiars. As for said familiars, Xiao Hua is now even more different than before and always wears a robe. Most of the others are busy with more training or other important tasks. The fish he contracted, now known as Fishy, is acting as a spy in the Fa world's ocean. It's thanks to him that they've been able to advance so much. As he's pondering over all that, the drive ends and Gao Peng arrives back home at last. Only it's way different than he remembers. After the shock he suffered upon seeing the new entrance, Gao Peng enters the Southern Sky Group HQ to meet Grandpa Ji. After a quick hug, the old man instantly tells Gao Peng to come in for his favorite pork rib soup that he's prepared. Inside, Gao Peng is shocked to see Bei Qingyan lounging around in casual clothes. She seems happy to see him but tells him she'll leave so he can have a proper reunion with his grandpa. The old man in question is quick to tell her to stay for dinner, though since they already know each other. At dinner, Grandpa G barely stays for a few minutes before scurrying away with a mischievous smile. Everyone needs a wingman like Grandpa G. With him gone, the dinner table is a bit awkward, so Gao Peng tries to strike up some conversation. When talking about Yuzhou's food turns out to be a dead end, Gao Peng comments on how Bei's face has gotten rounder since their last meeting. Holy crap, how do you fumble that bad? As anyone with a brain would expect, Bei gets upset and leaves, telling Gao Peng to enjoy the rest of his meal. From the spot where he's spying, Grandpa G can only be mad at how clueless his grandson is and how he'll never get any grandkids at this rate. Sometime later, Gao Peng joins his grandpa as he gives a speech to the students of his high school. One meant to inspire them to do their best at this year's National High School Championship. Not only will the top 3 have their pick of a commander-tier familiar from the Southern Sky Group, Gao Peng will personally customize anything for the first-place winner. Later in the principal's office, Gao Peng asks what the hell the National High School Championship even is. I mean, it sounds pretty self-explanatory. Come on, man. She explains that it's an annual tournament jointly organized by the government and various top forces of the Huaxia region. This year will be the second one. Gao Peng is quick to note how strange it is that they placed 8th last year when they're literally one of the organizing committees. She explains that the Huaxia Junwu High School that took first place last year and several others just have very deep connections to the military and other influential forces. Gao Peng can't help but believe that the government has become a shell of itself over these past 3 years. She assures Gao that they didn't place low for a lack of talent or quality though. It's simply because they supported their students in terms of educational resources instead of giving them familiars right off the bat. Gao Peng quickly comes to a conclusion about this method and tells his grandpa that he totally understands. It's a great idea to raise trainers like this, so they're well-trained without becoming over-reliant on their familiars for everything. Rather than telling him he's right, Grandpa Ji angrily yells at Gao Peng that he doesn't understand anything. A confused Gao Peng is then subjected to his grandpa's ranting about how rough things have been in regards to the Northern Frost tribe and how much trouble it was to get Bei Qingyan here only for him to open his big mouth and offend her. Gao Peng is quick to defend himself and tells Ji that he doesn't even know if she's interested in him like that. Plus, it'd be really awkward for their friendship if she rejected him or something. Grandpa Ji just angrily tells him that that's nonsense. Of course she doesn't have feelings for him. Those don't just come out of nowhere. They have to be brought out. He was way smoother than this when he got with Gao's grandma, and his father was the same with his mother. Weird flex, but alright, Gramps. Rather than listen to his grandpa talk more about romance, Gao Peng decides to bail when he isn't looking and runs for the hills. He calls behind him that he's decided to lead the academy's team in this year's championship, so he's going to go prep for that. Later, Gao Peng arrives in one of the gardens on the property to meet his sister Tong Tong after so long. Whoa, I forgot she even exists. While teasingly petting her softie, Gao Peng begins asking her for a favor. Because of the several unfavorable forces making moves recently, he'd like her to work as Tianga Academy's gatekeeper. While Gao Peng starts listing off benefits like just delegating the job to her familiars and building her a villa next to the campus, Tong Tong agrees without much convincing. In her own words, it's not like she has anything better to do. Right after she agrees, Gao Peng slightly startles upon sensing something in the distance. When Tong Tong asks what's wrong, he just says that some people aren't too happy about his return. That night, Gao Peng walks the outdoor walkways of the group HQ, using himself as bait for the attackers he already knew would come for him. Sure enough, a spider familiar attacks him right on time, causing Gao to dodge out of the way and springboard off a soon-ruined wall. As he examines the spider's movement patterns, Sister Tong Tong's Softie shows up to help him out. As Softie fights off the level 55 Moonshadow spider, it decides to cut its losses and run away. Unwilling to accept that, Gao Peng brings out his treasure-sniffing rat and tells him to find that spider's trainer via scent. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, everything is fair game. The rat fires off a salute at its master and rushes off to complete the task given to it. In an unknown location in the nearby forest, a robed man is quietly lamenting the failure of his assassination attempt on Gao Peng just now. He's preparing to flee the area lest he be found out when his dog familiar is suddenly cleaved into two by the treasure-hunting rodent. Well, looks like someone got quite the upgrade. The would-be assailant is just as confused since his info on the rat is from before the Fog World training. As such, he's unprepared when said rat uppercuts his jaw shut and sends him to Dreamland. Back at Southern Sky HQ, Gao Peng can tell from the spider's agitated movement that its master has been caught. The spider tries to go transparent and use its enhanced speed to get a clean hit on Softie, but Gao Peng sees right through it. He warns Softie in time for the cat to dodge. In the next couple of seconds, the spider is seconds too late to see the danger coming in at it from the sky above. Flaming is shown up to the scene and utterly crushed the spider in one fell swoop. Gao Peng takes a closer look at the spider that's clinging to life by a thread. Seeing as how it just tried to assassinate him though, he's not feeling particularly merciful and tosses a rock at its head, finishing it off. As he's turning away from that, the treasure-sniffing mouse gets back, dragging the spider's trainer behind him by the foot. Gao Peng just calls out Flowery and decides to heal this fool so they can wring some information out of him. By the time he's awake, Gao Peng is at the end of his rope in terms of patience. He tells the man to get to talking about who sent him and how he knew where Gao Peng would be. To make sure the threat in his words is clear, he brings out a mace to intimidate the man. When he starts whining about how this is illegal, Gao Peng can't help but be amused and call him out for being childish. Didn't me just try to carry out an assassination? Illegal my butt. Just a few moments later, Gao Peng has extracted most of the info he needs. This guy, Tong Chun, was sent by the Hushan group to investigate the strength of their candidates for the national championship. The only reason he decided to pull an assassination attempt on Gao Peng was as a bonus since he was here anyway. There's just one problem. Gao Peng doesn't believe that pile of crap for a second, and Tong Chun refuses to say anything further. Seeing that it's time to resort to drastic measures, Gao Peng calls out Brainy and has him get to work. Moments later, the living brain has extracted the memories of the assailant and shares all the relevant info with Gao Peng. He was actually sent here to eliminate the familiars and the 5 representatives they've registered for the championship, Stormcloud Sparrow in particular. Gao Peng realizes this means they have a spy since Grandpa G was keeping that familiar as a secret trump card and very few people even knew about it. Plus, the assailant knew where Tong Tong's house was and when he'd be there. Gao Peng had originally planned to just coach his team through a fair and clean run of the championship, but things seemed too complicated for that to be possible now. The next day, the 5 representatives from Gao Peng's academy gather at the mountain behind his villa at his request. The group kills some time talking to each other about their new coach and all his achievements before he finally shows up. The entrance to his lab opens up with a loud rumble and kicks up a cloud of dust as Gao Peng invites the students in. As they're stepping in, Gao Peng explains that he wanted them to just have fun and get some good experience at the championship initially. With the most recent developments though, he wants them to win it now. Now fully inside his lab, Gao Peng gives them the cold hard truth that expecting to win with their current familiars is a pipe dream, if even that. In order to help them accept this, he'll be having them spar with just one of the subordinate parasitic beasts that lives on one of his familiars. While the boys are a bit apprehensive about it, torn between how unimpressive it sounds and the fact that there's an obvious catch, Cao Huan steps forward to accept without hesitation. Gao Peng can see why she was chosen to be the trainer for Stormcloud Sparrow. With that, he snaps his finger and calls out Beiji, one of the mutated orange trees from on top of Stripey. Now an adult, Beiji is easily near 3 meters tall and very intimidating. As the boys stare at the beast in awe and speculate on how this is possible, one of them unknowingly hits the nail on the head by asking if Gao Peng has a familiar the size of a mountain. That aside, Gao Peng goes on to inform them that this beast is a very low level one, being only level 50. Plus, it's not even a combat type. If they can beat this beast, he'll let them be eligible to compete in the championship. 2 of the boys instantly send their Iron-Boned Saber-Toothed Tiger and Iron-Winged Armored Paladin to take on Beiji. Unfortunately for them, Beiji takes out their familiars with barely any effort at all. He knocks away the tiger and traps the paladin in a tight wooden prison, leaving Gao Peng to stare down at them sinisterly with just one thing to say: let's have some fun. The end, for now. Gao Peng is training some students from his school to participate in the national championship for monster trainer students, and Gao's familiar, Beiji, seemed to be dominating the battle. Frustrated, Jiu Jia and Ali send out their pets to stall. The former has his pet, Devil Vine mountain climbing monster, using the restriction skill. Not even 5 minutes in and we're back at it with these ridiculous names. Beiji stands in place as the plant-based monster's vines hold him in a death grip. But there's one fatal flaw in this approach, one that Gao Peng instantly takes note of. Despite their decent teamwork, they just made an attempt to control a wood-type familiar with a lower-level familiar of the same type. Well, time for them to get wrecked. The second Beiji opens its eyes and gets anything close to serious. The vine monster's position is reversed and it's trapped in fresh vines. Glancing toward Cao Huan, Gao Peng wonders what she'll do since her Stormcloud Sparrow is their only chance of victory now. Surprisingly, she actually raises her hand and admits defeat, shocking her classmates to their core. As they question her decision, Gao Peng makes it known that her familiar did stand some chance of victory, even if a slim one. So why did she surrender? She replies that her familiar's grade was raised by him in the first place, so whether she fought or not was unimportant. What? How does that make any sense? This seems to satisfy Gao Peng as he then tells them he wants to show them the importance of levels with this beatdown of a battle. For the next 6 days, he intends to shove such intense training down their throats that they're all the trainers of Lord-tier familiars at the very least. Naturally, the students are gobsmacked by this claim and yell out their shock. Gao Peng doesn't give them a single extra moment to think though as he pulls out a whole shelf of goodies and tells them he's prepared a small gift. Instantly, one of their tiger familiars starts wagging its tail with love in its eyes over the materials. As the tiger's trainer tells it to chill the hell out, Gao Peng explains that these are all king-tier monster core crystals, meant for their familiars to consume. Once more, the students are left speechless by Gao Peng's statement. Gao Peng simply narrows his eyes and tells them that he has everything from precious treasures to evolution materials and power-ups. Half a month later, we see Gao Peng at Modu Airport. Gao Peng is just walking through the place with his academy's representatives when 2 of the Tongs he crushed way back when spotting him. The man, Tong Xiang, is fixated on his desire for revenge on Gao Peng for what he did to them. His friend, Tong Ling, tries to talk some sense into him, reminding him that Gao Peng is far beyond their level. When Xiang insists on this being their chance for vengeance since his familiars aren't here, she just walks away and tells him to keep her out of it. Smart move, honestly. As for Gao Peng himself, the man is busy reuniting with the man he knows as Uncle He, who has gone from being mayor to the president of the Freedom Alliance in these past years. The man remains humble despite his position, though, and talks to Gao Peng like an old friend. While speaking of grabbing some lunch together next time, he leans in and whispers a warning to Gao Peng about several groups in Mo-do who want to end his life. Gao Peng just thanks him and casually tells him that his student's safety is in the president's hands. While he's walking away, President He wonders if his confidence is from an ace up his sleeve or just incredibly good control of his emotions. Both are good. At Mo-do Stadium, the startup announcements are being made for the beginning of this latest college championship. The first students entering the field are the representatives of the previous year's winner, Hua Wu High School. As they enter to uproarious applause from the crowd, Gao Peng speaks to his students. He reminds them this is what it means to be a champion, and this is how their juniors will be treated next year if they win. While the others are waiting nervously for their turn with this on their minds, the little stout guy has a different concern. If they bring glory and honor to their school by winning the championship, can they be excused from the exams next month? You know what? I respect the hustle. Not everyone is quite as positive, though, as a girl from another high school instantly starts belittling Stouts, pointing out that his academy only placed 8th last year. Stouts is visibly upset by this and goes to yell back at her, but the girl barely even bats an eye, just asking where a loser like him got such confidence. Geez, really leaning into the douchey villain trope. As her group walks away, Gao Peng stops Stout from doing anything further and tells him that they must be from Luoyang High School based on their uniform. The best thing to do is just wait and crush them in the next round. Meanwhile, the announcer for the championship has been revealing the drawings for each match. The current drawing, the third one, turns out to be Luoyang High versus Gao Peng's Tianga Academy. Talk about convenience. Inside Luoyang High's waiting room, one of the main players laments their bad luck in their first match drawing. After all, just last year, Tianga's leader could have caused them to not even get placement if his familiar wasn't mauled by Jinan College in the preliminaries. The rude chick from before is quick to speak up, though, and tells everyone that Li Junzong, their leader from last year, isn't even here this time. They can totally crush Tianga's team. Meanwhile, the atmosphere is pretty similar in Tianga's waiting room, if a little more excited thanks to Stout's and Kaki's enthusiasm. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going with these nicknames. Cao Huan acts as the voice of reason, though, and tells the boys to calm down and study the next match between Hua Wu and Qingmu, since Hua Wu is their true biggest threat. She gets to keep her name, she's respectable. Gao Peng watches from the door with pride at Cao Huan's unintentional leadership qualities and the team's newfound confidence as a whole. Suddenly, an upset occurs on the TV tuning into the match being broadcast. They're shocked to see that Hua Wu has only sent out 2 representatives for this match. Kaki is super peeved by this as it's disrespectful to their opponents, but obviously they can't hear him through a TV. Gao Peng, on the other hand, is busy studying the stat window of the 2 familiars with the Hua Wu kids, known as the Light and Dark Wolf of Jiuli Wilderness. He's pretty sure they're not even from Earth at all. This has the Hushan Group and the Hua Xia region's military department written all over it. As the match begins, Gao Peng watches on to see the twin wolves dashing forward at insane speeds and releasing elemental light from their mouths. Their opponent tries to get his raging giant hammer ape to put up a decent defense, but it ends up being completely ripped through in a matter of moments. Before anyone can even think to react, the wolves have torn 3 of their opponent familiars to bloody shreds. As the crowd goes wild with cheers, Gao Peng just slowly claps like a cartoon villain. He's just glad there will be an actual challenge for his own students here, something they are not enthused by at all. Next up is Tianga versus Luoyang. The commentators take their time explaining how Gao Peng has returned after 3 years of absence to lead this year's team. Over in their prep area, Stouts asks Gao Peng if they should just send out 2 familiars as well to assert dominance. Though he has confidence, Gao Peng doesn't want to leave anything to chance and tells them to keep their cards close to their chest till the finals. He turns to Cao Huan and shares his strategy with her on how to handle the current match. With a combination of her Cloud Sparrow Storm Cloud Sparrow and the Devil Vine Mountain Climbing Monster, they should be able to end things without ever revealing their trump cards. All the students are very approving of Gao Peng's sly ways, though he maintains it's just strategy. Over in Hua Wu Hai's waiting room, their coach is gloating over how Tianga is weak and will lose with their subpar familiars trained by the subpar man that is Gao Peng. There's a reality check just waiting to happen. On the arena floor, Tianga's team faces off against their opponents with the planned familiars in place. The commentators are quite confused by Tienga's decision to put forth the wood type as their front line, considering the low defense of such types and the fire type of their opponent. The snarky chick from before actually senses that something is off and warns her teammates before the match starts. As soon as things are underway, Stouts has Devil Vines spread out multiple vines to seize the terrain, something which Luo Yang tries to punish with flame, only to learn the shocking fact that Stouts' Devil Vine is somehow immune. Just then, the commentators voiced their theory about this situation. Considering the fire immunity and the number of vines released by this familiar, it seems to have already reached Lord Tier. As the rest of her teammates freak out over the opponent's familiar being a Lord Tier, a snarky chick tries to regain control of the battle. She sends out her 1,000 Leaf Mantis to cut off the vines before spreading, causing it to lunge forward with a full-powered smash from its blade-like arm. Unfortunately for them, this barely even puts a scratch into the vines of the Devil Vine. From the other end of the arena, Stouts smugly tells Devil Vine to take them all down, with a devastating application of the skill called Strangling Vine Ocean. The Devil Vine does just that, and the battle is over before it can even truly begin. The snarky chick forfeits the moment she and her teammates feel their familiar's vital signs fading. Well, at least they're good trainers, I guess. With their victory, the Manga Academy students have shocked the crowd and put themselves back in the public eye after last year's defeat. Something that's compounded even more by the fact they did it with just a single familiar. From his spot, Gao Peng smiles at all the students and notes that the Luo Yang girl made the right choice. Since this is just the qualifier match, they're better off conserving the energy of their pets for later. Later that night, Gao Peng exits the arena to meet a driver sent by President He to get him. When his students ask if he's not coming with them, Gao Peng smiles sinisterly and tells them he has something to take care of. Even later that night, Gao Peng heads out onto the streets and gets into a taxi. He asks the driver to get him to a quiet spot and puts on the news. The only information on there is incredibly grim. Not only are spatial distortions of increasing magnitude expected soon, but new monsters are also appearing. Gao Peng ponders on it all and thinks about how monsters were fierce beasts in the early days after the cataclysm and are now living among humans. Unlike the people of Earth, Gao Peng has learned the truth from the Black Fog world. Considering that truth, he wonders if the ancient tribes are really as omnipotent as they like to claim. Well, that's some foreshadowing if I've ever seen any. Suddenly, the taxi comes to a halt outside a seemingly random spot with the sound of tides nearby. Gao Peng notes that the place is definitely quiet. Just then, the taxi driver asks a generic question. In response, Gao Peng reveals he knows the man isn't a real taxi driver. The man introduces himself as Yin and tells him he's here with an invitation for Gao Peng to join the Yuhu tribe. Upon Gao Peng's skepticism, Yin claims that his clan only recruits those of the highest potential. Gao Peng sees right through all the flattery and bull crap though and calls him out for his tribe being in desperate need of help of some sort. Offended and annoyed, Yin tells him the Southern Sky Group will pay for his words today. Gao Peng simply asks him to answer one single question. Why are they targeting Manga Academy constantly if they want to recruit him? Wait, what? I must have missed something. Before Yin can respond, Tong Xiang shows himself from behind a tree and explains that this is just the way of the ancient tribe. Any tribe that's weaker than theirs is to be taken over by their enemies by default. Gao Peng is on guard at once as he states that the Tong tribe is in on this. Xiang quickly assures him though that that's not the case. He's just mad at Gao Peng, so he's here to watch Yin end him as a spectator. Huh. Well, that's something. Xiang also mentions that the White Dragon tribe won't send anyone to help him since his grandpa refused their recruitment. Rather than being concerned by any of this, Gao Peng just calls out 5 of his weaker familiars and tells them he doesn't need the White Dragon tribe. Rather than being intimidated, Yin just laughs at him for only having 5 familiars out here. Gao Peng just tells him that only King Tier monsters can be born here thanks to Earth's limit restrictions, so what else would he need? This seems to be just what Yin wanted to hear as he starts going feral with claims of how it's a special day today. Sure enough, just moments after he says that Gao Peng senses an overwhelmingly strong spatial turmoil, he instantly realizes what this means. The monster level limits of Earth are about to increase. Yin hops up to a tree branch above his position and starts bragging about how Gao Peng probably hasn't seen an Emperor Tier familiar before. Oh boy, is he in for a surprise and a half. With that said, he summons his familiar, a barbarian Emperor Mountain Breaker. Gao Peng's busy reading the status window of its supporting familiar, a level 60 meteorite magic ball, when Yin mistakes his silence for fear. He tells him he'll give Gao Peng the chance by only using his supporting familiar. Plus, he'll wait 10 minutes so Gao Peng can run, and the further he gets, the less Yin will hurt him. Internally, Gao Peng is just stumped at how cocky the guy is when he hasn't even shown his own cards yet. Not to mention the meteorite ball thing is clearly rarer than the mountain breaker with the ability to possess living beings. That's the glow around Yin's limbs. Yin takes offense to the fact that Gao Peng is refusing to run and shoots a beam attack at him. Dummy's daughter blocks this with only minor injuries, which Flowery is quick to kill. Yin retains his smugness from inflicting that injury though and starts talking about how Gao Peng should just stay under the radar if he wants to live to reach his true potential. The man in question just laughs in Yin's face and tells him he lacks imagination. With that, he snaps his fingers and summons forth Slicey, who now dons an impressive set of black armor shell. Yin instantly recognizes the bladed beast for the Emperor tier it is, and he's blown away that Gao Peng managed to get a familiar that high in just 3 years inside the Black Fa world. Brother, you don't know the half of it. Yin worriedly sends forth his mountain breaker and whines about how his original plans to toy with Gao Peng have been ruined now. Womp womp loser. The second the mountain breaker gets near Gao Peng's location, Slicey takes off in a burst of speed and slashes the larger beast's arm to ribbons. Then, from his position in the sky, Slicey leaps downwards toward Yin while he's still in shock and slashes his arm as well. Luckily for him, he's able to use his special skill, life-saving teleportation, in the nick of time to escape. Well, sort of escape. He only gets so far before Gao Peng instantly catches up to him and turns the tables. Now he has 10 minutes to run. Yin knows he's done for and starts groveling and begging to be spared. When he promises he'll stop his tribe from making trouble in the future, Gao Peng just tells him there won't be a Yuhu tribe left in the future. With that, he steps away to tell Tong Xiang that they need to talk since he knows more about Yuhu. Once he has his back turned, Yin yells that he forced his hand and sends Mountain Breaker forward to attack once more. Tong Xiang points out that Yin is flying away, but Gao Peng just casually says that he won't make it far. Sure enough, right as Mountain Breaker gets close, Gao Peng summons Dragon Ant number 3, the Power King Kong Ant. As a level 68, he easily stops the Mountain Breaker and proceeds to smash him into the ground hard enough to make a Kaiju jealous. From behind him, Tong Xiang can only be grateful he decided not to openly oppose Gao Peng. Up in the air, Yin is sure he's safe as long as he's airborne. That belief is shattered moments later when Slicey is launched into the air like a cannonball and twists in a tornado of bladed fury to shred Yin into a bloody paste. Afterward, Gao Peng amusedly watches Dragon Ant number 3 and Slicey's antics. Suddenly, Slicey rushes his way and brings out Yin's meteorite ball, saying that he found it. Tong Xiang is utterly flabbergasted by how casually Gao Peng just summoned 2 Emperor-tier familiars. Oblivious to Xiang's worldview being shattered, Gao Peng just examines the meteorite ball thingy that Slicey's brought over to him. He holds up the moderately injured orb to Xiang and asks him what it is. The Tong tribe member answers that it's known as the Starry Magic Ball. Gao Peng is interested in how he calls it by a different name than the system itself does. Tong Xiang goes on to elaborate on how the ball is a familiar and not an object. They, the ancient tribe members, are only capable of signing one familiar contract at a time. Training the Starry Magic Ball allows them to access the skill of another familiar because of its possession ability. Realizing how valuable it is to the people of the ancient tribes, Gao Peng slyly asks Xiang if he would like to have it. When the green-haired wonder expresses his surprise, Gao Peng tells him it's no big deal. After all, he'll get a bunch of them when he cleans out the Yuhu tribe. Xiang instantly gets on his case for that statement and rants about how the Yuhu has 2 Overlord tier familiars, hundreds of Emperor tiers, and thousands of King tiers. Unbothered, Gao Peng just asks him where the tribe is located. The man simply does not give a damn. Xiang answers that it's in the Ji Yuli wilderness in a spatial rift 20 kilometers away from Qingzhou base city. While he offers to send the exact location later, he's internally hoping that Gao Peng and Yuhu will take each other out. Just like that, Gao Peng casually tosses the meteorite ball over to Xiang like a cheap toy and loops his arm around the shorter man's shoulder. They'll be going back together after all. Xiang instantly realizes he'll be screwed if the tons of cameras on the route spot him with Gao Peng. If anything happens to piss off the Yuhu, his own tribe will get in trouble with them too then. Gao Peng goes on to ask him where his Song Tong tribe is located as well. Naturally, Xiang backs away and tells him he already told him what he wanted. Just what does he want with his tribe now? Gao Peng claims they're good friends now, so he just wants to pay his hometown a visit when he gets the chance. Yeah, that was totally super convincing. Not weird at all. When all he gets from Xiang is a scoff, Gao Peng heads off and tells him he won't force him if he doesn't want to share that information. Later, on the outskirts of Modu, Gao Peng is traveling atop his fourth dragon ant baby. The Aurora dragon ant is now a level 69 Emperor tier beast. He speaks to his uncle He over the phone and asks him to take care of his students while he heads out to handle some things. The older man is happy to accommodate him, leaving Gao Peng free to work out his next plan. For one, he finds it odd that the ancient tribes are unable to sign more than one familiar contract at a time, especially since they reportedly were able to do so many years ago but lost that capability over time after leaving Earth. He can only assume they were cursed somehow, or there's something special about Earth's environment. Whatever the case may be, that's one of the main reasons Who wants to recruit talented monster trainers from Earth itself. They hope to expand and alter their own tribe's genetic composition by crossbreeding. For anyone who doesn't get it, they want to do the nasty with their folks. Soon enough, Gao Peng arrives near the spatial rift Tong Xiang told him about. Here he gets off the Aurora dragon ant and lands in front of a squad of guards, who demand that he go back where he came from. Of course, Gao Peng does no such thing and instead asks why soldiers from the Hua Xia region like them are acting as the Yuhu tribe's lackeys. This visibly cuts quite deep for the head guard, but he continues trying to get Gao Peng to leave. Just then, a new voice screams out like an angry baby throwing a tantrum. Gao Peng turns towards the source of it to see someone from the tribe itself along with his familiar. The guards refer to him as Master Yin Shi. The man speaks of some gene modification plan set by their elders that's using local women and threatens to have them all pay with their lives if it gets messed up. Gao Peng ponders the man's words and his familiar's stats before sending fourth baby out to take them down. The dragon ant baby unfurls his wings and displays his full glory before letting loose a long-range slash attack that defeats the blood-red crystal deer. The guards are all shocked that the deer was beaten in a single blow. Gao Peng turns to said guards and tries to offer them a way out since he doesn't want to hurt them. As he speaks to them, the cowardly Yin Shi runs back towards the rift to get back up. At his command to pacify Gao Peng till then, the head guard releases his iron-backed wolfhound. Except, to everyone's surprise, he sends the hound at Yin Shi instead of Gao Peng. With him incapacitated, the old guard tries to advise Gao Peng against risking himself and tells him to preserve his own life rather than fight the tribe. Confused by his exact words, Gao Peng asks what he's talking about and learns that the tribe has been kidnapping girls to enhance their genes. Pondering over their words, Gao Peng decides the soldiers are good people. As such, he offers them a place with the Southern Sky Group if they'd like to leave this post. There, they'll be safe. Stepping towards the spatial rift, he's got one foot in when he calls back to them. The Yuhu tribe will no longer exist after today. After stepping through the spatial rift, Gao Peng finds himself on a wide cleared path in the middle of a fairly spread out forest. He's just thinking about how it doesn't seem quite like the wilderness he expected when he spots some buildings up ahead. The tribe is right there. Well, that was convenient. Almost like someone wrote it to be that way. Before Gao Peng can really get on his way to the tribe though, a cloud comes to life and starts yapping at him about how he's a foreigner. Seems a bit rude, but okay. Gao Peng claims that he's from the Song Tong tribe to try and defuse the situation while discreetly reading the cloud's stat window. The level 64 giant cloud king recites a data entry about the Song Tong tribe being in a valley 300 lands away from here, causing Gao Peng to initiate his backup plan. Slicey comes flying through the air at lightning-fast speed with a move he calls True Death Ultimate Extermination Slash. In the span of a few seconds, he slashed the cloud to little more than wisps of vapor. Or rather, a cloud. He just slashed the one next to the Cloud King monster. He corrects that quickly though as the Cloud King is eliminated just moments later. Not sure what happened there, to be honest. Performance issues, I guess. With the Cloud King dead, a large core crystal appears in its place. Before Slicey can stake his claim on the core though, the Aurora Dragon Ant Gao Peng is riding on chomps down on the thing. Gao Peng stops Slicey from fighting over it by reminding him that he'll get his fill soon now. Down in a building where one of the tribe's elders is lounging, he suddenly suffers massive damage due to the Cloud King's death and desperately tries to move out and warn the other elders. His efforts appear to be in vain though, as Gao Peng is already making his move above the tribe. He summons Stripey up in the air above their settlement, causing him to come down like the meteoric fury of a god. As he's been taking notes from Madara, the people of the tribe are in disarray panic as the mountain of a familiar descends, all while Gao Peng sits atop him with a smug look. The tribe patriarch's giant white serpent familiar suddenly bursts from the ground to defend them, but it's hardly a threat to Stripey, who crushes it with his fall alone. With the whole area cleared, Gao Peng mentally thanked Kong Xiong for the info about the kidnapped people being in a reinforced area underground. Thanks to that, he can let loose without worrying about collateral damage. Suddenly, the patriarch's white serpent reels back up and attacks Gao Peng himself with unbridled fury. As Gao Peng states, though, that fury and hatred blind it to the simple fact that Stripey is still the superior here. Something that's proven when he crushes the serpent yet again. Next, Stripey searches the rubble of his crash for more familiars and crushes them all at Gao Peng's instructions. With most of the area crushed, Gao Peng is left to wonder why the serpent is the only Overlord tier familiar that came to fight them. After all, they're supposed to have two, and he'd rather crush them both here than wait for one to come for revenge later. Regardless, his priority here is to save the kidnapped girls. As such, he sends in his familiars and tells them to kill any from the Yuhu tribe that get in their way. In one area, some survivors of Stripey's crash try to escape through the trees and regroup. Unfortunately for them, their rides are sliced apart and their lives are left hanging by a thread as they're stalked like prey. The predator? One of Gao Peng's dragon ant babies is in camouflage mode. With this, the fifth baby with a specialty of stealth is the hidden dragon ant. At level 66, he's able to shred through the Yuhu survivors like wet tissues. Gao Peng comes onto the scene to check up on the woman the survivors were trying to escape with and confirms that she's alive. At Gao Peng's command, the hidden dragon ant returns to the tunnel they came from to look for more victims. While he leaves to complete that task, Gao Peng looks up to the sky and spots the reinforcements that were most likely sent earlier. With the second baby DA, he's able to determine that there are 7 enemies in total, with the leader being a giant black tiger with black lightning all around it. This is most likely the second Overlord tier beast. That gets Gao Peng's attention, and as such, he summons forth his most passionate fighter to deal with the matter. That's right, folks, Goldie's back. And holy crap, he's been juicing because the dude's yoked as hell. His personality remains unchanged though, as the buff duck instantly starts acting like a cringe anime role player. Gao Peng is terribly sickened by this, as he should be, and tells Goldie to get to work. The familiar simply tells Gao Peng not to worry before launching off of the ground with enough force to create a whole shockwave in his wake. Up in the sky, he leaps from monster to monster, one-shotting each one he passes until he reaches the black tiger itself. As he mocks it by calling it a little kitty, the tiger gets very visibly upset and discharges a metric crap ton of electricity at him. Rather than being hurt by the attack, Goldie takes it in stride and launches himself at the tiger, hitting it with severely damaging punches while tanking more hits. As his barrage of attacks continues, Goldie eventually hits the tiger away with a kick and stands in place with a dual-handed bird flip at the tiger. Said tiger is overwhelmed with shock at how easily the esteemed veteran overlord of the Yuhu tribe has been humiliated. It's already coughing up blood when Goldie decides to brutalize it further with a devastating blow to the back of the head. The tiger tries to react and launch an attack on Goldie to defend itself, but as usual, his passive skill allows him to just tank all the damage. Probably doesn't help that the tiger's got 2 feet in the grave. With his strength increased once more, Goldie pounds the tiger harder than your mom and leaves it a crippled mess. Gao Peng watches this with a small grin, knowing that Goldie's higher grade allows him to beat the tiger despite being lower leveled. With that taken care of, he takes off to go check in with Stripey. The giant mountain ruler is currently crushing the white serpent under his mass, though the snake is still struggling somehow. Gao Peng tells Stripey to go ahead and show the snake what he's got. As soon as he's got the approval, Stripey digs into the ground under him and positions himself to become what's essentially an organic oven. By expending the heat his body is capable of producing directly into the ground below him, he's cooking the serpent like a tray of lasagna. Gao Peng reminisces about how they discovered this technique for cooking monster meat just half a year ago in the Black Fog world. Knowing the perfect person to call for this next part, Gao Peng summons Da Zi. With how powerful he is now, his lightning bolts dwarf those of the lightning tiger Goldie just destroyed. The centipede dragon with the superior lightning control and grade is called forth, only to immediately start looking for whatever smells so good. Dude's always on the prowl for some good grub. I get it. Impatient as all hell, Da Zi tells Stripey to move his fat booty so he can speed up the cooking process. As soon as Stripey gets off the serpent and allows it some breathing room, it thinks that someone has arrived to rescue it from this hell. The serpent's in the middle of a real long-winded internal monologue about never giving up hope when Da Zi rains down a lightning bolt more intense than anything he's seen so far. So much for getting rescued. On the side of the Yuhu spatial rift that's on Earth, several transportation trucks arrive at once. One man emerges from them, seeming to be the head of the caravan, and tells the head soldier that they've brought the latest batch of girls to send into the rift. The lead soldier has different plans, though, between his own disgust with what he's allowing to happen, Gao Peng's promise to end the Yuhu tribe today, and just his own morality winning out. He tells the truck guy to send the girls back to wherever they were kidnapped from. The truck driver insists that they'll all be killed by Yu, who, if that happens, but the lead soldier tells him he'll cover it with a story about how monsters attack the transport caravan. The truck driver is just about to argue back even more when one of the other soldiers announces that someone's coming out of the spatial rift. The men are braced for whatever may exit the rift, but they're left stunned when the ones to emerge are the very girls who were kidnapped and sent inside before now. The soldiers are instantly ordered to help the injured women and get them settled so they can be taken home. One of the soldiers asks a woman what happened in the Jiuli wilderness and how they escaped. She answers that a kind man saved them with his overlord Tyr familiars. The lead soldier is even more stunned than before, if that's possible. As far as he knows, King Tyrs are the pinnacle of beasts, so what kind of existence could be an overlord? Right as he thinks this, Gao Peng emerges from the rift as well with a finger held up to his smiling lips to signal silence. Before the soldier can ask any questions, Gao Peng has already taken off atop one of his dragon ants, leaving behind a group of grateful women and amazed soldiers. Up in the air, Gao Peng thinks about how he was lucky the Yuhu tribe didn't have any Saint Tyr familiars. Dummy should be getting to that point before long now, since he was already at level 80 when Gao Peng left the Black Fog world. From what Fishy told him, Saint Tyrs gain a halo and a domain that suppresses other lower-leveled monsters of the same element. Gao Peng just hopes he can get one soon so he can have more confidence while facing the ancient tribes. Oh, and he has a bunch of those meteorite ball thingies to play with now. That night, Tong Xiang can barely get a wink of sleep in his panic over the situation with Gao Peng. If he gets taken out by the Yuhu, they trace him back to Xiang, his life will be over without any doubt. He's just regretting telling him what he knew in the heat of the moment when he suddenly gets a phone call from his father. The older Tong asks Xiang if he's in Modu and then asks if Xiang has done anything to piss off Gao Peng. When Xiang answers in the negative, his father breathes a sigh of relief and tells him that spies recovered footage 4 hours ago of a concerning event. Gao Peng has wiped out the Yuhu tribe, with one last bit of advice to try and befriend Gao Peng. His father cuts the call, leaving his son to freak out over Gao Peng's brutality and power. All over the world, similar calls are being made as the news of Gao Peng's feats spreads. Before morning, everyone knows of his seemingly unbeatable power. The next day, the National High School Championship Finals begins between Tianga Academy and Hua Wu High School. As the match goes on, the Tianga students are overjoyed by how well the fight is going for them. Gao Peng, on the other hand, is rather annoyed. As far as he can tell, and can tell all right, the opponent team seems to be losing on purpose. Between that and the tournament staff offering him a private suite, he can tell what's happening and he's less than happy about it. His annihilation of the Yuku tribe has become public knowledge, and now everyone is bending over backwards to gain his favor, something which only frustrates him as the Hua Wuhai team soon forfeits the match. Though he puts on a smile for his students who are celebrating unaware of the situation, Gao Peng finds the whole situation insulting as he knows his students would have won even if their opponents went all out. With things as they are now, he's planning to stay cooped up in his lab for a while to get the public's attention off of him. Because that'll totally work. Not like he just committed mass murder or anything, even if they did have it coming. A couple of days have passed with Gao Peng cooped up in his lab behind the villa, just as he said he would be. During this time, he's managed to sort out the company's main familiars. White Dragon, Silver Dragon, and the blood-eye-bearded Vulture have all been promoted to Emperor tier. White Dragon in particular shot up to level 64 and his combat power skyrocketed. All that's left is to wait for the secret realm to open so he can acquire the true dragon fruit to promote White Dragon to legendary grade. Right as he's pondering the current state of the world since the level limiter has been raised, Gao Peng is informed that he has guests. Knowing that normal guests wouldn't even be allowed far enough for news of them to reach his ears, Gao Peng wonders who they could be, probably someone important, I'm guessing. Sure enough, the man Gao Peng is led to meet is clearly someone of status, apparent from both his appearance and the bodyguard with him. Gao Peng greets him with an offer of tea that he has the red snow tea plant monster choose very meticulously. Though the old man's bodyguard tries to butt in and stop this, the old man himself tells him it's fine. He graciously accepts the tea and has some before praising it. With that done, he tells Gao Peng they can cut the formalities and all that crap and just get to the point. Well, alright. That's something I can get behind. First and foremost, he tells Gao Peng he wants to express his gratitude and does so while bowing down. His bodyguard once more is perturbed by this, but he continues. He tells Gao Peng that he only found out about the kidnapped women after the incident where Gao Peng wiped out Yu Hu. The men involved have been locked up and stripped of their familiar rights too. Gao Peng tries to divert the man's attention and tells him that these talks can be had with his grandpa since he's really just a young guy not cut out for such things. Right as he's finishing this statement, the old man tells him that the Southern Sky Group will no longer have to pay any taxes. Whoa, holy crap. Sign me up 2 gramps. Gao Peng tries to show some humility and sheepishly says that he doesn't deserve such a thing. When the old man praises him and tells him he can keep paying them then, Gao Peng almost loses his lunch. Luckily, the old geezer's just messing with him. That aside, it's time to talk about what he came here for in truth. He has a favor to ask of Gao Peng. A few days later, several buses and trucks arrived at Shennong Jia. While waiting for someone to join them, some men dressed as scientists complain about who this mystery person is. One of them speculates it's the trainer from Southern Sky who recently got a ton of attention, only to get scolded by his senior since Gao Peng is just behind them. Luckily, he's busy thinking back to how he got here. The old man from the other day informed him of a passageway soon to open in Shennong Jia. They set up an expedition to explore it and have employed him as their security for it. With the severe shortage of competent specialists, the man pretty much had to turn to Gao Peng and promise him rights over anything he finds inside. From what Gao Peng remembers the old man telling him, the higher-ups of the world actually discovered signs of the cataclysm decades before it happened, but kept it a secret from the public for their own gain. The passage in Shennong Jia is likely one that leads to a pocket dimension with a high concentration of spiritual energy. Gao Peng suspects this dimension has been sucking away their planet's spiritual energy. Just then, new players appear in the sky above. Members of the Qing Lumon tribe who are here to join them. With level 68 Emperor tier familiars as mere steeds and their tribe being one of the Great Seven who are far stronger than Yu Hu and San Tong, they have Gao Peng more than a little on edge. Strangely enough, Bei Qingyan is here to look after Gao Peng as repayment for freeloading at his grandpa's place. Though he's a little peeved since his grandpa's motivations for this are obvious, Gao Peng admits Bei is more knowledgeable than him, so she'll likely be quite helpful. Gao Peng is wondering if the 7 great tribes have Saint tier familiars when their departure is announced. With everyone gathered, they head to the site of the spatial rift. There, they find a massive crack in reality itself, leading to a deadened version of the same land they're in. The scientists are debating over whether it's a spatial rift or not while Gao Peng just casually walks in. Once inside, he's surprised to find that it feels like the world limit was just lifted. That means there could be Overlord tiers here. Right as he has this thought, a terrified scream rings out from behind him. One of the scientists is being chased by a monster that just spawned right out of the ground. The scientist being chased yells for help as the monster closes in on him. Just as it's about to catch him, one of the security forces sends in his familiar, an Ice Bear King. It crushes the monster with ease, saving the scientist's life, but they're not quite out of the woods yet. Just when they're relaxing over it being a low-level monster, dozens more start emerging from the ground beneath them, clawing their way out of the soil like the souls of the damned themselves. The scientists and monster trainers are on the verge of freaking out, but the leader of the security force manages to rally them with a reassurance that they're individually weak monsters. While the monster trainers defend the scientists, Gao Peng is standing by one of the dead-looking trees in the area and closely studying it. Bully Peng just missed the part where that's his problem. The monsters spawning right now are commander tier at most, but these trees are far more concerning to him because the system has no response to them. Despite that, they give off a strange chill he can't quite shake. Gao Peng summons Flamey to help with an experiment in Holy Yakitori. What happened to him? Why is he so fat? Gao Peng studies the tree closer to Flamey's power and determines that it has an aura of soul power, something Flamey's fire appears to inflict heavier damage on. In the background, Flamey gets asked by another familiar why he's so damn fat, and he plays it off as a metabolism thing. Back with the others, the hostile monsters have all been cleared out and they're ready to keep moving once everyone's ready. One of the scientists spots a flower that's never been seen before and instantly rushes to interact with it without a hint of caution. You'd think a scientist would know better. As he's observing it, he even comments that it looks strange while trying to dig it up. Gao Peng finally notices what's happening, and after a quick look at the flower's stat window, he yells at the scientists to get away from it. Unfortunately, he's too slow and ends up being completely vaporized by a burst of lasers from the flower, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton. Fats, yikes. All right, Another of the scientists starts raging at the flower for taking his friend's life and tries to rush its way and destroy it. My brother in Christ, were you not paying attention to what just happened? The others are just barely able to hold him back and make sure he doesn't get himself deleted as well. With more than 2 accidents within half a day since coming here, Gao Peng asks Commander Li to let him scout out the path ahead from the sky before they move further. With Li's approval, Gao Peng takes to the sky aboard Flamey. A few minutes later, he discovered that the layout of this place was pretty much constant all the way through to hundreds of miles out. He suddenly notices a bird flying next to them and checks out its stat window. Shockingly enough, if what the system is saying is to be believed, then this bird is an inhabitant of the Naihe underworld. That is to say, they're literally in hell right now. Gao Peng finds that to be shocking, but also believable considering the environment. He turns around to return to the others with his info. As he's turning, the undead bird tries to attack them, but is quickly dealt with via a burst of fire from Flamey. Get cooked. Back with the others, Gao Peng tells Li that their surroundings are the same as here for hundreds of miles ahead, so they'll need to prepare themselves. One of the scientists, arguably the only sensible one, suggests they take measurements of the environment's temperature and humidity first, so they have as much information as possible. The monster trainers hired as security are enraged by this though and claim that they're all the precaution the group will need. Even worse, one of the scientists agrees with them and wants to move ahead. Gao Peng takes note that the only ones being rowdy right now are pretty weak themselves and likely just want to get a shot at some glory. The stronger trainers from the Qing Luan tribe actually have troubled looks on their faces as they remain silent. Curious to know if the ancients know something more about this place, Gao Peng remembers that he has one of those on his side whom he can just ask. Time to put that head of Bei Qingyan to use. Ayo. Pause. Now Peng tries to signal Bei Qingyan to share the info in question with him using signs for some reason. Unfortunately, she completely misreads him and pulls out some chocolate to offer him instead. Why not just use words? A few minutes later, Commander Li is losing any hope of keeping the group united thanks to the argument that's been brewing. Stepping up to the man, Gao Peng asks why he doesn't just let everyone go their own way. He tells Gao Peng that they're supposed to be exploring this place as one group, and if anyone gets hurt, then that'll be on his head. Gao Peng is quick to point out, though, that forcing them all to stay in a group at this point will be the furthest thing possible from efficiency. With everyone having a different opinion on what they should be doing, it'll be impossible to manage the group. Despite his own concerns, Commander Li has to admit Gao Peng is right. As such, he announces that everyone is free to explore according to their own wishes as long as they meet back here in a week's time. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of them will make it back. Totally. Yeah, no. For sure. Pretty much as soon as he's finished saying his piece, the monster trainers and more reckless scientists rush off into the east and west to look for glory, fortune, and power. Gao Peng and Bei are moving in a particular direction themselves too, and he invites Commander Li to join them along with whoever else would like to. And so, Gao Peng, Bei, Commander Li, and some of the more sensible scientists set out together. At one point, one of the scientists gets close to a tree to study its composition. Right as he's doing this, a monster bursts out of hiding and attempts to grab him, but is burned away by Flamey's fire at the last moment. The scientist sincerely thanks Gao Peng and his familiar, to which he just asks him to please be more careful. Unknown to the others, Flamey and Gao Peng already knew about the monster, but let him make the first move so the scientists would understand the danger this place posed. Suddenly, the same guide who was studying the tree spots a giant mansion to the side from where they're walking. Gao Peng is both confused and suspicious by the presence of a building in this sort of place, but agrees to go over and take a look. Once they're closer, the scientists are able to practically feel how suspicious the mansion is. One of them is all but certain they even saw movement inside, but there's no way to prove it. The oldest of the scientists speaks up and tells them they must have the courage to explore as proper scientists, but the sudden movement of the mansion freezes them all in their spots with fear. From behind them, Gao Peng notices that the building looks oddly paper-like. When Flamey mentions there's heavy yin energy radiating from inside it, Gao Peng uses the system to study the building. Surprisingly, the building has a stat window, and it's actually a paper mache manor of the king tier. Why? Just why? Freaking everything's a monster at this point. Now that he knows what it is, Gao Peng tells the scientists they absolutely shouldn't enter it. When they seem doubtful, Gao Peng tells them he can't guarantee his protection when monsters above the Emperor tier show up. He has Flamey blow away the top of the manor, revealing the monsters inside and proving that the manor itself is in fact alive. Or undead, I guess. Gao Peng instantly burns it to ashes, leaving the scientist's request to dissect it unanswered. To Gao Peng's bemusement, the guide just collects some of the ashes instead. Suddenly, the group hears a voice yelling out for help. Raising their eyes to the source of it, they see one of the trainers from the Qing Luan tribe flying their way at a breakneck pace. As they spot the giant mass of darkness following behind, they hear him yell that an overlord-tier monster is chasing after them, because nobody could see that damn thing themselves. As the tribe member lands near the group, Gao Peng tells them all to get out of his way and stay back. In front of him, two massive green glowing orbs stare out from a mountain's worth of dust and smoke. Gao Peng realizes electricity should deal increased damage on yin energy, so he calls out Da Zi and tells him to use silver lightning. Even the centipede himself can practically feel how menacing their opponent is, but he obliges and fires off the attack. As the lightning crashes into the beast, the smoke clears up and it's staggered backwards from the sudden shock. The figure within the smoke is revealed to be a massive sword-wielding minotaur of gargantuan proportions. Once it brings its blade down in anger to clear the area, Gao Peng is able to examine the creature's status window. And oh boy, it's one hell of a stat window. Suffice to say, there's no way in hell he can fight this thing, a Saint-tier beast, and protect the group as well. Gao Peng is racking his brain for a way to fight the thing off, wishing Dumby was here to help buy time. The scientist is on the ground, moments away from crapping himself in fear. The Minotaur is standing in place, looking at them with a confused look and no more hostility. Wait, what? The Minotaur speaks out in their tongue and asks what living humans are doing here. Gao Peng jumps on this lifeline and tells the being that they accidentally stumbled in here through a strange passageway that they found, and they're very sorry if they disturbed him. As far as he's concerned, talking this out is the safest and, realistically, the only option for them since the Minotaur is intelligent. Well, in a very basic sense at least. After hearing Gao Peng's explanation about how they ended up here, the Minotaur admits that they've just been unlucky and the problem isn't all that severe. The solution is pretty simple too. Since living humans aren't allowed to enter this place, they'll just have to stay here forever for breaching it. How the hell does that make any sense? Gao Peng and his group are, understandably, absolutely horrified upon hearing this. Before the despair can truly set in though, another being makes itself known. A humanoid horse steps out of the smoke and asks the Minotaur, or Ox Head as he's called, if he's found the problem. This new monster, Horseface as the system calls him, curiously messes with Da Zi's wings to see what that's about. The centipede instantly retreats behind Gao Peng upon feeling the pain and starts crying about how this place is scary. Aw geez, that's just sad. While Gao Peng ponders how much stronger a horse face must be than an ox head, the two monsters in question are having a talk about their intruders. Upon confirming that they are in fact living humans, Horseface tells Oxhead to just chase them back out the way they entered since they barged in by mistake. Oh nice, I didn't know he was chill like that. Horseface stomps his foot on the ground, causing dozens of ghostly souls to be summoned from the soil. These undead beings will go out and find the other humans currently in the underworld before bringing them back here so they can all leave together. While the scientists are of differing opinions and suspicions, Gao Peng and the Qing Luan tribe members are in agreement that the best course of action is to comply and get out of there with their lives. About half an hour later, the undead souls return with all the other scientists and monster trainers tightly held in their ghostly grip. Once the terrified humans are deposited next to the rest of them, Horseface tells Oxhead it's time to send them the hell back. And so the expedition comes to a close and the Minotaur leads the humans back to the entrance they came from. As always though, there are a couple of troublemakers who think they're smarter than everyone else. One older dude tries to talk a scientist into slipping away quietly and exploring this place while these giants are busy with the others. Horseface is quick to make it known that he can hear everything though, as he announces a warm welcome for anyone who wishes to remain in hell. Gao Peng just looks back at them with distaste and comments that the ignorant truly are the most fearless. Damn, didn't have to cook them like that. A few days later, Gao Peng and Grandpa G are finally spending some relaxing time together. While G fishes for some catch, Gao Peng explains everything that happened in the pocket dimension. Grandpa G praises him for taking the smart approach and not acting rashly in the face of superior opponents. That aside, he's curious if Gao Peng is going to head back to the Black Fog world tomorrow. Gao Peng confirms that that's the case and his preparations have already been made, but he's hesitant to go since he's barely spent any time with G in forever. That's so again wholesome. W. grandson. G is quick to assure him though that he doesn't need to worry about things like that. He should just focus on exploring the increasingly vast world they find themselves in. That statement reminds Gao Peng about something he intended to ask Bei about. Luckily, she sat right next to them munching on some KEC. Definitely not KFC. He asks if she can explain what she mentioned before in more detail. When she asks what he'd like to know, Grandpa G jumps in and asks about GUT and Shigi. It's something he's been very interested in ever since Gao Peng mentioned it. Bei explains that what they've seen on Earth is a fraction of the universe. Tons of other worlds are hidden on the other side. Other side of what? She explains that this world itself used to be called GUT and Shidi. The sky was Yang, the Earth Yin, and the Huan Kuan Hell was the legendary Shidi. GUTN is a vast world equivalent to what they call a continent. Her northern ice tribe resided in the Frost Archipelago in GUTN, which was independent of Shidi back in the day. The only way to travel between them was a special tunnel, which she never actually saw. Until their recent trip, she'd only ever heard of Shidi in stories from her seniors. She goes on to talk about super strong monster communities in GUTN older than her tribe itself, and how the worlds the ancient tribes flood to are separate from GUT and Shidi. They're known as the Sea of Plains of Existence. That's about all she knows. Gao Peng has just one more question. Why did the ancient tribes leave Earth so long ago? Bei tells him the only ones who left were the old and weak. Her father remained behind along with many seniors in the tribe and went to fight in the war with their familiars. Hold up, war? What war? Gao Peng has that reaction too, only for Ji to scold him for bringing up bad memories for Bei. Well, come on, it was just getting good. As Ji catches a fish and Bai goes to marvel at it, Gao Peng is left to think about all he's heard. All signs point to the fact that the ancients were forced into exile by some outside force. As much as he wants to spend time with his grandpa right now, Gao Peng believes it's his duty to prepare for danger to protect their peace. In the Black Fog world, Fishy emerges from the sea in front of a lone island adorned with massive bones. He informs Dumby that he's found a clue to his lost treasure, and is about to ask him for help with getting it back when Dumby notices a new presence. Their master has returned. Sure enough, Da Zi can be seen in the sky above. Without wasting a second, Dumby snitches on Fishy and tells Gao Peng about the treasure he just mentioned. Gao Peng is more than a little peeved by how the fish was trying to retrieve something like that behind his back and snarks at Fishy for it. The familiar in question instantly leaps out of the water and flies up to Gao Peng before claiming that he only just remembered it right now and doesn't even have it yet. Grossed out by the fish's attempt to be cute, Gao Peng tells it to explain what the treasure is. Fishy tells him it's actually a weapon, which confuses Gao Peng since he didn't think monsters would use those. Frosty explains that they normally don't since their bodies are stronger than most weapons, but there are certain ones that are in fact used. Gao Peng is reminded of the weapons wielded by Oxhead and Horseface and realizes he's right. Even so, he can't imagine what kind of weapon a limbless fish like Fishy could possibly use. A helmet maybe? Fishy is quick to reject that idea though and tells him that it's actually an artifact. Hearing this, Gao Peng decides it's worth his time and tells his familiars to head inside the palace so they can talk about this further in a more comfortable setting. Inside the palace, Gao Peng and his familiars sit at a round table to discuss the latest development. Goldie is beyond frustrated to find out that Fishy's lost treasure is actually a divine artifact. He's pissed that Fishy's actually rich as hell, and he instantly starts being a suck-up, offering compliments and a full body massage to the fish. I guess Goldie's short for gold digger. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is thinking about how it makes sense Fishy would be some kind of special being since his name is hidden by the system, not to mention his weirdly strong abilities. Frosty, as if hearing his thoughts, explains that a divine artifact is a weapon used by the gods. Each artifact is one of a kind because it contains a god's principle and each god can only create one of them. This makes Gao Peng wonder if Fishy is actually some kind of god, but he discards that thought just for how tiny he is. Getting to the point, he states that Fishy was asking for Dumby's help to get the artifact despite being level 79 himself. So with that in mind, is the monster holding his treasure a Saint-tier monster? Fishy casually tells him it's not. No, it's a quasi-god actually. Gao Peng empties the contents of his mouth all over Da Zi in shock before proceeding to beat the crap out of Fishy for even daring to ask for help on such a suicide mission. After tolerating the abuse for a bit, Fishy asks Gao Peng in an unimpressed tone if him knowing the quasi-god's weakness would change things. Gao Peng is interested, but he maintains that knowing its weakness doesn't change the fact that they're too weak to actually exploit it. Fishy persists though and tells Gao Peng that he left a mark on his weapon that can make it attack whoever is holding it at critical moments. Now that catches Gao Peng's attention. When Fishy tells him he can make his decision after checking out the monster for himself, he's got little reason left to refuse. And so, the pair find themselves traversing the depths of the ocean, Fishy by himself and Gao Peng in a bubble of air. On their way to the monster's location, Gao Peng sparks up a conversation with Fishy about the nature of quasi-gods and their difference from Saint Tiers. Fishy explains that apart from having a vastly superior domain/territory, the main difference is the title of god itself. Quasi-gods are also called semi-gods because the power within them has peaked and touched the threshold of a god. Gao Peng correctly deduces that this is when deification starts, slowly affecting some of the organs and spreading out to the whole body over a very long period of time. When Gao Peng tries to ask more about the difference between a quasi-god and a true god, Fishy tells him that it's so far beyond and right now there's no point in even knowing about it. Well, that's kind of a fishy thing to say. Get it? As their conversation comes to an end, Gao Peng notes that the light here at the bottom of the sea is dimmer than ever and he can't really see much. Suddenly, he's startled by a massive hand coming from the side to grab a bunch of giant seaweed. Fishy is quick to assure Gao Peng he's safe since that monster is a vegetarian. At least, that's what he thought. But when the monster's hand comes back their way to grab them this time, they run out of pure instinct and fear. Fishy manages to hit the monster with an attack that slows it down a bit, allowing them to put even more distance between them. Now that he has some breathing room, Gao Peng notices the beast's status window, which identifies it as a 4-armed Jia Luo Sea King beast at level 84 in Saint Tier. Seeing the tier, Gao Peng asks Fishy if he made some kind of mistake, but the answer he gets is even more concerning. This thing isn't the monster they're here for. That one's actually chasing this monster down. Oh, that can't be good. Sure enough, a humanoid creature with some sort of container on its shoulder walks up to the Sea King beast from behind. Once it's close, the creature blows a large chunk of the Sea King's body apart with a single jab of its finger. Even more shocking, though, is when this creature lifts the container on its shoulder and tosses it at the Sea King. Within moments, the thing expands to thousands of times its original size and is about to trap the two of them inside it along with the Sea King. It is only Gao Peng's instant reaction and Fishy's skills that allow them to escape with their lives intact in the nick of time. As the humanoid quasi-god collects the container and steps away from the area, Gao Peng asks Fishy if he's absolutely sure that's the one. He confirms that he could sense the aura of his divine artifact on it, so it definitely has it and must be trying to refine it right now. With a jolt, Fishy suddenly grows angry and realizes the monster is capturing other powerful ones to perform a ritual to contaminate his artifact's sacredness and make it his own by force. As he rages at this fact, Gao Peng tells him they should just leave. Regardless of how unfortunate it is, they just can't do anything in this scenario. For now, rather than complaining, Gao Peng suggests eating another 2 monster crystal cores to make himself stronger and come back later. As he says that, he finally gets to see this monster's stat window. Known as the Marine Lurker, it's a level 91 with a ton of poison effects and skills. Gao Peng suggests finding a white starlight tusk elephant's tusk as it can counter the Marine Lurker's water prison. Fishy admits that that would nullify like 70% of the Marine Lurker's power, but unfortunately, he's never heard of such a thing. With that not being an option, Gao Peng tries to think up some other strategies. After a couple of moments of thought, he tells Fishy they can use a borrowed sword approach of sorts. That is to say, getting someone else to do the fighting for them. Gao Peng asks Fishy if he knows any other quasi-gods they can make use of to that end. To his continued shock, Fishy says he knows 3 of them. Wu Zhiqi is an incredibly powerful being who's the basis for the legendary tale of Sun Wukong, the windstorm water magic spider, and finally, the deep sea-covered mountain giant. Gao Peng wants to get one of them to fight the Marine Lurker so that both entities end up injured and weakened. Then, the 2 of them can swoop in and steal back Fishy's treasure. Unfortunately, 2 of the 3 quasi-gods are out of the question right off the bat. In the case of Wu Zhiqi, it's because he's so low-key nobody can find him. And in the case of the windstorm water magic spider, it's because the quasi-god is Fishy's illegitimate child. What now? So apparently that's a thing. Between Fishy's bad relationship with his child and the fact that their shared blood will make it easier for the spider to steal his artifact and refine it for himself, it's definitely not a viable option. That just leaves the deep sea-covered mountain giant. Luckily, Fishy is almost completely certain he knows where that quasi-god is sleeping and there's no particularly bad blood between them either. With their unwitting ally chosen, the 2 head out to set things into motion. About half a day later, Gao Peng and Fishy are at the undersea mountain range where their ally is supposed to be sleeping. Floating atop the water's surface, they continuously bombard the seabed with sea urchin bombs from Fishy to try and get the mountain giant to wake up from its slumber. Gao Peng is just starting to question if this is actually going to work when the surface of the water suddenly becomes restless. Within moments, The two are forced to retreat as the mountain giant awakens and rises. They get away just in time too, as just the sheer output of power and the movement of the mountain giant causes the sea level itself to collapse. Yeah, this is definitely more than a match for the mountain lurker. The end, for now. As the ocean rumbles with the awakening of the deep sea-covered mountain giant, the quasi-god himself is trembling with mounting fury. He has slept for so many years, awoken 8 different times, each time stronger than the last. Now finally, he had received a dream worth staying asleep for. One of a warrior maiden of unparalleled beauty. And yet, this was taken from him. With the rage of 1,000 burning suns, the mountain giant screams ferociously while emerging from the water. The dude's tweaking over losing a wet dream. I respect it. From his spot a little way away, Gao Peng goes through the quasi-god's status window, now that he can see it and he realizes the origin of this being's name. He turns to Fishy and asks if arrangements have been made to ensure their plan works. Fishy just smiles smugly and tells him there's nothing to worry about. Now that the mountain giants emerged, all the fish monsters in the area will attack it, and since they're steeped in the marine lurker's stench, the mountain giant will be lured towards it. So the marine lurker's downfall is going to be body odor, take a shower, or something, man. After hearing this, Gao Peng turns back towards the mountain giant and marvels at the incredible power of a quasi-god that can cause such terrifying phenomena. Fishy instantly butts in and claims he's capable of even greater stuff in his peak form, causing Gao Peng to sweat drop at his arrogance. For now, he speeds across the water to a nearby island, so they don't get swept into the coming battle between two quasi-gods. Back with the mountain giant himself, his wet dream being interrupted already has him angry enough. On top of that, the monsters in the area are constantly attacking him despite his obvious superiority. When one particular prawn-like creature leaps and slams its pincer into him, only for it to shatter, the mountain giant has had enough. He lets out a tremendous roar that blows the monster away from him. With his immediate surroundings cleared, the infuriated quasi-god reaches for a nearby mountain and quite literally yanks it out of place like a weed. He proceeds to slam it into the pests, leaving Gao Peng to giggle while watching. It's time for the main event soon now. Over at the marine lurker's lair, the green skin abomination is busy offering blood sacrifices to try and refine Fishy's artifact for his own use. Unfortunately, this proves to be a fruitless endeavor despite his many prior tries. Just then, the entire lair begins quaking with incredible force. Reaching out with his senses, the marine lurker realizes there's a quasi-god in the area and freaks out. A few minutes later, things have suddenly calmed down, leading the marine lurker to believe that the other quasi-god has left. That is, until the quaking suddenly starts again with even more force, thus freaking him out again, as leaks start springing from his lair's ceiling. This other quasi-god is causing an earthquake. Having had enough, the marine lurker unleashes some of his power and heads out into the open waters. He must focus on refining the artifact right now, so it's best to just avoid conflict altogether. However, the second he's outside, the marine lurker is met with the sight of an entire mountain being hurled his way. After being forced to dodge out of the way and flying into the open air above the water, the marine lurker comes face to face with the mountain giant. Instantly, his confusion is apparent as he didn't even know a quasi-god apart from the other two existed. While the marine lurker steels his resolve to fight this being, the mountain giant's burning rage transforms into a cold fury. He stares at the marine lurker coolly for a moment before shrieking an insult at him. With his fist raised up, the mountain giant slams it downwards to send an incredible blow at the marine lurker. Eyes wide, instincts screaming and fear mounting, the marine lurker decides to cut loose and take this seriously. With a gathering of dark green energy, the humanoid beast suddenly releases a giant green glob that shoots forth at the mountain giant. Fearing the effect of this attack, the mountain giant takes a step back and angrily watches the poisonous miasma ooze around him, burning his body. The marine lurker is emboldened by this as he internally brags about how even a quasi-god wouldn't dare take his poison head-on. In the aftermath of the poisonous attack, the mountain giant is left with a badly corroded torso. However, this doesn't last long. Just a moment later, he unhinges his jaw and water from all around him is pulled into his body with incredible speed. Damn, ain't no gag reflex on there. The marine lurker is left in shock as he watches the mountain giant's injuries heal at a rapid pace with the absorption of the water. If he can heal by absorbing water, this aquatic location practically guarantees he'll never be beaten. Dashing all over the place to avoid the mountain giant's water attacks, the marine lurker decides the best course of action at this point will be to just retreat. The mountain giant is having none of that though. With a simple but incredibly powerful clench of his fist, he pulls the ocean itself inwards to him, bringing the marine lurker with it. Realizing that speed alone won't get him out of this, the lurker prepares to use his spatial ability to get out of there. When he does this, though, he feels a powerful resistance that makes it feel like he's walking through mud. Right as he's worrying over this, the mountain giant's fist comes crashing down on him from above with no mercy. Over from the shore, Gao Peng and Fishy are watching the battle with awe. Well, Gao Peng is at least. The fish is too arrogant to care. As he gazes through his binoculars at the battle, Gao Peng likens the matchup to a crazed soldier versus a flickering poison magician. The former is far more powerful, but the latter is much trickier. As he speaks to Gao Peng about his comparison, Fishy suddenly senses something and tells him the lurker is about to use his divine artifact. Gao Peng watches on, not needing the binoculars anymore, to see what's happening. A massive blue pillar of light rises from the ocean into the sky above, causing an explosion of the water in its place. Once the light subsides, Gao Peng is treated to the insane sight of the entire area's water having evaporated away. Perhaps even more shocking for him is when the surrounding water takes a whole 10 seconds to crash in and refill the emptied space. Next to him, Fishy just smugly grins and asks him how cool his divine artifact is. Too amazed by what he's seen, Gao Peng just grins back and tells him to hurry so they can go get the spoils. Underwater, once more encased in an air bubble courtesy of Fishy, Gao Peng looks for the source of the explosion. They eventually come across the heavily brutalized body of the mountain giant, but are confused to see the marine lurker is nowhere to be found. Fishy hastily tells him they should get to searching, since this whole outing will be pointless if it gets too far and escapes. Unbothered by that possibility, Gao Peng summons forth Dumby and makes a request of him. He wants the undead ruler to switch to his Yin Soul Dominator state and use soul power to search for the marine lurker. Dumby complies at once and sends out his energy probes with a swing of his arm. He then leads Gao Peng and Fishy to an area with strong elemental energy fluctuations where the lurker is likely to be. Gao Peng is just telling them to spread out and search when Dumby tells him to get behind him and shoots a beam at what appears to be the lurker's arm. Sure enough, the green monster is right there and flees the second it realizes it's been spotted. Even in this situation, it's confident that it can escape and get revenge on them all later. That mindset doesn't last much longer, and neither does he. The divine artifact suddenly surges with blue energy from his pocket, and a whole new being is brought into the ocean. Only visible as a massive pair of razor-sharp jaws, it chomps down on the marine lurker's body where he stands, instantly destroying all but the monster's bandaged feet. Rooted in his spot, Gao Peng just nervously asks Fishy if his divine artifact can, in fact, eat. Gao Peng is as stunned as he is speechless at what has just occurred in front of him. More than anything else, he sees it as a waste, since he could have fed the marine lurker's corpse to his altar imp. Who knows what kind of pills he could have gotten out of that? More important right now, however, is the fact that he can see an actual set of teeth inside the divine artifact itself. Even more worrying is that it turns around and flees Gao Peng and Fishy a moment later. Fishy angrily tells Gao Peng to get his crap together and chase the thing, but he just stays in place and thinks about what exactly that divine artifact is. This only angers Fishy further, as he starts yelling at the artifact itself for running. Gao Peng tells him to calm down though, since he can just call Da Zi and catch the artifact with his superior speed. Unfortunately, he neglects to remember that Da Zi needs air to breathe. Once the poor centipede has experienced what it feels like to drown for a few seconds, Gao Peng has Fishy create another air bubble for Da Zi and apologizes to his first familiar. After that, he climbs aboard the centipede dragon and tells him to give chase to the divine artifact. Both Dumby and Gao Peng just barely hang on to Da Zi's back as the speedy beast snooze towards the divine artifact with insane levels of speed. As soon as the artifact is within their field of vision, Gao Peng listens to Fishy's demand and launches him at it with his full strength. As he flies, or rather, swims, at breakneck pace, Fishy transforms into his larger shark form and face plants into the ground where the artifact was. Da Zi sheepishly asks Gao Peng if Fishy is dead after that impact, to which Gao Peng doesn't really have a straight answer. Luckily, Fishy yanks his head out of the seabed at that moment and proudly presents his divine artifact in the form intended for his use. A set of golden braces for his teeth. His treasure is a dental instrument. Must be British. Gao Peng asks Fishy if those braces are his treasure, not knowing what else to say. Even more confusing is the brace's stat window, which mentions 2% devouring precept, something Gao Peng has no idea what the baseline for is. While he wonders what the hell is up with the style of his artifact, Da Zi pokes fun at his big teeth. Fishy is quick to defend the choice of weapon though, as he says his jaws are his only real weapon with the physiology that he has. Gao Peng can't really fault that logic and moves on to asking if Fishy can create another divine artifact like this one. The now golden-toothed menace is quick to shut him down though, as he explains that each god can only create one divine artifact. The only way he's getting more of these is by taking them from other gods, because that's such an easy thing to do. Fishy reassures him it's not impossible to do so, since there are plenty of divine artifacts left behind by fallen gods of the past. Gao Peng silently wonders about the connections Fishy might have to some of these fallen gods, who are supposedly the core from which this whole world arose. After thanking Gao Peng for his help, Fishy goes on a mini rant about how they're cool now and he's willing to remove the punishment clause for Gao Peng from their contract. Gao Peng picks up on the suddenly increased hubris and discreetly signals Dumby to carry out a certain task. As Gao Peng distracts him, the undead ruler gets behind the shark and bonks Fishy hard enough to not only knock him out, but also knock his teeth out of his mouth. Yeah, that'll really hurt in the morning. With Fishy knocked out, Gao Peng examines the gold braces more closely while answering Da Zi's somewhat childish questions. To his disappointment, the artifact is completely unresponsive at the moment and he still has no clue how the devouring precept from the stat window works. For now, he just tells Dumby it's time to head home and worry about this when they get back. Later on, Dumby is sitting on his throne in the White Bone Palace when something strange happens. The divine artifact placed next to him suddenly comes to life and launches itself at him with its jaws wide open. Luckily, it turns out the divine artifact is just looking to get some head pats. Yes, that's right. The thing that sucked up the marine lurker is now a tiny adorable puppy. Sort of. While a little guy happily paws at Dumby's feet and wags around. Fishy finally wakes up from his Dumby-induced coma. The little aquatic menace instantly starts looking for his divine artifact, shooting across the throne room like a kid on a sugar high. Upon finally turning his sights to Dumby, he sees the creature and lets out a shocked gasp. He rushes to the artifact puppy with hearts in his eyes, only for the artipuppy to shy away from him. Dumby tells him that he passed out suddenly and none of them were able to wake him till just now. Meanwhile, artipuppy hides behind his legs. Fishy accepts his explanation since he doesn't really remember anything, but he does wonder out loud why the back of his head hurts so bad. Almost as though someone knocked him out. Yeah, because that definitely did not actually happen. Yup. Dumby smoothly thinks up a lie and tells him it's probably because of all the built-up stress from his recent activity and the excitement at getting his artifact back. This time, Fishy doesn't accept the explanation and demands to know why the artifact is with Dumby then, instead of him. Dumby just picks the thing up in a tight fist and tells Fishy it came to him on its own, before tossing it to Fishy. The marine familiar angrily chomps on it, while scolding it for going to another beast. Gao Peng walks in at that exact moment, right in time to see the artifact return to its form as Fishy's braces. Braces which he is all too eager to show off again. Gao Peng just says it's good that he's finally awake, since he wants to know what the divine artifact does exactly. When Fishy asks why he wants to know, Gao Peng just launches into an overly friendly reassurance about how he doesn't want the artifact for himself or anything. Fishy accepts this and explains that his artifact is known as the Sea Emperor's Devouring Teeth, which he created after hunting a peak-level quasi-god. Gao Peng gets stuck on that, questioning Fishy about being able to kill a peak quasi-god and anger-ring the former god. Said god is quick to remind him that he was in fact a god back then. When Gao Peng comments on his current form not matching that kind of claim, Fishy turns his back in a huff. It's all Gao Peng can do to apologize and get Fishy to open back up. Fishy continues to explain that his killing of the quasi-god was little more than an accident, as was his ascension to godhood itself. If anything, his whole reason for wanting to be a god was because an older fish told him it'd make him omnipotent, and yet he couldn't even save himself, let alone others. Surprised, Gao Peng asks how even a life attribute god couldn't save them, prompting Fishy to launch into a lecture about the rules behind such things. To put it simply, those kinds of things are only achievable by beings of divine descent, not those of common birth like himself. In an attempt to steer things to a lighter topic, Gao Peng slyly asks Fishy what the story is behind him and the Stormwater Spider's mom. Oh hell yeah, this I have to hear. This only makes Fishy start sweating with traumatic memories and he rushes to the corner, refusing to answer any questions about such things. Yikes, bro's been through it. Gao Peng decides to get serious and finally asks Fishy about his friends who died and left behind divine artifacts. Fishy smiles at him coyly and tells him he remembers a place where his old friend might have stored divine artifacts. Before elaborating, he initiates a conversation with Gao Peng about how the Black Fog world came to be named as such, a god monster known as the God of Fog. as well as the Black Fog Dominator, started a bloody war way back in the day. Due to his own actions, he was the first to fall in that war and leave his divine artifact behind. Now the general rule is that the foggier the area, the closer you are to the divine artifact. Gao Peng thinks about that for a moment and remembers that the thickest black fog is on the west side of this world, where monsters are rumored to never return from. He turns to Fishy and asks if he knows the one who built so many labyrinths in the southern area. Surprisingly, this confuses Fishy, as he remembers there only being a handful of labyrinths back in his day. Gao Peng goes on to explain how they work these days and just how common they are, specifically stone labyrinths. When he speaks of high-tier labyrinths, Fishy is reminded of a god he once knew, the Fat Golem Lord, also known as the Labyrinth God and Fishy's mortal enemy. From what Fishy remembers, the Golem Lord was still alive when he fell, so it's surprising to hear that he's probably gone. More important, however, is the fact that that must mean his divine artifact is up for grabs. As the two bump fists at this realization, Fishy tells Gao Peng that he knows many of the Golem Lord's tricks and secrets, as his former mortal nemesis. As soon as he breaks through to the Sync tier, they can set out to get his artifact. Just then, the entire palace suddenly starts quaking violently. Gao Peng can sense the chaotic spatial aura being emitted and realizes that someone has broken through to a new tier. Sure enough, Gao Peng's conclusion is proven correct when Silly comes forth in front of them with some new additions to his form. His stat window appears, proudly showing that he is now a level 61 Emperor tier familiar. Gao Peng can only lament how slow the advancement of space-type familiars is in comparison to others. Hell, Goldie, Stripey, Frosty, and Dazi are already Overlord tier, with Flamey not far behind. Silly is the only one left so far behind, the rate of his progression being no faster than the Dragon Ants. Regardless of all that, Gao Peng is intrigued by a new special characteristic in Silly's stat window. Outside the palace, Gao Peng floats above the ocean atop Dazi and tells Silly to test out his new abilities. First up is Spatial Flash, which is basically a teleportation skill. Upon seeing Silly use it, Gao Peng is rather underwhelmed, as it only took him about 5 kilometers away, a distance that Slicey can cover in just a second or two at top speed. Even more disappointing is when Silly ends up exhausted after just a few minutes of continuous flashing. Continuous what now? That's not legal, is it? Gao Peng decides to look on the bright side, which is that Silly's portable pocket dimension space has increased to over 100 meters in height, enough room to store a whole-size food reserve inside, if so needed. Next up, Gao Peng tells Silly to try Spatial Riot, which seems to be his only offensive ability. Silly puts his all into using the move, exerting a great amount of force as he uses it, only for nothing to happen. Gao Peng is confused by the lack of, well, anything really. That is until Dazi speaks up and mentions that something about the air in this area has suddenly become extremely oppressive. Gao Peng realizes that he can't see the effects of this ability unless he has some spatial ability of his own. To remedy this, he uses his new trainer skill, Link, to share his 5 senses with Silly. Not only that, but this also allows him to use the linked familiar's powers temporarily. After finishing the link, Gao Peng opens his eyes to see if it worked. He finds himself staring at a whole new spectrum of color from the same perspective as Silly, after all their years together, telling him that it did, in fact, work. Next up, he uses some spatial attacks from Silly's arsenal himself and finds that he can actually see their form now. With his theory confirmed, Gao Peng unlinks with Silly and startles Dazi, who says that he suddenly disappeared just now. Gao Peng ponders over the potential danger of Silly's powers triggering a chain reaction and the possible benefits of having had this power sooner. That's neither here nor there though. With his job here done, he turns to return to the palace with his familiars in tow. Down in the ocean, a strange blue light shines from underwater, pulsing with power. Moments later, a geyser of water shoots up, followed by Fishy himself emerging with a whole new, more intimidating than ever, form. He is now a level 81 Sync tier, Ocean Tyrant. He swims towards the palace with obvious glee, doing all kinds of strokes in joy. Somewhat put off by his smugness, Dumby, who's watching from the palace shore, sticks his hand out and summons one of his undead. Moments later, Fishy is left stunned and staggered as the amphoric Hell Tree, now with 6 whole rings, shoots out of the water and stands proud. The tree shoots towards Dumby, and in a quick gust of wind, it's absorbed into a tattoo on Dumby's palm. Gao Peng explains that with 6 forms of negative energies absorbed, the tree just needs 1 more to reach the Sync tier. Anywho, now that Fishy is back and at the Sync tier as agreed upon, It's time to head out. Days later, Gao Peng is riding atop fourth baby's body through the sky when he spots something interesting down below. It's Medusa fighting against a massive rock monster. What's she even gonna do? Make it more hard? Wait, no, not like that. On closer inspection, Gao Peng can see the monster she's fighting is a level 61 mountain giant. Despite its lower level, the creature's earth attribute makes it immune to her petrification, which is why the battle is in a stalemate. As they close in, the mountain giant spots fourth baby and hurls a giant boulder at him up in the sky. The dragon ant easily slashes the projectile apart, rendering the attack ineffective. From his spot atop fourth baby, Gao Peng calls down to Medusa and asks if she needs some help when she recognizes him. Upon seeing her nod frantically, Gao Peng tells fourth baby this is all him. Putting on a serious expression, the dragon ant fires a volley of slashes that impact the mountain giant with incredible force. Rather than ending the battle, this just ticks off the mountain giant and it starts yelling at fourth baby like a child throwing a tantrum. And so he does what you should always do when violence doesn't work. He uses more violence. With the mountain giants defeated, Medusa finally breathes a sigh of relief as Gao Peng approaches her. He compliments her and explains that he's been overseas since they haven't seen each other for 3 years now. Internally, he's hoping to keep a friendly relationship with her since she's pretty much the only non-hostile labyrinth lore he's met. Even so, he's taken the precaution of summoning Stripey in secret and linking with him so he's immune to her petrification. In direct contrast to his caution and paranoia, Medusa invites him into her labyrinth to rest as thanks for helping her out. Gao Peng accepts this invitation while mentally celebrating, getting a chance to further his goals. As Medusa opens the labyrinth doors, he silently summons Fishy and tells him to see if he can sense anything inside it. Sure enough, Fishy senses something almost immediately upon sniffing the air inside the place, as he shoots off Gao Peng's shoulder and openly yells about the elephant's smell being here. Gao Peng freaks out over their cover being blown. I mean, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't mind, but alright. Seeing Medusa's surprise, Gao Peng tells her to just ignore Fishy, before getting into a strange tug-of-war match with Fishy acting as the rope and the wall as his opponent. While Medusa laughs at the spectacle, Gao Peng privately tells Fishy the smell is stronger deeper inside the labyrinth. He tries to apologize for his and Fishy's behavior, but she brushes him off by calling it a welcome change of pace. Once they're further inside the labyrinth, Gao Peng is surprised to find a bamboo forest of all things. Here he's treated to the sight of all the stone statues that have been created by Medusa's power over the years. Seeing an opportunity, Gao Peng asks her more about the statues to distract her, while telling Fishy to slip away and continue the search. Once the two humanoids are busy talking about the statues, Fishy follows the scent of the elephant known as the Golem Lord and concludes that while his traces are all over the place, he's never actually been here. As far as he can tell, the most likely case is that this place was built by his divine artifact itself. Unknown to Fishy, Gao Peng is keeping watch on him and has realized that the fish has found something. Sure enough, Fishy darts around the place and eventually finds a patch of soil that he starts beating on viciously. A concerned Medusa asks what's going on here, causing Gao Peng to release nervous laughter at Fishy's inability to be stealthy. As the fish calls him over, Gao Peng apologizes to Medusa, only to learn that she's planning to move out of here soon anyway. Instantly, he offers for her to join him and his group, but she turns him down, just as fast since she doesn't want to become a familiar. That's respectable. Gao Peng tells her that he'll respect her choice right before hearing a strange sound from behind him. Turning to its source, Gao Peng finds Fishy planted face first in the soil with something smacking in his mouth. Naturally, he asks what the hell Fishy is eating. Sweat dripping down his face, Fishy nervously claims that he's just eating some dirt. Yeah, that's believable. Gao Peng doesn't buy it and looks down to spot a brick of some sort. Fishy tries to claim it's just an ordinary brick, but the system window tells him it's a divine brick that fell off the endless reincarnation labyrinth. Gao Peng grabs Fishy by the tail and holds him up, both confusing and angering the little guy. Then, without so much as a moment's hesitation, he just tosses Fishy up into the air behind him. Once the fish lands, he stumbles over the ground for a bit before coming to a stop in a puddle of his own tears. Talk about dramatic, someone get this fish an Oscar. Gao Peng sees right through the crocodile tears though and ignores him. He picks up the brick and realizes that he really wouldn't be able to tell it apart from a normal one without the system. Turning his gaze to the still crying Fishy, Gao Peng asks how many bricks like this fell off the endless reincarnation labyrinth. Fishy's eyes go wide as dinner plates upon the realization that Gao Peng knows the truth. He instantly does a whole 180 and starts groveling about how he's sorry for being selfish and he's done a lot of work. Disgusted by the act, Gao Peng gives up the brick to Fishy. As it turns out, the fish is actually using the brick as a whetstone of sorts. His stomach can't even properly digest the thing. He's just chomping on it to strengthen his Sea Emperor's devouring teeth by buffing and sharpening them. All that aside, Fishy shares some crucial info with Gao Peng. There should be one of these bricks in each labyrinth, putting out a divine aura that helps the beings inside the labyrinth grow and evolve. Unlike his braces though, these bricks shouldn't still be functional without the owner's divine artifact being active. Gao Peng pieces it together and asks Fishy if the Golem Lord may actually be alive. Fishy is insistent this is impossible though, since the only reason for the overabundance of labyrinths would be his fall from grace and the destruction of his body. As they move south to search some more, Gao Peng apologizes to Medusa and comes clean about them taking the brick, when she senses the labyrinth's vitality dropping. Once more though, she assures him she'll be finding a new home soon, so it doesn't really matter. Mythical Monstrosity Man. After that, the two part ways with Medusa and head in the direction that Fishy can sense more divine bricks. Unfortunately, Fishy's sense of direction turns out to be as lacking as his modesty. One after the other, he leads the group to dead end after dead end for the next half a year. Holy crap, that long? I'm with Goldie on this one. Fishy only gets mad at the others for doubting him, which causes Gao Peng to tell him he can lead the way one more time. To the unending relief of the group, this turns out to finally be the time Fishy gets it right. They land outside a giant entrance in the middle of tons of trees. So many trees, in fact, that Gao Peng wonders if the labyrinth's vitality is just that strong. Right before his eyes, the cycle of nature occurs as a snake chows down on some bird eggs. More importantly, there's sand in the air in copious amounts, blurring their vision of anything more than a few feet away. He turns to Da Zi with a serious expression and tells him they'll go take a look. At his request, Gao Peng grabs Frosty too, since he hasn't been here before and wants to learn as much as possible. From a vantage point high above the labyrinth, Gao Peng takes stock of the maze-like interior. He tries to take a picture of the place to serve as a map, but finds that the sand makes any attempt at a picture completely pointless. Frosty crosses his arms and states that this labyrinth is indeed no ordinary one. Oh, you don't say. Thanks, Captain Obvious. With that method out the window, Gao Peng decides to just commit the best path through the maze to memory. A few hours later, he's fully memorized the best path through the labyrinth and prepares to go inside. Standing at the entrance, he's just giving his familiars the rundown on what path to follow when he realizes something very concerning. His memory of the labyrinth's path has been wiped from his mind. The more Gao Peng thinks about it, the more freaked out he is. He can remember the rough maze layout, but the second he tries to focus, it all just turns into a big blur. Next to him, Da Zi and Frosty are experiencing the same thing, and are just as freaked out as him. Fishy, on the other hand, is smug as ever as he explains that this is a countermeasure against any who aren't the god to create this labyrinth. Besides, even if they did remember the layout, the labyrinth keeps changing once they enter it. Okay, that's just broken. Gao Peng insists that it hasn't changed from what he saw from above, but Fishy ensures that it won't be the same. It's hard to explain, but the labyrinth uses its precepts to affect the six senses themselves. Luckily, Fishy tells them he stayed in the labyrinth for a long time in his past life, so he's familiar enough with it to get them moving. Gao Peng is glad but annoyed by the fish's unending and very loud enthusiasm, as he sends his other familiars to their storage. Gao Peng is just thinking about how Fishy really does seem to know his way around this place, when they come across a hole in the bottom of a wall. Fishy quickly rushes through it before signaling for Gao Peng to do the same. The man can only wonder how long Fishy was locked in here to even know the secret passages and shortcuts like this. As they move further into the labyrinth, Fishy starts advising Gao Peng on how he should stay calm, no matter what may happen from here on out. He's giving Gao Peng advice on how to deal with specific situations here, when he takes a jab at the fish about being a diamond member of this place to know so much. Fishy is, of course, quite offended by this and reminds Gao Peng that without all this power being restored, he may not be able to defend the trainer from any threats of the artifact's making. One thing that Gao Peng picks up on is when Fishy mentions that this labyrinth itself is an artifact all of its own. This prompts Gao Peng to try and examine it with his system, only to find the data panel failing to appear. Fishy tells him they're technically inside the artifact, but not quite its core just yet. Right as he's saying this, Gao Peng tries to warn Fishy of a monster approaching from behind him. The fish is way ahead of him though, and transforms into his shark form real quick, to turn that monster into a snack. Returning to his miniature form, Fishy praises the taste of monsters in here and warns Gao Peng to keep his words in mind. Gao Peng asks Fishy if they can link with his new technique, since he'll give him an extra layer of protection and merge their mental spaces. Fishy is quite heavily against this idea, as he believes that other gods will lose all respect for him if they find out he merged with a human. Gao Peng isn't about to be deterred though, and he forms the link in a sudden surprise attack. That's not funny at all. Consent is not a joke. Gao old buddy old pal. Upon entering Fishy's mental space, Gao Peng is amazed by the change in perception and the extreme confidence granted by the aura of Devour. When he activates their shared vision, he's even more surprised to find a ton of golden chain links floating around in the air around him. When he asks Fishy about these, the little guy gets mad and screams that those are precept chains. Yeah, because I totally know what those are. Turning his gaze to the golden glow on the labyrinth walls, Gao Peng realizes those are nets made of runes that protect the labyrinth. Further inside, the pair come upon the section of this place known as the Lightning Labyrinth. Fishy gets through this one in record time, bouncing off the walls at the exact right moments to avoid electrocution. Gao Peng almost feels sorry for how well acquainted Fishy is with this place. Next up is the Dark Labyrinth, a place completely devoid of light that has to be maneuvered with an insanely tough body, capable of withstanding the grinders all over the place. Either that or go in blind and place your faith in the Almighty. In the case of this labyrinth, Fishy doesn't have a way to get through, since back when he was a god he could just brute force through this place. Now though, he has no way to bypass it. Fishy tells Gao Peng that he can still try to see if he can tank his way through, since the defenses should have gotten weaker by now. Gao Peng stops him though and tells him there might be a better way. With a snap of his fingers, he calls forth Second Baby and has him use his eye power to light up the entirety of the Dark Labyrinth. Fishy is amazed by this, as well as shocked to see what he can recognize as the diurnal pupil. The eye of the great white dragon's Second Baby got this power from in the first place. Fishy recalls that when he and some others killed the god of fog, all those years ago, one of the ancient dragons had the diurnal pupil and was able to reduce the fog god's power by over 70% with it. Since this is the same power, he's not surprised it can pierce through the darkness. Gao Peng just smugly asks him how he likes this method and tells Fishy it's time to lead on. After moving forward for a little while more, the two turn left as per Fishy's memory. There, they find a large pyramid-shaped altar right in the center of the labyrinth. Even more curious is the absolutely gigantic coffin, sitting outside it for all to see. Fishy is practically giddy upon seeing the coffin, as he starts celebrating his enemy's demise. Just then, loud banging sounds start coming from inside the coffin itself. From his spot, Fishy is confused and asks if the coffin just moved. Sure enough, the lid suddenly starts coming off, causing Fishy's eyes to pop out in shock. Gao Peng's nose is choked with the powerful aura of death, and he asks Fishy what to do now. Fishy encourages him to escape now while he can, but Gao Peng has no intention of doing so. Instead, he calls out the one familiar he has, who knows all there is about using undead energy as his own. With Dumby now added to the battlefield, Fishy wastes no time in letting loose a massive water bullet at the coffin in front, shattering an invisible shield in the process. Some of the energy from the explosion of the attack flies over to them, prompting Dumby to jump in the way and protect his master. Rather than hurting him though, the flames seem to like Dumby. Internally, Gao Peng decides to link up with Dumby so that he can fight without fear of hurting his master. With that done, Dumby summons forth a massive javelin of bone and chucks it at the coffin as per Fishy's demands. This, however, has the effect of awakening the being within. From inside the coffin, the head of the obese elephant lord emerges as a level 90 Saint tier beast. Gao Peng watches as this head alone launches a gout of dark flames at his familiars. Fishy takes the brunt of it and finds it hurting far more than anything else normally would be able to. Gao Peng recognizes that the flames are similar to Dumby's own and tries to come up with a plan to fight it. Over to the side, Fishy is preparing yet another vortex, like the one that ended the marine lurker's life. At Fishy's yelled command, Dumby makes a move as well to try and distract the Golem Lord's head. He closes in and launches an earth-shattering kick into the body of the Golem Lord's head, revealing something to Gao Peng. The black flames do bonus damage against creatures that have obtained divinity. As the battle, or rather, the stalling continues, Gao Peng realizes they're in for a world of hurt if they stay here in enemy territory. He turns to Fishy and asks how much longer it'll take to charge up his attack. Fishy replies that it's nearly done, and he needs just a little more time. Over with the others, Dumby brings down a tsunami of his black flames onto the Golem Lord's head, before activating Bone Restriction Death Prison. With the Elephant Lord momentarily held in place, Gao Peng screams for Fishy to launch his attack now while they have the chance. Fishy just yells back and insists that this can't be rushed at all if he wants it done right. Unfortunately, the damage is already done. As Fishy gets to the final stage of charging his attack, his heart suddenly gives out under all the strain and he starts hacking up blood. That can't be good at all. Panicked over the health of his familiar, Gao Peng enters the mental space he shares with Fishy to ask what's wrong. The little guy admits that he bit off a little more than he can chew, with the usage of his divine artifact at such a low level. But even so, with blood dripping down his jaw, he's determined to make the most of what he can. For every drop of blood he's coughed up, he's going to get it back from the Golem Lord's head. In the outside world, Fishy unleashes the power of his divine artifact, and a pillar of golden light shoots out of his jaws, an apparition of his full shark form's teeth going with it. As the Sea Emperor's devouring reaches the Golem Lord's head, a miniature golden version of the labyrinth appears right in front of the Elephant Lord. This miniature version's golden glow slowly recedes over the next moments, and the actual labyrinth around them starts crumbling, as well to mirror it. Gao Peng realizes that the golden version is the labyrinth's true form or core. As the clash between Fishy and the Elephant Lord continues, Fishy's attack just barely wins out, but is knocked off its original course. Instead of taking out the Elephant Lord, it just opens up a gash at the top of his skull. This only enrages the monster as he unleashes a ferocious roar, claiming that they're all going to die here. Gao Peng and his allies remain unintimidated though, his main concern simply being the heat from the burning of the divine blood. Good thing he linked with Dumby, or that would vaporize him. Even as the Elephant Lord begins breaking down, its power is still immense and it's prepared to end them all. Gao Peng warns Dumby about the beast's tusks as he goes to clash with it once more. Dumby just tells his master not to worry and moves into position. Then, he calls forth the apparition of the demon god and becomes covered in the massive spectral avatar form that he used once so long ago. With this, he clashes blows with the Elephant Lord, almost as an equal. Unfortunately, they aren't quite at the same level. Gao Peng can sense the difference between their levels and the toll it's having on Dumby. Even now, his soul power is depleting at a rapid rate, and his apparition is on the verge of destruction. Just as the battle seems lost, Fishy comes flying in from nowhere and yells not to forget him. As he closes in, the Elephant Lord tries to fire a devouring attack at Fishy, only for the little guy with an indomitable will to dodge it at the last second. He goes on to land on the gash in the Elephant Lord's skull and takes a look at the barrier, keeping it closed and preventing exposure to the outside world. Fishy has no intention of leaving it that way and flips around to crush the barrier to bits with a smash of his tail. With a window opened up in the barrier, Fishy quickly slips in and travels through the Elephant Lord's skull. As he moves through it, he gets to see disjointed images from the Elephant Lord's memories in his life, all scattered about in a strange manner. Fishy realizes the memories are so scattered because his godhood must have been shattered already, and that means that this head itself is just a residual consciousness born from the corpse. It's not even entirely real. Finally closing in on the core of the being, he's inside. Fishy is surprised to find a strange cloud of whiteness there. Not only that, several worm-like projections are coming out of its surface, seemingly begging for mercy. Fishy's all out of that stuff though. He decides he doesn't care what this thing is, he's just here to eat and crush stuff. And he's a lot of stuff to crush. Wait, what? On the outside, Gao Peng and his familiars watch with bated breath as the Elephant Lord's skeleton silently floats in place. The status window next to it only reads that the beast has been moderately injured. Right as Gao Peng is wondering what the hell is happening on the inside. Right as he voices this thought, the Elephant Lord's head suddenly drops from moderately injured to heavily injured. With this change in status, Gao Peng can only praise Fishy for whatever he's doing to make it happen. Inside, Fishy places his faith in Gao Peng to buy him just a little more time so he can finish this damn beast off. Gao Peng seems to get the message somehow and commands Dumby to use his black flame to attack the Elephant Lord. Dumby does so at once and shoots his hand out to attack the Elephant Lord. Right as he's getting in range though, the golden miniature version of the labyrinth leaps into the path of his fist and stops him in his tracks. Gao Peng is wondering how it can protect its owner without any commands from him, but the whole area explodes, blowing Dumby away through the air. Gao Peng screams out for his second oldest familiar and asks if he's okay, to which the undead ruler responds that he can still fight. Give this man a medal or something because he deserves it. Unfortunately, Dumby is unable to actually get back up thanks to the sheer exhaustion that's beginning to set in. Gao Peng comfortingly tells the big guy not to push it since he's used up so much soul power today. For now, he can just rest. With Dumby out of commission, Gao Peng summons forth Silly and tells him to use Spatial Rift in an attempt to disrupt the Golden Labyrinth. The floating jellyfish does just that, and it appears to be working as the labyrinth is twisted into an unstable form, though it's readjusting itself very quickly. Just then, Fishy comes flying out of the Elephant Lord's skull in his full shark form. From inside his mouth, he unleashes his divine artifact, which whips out like a tendril with another set of jaws attached at the end of it. As said tendril closes in on the Golden Labyrinth, Gao Peng is shocked to see its changed form. Fishy informs him, though, that this is its original form, revealed now due to it using up all of its energy. Just like that, the Elephant Lord's head collapses from the air to the ground and the battle is over at last. As he floats over the battlefield courtesy of Silly, Gao Peng worriedly wonders if they've just committed dicide. Really, dude? Now you think about that, Fishy is quick to butt in, though, and assures him that the thing they just beat didn't even have a proper divine soul. Between that and the incomplete divine body, it was just an ordinary mortal creature with some traces of divinity in it. Gao Peng just stares at Fishy with a deadpan expression at the complete ruining of his momentary joy. Everything else aside, it's time for the best part of any post-battle period, the splitting of the spoils of their victory. Fishy allows Dumby to take the first pick. After only a few moments of deliberation, he unsurprisingly picks the corpse of the Elephant Lord. That leaves the mini labyrinth itself for Fishy. He's just about to pick it up when Gao Peng butts in and grabs Fishy by a fin. He declares that his merging with Dumby was enough of a contribution to get him that labyrinth, making Fishy's jaw drop in shock and annoyance. Gao Peng assures Fishy, however, that he won't take what truly belongs to Fishy. When asked what that is, he says that it's the satisfaction and joy of getting his vengeance. That is some grade A horse crap, if I've ever heard any. Fishy feels the same way, all but petrified by that awful statement. Standing in place with the mini labyrinth now firmly in his grasp, Gao Peng realizes something important after reining in his laughter. He doesn't know how to make this thing acknowledge him as its new master. Fishy explains that as a non-monster with no elemental power and no precept to speak of, he can't control the artifact. Confused, Gao Peng wonders what he means by precept as he reads the item's status window. This artifact, known as the Endless Reincarnation Labyrinth, has a precept content of 7%. Whatever the hell it means. Gao Peng, upon realizing he can't actually make use of the thing, tosses it over to Fishy and tells him he can keep it after all. Fishy tells him that if he really wants to use an artifact, he'll let him when the two of them merge. Fishy goes on to add that the best way to use the Endless Reincarnation Labyrinth is to cultivate monsters. By that logic, Gao Peng realizes that the same must also apply to familiars. Fishy confirms this and goes on to explain how the artifact will become a proper giant labyrinth upon being activated and regaining its form. It'll then absorb all manner of elements from the air itself around it and form all kinds of environments and traps inside. Finally, the owner of the labyrinth can alter the elemental density inside to increase the speed of their familiars, strengthening. Stars in his eyes upon hearing all those features, Gao Peng asks Fishy to let him try it out here and now. Fishy just berates him for acting like a country bumpkin before giving in. He tosses up the artifact, allowing it to expand into a massive multi-story labyrinth of proper proportions. A golden door appears in thin air in front of Gao Peng as well, no doubt leading into the newly formed labyrinth. Upon stepping inside it with Fishy, Gao Peng comments that it feels much stronger than it did before. The fish responds with a confirmation that the artifact was auto-maintaining itself earlier. Now with a proper living owner, it can reach its full potential. Meanwhile, Gao Peng's mind has latched onto one particular aspect of this new addition to his arsenal. He finally owns his own house. Well, technically Fishy owns it, so yeah. After taking care of Gao Peng and explaining his labyrinth to him, Fishy is now standing with Dumby as he thinks about what to do with the Elephant Lord's corpse. Fishy tells him that the stuff is practically divine medicine for someone like him. Dumby brings his arm down to touch some of the spilled blood, and energy shoots all over the place. Dumby steps up to the massive hole in the elephant's skull and makes his choice. Turning around, he tells Fishy to take care of their master while he's gone. Geez, you think he's going off to war instead of like 5 feet away. Without waiting for a reply from Fishy, he coats his arm in wood and energy and leaps inside the corpse of the Elephant Lord. An annoyed Fishy makes his way back to Gao Peng, who starts asking where Dumby is. Fishy tells him the big guy is absorbing the energy from the elephant's corpse to upgrade. This gives Gao Peng the idea to use this time as a test run for their labyrinth. He calls out Silly, Dazi, and Goldie and tells them each to find a suitable area to go and absorb energy in. Once they've left, he ponders on the requirement of a divine artifact to have the power of law to be used to its fullest. These two divine artifacts that got right now are probably limited by more than 90%. Fishy explains to Gao that gods shift from their own extraordinary abilities to laws when they actually become gods. Some can only specialize in one, and each has a certain weakness, which divine artifacts are meant to make up for. Even Fishy himself forged his devouring teeth to understand the devouring wall inside. After going through a ton of hardship to forge the teeth, he was killed shortly afterward. Cool story, but who asked though? Gao Peng suddenly hears a loud noise in the distance. Turning towards it, he asks Dazi to go have a look at what's going on. The centipede dragon flies away post-haste, eager to help its master. Dazi returns 3 minutes later with news of a force of monsters coming their way. Gao Peng instantly uses his contract connection to speak to Frosty and ask where he is. After hearing that he's just relaxing in some AC area, Gao Peng tells him to go see what's going on outside. Frosty hops over the walls of the labyrinth with ease until he reaches the outermost one. There he spots monsters from several directions trying to rush into the labyrinth and relays this to Gao Peng. Upon hearing of all the Emperor Tears headed their way, Gao Peng concludes that they must be drawn to the abundant elements inside the labyrinth. Gao Peng doesn't waste a moment and tells his familiars to each choose 1 or 2 monsters and take them out. Dummy's evolution is not to be interrupted no matter what. With that, the full might of Gao Peng's familiar force heads out to crush their enemies. Back at the Elephant Lord's corpse, Fishy is napping peacefully right outside where Dumby entered it from. He's suddenly awoken by a strange beeping sound that keeps getting louder. When he's no longer able to ignore it, the wall of the Elephant Lord's skull is suddenly blown outwards and a clawed hand grips at its edge. From inside, Dumby emerges, now stronger than he's ever been. As he approaches his family, Gao Peng is shocked to see he's shot all the way up to level 85 in the Saint tier. Even his amorphic Hell Tree has improved to level 81. Moreover, Fishy spots a strange glow on Dumby's right hand. Upon closer inspection, Fishy is flabbergasted to learn that Dumby has actually managed to deify his fingers. Looking at his familiar's new powered-up state, Gao Peng can only smile. It's finally time for them to go home. Moving away from Gao Peng's adventures in the Black Fog world, we take a look at how the normal folks aligned with him have been doing in recent times. In the desolate labyrinth of the Black Fog world, Shu Qingji has become the Explorer Union's Black Fog world person in charge. She supervises the Southern Sky Company's branch here in the desolate labyrinth, while other communes are left for others. As for Grandpa G, he's become the mayor of Yuzhou City after crushing all of his opposition after the previous mayor's 8-year term ended. As of present, it's been a year since anyone has even seen Gao Peng, causing her to wonder how he's doing. The employee interrupts her reminiscing with a report of some monsters from the Black Phoenix Mountain being spotted running towards the land of 1,000 streams just 3 days ago. Shu ponders on this and thinks about how the Black Phoenix Mountain is 5 times the size of that land and the desolate plains combined. As such, plenty of Emperor Tiers inhabit it with rumors of an Overlord Tier even being present. Shu tells the employee to send out more drones and increase the branch's security just to be safe. Outside the desolate labyrinth, a single guard on watch duty is dozing off with some drool dripping down his mouth. Suddenly, he's woken by the sound of what seems like explosions in the distance. When he looks up towards them, he spots what he can only identify as a massive bear. More importantly, an Emperor Tier monster. Back in the settlement, the alarms start blaring with a warning of a level 7 alert due to an Emperor Tier monster. The whole place is in utter disarray as employees run around like headless chickens in fear, while the security in charge tries to keep his composure. Once the Emperor Tier bear monster is in sight, he calls out for his men to prepare. A moment later, the bear plunges its fist into the ground beneath it and yanks out a massive chunk of earth, showing just how much strength is packed into its muscles. The bear yeets this boulder right at the settlement. Luckily, the Southern Sky Group is no slouch when it comes down to it. At the security chief's command, their force familiars ready their fire. At just the right moment, he gives the order for their attacks to be let loose, and they all go flying in a colorful tapestry of deadly beams. The boulder is destroyed and the debris is cleared by side teams. Unfortunately, this enrages their target, causing it to start coming their way with even more violent intentions than before. Is that even possible? I don't think that's even possible. Luckily for the humans on the scene, there's one man who's ready and more than up to the challenge of taking down this beast. He steps up to the gates and tells the security chief that he's done well, but to open the gate and leave the rest to him. Not really seeing another option at this point, the chief accepts this and does as the man says. A couple of minutes or so later, the gates are pushed open just enough to let two figures exit amidst the cloud of dust surrounding it. As they step further into the open, they are revealed to be the two animated statues that act as the guardians of Gaopeng's orphanage/academy for underprivileged children. As soon as their eyes open, the statues leap into action. One leaps high above the bear before coming down with his scythe to slash apart the monster's upper jaw. The next attacks his front with two swords fashioned for nothing less than killing, making their way into the bear's flesh. Just like that, the Emperor-tier beast that had the entire settlement freaking out is slain. The man responsible steps away from the scene, with the two statues in tow. This is their master, the disciple of Southern Sky's mysterious heir himself, the rising star of the company, and captain of Southern Sky's second trainer squad, Li Junzong, who, the orphan kid Gaopeng helped way back in the day. In the Black Phoenix mountain range, a giant white bird can be seen flying into a cave, where a much larger still bird rests. This bird is known as Lord Jiuyu. The conversation that follows between the two birds reveals Lord Jiuyu's hatred for humans, because they have continuously poached and slain monsters in its territory since their arrival 2 years ago. Enraged to hear what happened to the Emperor-tier bear it sent out as a scout, Jiuyu decides the time has come to take things into its own hands, or wings, I guess. Jiuyu takes flight and leaves its nest, gliding towards the desolate labyrinth at top speed. At the said location, Gaopeng has arrived and is being treated to a meal on the top floor of Southern Sky's hotel. While munching on some meat acquired from an overlord tier, Gaopeng praises Li Junzong for how much he's improved over the years. He encourages the young man to do his best and to continue doing what he's been doing. Junzong is quick to thank Gaopeng for all his training though, as he believes that's what got him so far. Those lessons instilled in his mind have been what made sure he knew what to do when he was in a sticky situation. Oh my lord, inner room already. That aside, he asks Gaopeng if there's anything important here that requires Gao's personal attention. The heir answers that he's really only here to see how the place has been developing. Secretly though, he's hoping to convince Fishy to leave a divine brick here, so that the base can become safer and more useful to the Southern Sky in terms of growing their power. Unfortunately, that does mean he'll only be able to use this place to access the features of the divine brick. Before he can fall too far down that rabbit hole of thoughts, Shu informs him there's something she needs to report to him. This labyrinth, from all their research, seems to have been protected by some mysterious power that disappeared without any trace just about half a year ago. Yeah, that totally has nothing to do with Fishy grabbing the divine brick from here. Nope, not at all. Nervously, Gaopeng tells her he'll follow up on that. Out of nowhere, an alarm starts blaring, startling both Li Junzong and Shu. Downstairs in the streets, people are confused as they think that the alarm should be blaring again, after the monster was killed just yesterday. Some are even suggesting going to the walls to check out what's going on. That all ends though, as they quickly come to realize just how many times the alarm has already blared, and more importantly, what it means. An overlord-tier monster is coming their way. If the chaos from the previous day was bad, this is absolutely catastrophic, with people pushing each other all over the place to get the hell away from their impending doom. Upstairs, Li Junzong receives a text confirming that a bird-type overlord-tier monster has come their way from the Black Phoenix mountain range. To Shu's concern, Gaopeng just continues eating, even if he has spit up considerably at this news. Upon realizing the terror in Shu's voice, he sets down his fork and asks her why there's so much fuss over a mere overlord. He gently dabs at his mouth with a napkin, while telling Shu she can't be alarmed at every little thing as a base leader. With a snap of his fingers, he calls forth Frosty and speaks to him about the current situation. As it happens, the overlord bird coming their way has some bad blood with Frosty, which is because they were neighbors way back in the day. With a smile on his face and a plan brewing in his mind, the Chibi Ice Lion decides it's time to pay his ex-neighbor a warm welcome and greeting. The overlord-tier bird touches down outside the desolate labyrinth, while pondering over how this was once the desolate lion's territory. Now, however, it's become a human commune. Out loud, it wonders if that little kitty has become someone else's meal already. As luck would have it, Frosty comes onto the scene just in time to hear that comment and instantly gets annoyed. And so, he flies up into the sky with a flashy showing of his power and dresses the bird. Unfortunately, said bird has no interest in exchanging words. It instantly comes to the conclusion that Frosty has become the human's lapdog and accuses him of soiling the dignity of all monsters. That throws Frosty for such a loop that he almost doesn't respond in time when the bird fires a torrent of literal fire at him. He's able to collect himself, though, and can only scoff at the short-as-ever temper of his former neighbor. With a smile on his face, Frosty forms a massive shield of ice in front of him that covers not only his body, but also the settlement from any damage. The bird is shocked that he was able to block them all, and wonders when exactly he reached the Overlord tier. Oh boy, I'm almost tired of saying this, but are you in for a surprise? Despite Frosty's clear upgrade in power, the bird remains arrogant and thinks about how it'll eat his brains. Gross. Just then, Frosty unleashes an ice attack large enough to be considered practically a glacier in itself. The bird escapes in time but ends up taking a direct blow to the skull anyway, when Frosty descends from the sky above in his enlarged, true lion form. As his true self, Frosty fires a series of ice projectiles toward the bird, freezing it solid in a giant block of ice. The bird is on the verge of breaking out by sheer force, but Frosty just leaps onto the ice and fortifies it with enough cold to freeze the cracks back shut. With the situation diffused, Gao Peng steps out of the main gates alongside Shu, Li Junzong, and several of the security force members. Gao Peng casually pulls an "I told you so" in regards to the food he could have eaten more calmly and come to deal with this later. Getting closer, he studies the trapped bird's stat window and finds that it's a level 77 Overlord tier Nethermost Peacock. As he studies its full abilities, Shu and Li behind him are awestruck by their hero, completely ignoring that the one to do all the work was actually Frosty. Yikes, that's gotta sting. Standing on top of his icy creation in his chibi form, Frosty notes that something about the movement inside it doesn't feel right. Just as he says that, the whole thing starts cracking apart, and the Nethermost Peacock is able to escape. Only then does Frosty realize that he underestimated the level of ice needed, since the Peacock has obviously grown much stronger in the 1,000 years since they last met. You'd think he might have considered that beforehand. So much for being wise. Shu and Li are instantly on guard and about to panic again as they call for a retreat. But Gao Peng remains unbothered. Mentally, he commands Dumby and Goldie to act in the shadows and take this beast down. Sure enough, Dumby's hold over the undead shows itself a moment later, as the Nethermost Peacock is trapped in a terrifying illusion induced by dark energy. All around it, the only thing it can see are terrifying visages cackling down at it like menacing demons. The bird starts flying in an erratic pattern around the same area, desperately shooting fire at the apparitions to no avail. Down below, Gao Peng amusedly notes that Goldie won't even need to step in after all. Dumby alone is clearly enough for this. Moments later, the Nethermost Peacock collapses from exhaustion, falling straight out of the sky and into the ground nearby. Walking up to it, Gao Peng puts on a confident half-smile and asks the bird if it understands the situation that it's in right now. The end. For now. Gao Peng has utterly defeated the ruler of the Black Phoenix mountain range. Said ruler itself is currently displaying a level of insolence, highly unfitting of its current situation at Gao Peng's mercy. Menacingly casual smile in place as usual, Gao Peng tells Dumby to go ahead. As soon as he hears this command, the undead ruler activates his power over the giant bird and causes it intense pain. It instantly surrenders upon suffering this, prompting Goldie to shoot out a kick at its perceived weakness. He hasn't even had a chance to fight yet. Damn it. Even Frosty joins in to crap on the bird, taunting it for still being lower level than him after so many years. Infuriated by this treatment, the feathered chub ball bellows that they should just kill it if that's their plan, since it won't tolerate this humiliation. I mean, what are you gonna do about it, really? Frosty has no reservations about doing exactly that and forms an exceptionally sharp shard of ice to finish the job quickly and cleanly. Right at the last moment, though, the big bird wannabe remembers its children back at the mountain, chirping for its return. How was that not your first concern? Parent. Not wanting to leave those chicks to survive on their own, the tubby peacock hastily calls out that it still has influence in the Black Phoenix mountain range as its ruler. It goes on to detail how it can be of use to Gao Peng by cooperating as they are, rather than him having to find a new monster of his choice to rise to power there. Privately, Gao Peng is somewhat impressed by how smart the bird is to try such an approach. Being who he is, though, he decides to smugly smirk at the bird and tell it that it can work as a stove in his restaurant's kitchen, being a fire type and all. The peacock is naturally beyond offended by this proposal and expresses as much, only for Gao Peng to call Dumby on it yet again. The peacock knows it's no match for Dumby, who's already at St. Tier and backs down for the sake of its children. Alright, maybe I spoke too soon. Kinda a decent parent. With this surrender, it tells Gao Peng of the 3 children, so the appropriate steps can be taken. Interested in the idea of raising these children himself, Gao Peng tells Dumbi to go with the peacock to retrieve them. Damn, our guy's a straight-up kidnapper now apparently. As Dumbi flies away with the peacock angrily clutched by its feet, Xu Qingji asks him, why not just get rid of the peacock and take its kids? Jesus, chill lady. Gao Peng just comments that stuff like that may be easier with lower-level monsters, but intelligent ones are best treated as equals. Only by doing that and slowly chipping away at their pride can they most efficiently make use of them. She doesn't really get it, but that doesn't stop her from glazing the heck out of Gao Peng. Later, the 3 peacock chicks have been brought over, and Gao Peng scares the crap out of them. While moving to assign each chick with Xu Qingji, Gao Peng hears the mother peacock comforting the kids and telling them to be obedient, which almost makes him feel like the bad guy. Almost, but not quite though. Guilt for poozers. One of them is made a quality assurance officer in the restaurant kitchen, where it eats up any parasites and other organisms stuck in monster meat. Something the mother finds underwhelming, but also can't complain, since it's safe and honest work. Another signs a blood contract with Xu Qingji, and the last was taken by Gao Peng to his grandfather. Now, with all the chicks handled, Gao Peng sends old Huang to collect the peacock ruler, who tells the chef he'll be taking her off his hands. As the peacock sees old Huang, it gives him the stink eye with a downtrodden aura and mentally comments that it's time for her to be dealt with. While preparing herself for what she believes to be her final moments, the peacock overlord feels relief in the knowledge that her children will at least live long and safe lives. Strangely enough, she feels disappointed that none of them were able to become the humans familiar, most likely thinking of Gao Peng. Didn't she hate him like half a chapter ago? As a tear goes down her face and the peacock wonders why this is the last thing on her mind, she hears a sentence that leaves her in shock. Old Huang has just said that she's free to go. The peacock loudly exclaims in confusion over what this means, to which Huang just repeats his words. He also mentions that some people will come over to the volcano later to look for the peacock and hammer out the details of their alliance. For the sake of convenience, the peacock shall henceforth be known as Pak. Yeah, Pak works. Right before Pak can leave, old Huang also pulls out a communicator disc and relays a message from Gao Peng. Said message just being him yelling at Pak to leave already and stop eating his food stock up. The moment Dummy removes the restriction he had placed on the bird, Pak takes to the skies with immense speed befitting an overlord tier. While passing by Dumby, she only asks that he tell Gao Peng to be kind to her children. Later, Gao Peng thanks Huang for all his help over a video call and tells him he's free to go about his own duties now. As for himself, it's time to finally make use of the golden labyrinth brick thing he got from the Golem Lord. Alongside Xu Qingji, he steps outside and snaps his fingers with a blue flame over them. With nary but a pop, Fishy is summoned forth in his goofy chibi form. Xu Qingji begins commenting on how strange this new familiar of his is, when Fishy pulls out the golden labyrinth cube from his own storage. Xu Qingji, the simple-minded airhead that she can sometimes be, mistakes the thing for a Rubik's Cube, somehow, even though it's all one color. Freaking idiot. Fishy clarifies the name of the item to be the God Brick, and it's currently taking shape. The brick shoots out of Fishy's fins into the ground with a beam of golden light, causing the land to quake, as though Gaia herself were wailing. The people of the city are running around like headless chickens, in panic at the sudden development, but it luckily doesn't last much longer. Once the vibrations have settled down, Gao Peng tells Xu Qingji to have her new familiar, the little sparrow, attack the labyrinth wall that has formed around the city's perimeter. She does so, only for the little sparrow to faceplant into the wall, and then the ground in quick succession. Xu Qingji notices a mysterious light coating the wall like a protective barrier, and realizes the mysterious power of the labyrinth has returned. Gao Peng casually tells her that the settlement will be completely protected against all but Saint-tier beasts and higher. With that, it's time for him to head back to his grandpa, leaving this place in her and Li Junzong's care. Upon returning to his grandfather's villa back home, Gao Peng is surprised to find the place looking livelier than he's seen it in pretty much forever. There are a ton of people hanging around, as though a banquet is being held, most of them looking like they hail from an ancient tribe. Gao Peng meets up with his grandpa further inside the villa, where it seems he is having a meeting with an elderly woman. While Gao Peng is reporting to Ji on the evolution formulas he's managed to stabilize for their group, the woman comments that Gao Peng is just like his grandfather and like him. Everyone place your bets on who him is. Grandpa Ji coughs upon hearing this and tells the woman he's Ji Hunwoo, not him. He just happened to get that person's inheritance, but this is a mistake. I am so lost right now. Upon Gao Peng's questioning look, he's told that this lady is from the White Dragon tribe. Oh, right. They think Gramps is their holy priest or something. Thinking back on what limited knowledge he has of the ancient tribes, Gao Peng recalls that the White Dragon tribe is one of the top 3 tribes, leagues above all those below them. As far as he knows, the White Dragon tribe isn't particularly interested in fighting over territory here on Earth. They only came here to Yuzhou after establishing some level of friendliness with Southern Sky. Hell, they didn't even come off the fence and take a side. We straight up committed genocide on the Yuhu tribe. So why are they here now? His internal monologue is interrupted when the old lady once more states that Gao Peng and his grandpa are really similar, a statement the old man seems to dislike as he instantly tells her he's who he is and Gao Peng is who he is. The old lady just patronizingly tells Grandpa Ji that she believes him, causing a tic to form on his head. Grandma really knows how to push the geezer's buttons. Moving away from the lighthearted banter, the old lady tells Gao Peng that she's here for serious business this time around. That business is an alliance that's to be held in the squared world in 6 days. All medium-sized and above tribes will participate to decide things like their stance towards Earth and the inevitability of the world becoming the main bridgehead for the war over the Jiu Tian Shidi. Remembering what he heard about the ancient tribes being driven to the Black Fog world due to a lack of resources, Gao Peng wonders what bridgehead is exactly. The old lady explains that the tribes will not allow their war to take place in the squared world, as that is their headquarters. As such, the easiest solution they'll see is to make Earth the battleground for their war. Gao Peng can only get more worried and ask what happened last time around. Since the Jiu Tian Shidi is their enemy, Granny just tells him that it's not quite so severe, as them being enemies and more that the current owners of Jiu Tian Shidi don't want them to return back to it. I dunno, Grandma. That sounds pretty hostile to me. Later that night, Grandpa Ji finds Gao Peng standing at the edge of their balcony, staring out at the water with a troubled expression. As the old man approaches and makes his presence known, the two launch into a conversation about what is to come. Knowing that the Earth is going to become a battlefield in the near future is a little too much for him to be able to sleep after hearing it. With the supposed ancient tribes on one side and the unknown Jiu Tian Shidi on the other, they want to break into his house and use it as an arena. And it's not like they can refuse either. Strong or not, Gao Peng is just one person, and a direct battle always holds the chance of killing him. He's considered having his familiars help defend Yuzhou, but then one of other cities like Chang'an. To Gao Peng's shock, his grandpa just cheerfully puts forth the recommendation that they move. That's right. His solution is for them to pack up all of humanity and skedaddle over to another world temporarily, since the ancient tribes are likely to do something similar. Grandpa Ji goes on to praise Gao Peng for how much he's grown in recent years, but reminds him that he needs to be able to look at the bigger picture as a leader. Gao Peng can't find a flaw in this idea and knows that the Black Fog world is more than enough to fit billions of people. The only issue is the matter of how they're going to get so many people transported. A concern Grandpa Ji quickly addresses as he tells Gao Peng not to do everything himself. The coalition government should be more than capable of helping make this plan work. For their immediate plans, the two of them will head to the squared world to see what the ancient tribes are getting up to. Gao Peng reassures him that he alone can handle checking out the squared world since Ji is needed by the Alliance right now. In truth, he just doesn't want to put the old man in any unnecessary danger since the squared world is unknown to them. From the proud wave, Ji Hunwoo smiles at this. It's apparent that he can see right through his grandson. The next day, Gao Peng is flying through the sky above the Himalayas, alongside some White Dragon tribe members. One of them, in particular, catches his eye. A 20-year-old girl with a level 69 pure-blooded White Dragon for a familiar. Something quite impressive for one of her age. Hey there, Pot. This is Kettle. After passing through the spatial rift, Gao Peng finds himself in what is known as the Dragon Archipelago. Crystal clear water, as far as the eye can see, an abundance of nature, and tons of dragon monsters, a place truly fitting its name. Upon landing and getting off of Dazi's back, Gao Peng meets the elderly lady from back at the villa. She tells him the history of this place and how things work, along with the minor fact that she's the tribe's current high priest. After that, she calls forth a strange, almost dinosaur-like monster, and tells Gao Peng that this is the royal beast of their tribe. Several of its kind act as their protectors here. She emphasizes that these beasts can mobilize instantly in the case of a threat, while giving Gao Peng some of the most bombastic side-eyes he's ever seen. Realizing that she's referring to his criminal actions against the Yuhu tribe, Gao Peng at least has the decency to look embarrassed, and assures her that he wouldn't do anything like that here. Yeah, alright buddy, we'll see about that. Before they head towards a more populated area, the priestess Granny takes a few minutes to give Gao Peng some information. For one, many people here are hostile towards the residents of Earth, which Gao Peng correctly guesses is due to their sacred bodies. Granny tells him that one reason for that is simply the rarity of his sacred body, but there's another. With spirit energy pooling around her open palm, Granny calls forth her familiar, a level 86 wicked green dragon. Gao Peng is already in awe of the majestic beast, but is in for another surprise when a level 89 Earthbreaker dragon ape then bursts out of the trees to take its place at Granny's side. It takes a moment for it to register for Gao Peng, but he's totally floored when it does. This old lady possesses a sacred body as well. Being who he is, Gao Peng instantly draws the correct conclusion that all high priestesses and priests are possessors of the sacred body. Or rather, only those who possess the sacred body are eligible for being selected as the tribe's high priestess. When Gao Peng pieces it all together fairly quickly on his own, Granny is rather impressed. She comments that the decline of their tribes may not be due to the lack of sacred bodies, but because they're too stuck in their old ways to advance. I mean, yeah, you literally call yourselves ancient tribes. Why not founding or great or something? Granny goes on to explain that though all of Earth's inhabitants possess sacred bodies, very few of them are actually powerful enough to cause fear in the tribes. To put it in the old analogy machine, the people of Earth are like a child walking the streets in the middle of the night, while openly carrying a bar of gold. Gao Peng considers doing something to make the first move, but Granny assures him that he needn't worry about it too much right now. Earth isn't even being targeted specifically just yet. The focus of this meeting is actually also going to be on how to deal with the aliens behind the GU Tian Shidi. Based on their calculations, the barrier protecting Earth won't last much longer, and when it dissipates, the planet will completely merge with the GU Tian Shidi. While Gao Peng nervously sweats in response to this knowledge, Granny turns to leave and tells him to make friends with the powerful youths he'll undoubtedly meet in the squared world. Hearing this puts a pep right back in his step as Gao Peng dons an ominous smile and comments that he loves making friends. Oh boy, somebody's about to have a really bad day. Over in the local sea, a group of young men are having what appears to be a sea racing competition, and being completely dominated by their leader of sorts, Brother Du. The younger kids are enthusiastically telling him how he'll wipe the floor with his competition at the tribal gathering in 5 days. After all, he's only 26 and already has an Overlord tier familiar. Hold up, what competition? Ain't this supposed to be a meeting? Dumma kids. Yu seems to be pretty humble though, as he tells the kids that there are plenty of incredible people out there who he's nothing in comparison to. One of the younger guys agrees with this statement and starts telling the others about a man he saw in the ancestral land, who was an Overlord trainer at only 20 years old. Wonder who that is. Despite his earlier show of humility, this seems to bother Du quite a bit. Just then, the others notice someone on the High Priestess's island, just across from where they are. The guy who spotted him suspects that this is the exact person that they were just talking about. Over on the shore, Gao Peng feels the eyes on him and instantly gets the sense that this isn't about to be a friendly encounter. Sure enough, one of the older White Tribe guys starts commenting on how being an Overlord tier with a sacred body on top of it would require him to have several familiars at that level. Another of the older kids calls out that the High Priestess is a senile old bat and probably lied about this guy's level. With that in mind, he makes his way for the shore, while calling out that he'll test this guy himself. Yu calls out to this guy, by Ga, not to do anything rash, but he's in no mood to listen. With an unusual application of his spirit energy, he spreads it through the water below him and calls forth a giant shark-like monster. This beast, the Great Ao Tian, is what he'll attack Gao Peng with, your funeral dude. As Baiga plays with Ao Tian like an old friend, Du watches on in concern. Ao Tian is the king of their tribe's plesiosaurus herd and rivals the strength of even Overlord tier monsters, but will it be enough? Watching Baiga play with him and convince him to stick around, Du decides to let things play out. Ao Tian is no less powerful than any other Overlord after all. Calling it again, it's the poor thing's funeral. At Bai Ge's command, Ao Tian dives back underwater and zooms toward Gao Peng's location. Over on the shore, said prodigy trainer is just annoyed by the weird vibe he's picking up from the white-tried youths. For now, he decides to just say screw them and do his own thing. He summons Goldie and tells the buff old duck to catch 2 fish for dinner, along with a promise of a bonus when he's done. Being the overly extra wee weirdo he is, Goldie cracks his knuckles, drops an unnecessarily dramatic line, and hops into the water. He stays close to shore for a few moments while stretching out his senses to find the biggest possible fish. Moments later, he senses none other than Ao Tian, swimming his way with a fierce expression and great speed. Completely unconcerned, Goldie dives into the water with one palm stretched out in front of him and closes in on the fish. Upon getting closer, he closes his hand into a fist and activates his anti-magic field, completely outclassing the plesiosaurus with a simple flex of his power. Up on the surface, all that can be seen are giant geysers of water shooting up into the air suddenly, causing differing, but equally confused reactions from both parties. Gao Peng is just annoyed by the fish landing on his head and confused by all the noise over catching some dinner. On the other side, the white tribe youths are highly concerned. Bai Ge in particular looks white as a sheet, with fearful worry. Terrified for his old friend's safety, he tries to leap forward to go check out what's happening, only for Du to pull him back. The older boy reminds Bai Ge that if anything bad happens to any of them, he'll be beaten to death by his dad. Bai Ge backs off, but he still expresses concern over Ao Tian. So Du tells him to have his familiar roar and call the plesiosaurus back. While Bai Ge does that, Du has the rest of their group retreat from the location at once. After they turned and left, Du asked Bai Ge what's taking so long, only to be faced with the boy crying. Ao Tian isn't giving any kind of response at all. Though he's regretful, Du has no choice but to tell Bai Ge just forget about it and move on. He gives one last glance to Gao Peng on the shore and declares that being an overlord tier trainer is far from the goal. Between the two of them, he wants to see who will enter the Saint tier first. Oh buddy, have I got some news for you. Back on the shore, Gao Peng is as confused as ever to see the White Dragon tribe youths leaving the area. More importantly, Goldie has just surfaced with the now lifeless corpse of Ao Tian atop his shoulders. While Goldie explains how the plesiosaurus attacked him first and he totally annihilated it, Gao Peng stays quiet. Then, when Goldie has the audacity to ask if they should barbecue or steam it, Gao Peng has had enough and asks him if he knows the huge mistake he's just made. Goldie just scratches his head in confusion, frustrating Gao Peng further. The man swiftly strikes Goldie across the front of his head and yells at him for daring to think of eating fish without fish soup. Light the fire and set up the pot now. A good while later, under a beautiful dusk sky, Gao Peng is lounging on a long chair, while Goldie happily stirs the roasting fish meat in front of the soup pot. Gao Peng gets up and moves forward to try some of the food, only to be amazed by how great it smells. After getting some green onions from Silly, he pulls a salt bay and dinner is served. Right as he's about to dig in, Gao Peng hears someone calling to him from a little way off. To Gao Peng's surprise, the one calling his name is Bai Yin, the dude from the White Dragon tribe he's met before. To answer Gao Peng's question about what he's doing here, Bai Yin explains that he expected Gao would be the guest from Yuzhou he's been hearing about. He's just here to greet Gao Peng personally and waited a while, so he could recover from jet lag. Or Da-Z lag would be more appropriate, I guess. Gao Peng enthusiastically shakes the crap out of Bai Yin's hand, exclaiming that they're good friends. Without allowing so much as a moment to hesitate, Gao Peng shoves a bowl of fish soup into Bai Yin's hands and tells him to take a few sips of the stuff. He even scoops up some from the pot and shows how perfect the heat on the stuff is to tempt him. A single look at the pot is enough to make Bai Yin give in as well, since the meat is clearly from a beast above the Emperor tier. Just where did Gao Peng get this? Oh man, you don't want to know. You really don't. Gao Peng suddenly grabs the bowl right out of Bai Yin's hands and plops a new one between them, telling him to drink this fresh one. Between the temptation and just wanting to pacify Gao Peng, Bai Yin gives in and drinks some of the soup. Within the blink of an eye, his whole tune changes as he marvels at how good this stuff tastes. He's in the middle of praising Gao Peng's cooking skills when he serves up another bowl and insists that Bai Yin eat some meat too. Deciding to forget whatever concerns he may have, Bai Yin chows down, the flavor of the food winning over his own instincts. Right as he's swallowing the latest load, Gao Peng smugly asks him if he's heard of the plesiosaurus. Naturally, Bai Yin expels the contents of his mouth rather violently upon this reveal, while Gao Peng just continues playing the fool as he gets a tissue for the barf. While he's turned away, Gao Peng twists his head around like something straight out of a horror movie and asks Bai Yin if plesiosaurs would actively attack humans. When Bai Yin confirms they don't do that, Gao Peng goes back to his usual, slightly less terrifying grin and comments on how the White Dragon tribe raises a lot of them. Bai Yin again confirms that they're gentle by nature and have been raised by their tribe for many ages. In the middle of explaining how close they are to humans, Bai Yin's mind catches up to his words and he goes stock still upon realizing what exactly the meat he's been eating is from. He turns to Gao Peng with barely controlled horror, only for him to claim that this plesiosaurus attacked his familiar first. Bai Yin sighs, collects himself, and proceeds to swallow another whole bowl, like his life depends on it. That tasty, huh? After polishing the bowl off, he starts getting mad at Gao Peng for purposely pulling him into this, against his knowledge. Gao Peng is quick to brush that aside, and slyly asks if it tastes good though. To his frustration, Bai Yin can only snatch the latest meat skewer from Gao Peng and eat it in one go while yelling that it's delicious. Well, now I'm just hungry. Before they know it, the two have started a contest to see who can eat more upon Gao Peng's suggestion. In the background, Goldie wonders if his cooking may have gotten too good, especially when there's no meat left over for him. That night, as the two acquaintances lounge at the seashore, Bai Yin curiously asks Gao Peng what happened with him and Bai Du's group. Gao Peng honestly answers that he doesn't even know who that is. Bai Yin accepts this and comments that despite being an overlord tier, Du must be far inferior to Gao Peng's power. Even so, his dad's a high-ranking chief hunter in the tribe, with a familiar on the verge of breaking through to Saint tier. Between him and some families that have alliances with him through marriages, they're a considerable force. Now, normally Gao Peng doesn't pay any mind to such people, but he's pretty curious about where Bai Yin is going with this. As it turns out, he just wants to assure Gao Peng he'll have Bai's support if they cause trouble for him. That aside, he also asks if Gao Peng will come to the tribal trade fair tomorrow, to which Gao Peng surprisingly asks if non-tribe members are even allowed. Bai Yin tells him it's a monthly event, and people come from all over the place, so he'd be happy to take Gao with him. Taking the opportunity to mess with his friend once again, Gao Peng smiles at him like an excited lover and says he'll totally go with him. The next day, Gao Peng and Bai Yin are about to head out for the tribal trade fair and meet up with Priestess Granny before they do. She tells Gao Peng to go ahead and enjoy, but to make sure Bai Yin doesn't get him into any trouble. In the background, said tribe members appalled by the idea that he would be the one starting trouble out of the two of them. With their goodbyes said, the two fly off atop matching beasts provided by the tribe. On their way to the fair, Bai Yin tells Gao Peng that it occurs on the first of every month and involves selling monster corpses, cubs, and materials collected over the month. Upon hearing that he can sell stuff too, Gao Peng considers a quick scheme. He could easily buy the monster corpses, feed them to his altar imp, and then sell the pills refined from those corpses at insane rates. Unfortunately, even he recognizes that would draw too much attention, so he shells the idea. That's not even to mention how long it takes for the altar to properly digest meat and soul essence. And most important of all, Gao Peng doesn't need the money anyway. The dude is filthy rich as it is. To the side, Bai Yin can only be worried by the sinister expression on Gao Peng's face. He decides to speak up and reminds Gao Peng that the area they're going to is one jointly supervised by all the tribes. If he stirs crap up over there, the White Dragon tribe alone won't be able to just sweep things under the rug. Gao Peng just puts on his smug face and tells Bai Yin that he's a very good person, who'd never cause trouble. Yeah, sure, and I'm being say. Not long after that, the pair finally arrive at their destination and touch down. Stepping onto the ground, Gao Peng is pretty surprised by just how many people are there. The sky is littered with more monsters than he's ever seen in one place outside of battle. As they walk through the street, Gao Peng keeps an ear open to all the strange vendors and their even stranger wares. His attention is eventually caught by something called a nutmeg moss flower that can be mixed with other ingredients to produce a mutagenic concoction, because that definitely doesn't sound like a zombie apocalypse waiting to happen. Studying the item's stat window has Gao Peng thinking about how the main character of a novel would pick up treasures in places like this. A little bit ahead, Bai Yin points out a store with ordinary goods on the outer display and tells Gao Peng to come inside and see what else they've got. Before they step in, he asks Gao Peng if he needs Bai Yin to act as a translator. but Gao Peng tells him he already learned the ancient's language back in the Black Fog world. Finally, Bai Yin tells him that most of these stores are opened by people of high status, so the wares tend to be accordingly expensive. Gao Peng listens with one ear while walking forward. The first thing of interest he spots in the store is a level 26 commander tier, Dragon Snow Toad. The kind of familiar that'd be snatched right up by the government back on Earth. More noticeable, however, is a massive bronze-colored tablet. Its status window reveals it to be a divine adamantine tablet, which is as close to indestructible as anything can get. Even more surprising is that the thing only costs 1 Overlord tier monster core crystal, or the Emperor tier equivalent, which is 20 core crystals. While the price is pretty high on average, Gao Peng is certain the shop owner doesn't know the tablet's true function or it'd be priced way higher. Unfortunately, Gao Peng can't really buy the thing without making a huge commotion, since his clothes make it obvious he's from Earth and shouldn't be able to obtain Overlord tier crystals. Catching a glimpse of Bai Yin over to the side, Gao Peng smirks at his own genius and goes to give the guy a one-armed hug before Bai Yin can even register what's happening. Gao Peng has deposited an Overlord tier core crystal in his hand, told him to buy the tablet, and scurried off. Minutes later, Bai Yin steps out with a tablet strapped to the back of a pack animal since it's too heavy to carry. As he's explaining this, Gao Peng just summons Silly and has him suck the tablet up into his personal space. A curious Bai Yin asks Gao Peng what exactly he bought a monument like that for, to which the smug man gives an obvious non-answer, claiming that it's to keep his house in order. Bai Yin just puts on a sour expression and thinks to himself that he'd obviously never believe that. As they head towards the exit of the fair, Bai Yin can't help but keep wondering why Gao Peng spent so much money on that weird stone tablet. Even so, he isn't about to ask, because knowing Gao Peng, the answer is just going to make him want to punch something. He's learning. Later in the day, Gao Peng arrives back at the deserted area, where he left Goldie to chill and laze about. After waking the duck up, he has Silly barf up the things he got from the fair. Holding a couple of ingredient bottles in his hands, Gao Peng comes up to Goldie, who's more than a little upset at being woken up. Gao Peng clarifies that he's spoken to the High Priestess and gotten her agreement to place them under her protection over here. After all, the promotion that's about to happen may get extremely loud. Smugly grinning at Goldie, he asks if the duck is ready. Goldie, for his part, shows just how much more bronze he's got than brains as he starts asking who's being promoted and what's going on. My brother in Duck Christ, he just laid it all out for you. Gao Peng tells him not to cause any trouble and warns him that this promotion process is going to be a bloody and painful one, that he has to be mentally prepared for beforehand. After Goldie meekly accepts this, Gao Peng gets to work mixing up the ingredients and throws together a sick-looking snot-green vial of fluid. I do not want to know what's in there. Next up, he orders Goldie to make a fire, while he and Silly get to work coating the adamantine tablet with the liquid he just prepared. With both of those steps completed, next, he has Goldie place the tablet on top of the fire. Ever the air-headed fool, Goldie starts wondering if Gao Peng is baking the stone for him to eat. He takes a closer look at it to see if it looks tasty, but isn't able to decide. From behind him, Gao Peng soon calls out that the setup is almost complete. Next up, he summons Slicey and pulls out a Sharpie. Goldie is beyond confused as Gao Peng starts plotting a very precise line on the middle of his abs with it. That confusion gives way to horror instantly when Gao Peng turns to Slicey and tells him to cut Goldie open along the line he's just drawn. Goldie's barely able to get half a word out before the deed is done and he's been cut open. From there, Gao Peng and Silly move at the pace of lightning to ensure Goldie's safety. They stuff the adamantine tablet inside Goldie's belly and then stitch up the wound as fast as possible. The aftermath of the procedure is a heavily pregnant-looking Goldie, the first ever victim of what shall now be dubbed the reverse C-section. Gao Peng takes off his mask and tells Goldie that he should go ahead and take a nap when he feels sleepy in a little while and make sure not to put pressure on his wound. Lying in place, Goldie laments how badly his reputation will be ruined if Flamey ever finds out about this crap. Still smug over the procedure succeeding, Gao Peng just pats his head and promises not to call out Flamey. Over on a nearby cliff, Priestess Granny and her Earthbreaker ape have been watching everything, and are both as confused as each other by what they've just seen. Just then, the old woman senses the presence of a dragon nearby and reminds the Earthbreaker to make sure nobody disturbs Goldie's promotion. Later that night, Gao Peng is woken up by the sound of Goldie crying out in pain. He rushes to his familiar at once, As his stat window appears, Gao Peng sees that his name has been changed to the Forbidden Adamantine Duck, and his status is slightly injured. Gao Peng attempts to comfort the duck, only for Goldie to wail in agony as he turns his face skywards, and beams of golden light shoot out of his eyes. The illumination caused by the golden energy leaking out of Goldie quickly expands to other parts of his body as well. Soon enough, he's standing in the middle of a raging inferno of power, as the very ground around him is ripped into the air from the pressure. Over on the cliff, where Granny Priestess is watching from, something equally interesting can be observed. A great dragon, large enough that its head alone dwarfs the Earthbreaker ape, has arrived, thinking that said ape was the one undergoing his evolution right now. The ape is quick to admit that he's far from reaching his limit to break through to the Saint tier. Over with Goldie, the evolution is exacting an increasingly heavy toll upon his body, but the process seems to be reaching its climax as the adamantine tablet synchronizes with the duck. Gao Peng stands in place with his eyes locked onto his familiar, silently sending encouragement his way. Just then, Silly comes up behind him and tries to warn Gao Peng of something. The young man turns to the direction he's pointing in, only to see a giant horde of hellish-looking monsters flying their way, attracted by the energy Goldie is letting out right now. For the first time in a while, Gao Peng discards his mask of the carefree fool and stares forward with resolve sharp enough to cut a diamond. He doesn't give a damn, even if he has to expose his trump card here. Protecting Goldie is the top priority right now. Luckily for him, he doesn't actually end up having to do anything, as another being's energy signature suddenly lets itself be felt across the shore. Suddenly, a massive water column large enough to be seen from the other side of the mountain appears in the middle of the monster horde and disperses them. Just like that, the horde is cowed into submission and turns back, leaving Gao Peng and his familiars in peace. As he wonders if the High Priestess is responsible for that, the woman in question is praising the great dragon from before for a job well done. Dude's gotta be the softest dragon I've ever seen. Finally, the evolution process is complete, and Goldie rises up in his new form. The status window pops up seconds later and shows that he is now what is known as a divine adamantine bestial duck, and at the mythical grade no less. And he's a level 80 overlord tier, so he's just a stone's throw away from being Saint tier. Upon going through all of the skills listed in the window, Gao Peng is beyond ecstatic. Not only are Goldie's defenses heavily enhanced, but he's also got a resistance to mental attacks like charm control. All that's left now is to stabilize his body and calm him down from his roided out state. Up on the cliff, the great dragon comments that it would be great if the soul strength could also be increased, since the aura he's sensing is of mythical quality. Right below his head, the Earthbreaker ape is vibrating with anticipation, as he wishes to fight Goldie once he breaks through to Saint tier. Unnoticed by them is the severe look on Granny Priestess's face. As she closely observes Gao Peng, she states that there are talents in every generation, but to do what he has done so easily and quickly goes far beyond just talent and luck. For now, it's time for them to head home, but tonight, she fears that many won't be able to sleep. The next day, Goldie has reverted to the form he had long ago, or rather, according to his explanation, he's manipulated the power of the elements to give himself a fur cloak over his body. As he's bragging about it to Gao Peng, the human deflates his ego with a single question. Why hasn't he grown any feathers on his head then? That dome looks weird as hell. Yikes, talk about being blunt. Goldie is nearly brought to tears as he admits that he still can't transform his head, no matter what. Gao Peng takes some pity on the crying duck and tells him that it suits him, but he'll ask Southern Sky to send in some wigs for him to try later. This perks him right up, and the two launch into conversation over what kind of wig he'll pick. So they miss it when Granny Priestess shows up behind them. A gentle call from her alerts Gao Peng, who turns and thanks her sincerely for her help last night. She assures him that it's nothing, and it's only natural in the White Dragon tribe to help their friends. She goes on to explain that the commotion from last night was enough to even get the clan leader's attention, enough that he sent her here to invite Gao Peng to see him. What's more, she thanks him for showing her a mythical familiar and making her happy and hands him a token as a gift. As he accepts it, the old lady explains that this bronze medal represents the dignity of the High Priestess and is a sign that he is to be left in peace. Turning around before he can respond, she spits some bars about beautiful trees and not wanting him to die young. Gao Peng is honestly moved by her kindness and asks for one last thing before she leaves. He would like to know her name. The old woman smiles back at him and tells him it's Bai Ya, or Yazi in full. Sometime later, Gao Peng and Goldie can be seen flying through the skies atop one of the local mounts. During their flight, Gao Peng decides to tease the little guy over his extra smooth and hairless scalp and tells Goldie that he'll get used to it before long, because I'm sure they'll make him feel much better. Right as he's teasing Goldie, they finally spot the shoreline of the island that is their destination, the home of the White Dragon tribe's leader. As soon as they touch down, they're greeted by a polite tribe member who directs them on which way to go. As they walk towards the tribe leader's building, the guide warns Gao Peng that their patriarch has a terrible temper, and if he starts lecturing him, Gao Peng should just be silent and listen. Once they've reached the entrance of a specific cave, the guide tells them they're here and takes his leave. Inside the cave, Gao Peng and Goldie come face to face with a decrepit old man, sitting on a throne of stone. As soon as they get near him, the old man's head shoots up and he stares at them intensely with one eye open. Or at least they thought that's what he was doing. Turns out he's just super sleepy, as evidenced by the jaw-breaking yawn he proceeds to let out. Somebody missed their beauty sleep. To Gao Peng's confusion, the old man then just waves his hand at him as though to shoo him off. The younger man can only wonder what the hell just happened as he follows the tribe leader's instruction and leaves the cave. He's still thinking about how weird the old man and his actions are when Bai Yin comes running up behind them. He greets Gao Peng with a smile and congratulates him on Goldie's breakthrough, while also praising him for being able to stand up to his terrifying father. Okay, seriously, what are we missing here? That dude was anything but scary. Gao Peng is just as confused as us and wonders if Bai Yin is just messing with him. Putting that aside, he brings out the bronze medal given to him by Bai Ya and asks Bai Yin if he should use it to pick something up from their warehouse, as he was told he could. Before giving any kind of answer, Bai Yin takes his time freaking out over the fact that the High Priestess actually gave Gao Peng the medal. Later, on their way to the warehouse Gao Peng mentioned, Bai Yin explains that the medal is actually an identity token of the High Priestess that represents friendship with the tribe. Very select few have ever received it. As he wraps up his explanation, they arrive at their destination, and Bai Yin tells Gao Peng that only he can go further than this. All he has to do is show the supervisor inside his medal. Unfortunately for Gao Peng, he can't seem to find this supervisor anywhere, nor can he see anything close to resembling a warehouse. Right as he's thinking this, a giant known as the level 87 Saint Tier 5-clawed White Dragon shows itself, terrifying Gao Peng and chilling him to the bone. The scared young man hastily whips out the identity token to make sure he's not erased for trespassing and shows it to the dragon. This proves to be the right move as it turns around upon seeing it and leaves. At the same time, a path appears in the mountainside that was previously a solid wall lifted up by several giant golems. Inside the cave-like area, he finds in the mountain. Gao Peng is pleasantly surprised to find cases upon cases of rare materials and treasures. Of these, the most noteworthy is the true dragon fruit, the ultimate Saint Tier object, capable of improving any dragon monster's blood purity if it's below legendary quality. Though there are dozens of other highly valuable treasures, very few of them have any use for Gao Peng. Fishy is already up to legendary grade after being eternal grade in his original life. Dumby, Dazi, and Goldie are already mythical grade, and the rest are all legendary grade, except Slicey and the dragon ants, who are epic grade. We got more grades than a middle school in this thing. With all that in mind, the only real choice here is to grab the true dragon fruit so Grandpa G's White Dragon can be promoted to legendary grade. A few days later, Bai Yin arrives at the house Gao Peng is staying in to tell him the supplies sent by his grandfather have arrived along with a letter. Gao Peng thanks him, only for Bai Yin to then inform him that he spotted Bai Du and Bai Ge coming this way with their dad. Gao Peng admits that he pretty much forgot all about them, but assures Bai Yin that he'll play nice. After all, this is the High Priestess's island, not his home. It's that exact sentence that the father of Du and Gus steps in on and exclaims that it is correct. This is the White Dragon tribe, not his personal playground. The group consisting of Gao Peng, Bai Yin, Bai Du, Bai Ge, and the latter two's father steps outside for their conversation. Bai Yin is the first to break the silence and politely asks the older man what he's doing here. The old man goes on a rude rant about how he wishes to see the High Priestess and how he's heard of some supposed genius from the ancestral land who outclassed his two boys. He has to have a look at this person as well. Gotta be the least subtle passive-aggressive dude I ever seen. Has some class, man. Gao Peng silently notes the man's harsh tone, while Bai Yin tries to talk him down by reminding them he's a guest of the tribe, and on the High Priestess's own land no less. Rather than being cowed, the old man just gets angrier. and tells Bai Yin that his father is the tribe leader, not him. He goes on a tirade about how the elders of their tribe fought and suffered for their world together, no matter who they were or their status. And yet things seem to have changed now. Before he can actually badmouth anyone, Bai Yin becomes more forceful and loudly berates the man for being so crude. He tells the man off for sullying their tribe's reputation by being rude to a guest, and tells him that elders like him should be leading by example in such a regard. Gao Peng just takes it all in, and is silently impressed with how firm Bai Yin is capable of being when needed. Even the old man acknowledges his resolve, and admits that he might have underestimated the boy before now. With Bai Yin's words in mind, the man turns to Bai Ge and tells him to ask for their clan leader's son and the high priestess's guest. This way, there can be no complaint that he's abusing his own seniority. Man, talk about widening the crap out of even the tiniest loophole. He angrily speaks of how their tribe has put forth so much work and resources into raising their partnered animals, and yet this guest just casually killed one of them. Upon hearing this, Bai Ge begins sweating nervously at the idea of the truth being revealed to his father. When his father angrily tells him to get on with it and stop hesitating, Bai Du steps in as well. He asks his father to just come back later, when the high priestess is home. Rather than letting things simmer down on their own, Yao Peng decides to finally speak up and throw a can of gasoline right into the fire. He asks if they're talking about that plesiosaurus he hunted a few days ago, and with the smuggest grin possible, tells them that it tasted delicious. Next to him, Bai Yin can only grind his own palm into his face at the unnecessary escalation. As intended, this pisses off the boy's dad so much that he summons forth one of his own familiars, while asking if this fool was really chosen by the high priestess. Bai Yin yells at him for daring to take violent action on the high priestess's territory, while Gao Peng watches in silent anticipation. Even he didn't expect the old man to be this impulsive. It's not like your idiocy really helped with that either, though. He does note that Bai Yin has constantly tried to protect him, despite them openly using each other up until now. The man has passed Gao Peng's test. Bai Yin turns to Bai Du to try and make him explain the full story of what happened on the beach that day, but this only angers his father even more. At his command, his familiar starts charging up a large orb of energized water, only for it to suddenly be smacked into the sea. Half a moment later, a crater forms in the ground between them all, and the high priestess emerges from the dust and debris. The old man's tune changes almost instantly, and he starts being polite, but she's already seen enough. The priestess tells him she was trying to let him handle his family matters privately by not meeting with him, but that's off the table now. She tells him that his own resentment has made him blind to the guilt of his son, and expresses her disappointment in Bai Du for not being truthful from the start. Finally, she turns to Gao Peng and tells him the blame may not lie with him, but she will not let her tribe be threatened. Gao Peng smiles at her disarmingly and assures her that he will return her kindness to him in full. Next, she praises Bai Yin for doing a good job here, and tells him they'll go to the ancient tribe's meeting, with his second brother this time. With that, she tells everyone to split up and tells them she doesn't want to see anything like this at the tribe's meeting itself. Later that night, Gao Peng opens the envelope sent by his grandfather and finds a data card inside. Upon plugging it into his computer, he reads his grandpa's message about how the White Dragon's been upgraded, the relocation operation has been carried out, alongside the government, and the people of China are migrating as they speak. Though the message is in the typical tone of his grandfather, something is bothering Gao Peng about this. That's when he notices that this file has 12,000 pages, and upon each page, the same message has been repeated, over and over again. That is until the very last page, which has an even shorter message hastily typed in. Be careful what you say and what you do. The day of the ancient tribes meeting arrives before long, and all the attending parties arrive in the Blue River Plain, one by one. Gao Peng is being led around by Bai Yin, whose older brother tells him he's free to wander, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble. Gao Peng's a little confused as to why they're splitting up, but Bai Yin just frantically pushes him away, while spouting excuses like how the talks will take forever, and they'll just be bored. They don't want him pissing off the wrong people, do they? Once they're some distance away, Bai Yin explains that the tribe living on this plain is the Blue River Clan. They possess an overlord tier, legendary grade 8 armed, roaring abominable snowmen, as their guardian familiar. Good lord, and I thought we were done with the insane names 20 chapters ago. When both his guides stare at him with peeved expressions, Gao Peng realizes they still think he'll do something impulsive and muck stuff up. Are they wrong though? Bai Yin confides in Gao Peng that he believes his father plans to step down soon after spending 700 years as the clan leader. Gao Peng doesn't know whether to be shocked or horrified by the idea of spending that long in power. More concerning to him than any of this, however, is that each of the three top tribes has their own quasi-gods. Just like nuclear weapons, though, those are only used as deterrents and a last resort. With that in mind, the highest tier of familiar at this meeting should be the Saint tier. As a Saint tier trainer himself, he should have an equal standing to the 7 king tribes if he wishes to speak up. He's just finishing up that less than comforting thought when Gao Peng notices Bei Qingyan being blocked off by some other tribe members. She spots him as well and instantly calls out to him, breaking away from the wannabe suitors to join his side. She comments on how brave he is to come here, but Gao Peng is pretty sure the main danger to him is because of her attention. Some of her tribe members call Qingyan by name and demand to know who Gao Peng is, but she's quick to shut them all down. She scolds them for speaking to her so casually, despite her seniority, and sends them all but running. With their tails between their legs, Gao Peng explains to a confused Bai Yin that Bei Qingyan has been on Earth without her tribe for many years now, causing her to technically beat her senior by a lot. After she's done telling off her tribesmen, Qingyan comes back over to Gao Peng's side. Bai Yin has the good sense to take the hint and leaves to let the two have some alone time. Now if only Gao Peng had some of that sense. Dude's dense as a bowl of oatmeal. After some playful banter and concerned warnings are shared between the two, Bei Qingyan wonders out loud what Gao Peng is here for. When he tells her he's here to delay the Earth being turned into a battlefield, she's actually disappointed. After all, she thought he was here for her. Or she hoped at least. She refuses to break and doesn't tell Gao Peng any of this, instead telling him that war will break out on Earth one way or another, regardless of what the tribes choose. The second Earth's barrier goes down, the mutated tribespeople will bring the war to Earth. Gao Peng pauses at this and tells her he's heard of these mutated ones before, but doesn't know what exactly they are. He's in the middle of asking Bei about them when a bolt of purple energy suddenly crackles in the sky, and a spatial rift begins to open up. Tribesmen all over the place are watching in confusion, wondering what this is. Out of the spatial rift, a horrific beast with the body of a cockroach emerges. The monster named Bloody Fei Lian, a level 96 legendary grade quasi-god, is here to wreak havoc. Gao Peng is extremely worried by this sudden development, but this proves to be unnecessary in the next few moments. From the corners, each of her tribes is camped in. 3 more quasi-gods shoot up into the sky. Despite this being a relief, Gao Peng can't help but curse the top tribes for lying about not bringing their gods with them. Bro's so salty right now, the ocean would be jealous. Bei Qingyan tells Gao Peng that the quasi-god Fei Lian isn't with any of the 3 major tribes, while grabbing him and fleeing. This place is about to get battlefield for the gods. Up above, the 3 quasi-gods of the top tribes cooperate to trap Fei Lian and slash at his exterior. In response, the overgrown cockroach unleashes its great sun-blood flame all around itself. The great white dragon quasi-god fights back against the flame with its water power, while praising the green one, the 9 heavenly biotopes. Fei Lian proves a formidable opponent as it strategically tries to take down one of its enemies first to reduce their numbers advantage. Unfortunately for the roach, the 3rd quasi-god on their side is now making its move. The 1,000-armed faceless Buddha draws a symbol in the air, before it and sends it raining down on the roach with enough power to drive it into the ground. The cockroach's shell begins cracking just from the pressure holding the attack at bay. In the distance, Gao Peng is awed by the violence that the Buddha is capable of. It can kill any type of enemy, be it physical or otherwise. While the other tribesmen cackle with glee over their quasi-gods and their power, Gao Peng sees something far more concerning. The status of Fei Lian, even after being decapitated, is only listed as slightly injured. Hang on. What in the what now? He ain't got a head though. The other quasi-gods know this as well, and the Buddha tells them to make sure it doesn't have a chance to heal. To that end, both of the others charge up their beam attacks and fire them at the roach with everything they've got. Unfortunately, the Buddha notes after retrieving its shell that Fei Lian shed its body and escaped at the last moment. The only silver lining here is that it must have fallen to Saint tier at the very least, after such a grueling battle. Suddenly, the 1,000-armed Buddha's master emerges from inside its body and comments on how the foreign quasi-god knew about the time and location of their meeting beforehand and planned this attack. With that in mind, he calls out to everyone present in the area and declares that there is a traitor in their midst. Once the 3 tribe leaders come together to discuss this matter, the Green God tribe's elder, insists that the traitor isn't from his people, since only he and his granddaughter have come. The White Dragon tribe's leader is equally steadfast in defending his people, since they're all direct descendants. The Buddha's master asks Old White Dragon about the earthling that recently came to his tribe, but the old man remains confident that Gao Peng is anything but a traitor. When the Buddha's master says that he believes them both, Old White Dragon tells them to just let the Green God tribe handle this investigation, since they're the best at it. The Buddha's master just says that this will be troublesome for the Green God tribe, before declaring that the traitor will be killed without mercy as soon as they are discovered. Seems fair, hang on, no trial. All right, I guess. The next day, the tribe leaders are standing on a high stage, with all their tribesmen gathered before them. Bai Yin points out the purpose of this gathering to Gao Peng. The level 85 Sync tier beast is known as the Black-Scaled Shi Yaji. Gao Peng recognizes this as a beast also known as Runfa Beast, holding the ability to distinguish between good and evil. However, the fairness of the Shi Yaji is influenced by the creatures it has lived amongst, so Gao Peng is a tad skeptical. After the Shi Yaji makes some insulting comments about humans being stinky, the Buddha's master steps forward and explains how this will work. Everyone will come up in turns and state their innocence in front of the Shi Yaji. If it deems them truthful, they may carry on. And if it deems them as traitors, well, he's already said what he plans to do. Gao Peng turns to Bai Yin and asks just who this old fellow is to command such respect. Bai Yin explains that he's Mofu of the Black Tortoise tribe and a quasi-god monster trainer. Bai Yin then asks where the pretty ancestor he was with has gone, referring to Bai Qingyan. Gao Peng just tells him she had to stand with her own tribesmen to avoid any problems. Over the next few hours, all the tribesmen go up one by one, and each of them is deemed innocent, albeit with copious amounts of insults about their stench. Perhaps even more insulting is when it says Gao Peng has a somewhat nice fragrance, but it's still coated in stink. Finally, by the end of it all, 3 men have been singled out by Shi Yaji as liars. They frantically yell that this must be a mistake, and that they never betrayed their tribe, but Mofo is having none of that, with one sentence for him. Shi Yaji unhinges its jaw and swallows the traitors like limp biscuits. In the crowd, Gao Peng is analyzing everything that's happened, and can't help but be suspicious. The timing of this is far too convenient, for an enemy to appear on the exact day of the tribe's meeting, be defeated, and bring unity between the tribes in the process. It doesn't help that this derails his own plans as well. Up on the stage, Mofo gives a long-winded speech about their history as ones who were driven from their ancestral land for their people's survival, about how the barrier on the ancestral land is bound to lift any day now, and how they must return there to fight against Jiyu Tian. When the time comes, their 3 great tribes will join forces with the 7 Kings tribe to form the Assembly of Tribe Elders. Then, at the time of war, each tribe must send at least half their men to participate in the war. As Mofu goes on about the rewards they will plunder, Gao Peng grows more and more suspicious. Without the events of the day, he's certain the clans wouldn't have become so united so fast, and this call for glory in battle would have gone unanswered. As the entire crowd starts chanting a war cry alongside Mofo, Gao Peng is convinced that there's no chance of buying time for more people to be moved to the Black Fa world. They'll just have to speed up the process. Sometime later, the tribe elders meet in an unknown cave and speak about their plans from there. The consensus seems to be that while the youth don't care much about Earth, their more senior tribesmen are hesitant to let their original home become a war zone. Mofo is quick to take charge, though, and tells them that bringing Earth into the battlefield will give them much-needed strategic depth, not to mention a means to consume the living forces and resources of the foreign tribes and preserve their own to the greatest extent. I won't lie, I don't like this guy very much. Bai Yin meets up with his father after the meeting of tribe elders in some grassy plains. Here, his dad tells him to chill out and just call him dad instead of treating him as the clan leader. Bai Yin is clearly pleased by this. No, really, look at that goofy smile. Bless him. When he asks how the meeting went, his dad tells him it's just like any other. Just a bunch of pretentious idiots who want to eat more before wiping what's already on their faces. Now this guy I like. When Bai Yin brings up Fei Lian, Earth, and Gao Peng, his father is open with him. He explains that he shared his concerns with the other 2 leaders in the top 3, and they all agree that the timing is coincidental enough to be suspicious. As far as they can determine right now, though, it wasn't planned or directed by anyone. As far as Earth is concerned, it's pretty much certain that it'll be drawn into the war to help them preserve their own resources and forces. Though he doesn't like it, it's really just their best? No. Their only option right now Bai Yin's dad tells him to go speak to his Earthling friend and see if they can work something out. If Earth can be given even a little extra prep time or join their plan to resist Gution directly, they can gain some initiative in the coming war. I mean, I guess he's trying to help at least. Better than most. A little bit later, Bai Yin finishes explaining the situation to Gao Peng. Gao Peng just tells him he understands, and it's best for his people to not get involved in this matter at all. Bai Yin adamantly tells Gao Peng that running away won't solve their problems. He truly believes the best option for the Earthlings is to join their side in this war. Gao Peng can see his intentions are pure, so he gives him a friendly goodbye and an assurance that if he ever needs it, Gao Peng will help in a personal capacity. Later on, at the outer wall of the desolate labyrinth in the Black Fog world, Gao Peng is surprised to see just how quickly the place is growing. Grandpa G walks up to him from behind him and tells him that this is only the first of 100 planned cities in the near future, each of them as big as Yuzhou in the past. Goddamn, that's a lot. Since there's no way to destroy the inside of the labyrinth, they've decided to build around that. Gao Peng exclaims that this is more of a super metropolis than anything, with almost all of China already having moved here. Grandpa G just smiles at the young man and confirms that the migration is nearly complete, thanks to the government's support. Seeing the positive state of affairs here significantly lightens Gao Peng's mood, though he's sobered right back up when Grandpa G asks what the meeting's outcome was. His grandpa seems pretty accepting of what he's heard when Gao Peng is done explaining. In his years dealing with the ancient tribes, he's come to learn just how difficult they are to deal with. Gao Peng takes one look around all the humans that have come together to ensure their survival and makes a decision. He will never let anyone destroy their home again. Even if they have quasi-gods, he'll just wait a minute. Gao Peng suddenly has a startling realization and takes off in a mad rush. As he leaves, he calls back to his grandpa that he must hold back anyone who comes from the tribes to recruit them until he returns. When Grandpa G asks where he's going, Gao Peng just yells back that he's going to find a trump card for their side. More than anything else, she is very salty that he didn't get to hear if anything happened between Gao Peng and Bei Qingyan. Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath on that Gramps. The dude's clueless. Up in the air, Gao Peng thinks about how he nearly forgot that they have a quasi-god on their side as well. On the way to his intended destination atop Da Zi, he suddenly spots a strange trail of light flowing in the sky. Upon getting closer to it, he summons Fishy and tells him to take a look at it. The little guy is upset over being woken up at first, but instantly shoots awake upon seeing the glowing stream of light. Those things floating in there are solar tadpoles. Gao Peng asks if those are quasi-gods, to which Fishy explains that they're a different part of the divine system. Fishy warns Gao Peng to not even think of attacking them without a flame law familiar. Instead of deterring him, this brings a massive, terrifyingly evil smile onto Gao Peng's face as he closes in on Fishy. The end. For now. Up in the skies, Gao Peng has come across a swarm of divine tadpoles, or something like that. They're weird. To get a closer look at them, he uses the unification skill with Fishy and leaps into his body, much to the fish's frustration. When Gao Peng tells him to just shut up and go check out the tadpoles, he does so. In the distance, he spots several flying monsters, making a beeline for the tadpoles as well. Fishy just snarks at Gao Peng for not knowing what's going on, causing the man to huff in annoyance. Just then, some of the tadpoles lag behind the rest of the swarm and are instantly grabbed up by the hostile monsters. At Gao Peng's command, Fishy races for the swarm and grabs up one of the tadpoles before they can all be stolen away. To Fishy's confusion and Gao Peng's surprise, the tadpole only struggles for a fraction of a moment before falling asleep. Talk about having your priorities straight. Suddenly, Gao Peng notices something out of the corner of Fishy's eye and tells him to look at the sun. Once he does so, the pair witness the appearance of a giant golden palace of all things in front of it. They're both tempted to go near it in hopes of finding treasures, but are stopped in their tracks by what happens next. The palace changes, and in its place is a giant golden toad. The moment it opens its mouth, the swarm of tadpoles practically forces itself down his throat, eager to be eaten. Both trainer and familiar are blown away by the power of this new creature. Gao Peng more so, once he sees the stat window. This is a level 99 quasi-god sun golden toad, on the verge of evolving to divinity. Fishy tells Gao Peng they must escape, as it's using the law of sunfire to temper its body, confusing Gao Peng once more, since Fishy was once a god too. Fishy just angrily reminds him that he's not in his prime anymore, when he could have squashed this thing. Right as he's explaining the threat before them, the golden toad's evolution comes to a head, and waves of orange energy emit outwards from it. The hostile monsters from before are turned to ash by the outpouring of energy alone right before their eyes. When they look back up at it, the toad is now a level 100 paramount god. What's more, another entity has appeared, bathed in blue light and obscured in a terrifying, cloudy coat. As Fishy attempts to flee out of fear, the blue being's energy shoots out like a shockwave at everything in the area. After frying the golden toad, said shockwave crashes into Fishy, in turn making him crash into the ground. Moments later, Gao Peng separates from Fishy and stands on his own feet. While asking what's happening up there, Fishy explains that the toad is considered a sun deity and is thus the mortal enemy of moon deities, one of which has shown up to fight. The two of them just happened to get caught in the crossfire, so just pure dumb bad luck then. That checks out. Fishy goes on to explain some of the intricacies of pantheons and how they're just groups of gods that aren't strong enough to go solo, like the true gods. Gao Peng proceeds to hurt Fishy's feelings by mentioning how he's weak enough to fear even them now and instantly regrets it. He quickly calms him down and switches the topic, asking about the ocean pantheon. Fishy explains there's no such thing, since the ocean gods refuse to obey any one of them as a leader. Though he's disappointed, Gao Peng already has something else in mind. He faces Fishy with a glint in his eyes and asks him to introduce the man to his ocean god. Fishy tries to play dumb about who that is, but Gao Peng is quick to remind him they already spoke of this being. That's right, it's time to meet Fishy's son. Without a single heartbeat's worth of hesitation, Fishy shoots that idea down and tells Gao Peng that he's not on good terms with his kid. Gao Peng insists that no matter what, it's his child, so it's not like he's going to eat Fishy or anything. Besides, they need a quasi-god on their side for what's coming. Fishy scrunches his face to think for a few moments before finally giving in. He tells Gao Peng that he'll take him there, but can't guarantee any actual success. He only moderately regrets this a second later when Gao Peng starts petting him furiously with gratitude. Sometime later, the pair are in a small base city under the Ural Mountains. Seeing the ruined condition of the place prompts Gao Peng to ask Fishy if he's sure this is the spot. The familiar confirms that it is, since the new rift in the North Bear country here passes through its own dimensional sea. I didn't get any of that, so we'll chalk it up to spirit mumbo-jumbo. Gao Peng spots a newspaper with warnings of an impending devil. He grabs the thing and starts reading. In it, he finds a story about terrible demons that will soon attack the Earth, far worse than even the monsters from spatial rifts. That, and the government's efforts to relocate all humans to a safer world for the time being. Ah, it's just propaganda. For a good cause for once, but still. Gao Peng spots an old man cruising by and realizes that some still haven't been able to evacuate, something he fears will put them in a worse situation if they can't repel the ancient tribes. When he turns to Fishy, he's surprised to find sympathy in the little being's eyes, something he attributes to also being forced out of his home by the fight between two greater beings when he was much younger. This further convinces him to help Gao Peng recruit his child and tells him he'll try to put in a few words, but that's all. Excited by Fishy's sudden altruism, Gao Peng calls out his dragon baby mount and takes off. He doesn't get far though, as further in the city he hears a call for help. When he turns towards it, Gao Peng sees a man cradling a baby and asks what's wrong. The man and his wife both beg Gao Peng to take their baby with him, so it can be safe. When he sees how desperate they are, Gao Peng is launched into a flashback of his own childhood, when his parents hid him away and faced their doom alone, so he could live on. Spurred on by the memory of parental love and his own good nature, Gao Peng puts out his arm and tells them he'll do it. The parents are equally as relieved, as they are sad to be separated from their child. Gao Peng takes one look at the adorable baby and knows he's made the right choice. He calls out silly and has the spatial manipulator drop a large crate before the parents. Before taking back off, Gao Peng calls out to the parents that they shouldn't give up on their family. One day, their child will come back to them. After he wishes them good luck and flies off with a wish to see them again, the father opens the crate. He's stunned to see several days' worth of supplies, easily enough to get them through their current predicament. Up in the open skies, Gao Peng holds the baby close as Fishy asks what they'll do, since they can't take the baby where they're going right now. Gao Peng just pulls out his phone and tells Fishy that he'll find a way. Or to hold that thing more carefully, dude. Later, the group is on the edge of a sea area on Earth. Here, an old face arrives to greet Gao Peng at his request. It's Sister Tong Tong. During their quick reunion and exchange of pleasantries, Gao Peng learns that she's staying on Earth to help with the last bits of cleanup. As soon as she finishes though, she plans to head back to the Black Fog world, since her familiar is about to evolve. Just then, she finally notices the baby in Fishy's fins. As she stares between the baby, the fish, and Gao Peng, the cogs in her head turn, and she comes to the most logical conclusion. Gao Peng and his fish have had a baby. Yup, totally logical. Sensible even, for sure. A few moments pass with no reaction from anyone to Tong Tong's insane statement. Then, like a landmine that just had its pressure sensor set off, Gao Peng explodes with disgust and incredulity. How the hell does she think that would even be possible? It's a damn fish, thankfully. Tong Tong has enough between her ears to realize that he's right and looks sheepish over the conclusion. Gao Peng explains how the baby was entrusted to him by a couple in northern Bear Country. He also tells her that he wants to ask her to take it to the Black Fog world for now, since he has something else to do. Further than that, he also tells her about a team he's assembled to help people still stuck on Earth for whatever reason. He wants to leave that to her and Grandpa G to handle stuff on a case-by-case basis. Tong Tong can only smile at how much the little boy she looked out for has grown up. Gao Peng smiles back at her and tells her that now it's his turn to protect all those he loves. Once Tong Tong is on her way with baby Alexei, Gao Peng turns to Fishy and tells him to lead the way to his kid. Fishy displays his unwillingness yet again and requests that they just head back to the Black Fog world, but Gao Peng is having none of that after how far they've come. When Gao Peng asks where this is coming from, Fishy explains that he had a massive falling out with his child's mother and even kicked the kid out of their pantheon. Gao Peng is understandably frustrated by this and asks what kind of father would do that to their son. Rather than addressing the question, Fishy decides to be a petulant little douche and says that it's actually his daughter, not his son. Holy crap, he just turned into an actually guy. As expected, this does nothing to appease Gao Peng, who slaps the snot out of Fishy and asks if that makes him proud. Surprisingly enough, Fishy actually looks a little remorseful then and explains that the situation at the time was extremely complicated. He's afraid his daughter won't forgive him and asks if they can just go back home and focus on strengthening himself instead. Once more, Gao Peng's only stirring emotion is frustration. He tells Fishy in no uncertain terms that if they wait for him to regain his power, Earth's people even in the Black Fog world will be taken by the tribes as cannon fodder. If he must, he'll die before Fishy's daughter right here and now. Unable to talk his way out of this, Fishy makes his way to the abyss of the sea and looks around for something. Gao Peng speaks up inside his mind. From where he's using the unification skill to join their bodies, Fishy takes a deep breath and steels himself before dashing for the location where he can sense his daughter. Once he's there, his tail is suddenly caught in a glowing blue web, which causes him to turn with shock and horror. Behind him, a giant spider appears and asks what little bug is here to disturb it. It then emerges from the shadows, acknowledging Fishy as its father and holding him at blade point. The beast furiously roars out to ask what he's doing here, and if he's come to die in this pathetic, weakened state. Fishy is internally screaming at Gao Peng for putting them in this situation, when the man takes the reins and tells Fishy to let him do the talking. Outside, Fishy remorsefully addresses his daughter and apologizes for his past actions. He gives a short speech on how much he regrets what he did and how much he loves her. As planned, Fishy's daughter actually pauses at what she's hearing and asks him when he learned to lie so well. In their mental space, Fishy just smirks and comments that she's pretty smart. The dude has zero faith in his own parenting too, I see. Gao Peng just tells him to shut up and continues begging for his daughter's forgiveness. Fishy's daughter is completely blown away by her father actually uttering such words and asks if he's being impersonated. Once more, Fishy comments that he is indeed being impersonated, annoying Gao Peng in her mental space. Outside, though, his daughter seems to have fallen for the whole play hook, line, and sinker, as she shrinks down from her giant monster form to a holy crap. Man, what the hell is it with monster chicks always being so hot? In this new form, she smiles at her father and comments that she doesn't dislike this side of him. Inside their mental space, Fishy is overjoyed and comments on how simple his daughter must be to get fooled by a bunch of words from a vile being like Gao Peng. Geez, somebody give him the Worst Father of the Year award. Despite her dropping her hostility, Fishy's daughter still isn't entirely willing to make nice with him and tells him to leave while she's in a good mood. Gao Peng, still speaking through Fishy's mouth, goes ahead and puts up a super convincing display of apologetic groveling. He tells her he was too proud to admit his mistakes, and now he'll die at the hands of other monsters if he doesn't get her help. Fishy's daughter is quiet for a moment before spinning around to face him and says that he's got a problem. Gee, yeah, think? Gao Peng tells her that in his current weakened form, he'd rather be eaten by her than some random upstart monsters if he has to be. Inside the mental space, Fishy is freaking out and grabbing at Gao Peng for putting his body on the line so casually. Gao Peng just tells him to shut up and stop interrupting. The daughter's hand shoots out and grabs the webbing Fishy is stuck in to hold him up to her face. She repeats his words about being eaten by her, with downcast eyes, and then drops him before turning back around. All she says next is that she wants to see who dares to steal food from her. Back in the mental space, Fishy is absolutely dumbfounded as to why she just left and didn't eat his body after all. Dude needs serious emotional counseling. Gao Peng tells him not to worry, right as Fishy's daughter turns her head his way with a small blush. She tells him to stay here while she tidies up her place and makes sure her food doesn't escape while she's gone with him. This is what Gao Peng was aiming for. It was clear from the moment she didn't outright kill him that Fishy's daughter still cares about him to some extent. It's just the time apart and Fishy's mistakes that have strained that love. Gao Peng looks at Fishy with annoyance and jabs at him for wanting to protect his pride and refusing to apologize despite being at fault. Fishy just huffs in annoyance and claims that he has some dignity to maintain as a father. Yeah, lots of dignity there for sure. Freaking scumbag. Gao Peng decides to just drop it, since this is who he is. More importantly, he finally has a quasi-god ally. Over in the Black Fog world, some members of the ancient tribes have arrived at the desolate labyrinth, where Southern Sky's main HQ is located. The representative of the tribe demands to speak to the ones he spoke to previously, and angrily bellows at them for trying to delay the signing of their contract. Behind the man, his son harumphs at the situation and speaks as though his father is doing them all the world's biggest favor by even being here, to negotiate with them rather than letting them die out. Just then, a representative of Southern Sky finally reaches the standoff and rushes up to the man to speak to him. This is Zhu Yuming, Southern Sky's joint business director. He tries to explain that they can't sign any contracts, with both Master Ji and Master Gao away on important business to save their people. The tribesman doesn't give a hoot though and says that that's not his problem. He just wants the contract signed and now. He tosses the contract to Zhu Yuming and says that if it isn't signed by today, his hand will be forced in this matter. To emphasize this point, he shoots a beam of golden light into the sky and calls forth his familiar, a giant golden-maned bear. With a single flap of its jaw, the bear shoots out a massive beam of energy that cracks open the labyrinth's protective shield, showing that it's well into the Saint tier. The tribesman tells Zhu Yuming that he'll apologize for this and offer compensation if he signs their contract. Otherwise, this is only a taste of what will follow. Unable to delay any further, Zhu Yuming frustratedly prepares to sign the damn thing, wishing the whole time that Director Ji or Gao Peng was here. Almost as if the man's prayer was heard by the heavens themselves, an oppressive energy suddenly appears in the sky above them, crushing the spirits of the ancient tribe. One of the men in the area spots something in the sky and yells for everyone else to look. There's a wave of water in the air. Riding atop this wave is Fishy and his daughter, making their entrance in style. Down below, the tribesman rep is stunned at the feeling of a quasi-god's pressure. Fishy, or rather, Gao Peng, tells his daughter not to be too harsh and just hurt them a little. He answers her confusion at this with an explanation about how there's a group of quasi-gods backing those tribesmen that might come after her in turn. With an understanding achieved, father and daughter don identical evil smirks as she gathers an energy bolt in her hand. With only a promise to leave the bear alive, she lets the attack loose as it thunders down from the sky and rips clean through the bear's shoulder. Blood erupts from the hole in the beast's shoulder as it collapses to the ground, its master coming, running in concern. Despite the injury though, the sun bear holds its ground and glares up at Myrna. Fishy's daughter is just a mouthful. She's Myrna now. Myrna is only amused by the bear's defiance, showing not even a hint of concern. Before it can fire any sort of counterattack, she dives down from above and kicks the bear, so hard it punctures his body. In the ensuing chaos and debris, Gao Peng orders Fishy to find a particularly smoky area, so they can finally separate. As soon as this is done, Gao Peng feels relief to be back in his own body. Myrna actually spots them together, but Fishy quickly explains that he's signed a contract with this human for a cooperative relationship. Though she doesn't question it, Myrna is rather perturbed by how much her old man has changed. As the dust finally clears, the bear is revealed to still be conscious despite all his injuries. God handed to him. He's one tough sucker. Unfortunately for him, Myrn isn't having any of that. With a quick swipe of her claws, she sends forth a flurry of energy slashes as a warning shot to ensure it doesn't make any further moves. Sure enough, this works, as the bear is completely cowed and backs off. To the side, the bear's trainer silently observes Gao Peng and decides the best course of action here and now is simply to smooth things over with this man. He totally has no clue who he's about to talk to, does he? He addresses Gao Peng and tells him there's been some misunderstanding. Since those in the tribal alliance are friendly to each other and share and exchange their materials, Gao Peng just smirks at the man's ignorance and tells him that if his Chinese people need to resist foreigners, they'll handle it themselves, not with this farce of a contract of his. This only shocks the man, as he can't believe such a powerful trainer is from China, an Earth country. In his mind, he's frantically trying to work out how the hell China has a quasi-god level envoy, when Earth has only had the whole monsters and rifts thing for a handful of years. Ignorant, or more likely just uncaring, of the man's inner turmoil, Gao Peng saunters up to him and tells him to return to the elders with a message that the Chinese are peace-loving people. In the history of their world, the Chinese have known no such thing as war. Well, hold on now. I'm no historian, but something smells like bull here. Behind him, all of Gao Peng's comrades stand united in joy over his return and handling of the tribesmen. Lady Shu even has Grandpa Ji on a video call and tells him he doesn't need to come after all, since Gao Peng handled it. Wherever he is, Grandpa Ji speaks to her while riding his dragon. He's sure Gao Peng must have gone through a lot to recruit a quasi-god in such little time, and ponders on how freakishly high his growth rate is. This confirms for him that he can leave things in Gao Peng's hands, while he focuses on helping with the formation of the rescue teams on Earth. Not that he didn't already trust the young man, of course. Meanwhile, one particular guy is still stunned by Gao Peng's claim about China's history being bloodless. Thank you. Glad someone else is on that too. Back to the matter at hand. The opposing tribesman declares that he is that Gao Peng fellow. Man, this guy is slow. Gao Peng casually tells him to relax and puts forth the solid argument that his people are too weak to affect the coming battles, and will only be a burden to the tribesmen. Backed into a corner, the other man can't exactly admit that he only wanted to contract them as soldiers to be used as cannon fodder. As such, he decides to hide behind his masters and announces that this matter must be decided by the quasi-god envoys of the Elder Council. Gao Peng stares at the man with a grin and tells him he's aware of their quasi-gods, as well as the fact there are several. At a nudge from him, Fishy quietly signals Myrna to make a move. She gets the gist of it pretty easily and proceeds to fire an attack that injures the sun bear even further. As the tribesman panics over his familiar's condition, Gao Peng tells him that in China, an uninvited guest is required to leave a little greeting gift. Odd thing to tell him, but alright. Then, he asks the tribesmen if, regardless of China's current weakness, he really wants another quasi-god enemy at the critical point of their war. In an unknown location out in the wilderness of the squared world, a spatial rift suddenly tears open in the sky and spits out the sun bear and its master along with their men. Then, as they're regrouping, he notes the sun bear licking its wounds and reminds himself that Saint-Tier monsters like itself have advanced healing, so he'll be fine. If anything, it's lucky to still be alive after facing a quasi-god. The man's son is quick to worry though, as he points out the tribe will blame him for not completing their mission. The older man simply tells his son to go back and train his familiar hard and well for the coming war. When the fighting begins, reputation won't be worth a damn anyways. His son accepts this, and is about to move out when his father says one last thing. From what he can work out, a quasi-god tier that just thrashed them probably isn't Gao Peng's familiar at all. Seeing his son's confusion, the man tells him not to mention that to anyone, and just tell people the quasi-god was indeed his familiar. Regardless of whether or not they believe it, chances are they'll be tempted to confirm this for themselves. And when they do, they too will be humiliated as thoroughly as he has been today, leaving him no longer as the sole laughing stock. That's a whole new level of pettiness. Dude's a total troll. Over at the headquarters of the Tribe Alliance, the tribe elders are holding a meeting over the latest developments. The Green God tribe's elder is shocked to hear the mission failed, while the White Dragon tribe chief is secretly amused. This is just what he expected after all. Some of the other elders demand to know how this is possible, since the man they sent, He Kuang, is an overlord tier trainer. A man from He Kuang's tribe takes that moment to speak up, and says that rumors claim there's a quasi-god tier trainer in China. Naturally, this causes chaos in the meeting room, as people try to digest this new piece of information. As usual, the first question is how this is possible, when Earth has only had the monster system back for about a decade. Based on their latest info, Gao Peng is the only trainer there who's even at the Overlord tier. Oh man, that info's really outdated. The Green God Tribe's elder goes on to speak about how a quasi-god trainer is a sign of more than just what it looks like. To have such a familiar means one must hold the potential to establish a top tribe with their knowledge of familiars. If this is all true, the Chinese tribe may well become one of the top tribes before long. From his seat, the leader of the Black Something Something clan, Mofo, finally pitches in, asking if such a prodigious talent could be a sign of the reincarnation of a god. The White Dragon Chief is quick to shoot down that idea and assures them Gao Peng is no god, just a formidable young man who has connections to his own tribe. The Green God Tribe elder wonders if that would mean the quasi-god he summoned was an ally rather than a contracted familiar. Gramps really hit the nail on the head there. Nice. Mofo suddenly rises from his seat and declares that there's no time to waste. He will meet Gao Peng tomorrow in person. Then, if he kills the beast Gao Peng summoned, he will spare the life of the boy himself, out of consideration for the White Dragon Tribe. More importantly, the Chinese will then sign their contract obediently. Keep telling yourself that, pal. From his seat, the White Dragon Chief can only scoff at that whole plan with amusement. The Green Geezer asks what he'll do if his own familiar is killed instead, but Mofo is confident his Buddha cannot be beaten. Now that's just fighting words. Over in the mountains, near the desolate labyrinth in the Black Fog world, we see a familiar face after quite some time in Stripey. Gao Peng is in his garden poring over the plans for the latest upgrade to the central city. There will be several layers of walls, with a king-tier trainer guarding each, and alarms for the police force with them all. This emergency plan that's been cooked up for their newly designed central city, is City of Hope, is one he's quite pleased by. As he's stretching, Gao Peng suddenly feels unusually bright sunlight from above. It only takes him half a moment to figure out this strange light is not in fact the sun. Over in the city, people all over the streets are looking up as well, and spot none other than the 1,000-armed faceless Buddha of Mofo. As they watch on, Mofo steps forward in front of the Buddha and declares that he's here to invite the local quasi-god trainer to fight with him. While the citizens down below are annoyed at best by this development, just wanting to live their lives in peace, Gao Peng is more amused. If anything, this took longer than he expected it to. Before Mofo even has time to register what's happening, his challenge is answered, the surprise attack, or rather, a surprise cage. Myrna has discreetly trapped him and his Buddha inside a massive lattice of spider webs. The second he spots her, the man starts spouting off about how this must be the quasi-god and blah blah blah. Myrna amusedly scoffs at the rambling, while Gao Peng comments that the bad guys sure do love talking a lot. You can say that again, man. Without so much as a moment's respite, Mofo senses Myrna dashing through the air in spider webs to come to attack his Buddha. He orders the massive avatar to avoid the attack, but soon finds that the webs all around them are limiting its movements far too much. With its ability to dodge hindered so heavily, the Buddha tries to fight back instead, shooting several of its arms forward at Myrna. This attempt proves to be pointless though, as Myrna just shields herself with ease and continues on her warpath towards them. Mofo is startled by the lack of effect from his move, but orders his Buddha to keep dodging as best he can. Turns out that doesn't work very well though, as he registers a second later, the Buddha's arm is trapped in yet another spider web line. Trapped and too slow to react in time, the Buddha ends up taking a blow right to the face from Myrna, leaving its face with a sizable crack. Mofo finally accepts that this quasi-god they're facing is too good to take lightly, and he fuses with the Buddha so they can fight more freely. As soon as the master and familiar unite, the Buddha unleashes its technique, Buddha Annihilation. Very creative. In a few seconds, the entire web lattice trapping the Buddha inside is torn to shreds, and Mofo screams out to ask what Myrna can do now. Down below, Gao Peng is now a little concerned, as he didn't expect the Buddha to have such high explosive power. Next to him, Fishy is totally unbothered though, and comments that he'll see his daughter's serious fighting style soon. Up in the sky, Myrna emerges from the smoke of that last attack, now without her robe. As she stands in place, she silently rages over her web being destroyed, after spending all of last night spinning it. From his side of the battlefield, Mofo can sense the quasi-god's aura getting more and more dangerous by the second. It's preparing its killer move. Sure enough, Myrna proceeds to coat herself in her energy and blitzes through the Buddha's defenses, tearing them down little by little. Mofo is more than a little concerned now, as she's become even faster than before and has the Buddha on the defensive. Little by little, she whittles away at the Buddha's defenses before finally taking on her full monster form. In this form, she shoots through the air at incredible speeds and crashes into the Buddha with enough power to crack open its body. Mofo shouts from his spot that he didn't expect this quasi-god to be so powerful. He declares that there's no sense in wasting combat power here when the war is so close, and orders the Buddha to flee. Dude got his crap rocked so hard he just split. Down below, Gao Peng praises the speed of Myrna and backhandedly insults Fishy by saying, "She definitely didn't get that from him." Though he's angry, Fishy doesn't hesitate to admit that her mother is definitely the faster one between the two of them, so he's not wrong. Gao Peng is just annoyed by Fishy's behavior. A few days ago, he wanted nothing to do with his form of family, but now that he has a chance to feed his own ego, he's beyond eager to talk them up. That aside, Gao Peng is happy to have his theory confirmed. Despite its strength, the 1,000-armed faceless Buddha's attributes fall considerably short of their windstorm water magic spiders. Gao Peng studies her status window with pride, noting that she's a high-level violent assassin of sorts. The stat window in question displays her level 97 quasi-god tier, as well as her several overpowered skills. Right now, she's utilizing the one called Invisible Net to replace the trap Mofo and his Buddha triggered earlier. Staring up at her, Gao Peng finds himself in a state of utter confusion. Why is she bothering to weave the web again when their opponent has already escaped? Fishy puts on a smug face, as he so often does, and tells Gao Peng that he wouldn't understand the actions of a true quasi-god like his daughter. To her, the fight is never truly over. He starts flying up towards Myrna and praises her work, but then starts trying to tell her how to use her water element better, because he's totally earned the right to act like a dad, not like he banished her from home for centuries or anything. Naturally, Myrna is more than a little frustrated by his words and abandons the web she's weaving to leave the area. Her parting words are simply that this old man is really annoying. With that, Fishy is left to lament his daughter, entering what humans refer to as the rebellious phase. Gao Peng doesn't miss the opportunity to take a jab at him either. All that aside though, Gao Peng is confused as to why he still feels so hot if the faceless Buddha has already left. Turns out that's from Stripey blushing up a storm, since he's developed a crush on Myrna. Can't even blame him. Big fella's got good taste. Back on Earth, the allied tribes are at the top of Kunlun Mountain, with the White Dragon tribe's chief in the lead. Upon sensing his men shivering from both the cold and their own fear, he calls back to them not to be nervous. Everything will go according to their plan. Yikes. Famous last words, Gramps. Just then, a massive rift opens up in the sky above them. The chief calls out to his men that the clam god has awakened and to ready themselves for battle. Right as he finishes calling this out, an ominous-looking purple eyeball coated in red energy emerges from the rift. In another moment, it spreads a feeling of despair as insanely powerful monsters from across dimensions are shown to them somehow. Bai Yin is in the middle of asking his father something, when the chief cuts him off and says this is because of the seal on Earth lifting further. Suddenly, he senses something troubling up ahead. The spatial rift a little ways up from them is significantly larger than what they were expecting. There's no way they can carry out their intended mission in a rift this large. With that in mind, the chief orders his White Dragon to take their men and get the hell out of there. Once that's done and their people have been secured, Bai Yin asks his father what their next move is, since their preparations have been wasted. The chief tells him this isn't necessarily true, since they have arrangements in other places on Earth too. Suddenly, one of the tribesmen calls out to look at something in the distance. To everyone's surprise, the thing he's pointing towards is the storm that was expelled from the spatial rift, and it's getting smaller. Then, as it all but vanishes, what appears to be a gargantuan severed finger is shot out of the rift and floats in place ahead of it. The chief orders his eldest son, Bai Mong, to have his men go take a look at this strange development. Bai Mong does just that and rides his own White Dragon right underneath the severed finger. As soon as he gets there, some strange pores on the finger's cut surface burst and spew orange liquid. Then, from the open surface, fumes are sent out to infect the familiars nearby. As soon as one of the tribesmen's dragons breathes in these fumes, it starts going berserk. Its eyes go red. Veins start popping all over the place, and giant red growths appear all over its body. As the young man panics over losing control of his familiar, the dragon turns its gaze on him. Then, much to all their shock, it clamps its jaws down on its own rider. It's only at the last moment that the berserk dragon is subdued by a water-type familiar, and the young man is saved by Bai Mong. The chief's eldest son quickly calls out to the rest of his men to warn them about the fumes and their effects. Unfortunately, it seems it's already too late. Several more of their men start losing control of their familiars and freak out. The chief has seen enough at this point and steps in. His own white dragon saves the flailing tribesmen while knocking down the turned familiars. Right as they solve one problem, though, another appears. A spatial rift full of plant life reveals itself right in front of the chief, confusing him with its appearance. Seconds later, the trees within reveal their true nature as evil-looking eyes open along their bark. The same eye that first exited the rift when they got here. As the tribesmen of the White Dragon tribe watch on, the rift widens and dozens, if not hundreds, of those sinister-looking trees leap onto Earth, raining down from the sky like a hailstorm of evil personified. As he watches on, the White Dragon tribe chief can only come to one conclusion: the war has begun. A few days later, some men can be seen observing a crater somewhere in the wilderness of Earth. This is the leader of the Poison Marsh tribe, Ziyuan, and his tribesmen. When Ziyuan asks about the situation in the Kunlun Mountains, one of his men reports that they've been unable to find the severed finger that was mentioned by the White Dragon tribe. Strangely enough, there are tons of needle sunflower trees along the way, though. As he takes this in, Ziyuan wonders if the White Dragon tribe has lied to him and secretly taken away the severed finger. He's quick to dismiss that suspicion, though, as he knows Bai Long, the White tribe leader, wouldn't do something so antagonistic right at the start of the war. How about that? An old dude with some actual sense. Even so, the tribe's relation to Gao Peng, who is rumored to be a descendant of their tribe's Earth branch, gives him pause. After thinking things over for a bit, Ziyuan decides to forget about it. Right now, he tells his men to focus on their mission, to clear out low-tier monsters and collect more corpses. While the rest of the men get to work, Ziyuan asks a young tribesman named Zihai if he sensed the aura of an overlord or synced in the area. Hai tells him there are some energy strands lingering here, but they're blurry at best, with one of them moving towards the mountains. Suddenly, he startles and informs Yuan that the energy signature on the other side of the mountains is moving towards them, and fast. Ziyuan sees the ground below them shifting and states that this fluctuation is of the overlord tier. Silently, he pulls a tiny snake out of his robes and tells it it's time to go. The snake leaps at the ground and burrows its way inside the earth itself. There, it finds one of the roots that are stirring up the ground above. The snake instantly unhinges its jaw and bites into this root, injecting its venom deep into the organic matter. That's what she said. Up above, Zihai is stunned to see the roots, or rather vines, freeze in the air out of nowhere. A moment later, the lot of them shatter into dozens of pieces and collapse onto the ground. Completely neutralized, Ziyuan's snake hops back into his hand at the same moment, earning praise from the tribe leader. Over in the distance, another fluctuation occurs, this time much more potent and visible. This time it's a Saint tier monster with the wood element again, meaning his snake is in luck. As Yuan tosses the creature in the direction of the fluctuation, the snake suddenly scales up into a much larger and more intimidating creature. Said creature leaps into the green light. That is the source of this latest fluctuation. The mountains themselves quake and tremble from the aftermath of whatever battle is taking place there, causing Zihai to fear for his life. As he senses the level of danger he's been put in, without a second thought, he can only wish he hadn't been born, the illegitimate son of a dead father. Thanks to that, Ziyuan barely even views him as his actual grandson and has little regard for him. In his panicked retreat from the site of the battle, one particularly strong tremor knocks Hai onto the ground and forward a little. Here, he raises his head to see something strange. It's a single severed finger, wagging around in the mud in front of him. What happens next is even more terrifying for the young man. The finger seems to have a mind of its own and launches itself in his head before sinking into the flesh. Zihai is freaking out about the finger entering his body. Pause. When Yuan shows up and tells him they're done here. Still freaked out, Zihai tries to tell his grandfather what just happened, but makes a yet even more terrifying discovery. He cannot speak, at least not about anything regarding the finger. When next he opens his mouth, it's to tell Ziyuan that he understands and will be heading back now. As he treks towards the rest of the tribesmen, Zihai realizes that he cannot tell anyone about this incident. Later on, we see the residents of Zihai inside the temporary settlement of the Poison Marsh tribe in the squared world. Here, the young man can be observed letting out deranged laughter, while staring at his hand. That and the fully purple, almost corrupted-looking familiar standing in front of him. Internally, Zihai is positively giddy to see that it has worked. His middle finger has superpowers now. Could have sworn I've had that dream before too. Though he has no clue how this happened or what the finger that entered him was, he does know that his middle finger can now infect and strengthen monsters. Not only that, but the effect can even spread from monster to monster without needing his input at all. Right at that moment, some tribesmen show up at Hai's place and tell him that the team returning to Earth to deal with the tree demons is about to leave, a team he's meant to be on. Zihai quickly weighs the pros and cons of going on this mission. Back on Earth, he can test his new power out on the monsters there. At the prospect of gaining more of this power, his expression twists into a manic grin, with the flames of insanity behind his eyes. Meanwhile, Dumby has returned to Gaopeng in the Black Fog world with an offering. As he stares at the undead ruler with a strange look, Gaopeng asks him if he knows the meaning of the word random, because that's what he requested him to catch out of the tree demons on Earth so he can study it. Instead, he went out of his way to catch a Saint-tiered demon treat for him. Dumby bashfully admits that when Gaopeng said random, he just decided to get him the best possible option. Rather than realizing that he has over-delivered, Dumby apologizes for having a limited ability and promises to catch an even more advanced one. Once he reaches the quasi-god tier, dude's the biggest glazer I've ever seen. Gaopeng ends up laughing it off and fondly comments on how only Dumby would be so literal in his desire to please Gaopeng. During this, he notices Dumby's stat window and asks the undead monster just how fierce the fighting on Earth is right now, for his level to have risen again. Dumby tells him there are just a lot of corpses and just as many souls to be devoured there right now. Gaopeng thinks about how, ever since breaking through to Saint Tier, Dumby's level has been very slow to rise, and yet, with just this latest mission to Earth, he shot up straight to level 83. Luckily, he doesn't really need to worry, since Mermet and Fishy are both back on Earth as well. With Earth having become little more than one massive corpse-riddled battlefield, Gaopeng decides to use it as an opportunity for Dumby to become stronger. And so, he tells the big guy to let him inform the White Dragon tribe, and then head to Earth to support all of his tribal friends. After all, while he can't consider letting China form an alliance with the tribes, focused on its own development as it is, he can always offer his own personal assistance. Behind him, Dumby praises his master for being so true to justice, because that's totally his main reason for doing this. Yup. Putting all that aside for now, Gaopeng studies the demon tree Dumby has brought him and finds that it's ordinary quality despite its level. That explains how Dumby could take it down so easily despite their similar levels. Between the sheer gap in her quality, Dumby's resistance to its corrosive field, and his own breath of death being stronger, the tree never stood a chance. Held the way that it is, he has doubts that even Da Zi might be able to beat it, despite being a whole tier lower. Regardless though, he's sure that the same monster will yield great value, through the ever-handy refinement altar in his possession. At his command, the altar imp now known as Heiwa pops into the world, and tells Gaopeng this is a great chance to improve his plant-type familiar through a certain procedure. Seeing his confusion, Heiwa clarifies that he's not talking about the formless hell tree, but good old flowery. Once Heiwa is done whispering, a whole bunch of info straight into Gaopeng's ear. The young man summons Flowery and prepares to have him evolve. With a dash of motivation from Fishy, Flowery begins to absorb the essence of the demon tree. Gaopeng thinks about how Heiwa mentioned a not insignificant chance of this method failing. That's just how these things go. Without some risk, there wouldn't be such a thing as legends and myths. While that continues on in the background, Gaopeng receives a video call from Lady Shu, who tells him the White Dragon tribe has agreed to accept his help in a private capacity. This is all possible thanks to Mofo coming to fight him in his own personal capacity, rather than as a representative of the Alliance of Tribes. Between that and the fact that he lost the fight, there's no animosity between their groups right now. With everything else taken care of for the moment, Gaopeng remembers Brainy has been staying on Earth. He pulls out a recorder to assign some new tasks and hands it over to Dumby, so he can deliver it to Brainy when he goes to Earth. As Dumby takes off, Gaopeng calls out to him to avoid joining the war and focus on helping the souls of the deceased transcend. What a deceptively nice way of saying eat 'em all up. Back on Earth, what was once the proud city of Yuzhou is now little more than a collection of dusty ruins. This is the scene Dumby arrives at, a single large spatial rift perpetually present in the sky above the city. With the sun and moon both gone, the light that shines on Earth now is what's coming through from the GU Tion Shidi, Dumby sadly comments on how Gao Peng must be saddened by the state of this place. After that, he arrives at the river, where Brainy has been spending his time. When Dumby calls the psychic familiar out, a lanky figure emerges from the surface of the water. What the hell is that? No, seriously, what is that? The creature that's just appeared has the body of a human, likely a copy of Gao Peng's, and the head of a worm, I think. This is so weird. Dumby tosses the recorder Gao Peng sent towards Brainy, who catches it with ease. He tells Brainy he should know how to use it, so he'll be off to attend to other matters. Just like that, he's gone. Standing in place, Brainy examines the recorder and wonders if Gao Peng is planning to send him back to the Black Fog world. As it turns out, that's not his intention at all. The recorded message informs Brainy that he still has to stay on Earth a while longer because of his ability, and Gao Peng is sorry about that. More to the point, he believes he's finished capturing the Yangtze River and will be setting his sights on the Pacific Ocean next. What in the who now? What happened to any and all semblance of sense here? The message goes on to tell Brainy he doesn't have to do this at once. It's just a task to be completed sometime in the future. Oh, Brainy's the one conquering the water masses. Okay, that makes sense then. These translations get really confusing sometimes. Brainy lies down on the water's surface after the message ends and thanks his lucky stars he gets to stay here on Earth. He's convinced that living with Gao Peng is a miserable existence. That means following his every order. A fish suddenly pokes its head out of the water, while Brainy is thinking and refers to him as Dad. Okay, this whole chapter is just a fever dream at this point. When Brainy asks what's wrong, the fish tells him that a group of monsters is chasing some humans nearby. Seeing this as an opportunity to get on Gao Peng's good side and to build a reputation for himself as well, Brainy decides to go help these people. With all the monsters in the Yangtze River being his underlings now, he's practically invincible, and he's gotten bored of that. It's time to have some fun. A while later, Brainy arrives at the shore, where the battle between humans and monsters is taking place. Right as the humans are being put on the back foot and losing hope, a massive creature made of water appears at the riverbank. It declares its name to be Shun Changshi, the supreme water god of the Shuanming infinite world, who watches over this river. For attacking humans in his territory, it sentences the monsters to death by drowning. As this is all taking place, Brainy is watching and pulling the strings from a distance, happy to see his plan so far is working. To his surprise, the humans actually seem to have picked up on the water god name he gave himself and actually believe it. Brainy decides to take advantage of this and hits them all with a minor mind alteration to make them believe in this god fully. With his work here done for now, Brainy leaves the area with his underlings. Back on the shore, the humans speak about their savior, the water god. While most of them are grateful to this strange god, one particular guy claims they don't know what its intentions are. Before the argument can become a full-blown fight, an older man calms things down and suggests repaying the water god for saving their lives with a sacrifice. At the suggestion of one man about the sacrifices in stories of old, they decide to offer up some livestock. Sure enough, the group of humans arrive at the shore the next day with a whole roasted cow as an offering. Despite their apprehension as to whether the god will even like this, they offer up the cow and wait, and then wait some more. It's only a full half hour later, when they're beginning to doubt their plan, that a massive water claw shoots out of the water and swipes the cow off the shore. Unknown to Brainy, a ship a good distance away from the shore has a direct view of the show he's putting on for his newly acquired followers. The captain is just terrified by what he sees as yet another new danger to worry about and orders his men to hurry so they can get the hell away from here. That's when one of the crew points out to him that the people on the shore seem to be worshipping the strange water titan. Instantly, the captain whips out his phone and starts recording the whole event. Why? I dunno. Back in the Black Fog world, Gao Peng is grilling some meat on the outdoor barbecue. When the news comes in of a certain new deity in the Yangtze River, Gao Peng instantly recognizes this as the work of Brainy and wonders just what the hell he's doing over there. Goldie takes some shots at Brainy for being shameless enough to claim himself as a pre-existing god, but only because he wishes he'd thought it first. Flamey lives up to his name and roasts the crap out of Goldie for his words, followed by a stare down that shows just which of them is the inferior being. I remember when that damn bird wasn't so terrifying. Simpler times. Next to Gao Peng, Fishy comments that Brainy wants to follow the path of belief to become a god. When Gao Peng expresses interest in this new concept, Fishy explains that this is a method of reaching the god tier as well. By maintaining a large group of believers, the being can become a god tier faster than through other methods, but it will be much weaker in terms of combat power. The weakest even. Gao Peng seizes the chance for a jab at Fishy and slyly comments that he thought the weakest god is him. Naturally, this puts off Fishy, who refuses to speak any further. With all the relevant facts in place, Gao Peng decides that the best option is to help Brainy along this path to becoming a god, since that will benefit them too. He opens the floor to his familiars and tells them to speak if they have any ideas on how to go about helping Brainy. Rather than getting suggestions, Gao Peng is then treated with a front row seat to the comedy drama that is Goldie, treasure-sniffing mouse, and Flamey's friendship dynamic. It's only towards the end of their back and forth when Gao Peng hears something that freezes his blood cold. Flamey is pregnant with Goldie. Wait, Flamey's a girl? Luckily for Gao Peng's sanity, Flamey confirms that there's zero truth to that idea and blasts Goldie for making it sound like the bird has gotten fat. Seeing the absolute circus in front of him, Gao Peng sighs and wonders why there's nobody reliable here. As if to answer his prayers, a reasonable voice finally appears and tells him that the more sincere the worshipper's belief is, the more faith they can provide to the god. This knowledge comes from Myrna, who has come back to spend some time with the group. As she devours a barbecue skewer and bats away her dad, she tells Gao Peng to send a ton of this stuff to her nest, since it tastes good. Sounds like me. Anytime I go to a buffet. Now, taking everything he's learned into consideration, Gao Peng comes up with the idea of forming an organization, similar to a church to grow Brainy's followers. For that, they'll need to get help from people higher up in the government. A little while later, Gao Peng and Grandpa G have a face-to-face meeting to discuss this idea. As they discuss the viability of growing the following of Brainy as a god, they conclude that cooperating with the right officials is the best way to go. Grandpa G tells Gao Peng that he can leave the matter to him, since he's already cooperating with the Chinese government. With that talk concluded, Gao Peng chokes on some of his grandpa's tea, before telling him that he needs to head out again now. He's finally found a suitable place to train his dragon ants, and wishes to get to it as soon as possible. Grandpa G just smiles at him and tells him to go ahead. Even though he has faith in Gao Peng's strength, he tells his grandson to be careful anyway, as any loving grandparent would. At a later time, Gao Peng arrives at a remote mountain range in the Black Fog world, completely frozen over with ice. This right here is the place. Once they've arrived at the mountain range, Gao Peng gets straight to starting the dragon ants training, without a moment's pause. He sends Elder Baby forward to challenge and suppress a snow demon lion up ahead. As the two beasts clash, the younger dragon ants cheer on their older brother, amazed by his power and skill. Unfortunately, this just distracts Elder Baby, who's already on the defensive at this point because of the lion's superior strength. One of the dragon ants instantly comes charging his way upon hearing this, completely ignoring when his older brother calls out for him to stop. Next thing they know, both Elder Baby and his opponent have been sent blasting off into the air, Team Rocket style, because the younger dragon ant launched them unknowingly. When they finally land in the distance, the lion is injured, and Elder Baby's bloody berserker passive is triggered. In this state, he manages to rip right through the lion with his claws. The lion isn't one to back down either though, and so, in its trapped state, it bites into Elder Baby's shell with enough force to puncture it completely. Back at his original spot, Gao Peng wonders if Elder Baby just isn't strong enough to win, even with his passive skill popped. As such, he orders Second Baby to use his diurnal pupil skill on the lion, while being careful not to hit Elder Baby. Second Baby does just that and blasts the lion, but this only causes it to bite into Elder Baby even harder, hurting a scream out of him. In the following moments, a new fighter makes his way onto the scene. Under the camouflage of light itself, this monster not only gets the lion off of Elder Baby, but also makes quick work of it, with a series of damning slashes via its blades. The younger dragon ants rush towards Elder Baby, where he's collapsed, and beg him not to die, something he wasn't going to do anyway, but that's pretty nice. Gao Peng even admits that while the victory wasn't ideal, Elder Baby did finally manage to hunt down a level 75 demon lion of perfect quality. Finally, he examines the seventh baby, a psychic dragon ant named the Heart Ant. As he lists the things that are wrong with the baby, he tearfully apologizes for disappointing him. Say sorry to that baby right the frick now. Despite their flaws though, Gao Peng has to admit, if only to himself, that he's missed this feeling. The feeling of going out to strengthen his familiars as a team. With a nostalgic smile on his face, he tells the dragon ants it's time to go find their next target. Meanwhile, back in Hope City, Grandpa G is having a meeting. with none other than Tong Ling about some ruins. As the two speak of the possibility of these ruins opening soon, Grandpa Ji tells her he'll see if he can send Gao Peng to explore them at her request. Once she thanks him and leaves, Ji calls Gao Peng on his big screen. After getting a quick status update, he tells Gao Peng that the ruins they recently spoke of will be opening soon, and the tribe will send a team to investigate. As such, he wants to know if Gao Peng would like to go with them. Naturally, Gao Peng tells him that he'll absolutely do so, and the decision is made. After all, according to Fishy, those ruins are where several gods fell, so their artifacts will probably be there for the taking. Bro is always thinking about the grind. Days later, Gao Peng has arrived at the location known as the Polar Surface. Here, he joins up with several members of different tribes as they gather together under the leadership of Qing Yu Nun, a quasi-god monster trainer from the Green God tribe. Gao Peng is surprised by the presence of such a high-level trainer, but it makes sense considering the value of what's inside these ruins. As it so often does when he's involved though, trouble finds the group before they can even begin their expedition. A giant spatial rifters open above them, and even Qing Yu Nun himself looks on with terror at what is coming out of it. A giant monstrosity covered in jagged crimson scales makes its way through the rift and into another, completely ignoring the group of humans. Qing Yu Nun warns them to be completely still and just wait for this creature to leave, as it's a destructive beast. One of the gathered tribesmen fearfully asks what a destructive beast is. To this, Qing Yu Nun explains that they are a special category of large monsters. They live in the cracks of space itself, where there's nothing but a vacuum. Because of the brutal environment in these cracks, hosting all sorts of indescribable natural disasters, the beasts that preside here have adapted to be the toughest living beings in existence. Luckily, that also means they pay no mind to lesser beings, as long as they don't draw their attention. Silver lining right. Once the destructive beast has left, the group breathes a collective sigh of relief, and Qing Yu Nun goes right back to leading them into the ruins. Said ruins are so breathtaking, even Gao Peng lets out an odd word or two. According to Qing, this was once a floating island, but plummeted to the ground for some unknown reason at some unknown point in time. The entrance to the Mystery Land is inside this crashed floating island. He turns to the tribesmen he's playing guide for and advises them not to rely on flying familiars to get onto the floating island. With no surety on how the law of floating functions here, they could be putting themselves in a situation that spells their own doom. With that warning, Qing tells the group that the Mystery Land doesn't allow the presence of quasi-gods and higher, so he won't accompany them inside. On a plus side, this means anything they find inside is entirely theirs to keep. Well damn, that's pretty freaking generous. Just like that, the tribesmen race to the cliffside of the fallen island and start climbing. Gao Peng stays where he is and notes how strange it is that these people started climbing the ideal paths with zero hesitation right after getting here. Hearing his name being called, Gao Peng turns to see Tong Ling. After greeting each other, she gets right to the point. She's heard how strong he's gotten and wants to work together. His assistance in getting her a specific item in exchange for a map charted by her tribe, which holds crucial details about the ruins. With this, he won't have to waste time exploring the areas with lower-level loot and can go straight to the big stuff. Gao Peng takes a few moments to consider what she said. From what he understands, if the Tong tribe were strong enough to chart a map of this place, then the others should have similar items too. With that in mind, he turns towards the other tribesman and tells Tong Ling that he's in. When she moves to hand him her map, he tells her to wait. He has a plan. Oh, this is not going to be good for everyone else, is it? As it turns out, this plan of his is to demand the maps of every other tribe as well. Naturally, none of them are very happy about his incredibly rude demands and try to cow him by reminding him. None is just outside. Gao Peng just becomes more amused and tells them to stop calling him a thief, since he'll just take a look and then return their maps. Infuriated, one of the tribesmen calls forth his familiar and sends it right at Gao Peng. This, unfortunately for him, was not the right move. With a single word from Gao Peng, Da Zi shows himself and electrocutes the enemy familiar so badly that it goes completely unconscious. Seeing what has happened, the other tribesmen close in and band together against Gao Peng. Because why wouldn't that work? Not like he just nagged one of your guys as easily as breathing. The next familiar called out to fight Gao Peng is a level 83 Yak King with a grade too low for Gao Peng to care. Next is a level 84 bird familiar named Da Feng. This one's slightly more of a threat, but Gao Peng remains more amused than anything. Shrugging his shoulders, He asks the others if there are any more familiars they'd like to send, so they don't regret it later. The tribesmen are infuriated by what they see as arrogance, and Da Feng is ordered to attack. In just a few moments, the entire area around Gao Peng and Da Zi has become pitch black, trapping them in a dome of darkness. Gao Peng remains calm and unites with Da Zi, just to be safe, before making his next move. From inside Da Zi, he studies this dark technique and learns that it functions by erasing light altogether. Da Feng attacks Da Zi's body in the dark, leaving him defenseless without any way to sense him. As the other side monologues about how he should surrender, Gao Peng considers calling Dumby and having him overpower this technique with his soul power alone. Instead, he decides to try out a new move he's been itching to use for a while now. He calls out Second Baby and activates the skill, known as sense sharing. With this, the diurnal pupils are shared from the dragon ant to Gao Peng, and then in turn to Da Zi. Now that he's fully capable of seeing this place, Gao Peng tells Da Zi to pretend like nothing's changed. And so he continues flailing about seemingly blindly, just barely dodging when Da Feng attacks, so it seems like instinct. Then, when Da Feng is just in reach with his guard down, Da Zi activates Silver Thunder Wrath. The storm of lightning rages across the dark backdrop, reaching Da Feng too fast for the bird to dodge. Just like that, the thunder from Da Zi's attack fries the bird like a bucket of KFC and brings down the dome of darkness. Once they're out, Gao Peng has Da Zi fly a bit higher than the rest, so he can observe the other familiars. The yak appears to be releasing some kind of fumes. From what Gao Peng knows, this is the ultimate musk, a drug that mutates and becomes highly toxic when the concentration exceeds a certain amount. That, combined with the main attacking eight-tailed thunder beast, spells doom for these fools, and they don't even realize what they're walking into. And so, Gao Peng does the smart thing and takes advantage of his enemy's idiocy. With a single burst of lightning from Da Zi all over the area, the yak is fried to a crisp. With some of their strongest familiars taken down like flies, the tribesmen have no choice but to comply when Gao Peng once more asks to take a look at their maps. One by one, each of them hands over their maps as requested by Gao Peng, so we can cross-reference the differences in them all. Even so, none of them are happy about having to listen to him. Gao Peng just takes the maps with a smile and assures them he'll give them back right away, as he pulls a sleek black rectangle from his pocket. Then, as the tribesmen watch on in confusion and barely concealed anger, Gao Peng snaps a bunch of photos of the maps with his smartphone, an act none of them can even begin to understand. 3 cheers for modern technology, you backwater stuck-up douchebags. The end, for now. After watching Gao Peng hustle the absolute crap out of the other tribe members, Tong Ling comments on how she recognizes the device he used to take pictures of their maps and lists all its uses, because I'm sure Gao Peng doesn't already know them all. The man himself turns to the tribesmen and tells them he'll introduce them to something as a gift, since this is their first meeting. He goes on to explain the Southern Sky Group's wealth and offers to have base stations installed in their tribes for free, after which they can utilize mobile phones. But of course, this goes entirely over the head of most of the guys, so Gao Peng dumbs it down and tells them phones are very useful and can't be used without a base. The tribesmen are still confused after this, in response to which Gao Peng once again tells them he'll install base stations for free if they buy phones. At that point, he just gives up for the moment and declares that their priority now is to explore the secret realm they're in. Later on, Gao Peng and Tong Ling are walking through the realm's forest when she speaks up. The girl asks Gao Peng if his grandpa will really agree to install base stations for free. To her surprise, this just brings an amused smile onto Gao Peng's face as he tells her the money required is just a drop in the ocean for them. And that's not even to mention the opportunity of crippling their enemies with internet addiction and invading their digital privacy. Dude's truly the cartooniest of cartoon villains when he wants to be. Out of nowhere, Fishy mentally bops Gao Peng and tells him to present himself respectfully in a potential dragon god realm. This reprimand makes Gao Peng wonder if this place truly is the realm of the dragon god. Even so, it's unlikely he'll get anything to evolve Da Zi with here. On the other hand, the dragon ants are not out of the question. All of a sudden, Tong Ling points in a specific direction and tells him that's where her great-grandfather found the bud of a water mulberry centuries ago. She's here to get it, since it should finally have bloomed by now. Gao Peng asks how she's confident it hasn't already been eaten, to which she replies that her great-grandpa killed its original guardian and left behind 2 psychedelic trees to protect it for him. She explains that it might be difficult to locate the trees, which is why she wanted to team up with him for protection and better chances of success. After Gao Peng promises her that he'll fulfill his end of the deal, it doesn't take long for them to find two out-of-place trees. Gao Peng comments that this seems to be the place, but Tong Ling tells him to hang on. She pulls out a jar and tosses a bug from inside it at one of the trees. As the bug feeds on the tree's fruit, a strange apparition appears, along with a radiant flower. Tong Ling has acquired what she came for, and thanks Gao Peng. Wait, what? What just happened? Gao Peng walks off while waving her off and just tells her that they're even now, since she helped him get the maps. Later on, he can be seen walking on his own and studying the larger map he's put together, using all the tribe's individual ones. While he's excited to see he has a complete map of the secret realm, Fishy is absolutely blown away. Based on the shape of the map, they're inside the divine realm right now. With Fishy freaking out, Gao Peng realizes just how rare of an opportunity this is. They're practically in the backyard of the gods themselves. Without delay, Fishy tells Gao Peng that he knows where the treasure room of this realm is and that it's the most lucrative spot for them to raid. Gao Peng deadpans at the fish and tells him it'll take them a full 10 days according to his map, and he's not even sure it's actually a treasure room. As he falls into a pit of despair because of that and various other reasons, it's now Fishy's turn to deadpan at him. Obviously, he knows some shortcuts for this place, and they'll be taking those. Gao Peng's mood does a complete 180 as he grabs Fishy and starts praising him, while they move onwards. 3 days later, the pair have arrived at a golden wall of power. Fishy tells him this is the spot before calling out his divine treasure to bite through said wall. Just like that, they've got a way in. Fishy tells Gao Peng to put him away, so only one of them has to do the actual traveling from here. Just when he thought the trainer is about to do that, Gao Peng instead uses fusion and hops right into Fishy's body, pissing the monster off immensely. Later, the two have spent some time exploring their destination, and Gao Peng is certain by now that it's no treasure room. Fishy insists, however, that this is just the Divine Realm's design, and they need to keep going. Right after he tells Gao Peng this, the man spots something strange out of the corner of his eye. Inside the lava boiling below them, there are crystals called Earth Fire Melting Crystals. Not only do these provide a valuable resource for Stripey, but they also confirm Gao Peng's suspicion that this room is a volcano. That isn't terrifying at all. They're only floating a few feet away from a fiery death. What's so scary about that? Out of nowhere, Gao Peng goes ahead and summons forth Stripey in his full humongous glory, causing him to splash into the lava and crush some unknown body below him. I'm sure it wasn't anything important, right? Stripey sits in the lava pool without a worry in the world, chowing down on the earth fire-melting crystals like a gourmet meal. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Peng has spotted a small army of flame giants closely observing them from the cliffside. Fishy tells Gao Peng to take a look at Stripey's butt if he wants to know why they're here. As it turns out, Stripey's sudden appearance and landing was right on top of the flame giant's leader and left him in a critically wounded state, leaving his men to desire vengeance. Unwilling to let Stripey's meal be disrupted, Gao Peng orders Fishy to deal with these mindless hot piles of rock. Well, they had to be racially motivated. With a quick demand towards Gao Peng to talk him up to his daughter later, Fishy pulls out their divine artifact and releases a wave of power oppressive enough to scare all of the fire giants right off. So much for that vengeance shtick. Turning to Stripey, Gao Peng asks him how long it'll take to digest those crystals he's eating. When the titanic spider tells them it'll be about 3 months, Fishy says that's ridiculous, since their priority is to explore more of this realm. Gao Peng's unfazed and just tells Stripey to swallow everything up and digest it slowly over time, while they move on. After that, Gao Peng shoots across the realm, once more fused with Fishy to go at incredible speeds. They eventually reach what looks to be a palace or temple perhaps, and walk up to the entrance. It's here that Gao Peng spots some carvings that tell a story of the past. Fishy explains that the records are the epic of the gods. Every recorded story on these walls is a story of the great achievements of the gods and tells how they became prosperous. In that moment, a sinister toothy grin grows on his face, and he explains that the stories can reveal what kind of god they depict and what kind of treasure they possessed when they were alive. Gao Peng proposes the idea of reading the whole wall of records from left to right, but Fishy tells him to just summon that little mouse of his, since it's more efficient. I mean, yeah, why wasn't that the first idea? Pretty obvious. Gao Peng releases a sigh and summons the treasure hunting mouse. with a snap of his fingers. The very second the mouse is summoned, he falls utterly in love with the aura of the place, deeply enriched with the feeling of treasure as it is. In a particularly goofy moment, his heart practically bursts out of his chest and leads the mouse towards a particular treasure. As they watch the mouse race off, Fishy smugly comments that they're going to hit it big this time. To his unprepared shock and annoyance, Yao Peng proceeds to grab him like a burrito and flies off after the mouse atop Da Zi. Inside the building, the mouse is running around like a maniac, pulled by the presence of various treasures, until he eventually feels something extra special. Instantly, he races off like a whirlwind in the direction of this specific treasure, and kicks down a door like it's nothing. Rather than a conventional treasure though, what they find inside is an ugly little troll-like creature, munching on a bunch of fruit. Gao Peng is quick on the uptake though, and quickly realizes that it's actually true dragon fruit. And not only is the troll eating a bowl of it, but there's also more of them, stashed away. More than the White Dragon tribe has in their entire treasure room. To everyone's surprise, the troll suddenly bulks up and starts roaring out in rage as it roars at them. Beyond the surprise though, nobody is impressed. Gao Peng and Da Zi judgingly stare down at it, as the former asks why there's an elf here. The troll walks up to the group and goes on a rant about how they've disturbed the great dragon elf king, Lord Samo. When the little guy dashes forward at Gao Peng, the man doesn't even flinch and just calls Da Zi. Half a moment later, old Samo is flattened and left on the ground, fully beaten. Bending down on one knee to get a closer look at him, Gao Peng says but one thing: "This dude's really ugly. Ouch." With an unimpressed look still on his face, Gao Peng picks up the little guy by the scruff of his neck and repeats his insult to his face. "Not even demons are this ugly. Jesus dude, he's already dead. Just stop." As the troll continues to struggle, Gao Peng reads his status window and finds that he is indeed a dragon elf king, and is sitting at level 70. To Gao Peng's surprise though, the creature's skills are ridiculously far removed from its nature, like several strength skills and a plant affinity that looks like it was added as an afterthought. As he mentally goes over what he knows, Gao Peng's expression grows more and more ridiculous. With over 10,000 different varieties of true dragon plants, the Dragon Elf King's evolution route is supposed to be insanely difficult. And yet, this little creature has not only evolved to an emperor tier, but is also the gardener of a dragon plant tree. Gao Peng quickly decides that the dragon monsters in Southern Sky will benefit greatly from a true dragon fruit tree like this. As such, he summons Silly and has him suck the whole tree up into his pocket dimension. With something like this, he could leave this realm right now and become one of the richest people in the world, because I'm totally sure he's not already one of those. He turns to the Dragon Elf King and tells him that he can take care of the tree and have a whole botanical garden of his own, if he just sticks with Gao Peng. The ugly little guy is about to refuse out of sheer pride, but a menacing look from Da Zi is more than enough to shut him up and accept Gao Peng's terms. Now that that's all taken care of, he turns to the treasure hunting mouse and tells him it's time to find the next treasure. Unfortunately, the mouse in question is completely worn out and severely depressed over never getting a share of the treasures he finds for his master. As the rodent spills tears over his thankless job, Gao Peng promises to give him anything that can be of use to him from the next load of treasure they find. Just like that, the mouse is back to 100% and ready to get to work. Must have some crocodile DNA in him to make tears like that. No one is expecting what happens next though, as the mouse activates a new power called Extreme Treasure Hunting. A single lock of fur spikes up as the mouse sees a whole new world of colors open up to him. With each passing second, he's closer to homing in on the most valuable treasure possible, until finally he pinpoints it. Then he's off once again, racing towards its location like a rat possessed. Gao Peng and his posse follow after the rodent, until they come face to face with a set of 3 doors. Though they're meant to be a test or trap of some sort, the mouse sees right through them and into the red color of the treasure's aura. The door on the left falls victim to his foot, revealing the contents of the room beyond it to them all. As he peers inside, Gao Peng has the most dumbfounded expression he's let out in ages. The only thing in the room is a small well, and above it is the branch of a tree with precious few leaves. Only the leaf above the well appears to be releasing drops of water into the well little by little. The system informs Gao Peng that this is the artifact known as the Divine Well of Darkness. This artifact possesses an 8.8% water rule and 3.2% yin rule for its precept content. Yeah, I'm confused too. It has some power over water and spirit. Let's just leave it at that. Gao Peng and his group are absolutely floored, with the man himself pinching his own cheek to check if this is real. Fishy is practically foaming at the mouth with how manically he's screaming when they spot something strange in the well. Well, stranger, that is. A serpent made purely of water is rising up from the lip of the well, staring at them. Gao Peng feels a chill go through him from the creature and tells Fishy that this thing must be a Saint Tyr that controls water. Fishy just smirks at him though and asks him what the heck he's talking about. He unleashes a wave of his power at the snake, causing it to flee back into the well. Fishy isn't having that though, and he summons his divine chompers to chase after it. Unfortunately for them, the well turns out to have its own automatic defense, even without a master, and blocks off the devouring teeth. Despite this, Fishy refuses to back down. In a moment of unexpected genius, or perhaps just blindly stupid tenacity, he uses the golden labyrinth brick to bypass the well's defense and sends his chompers back in. Just like that, the devouring teeth manage to capture the watery serpent in a single bite. Up at the surface, Fishy is dancing with joy over being closer than ever to restoring his original power with this water artifact. As the fish flails around in the devouring teeth, Gao Peng looks at Fishy speculatively. The smug expression, he brings Fishy in and comments on how he'll have a quasi-god familiar once Fishy breaks through. Of course, his smugness is no match for that of Fishy, who said he'll stop at just quasi-god level. With the sparkles of greed still in his eyes, the fish tells Gao Peng to hurry so they can get going. Before that, though, it's time for the devouring teeth to really put in some work. At Fishy's command, the divine artifact sucks in an all-encompassing breath that pulls the entire well and tree inside it. Well, with a little violent help from Fishy, that is. As soon as that's done, Fishy and Gao Peng pump their fists in the air with glee and head out. Only a few days after that, Gao Peng stands with a stuffed Silly in his arms and declares that their search is almost complete. With Silly's storage packed to the brim, his current wealth is no less than the greatest tribes themselves. Sure, the stress from their intensive treasure hunting burnt out Mousy so bad that he went bald, but it's totally worth it. Gao Peng can just get him a patch-up and start his evolution later. Right at the moment he thinks this, a portal suddenly opens in front of Gao Peng and proceeds to swallow him whole before he can react. Luckily, this seems to have just been a harmless teleportation that's landed him at the entrance of the realm, along with all the other members of the expedition. Xing Yunan is at the front of the group, a disarming smile in place as always. As soon as they see him, the other tribesmen start trying to get Gao Peng in trouble for his stunt with the maps. At the beginning of their expedition, Gao Peng remains unfazed and even asks why the little guy is so mad, going as far as to mock him. Naturally, this frustrates the tribesmen even more, something Gao Peng revels in as he escalates the situation for his own amusement. Just when the younger boy is about to give in and start a fight, Qing steps in and stops the whole exchange with a simple reminder. They aren't safe here. As tensions settle, Gao Peng notes how several people seem varying degrees of happy or relaxed. Meanwhile, one man is weeping over the loss of his partner. As Gao Peng ponders over the duality of the expedition's results, a tear opens up in the sky above them, out of nowhere. Qing recognizes the new tears and worriedly calls to the others to stay back. This is the same rift from when they started. A destructive behemoth is emerging. The tribesmen all run off in fear, while Gao Peng remains rooted in his spot by awe and curiosity. The beast that has emerged is displayed by the system as a medium god tier, giant destructive butcher whale. Without delay, the beast unhinges its jaw and begins sucking up everything in the vicinity, like a superpowered vacuum cleaner. A handful of moments later, the beast has disappeared once again, causing Gao Peng to wonder what that was about. It just ate the whole secret place they were in, and skedaddled right off. The sheer scale of it reminds Gao Peng that humans are nothing but ants in the face of god-level monsters. Qing comes up to the front and announces that they have to take another path home. Since this one has collapsed into a dimensional tier, they'll attract more such beasts. With a downcast expression, he sadly tells them they might be the last ones to ever enter this realm. While most of the tribesmen are upset by this, Gao Peng just has his usual smug smile in place as he realizes they won't try to take any of the treasures he has anymore. Unbeknownst to him, Qing is thinking about how fast this collapse is spreading and the lifting of restrictions on monster levels that it will lead to. As he stands there in thought, he wonders whether he should tell Gao Peng about this. On the one hand, he's a quasi-god trainer who will be helpful to have around, but he's also not a tribe member. With that in mind, is he trustworthy? Woefully unaware of the internal conflict Ching is going through, Gao Peng goes up to the man to tell him he's leaving since their expedition is over. Just like that, he dashes off through the sky, with a burst and trail of golden light, faster than Tong Ling can stop him, to say thanks again. Alright, now that's Ru Man. A while later, Gao Peng stands outside of Southern Sky's Hope City and tells Dragon and 4 to find an open area outside the city for them to stop in. Once he's there, he brings Streppy out from his pocket dimension and deposits him in the spot. He tells Streppy this is where he can work on digesting all those crystals he swallowed, and also requests a workbench for himself. While Fishy waddles off, talking about researching a new artifact, Gao Peng has Silly deposit the true dragon fruit tree. They got over here as well. Next, he brings out the ugly little troll that is the tree's gardener and explains that he wishes to use the true dragon fruit as the main ingredient in a new potion of his. In exchange for the gardener caring for the tree, Gao Peng will bring him all the dragon plants he finds from here on out. With their deal established, Gao Peng gets to work on this new potion. While Gao Peng works on refining his new concoction, Trolley, that's his name now, gets tempted by the true dragon fruit's succulent appearance and moves to grab one. To his immense shock and annoyance, Dazi pops in out of nowhere to smack the crap out of his hand and tell him not to touch Gao Peng's things. When the little beefcake yells that this is his tree, Dazi just looks down at him like an ant asking to be crushed. Though he's quaking with fear now, Trolley still tries to insist that he's the one in charge of the tree. Luckily for him, Gao Peng speaks up right at that moment, and the focus is shifted to his completed evolution potions, 7 different types for 7 different dragon ant babies. Off to the side, Mousy lays on his back, dismayed about how he's once more been used like a tool and forgotten without any reward. Geez, someone make a familiar union for this poor guy to join. Sweat drop running down the back of his head. Gao Peng tells him to quit moaning and shows him an evolution potion, specifically made for him as well. This has the mouse shooting right up in equal parts shock and excitement, while Gao Peng says that he told him he'd reward him. Tears of happiness stream down the rodent's eyes at finally being seen, and he gulps down the potion, like it's the elixir of life itself. And then he dies. Wait, no. What? The mouse falls on his back, eyes red and lazy, while he foams at the mouth. From his spot a few steps away, Gao Peng turns his head back with a shadowed, evil grin in place and explains that he added an ingredient that'll strengthen him and help absorb the potion. It's just really painful too, as a lesson not to hide stuff like that overpowered mode he revealed back in the Divine Realm. Off to the other side, Trolley trembles in fear at how cruel Gao Peng is to his own familiar. Yeah, I'm with the juicer on this. Dude acts like a whole villain. It's a few days later when the little rodent finally completes his evolution and recovers from the catatonic state. He now sits at a respectable level 70 in the Emperor tier with the title of Treasure Rat. Gao Peng notices a particularly interesting skill in his stat window called Treasure Storing. To test it out, he tells the rat to swallow one of the true dragon fruits without actually eating it. Sure enough, as soon as he does, a system window shows that the fruit is in his treasure storage and the rat's treasure hunting speed has increased for it. This pleases Gao Peng, as he's hit 2 birds with 1 stone. He not only no longer has to worry about hiding treasure, he can even use it to get more of it faster with this skill. Instantly, he tells Silly to spit out some of the treasures he's holding for the rat to swallow, killing yet another bird with the same stone. Now Silly has more free storage space. As soon as he swallows the rest of these treasures, the rat has become faster than ever before, bouncing all over the place at incredible speeds with a grin. To everyone's surprise, a massive eruption of fire and lava suddenly takes place not too far away. As Gao Peng wonders if that's from Stripey, the Spider Titan himself emerges from the smoke with a whole new look. The giant has finally broken through to the Sync tier. As he watches the evolved beast from atop Dazi's back, Gao Peng comments that only the 7 dragon ants are left now, so it's time to go check on them. Once they reach the spot where Gao Peng set up a barrier for them to undergo evolution inside though, Gao Peng is surprised and confused to see the whole thing obscured by a thick cloud of smoke. Though his naked eye can only see a bunch of lights inside the smoke, the system's eyes cannot be hidden from. To Gao Peng's shock, the system says that the monsters in there are currently undergoing fusion. The dancing kind or the earring kind? What? It's an honest question. Seeing as how he's the oldest of them, Gao Peng turns to Fishy to ask what the hell is up with this, but finds that the former god is in an unstable state himself. Floating within the waters of the divine well, they retrieved. But then, the dragon ants float up into the air in a circular arrangement, confusing Gao Peng more than ever. With his eyes wide and sweat dripping down his face, Gao Peng can only worriedly ask if they're going to be okay. See, he does care, he's just a douche at times. Up in the air where the dragon ants are floating, a massive explosion of power suddenly engulfs them all. Down below, Gao Peng starts, panicking at the idea of them being hurt. Da Zi is quick to calm him down though, as his first familiar reassures him that they'll be fine. Gao Peng can only smile in thanks to his oldest friend, and pets Da Zi's head like old times. Right in the middle of this, yet another explosion of power booms out, blowing the cap right off Gao Peng's head with a shockwave. As the smoke clears, a whole new being emerges from within, looking like a true warrior knight with the same color scheme as most of the dragon ants. It walks forward toward the shocked Gao Peng and kneels down on one knee before him. Then it speaks, greeting Gao Peng and telling him that it is simply Dragon Ant. Gao Peng quickly opens the being's status window and sees that it's a level 80 Overlord tier mythical beast, named the 100 Faces Dragon Ant. As Gao Peng tells him to stand, he mentally notes that this beast is just one level away from Saint tier. And then, as he realizes the value of this being's special ability, his expression shifts back to his trademark. Part evil, part smug, part insane grin. Though this guy's own abilities are pretty useless, he has the power to choose any of the 7 Dragon Ant's powers and utilize them in battle, even mixing multiple of them at a time. So it's like that one episode where Enemo totally screws up Ben's Omnitrix. What? I'm a visual learner. Over to the side, Fishy finally awakens and comes out of the divine well, only to be flabbergasted by this whole new being standing before him. When both the Dragon Ant and Da Zi offer no answer, he asks again just who this guy is. Rather than responding, Da Zi just turns to Dragon Ant and asks if he wants to spar with Fishy. Without a second thought, the Dragon Ant turns to Fishy while charging up a crap ton of energy. Still confused and completely out of the loop, Fishy grabs his head in fear as he screams out questions about what the hell is going on. But then, as soon as he sees the newcomer, using a familiar technique to produce smoke, something snaps into place in Fishy's mind and he asks if this person is Dragon Ant 6. So close but not quite. Without giving him another moment to think, Dragon Ant shoots his arms out like tentacles, only if the stretchy part was made of smoke. Fishy easily smacks the hands away with a grin and comments that the 6th baby has changed quite a bit. In that exact moment, Dragon Ant switches to the diurnal pupil ability and shoots a beam of ocular energy at Fishy, forcing him to dodge. With the switch in power, Fishy is right back to being confused, since that's the 2nd baby's power. Finally, he grows tired of this charade and turns on Dragon Ant with a furious expression, demanding an answer. When none comes, Fishy lashes out with a massive attack, which smacks Dragon Ant right across the face and drops him to the ground. Ouch, that'll hurt in the morning. At Da Zi's concerned expression, Fishy checks Dragon Ant's vitals and assures that he's alive. He asks one final time just who this is, when Gao Peng finally steps in and explains how the Dragon Ants all fused upon realizing that he just slumped one of their own. Fishy lets out an insanely nervous smile and shakily comments that there's no wonder he felt so familiar. Everybody pray Gao Peng doesn't turn him into sushi, please. Back on Earth, a member of the White Dragon tribe is flying over a particular river when he senses a terrifying presence from within it, a very specific one too. After rushing back to the chief's abode, the tribesman reports to the old man that the blue dragon has been found. When the chief asks for confirmation, the younger man explains that the aura alone ensures it, since it frightened even his own beast. The chief understands the gravity of that statement, since the young man's own dragon is nearly a pure-blooded Qing Luan. If it was frightened, this other beast must be fully pure-blooded. As far as he's concerned, though, the presence of a beast that can go even beyond quasi-god, like the pure-blooded blue dragon, is great news. That means Earth is getting more and more powerful. Putting that aside for the moment, the chief orders the younger man to assemble the elders from the other tribes for a meeting, as their team has brought back vital intel on Jiyu Tian Shidi. As soon as the young man is gone, the chief unfurls the scroll he's been gripping, revealing a map of a whole city. As he stares at it, he can only wonder out loud how the alien races in the Jiyu Tian Shidi have developed so fast. Not long after his call for a meeting, the White Dragon Tribe's chief presides over a meeting in the Great Council Hall. Here, he shares the map charted by the tribesmen he sent to Gu Tianshidi previously and tells the other leaders to take a look. When one of them comments that there's nothing special about this simple map, the White Dragon chief elaborates. He tells them that the forces of Gu Tianshidi have evolved much faster and further over the previous several centuries than they had expected. In fact, their top cultivators/trainers are now beyond the ancient tribes in terms of both quantity and quality. This gets the attention of everyone at the table, as they instantly veer towards panic. The White Dragon chief is quick to stop that, however, as he instantly tells them there's good news too. With how much they've developed, their enemies have separated into several countries within their own home world, countries which are now at war with each other. Pretty much everyone agrees that this is a great thing for them, since a divided enemy is automatically a weaker one. The White Dragon chief stands from his seat with a fierce stance and declares that there's no shame in them exploiting this weakness, since their enemy is far superior to them. At once, the other leaders stand and ask him what his plan is for exploiting this weakness. As he said, the Green Tribe's old leader remains calmer, but shares the same sentiment, asking the White Dragon chief to quit the theatrics and spit it out already. And so, the man explains that their enemies have yet to find out about their spying, or if they have, they simply don't care. He turns to the others with a cunning smirk and tells them they can use their enemy's arrogance to their advantage and continue probing for intel without fear, since they aren't even threatened. One of the leaders asks if they should bring the Chinese into their plan, since having an extra quasi-god trainer on their side would be a massive boon. The White Dragon chief is just about to agree with this when a new voice speaks up. Yu Huangming of the Shuanhu tribe tells them to just wipe out the Chinese if they refuse to work with the tribes. Arrogant smirk in place, he turns to the White Dragon chief and tells him he has to put the bigger picture first. Internally, the man is frustrated over not being able to just tell off Huangming to his face, since he's a significant leader. Outwardly, though, he just raises his glass and tells them that China's quasi-god trainer won't refuse them. Over in Seven Skies headquarters in Hope City, Fishy is enjoying a leisurely swim inside the divine well, free of any and all worries. And then his daughter shows up. So much for no worries then. When he asks if she's come to see him, his daughter, Myrna, just comments on how great he is for finding yet another divine artifact. Fishy just smiles at her and tells her he'll lend the thing to her as soon as he's restored his original power. Myrna is quick to turn down the offer, though, and comments on how it's nothing she hasn't seen before. Damn, that's the most polite burn I think I've ever heard. Before taking back off, she comments on how Fishy looks like a big fat fish being steamed in a pot. Unfortunately for him, he's too slow getting out of the well to tell her off. Before she flies into the distance, little dude stays getting roasted. Even worse to Fishy is when Gao Peng walks over from the side with a cup of coffee and an amused grin, since he just saw that whole exchange. Right at that moment, Gao Peng gets a notification that he has a visitor from the White Dragon tribe. Very soon after that, Gao Peng is at the entrance of the headquarters, where he finds the White Dragon chief, Bai, and his sons marveling at the ingenuity of human architecture and infrastructure. Yeah, paved streets and skyscrapers are pretty cool, aren't they? From behind Gao Peng, his grandpa walks up as well, as greetings are exchanged, and he assures them they're more than welcome here. He's still talking when Bai suddenly rushes up to him and grabs his hands before calling him master and asking if he remembers him. Being used to this by now, Grandpa G politely lowers Bai's hands and explains that he's mistaking him for someone else. He assures Bai that he doesn't mind, but it's a total coincidence that he looks like their great priest, ancient leader, master, something to that effect. I've forgotten the exact term. Bai backs off without arguing and just apologizes to G for the mix-up. Meanwhile, Gao Peng observes the whole exchange from the side and wonders if this really is just a coincidence or something deeper, since the High Priestess made the same mistake. Wanting to get things back on track, Gao Peng gives the chief's son, Bai Yin, the most bombastic side-eye he's ever experienced. Bai Yin takes the hint and reminds his dad what they're here for. The chief is instantly back into business mode once he's calm and tells Gao Peng that they're here to invite the Chinese to their alliance. Gao Peng and his grandfather exchange a look that lasts all of 2 seconds before turning to face the chief. Gao Peng is the one to speak and declares in no uncertain terms that the Chinese people have no interest in being caught up in the wars of other people. The chief's eyebrows twitch in both surprise and concern at the instant rejection, and he tells Gao Peng not to make a hasty decision without at least sitting and talking about it. With one look from Gao Peng, Grandpa Ji leads the group over to a conference room inside their headquarters. Here, Gao Peng tells Chief Bai to go ahead and say whatever it is he wants to. In lieu of that, he pulls out a rolled-up parchment and asks them to take a look at this first. Turns out, it's the same map he showed the other tribe leaders. He goes on to explain the same thing to them, about how the forces of Jiu Tian Shidi have multiplied and established several countries. More importantly, they appear to have forgotten all about the ancient tribes and are embroiled in their own wars instead. At Grandpa Ji's question, he confirms that these are civil wars and tells him they plan to fight there. Gao Peng has an unreadable expression sans a raised eyebrow as he admits the intel is highly valuable. However, in the face of invasion, who's to say they won't unite to wipe out all their forces first? Chief Bai insists that Gao Peng is overestimating them, and it won't be that easy for them to identify their invaders anyways. After all, apart from their blood being green instead of red, their appearances are largely the same. Gao Peng lets this new information run through his mind for a moment and thinks out loud that their enemies won't even know who they are if they don't get injured. Gao Peng admits that this does make the offer to join their alliance much more tempting. However, if he is to do so, he demands that the Chinese people enjoy the same status as the top tribe and retain the right to refuse important decisions. Is that all? What a reasonable list of nope, he's crazy. Chief Bai tells Gao Peng, not unkindly, that he's underestimating the top tribes and a single quasi-god isn't enough to be on their level. He's in the middle of offering a compromise when Gao Peng interrupts him with an outrageous question. If one quasi-god isn't enough, what about two? For once, Chief Bai is left completely floored, with his eyes wider than they've been in a long time. In response to his questioning look, Gao Peng walks over to the balcony door and slides it open, while commenting that they might not have had any before, but they do now. If he was shocked before, Bai is completely speechless now. Right outside the building, an insane level of power and aura is being released that's changing the very color of the sky. Chief Bai realizes that Gao Peng's familiar is breaking through to the quasi-god level right as they speak. Bai is still in a state of shock when his own white dragon suddenly appears and tells him he has to use his own pressure to suppress this energy for Bai's protection. Bai tries to call out to his dragon to wait, but it's too late. Yet another quasi-god has already appeared and is staring down the white dragon with amusement, while telling that it shouldn't interfere with the breakthroughs of others. Chief Bai recognizes this as the quasi-god that set Mofo's Buddha back home in a broken state and assures her that he didn't mean to be disrespectful. Internally, he acknowledges that despite his many trump cards, it's best not to make enemies of these beings. A massive cloud appears just a little way from the balcony, and Chief Bai marvels at the ascension of quasi-god, something he hasn't seen in an incredibly long time. And then, to his surprise, a bunch of phantom fish float into his field of view from the side. But it's not just them. Before he knows it, the whole city has been engulfed in an aquatic aura, making it look like an underwater city. But then that ends too when just a moment later, an insanely large fish, perhaps a shark, appears and declares itself to be the ruler of the ocean. Yet again, Chief Bai is blown completely out of the water, pun intended, by what he recognizes as an imperial god. Before his eyes, this god opens its mouth, unleashes a gold coating onto its teeth, and proceeds to quite literally eat the darkness out of the sky. Next to Bai, Gao Peng comments that between Fishy's own deified teeth and the Sea Emperor's devouring teeth artifact, he possesses power close enough to the Great Law to destroy space itself. All over the city, the public is abuzz with conversation about what just happened in the sky. It's only when a news anchor announces that it was from the ascension of Gao Peng's familiar to quasi-god status that they all calm down. After all, the stronger Gao Peng is, the safer they are. Well, that's a pretty wholesome level of faith. I dig it. Back with the main cast, Chief Bai silently observes the antics of Fishy, now back in his chibi form, and Myrna. He can't even begin to fathom how much Gao Peng is still keeping secret, if this father-daughter quasi-god duo is something he's only now revealing. Just a moment later, Grandpa G steps in and tells them that it's time for dinner and more conversation. Soon after that, Fishy and Bai's white dragon can be seen debating over how good Gao Peng's barbecue is. Meanwhile, Chief Bai tells Gao Peng that they're planning to send imperial envoys into Jiyu Tianshidi soon, with very strict control over their entry and exit points. Gao Peng agrees that such measures are only reasonable, and then asks Chief Bai to give him a spot on the first team that'll be going through. Chief Bai asks if he's sure since, although he's certainly qualified, there will be many who have problems with him. To this, Gao Peng replies with a confident grin and tells him he just needs a list of those people's names so he can persuade them himself. In the face of such youthful enthusiasm, Chief Bai has nothing more to say. Sometime later, Chief Bai returns to the hill where the Council of Ancient Tribes meets. Here, he is greeted by Yu Huangming of the Shuanhu tribe once more. When Huangming asks what happened with the boy, Chief Bai tells him that he's agreed to join them and will be leaving with the next batch of envoys to enter Jiyu Tianshidi. Chief Bai is full of praise for the responsible young man, but Huangming waves it all off and comments that he knows exactly what the kid is after. He just wants to bang an alien. Huh, that's an interesting leap in logic. Both Chief Bai and the Green God Tribe's elders are utterly baffled by the ridiculousness of this statement. Huangming is quick to get in Chief Bai's face, though, and demands to know why else China would participate in such an endeavor at their level. Chief Bai clamps down on his growing anger and casually brushes past Huangming while telling him about how he watched Gao Peng's familiar breakthrough to quasi-god before his very eyes. All Bai is left to say is a warning for Huangming not to make trouble unreasonably, even though he's clearly been sunned, or perhaps because of it. Huangming grows outraged and yells after Chief Bai for the tone he's taken. Who cares if the kid has two quasi-gods? All of them have at least that many. Unfortunately for him, the tribesmen gathered all around them are of a more reasonable nature and understand that going up against even a single quasi-god is a whole different ballgame. Being the oversensitive and self-important prick that he is, though, Huangming takes offense to this and calls out that all those cooperating with Gao Peng are no different than those seeking the skin of a tiger. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these proverbs make more sense in Chinese. Let's just move on. The Green God Tribe's elder finally speaks up to Huangming and spouts off some more Chinese proverb terms in Gao Peng's defense before Chief Bai takes back over and declares that Gao Peng is not their enemy. Besides, China has the same roots as their own people, so it's only natural for them to unite. With everyone around him turning against him, Huangming is left shaking with fury. Even a narcissist can have a moment of intelligence now and then, though, which is what happens here as Huangming decides to just back off and leave. With him gone, Chief Bai turns to the gathered tribesmen and tells them it's time to decide on the candidates for the vanguard. Before long, the day of the infiltration had finally arrived. Gao Peng stands before Chief Bai as several tribesmen gather around in the prairie of the Black Fog world. Chief Bai tells Gao Peng about how to enter the Jiyu Tianshidi from here and informs him that his tribesmen have made him a batch of clothes to fit in better with the foreigners there. Finally, at the last moment, he tells Gao Peng that the scouts he's going through with are going to be put under his direct command. Though Gao Peng is visibly shocked by this, Chief Bai assures him that they're all good young folks who won't make trouble for him. Plus, as long as he forges a good relationship with them, his own people's future will be secured, thanks to their connections and heritages. And now, with all the official stuff over, he moves over and asks Gao Peng if Huangming has come to see him in recent times. As it turns out, not only has the weird old man done exactly that and openly insulted Gao Peng, but he also proceeded to take full advantage of his hospitality, ate a bunch of free food, and stank up the whole Dan headquarters with his constant farts. The man is a goddamn living biochemical weapon. Okay, this has to be a translation error, because no way this dude is that gross and still a whole tribe leader. Then, as the preparations finalize and the group comes together, Gao Peng notices something strange about one of the scouts. A young man from the Poison Marsh tribe named Zi Hai has a strange quasi-godlike aura. Gao Peng is instantly suspicious of this. After all, the only way he's gotten so far is thanks to the system. For someone his own age to be near the same level without that hack, he must either be an insanely talented prodigy or have some kind of dark secret. Before Gao Peng can think more about that, Chief Bai comes over with a bottle of what he calls fragrant ink pills. With these, he'll be able to fully disguise himself as a resident of Jiyu Tianshidi. His blood will remain red, though, so he has to make sure he doesn't reveal it in any way. Gao Peng sees the other scouts around him all taking the pills without hesitation. So he throws his own back as well. All of a sudden, he feels a surge within him as a sheen of green spreads out and covers his entire body. With Frosty's assistance, he takes a quick look at himself and decides it could be worse. Then, after receiving a more detailed map from Chief Bai, he moves to meet the team he'll be leading. It consists of Bai Haishuan of the White Dragon Tribe, Yu Zijin of the Black Tortoise Tribe, Yan Han of the Fire Flame Tribe, Lei Hu from the Wood Thunder Tribe, Qing Qing from the Green God Tribe, and Bei Huangmi of the Northern Ice Tribe, who also happens to be the only one of them below Overlord tier, sitting right at Emperor. As for the final member of their team, it is Zihai of the Poison Marsh Tribe, and he is a Saint tier trainer. While everyone else looks at Zihai in awe of how accomplished he is at such a young age, Gao Peng has different thoughts. To be a Saint tier trainer at such a young age would have required an insane amount of precious materials. Gao Peng will need to keep a close eye on this one in particular. After heading into the Jiyu Tianshidi, Gao Peng takes stock of their location and destination, according to the map. Of the two closest kingdoms, Mingyu and Murong, they decide to head for the closer one. Without delay, Gao Peng brings out Dumbi and tells the others to call out any beasts that can be traveled with, since the road ahead will be pretty rough. Right before his eyes, Gao Peng takes note of Zihai's familiar in particular. A quick look at the creature's status window reveals exactly why Gao Peng was getting an off feeling from Zihai this whole time. Zihai's secret is something involving the severed finger of the plague god. From now, though, he maintains his composure and acts like nothing has happened for the sake of their mission. He tells the team their first stop will be the Mingyue Kingdom, while clamping down his curiosity. Just like that, the group arrive at the border of the Mingyue Kingdom only a few days later. During their trek here, they've all changed into the local outfits that were provided to them before leaving home. Huang Mi notes just how dilapidated the whole place looks and asks about the development of the foreigners out loud. Luckily, Qing Qing is quick to scold and remind her not to use the word foreigner around here, since y'all know they're meant to be playing locals. Gao Peng explains that due to an ongoing war between Mingyue and Murong, the border area is a constant danger zone full of poverty and strife. Luckily, they can see the walls of Mingyue ahead, so they just have a short way left to go. Upon their arrival at the walls, though, they're treated to the sight of dozens upon dozens of refugees in terrible conditions lying against the walls. They note that the guard at the city gate seemed to hardly be awake, but his beast is sticking to its post at attention. Before anyone can stop him, Lei Hu loudly exclaims something about just how green the guard is. Haishuan is quick to scold him, just like Qing Qing did to Huang Mi, but is interrupted by a carriage that suddenly comes barreling their way. Even more ridiculous than its sudden appearance is the bird perched atop it, which is yelling profanity at any and all in its way. Gao Peng tells his team that they should get out of there, but by that point, the Raimon-drawn carriage is already at the wall, accompanied by dozens of men. In direct contrast to the rough, orc-like men guarding it, the voice that speaks from the carriage is a soft one. The driver, Zhuang, answers the voice's question about where they are right now. As soon as he does, a hand shoots out and opens the carriage, to reveal that the young master of this group is actually a very young girl. Watching from a distance, Gao Peng wonders what a rich lady like her is doing in such an abandoned and poverty-stricken place. That question is answered just a moment later, when she instructs her guards to start distributing food among all the starving refugees. Despite her heart being in the right place, Gao Peng comments on how this kid doesn't understand the law of places like this. Before he can think of their next step, Gao Peng notices that the driver, Zhuang, has noticed something off about their group and is telling his men that they might be spies. Well, so much for this being an undercover mission. Luckily for them, it appears that Zhuang thinks they're spies from Murong, rather than the ancient tribes. He's in the middle of ordering his men to take positions, when Gao Peng and his team realize what's happening. Huang Mi is on the verge of a nervous breakdown, while Yu Zijin starts tossing blame around. Gao Peng, on the other hand, remains calm and tells his team to act accordingly, without panicking. To be fair to them, that's way easier said than done. Unnoticed by any of the guards, moving to intercept Gao Peng's group, something is going awfully wrong in the line of refugees getting food. One of them suddenly smirks maliciously, under his hood. Before anyone can even comprehend what's happening, he bursts into a mass of wood, energy, and vines that completely fry the nearby guard, as well as skewering the bird on the carriage. Zhuang screams in fear for his master's life and rushes back towards her, while summoning his own beast. As his beast emerges and gathers energy for an attack, Zhuang orders it to fire the move known as Split Space Deception. Over in his spot, Gao Peng silently observes that the energy wave from that attack is easily Saint level. His team has barely been here a week, and they've already managed to run into 2 Saint tier trainers out of nowhere. With the tree monster split in half, Zhuang returns to his master to see if she's alright. In the distance, Yao Peng tells Hai Shuan that this isn't over yet. Sure enough, the remains of the tree monster start growing and spreading across the entire wall of Mingyue. Gao Peng tells his team to retreat now while they can, before the damn plant covers the whole town. It's not long until the tree has grown to be absolutely massive, absorbing the very life essence of everybody and every corpse in sight. Gao Peng's team is terrified by what they're seeing, but manages to keep their cool for the moment. Down on the field, Zhuang tells his master to get back in the carriage and let him handle this. I don't know, man. Seems like a pretty stupid plan. His familiar continuously shoots attacks at the tree, but for every branch that's blasted, 2 more seem to grow in its place. From where his team is standing, Yao Peng realizes that the blue-white giant tiger of Zhuang is slowly being eaten away by the tree monster. With its attention split between attacking the tree and defending the carriage, it won't be long before the tiger falls and gets absorbed by the tree. While his team members discuss this, Gao Peng summons his second oldest familiar and tells him to purify all the nearby dead souls and extract any useful memories. Sure enough, Dumby has that task completed within moments and hands Gao Peng a crystal holding the language memory that he's extracted. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Peng places his palm on the crystal and goes into a dreamlike state to absorb all the info. Behind him, his team comments on how a quasi-god trainer really does have a lot of tricks. Down on the battlefield, things look more dire than ever. Zhuang's tiger is just barely managing to protect the young lady while he fights on, and he's not sure how much longer she can last against the tree's life-absorbing power. In that moment, he spots an all-too-perfect gap in the tree monster's body and races forth on his tiger to capitalize on it. As it turns out, though, that's exactly what the enemy was hoping for, and the opening was a trap. Now that he's closer to the monster's core, it releases a massive blast of energy right at him. Zhuang manages to dodge, but even Gao Peng's team feels the attack's shockwave all the way up on their perch, something that's absolutely insane for a plant-type familiar. Unlike the others, Dumby has a whole other concern. That shockwave just now almost jostled Gao Peng out of his info-absorbing stage. All of a sudden, he's overcome with fury at his master being disturbed and leaps into battle himself. The tree monster senses the sudden arrival of a Saint-tier monster and pauses his onslaught, causing Zhuang to be confusingly shocked as well. If the Saint-tier is from those spies he spotted earlier, are they really from the Murong Kingdom? There are no answers to be had. In that particular instant, though, as half a blink later, Dumby uppercuts the tree monster with enough power to send it flying. And if that hadn't been enough, his terrifying death aura sends it running out of fear anyway, while Zhuang thanks his lucky stars that this beast isn't targeting him. Dumby beats the crap out of the tree and captures it. A little while later, Gao Peng wakes up from absorbing the crystal's information, only to find that everything has gone quiet. As he looks to Dumby and asks, what the hell is going on? The tree monster smashes its head into the ground to kneel before Gao Peng and beg his forgiveness. What did Dumby do to this poor lad? Gao Peng is left scratching his head as he wonders just what the hell happened while he was under. Suddenly, the plant monster rises up and forcefully ejects its master from their fused state before yelling at him to get out of there. Just like that, it vows to cover his retreat even if it has to sacrifice itself. Gao Peng is quite interested in how the beast managed to forcefully end the fusion state, but beyond that, is pretty unbothered. We see why a moment later, as Dumby takes the monster down with a simple, single blast of undead energy from just one hand. Now you might not realize this, but that really shouldn't have been that easy. Once Dumby is done, absorbing the soul of the monster's trainer as well, Gao Peng wonders why they fell so easily when the monster was Saint-tier, just like Dumby. The only answer he can come up with is that breakthroughs are unnaturally easy in this world's environment, so levels don't equate to fighting ability the same way they do back home. Or maybe the plant monster was just a weak knob. Either way, his team is amazed by what they've seen and starts talking about all the things they've heard of him. Zihai, on the other hand, has a frustrated look on his face. To everyone's surprise, Zhuang comes up to the group and starts thanking Gao Peng for saving them. Yet even more surprising, however, is when the young lady rushes forward to shake his hands and appears to be completely starstruck. Hell, she goes as far as to promise that she'll have her father make him an officer right away, without even knowing anything about him. This chick's the poster girl for hero worship, isn't she? Though he's quite surprised by her words internally, Gao Peng maintains a cool demeanor and asks if she's a princess in the language of this world. You learned it from the crystal thingy, don't worry about it. When she happily admits that she is, without a care in the world, even Gao Peng has to express his disbelief at just how clueless she seems to be. In the background, his team continues to speculate on what the hell is going on and starts wondering if he's being seduced by this young lady. Paf, fat chance of that. Dude's as dense as a brick of solid lead. When Zihai is asked about his opinion on what's happening, he just scoffs at the whole situation. Back with Gao Peng, he apologizes to the princess for being unable to join her or accept any reward, and offers a story about how he and his siblings here are on a training journey ordered by their master at the top of the mountain. The princess accepts this pretty much instantly, but Zhuang is a little more cautious. He doesn't want to doubt their savior, of course, but the people in the town Gao Peng must be from were wiped out recently, so there's no way to confirm his words. Before any further questions can be asked, Gao Peng returns to his team while calling out a goodbye to Zhuang and the princess. The second he gets back to his team, Gao Peng can't get the hell out of there any faster. Even as the two he saved call out to him, he just yells another farewell back. After all, he'll be totally screwed if they realize none of his group can even speak this world's language. Yeah, you'd think they would have considered that before setting out on a whole spy mission. But what concerns Gao Peng even more than that, perhaps, is how restless he can practically feel Zihai becoming. Something is about to go down, and it won't be good. That night, the team takes shelter in a random inn in the manhua kingdom. Most of the team can be seen sleeping soundly inside. Well, those who aren't kept up by Lei Hu's absolutely monstrous snores at least. One particular bed, however, is suspiciously empty. With no one any wiser to their exit, the occupant of this bed disguises themselves in a cloak and steps out of the inn in total silence. The cloaked figure makes its way all the way to the outskirts of Mingyue, even beyond the walls. It's here that they finally reveal themselves to be none other than Zihai. With a cocky smile on his face, he calls out to the seemingly empty area around him and asks Gao Peng if he still isn't tired of following him. Sure enough, Gao Peng reveals himself from where he was hiding with the great dragon ant's stealth ability. Now that they're face to face, Zihai asks why he's bothering with him when the man has enough to worry about already. He goes on to tell Gao Peng he actually admires him for being a true genius rather than going through the kind of stuff he's had to. Okay, bud, you're kinda just sounding jealous now. As Gao Peng wonders if Zihai is about to put all his cards on the table, the man in question summons his familiar and fuses with it in one quick and fluid movement. Gao Peng watches the beast roar to the night sky and asks in shock if he's really broken through to the quasi-god tier. Fused with his beast, Zihai calls out to Gao Peng, saying that taking him down here will be like child's play. Yeah, spoiler alert, that ain't how this is gonna go down. Gao Peng just smiles at how cocky this guy is before summoning Fishy with a snap of his fingers. The napping chibi slowly wakes up with a million questions about what the hell is going on, causing Zihai to be enraged at what he sees as Gao Peng mocking him. That's his biggest mistake yet though, because as soon as Fishy hears the insult to his own being, the only thing on his mind is destroying this punk. Within moments, he's transformed into his true god form, completely dwarfing Zihai's beast by 1.5 miles. All Zihai can get out is an enraged demand to know how the hell Gao Peng's familiar is this powerful after just evolving. Instead of an answer, he gets swallowed whole by Fishy. Then, finally, as the king of the ocean chooses food, he spits out a particularly disgusting piece of something and asks what the hell that is. All of a sudden, the item, a severed finger from the looks of it, shoots up into the air and tries to fly away. It doesn't get very far though, as Fishy shrinks back down to chibi size and brings out the golden labyrinth artifact when Gao Peng tells him to capture that thing. As it turns out, the labyrinth doubles as a capture device and traps the finger within itself. Seeing no way out of this, the finger suddenly starts speaking to Gao Peng and offers promises of incredible power, something which Fishy is quick to shut down as he slams the finger with the labyrinth. Though he'll never admit it, he's determined to be the only deity Gao Peng needs at his side. How about that? The tsundere is finally being honest with himself. When Gao Peng refers to the finger as the severed finger of the plague god, though, Fishy is stunned that he knows what it is and reluctantly gives it up. With the finger now lying before him, Gao Peng reads through its system window, which warns of a dangerously toxic contagion. Then, the finger suddenly starts babbling on and on about all the power it can grant Gao Peng again. Annoyed by the single-mindedness of the thing, Gao Peng tells Fishy to go ahead and eat the finger already. That's when, in a last-ditch effort to survive, the finger screams that it has an insanely valuable treasure from its time as a deity that it can lead Gao Peng to. This finally gets Gao Peng's attention, causing him to turn back around with an evil smile and an eager look. The finger desperately swears on its life that it will tell Gao Peng everything it knows the second he signs a blood contract with it. Fishy, however, is very vehemently against such a thing. He's extremely vocal in telling Gao Peng that the deity this finger belonged to can't be trusted and the slope to becoming corrupted by it is a highly slippery one. Eventually, Gao Peng accepts Fishy's advice and allows him to just go ahead and eat the thing. There's no way the little guy did all that just for a snack, right? Luckily, Dumby can extract the memories from the soul of the severed finger. While most of them are fragmented, the location of the treasure is one that's completely preserved. Other than that, are some memories of how the plague god ascended to godhood, a cult it managed to create for itself, and the event that led to its defeat. Knowing the location of this treasure turns out to be all but useless though, because according to Dumby, it'll take them a full week to travel there, even with the great dragon ant as a mount. Even though if he really doesn't want to, Gao Peng now has to consider just giving up on the treasure, since he has to stick with his team for now. The next morning, Hai Xuan, Zijin, Huangmi, and Qing Qing are gathered outside Gao Peng's room, as per his request. The absence of Lei Hu, Yan Hong, and Zihai does not go unnoticed, as they all wonder where the three could have gone. The group all have their own ideas, but the conversation comes to a halt when Gao Peng finally joins them. When he asks after the others and is told they're gone, he just says they should be considered as having taken off on their own. As such, the five of them don't have to wait for them anymore. That seems a bit harsh, does it not? Lei Hu wasn't even a half-bad dude. Without missing a beat, Gao Peng turns back around and tells the team that they're heading to Iwaki. As he walks away, the four have a discussion about whether or not they should follow Gao Peng, with most of them being firmly in favor of sticking together. They are pretty confused though when Hai Xuan explains that their new destination is west of Mingyue, with their current location being to the southeast of Mingyue. That means they'll have to cross the whole damn kingdom. Unknown to all of them, Gao Peng can hear their clumsily whispered words as loud as if they were being yelled. As he smirks at their cluelessness, he thinks about how this new route will allow him to reach the location of the plague god's treasure without even having to separate from the group. The reason for that is that their new destination is the city where the plague god's cult was created. More importantly, if they question the decision, he can just say that going through the kingdom from end to end is bound to give them the most intel on their enemies. And that's not even a lie. Ah, the art of bull crap. Truly one of the most beautiful. And so, the team sets out on a journey that takes them through all of Mingyue Kingdom over the course of many, many days. One night, when they turn into sleep, Gao Peng alone lies awake and gets up. Earlier, when nobody was watching him, he added a calming agent while cooking dinner to put everyone firmly to sleep. This way, he can head out, go work on finding the plague god's treasure, and be back by morning without any risk of them finding out. Putting his hood on, Gao Peng initiates the plan and heads out of camp. After reaching a quiet clearing, far from the team's campsite, Gao Peng calls out Dumby and tells him to continue the process of refining the bone from the plague god's severed finger. While he works on absorbing the bone's essence, Gao Peng starts a mental yapping session about how he does what he does and how great it is. Soon enough, the process is complete, and Dumby has completely refined and absorbed the bone, just in time for them to reach the Rock City, where they're going to. Roughly a full week later, Gao Peng and his team reach the gates of Yancheng. Dude, how many damn names does this city have? Iwaki, Rock City, Yancheng? I'm just calling it Rockland from here. While the others observe the primitive architecture of the place, Gao Peng sees something concerning at the actual gates and brings their attention to it. There's a queue to enter the city, and every person that goes through is being inspected by a strange mirror of some sort. When Haishuan explains that it seems to have the ability to check people's identity, Huanli is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Gao Peng is quick to calm them down though, and tells them to just keep watching for now. Very soon after that, an incident with a young girl trying to enter the city reveals that the guards are only on the lookout for remnants of the plague god's cult. After they take the girl in for questioning, Gao Peng has his team join the queue. Between what they just saw and the info on the mirror's stat window, he's pretty sure they're in no danger of being discovered. Even though they could get through with no trouble, Gao Peng and Fishy feel up to a spot of mischief when it's his turn to be scanned. When the mirror scans Gao Peng, it writes off the aura of water around him as that of a trainer with a water-type mythical beast. It's not prepared, however, for the feeling of drowning under an ocean of power when Fishy brings it into their mental space and absolutely terrifies it with his full presence. Out in the real world, the mirror shrinks away from Gao Peng and starts hiding behind the guard on duty. Said guard just writes off the strange behavior as another of the mirror's cowardly tendencies and pays it no further mind. He does wonder just what about Gao Peng could warrant that reaction. But since he hasn't raised any alarms, the guard decides to just let him through. Completely unknown to him, Gao Peng and Fishy are mentally celebrating the complete and utter punking they just performed on this lackluster security system of theirs. The end, for now. Gao Peng is scamming his way past security to enter the rock city of Iwaki and find the hidden treasure. As the guard moves to let him through, Gao Peng coyly asks if he's sure he doesn't need a closer inspection. Luckily for him and his team, the guard just laughs him off and tells him someone strong enough to even frighten their inspection mirror could never be part of the Dao One sect. I'm no genius, but I'm guessing that's the plague god's cult they're on the lookout for. Gao Peng just thanks the guard and mentions that he has some friends too. With his luck holding up, the guard decides they're all clear if they're with Gao Peng and ushers them through. Before they can leave the queue though, the guard brings out an eye token and hands it to Gao Peng, so he's free to roam the city as he wishes, taking the token without hesitation. Gao Peng thanks the guard again, and his team is on its way. That night, Gao Peng's teammates do the usual stuff that comrades on a super-secret spy mission to another realm do. They play card games, throw tantrums, and snore the night away, so loud their friends can't get a moment of peace. On the other hand, the man himself has much more pressing matters to attend to. Gao Peng summons forth the fused dragon ant and combines with it for ease of movement. Then, within the dragon ant's body, he dashes out of his window to complete his own personal mission. Not long after that, Gao Peng in the form of the dragon ant arrives on a very particular hill outside Rock City. According to the memories of the plague god which he absorbed, his secret treasure trove should be right here. Sure enough, he spots a very specific platform that's at the forefront of the plague god's memories. Crashing into it, the dragon ant reveals a hidden passageway leading inside. Seeing as how it's darker inside than an orphan joke, he uses diurnal pupil to light the place up. Much to Gao Peng's joy, the interior of the cave is exactly the same as in the memories he's absorbed. With his goal within arm's reach, Gao Peng hurries on inside. Eventually, he comes across his spirit pool that's clearly the poison type. Rather than be bothered, Gao Peng has nothing but interest in what he's seeing. According to the plague god's memories, his followers use all kinds of rare spirits and essences to cultivate this pool. Right as he's pondering over the pool's properties, Gao Peng witnesses the emergence of a strange pig from it. Knowing better than to judge based off of appearances, he sincerely tells the pig that he's a believer in the plague god when he's asked. For all of 3 seconds, this seems to placate the pig. Out of nowhere though, it transforms into a terrifying visage and asks Gao Peng if he knows its name then. Fortunately for the human, the plague god's memories are still as useful as ever and reveal to him that the pig's name is Little Ming. Satisfied with his proof of being a believer, the pig backs down, allowing Gao Peng to study its status window in peace. Evidently, this little creature is a quasi-god. As the pig points him in the direction of the treasure trove, and he moves on, Gao Peng thanks his lucky stars for the info from the plague god. Before long, Gao Peng has arrived at his destination. Bringing up his hands, he pushes open the large stone doors before him to reveal the hidden and long-lost treasures of the plague god. And he's met with an empty cave of a hall, devoid of anything even remotely resembling treasure or a divine artifact. Once he's done yelling and throwing a mini temper tantrum about the situation, Gao Peng separates from Dragon Ant and thinks deeper. With how ingrained the memory of this place's location was in the plague god's mind, there has to be something pretty important here. That's when he notices a whole boatload of ordinary-looking earthen jars in a corner. Gao Peng studies the iron blocks placed on each jar to keep them sealed and wonders just what the hell is inside, since he's never seen a treasure stored like this. Right at that moment, Fishy suddenly summons himself and starts practically screaming about the smell of God's tint. I guess old age finally caught up to his brain. As he starts hopping from jar to jar and giddily examining them, Gao Peng confusedly asks Fishy just what the hell this new term means. Based on how overjoyed the fish seems, he has to ask if there's actually some hidden treasure in the jars too. Fishy responds to Gao Peng's confused questions with a toothy grin and tells him that God's tint is something the plague god prepared himself. All he says after that is that this is a really good thing for gods. Without any further explanation, he then proceeds to leap into one of the jars headfirst and drown himself. In the background, Gao Peng can only watch with a sheepish expression and wonder why someone as greedy as Fishy would share such a thing. I mean, come on. Even he isn't that greedy, I think. Maybe. Probably. Sensing that something's off, Gao Peng uses the system to view the details of this substance. According to the window, God's tint is an elixir, made through countless complex procedures and precious materials. As he notes that the description is vague and doesn't mention the actual ingredients, Gao Peng realizes that this substance is beyond his current upper limit, making it highly useful. Instantly, he summons all his familiars that can fit in the cave and puts them to work. He has Goldie open the jars, while telling him that Fishy is sharing some great treasure with him. Which isn't technically a lie, I suppose. Just like Gao Peng himself, Goldie is stumped that Fishy would put aside his greed and share anything. As he opens the seal on the jar, while mumbling about that, Gao Peng rushes closer to get a good look inside. As he's examining the strange liquid within and stirring it with a spoon provided by Silly, Gao Peng comes face to face with a mummified corpse, floating up out of it. Naturally, his first reaction is to spout off a number of swears, as his heart races 1,000 miles a minute. Seeing his state, Fishy takes pity on the human and explains that that's just a monster corpse used to create God's tint. Once he's calmed down, thanks to Fishy's explanation, Gao Peng tells Flamey to go ahead and consume the substance in that jar. As any sane being would be, Flamey is quite reluctant to do so after seeing what's inside. However, a little bit of taunting from Goldie is more than enough to spur the bird on and slurp up the godly goo. Surprisingly enough, Flamey finds the stuff pretty tasty, and mere moments after that, Flamey erupts in a sudden inferno as he becomes overloaded with energy. And burning Goldie was definitely not intentional. No sir. Not wasting any time, Gao Peng has Frosty go ahead and cool down both the familiars in question with the quick application of AC air. As he observes the effect of his power, Frosty tells Gao Peng that even he can feel his elemental control and power has risen several levels from absorbing that tint stuff. Upon hearing this, Fishy explains that this particular batch of God's tint looks to be made from a beast of perfect quality or higher. That makes it even rarer than normal. This makes Gao Peng realize just how special the treasure he's found. After all, even epic tier familiars are a luxury in the ancient tribes, and they're rarer still on Earth. For them to be used in a medicine of sorts of all things would drive the tribe elders insane. More than that though, this explains to Gao Peng just why the plague god brings about the murderous disaster that it does. Right as he comes to this realization, Fishy reveals that tons of spiritual materials, living and otherwise, are added to each god's tint every other year. With 81 gods' tints here, the fish states that the plague god's resources have been spent on this for a century. Shifting his mood to his usual flippant one, Fishy tells the others to dig in for now, Goldie in particular. As they do just that, Fishy thinks to himself about how he'd have loved to keep all this stuff for himself, since the others don't even realize its value. Even so, however, he owes his restoration to Gao Peng, and as such, he'll do what he can to help his comrades. Well damn, I guess he does have a heart. Sometime later, all of Gao Peng's summoned familiars are lying in exhaustion, after eating themselves sick. In the meantime, poor Goldie's depressed over still not growing any hair even with this power-up. Feels bad man. And so, with their business here concluded, Gao Peng stores away the rest of the jars inside Silly's storage space and pulls out a box of low-level monster cores. Just in case anyone else shows up here looking for the supposed treasure, he's leaving this behind, so they don't realize he's taken the real treasure already. Without wasting another second, he fuses back into Dragon Ant's body and heads out the way he entered. On his way out, the pig from before calls out and asks if he's leaving already, ever the one to put his foot in his own mouth. Gao Peng says that he has to return and report to the Lord. All he receives in response to this is a sudden burst of aura from the pig and a worrying statement. It already knew from the start that he was dead. From where he's resting within Dragon Ant's body, Gao Peng turns to the pig and wonders what it means. He can only hope this won't end in a fight, since an angered quasi-god in its own element in a closed space like this is just a nightmare waiting to be unleashed. Right as he's preparing for the worst, though, the pig says that it would already have eaten him if it wanted to, and addresses him directly rather than Dragon Ant. Woo, busted. With that reveal, the pig tells Gao Peng that his knowing its name clearly signifies a close relationship with the master. Yeah, sure pal, that's totally it. Gao Peng simply observes quietly and laughs along with the pig known as Little Ming. It's while he's doing this that the supposed pig finally reveals more of itself than just its head. And if its changes in mood have been surprising, its change in physicality is a complete shock. The head of the pig is mounted upon the body of a snake. Coming closer to Dragon Ant, it makes the strange request for Gao Peng to separate from his familiar and pinch the pig's ears, like its old master used to in the past. Though he's more than a little hesitant, even Gao Peng's will is no match for an adorable little animal begging to be petted. And so, he diffuses with Dragon Ant and gives the little guy exactly what he wants. This sends the pig into absolute ecstasy, while Gao Peng has to admit it feels pretty good too. Once it's done though, he declares it's time to go and moves to leave the cave. That's when things get even wackier, as the pig wraps its serpentine body around Gao Peng's arm and sticks there. Strangely enough, it obeys and backs away. The second Gao Peng orders it to do so in a stern voice, stating that the pig is essentially acting like a trained dog. Gao Peng tests his theory with a series of commands. Sure enough, the pig-snake hybrid is exactly what he thought, a trained pet eager for a new master. After thoroughly petting the pig some more, Gao Peng is slightly unnerved by its declaration that he's a good person. Seeing its sincerity though, Gao Peng offers to let the pig come with him as its new master. A genuine offer, but one that's shot down instantly, with the reasoning that the pig's old master warned it about people and monsters being extremely dangerous. As Gao Peng wonders if the pig realizes its own power, it then proceeds to try and bargain with him, offering ways he could live comfortably here with it instead of leaving. Naturally, this isn't really acceptable for Gao Peng. As such, he takes one more shot at convincing the pig that he can protect it, even in the outside world. Right at the moment he starts trying that though, Dragon Ant begins to exude an immense aura and collapses to one knee. Gao Peng worriedly asks, what the hell is going on? To which Fishy pops in and explains that Dragon Ant is breaking through to Saint Tier, thanks to the god's tink he ate. Internally, Gao Peng is blown away by how fast that stuff worked. More importantly, though, he has to maintain his cover, and Dragon Ant's breakthrough will draw far too much attention. He asks the familiar if it can hold this back for a little while, but Dragon Ant is already quivering from the exertion of stalling it, even the little bit that he is. Seeing no other option, Gao Peng gets on top of Dragon Ant and tells him to hurry on out of there, so they can at least hide. As they leave, the snake pig is left behind, and pitifully asks if they're leaving it alone. Right as it's dejectedly turning around, a hand reaches out for him from the sky. Gao Peng has stuck around just long enough to grab the little guy and take him along for the ride. As he smiles down at the pig, he asks once more if it would like to join him. This time, the answer comes much easier to the little guy. And just like that, Gao Peng's little family has gained yet another strange new member. Meanwhile, chaos has overtaken operations at a military camp outside of Yancheng City. In one particular tent, a soldier reports to his superior about how the Dewan sex remnants in their holding have broken and revealed the identity of their high priest. The moment the general learns who exactly this priest is, he's livid, as the man is someone he's personally done favors for. At his command, the troops move out to put the fortress on lockdown and capture the leader of the Played God's followers. Seems like the general's taken that one rather personally, eh? In the skies just beyond the walls of Rock City, a flying familiar patrols, while a massive barrier is erected around the city limits as a trap of sorts. Down within the city itself, an employee in an inn comments on how things are really getting out of hand. As fate would have it, this particular man's establishment is where our main man's team has spent their night. The rest of the team is wondering just where the hell Gao Peng is in the midst of all of this, when, lo and behold, the man himself, shows up out of nowhere. Altogether, the team members unite to deliver the mother of all frustrated glares in Gao Peng's direction. As he wonders what the hell's up with them, Yao Peng runs through a mental checklist. After finally evolving Dragon Ant, all he's done is catch some sleep for the first night in a while. Within the time that he's slept, however, it seems he's missed quite a lot. Right as he's thinking that, an announcement blares to life on the city's audio system, advising all civilians to stay off the streets and indoors to avoid being caught in the crossfire of what's to come. Little by little, the civilians within the inn itself become restless and start questioning just what the hell is going on. Luckily enough, the innkeeper breaks through all the confusion with a warm tone and kind face. He assures everyone that they've got nothing to worry about and that the general is only going after the Daowen sect. They've only been asked to stay inside as a precautionary method to avoid collateral damage, and will be completely fine provided they stay in their rooms. One of Gao Peng's men comes up to him during the innkeeper's speech and asks the summoner what their game plan is. To this, he simply says they'll do as the innkeeper says and mind their own business, while enjoying the meals and hospitality provided to them. Dude's taking being unproblematic to a whole new level. Just then, another announcement blares over the audio system, declaring that the notorious criminal named Yin Xiangqi shall face justice for siding with the Daowen sect. Outside the inn and up in the sky, a battle like no other is underway, shaking the very foundation of the buildings below. Even as people all over the place run around like headless chickens in a panic though, Yao Peng remains entirely unaffected and just toys with his food. His teammate from the White Dragon tribe simply observes with a nervous expression and reminds himself of all the stories of how Gao Peng never goes into a battle unprepared. Surely this is just him strategizing? Yeah, no. Fat chance. In reality, Gao Peng is sweating up a nervous storm as he desperately asks Fishy if he thinks he can handle this level of a fight. The familiar in question simply has a smug little grin on his face as he taunts Gao Peng for the highly unbecoming behavior. He does, however, follow that up with a statement about how a quasi-god like himself, with access to 3 whole divine artifacts, will have no trouble with this kind of squabble. With his fears assuaged, Gao Peng once again takes on a pompous expression and starts looking at his underlings with pity. Meanwhile, things outside are taking a turn for the worse, more and more, little by little. Eventually, the general from before and the criminal known as Yin Xiangqi come face to face, both of them fused with their respective beasts for the sake of battle. Though the general tries to speak to the other man, he's too far gone to be reasoned with. Seeing no point in continuing this, the general declares that it's time for Xiangqi to meet his demise. As the two beasts face off in the open, Xiangqi openly taunts the general, goading him to go for the first attack. Sure enough, this ends up working, and the red dragon soars at the criminal in an attempt to slash off a limb. When that fails, the dragon lets loose a massive flaming roar. Or at the very least, he attempts to do so, but is stopped midway when Xiangqi spits out his own roar of poison, sealing his mouth shut. Now, while the red dragon is distracted by its sealed shut mouth, Xiangqi comes crashing down from above and swiftly moves past with his incredibly sharp claws, held in front of his body. Just like that, the red dragon's head has been sliced clean off his body, seemingly ending the battle. Back inside the inn, Bei Huangmi worriedly asks if this is really all the local forces are capable of. Yu Zijing chimes in as well, wondering how the blood dragon could go down, after talking such a big game and seemingly having the upper hand. That's when Gao Peng decides to finally speak up, as he tells his underlings to look closely, because the battle isn't over quite just yet. As the others stand in place, confused by his words, Gao Peng is thinking about the red dragon's regenerative factor, and is certain it has some trick up its sleeve. Back on the battlefield, Xiangqi is of a similar opinion, as he calls out to the general's body and tells him that he knows that's not enough to keep the dragon down for long. Really? Decapitation ain't enough to keep him down. Well, alright then, I guess. With no response from the dragon, Xiangqi declares that he'll smash the general to bits and see what he has to say for himself then. Huang Mi and the others are horrified by what they're hearing. However, as fate would have it, another entity joins the battle at that exact moment and uses a strange power to freeze Xiangqi in place. Half a moment later, a single white projectile comes barreling down from the sky and punches a hole clean through Xiangqi's head. Yeah, that one's definitely gonna sting in the morning. Up in the sky above, as the haze of the battle clears, a being most closely resembling a literal angel is revealed, floating in place. Suddenly, the massive white knight starts mumbling about some strange feeling in its heart. At the same time, back at the inn, Yuzijin and the others are left frozen in shock and awe at the instant win they've just witnessed against a god-level beast. Gao Peng, on the other hand, is having an internal conversation with Fishy. The quasi-god informs Gao Peng that the White Knight is a time-type divine beast, with a divine artifact grasped in its hand on top of that. Even more troubling is the fact that the artifact is a golden-type divine variant, wielding 6.7% of the law of gold. So its power is being rich then? As if the situation wasn't already bad enough, Fishy gets closer to Gao Peng and tells him there's one more troublesome thing. This monster has probably sensed Gao Peng's presence here already. Oh, he's so cooked. As Silly starts yapping about the beast's powers and likens them to his own, Gao Peng draws the conclusion that Time's ability is kind of like a powerful magnetic field, influenced by the strength of others around it. This brings Gao Peng to the further realization that the Time Guardian is kind of just a bully afraid of a real challenge or anyone above his own power level. Even so, however, the being is a level 97 quasi-god with god-tier equipment to boot. No matter what else may be true, Gao Peng wouldn't be too bothered by the being if he was here on his own. But he knows that his team has some dead weight that'll hold him back should a battle break out. As a result, he decides to just lay low for now and avoid any altercations. To this end, he has Fishy hide his presence from the Time Guardian. Over with said Guardian, it relaxes as soon as it feels the presence of the other quasi-god disappear and rules that it should be fine, since he didn't feel any ill will from that person anyway. Next thing anyone knows, the Blood Dragon has finished recovering and rises up to thank the Time Guardian for its help. Said Guardian just tells the dragon to keep up the good work protecting their country and disappears into the sky. Back at the inn, Gao Peng resolves to keep himself as hidden as possible, even as his teammates marvel at the Blood Dragon's survivability. A few days after the titanic battle between beasts, Yancheng City is on the difficult path to recovering from its aftereffects. About half the city was caught up in the damage caused by the battle, and countless buildings were ruined, if not straight out reduced to rubble. As he sips on some coffee inside his room, Gao Peng looks out at the city and thinks about how it's been in constant turmoil ever since the battle. With the general's forces hunting down the remaining rebels and the military withdrawing, you'd think the cleanup would be pretty much done by now, but there's plenty left to do. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a procession comes marching through the city streets with a massive coffin held above their shoulders and a pair of giant beasts guarding them. As the leader of the procession blows on a horn, Gao Peng is reminded of the past and how so many customs seem to be the same here as they are on Earth. Frankly, it's rather chilling what the implications of such a thing are. Down in the streets below, the procession stops at the command of its leader. Here, halted in essentially the middle of the city, the leader tells his brute to prepare the sacrifices for the king of the underworld. As per the orders of the mustached menace, several prisoners are brought out wearing gags, blindfolds, and handcuffs. Up in his window, Gao Peng is absolutely frozen with shock when he realizes these prisoners aren't just humans, but earthlings at that. Gao Peng is certain that this is the case since the skin color alone is something that aliens aren't capable of replicating, even in the worst circumstances. I mean, what about body paint though? Down in the street, the prisoners are gathered into a huddled group as the procession's leader starts chanting with his hands raised. As he finishes his chant, a burst of power occurs, blowing tons of dust and wind into Gao Peng's eyes. When it finally clears though, the sight he's treated to is far from welcome. From one corner of the coffin carried by the procession, an all-encompassing darkness leaks out and rises up towards the sky. Though he's never seen this before in his life, Gao Peng is surprised to find the feeling and scent of this darkness is eerily familiar. Ever the helpful exposition device, Fishy explains that that's the stench of death, something with the same source as his second familiar, Dumby, which is why Gao Peng finds it so recognizable. Right as he's pondering over something else Fishy has said, an open palm suddenly emerges from the dark energy and curls over the human prisoners. Within a moment, the lot of them are crushed, along with several yards of ground. All around them, the procession's leader sighs a breath of relief and comments that it's almost over. That relief quickly morphs to shock and horror, though when he realizes that the sacrifices have disappeared and were not killed by the Dark Hand. Suddenly, in a shocking, disturbing, and altogether rather gross turn of events, an eye snaps open on the surface of the hand and starts demanding where its delicious treats have gone. The members of the procession fall to their knees and start begging the beast's forgiveness, but mercy is not something it has in large supply. With its original victims nowhere to be seen, the beast turns its sights on its own worshippers and snatches one of them up by his clothes. Over with the rest of the worshippers, a young boy suddenly screams out at the hand to let go of his father. Using the strongest skill of his ox familiar, the boy manages to free his father and even damage the hand a bit. Unfortunately for the boy, this results in an immediate beating and scolding from the leader of their group. The older man yells at the boy for causing a catastrophe, only to be promptly shut up when the boy calls him out for being afraid of a beast that couldn't even handle his familiar. Then, as the dust and debris from the whole incident clears up, the procession's leader starts yelling at the boy again. He explains that the beast they summoned was simply the love child of Hades, but now the real deal is pissed off. I mean, why though? Dude needs some therapy or something. True to the leader's words, a pair of massive red doors appear in the wake of the smaller beast and open up to reveal a pair of demonic eyes. Everyone in the area instantly bows down and begs for the king of the underworld's forgiveness. In the meantime, Yao Peng silences the humans he rescued from the fate of being sacrificed and turns towards the newest arrival. As he gazes upon the so-called Lord of the Underworld, he can only wonder, what's with that ridiculously feeble aura? The spineless coward of a cult leader now stands in front of the gate from which Hades himself is emerging. Before anyone knows it, the Lord of the Underworld has arrived, and he too is in the form of a giant hand, the same as his child before. As per their leader's orders, the worshippers all fall to their hands and knees, begging Hades for forgiveness. The ruler of the underworld in question senses around them for powerful beings and realizes that there shouldn't be anyone here greater than himself. Should being the keyword. Right as Hades is about to let loose on his own worshippers, he suddenly finds himself and the others transported to a barren wasteland out of nowhere. Before Hades can truly express his full anger and take it out on the humans, though, a dark purple fist grabs the ruler and proceeds to absolutely crush him, terrifying the creature of darkness. The group's leader is as confused as anyone else, when just moments later, the gate Hades emerged from his crushed to tiny pieces, and Dumby appears before him in his full glory. That lasts for all of half a second, before the undead ruler disappears as well, leaving the worshippers to wonder just what the hell they just experienced. As for Gao Peng himself, he's still at his room's window, more disappointed than ever by just how little of a challenge the whole thing was. Getting over his annoyance, Gao Peng turns to face the real reason he intervened, the humans he rescued from being sacrificed. At the last moment, when he asks where they come from, one of the humans explains that he's from the Fiery Suit tribe without hesitation. Another of the men is quick to berate him for giving up information like that to their enemy, seeing as how Gao Peng is still in his disguised form. The savior in question is already lost in his own thoughts, though, seeing as how he doesn't know of any Fiery Suit tribe, and these people having a different dialect than the ancient tribes, he can only assume that they're indigenous to Gu Tian Shidi and have common ancestry with the ancient tribes. Turning back to them, Yao Peng asks how they'll go on from here with no spirit beasts or identification. As it becomes clear that the humans have no real plan for any of that, an elderly man approaches Gao Peng from the back of the group. He is by far the most open of the humans and transparently asks Gao Peng what he would suggest. As he lays praise upon praise on Gao Peng, the young man comes to a decision. If they lead him to their tribe, he'll guarantee their safe passage and arrival there. As expected, the younger men from before are highly offended by this suggestion, still not trusting Gao Peng with such information. The elder, on the other hand, appears to have complete faith and agrees to his terms. I know it works out in this case, but you're way too gullible, Gramps. For now, Yao Peng tells the humans to rest and recover before meeting him tomorrow to start their journey. A handful of hours later, the group of humans meet up with Gao Peng and his team in a small grove outside city limits. After figuring out their destination on a map with the old man's help, Gao Peng announces that they're heading to Manhua Kingdom. All the geezer has to do is keep his people in line, and Gao Peng will provide all the transportation and resources. Later that night, while everyone else is heading into their tents to rest after making camp, Yao Peng stands guard, there unknown to anyone else. Dragon Ant comes up to Gao Peng in his camouflage state and reports on the conversations of the humans. As he suspected, they've been talking behind his back and hiding something important. The only bit of useful info that Dragon Ant was able to secure was that their kin lives in the south. Before Dragon Ant can elaborate on this any further, though, Fishy bursts out into the world with a warning for Gao Peng. There are 3 powerful beings heading this way fast, and all of them are demigods. Kigalpang is instantly on high alert and calls out to the rest of the group to do the exact same. His teammates struggle to get into formation, since they still don't know the local language, but nothing blows them away quite like what happens next. From the tree line up ahead, two figures emerge. These are none other than the beaten and bloody forms of Lei Hu and Yan Hong, the two who left their team in search of personal glory, which clearly worked out just great for them. Yu Zijin is quick to talk smack about them, but Bai Hai Xuan has more important concerns. Based on their appearances, the two have clearly been tortured for info, and knowing them, it will be no surprise if they've already spilled everything they know. Exactly as Hai Xuan suspected, one of the two wayward former members of their team suddenly screams out to seemingly no one that these are the people. Yu Zijin barely has time to yell at him before a much larger figure emerges from the forest and stomps down on Yan Hong's back, forcing him into the mud. The figure that does this is a large, centaur-like being with blue armor, yelling at Gao Peng's team for daring to stir up trouble in his kingdom. In the background, the old man from before works out that the ones who rescued them are actually red bloods like them too somehow, with their options severely limited thanks to all the dead weight. Hai Xuan turns to Gao Peng and asks what they can do now. For his part, Gao Peng is no less concerned, but keeps it under wraps, while he can handle the water-based demigod centaur and the spider shadow lurking in the tree line. The true threat is the Time Guardian floating above them, and his divine artifact. The only beast he's encountered on a similar level is the Celestial Jade Beast, which had a divine artifact of the gold element in its claws. With enemies surrounding them, and their cover blown much sooner than he expected, Gao Peng's first priority is getting the humans out of there. To that end, he tells Hai Xuan to take charge and calm them down. Once he transports the lot of them to another realm in a moment, doesn't he, not even speak their language? Oh well, I guess. As the others group together, Gao Peng releases a giant cloud of fog to try and cover the escape of the humans. Up in the air, the Time Guardian scoffs at the supposedly petty trick and blows away every last bit of the fog. By that point, though, everyone except Gao Peng himself has already been evacuated. Over with Yan Hong, the traitorous scumbag tries to weasel his way out of the situation by bartering with the water demigod. Unfortunately for him, snitches really do get stitches, or in this case, the exact opposite when the demigod slices him apart. Back with the main combatants, the Time Guardian tosses his divine artifact at Gao Peng after his usual mid-battle yapping. Fortunately for Gao Peng, he fuses with Fishy just in time to dodge the attack completely before proceeding to repeat that action once more. From there, he gets caught by the Shadow Spider and proceeds to get battered by the two demigods one by one. Seeing this, the Time Guardian realizes something is off, since a quasi-god shouldn't be so easily beaten regardless of the circumstances. Sure enough, this was all part of Gao Peng and Fishy's plan. While the others' guards are down, he suddenly activates the Golden Jaws artifact and makes a move on the Shadow Spider, ready to end it then and there. While his Golden Jaws make short work of the spider, Fishy turns his sights on the centaur. The four-legged beast rushes at Fishy in a rage to free its comrade, but a quick slap from his tail, using another artifact, completely crushes the centaur. All that's left now is to finish off the spider, and oh my bad, there's this douchebag too. As the Time Guardian shoots down his artifact in hopes of hitting Fishy head-on, our hero makes an attempt to dodge. This is not to be, however, as the Guardian uses his abilities to freeze Fishy in time. Fortunately, though, he can still deploy his final divine artifact, the Golden Labyrinthine Brick. As he tosses it into the path of the Guardian's attack, an explosion occurs and Fishy is sent skidding through the air. Fishy barely has enough time to register that he survived that attack before the Time Guardian decides to go for a second shot. At the final moment, though, the energy he's charging up dissipates, and the Guardian is shaken completely upon seeing the golden cube. Not only did that damn thing withstand his attack, it's now sucking him dry. Ayo, pause. Using a quick maneuver, the Guardian breaks free of the cube as best he can and launches yet another attack at Fishy. Can this dude do anything except throw crap? Despite the incoming attack, Fishy is no longer phased. This time, he transforms directly into his full, giant, quasi-god form and moves in for close-quarters combat. As he gets closer and closer, the Time Guardian suddenly asks if he's sure about this, before activating his special ability, Clockwork of Time. In his frozen state of shock, Fishy listens as the Guardian explains that he faked being drained of his energy, the second he realized what the golden cube was doing. From there, it was only a matter of waiting for the right moment, to go all out and strike, and do nothing. To the Time Guardian's utter surprise, his attack does absolutely nothing to the diamond-hard skull of Fishy. Another attempt with more power and more yapping from the Guardian results in the same exact thing. That is, Fishy staying in place, completely unaffected by the attack. At that point, the Guardian's on the verge of throwing a tantrum, and might even have done so if Fishy hadn't chosen that exact moment to break free of his time stop. He proceeds to use the Guardian's artifact like a toothpick before unleashing his true power. Storm clouds swirl above them, and lightning strikes down in arcs of power, as Fishy becomes the true embodiment of the ocean he rules. With everything he's seen so far, the Time Guardian realizes what his best option is at this point. As such, he turns on his heel and flees as far from Fishy as he can. Luckily for the Guardian, that just so happens to be the moment Fishy finally runs out of energy as well and collapses to the ground below, before being able to chase after him. From within their shared mental space, Gao Peng worriedly calls out to Fishy and asks if he's okay. Though he's clearly exhausted and worn out on top of his injuries, Fishy puts on a brave face and tells Gao Peng that he's fine, thanks to Gao Peng's lessons on being resourceful in battle. Right now, though, they have to get the hell out of here, before any of those demigods decide to come back. With that decided, Fishy deploys the golden cube behind himself to cover his tracks and flies off in a seemingly random direction. Inside their mental plane, Gao Peng examines Fishy's injuries and realizes how severe they must be. Not even a moment after that thought races through his mind, Fishy finally collapses fully and forcefully ejects Gao Peng from their fused state. Once he's out, the first thing Gao Peng notices is that they're in the middle of the ocean. After struggling to stay upright and getting afloat, Gao Peng studies Fishy's stat window. As expected, his state is displayed as severely injured and unconscious. Moving past that concern for now, Gao Peng focuses on the fact that they're safe for now and decides to make that more permanent. With a quick summoning, he calls out Dragon Ant and fuses with him this time. As soon as he's ready to take off, Gao Peng has Dragon Ant activate stealth mode so they're not tracked. From there, he travels over the ocean and through the sky for a grand total of 3 whole days. It's towards the end of the 3rd day when Gao Peng spots a cavern nestled into a nearby mountainside, thanks to Dragon Ant. At Dragon Ant's suggestion, they head inside to scope out the place and see if they can set up camp for the time being. Sure enough, even just a cursory glance shows that the cave is more than large enough for their purposes. As soon as they touch down inside and he defuses from Dragon Ant, Gao Peng summons Silly, only to get glomped onto. Evidently, one of his oldest familiars was absolutely terrified by the prospect of losing him. After spending a couple of minutes just comforting Silly and reassuring him that everything's fine now, he has the little guy release all of the people that were stored inside his pocket dimension for safety. Once the others are out, Gao Peng tells Hai Shuan what the situation is and assigns him to take care of everyone settling in, while he explores more of the cavern. The reason for this is simple. He heard the sound of flowing water further inside earlier, and he needs that to help Fishy heal. Sure enough, he finds a stream not long after that and quickly places Fishy's body inside, so he can start using the water to heal himself. All of a sudden, Goldie shows up out of nowhere and starts comforting Gao Peng, as if they're at a funeral. Naturally, this prompts Fishy to literally break out of his coma, just to cuss the crap out of Goldie before instantly falling back asleep. Yeah, that checks out. Even more sudden than Goldie's appearance is that of, we'll call him Hammy. So even more sudden that Goldie's appearance is Hammy's, who seems to just spawn inside of the stream with Fishy to tell Gao Peng that he was right about the world being dangerous. Can't say he's wrong, to be fair. Gao Peng can't argue that point, so he tells Hammy that he doesn't plan to make him fight anyway, so he can just go chill out in his own space. Before long, all of Gao Peng's familiars have gathered around Fishy to show support for their comrade. Silly even goes as far as to pour a bottle of his treasured fruit skin essence straight into Fishy's mouth to help him along. After that, Gao Peng moves off to have a conversation with Hai Shuan. For the most part, it's just him reassuring him of a couple of things. Namely, that he made sure that they wouldn't be followed, and that he wasn't the one to off their former teammates, and he wouldn't have, if he could either. At some point in the middle of that conversation, the elder from the group of humans comes over too, and they explain their situation as spies to him, so he knows that they are indeed humans like the others here. Hai Shuan tells Gao Peng that the hostility they were previously faced with has been pretty much gone, since that particular reveal as well, which can only be a good thing. While all of that is going on with the main players, 2 particular individuals are about to go off on an adventure of their own. In particular, Slicey has convinced Mousy to head on out together and hunt down some treasure to impress Gao Peng while he's here. Unknown to the both of them, something sinister lurks in the woods outside of their cavern, waiting for any prey that dares cross his path. Not far from the cavern where the humans have taken shelter, there is another cave that houses a trio of apex predators, beasts so vicious that all who lay eyes on them are sent to the afterlife before they can speak a word of them to anyone else. As these three vicious canine beasts exit their cave and feast on their latest catch, their true nature is revealed. They're honestly just a bunch of fluffballs, or one fluffball with three heads rather. As with any group of siblings, they then proceed to start arguing over who's getting more food and who should be getting it. From where they're hiding in some bushes off to the side, Slicey and Mousy can only watch on and listen in equal parts, fascination and confusion, deciding to keep observing the apparently three-headed dog. The unlikely pair of mouse and beetle continue following stealthily. As the three-headed canine ventures further and further into the forest, the heads start arguing with each other over whether they should head home or not before their mom gets mad. For better or worse, the pointy-eared head, henceforth dubbed Pointy, talks the others into exploring and taking whatever scolding they get later. As they're walking, though, the middle head, which shall now be known as simply Doggo, yells out something about food and starts rushing in a particular direction with zero warning. Eventually, the trio in one reach a semi-enclosed cave, where a beetle of some kind is sitting atop a pile of rocks. Instantly, the third head, henceforth known as Fluffy, finds the whole situation to be odd, to say the least. Despite his desire for a cautious approach, though, Pointy is too overconfident for that, and Doggo is just straight up too dumb and hungry. And so, the adorable mini Cerberus leaps at the beetle, ready to tear it to shreds. Unfortunately for them, this particular beetle is always battle-ready. Slicey turns his head, just in time to spot every single one of the weak spots on the dog's body and proceeds to tear them to shreds. The cuts are so clean and precise that they don't even register in the dog's heads for a moment. When they do, though, the canine heads scream in agony and collapse to the floor. Next thing they know, they're unconscious and being dragged along by Slicey to his own base. Early in the morning of the next day, Gao Peng visits Fishy in his personal recovery pool, while the rest of his familiars rest together in a large dog pile of sorts. It's while he's smiling in relief at seeing Fishy recovering well that Gao Peng first hears the arguing voices of the dog heads. His confusion doesn't last long, as Slicey brings them straight to his master, as they continue to argue about who's responsible for getting them into this predicament, between Fluffy and Pointy, both teaming up to crap on Doggo's leadership skills. The middle head is left pretty dejected by the time they reach Gao Peng. The man in question just watches Slicey and Mousy interrogating them like some common criminals, and wonders what the hell they've gotten up to. More importantly, though, the Cerberus' status window is quite interesting. After quickly studying it, to learn that they're a level 71 Emperor tier hell dog, Gao Peng finally joins the conversation and asks what the hell they're all doing. Almost as if to purposely terrify them, Slicey tells Gao Peng that he's brought dog meat for them to feast on, and they should start before it starts rotting. Bro made his first appearance in like 20 chapters and instantly started swinging. As for the dog heads, well, they're pretty understandably scared of this sadistic little beetle dude. All of a sudden, Pointy and Doggo start arguing like a couple of savages about whose fault it is that they ended up getting caught and brought here. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is stuck watching this whole train wreck of an interaction, while still being unsure of what the hell is happening. Eventually, Slicey himself steps in and breaks the two up, with the threat of knocking them both on their shared backside. With the dog's silence, Slicey goes up to Gao Peng and tells him that he and Mousy have captured this feast for him. In that moment, the dogs put two and two together and realize Gao Peng is even further up the food chain than their kidnapper. As per Pointy's suggestion, they proceed to start doing the stupidest tricks imaginable in an attempt to entertain him, so he doesn't have them butchered. I mean, this would make me want to butcher them faster, but sure, I guess. It's only when Doggo starts eating rocks for some reason that Gao Peng has had enough and tells Slicey he can go ahead and eat the idiots. Understandably horrified, the dogs start rolling around on the ground and begging for their life, promising to be the best guard dog ever. I mean, 3 heads are better than 1, I guess. Gao Peng isn't particularly sold on their suggestion, but the dogs are saved nonetheless when Goldie shows up a few seconds later and ends up asking for the dogs to be his steed. Though Pointy isn't a big fan of the idea, Fluffy is quick to point out that it beats being eaten, and the matter is settled. Just like that, the matter is settled, and Gao Peng tells Goldie that he holds sole responsibility for the dogs and anything that may go wrong. And just like that, the duck rides off on its three-headed dog horse, with nothing short of absolute glee. Right at that moment, Hai Shuan shows up and asks Gao Peng if he's already got another familiar. To this, Gao Peng just says that one's more of a pet than anything. And then, finally, it's Mousie's turn to be acknowledged for his role in finding the dogs. I'm not sure what he did exactly, but must have been something. He just thanks and praises the mouse, while promising plenty of food and drink. Immediately after that, Gao Peng's back to business with Hai Shuan, as they discuss their plans regarding the disguise potion and revealing their true selves to the other humans. Sticking to their original plan, they decide to forego the potion and show the others that they truly are on the same side. And so, about 2 days later, their current potion finally wears off, and the folks from the spy mission are seen in their normal human skin. For the first time in many weeks, not only is the Elder overjoyed to know their saviors are of the same heritage as them, but the younger group is also gleeful to see that such a powerful and capable summoner has grown from the same race as them. Later that day, after a decent amount of trekking, the group finally reach a giant swamp of sorts. According to the Elder, crossing this vast sea of clouds will have them reach their beloved Li tribe at long last. Before anything else, he turns to Gao Peng and apologizes once more for hiding the tribe's true name from him previously. But he understands. More importantly, Gao Peng's concern right now is how treacherous this vast swamp looks, to the point even Flamey's eyes can't see through it. Even more concerning is when Da Zi tells him that he can sense a whole lot of angry energy inside the swamp. Wanting to avoid any disastrous accidents, Gao Peng asks the Elder if there's any way around the swamp, only to receive an emphatic no. Even going over it is not an option, because of some sort of terrifying presence living and lurking inside the gray mist of the sky here. For the first time since his recovery, Fishy speaks up from Gao Peng's shoulder to tell him he can sense a behemoth inside the lake ahead, and that the body of water is absolutely massive. In order to get through this, he lays out a plan for Gao Peng to follow. First, he'll store away everyone inside of Silly, like he did to rescue them before. Then, he'll fuse with Fishy, and the two will stealthily swim past any and all guards to get inside the village without any fuss at all. Naturally, Gao Peng is concerned about Fishy's health, but the familiar assures him that he feels more than healthy enough to get this done. With that, their decision is made. Unbeknownst to any of them, deep in the middle of the lake sits a strange creature that devours all who venture too close to it. Putting their new plan into action, Gao Peng and Fishy have made their way across a decent chunk of the river when they finally come across it. The true peril within this place, a colossal mirage beast. Instantly, Fishy is all over the idea of eating it and says that he'll easily go up 2 levels if he gets the whole thing down his gullet. For his part, Gao Peng is more focused on the tactics employed by the marine life in this area and how quickly it changes to adapt and survive when coming across a threat. Quite frankly, some of these things are the ideal hunting companions. In that moment, though, he focuses back up on their goal and asks Fishy what the plan is from here. Fishy explains that the mirage isn't fully awake right now and is making itself seem threatening by using an illusion so it can sleep. With a smirk tugging at his lips, Fishy brings out the gold labyrinth brick to demonstrate his current max power, only to become depressed at the sight of its damaged condition. This causes Fishy to shortly mourn the divine artifact, as well as his own Sea Emperor fangs, except those can still heal by eating other monsters at the very least. This brick, on the other hand, will take ages to recover without outside intervention. Regardless, Fishy comes back to the moment and decides to get to work for now. Raising the brick over his head, he shoots out a beam of golden light that creates a reverse vortex of sorts. As it moves towards the mirage, Fishy explains that reversing the brick's power of devouring switches it to a propulsive force. Sure enough, Fishy is able to manipulate the currents of this propulsive force into what is essentially a water javelin of the utmost sharpness and tosses it straight at the mirage. Still half asleep and not having its wits about it, the mirage ends up being struck by the javelin, which Fishy quickly freezes into a massive chain of ice crystals, expanding far enough to rise out of the water's surface like an iceberg. Next, Fishy leaps out of the water himself, takes to the sky, and expands to his full quasi-god form. As the absolutely titanic fish that he is, he crashes into the crystal, shattering it into tiny pieces and leaving nothing but a cracked shell in its wake. As Fishy closes in, on what he calls the shell of woohoo. Gao Peng curiously pokes at the pearl that's peeking out of the cracked shell. This, however, proves to be perhaps the greatest mistake he could have made, because as soon as his hand comes into contact with the pearl, a piece of shell flies into his chest and knocks Gao Peng into the sweet, sweet land of unconsciousness. An unknown amount of time later, after floating through dark inky blackness for who knows how long, Gao Peng awakens, not in the water he was in before, nor in the cavern he was in before that. No, Gao Peng awakens in a completely unfamiliar hospital bed, feeling a constant pain in his body. As he sits up to get a better look at his surroundings, a nurse enters the room and comments about how he's finally awake. Before Gao Peng even has the chance to ask any questions about his location, two people he would have never expected to see again in a million years come through the door and greet him. Right before his eyes, as if nothing ever even happened to them, stand Gao Peng's mother and father, just as he remembers them. As he sits up in the bed, with his long-lost parents huddled around him, Gao Peng can barely understand what the hell is going on. Even as his mother strokes her hand through his hair, and his father teases him for being half asleep, Gao Peng offers no response. If anything, he gets more and more panicked with each passing second. Only when his mom gets up to leave and calls a doctor does Gao Peng finally move, and he does it to stop her. He desperately clings onto what he knows shouldn't be possible and tells his parents that he just missed them a lot. Smiling gently at him, his parents jokingly ask if he's still scared of the hospital, even after being all grown up. More importantly, they promise they'll go home together once he's feeling better. As soon as Gao Peng thinks of the term going home, he feels a splitting headache, threatening to overtake his consciousness. Worried about his condition, his mother instantly comes to his side and tells Gao Peng to lie down and rest, since a head injury is no small matter. The pain gets so intense, it causes Gao Peng to physically cringe, but he can't shake the feeling something is wrong. He tries to remember what happened to put him in the hospital as hard as he can, but comes up completely blank. For some reason, he can't remember anything about how he got hurt. For now, though, maybe it's enough that his parents are here and taking care of him. As they leave the room to let him rest, he almost manages to drift off to sleep. Only in the last moments of wakefulness does he hear a familiar voice that causes him to jolt up again. That voice, he knows it, as he spots the tail of the fish swimming out his door from the corner of his eye. Gao Peng rips off his bandage, gets out of bed, and races after that fish. The shouted faces of his parents stare at him in confusion and concern as Gao Peng hurries away from them and towards the fish. Even as his mother begs him not to leave, Gao Peng does not turn back. He truly wants to as well, but if there's one thing he can remember, it's that he still has responsibilities he needs to fulfill somewhere else. With one final push of sheer willpower, Gao Peng breaks free from the dream that was too good to be true, and free falls back into the real world. The next thing he knows, Gao Peng is jolting up from where he was lying on the bank of the river he was traversing the Fishy. Turning to his familiar, he asks if the battle is over, to which Fishy tells him it already has been for quite some time. According to him, the old clam emitted some sort of mind-bewitching energy right before it died. As soon as that wave hit Gao Peng, he diffused from Fishy right there inside the river and started drowning. As Gao Peng listens to Fishy narrate how the actual events played out, Gao Peng can't help but wonder if everything he saw was really just an illusion. Is that even possible when they felt as real as they did? Fishy notices Gao Peng's complete lack of emotion or reaction and starts asking him about his dreams. He even starts sheepishly apologizing for not realizing that he could be affected by such a thing, since he's a human. Throughout it all, though, Gao Peng still gives no response, just silently walking to the river, into the water, and over to the clam's corpse. Once he's retrieved the pearl from within it, he studies its system status window and realizes just how terrifying of a weapon it could be. Think of the infinite Tsukuyomi from Naruto, but you don't even need the weird eyes to do it. Gao Peng lets an incredibly small smile finally come onto his face. Though it may have cost him quite a bit, he can't deny this is one hell of a win. Strangely enough, the next thing he does is toss the pearl to Goldie and tell him to hatch it. Understandably, this gets a completely dumbfounded and questioning response from the duck. No, seriously, what? Not wanting to disappoint his master, Goldie shamelessly claims that he's some kind of expert at hatching eggs. And then, while he's claiming that Gao Peng can count on him for this, he accidentally squeezes the pearl too tight and crushes it within his fist. Welp, so much for all that expertise. The riverbank goes so silent, you hear a pin drop in the aftermath of Goldie's screw-up. Then, as if he has an obligation to explain what happened, Goldie starts to tell the others that the pearl has shattered. Oh, yep, don't say. A frustrated Gao Peng tells Goldie that he can clearly see that, since he isn't blind. Deciding to drop the act, Goldie asks what even happened, to which Gao Peng tells the idiot that he used too much strength. Seeing as how it's basically useless now, Goldie tries to toss the pearl/egg behind him, only to find that it won't unstick from his hand. As he brings it up to his face with confusion, Gao Peng sees a status window showing the details of a newly born monster. As the shell holding this creature slowly begins to open, Gao Peng realizes that it'll latch onto the first thing it sees as its daddy and does a spit take. Clueless as ever, Goldie holds up the seashell to show Gao Peng how pretty it is, completely unaware of what's about to happen. Gao Peng, for his part, can just grit his teeth to stay quiet and hope that Goldie will be able to handle what comes next. All of 2 seconds later, the shell snaps open, and the tiny, adorable little creature inside locks eyes with Goldie before calling him daddy. The avatar one of him, a duck, goes so still, you'd think he's turned to stone from shock. When the little creature calls him daddy once again, he feels as though he's been struck by lightning too. Meanwhile, Gao Peng and Fishy are laughing it up at the idiot's current predicament. Finally coming to his senses, Goldie starts trying to explain to the kid that he's still pure, so there's no way he could be a dad. In response, the little mirage just tells him he must be her daddy, since he doesn't have any hair just like her. Yikes, that had to really hit a nerve or two. Gao Peng suddenly cozies right up to Goldie and tells him that he'll vouch for his not being a father. The duck is deeply relieved by this and thanks him, since this should clear his name. At least, that's what he's thinking, until Flamey shows up. After that, there's pretty much no saving him with how absolutely infuriated the bird is. It doesn't exactly help that Gao Peng and Fishy purposefully pour oil on the fire by telling her that Goldie definitely isn't the father of any white creature, when Fishy vouches for the same thing. Flamey is more confused than ever as to what daughter they're even talking about and what the hell kind of mischief they're up to now. Unfortunately for Goldie, a little creature in his palm chooses that exact moment to loudly call him daddy once more. As expected, the tsundere firebird is instantly aflame with the rage of 1,000 suns. Goldie is in the middle of begging to let him explain when she lets loose a torrent of flames so hot they'd practically turn him into a walking Kentucky Fried Chicken ad. From the background, Gao Peng and Fishy watch on with amusement, while commenting on how Flamey's fire has improved a lot, but they can't judge based on just one burst, just like they planned. This gives Flamey exactly the excuse she needs to continue burning Goldie to an utter crisp. Once she's out of anger and fire to waste on the duck, Flamey goes over to Gao Peng to get a look at the adorable new baby monster. Afterward, Gao Peng holds the shell in his hands, as he wonders whether this little thing is the reincarnation of the old mirage or its child. With how eerily similar her attributes and abilities are, he honestly can't decide which one it actually is, as he thinks back on his own experience in the dream world created by the old mirage. Gao Peng thanks his lucky stars for his connections with his spirit beasts, which drew him back out of the illusion. If not for those, he would have become nothing more than a comatose NPC in a fake world that amounted to nothing more than an illusion. Now he has the power to inflict that on his enemies, once he's trained up his newest familiar to a sufficient level. With that kind of power as his secret weapon, he can do anything. The sinister intentions are so clearly visible that Fishy, of all people, has to tell him to pull himself together. That's just embarrassing, man. The next day, Gao Peng and his familiars arrive at a monster-infested swamp. As he asks Fishy if he should go up to the batter's plate this time, Fishy lazily tells him to bring in Goldie. As soon as he realizes he's getting some action, the overdramatic duck mounts his new steed and rushes into battle like a bloodthirsty maniac. Off in the distance, a couple of dirt roads over, some toads inside another swamp witness the signs of destruction nearby and comment on how the one causing them must be a true master. Oh, pal, you have no idea. The end, for now. Goldie's dog tears through the swamp, leaving chaos and muddy destruction in its wake. Meanwhile, Gao Peng's fused dragon ant uses its 100 faces dragon ant move to flush out the culprit behind all the trouble, a talking toad. And not just any toad. This guy looks like a backup summon from Naruto's outtakes. The toad scrambles to defend itself with a thorn-piercing air slash. The move, however, barely registers against the dragon ant's spectral fists. The toad and its companions are quickly pinned to the ground, flopping helplessly. It's like watching someone try to block a freight train with pool noodles. As Goldie saunters up to the subdued toads, he cranks up his intimidation factor, or tries to. Anyway, Goldie's version of scary is about as convincing as a toddler wearing a Halloween mask. Gao Peng steps in, brushing Goldie aside, and points out that these frogmen might actually prove useful. Addressing the toad, Gao Peng calmly probes for information about any nearby tribes and offers compensation for their trouble. At first, the toad seems too stunned to respond, but it eventually blurts out something about Gao Peng being a potential envoy of the Red Blood tribe. The frogmen exchange uneasy glances before one of them suddenly splits apart, revealing a human fused with his pet. Gao Peng immediately identifies him as another Red Blood envoy. Zhou Hu, the elder Gao Peng recently rescued, steps forward, recognizing the newcomer as Mei He. The reunion is bittersweet, with Mei He expressing shock and relief at seeing Zhou Hu alive after so many years. Zhou Hu introduces Gao Peng as the one who saved him from his decade-long captivity. Hearing this, Mei He's demeanor warms, treating Gao Peng as a friend of the tribe. But Gao Peng's attention shifts to Mei He's ability to summon another familiar to send a message to his tribe. Seriously, who gave this guy a Bluetooth? Meanwhile, Goldie sulks in the background, still bitter about how Mei He's earlier actions left his dogs incapacitated. When Mei He acknowledges this with an awkward apology, Gao Peng notices that the dogs are merely asleep and scolds Goldie for making a fuss. Turning his focus back to Mei He, Gao Peng apologizes for Goldie's behavior and suggests they proceed to the tribe. However, just as the group prepares to leave, Gao Peng suddenly hears an eerie voice in his mind. The voice warns him not to follow Mei He, its tone sharp and filled with urgency. Gao Peng scans his surroundings, searching for the source, but finds nothing. The voice grows louder, cutting through his thoughts like a blade. It warns him again, cautioning that danger lies ahead. Shaken but determined not to alarm his companions, Gao Peng waves off their concerns, pretending to be lost in thought. As Mei He's insect familiar flies off to alert the tribe, the group begins their journey. The wind picks up suddenly, carrying an unnatural chill. Gao Peng narrows his eyes at the darkening sky, his instincts flaring as tension thickens. Whatever waits for them at the Red Blood tribe isn't going to roll out the welcome mat. Shortly after, Mei He sends his insect familiar off. A massive red-winged evil dragon descends from the sky. At level 86 and sync tier, its sheer presence radiates danger. The passenger basket sways slightly, as if daring anyone to board. Because when your ride screams final boss energy, trust is hard to come by. Mei He, unfazed, instructs everyone to board the dragon's carriage. Gao Peng, however, opts to stay cautious, deciding to ride separately on Da Zi. He watches the dragon closely, his instincts quietly flaring. If this is a trap, Gao Peng isn't about to be the guy sitting up front. As they travel, Gao Peng has Da Zi activate his shared vision ability. Through his familiar's eyes, he observes a projection burrowing into the ground below. The connection is suddenly severed by a burning image of a massive flaming eye. For a fleeting moment, despair, pain, and sorrow crash into Gao Peng, leaving him stunned. The lingering sensation feels more than unnatural. It feels personal. Da Zi just dialed into the universe's trauma hotline, and now Gao Peng's paying the price. Pushing through the unease, Gao Peng continues as they reach the Red Blood tribe's settlement. The site itself looks deceptively ordinary, but the people within it exude an unsettling aura. Their rigid movements and lifeless expressions only deepen Gao Peng's suspicions. Imagine NPCs glitching out mid-animation, except this time, it's horrifying. After landing, a tribe member steps forward and instructs them to wait outside the gate. Gao Peng observes his companion's discomfort but keeps his expression calm, silently urging them to stay composed. Meanwhile, the rescued tribe members, overwhelmed with emotion, are reduced to sobbing fits. And yes, these are grown men crying harder than someone watching their rank streak crash in overtime. The gates creak open, revealing Zhou Hu's parents. Their blank stares and stiff, mechanical movements send a chill down on Gao Peng's spine. Even Dozi hums a low warning, further confirming the eerie atmosphere. When your centipede familiar wants to bail, you know you're in a world of trouble. Gao Peng instructs his dragon ant to activate its sixth sense vision. Through this ability, he sees dozens of faint threads descending from the sky, attaching to the heads of every tribe member. Following the strings upward, Gao Peng locks onto the source, a shadowy figure cloaked in swirling darkness, its mask-like face the only visible feature. The figure floats ominously, its mere presence exuding an oppressive power. Gao Peng notices the threads pulsing faintly, as if alive and responding to the entity's will, despite the chill crawling up his spine. Gao Peng steadies himself. His unease is tempered by his resolve, whatever this being is. It has revealed itself as an enemy, and Gao Peng knows there's no turning back now. Gao Peng locks eyes with the shadowy figure floating above, its mask-like face radiating power so intense it feels like the battlefield itself is holding its breath. A status window flashes in his mind, level 100. Quasi-god of great perfection. This fight was over before it began. The figure's masked gaze settles on him, and its booming voice declares him the next puppet. Da Zi reacts immediately, surging forward and tearing through the gray threads with bursts of radiant light. No hesitation, just destruction. Harder, Gao Peng commands, and Da Zi pushes on, ripping the threads apart with precision. As they dissolve, the truth becomes clear. The Red Blood tribe members are nothing but lifeless puppets, controlled all along by the quasi-god. Zhao Hui stumbles back, his face frozen in shock as he stares at his parents. He collapses, trembling as the weight of the truth crushes him. Some things are too heavy to carry. Sensing weakness, the quasi-god's threads snap toward Zhao Hai, binding him instantly. His body jerks upright, stiff and unnatural. The threads then lash out at the rescued tribe members, pulling them under the same control. Their cries fade as their bodies twist grotesquely. This is what betrayal looks like. Gray sand spreads across the ground, crawling like a silent predator. Gao Peng shouts for his allies to keep clear, his voice cutting through the chaos, fusing with Fishy. He steadies himself against the oppressive aura radiating from the figure above. Despite his efforts, several of his companions collapse, blood streaking from their eyes and ears as the life drain drains them dry. Gao Peng narrows his gaze as the corrupted familiars stagger forward. Their jerky, unnatural movements are unsettling, as if something is yanking them forward from the shadows. They're not alive, but they're not dead either. As the army of familiars surges forward, Gao Peng quickly forms a plan. Dummy will draw their attention. Divizi will monitor the quasi-god's control threads, and Fishy will be the trump card. For offense, Gao Peng calls on Frosty. The snow lion steps forward confidently and unleashes his 10,000 miles of frost, freezing the battlefield in an instant. The advancing familiars are immobilized, and Frosty briefly revels in the apparent victory. But the triumph is short-lived. A quasi-god quicksand trap nearly pulls Frosty under. Fishy reacts immediately, conjuring a water barrier to save him. Frosty escapes, but some of his mane becomes corrupted. He inspects the damage with a mix of disbelief and distress, his tail flicking nervously. Fishy surveys the battlefield and warns Gao Peng that the entire area is now under the quasi-god's domain. Without hesitation, Gao Peng desummons his familiars and fuses with Da Zi to retreat. Meanwhile, the Serbies are left to flee on foot. It doesn't take long for trouble to find the Serbies. One of their hind paws gets ensnared by a quasi-god thread, sending all three heads into a panicked frenzy. They bark and yelp, their fear palpable. Fishy intervenes swiftly, severing the thread with precision, and orders them to head toward the Cloud Dream Swamp. Once the group reaches the swamp, Gao Peng diffuses from Da Zi and notices that the desolation of grudge cannot penetrate this area. An unseen force keeps it at bay, but the question remains, what could be powerful enough to repel even the quasi-god's influence? Gao Peng ponders this mystery, his mind racing with possibilities. The calm is interrupted by Goldie's graceless landing. He shrugs it off and immediately pivots to Fishy, asking why he didn't just kill the quasi-god outright. Fishy, visibly annoyed, conjures a water barrier around the group and explains attacking recklessly could have triggered hidden traps or left him vulnerable to ambushes. Fishy, the voice of reason no one listens to. Goldie, unimpressed, continues to argue. Flaney smacks him on the head and tells him to think for once. Fishy, holding his composure, admits that if the entire group were at the quasi-god tier, defeating the desolation of grudge would have been simple. Gao Peng seizes the moment, musing about quasi-god meat essence as a way to power up. He turns to Fishy with a sly grin, but Fishy immediately sees through him. With an exasperated sigh, Fishy reaches into his teeth, pulls out a massive spider leg, and drops it in front of Goldie and Flamey. Eat it. Fishy's patience ran out 3 conversations ago. Gao Peng and his familiars follow the voice that warned him about the Light Tribe, tracing it to a pale, skeletal tree. Perched on one of his bare branches is a purple owl with glowing eyes, exuding an air of quiet authority. The owl greets them calmly, its piercing gaze locking onto Gao Peng's group. Dazi immediately recognizes the owl's eyes as the ones it saw during its stealth projection, despite the owl's assurances that they have nothing to fear. Gaopeng, Frosty, and Fishy remain skeptical. An owl perched on bones telling you to chill? Yeah. No. The owl introduces itself as Purple Star, the Eye of Fear, and reveals that the tree they're looking at is actually a massive skeleton. It explains that it is the god of the Lei tribe and claims Gaopeng must be a descendant of Jushin Shidi's people who left long ago. Purple Star recounts the downfall of the Lei tribe, a once thriving civilization destroyed a decade ago after a failed war with the aliens. Elite warriors, especially those above god level, were culled, and some surrendered for survival. The aliens were eventually driven back by the four divinities, but the gods were left to recover, weakened, in the southern desert. Fishy explains that the four divinities are renowned gods of Jushin Shidi, their power unmatched. Purple Star, still addressing Gaopeng, asks if he is part of Earth's vanguard. It confidently declares that with 100 god-tier monster trainers, Earth could stand a chance against the aliens. Gaopeng's expression tightens. 100 god tiers? Netflix couldn't even handle the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight without crashing. Redirecting the conversation, Gaopeng asks how the desolation of Grudge, a mere quasi-god, managed to overpower Purple Star. After a brief hesitation, the owl admits that years of paranoia and clinging to hope for the tribe's return have drained its strength. If it fought desolation, neither would survive. Frosty and Fishy exchange unimpressed glances, their silence saying everything. Gaopeng quietly agrees, waiting for a tribe that no longer exists is a hollow effort. Even for a god, that's one long existential crisis. Realizing it won't gain sympathy, Purple Star shifts its focus. It tells Gaopeng about a battlefield where gods once fought, suggesting the group might find remnants of divine corpses to strengthen themselves. As Gaopeng and Fishy deliberate, the owl reflects that it would have claimed the remains itself if its corroded body can prevent it. For now, it places its hopes on Gaopeng. With Perpy perched on its animated skeleton, Gaopeng and his team follow to the ruins of the god's battlefield. Upon arrival, Perpy tells them to call its name in the swamp if they ever need it again, then flies off. Gaopeng watches it leave, suspicion flickering in his mind about its true motives. The silence is broken by Goldie, who blurts out, "Where are the goods?" Gaopeng smirks and summons Mousy, his treasure-tracking rat. Clutching the squirming rodent, Gaopeng orders it to find the single most valuable treasure in the area. Mousy activates its scanning ability and locks onto something deep in the nearby lake. Gaopeng and his team prepare to dive in. In their rush, Goldie trips over a rock and faceplants into the water. Gaopeng freezes, momentarily worried, before realizing Goldie is a duck and will be fine. Evolution really fumbled the bag with this one. Shaking off the moment, Gaopeng asks Fishy to create a bubble for underwater exploration. Encased in Fishy's protective sphere, they descend into the lake. What they discover leaves them awestruck. Massive sections of fallen gods' skeletons scattered across the lake bed. One skull, larger and more foreboding than the rest, radiates an aura so intense it feels alive. Testing its danger, Gaopeng instructs Fishy to use a nearby fish as a guinea pig. The poor creature barely grazes the skull before it disintegrates, reduced to a skeleton in an instant. Fishy confirms what Gaopeng suspected. This is the skull of a fallen god. Pulling up its status window, Gaopeng identifies it as the decapitated head of the fire phoenix Hell Taigen. Its raw, destructive energy is palpable, making Gaopeng recall his encounter with the Golem Lord's head. Unlike the Golem Lord, however, this skull is lifeless, a remnant of pure power. Fishy explains that even the smallest trace of a god's essence is lethal to most monsters. Gaopeng nods and summons Silly, the table imp, to process the remains. The imp appears, wide-eyed and ecstatic, a god's skeleton. "I haven't worked on one of these in ages," he exclaims before diving into his work. With a cascade of light, Silly transforms the fire phoenix, Hell Taigen's remains, into a consumable form. The glowing divine block mesmerizes Fishy, Goldie, and Dazi, who stare at it, drool dripping uncontrollably. As the light show fades, the imp reveals 3 items: flesh and blood essence, spirit essence, and divine essence. Dazi, ever the opportunist, fakes an injury in the hopes that Gaopeng will take pity on him and share the spoils. Crying crocodile tears underwater, bold strategy. Dazi, Gaopeng isn't fooled. With a knowing smirk, he summons Stripey, the massive spider familiar, allowing it to reunite with the team. Stripey immediately questions Dazi's odd behavior. making the centipede scramble to his feet and claim he was just resting. Gao Peng shakes his head, leaving Dazi to stew in embarrassment. Shifting focus, Gao Peng inspects the high-quality items produced by the imp. Considering their unique properties, he carefully plans how to distribute them to avoid waste. Fishy, despite the obvious temptation, shows restraint and encourages Gao Peng to prioritize the others first. Pleased with Fishy's maturity, Gao Peng pats him on the head and reassures him that there will be plenty more divine remains to go around. Satisfied, Gao Peng orders Silly to consume the treasures immediately, warning him not to waste a single drop. Silly eagerly gets to work while Gao Peng praises Mousy for its excellent tracking skills, promising the rodent more rewards for future finds. Gao Peng sends Mousy back to the hunt. Mousy's motivation hits overdrive as it uncovers divine skeletons scattered across the lakebed. Each discovery is processed by the imp with astonishing speed. Among the finds, the group stumbles upon a broken metallic artifact covered in strange patterns. The system fails to identify it, so Gao Peng casually lets Mousy keep it. That's gotta be cap, but Mousy eats it up literally. Once the lakebed is thoroughly scavenged, Fishy transports the group back to the surface. Gao Peng summons more familiars and has Dragon Ant create a white mist to conceal their activities. From their hull, Silly produces a massive ball of divine essence that shines with otherworldly brilliance. Silly, predictably impatient, tries to claim it immediately, but is squatted away by Gao Peng, who explains it will be split evenly. Slicey is summoned to cut the orb into precise portions, ensuring fairness. The familiars eagerly devour their shares, except for Dumby. Gao Peng reserves the flesh essence for the necromancer, knowing it's uniquely suited to his skeletal frame. Dumby hesitates, feeling guilty about taking it all, but Fishy reassures him it's useless to everyone else. Relieved, Dumby absorbs the flesh essence, visibly growing stronger as its energy flows through him. Meanwhile, Goldie begins to show alarming signs of aggression as his aura intensifies, signaling an impending breakthrough. Flamey, too, seems on the verge of transformation. Gao Peng advises the team to refine their essence gradually for better control, but Goldie can't wait. Within seconds, his level skyrockets from 86 to 90. Fishy urges Gao Peng to give Goldie some divine essence to push him into the quasi-god tier. As Goldie absorbs the divine essence, Fishy prompts him to carefully select his first deification. Goldie, for once, takes the moment seriously, confidently announcing his choice. The romance of the masculine duck, the fist. Never let this man name anything again. As the light from Goldie's breakthrough fades, his new form comes into view, towering, shredded, and radiating unstoppable power. Goldie went from duck to demigod, and I can't even survive dry January. Gao Peng surveys Goldie's transformation, feeling a mix of pride and awe. But the celebration is short-lived as Flamey begins her own breakthrough. Following Fishy's advice, Gao Peng shares divine essence with the Crimson Bird. Her evolution is stunning, her purified bloodline glowing as she soars through the sky with newfound majesty. Dumby's evolution follows shortly after, light pouring from the diamond on his forehead. The flawless energy control is awe-inspiring, leaving Fishy to remark on Dumby's precision. Gao Peng silently agrees, marveling at the team's collective growth. However, the moment is interrupted as Fishy spots a disturbance in the fog above. It's drawn toward the energy from their transformations. Flamey takes action immediately, unleashing the sound of Bai Fang to scatter the malevolent fog. Her cry echoes through the sky, driving back the danger. Watching from a distance, Perpy observes the scene silently, impressed by Gao Peng's ability to manage the threat without intervention. Meanwhile, Goldie, blissfully unaware of Flamey's efforts, boasts that his mere presence must have scared off the fog. Goldie really woke up and chose evil. With their breakthroughs complete, Gao Peng takes stock of his team. 8 quasi-god tier familiars now stand by his side: Dazi, Dragon Ant, Frosty, Goldie, Flamey, Dumby, Slicey, and Stripey. Fishy has also advanced, his deified parts now extending to his mouth and throat. Gao Peng reflects on their progress, proud of how far they've come. The scene shifts to Zhou Huai, moving stiffly through the Lei tribe, before cutting to Desolation sensing Gao Peng's return. The quasi-god exudes arrogance, mocking Gao Peng's group as they approach. Goldie interrupts Desolation mid-taunt with a punch powerful enough to clear the skies, revealing Desolation's true form, a skeletal figure with a blank mask for a face. How bad do your genetics have to be to end up looking like that? Desolation retaliates, unleashing dozens of control threads in a chaotic assault. This time, the threads prove useless, falling harmlessly against Goldie's shield. Grinning confidently, Goldie taunts the skeletal villain. What's the matter? Not eating enough. Furious, Desolation lunges, commanding Goldie to become a puppet. Below, Gao Peng and Flamey observe calmly. Gao Peng notes that Desolation seems immune to physical attacks. But Goldie is too focused to notice, reeling back his fist. Goldie prepares to strike with full force, ready to test that theory. Goldie's punch lands squarely on Desolation, cracking the quasi-god's mask and releasing a swirl of black mist. Gao Peng, stunned by the hit, asks Fishy how it was possible. Fishy explains that Goldie's deified fists can absorb surrounding elements, allowing him to bypass an opponent's defenses. Gao Peng marvels at the instinctive technique, but Fishy is quick to point out, Goldie's not strategizing, he's just winging it. When in doubt, punch out. Before they can celebrate, Dragon Ant warns Gao Peng that Desolation is merely hiding. Calmly, Gao Peng orders Dragon Ant to dispel Desolation's invisibility, which the ant does with precision, revealing Desolation's position. Desperation flashes across the quasi-god's skeletal form as he attempts to retreat to his home turf. Should we give chase? Dragon Ant asks. Gao Peng shakes his head, smirking. No rush, Slicey's already on it. Indeed, Slicey is positioned in Desolation's path. Unnoticed by the massive skeletal beast, Gao Peng watches as the blade-wielding familiar strikes with precision, cutting into Desolation's arm. Well, good news, fellas. Slicey proves small packages pack the biggest surprises. The moment is short-lived as Desolation activates vitality absorption, knocking Slicey out of the fight and leaving him weakened. Goldie rushes to shield the small familiar, his massive form a barrier of strength. Even in his fragile state, Slicey reveals that his attack carved a deep gash in Desolation's bones. From within the gash, a shadowy figure emerges and attacks Desolation with unrelenting force. Gao Peng stares in shock at the shadow, wondering if it's a hidden ability of Slicey's. Fishy quickly clarifies, explaining that it's a blade spirit likely left inside Desolation by a past enemy. Urging Gao Peng to act fast, Fishy rallies the familiars for an all-out assault. Each quasi-god charges with devastating power, reducing Desolation to dust in a coordinated attack. With Desolation defeated, Flamey notices that some of the Li tribe members under his control are still alive. Gao Peng observes them silently, marveling at their survival, but choosing not to dwell on it. The scene shifts as Perpy arrives on his animated skeleton. Silent but resolute. From within Perpy's form, an elderly man clad in Lei tribe clothing steps forward. His voice carries both gratitude and weariness as he thanks Gao Peng and his familiars for avenging the tribe. The elder acknowledges his own inability to act, a regret that lingers in his tone. Gao Peng listens without judgment, his focus already shifting toward what comes next. Gao Peng watches the elderly man speak, his skeletal hand covering his mouth, a sight that jars him. The old man explains that his arm is a gift from the heavenly king of the dead, a mutated tribe figure renowned for his unmatched control of undead familiars. I prefer cash, but to each their own. Fishy, ever the historian, admits he doesn't recognize the name, noting the dead king must have risen after his time. The old man continues, introducing the nine-headed Hades, a mutant familiar capable of controlling death itself. Pulling up his shirt, the elder reveals his undead body, explaining how both he and his familiar were struck by the Hades, leaving them permanently changed. Gao Peng is horrified. How could a single attack inflict lasting damage on a god-tier familiar like Perpy? Man, this is cool and all, but who asked? Goldie, ever the instigator, jokes about Dummy falling under Hades' control. Dummy doesn't dignify him with a response, brushing him off with icy indifference. I guess Goldie woke up and chose evil today. The elder's tone shifts, heavy with regret. He proposes Gao Peng become king of the Lei tribe. He explains that while Desolation drained the tribe members' life force, it never fully killed them. Now awake, they'll need a leader. Gao Peng hesitates, but the elder's next words cut deep. He admits he deserted the tribe when it needed him most, and his guilt has kept him from returning. The sincerity in his voice gives Gao Peng pause. Intrigued but cautious, Gao Peng listens as Fishy outlines the tribe's strengths, an army of Saint-tier familiars, unparalleled knowledge, and a strategically defensible location. The Lei tribe's potential eclipses anything Earth has ever known. Gao Peng's ambition stirs as he weighs the possibilities. Before he can respond, Gao Peng's Earth allies, thought to be lost, stagger into view. They explain how life-saving items from their elders, combined with Desolation's life-draining methods, kept them alive. Relief washes over Gao Peng, though his joy is fleeting. The elder has disappeared, leaving Gao Peng surrounded by Lei tribe's survivors bowing before him. The glaze is wild. Despite his protest that he needs time to think, Gao Peng finds himself on the chief's throne just hours later. The tribe recounts their history, a premeditated siege by 8 quasi-gods that wiped out their 5 quasi-god trainers. Desolation was the lone survivor, taking over the tribe in the aftermath. When an argument breaks out over the elder's desertion, Gao Peng steps in to redirect the focus. Looking at the weary faces of the survivors, he feels the weight of their desperation. Despite citing his inexperience and limited quasi-god familiars as reasons to decline, the tribe counters every point, their resolve unshakable. Gao Peng realizes this isn't just a position, it's a responsibility. Gao Peng's initial concern about needing more quasi-god familiars to lead the tribe is quickly dismissed when the tribe members reveal that no leader has ever possessed more than 2. With no valid excuse left, Gao Peng accepts the role of leader, albeit with ambitions carefully masked. Delegating the selection of council members to the tribesmen, Gao Peng turns his attention to his Earth team. They're amazed by the Lei tribe's advanced state compared to Earth's tribes. Sensing their unease, Gao Peng reassures them he's not abandoning them. After everything they've endured together, he's committed to returning with them once he ensures the tribe is stable. The next day, Gao Peng visits the Lei tribe's untouched library, packed with centuries of handwritten records. It's a historian's dream. Gao Peng immerses himself in the texts, searching for anything that could aid his growth or the tribe's future. His efforts lead to repeated mentions of Mechanic Wild City, a floating city in the sky, protected by steel dragons and devastated by a legendary battle. 2 months fly by as Gao Peng pores over the records, his understanding of Jushin Shidi's history deepening. Finally, with his growth at a bottleneck, he decides it's time to explore the city. Before departing, he gathers his Earth allies, introducing Zhou, a Lai tribesman who will guide them home. Their emotional farewells bring a rare smile to Gao Peng's face as he watches them take flight. Gang really went all out, Oscar-worthy goodbye vibes. Without hesitation, Gao Peng summons Dragon Ant and begins his journey, traveling on the Swift Familiar. He reaches the city's map location in just 1 month. Fishy remarks that such speed isn't surprising given Dragon Ant's capabilities. As they approach, Dragon Ant senses something unusual. Gao Peng spots a building belching black smoke in the distance. Undeterred, he ventures into the surrounding woods. Instantly, discomfort sets in, mud sticks to his shoes, and the air reeks of pollution. Kinda sounds like my average day in New York City. Summoning Goldie for guard duty, Gao Peng examines colorful gears hanging from the trees. Picking one up, he notes its simplicity yet odd placement. Goldie, proving his boundless appetite, snacks on several gears, comparing them to different foods. Gao Peng scolds the duck for eating on the job, only for Goldie's expression to shift as he senses something nearby. Sure enough, a level 56 chunky mountain swine stomps into view, its status window revealing it has been polluted into a mechanical life form. Hoofiest beast so far, and it's not even close. Fishy douses the swine with water, washing away half its filth-covered body. The now clean swine panics, racing back to the mud to recoat itself. Gao Peng, observing closely, gets an idea. He orders all his familiars except Fishy to step back and watch. Gao Peng studies the strange environment, realizing that the soil and water pollution here are the culprits transforming the wildlife into mechanical life forms. Thankfully, these transformations aren't contagious. He also notes that the gears hanging on trees are only visible through Dragon Ant's special vision. With the plan forming, Gao Peng tells Da Zi to take him to the top of the gear tree. At the summit, they find a massive metal structure but no gate or apparent entrance. Traces of a fierce battle and animal-shaped sculptures match descriptions from the Li tribe's records. Gao Peng, curious about the steel dragon mentioned, orders Da Zi to land on the structure. That's when the mechanic epic giant dragon appears, a level 98 quasi-god, lightly injured from a battle long ago. It's a dinosaur-shaped mecha. Awesome. When the mech speaks, it bluntly tells Gao Peng to leave, dismissing him as untrustworthy. Undeterred, Gao Peng attempts to reason with it but ultimately decides to volunteer Da Zi to fight, citing the centipede's thunder attribute as the perfect counter to the dragon's metal type. Grumbling about Gao Peng's unfairness, Da Zi eventually rises to the occasion. As the centipede pelts the mech with powerful electric attacks, Gao Peng observes in confusion. The mech doesn't retaliate, leaving him to question its strategy or lack thereof. Almost as if answering Gao Peng's thoughts, the mech activates its mechanical berserker field. Statues scattered around the battlefield suddenly spring to life, puppets under its control. The mech itself manages to land a significant blow on Dazi's back. Frustrated and disgusted by the gears stuck to his body, Dazi burns them off with lightning and retaliates with a devastating attack. However, the mech's self-repair mechanisms kick in, allowing the statues to dominate the fight temporarily. As one of the statues closes in on Dazi, Goldie enters the scene, catching the statue's wrist mid-strike. Well, fellas, this is good news. Goldie proves small packages pack the biggest surprises. With a casual show of strength, Goldie crushes the statue and shifts his focus to clearing the battlefield. Dazi, meanwhile, retreats to Gao Peng's side, seeking comfort. Goldie, having cleared most of the battlefield, now faces the main mech head-on. The challenge seems to energize him as he steps forward confidently, ready for the final clash. As Goldie crushes the mech with ease, it's clear he's reached an entirely new level. I guess Goldie is just built different. Gao Peng watches, mildly amused as Goldie basks in his own glory. The irony isn't lost on him. Goldie, the ultimate musclehead, is now an unstoppable force. With the mech neutralized, Gao Peng directs Goldie to smash it completely, ensuring no lingering threat remains. However, this decision leaves him pondering. If the city had a protector like this, what else might be hidden within its walls? Determined to explore further, Gao Peng leads his team along the city's perimeter. Eventually, they discover a massive hole in the wall, resembling a colossal wound from a long-past battle. Nearby, a staircase descends into the unknown. Gao Peng summons his familiars for backup before stepping into the depths, unsure of what awaits. Inside, the view is breathtaking but eerie. The city's ruins are littered with signs of a fierce battle, scorch marks, shattered structures, but no corpses, monster or otherwise. Mousy, as if suddenly inspired, becomes hyperactive, sniffing out potential treasures. Gao Peng follows him for an hour, but the little rodent comes up empty. One job. Mousy, you had one job. As frustration mounts, a sound echoes from a nearby building. Investigating, Gao Peng spots a strange creature labeled Mechanic Machine Tool in its status window. Its abilities hint at healing and repair, but what truly grabs Gao Peng's attention is a smaller machine nearby that suddenly powers up. That's a bomb, isn't it? Before anyone can react, human-sized robots emerge, surrounding the group. Flamey ignites her feeders, ready to strike. But Gao Peng hesitates, his mind flashing back to the Li tribe's submissive familiars. Sure enough, the robots bow low, startling the team. Gao Peng, ego-swelling, wonders if they've recognized him as their king. Gang, I might just be that guy. The robots lead Gao Peng to a hidden structure beneath the city. While a mechanic pen hops around like an overeager tour guide, Gao Peng instructs his team to prepare an escape plan. Better safe than sorry. Inside the hidden structure, Gao Peng is stunned to find a level 108 elementary god. The king of Robotics Mountain, the massive mech, still alive but clearly damaged, exudes an aura of immense power. Gao Peng's mind races with possibilities. Could he contract it, or at least salvage his parts? Fishy quickly dashes his hopes, explaining that none of their elements align with the mech, rendering its remains useless. Before Gao Peng can decide on his next move, the king of robotics speaks, offering a deal. It recognizes Gao Peng's strength and proposes a contract. In exchange for energy, the god will assist Gao Peng in battle. Skeptical, Gao Peng questions the mech's motives. What's stopping it from betraying him or attracting the wrath of whatever defeated it before? The mech pauses, considering Gao Peng's concerns. Internally, Gao Peng celebrates. He doesn't mind making the contract, he just wanted to push the elementary god into a more cooperative position. In an intense showdown, Gao Peng flexes his inner businessman, haggling with the robot god over the terms of their contract. Despite the god barely willing to budge, Gao Peng secures a hopping 70 years of service as his protector post-healing. Who knew you could bargain with a god like it's Black Friday? Once the deal is sealed, Gao Peng asks about the materials needed for Robogod's recovery, rare ores and high-energy crystals. Fortunately, Jushin Shidi and even the Lai tribe has plenty of thieves, including unstable ones that usually go to waste. Gao Peng summons a contract, formalizing the agreement between them. With the contract signed, Robovad detaches from the web of cables holding him up and rises with a thunderous display. Gao Peng quickly scolds him, pointing out the risk of drawing attention. Robovad shrinks himself to the size of a mini-fridge, silently acknowledging his new boss's point. Now free, Robovad suggests a way for Gao Peng to strengthen himself, and by extension, Robogod. He mentions the World Vortex battlefield, immediately catching Gao Peng's interest. Fishy objects, warning that the Vortex battlefield is far too dangerous. But Robogod clarifies that this battlefield was split into Yin and Yang realms millennia ago. While the Yang realm is a death zone, the Yin realm only allows participants of God tier or below, making it a manageable risk. After weighing the pros and cons, Gao Peng decides to train in the Yin realm. Before heading out, they make a stop at the Lei tribe. Back at the tribe, Gao Peng is greeted by a tribesman who informs him Zhou Ji and others have returned with guests. Meeting with Zhao Ji, Gao Peng learns they've successfully recruited their first batch of monster trainers. He reflects on how the Red Bloods in the southern wasteland remain untouched, giving them an advantage to develop their trainers in secret. Gao Peng envisions the tribe's growth shifting the balance of power in Jushin Shidi. A spark of ambition lights in his eyes as he plots the future. After speaking with Zhao Ji, Gao Peng isn't surprised to learn that most of the recruits are younger trainers. The veterans have clearly chosen to let the newbies scout the situation first. Gao Peng tells Zhou Ji to arrange a meeting with the recruits tomorrow. For now, there's another priority, rewarding one of his familiars with an evolution. If Gao Peng put half as much effort into plot progression as he does into ore farming, the story would already be over. Gao Peng outlines the evolution pathways available and casually recommends the holy route for Zhu Ji's tree familiar. Fishy, ever blunt, silently points out that Gao Peng is clearly pushing this auction because it's the one he has materials for. Gao Peng doesn't even bother denying it. The two head to the Lei tribe's second courtyard, where Zhao Ji summons his tree familiar. What follows is an unconventional process that leaves Zhu Ji visibly questioning his life choices. Gao Peng arranges special rocks around the tree, grinds a fragrant paste, and slathers it generously over the bark. The scent drifts through the air, attracting every dog in the vicinity. The Serbies need to be held back by Goldie, while Dumby stands guard to keep other curious beasts at bay. Zhou Ji, drenched in nervous sweat, watches the chaotic scene unfold. As Gao Peng steps back, his expression shifts into one of pure mischief. With a flick of his lighter, flames ignite the paste, setting the tree ablaze. Zhou Ji stumbles backward in shock as the fire engulfs the familiar. Gao Peng really said, "Let there be light," and the tree had no choice. The flames burn brightly for a moment, but underneath the fire, the tree begins to glow faintly. Its bark shimmers with an ethereal light, hinting at the transformation underway. Zhou Ji's panic gradually fades, replaced by awe. The evolution process, chaotic as it seemed, was a success. Goldie observes the scene with a shake of his head, silently reflecting on how unpredictable humans can be. After successfully evolving Zhao Ji's familiar, Gao Peng basks in the praise from the tribesmen, sensing an opportunity to connect with the younger generation. He agrees to let Zhao Ji spread the word about his abilities, inviting those interested in evolutions to visit him the next day. By the next morning, however, Gao Peng realizes he may have underestimated the turnout. Zhao Ji announces that his friends have arrived, only for Gao Peng to be greeted by an overwhelming crowd. Thinking on his feet, Gao Peng enlists Dumby's help to erect a wall in front of the trainers. A sign on it reads, "Only those who've made contributions to the tribe will be rewarded." The crowd thins out as most trainers leave, much to Gao Peng's relief. Turning his attention back to Zhao Ji, Gao Peng asks about the recruits from other tribes. Zhao Ji updates him on the arrangements for their living quarters, assuring him that the elders have already set everything up. Gao Peng praises their initiative and reminds Zhu Ji to treat the recruits from White Dragon, Green God, Yu, and the Northern Ice tribes with particular care. With logistics squared away, Gao Peng emphasizes the importance of continuing to recruit trainers in small, manageable batches to avoid attracting attention from the Green Bloods. He shares his plan to leave the tribe temporarily to focus on strengthening himself, ensuring Zhao Ji that this effort is also for the tribe's protection. Later that day, Gao Peng, Fishy, and Robogod begin their journey to Radiance Mountain, an entry point to the World Vortex battlefield. As they travel, Robogod explains the concept of divine beasts, special monsters like Bifangs and Phoenixes, known for their innate talents and ease of evolution. Flamey, now fully evolved, serves as a prime example. Approaching the mountain, Rotogod suggests disguising himself as a familiar to avoid trouble with the divine beasts in the area, specifically the holy unicorns. How do you even have beef with unicorns? Galpang doesn't hide his disbelief at Robogod's odd rivalries. As they near the mountain, Robogod points it out confidently, but Galpang freezes in terror. While Robogod remains oblivious, Galpang sees a status window identifying Radiance Mountain itself as a purifying colossal radiance conch. The revelation leaves him stunned, unsure of what challenges lie ahead. Galpang examines the status window of Radiance Mountain, noting its mastery of 45% of a precept. Turning to Fishy for clarification, he's alarmed to learn that such a being could wipe them out with a mere yawn. Without hesitation, Galpang pivots and begins marching back, muttering about how the mountain's secrecy is likely because it kills anyone who discovers it. Honestly, not a bad theory. Several days later, the group treks through Fire God Valley, enduring oppressive heat as they seek another path to the Vortex battlefield. Robodot mentions that the Baifangs, divine beasts of flame, guard this entrance. Hearing this, Galpang summons Flamey, hoping she can act as an intermediary. This feels borderline stereotyping, but okay. When the Baifangs appear, they stop in their tracks upon seeing Flamey and engage in an impromptu guessing game about her race. Flamey's patience wears thin until one Baifang confidently declares her kin. This turns out to be their revered ancestor, who takes human form to communicate more easily. Galpang barely hides his amazement as she commends his role in Flamey's evolution and power. After examining Flamey's flames, the ancestor declares her an adopted daughter, promising to teach her how to cultivate her fire properly. However, Flamey, in a rare display of emotion, insists she doesn't want to leave Galpang. Moved, Galpang defends her, declaring he won't abandon one of his cherished partners. The ancestor remains composed, explaining that Flamey's unique flame set her on the path of usurpation, a path that claimed the lives of 5 others before her. She asks if Galpang can ensure Flamey's safety without allowing her to train. Guilt washes over Galpang as he recalls disregarding the system's warnings. Lesson learned, always read the fine print. Reluctantly, Galpang convinces Flamey to stay and train with the ancestor for her own protection. Relieved, the ancestor gifts Galpang one of her feathers, a legendary summoning token. Galpang's excitement quickly turns to dismay upon learning its true purpose. It can't fight, but will mark anyone who kills him for the ancestor's revenge. Oblivious to Galpang's disappointment, or perhaps reveling in it, the Baifang ancestor sends the group to the Vortex battlefield in a fiery flourish. There's not even time for Goldie to say goodbye to Flamey. Man, I knew they were a thing, but he's down bad. Upon entering the Vortex battlefield, Galpang gulps down an elixir to change his skin color, blending in to avoid detection by the Green Bloods. Their arrival is uneventful, but as Galpang surveys the malevolent terrain, a young man approaches, offering assistance. Despite the guy accurately guessing this is Galpang's first time here, Galpang declines the help, preferring to move solo. As they trek through the battlefield, the oppressive atmosphere keeps even Dummy on edge. Goldie, however, is still too lovesick to focus. Pointing directly at a level 94 three-headed hellhound, Galpang quickly warns him against such recklessness, reminding him that even the weakest monsters here are overlords. Not far ahead, they spot the infamous carnage chart Robogod had described, a floating banner displaying kill counts of the most powerful beasts like a leaderboard. The reigning terror, a level 99 Eternal Night Vulture, boasts over 150 quasi-god kills and more than 2,500 Saint-tier victims. Galpang shudders at its status window and the realization that 4 other monsters of similar caliber roam this dimension. Why are we even here? Run. Determined to make the best of their time, Galpang leads his party to the barren wastelands, where they encounter an abyssal demon. Fishy immediately spots its controller, an eye imprisonment hag, and alerts Galpang. The hag wastes no time, firing a psionic beam at Galpang. Dummy, however, intercepts it with a flaming arm, quickly closing the distance and incinerating the hag. Meanwhile, Fishy gleefully devours several abyssal demons, completely disregarding Galpang's request to keep some bodies intact. When Fishy spits one out, half-chewed and drenched in stomach juices, Galpang is left on the verge of vomiting. He summons Silly, who promptly called forth the processing imp. The imp set to work on the abyssal demon's corpse with casual efficiency, producing an abyss crystal, a meat crystal, and the uniquely labeled wet and salty saliva crystal from Fishy's contribution. Noticing the tar-like soil coating his boots, Gao Peng realized it wasn't just the demons that were corrupting this land. If processed, however, even this tainted dirt could yield valuable meat essence. He explained his plan to Goldie, who took up a shovel without complaint. Robovad stood off to the side, regarding Gao Peng with an intensity that suggested both respect and a newfound wariness. The next day dawned in thick, acrid air as a fresh wave of abyss demons rumbled across the battlefield. One demon locked onto Gao Peng immediately, who felt a flicker of tension in his spine. Before he could call out orders, Goldie, sweat dripping down his brow from endless shoveling. A single hit, fueled by pent-up frustration and the desire to prove his worth, ended the demon's threat in an instant. Gao Peng observed the scene thoughtfully, reminded again of how crucial emotional undercurrents were in fueling each familiar's power. In the quiet that followed, Gao Peng realized it was unfair to rely solely on Goldie's labor and combat prowess. He turned to Dazi, who hesitated, his antennae twitching with apprehension. Gao Peng met the centipede's gaze, recalling moments when Dazi had teetered on the brink of defeat in earlier battles, yet always found renewed strength to protect the group. Dazi finally sprinted forward, releasing a barrage of lightning that crackled and streaked through the battlefield, scattering the new demon wave in a brilliant flash. In the fading echo of thunder, Dazi breathed heavily, relief mingling with pride. As Dazi turned back, chest still heaving, Gao Peng glanced skyward. His eyes narrowed at the sight of an abyssal dragon hurtling through the air toward them, its dark aura twisting like a living storm. Gao Peng stood calmly on the blackened battlefield, a sense of certainty in his eyes. Despite the incoming abyss dragon's fearsome aura, he didn't flinch. Instead, he retrieved a small stack of parchments, the dragon-slaying chapter, and handed it to Dummy. Dummy moved with focused precision. The skeletal familiar hurled the pages into the air, where they shimmered and surged with an arcane energy that crackled across the abyss dragon's body. Within moments, the mighty creature plummeted, paralyzed and unable to even flap its wings. Gao Peng exhaled slowly, relieved the item worked without incident. Yet as he looked at the fallen dragon, he felt a small pang of disquiet. This was power on a scale that could easily be abused. Moments later, Goldie, who had been simmering with restless energy since his last assignment, spotted the immobilized beast and decided to claim it. Drawing on the questionable methods he devised earlier, Goldie began crawling the dragon along with some abyss demons he had captured. With a flick of a makeshift whip, Goldie compelled the dragon to haul debris and dirt, an echo of the grueling tasks Goldie himself had endured only days earlier. For a few hours, the camp remained oddly tranquil. Gao Peng, Dazi, and the others rested, taking advantage of the lull. Meanwhile, Goldie expanded his makeshift workforce of demonic creatures, forcing them into menial tasks. The strain on the enslaved demons became apparent in their agitated glances and hushed growls. By mid-afternoon, the tension finally boiled over. One of the demons, emboldened by desperation, attempted to rally its kin in open rebellion. Rather than cracking down immediately, Goldie offered a strangely theatrical deal: 3 free shots at him. If any blow landed or caused him harm, the demon would be allowed to leave. The demon's first strike barely scuffed Goldie's feathers, and the second, aimed desperately at Goldie's eye, fared no better. At that moment, the demon seemed to grasp its own futility. Instead of attempting a third strike, it turned and fled, disappearing into the gloom of the battlefield. Goldie remained motionless for several seconds, as though perplexed by the demon's retreat, then scratched his bald head in puzzlement. Calling him a coward and an idiot, Goldie shouts that there's no way he'll get away. Meanwhile, the demon is busy laughing to himself as he runs. He notes that Goldie's body clearly isn't built for speed, and he smugly congratulates himself for not fighting head-on. In his mind, Goldie actually fell for the fake-out. After all, demons are shameless by nature. Running away from a losing fight is practically tradition. But before he can escape, the flowing light flashes into view and decapitates him in a single clean strike. The nearby demons freeze where they stand. One whispers that yet another powerful monster has appeared, and another quickly suggests they all get back to digging before they end up as the next example. Flowing Light casually picks up the demon's severed head with his claws and lifts it toward Dazi, asking if he looks cool. Dazi barely glances at it and tells him it's disgusting, ordering him to throw it away immediately. Gao Peng gets to his feet and points off in one direction, telling everyone to stop messing around. After days of chaos, he says someone has finally decided to show themselves. Up above them, a monster is perched on a ledge. Gao Peng recognizes it from the chart: Pixiu, the 4th-ranked creature. The cute-looking beast glares down at the demons and demands to know what they think they're doing. Goldie immediately barks at his demons to quit slacking and get back to work. Dazi repeats the order, while Silent Lion steps forward, casually mentioning that his claws are itching for a fight. Pixio, clearly annoyed, shouts again and accuses the demons below of completely ignoring him. He claims he knows they're secretly digging for treasure and orders the monsters beside him to start digging it up as well. His underlings nod and head down. When they reach the excavation site, the newcomers shove the demons aside and snatch their tools, getting straight to work and digging in the exact same spots. Goldie just sighs and tells his demons to ignore them and move to a different area. So the demon groups start shifting to a new location. But the newcomers exchange glances, then physically hurl the demons out of the entire zone, claiming the whole area for themselves. They keep digging non-stop, insisting the treasure has to be somewhere close. Goldie's frustration with the monsters reaches its peak, and he stomps directly in front of them. He glares as his patience wears thin, and asks if they even understand the concept of basic manners. The monsters burst into loud laughter, mocking him for even bringing up manners. They clearly find the situation hilarious. Their teasing pushes Goldie over the edge. He leans toward a duck-like monster and tells it that it doesn't even know how to laugh properly. To demonstrate, he unleashes a booming quack that sends powerful shockwaves through the air. The duck is momentarily impressed, smiling at the sheer volume of Goldie's voice. But before it can react further, Goldie grabs it with one hand and flings it into another nearby monster. The impact is so strong that both monsters are knocked out instantly. The remaining monsters freeze, staring in shock, finally acknowledging the dog's incredible strength. From above, Pixio watches with interest. He comments that Goldie is a fascinating creature, and decides it's time to teach him a lesson. Pixio's status panel reveals he's level 97, mythic grade, with wind and mystic attributes. Gao Peng examines the panel and notes that Pixio's stats are extraordinarily high. No wonder he holds the 4th rank position. Meanwhile, Goldie scratches his head and asks Gao Peng if this creature is the Pixio from the book. Pixio grins, impressed that Goldie recognizes him. He offers a conditional mercy, saying he'll spare Goldie if he agrees to accept Pixio as his boss. Goldie turns to Gao Peng and remarks that he's heard Pixio has a mouth but no backside. He wonders aloud, half joking, where Pixio even goes to the bathroom if he has no hole. Pixio's jaw drops at the crude insult. His face flushes red with rage, and he roars at Goldie for daring to disrespect him. In a surge of fury, he unleashes his aura and swears he'll kill the duck, launching a direct attack that traps Goldie inside. Gao Peng quickly tells Flowing Light that it's his turn. Without hesitation, Flowing Light positions himself in front of the attack to protect Goldie. Meanwhile, 2 monsters hidden in the shadows watch the chaos unfold. One murmurs that Pixio's rage is harming his own followers. The second shakes his head, saying no one will follow Pixio now. The first agrees but warns that facing him is likely fatal. The second monster just smiles calmly and says he doesn't think so at all. Suddenly, Goldie bursts through Pixio's attack, emerging unscathed while even complimenting the sheer power behind the strike. Pixio seethes, thinking about how strong this dog really is. Before he can react, Goldie appears behind him. Pixio grins, and before Goldie can make a move, he launches into the air, spinning his body at incredible speed. Transforming into a drill-like form, he rockets straight toward Goldie. The attack lands, managing to injure Goldie. Pixio grins triumphantly, asking if Goldie really thought he could escape. But then mid-flight, Pixio suddenly freezes in surprise as Goldie has caught him firmly in his hands. Pixio shouts in frustration, fuming at how powerful the duck is. Goldie grins back, casually complimenting Pixio's rotation speed before announcing that it's his turn to strike. Suddenly, Goldie loses his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Pixio kicks him hard, sending him tumbling across the ground. Without missing a beat, he charges forward at full speed and lands another blow, knocking Goldie even further back. Pixio pauses for a moment, remarking that Goldie's skin is tough, but he wonders if the duck can survive what's coming next. He unleashes a devastating attack that triggers a massive explosion. Triumphantly, Pixio laughs and gloats, insisting that Goldie shouldn't have disrespected him. Meanwhile, the others begin to worry about Goldie. Silent Lion steps closer to Gao Peng and asks if he should jump into the fight, seeing how bad Goldie looks. Gao Peng, however, shakes his head, assuring him it's unnecessary. Through the smoke, Goldie's voice cuts through, ordering everyone to stay out of the battle. Pixio freezes, eyes wide, asking incredulously how Goldie is still alive. Moments later, Goldie steps out from the smoke with a confident smirk on his face, remarking that he's only made things more exciting. His muscles have visibly swollen, drawing a disgusted reaction from Silent Lion. He complains that he's worried about the foolish duck, but now it just seems to be getting more hyped for the fight. Fishy also notices something strange about the ground under Goldie's feet, as it cracks the moment he catches Pixio, hinting at just how strong the dog really is. Dazi wonders if the ground can't hold up because Goldie is that powerful. Fishy, however, shakes his head, knowing it doesn't look like Goldie caused the collapse, and no other monster attacked. This area is usually solid, so it's weird for it to give way just from Goldie standing there. Mechanical God pipes up, mentioning that ancient legend areas exist here. He explains that Pixio is considered a symbol of God, capable of turning disaster into good fortune, and wonders if this might be connected to Pixio's abilities. Moneymaker quickly realizes that an ability to convert misfortune into an advantage during battle would make someone nearly unbeatable. Fishy scoffs, arguing that such an ability could only save someone once or twice, not 100 times. Moneymaker counters, asking what if it really could save them all 100 times. Hearing that, Fishy loses his temper and threatens to eat Moneymaker first to see who would save him then. Moneymaker flees in a comically frantic fashion. Meanwhile, Galpeng ignores their bickering and keeps his focus on the fight between Goldie and Pixio. The tables have turned as Pixio is now fleeing desperately, while Goldie chases him, shouting for him to stop running. Goldie lunges repeatedly to grab Pixio, but keeps missing. Pixio escapes, battered and cursing, frustrated at how annoying Goldie is. He's never encountered a monster so ridiculous, one who gets even more excited after being beaten up. Goldie gleefully calls out for Pixio to stop running and fight him, while Pixio continues to flee, angrily challenging him to catch him if he can. Pixio glances toward Moneymaker and Fishy, realizing they're with Goldie but aren't even trying to block his escape route. Pixio pauses briefly and tells Goldie that he's not in the mood today, but promises to return in a few days to teach him a proper lesson. The moment Goldie throws a punch, Pixio darts away again. Goldie shouts after him, demanding that he give the lecture right now if he has any guts. Goldie resumes the chase while Galpeng watches with an exasperated expression. He mutters that Goldie has no brains and wonders why he doesn't just set a trap instead of running around like this. Galpeng then instructs Silent Lion and Light to follow Pixio and make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. Both of them nod in agreement. Nearby, Moneymaker looks worn out and asks Galpeng what they should do next. Galpeng points in another direction and suggests they take over for Goldie and supervise the demon's work. But when he glances around, he realizes all the demons have vanished. Fishy explains that as soon as Pixio and Goldie started fighting, the demons all fled to save themselves. Even the monsters who had accompanied Pixio abandoned him and ran off. Galpeng smirks, amused at how quickly the workers escaped. With the labor force gone, he decides it's the perfect time to upgrade Silly instead. Silly perks up with excitement, happily announcing that she's going to get juice. Dazi lies down comfortably to rest, while Moneymaker pipes up, asking Galpeng when it'll be his turn for an upgrade. The scene shifts to the two monsters still lurking in the shadows. The first one comments that Pixio won't be able to escape, and that his reputation has taken a serious hit after being chased across the entire battlefield like this. The second monster adds that the duck is likely to draw a lot of attention soon, predicting that a large crowd will gather at the scene before long. Somewhere else at the main hall of the Creation Kingdom, a voice asks whether the news has been confirmed. The speaker is revealed to be the same person who met Galpeng when he first arrived. He turns to his companions, questioning whether that person really belongs to Mingyu Kingdom. One of his companions addresses him respectfully as Your Highness, and explains that while the message was sent, they haven't received a response yet. After all, Mingyu country is far away, and communication takes considerable time. Meanwhile, the other officials begin discussing the situation among themselves. One wonders how such a genius could emerge from Mingyu country, considering it's relatively small and far away. Another points out that having multiple quasi-god realm monsters is highly unusual and demonstrates top-tier combat power. A third remarks that it's strange for someone so strong to have gone completely unheard of until now. The boy instructs his companions to make contact with this individual, emphasizing that even if they can't recruit him, they should at least establish good relations. His companions acknowledge the order and depart. As they leave, the boy reflects that having many quasi-god realm experts on his side would greatly increase his chances of inheriting the throne. He admits that the young man's talent is enviable, but jealousy isn't an option. Instead, he must think strategically, like a king, expanding his power by gathering allies. The scene then shifts to a massive volcano inside Volcano Valley, where Bai Feng Ancestor arrives accompanied by Flamey. Nervously, Flamey asks why they've come here. Bai Feng Ancestor reassures her, telling her not to worry and simply jump in. Flamey hesitates with fear evident in her voice and questions if he's truly certain about this plan. Bai Feng Ancestor explains that while he has already collected many flames from powerful monsters, Flamey herself already contains dozens of flames within her body. Absorbing ordinary beast flames won't provide much benefit. To genuinely strengthen herself and her flames, she must absorb the devouring, natural earth and nurturing fire present in this place. Bai Feng Ancestor interrupts Flamey mid-sentence, realizing he forgot to share some news from the outside world. He explains that in the battlefield rankings, Pixio, who held the 4th rank, was defeated by a yellow duck, and then chased for thousands of miles. He goes on to share more news about the recent commotion in the battlefield involving her master. A space-type monster has been promoted to quasi-god tier, which he believes is the little jellyfish that belonged to Galpeng. Bai Feng Ancestor emphasizes that all her friends have become incredibly powerful, meaning Gao Peng is completely safe thanks to them. He asks Flamey if she realizes just how far behind she has fallen compared to her companions, questioning whether she could actually help them in her current state. In his view, with her current power, she might only become a burden. Flamey's enthusiasm ignites at once, and she shouts that she's ready to jump in without waiting for another word. As she prepares to leap, she pauses and demands that Bai Feng Ancestor provide her with 10 tons of fire crystal silk to eat when she emerges. Bai Feng Ancestor laughs and promises to give her even more than 10 tons if she succeeds. Flamey beams with excitement and dives straight into the volcano, plunging directly into the lava without hesitation. Bai Feng Ancestor gazes up at the sky, silently hoping everything goes well. A few days later, the scene shifts back to Gao Peng, where the space portal opens once more and fighting breaks out again. Gao Peng observes the vortex battlefield, noting that while it's a blood-soaked ground, there's a surprising calm at the moment. He remarks that some kind of unspoken peace seems to exist between the two sides, since every 3 days the space crack opens and demons pour through to fight. The survivors return through the crack while the rest face brutal combat, showing just how valuable demons are in this place. Turning to Silly, Gao Peng tells her it's time to test her new space-cutting skill and see just how powerful it is. Silly doesn't respond, prompting Gao Peng to pull a funny face. He asks what's wrong and jokingly questions whether she's scared of fighting, even as a quasi-god tier monster. Gao Peng laughs at her reaction. At that moment, Dazi approaches and suggests that Silly teleport him near the big demon so he can punch its head with full force. Silly happily agrees and activates her skill, teleporting Dazi. As he disappears, Dazi laughs, confident that the foolish demon is about to die at his hands. But the moment he materializes, he finds himself standing directly in front of an enormous demon. Nervously, Dazi lets out an awkward laugh and asks if the demons are doing okay. Gao Peng chuckles and tells Silly that she just teleported Dazi straight into the demons' mouths. Panicking, Silly shouts, worried that Dazi is about to die. Gao Peng orders her to stop overreacting and actually look at Dazi. Just then, Dazi unleashes his Thunderlight, sending devastating electrical strikes that obliterate all the demons in front of him. Silly watches with delight, praising how impressive Dazi looks in action. Meanwhile, Silent Lion suddenly points Gao Peng's attention toward a specific direction. A powerful demon emerges from the space portal with his focus immediately locking onto Dazi. The demon grins at the sight, pulling out his weapon as he charges up a devastating attack. Mechanical God gasps in recognition that this is Gutra from the 65th Abyss. Just then, something shifts on the demon's face as 4 eyes suddenly open. He laughs menacingly, declaring that no enemy can escape his gaze. Sensing danger, Dazi looks up and sees the demon preparing his strike. He tries to flee, but to his horror, his body won't respond and he curses his inability to move. The demon shouts about destroying Dazi's soul and launches his attack directly at him. The strike hurtles forward, terrifyingly powerful, while Silent Lion grows anxious and urges Gao Peng that they need to step in. Gao Peng, however, remains calm, smiling as if he has everything under control. Then, unexpectedly, the demon corpses on the battlefield begin moving on their own, forming a shield directly in the attack's path. The strike collides with the corpses and is destroyed midway. Seeing that, Dazi breathes a sigh of relief. Admitting he was terrified, the camera pans to reveal that Dumby used his white flame to lift all the demon corpses and place them as a protective barrier. Gao Peng explains to Silent Lion that he had already instructed Dumby and Flame to be ready, so a backup plan had been in place all along. As they are yapping, the demon studies Dumby with interest, noting how the monster can control the corpses of fallen demons. He quickly realizes that Dumby positioned the bodies to block his attack, reducing its power by 80%. Gao Peng tells Dumby that he can take on the demon if he wants. Dumby nods in agreement and approaches the creature, declaring that every step he takes signals the arrival of death. Dumby begins absorbing the aura from the scattered dead demons, causing his presence to expand dramatically. At the same time, Pixie arrives on the scene and notices that aside from the duck, 3 other powerful beasts are present. He immediately senses that the skeleton is the strongest, radiating an overwhelming aura of death. Looking toward Gao Peng, Pixie remarks that a random trainer possessing such strength only makes him more curious. 2 monsters watch from a distance. One of them, named Zhu Qing, points out that the skeleton is absorbing the souls of the demons. His companion Bai Zi adds that since the skeleton is fighting demons, it isn't allied with them, and might even form an alliance with the Zhu Qin dynasty. Dumby then forms a massive flaming hand and hurls it at the demons. Any demon caught in its path is instantly obliterated, and demon corpses start raining down to the ground as their souls are ripped away. Seeing that, the powerful demon realizes that anyone struck by the skeleton's giant hand has their soul instantly separated from their body. He retreats alongside his companions, warning that they must avoid the hand and find a weakness to exploit. Just then, Dumby launches his massive hand toward the fleeing demon. The demon quickly realizes that the hand is incredibly fast and changing direction won't be easy. He pulls out his weapon and strikes at Dumby's giant hand. After landing the blow, he laughs and orders everyone to gather together. But to his surprise, souls from the surrounding area begin flowing into Dumby's hand. The demon stares in disbelief as he notices that Dumby isn't just recovering the spiritual hand, he's actually increasing its size by absorbing more souls. Shifting his attention, the demon dives towards Zhu Qing and Bai Zi standing below. Seeing that, Zhu Qing laughs confidently, welcoming the challenge. He releases his aura, forms a devastating punch and slams it directly into the demon's mouth, sending him straight into Dumby's waiting hand. Before the demon can even react, Dumby catches him. The demon screams that he can't die like this, but Dumby crushes him with his spiritual hand. Zhu Qing smirks and remarks that winning without a proper fight feels boring. From the sides, Gao Peng observes Zhu Qing and reflects on the sheer power of god-tier monsters, as just that punch alone proves his strength is formidable. Turning to Dumby, Gao Peng praises his performance. Meanwhile, Dumby strolls over with the demon's corpse in his hands and wonders what they should do with it. In response, Gao Peng grins, saying he already has a solid plan in mind. At the same time, Bai Zi nudges Zhu Qing and points out that they should claim their share of the loot, considering the demon was high grade and they helped in the fight. After a moment, Zhu Qing nods, agreeing with her reasoning. Suddenly, Dumby appears in front of them. Right away, Zhu Qing praises his giant hand technique and even mentions that he wouldn't mind sparring with him someday. In response, Dumby casually drops the demon's corpse at their feet, noting that his master taught him to offer gifts when meeting new friends, and then strolls off. Seeing that, Zhu Qing laughs, admitting he originally assumed Dumby would be arrogant, but instead finds him surprisingly respectful. Meanwhile, Dazi teases Gao Peng, wondering when he became generous enough to leave valuable loot behind. Gao Peng pulls a dramatic face and protests that he always shares things with everyone. Soon after, as Gao Peng heads off, he explains that they're not the only ones here, so they need to show some authority while also building a few alliances. With this, Zhu turns to Bai and suggests they head back to camp. A little later, Gao Peng scans the demons still hovering in the sky. Since Dumby wiped out the main force, he figures the remaining ones are only good for training and hunting practice. Across the field, countless fighters clash with the demons. Gao Peng notes that ever since the Vortex battlefield came into existence, wins on their side have been rare, mainly because they're fighting on multiple fronts, while the Jutian dynasty focuses all its strength here. In conclusion, he adds that the Jutian dynasty's camps won't withdraw until the Vortex battlefield is completely dismantled. As he is explaining, Zhu Qing suddenly shows up and remarks that Gao Peng is a good person. In response, Gao Peng smiles and explains that he wants Zhu Qing as a friend anyway, so there's no need to mention it. Immediately after, Zhu Qing blinks in surprise and wonders if Gao Peng actually knows who he is. Right then, Bai Zi steps in and nudges Zhu Qing to introduce her as well. Without hesitation, he gestures to her and presents her as his close friend, Bai Zi. Upon hearing the name, Gao Peng's eyes widen, realizing she's a mythical beast. He further notes that the Juqing dynasty seems to have quite a few mythical beasts on their side. Next, Bai Zi moves closer and apologizes in advance for anything foolish Zhu Qing might blurt out. In response, Gao Peng laughs and reassures her that it's fine, he's used to dealing with personalities like his. Meanwhile, Silent Lion quietly smirks, thinking that foolish people are actually useful since they're easier to steer through conversation. A moment later, Zhu Qing grumbles that the place feels too calm and boring. Right away, Goldie, Daisy, and Silly perk up and invite him to their palace for some fun before rushing ahead. As they continue walking, Goldie leans in and encourages Zhu Qing to share more about the great world of Abyss. At the same time, Daisy chuckles and mentions he's heard that even the demon lords of the lower planes are incredibly strong. In response, Zhu Qing nods and explains that the demon lord Deathstorm currently rules from the 7th layer of the Abyss. He goes on to add that Deathstorm once fought the Shenwu lord and walked away without a scratch. Hearing this, Daisy and Goldie hype up how strong the guy must be, while Zhu Qing laughs along at their excitement. Meanwhile, Dumby stares at the scattered demon corpses, thinking about the strange sensation he felt when he absorbed their souls. Now there's nothing, no reaction, no flicker, and he wonders if he simply imagined it. A sudden shout snaps him out of his thoughts. He glances around and wonders aloud whose voice that was. Silent Lion points downward with an amused smirk and urges Dumby to take a look for himself. Down in a pit, Goldie comes into view. He struggles to climb out and erupts in anger, demanding to know which femboy dug the hole. Moneymaker walks over and comments on the irony that Goldie had been overseeing the demons digging holes, yet failed to notice one himself, and fell straight in. Goldie refuses to believe it and roars for whoever tried to harm him to come out and face him. Meanwhile, Dumby just shakes his head and suggests they leave Goldie to his theatrics. Goldie scans the pit for clues, and his gaze lands on a red crystal embedded in the ground. He wonders where this blood-red thing came from. Leaning in, he catches a strong metallic scent of blood drifting from it. Curious, he taps the odd crystal with his finger. Instantly, his finger sinks straight through it. He jerks his hand back in shock, noticing it's now smeared with blood. More blood begins oozing from inside the crystal, and Goldie recoils in disgust. Noticing it, Moneymaker hurries over and urges him to leave right away. Goldie scratches his head, debating whether he should take the strange thing to Gao Peng. But he's worried Gao Peng might get annoyed. Before he decides, the red crystal suddenly starts shrinking. Goldie watches in disbelief as it steadily shrivels. From outside the pit, Moneymaker calls out that Lord Zuqing is about to tell a story, and urges Goldie to hurry if he wants to hear it. Goldie immediately perks up and shouts that he's coming. As he climbs out, he glances back at the crystal, wondering if he should really leave it behind now that it's so tiny. Still, he doubts Gao Peng would appreciate it anyway. The crystal keeps shrinking, until it abruptly disappears without a trace. The scene shifts to a group gathering demon corpses. One worker comments that they've found plenty of damaged, low-level demons that should still sell for a decent price. His companion agrees and suggests they head back to camp. With this, they drag the bodies away, leaving the area completely deserted. Once the place is empty, a small demon steps out of the shadows, laughing to himself now that everyone is gone. He starts drawing blood from the remaining corpses and uses it to paint a large circular pattern across the ground. He straightens up and declares the ritual finished. Yet before he can even admire his work, something hits him, and he dies on the spot. Moments later, a fierce aura erupts from his corpse. In the next breath, the small demon jerks back to life, laughing darkly. His entire presence has shifted. His voice, his posture, his aura, everything feels completely different. He gazes ahead and remarks that the Vortex battlefield still feels familiar. Then, channeling power from deep within, he declares that this time he plans to gift the Vortex battlefield something special. His aura surges into the ground. Far below the surface, a strange egg wrapped in energy flickers into view. The demon's aura flows straight into it, causing the egg to glow from within. Suddenly, it begins generating a terrifying amount of energy. 2 days later, at the Juqin dynasty's base camp, Zuqing clears his throat and picks up his story for the crowd gathered around him. He wonders where he left off yesterday. Goldie raises his hand and reminds him that he was talking about the demon lord of the 55th floor. Zuqing snaps his fingers in recognition and continues. He explains that the 55th dungeon is ruled by a snake demon with mid-level god power. Even though he's considered mid-level, his strength is absurd, so much so that only a handful of mid-level gods can stand against him. Hearing that, Goldie and Dazi react immediately, hyping up how insanely strong the snake demon must be. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Zuqing from behind. A moment later, a massive one-legged bull with level 98 mythical grade, carrying electric, wind, and water attributes, steps forward. Gao Peng glances at Zuqing and wonders who this newcomer is. In response, Zuqing introduces the bull as his friend. One-legged bull, a member of the one-legged legend species. Right away, Gao Peng quietly studies the bull and admits to himself that its stats are seriously impressive. At the same time, he's reminded of how many mythical beasts roam this battlefield. Then suddenly it clicks, the third slot on the killing list belongs to a one-legged bull, and he starts wondering if this is the very same one. A moment later, the bull nervously delivers shocking news that the Dragon King's son has been killed. Instantly, Zuqing freezes in disbelief, while Bai Zi reacts with equal shock, struggling to grasp how someone that powerful could die so easily. Sensing their alarm, Gao Peng leans in and wants to know what exactly happened. Following up, Zuqing asks when the death occurred. However, the bull shoots a suspicious look at Gao Peng. Before tension rises, Zuqing quickly reassures him that Gao Peng and his group are new allies on their side. Hearing that, the bull explains that the death happened last night, though nobody discovered it until morning. The kill, he says, was executed with frightening speed. Zuqing shakes his head, unable to wrap his mind around it. He argues that even a top-tier expert should have needed hours to take down the Dragon King's son. A fight of that scale should have shaken the entire battlefield, yet somehow, no one noticed anything. One-legged bull adds that the whole situation feels wrong and stresses the urgency of finding whoever did this, warning that anyone capable of killing the Dragon King's son could take out anyone else just as easily. Bai Zi steps forward and volunteers to handle the investigation. The bull approves the idea, while Zuqing voices concern, reminding her that she burned through a lot of origin power in their last fight and wonders if she's really up for it. Bai Zi calmly assures him that she's far stronger than he thinks and won't have any problems. After that, she closes her eyes and begins spreading her power across the area. A moment later, the bull asks if she has discovered anything yet. In response, Bai Zi tells him not to worry, promising that she's giving her best effort and will uncover the culprit soon. Suddenly, Bai Zi lets out a piercing scream. Zuqing rushes over in worry, while the bull tenses up and explains that she's using the Bai clan's intel skill, which senses nearby enemies. But if the target is stronger, it can interfere. Since Bai Zi is a quasi-god tier yet still suffering backlash, he concludes the enemy must be overwhelmingly powerful. Even through the pain, Bai Zi struggles and warns them that the enemy is approaching. Right away, everyone reacts in shock as the bull activates a special power, creating a protective barrier around the group. Meanwhile, Gao Peng observes how quickly the bull reacted and thinks his response time is impressive. From this, he realizes that anyone capable of eliminating a quasi-god tier monster so effortlessly must be taken very seriously. With no time to waste, Gao Peng summons his pets and assigns roles to everyone. He explains that since they're all from the Jutian dynasty, they need to support each other. Silent Lion and Dumby will guard the area, while he merges with Goldie. Sully will provide backup if needed. At the same time, the bull watches Gao Peng carefully and thinks to himself that he didn't expect this person to offer support. Zhu Qing's new friend appears to be trustworthy. Once ready, Gao Peng merges with Goldie and instructs him to follow his directions. With his eyes closed, Goldie listens as Gao Peng mentions a strange sound, as if something is sleeping underground. Then Goldie suddenly senses movement and shouts, pointing in a specific direction. From that spot, multiple strange monsters emerge. Seeing this, the bull narrows his eyes and questions whether this is the killer of the Dragon King's son. The monsters turn out to be zombie scarecrows of mythical grade, while their subordinates sit at level 97 with legendary grade. Gao Peng finds the setup strange, and wonders whether the weaker-looking creature is actually the true body, with the others acting as decoys. Meanwhile, Bai Ziai cautions the group that the demon was dispatched by the demon god himself, and carries terrifying power, so they need to move carefully. Gao Peng studies the creatures closely, and realizes that neither physical nor elemental attacks will affect Goldie. The real problem, he notes, lies in the clones, meaning this fight is going to come down to soul combat. Before anyone can respond, the bull flares his aura and charges straight in, wiping out a large portion of the clones in a single sweep. Seeing the aftermath, the bull quickly concludes that the main body is still hiding among them, protected by the clones that absorbed his strike. The monster suddenly bursts into laughter, applauding the bull for pinpointing the real body so fast. It begins spinning its clones in a chaotic formation, and declares that it's quite fond of the bull, and wants to play a game to find out the color of his soul. With that, the monster pulls out a bizarre chain. Gao Peng immediately notices something off about it as it slices through the bull's shield without any effort. In an instant, the chain lashes toward the bull. Zhu Qing lunges forward, cutting into its path and shouting a warning. Yet even after the interception, the chain continues driving forward, slowly pulling at the bull's soul. Refusing to back down, the bull roars at the monster, demanding if it seriously believes stealing his soul will be that simple. He stomps the ground with explosive force, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The impact slams into the monster and obliterates many of the surrounding clones in a single blow. Fishy seizes the opening and whips out a divine artifact, unleashing a blast that freezes the monster and every one of its clones solid before they can even react. Meanwhile, Gao Peng glances at the frozen mass and wonders if the fight is over, but Fishy immediately counters that it won't end that easily. At the same time, one-legged bull spots the divine artifact on Fishy body and silently acknowledges how formidable Zhu Qing's new allies really are. As a result, Zhu Qing relaxes a little, relieved they uncovered the threat before it could ambush them. However, a moment later, Fishy snaps that the enemy is still alive and urges everyone to stay sharp. Right on cue, the monster bursts out of the ice, laughing wildly and snarls that they're too late. In the same breath, it lashes the chain around Zhu Qing and announces his death storm. Reacting instantly, Fishy yells for the bull to help, and together they throw up two protective shields as the chain surges toward Zhu Qing. In the chaos, Fishy quickly explains to Gao Peng that the death storm can tear out souls and follows the rules of death itself, making it incredibly dangerous. Because of that, he urges Gao Peng to pull everyone back and merge with him to avoid casualties. Even so, the chain smashes through the bull's shield and barrels straight toward Fishy's barrier. Seeing this, Zhu Qing panics, convinced he won't survive, cursing himself for being careless. But before the chain reaches him, Bai Zi suddenly appears in front of him, and the chain punches through her body instead. Despite the injury, she offers Zhu Qing a gentle smile and wishes him to live his life well, just as her soul slips free from her body. Press Fs in chat for respect. Overwhelmed, Zhu Qing lets out a tortured scream. In that moment, a memory flashes in his mind about Bai Zi telling him he's just one step away from forming his Juyan body, and that they should travel somewhere together once he succeeds. Zhu Qing beams with excitement and immediately inquires where they should go. Bai Zi suggests the Vortex battlefield, but at once Zhu Qing shakes his head, insisting it's far too dangerous. Then, Bai Zi explains that the Juyan clan belongs to the Furious Beasts, creatures that appeared during wartime and left chaos in their wake. Consequently, to become Juyan King and condense his body, he must face perilous battles to unlock his true power and achieve his dream. In response, Bai Zi smiles warmly and promises to stay by his side, no matter what. Encouraged, Zhu Qing laughs with joy and vows that once he attains his full power, he will protect her from every danger. Before they leave, Bai Zi assures him she will wait for that day. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the present, where blood tears streak down Zhu Qing's face as he watches Bai Zi die. Suddenly, his body swells to an immense ape size, and he roars that fulfilling his dream means nothing without her. Seeing this, Fishy steps forward, trying to calm him, and points out that Bai Zi isn't truly gone. Her soul is only separated from her body. If they can act quickly, they can retrieve it and return it, allowing her to be revived. Agreeing, the bull nods and notes that there's still a chance to save her. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing steels himself, realizing they are right. Fueled by fury, he releases his aura, summoning a colossal form behind him. As a result, the bull's eyes widen in shock, and he exclaims that Zhu Qing has awakened his true blood. Zhu Qing launches a fierce assault on the monster. Immediately, the creature retaliates, commenting that Zhu Qing's power seems to have increased. Despite the strike connecting, Zhu Qing emerges completely unharmed. Curious, Gao Peng checks Zhu Qing's panel, and realizes he's awakened his true blood, which boosts his level by 2, putting him on equal footing with the monster. Seizing the moment, Zhu Qing unleashes a devastating attack on the creature. Watching closely, the bull notes that Zhu Qing's power has surged dramatically since defeating the entire army with a single punch, and now it appears he might actually save Bai Zi. However, Fishy warns not to jump to conclusions, reminding everyone that much about the enemy remains unknown. Even after the assault, the monster lies shattered into fragments, yet it doesn't die. Instead, it laughs loudly as its body reforms, declaring that Zhu Qing cannot kill him because he is immortal. Then the monster suddenly appears before Zhu Qing and offers a deal. If Zhu Qing accepts him as his master, he will return Bai Zi's soul. He reveals her soul, leaving Zhu Qing in shock. Internally, the monster reasons that since their strength is now equal, he can't win through combat and must rely on another method. Without hesitation, he issues an ultimatum that Zhu Qing must kill one-legged bull to save Bai Zi, threatening that otherwise her soul cannot be returned. Zhu Qing glances at the bull, who quickly signals for him to ignore the monster's words, knowing it's an attempt to turn them against each other. Meanwhile, Gao Peng turns to Fishy and wonders if it's possible to steal the soul from the monster. Fishy admits that it's extremely difficult and requests that Dumby join the fight, since he cannot handle the enemy alone. Taken aback, Gao Peng stares at him with a puzzled expression. The monster presses Zhu Qing, warning that his patience is running thin and threatening to destroy Bai Zi's soul if he hesitates, making her revival impossible. Furious, Zhu Qing yells at the monster, begging him not to touch her soul. Meanwhile, the bull grows tense, realizing the situation has worsened and wondering how he'll handle Zhu Qing if he goes berserk and attacks. Suddenly, black shadows erupt from all directions, swallowing the entire area in darkness. Fishy also stiffens and warns Gao Peng that someone has blocked his senses. Quickly, Gao Peng realizes all 5 of his senses have been completely shut down by the oppressive darkness. He deduces that only one monster in the Vortex battlefield wields this kind of power. Out of the shadows, a crow appears, revealed to be the Evernight Eagle, ranked number 1 in the Vortex battlefield. Clutching Bai Zi's soul, the eagle lets out an angry cry. Zhu Qing freezes in surprise, questioning why the eagle is aiding him despite their lack of close ties. At the same time, the scarecrow monster inspects its damaged hands, realizing the eagle has already struck him. Grinning, it releases its aura, declaring that things have become far more interesting. Instantly, all the monsters in the area are affected by the aura of doom. Then the guy summons multiple chains and hurls them at everyone. Each monster finds a chain targeting them. Yet astonishingly, 6 chains shoot directly toward Fishy. Thinking strategically, the scarecrow monster concludes that the bull, Zhu Qing, and the eagle are all far too powerful to face simultaneously. Therefore, he decides to eliminate the weakest first before taking on the others one by one. With a roar, he tells Fishy that he will take his soul first. Hearing that, Fishy's anger flares, and he roars that the monster has severely underestimated him by trying to eliminate him first. In response, he transforms into his original body and declares that he will send the creature straight to hell. Immediately, the monster lashes at Fishy with its chains, but they bounce harmlessly off. Then, a portal-like opening forms above him, leaving the monster momentarily stunned. Fishy calls out to the eagle, explaining that all the clones have been destroyed, but ordinary attacks won't affect the main body. They need to obliterate it completely. Reacting quickly, the eagle unleashes an attack, striking the monster while binding him with concentrated energy. The monster laughs, questioning whether the trap can truly contain him. Desperate, it tries to escape by transforming its body into a flock of crows. Confidently, Fishy laughs, revealing he had been waiting for this moment. He summons his divine artifact, Labyrinth, and before the monster can fully react, it is trapped inside. Meanwhile, the bull thinks in shock about Fishy possessing not just 1 but 2 divine artifacts. Then he shrinks the artifact and stores it, causing the monster's body to shrink drastically as well. Confused and panicked, the monster cries out at its sudden small size. Turning to the group, Fishy asks what they should do with their prisoner. Fuming, Zhu Qing demands that they kill it to avenge Bai Zi's death. The bull agrees that revenge for the Dragon King's son is justified, but notes that since Fishy captured it alive, the battlefield rules allow him to decide its fate. Finally, the eagle remains neutral, stating he has no opinion on the punishment. However, he requests that Zhu Qing hand over Bai Zi's body so he can reunite her soul with her physical form. The eagle interrupts Zhu Qing, warning that Bai Zi's soul has been separated from her body for too long, causing her foundation to gradually deteriorate. He explains that if this continues, she will struggle to break through to God level, and any further delay could weaken her soul to the point where revival might become impossible. After a moment of silence, Zhu Qing finally hands Bai Zi's body to the eagle and expresses his gratitude for the help. Without another word, the eagle takes her body and soul and departs. Shortly after, the bull approaches Fishy, noting that their camp has been attacked and that there are many matters demanding attention within the Zhu Qing dynasty. He inquires about Fishy's plans, to which he reveals that they will remain in the battlefield to seek further opportunities. As Zhu Qing and the bull depart, they promise to meet again. Gao Peng watches them leave, observing how lonely Zhu Qing has become. Meanwhile, Fishy remarks that everything now hinges on whether Bai Zi can be revived. Later, Gao Peng's pets gather around the trapped monster, which struggles to escape the confines of the divine artifact. Goldie points at it with amusement and nudges Da Zi, signaling him to look at the monster stuck inside. Suddenly, Fishy snatches the artifact away and scolds Goldie for provoking the monster while the divine artifact is already damaged. He warns that if the creature breaks free in anger, it could cause catastrophic problems. Fuming, Goldie storms off, muttering that Fishy won't even let him touch the artifact. Determined, he decides to ask Gao Peng to grant him his own divine artifact. Later, Goldie approaches Gao Peng and proposes finding laborers to dig the ground. Gao Peng laughs, noting that Goldie has finally realized that hard work is necessary to achieve his goals, and he readily approves the plan. Goldie thinks to himself that Gao Peng is extremely greedy and that he needs to appear hardworking to earn an artifact. Scanning the area, he looks for demons to make them dig, only to realize that all the demons nearby have perished. Frustrated, he snaps, wondering who will dig the ground now. Fishy explains that their souls were claimed by the law of death, which is also how the Scarecrow entered this world. Scratching his head, Goldie turns to the others for help, but they all deliberately ignore him and walk away. Nearby, Dumby lounges comfortably, feeding Flame, when Goldie approaches and complains that everyone else is a traitor, refusing to lend a hand. He pleads with Dumby to assist with the digging. Calmly, Dumby agrees and uses his flame to revive some monsters. Once restored, the creatures shout, asking which master they are supposed to serve. He instructs them to dig the ground and transport the soil to the department area. Though initially confused, the monsters start digging obediently. Watching this, Goldie beams and praises Dumby for being amazing. Meanwhile, Dazi observes the trapped monster struggling to escape the divine artifact and warns that if it breaks free, none of them will be spared. Silent Lion questions whether they should continue keeping it captured or take a different approach. Analyzing the situation, Gao Peng explains that he lacks sufficient soul strength to contain the creature. Fishy concludes that only one option remains, that they must kill it. Silent Lion wonders who will actually deliver the fatal blow and if Fishy intends to do it himself. Fishy, however, reassures him that he can maintain the divine artifact until the monster dies inside it, noting that losing one artifact won't diminish his overall strength. Gao Peng passes the artifact to Moneymaker, warning him not to lose it. Meanwhile, the revived monsters continue digging the ground tirelessly. Dazi observes their effort and remarks that Dumby's revived monsters are remarkable, since they never grow fatigued. However, Goldie grumbles that because the dead monsters now answer to Dumby instead of him, he's lost his position as foreman and will no longer receive his daily salary from Gao Peng. Curious, Dazi questions what a foreman is, but Goldie dismisses him with a wave and mutters that he wouldn't understand anyway. Alone, Goldie gazes at the sky, his thoughts drifting to how much he misses Flamey. Far away, inside Fire Valley, several Baifangs gather around the volcano. One wonders why Flamey hasn't emerged yet, while another reminds them that Ancestor had said she would appear today, so patience is required. Suddenly, the volcano's lava churns violently. One Baifeng speculates that the strange phenomenon indicates Flamey's success. Moments later, lava erupts from the volcano, shooting energy skyward and revealing Flamey, now fully transformed into a beautiful Baifeng. A Baifeng below marvels at how easily she calmed the eruption, while another laughs, confirming that Flamey has succeeded as expected. They also agree that they will fight with their full strength from now on. Reflecting quietly, Flamey admits that the process was so painful she feared she might not survive it. Inside the valley's inner chambers, two Baifeng clan ancestors watch her. One urges her to eat comfortably, while the other comments that she's getting fat again. A Baifeng ancestor steps closer to Flamey and urges her to unleash her full flame power. Hesitant, Flamey protests that it's dangerous, but but the ancestor reassures her that no harm will come to her and encourages her to hold nothing back. With resolve, Flamey releases her fire attack. Effortlessly, the ancestor transforms the flames into a pill and swallows it. Flamey stares in astonishment as the Bifang ancestor explains that the old guy is a god. The ancestor also notes that Flamey's current flame power is so formidable that no quasi-god rank monster could withstand it. Relieved, Flamey laughs and proudly boasts about becoming the strongest. She recalls her friend Goldie, who always defeated monsters at his level with ease, but now she feels she has surpassed everyone. Exchanging glances, the two ancestors respond. The elder clarifies that although Flamey's power is 3 times greater than that of typical quasi-god realm monsters, she is not yet the strongest. She adds that Gao Peng currently commands 3 quasi-god tier monsters who have reached the pinnacle of that realm. Flamey's joy vanishes instantly upon hearing this revelation. Sensing her disappointment, the second ancestor offers comfort, reminding Flamey that she is still very young and that many plans lie ahead for her. They explain that if she accomplishes all the goals set for her, her strength will reach the very top, making her unbeatable. Renewed with determination, Flamey declares that she will surpass everyone. Back at the grounds, Goldie is busy bossing everyone around when Gao Peng finally shows up. He announces that Darkchild has released new products for distribution, so everyone should grab their bowls. Right away, Goldie yanks out an enormous pot and starts laughing. Meanwhile, Dazi mutters that he's being greedy, and Flowing Light pulls out a tiny pot, scolding Goldie for not thinking about anyone else. However, Silent Lion immediately sides with Goldie and proudly reveals an even bigger pot of his own. At that point, Flowing Light snaps that Silent Lion is no better. In the end, Mechanical God just chuckles and remarks that the young ones are always full of energy and mischief. A moment later, Gao Peng freezes in shock when he notices the ridiculous containers his pets brought. Silly starts rummaging around in her space, and Gao Peng immediately demands to know what she's up to. In response, she casually pulls out an entire shipping container, explaining that she's tired and wants to stash all her supplies inside it. At that point, Gao Peng completely loses patience and reaches directly into Silly's space, pulling out a baby bottle. He scolds her for always showing up during distribution but disappearing into her space room with juice whenever there's real work to do. Since she already has plenty stored, he announces she's getting nothing this time. Silly then circles his head and wails that he's become heartless. Meanwhile, Goldie bursts out laughing, saying she tried to outsmart everyone but ended up trapping herself, and Dazi nods in agreement. To make things even worse for her, Gao Peng fills the baby bottle with supplies and hands it to Goldie instead. Instantly, Goldie erupts in outrage, shouting that a mighty Vajra Beastduck doesn't use baby bottles and everyone will mock him. However, when Dazi reaches for it and offers to take it off his hands, Goldie snatches it back at full speed, grumbling that he doesn't care what anyone says anymore. Meanwhile, Gao Peng hands Flowing Light a large tub of supplies and praises him as the most honest worker, noting that he doesn't hide or slack like the others. He tells Flowing Light to eat as much as he wants, and Light beams with pride while Goldie sulks in the background. Without wasting a second, he jumps straight into the tub and starts eating non-stop. Eventually, Silent Lion peeks over the rim and wonders if his stomach is finally full. By then, Flowing Light has nearly devoured everything and begins burping loudly. Silent Lion just stares, stunned that he still didn't upgrade after eating so much. A few days later, the space crack tears open again, and Gao Peng notes that the bloody battle is about to start all over. Right at that moment, Flowing Light finally experiences a breakthrough. Climbing to level 93, Gao Peng remarks that his timing couldn't be better, and says it's the perfect chance to test his new strength. Flowing Light agrees and immediately heads out to fight. After that, Gao Peng signals the others to join the battlefield as well, reminding them to collect any blood essence and monster materials they gather along the way. Soon after, countless monsters appear in the sky. Flowing Light steps forward and unleashes a brutal slash that wipes out everything in his path. The remaining monsters exchange quick glances, hurriedly forming a plan before charging him together. Watching from a distance, Gao Peng comments that Flowing Light's damage output has clearly skyrocketed. Just then, Dazi wanders over and points out that the strange visitor has returned. As soon as Gao Peng looks up, he recognizes him, the second prince of the Laoshizi Empire, though he still feels the prince doesn't look particularly bright. The prince greets Gao Peng cheerfully, and the boy can't help remembering how this guy has shown up every week for half a year with random excuses. Now that he's come straight to the palace, it's clear he wants support in the fight for the throne. Since trouble will pop up sooner or later anyway, Gao Peng figures he might as well talk to him before things get messy. As the prince laughs and lunges forward for a hug, Gao Peng casually kicks Goldie from behind, sending him stumbling ahead instead. Goldie yells at Gao Peng for the kick, but ends up awkwardly hugging the prince anyway. Immediately, Goldie accuses the prince of trying to take advantage of him, while the prince steps back, laughing even harder. After finally calming down, the second prince announces that he has waited 6 months just to meet Gao Peng. Gao Peng, keeping it casual, asks why he's been so determined. The prince explains that he admires Gao Peng's strength, believes his talent is top tier, and wants to be friends regardless of status or identity. At that point, Gao Peng's expression hardens, and he immediately orders Goldie to attack. Although the second prince shouts for them to stop and listen, Goldie charges forward anyway. The prince hurriedly pulls out an artifact and barely manages to block the strike. Goldie then prepares a second blow, casually wondering if the prince can block this one too. Panicking, the prince insists they're misunderstanding him and emphasizes that he means no harm, otherwise he wouldn't have come alone. Goldie glances back at Gao Peng for direction, but instead of answering him, Gao Peng tells Silly to bring the prince a stool. Meanwhile, he conjures a grand chair for himself, settles in, and calmly asks how the prince figured out his real identity. The prince admits he hasn't really discovered anything, he just guessed. He explains that the Shengtao Empire's intelligence network gathers information from all over the world, and he personally assigned them to investigate Gao Peng. At first, they suspect he belongs to a hidden sect, but find nothing. When it starts to look like Gao Peng's identity might be fake, they check wanted records and thieves' registries, eventually uncovering official documents showing that Gao Peng saved the princess's life. According to the prince, Gao Peng hides himself well, but makes one tiny mistake. Naturally, Gao Peng questions what mistake he supposedly made. The second prince explains that saving the Red Blood people earlier was the giveaway. From that single action, he pieces everything together and concludes that Gao Peng isn't just connected to the Red Blood race, he is one of them. Gao Peng wonders if all of that really comes from just one detail. The prince looks genuinely surprised. Gao Peng notices he's been waiting for an actual slip-up, only to find the prince is guessing his way through everything. It feels like a waste of time listening to this nonsense. Still, he can't deny the prince's team is sharp enough to reach the right conclusion. Thoughts drift to what they might do now that they know he's Red Blood and whether an attack is coming. Hearing that, the second prince makes a strange face, causing Gao Peng to narrow his eyes. He feels he needs to figure out what's going on in the prince's head, as vague answers could easily hide hostility. So he presses further, questioning why they haven't killed him yet despite the long-standing blood feud between their races. The second prince responds that the blood enmity was between their ancestors, not them. He admires Red Blood civilization and believes intermarriage between civilizations would help them learn about each other. He's thought for a long time about why their races separated and argues they should unite to eliminate their true enemies, the demons. He notes the Judean dynasty is vast enough for both races since they've only explored 1/3 despite searching extensively. Gao Peng rubs his forehead, wondering how the prince manages to hype up his own tribe with such shameless confidence. Eventually, he rises and cuts straight to the heart of the matter, wondering aloud if the prince is here to secure help in becoming king. The second prince stiffens, then reluctantly admits that this is exactly what he wants. At that, Gao Peng's expression sharpens. He agrees to lend support as far as he's able, yet immediately shifts to what truly matters, what he gains in return. The second prince simply chuckles, clearly expecting this, and announces that he already prepared something to show his sincerity. Moments later, he produces a strange object, taps a button, and reveals a neatly unfurling scroll. Gao Peng studies it and wonders if it's a map. The prince nods, noting that it marks the location where a god supposedly went to die. That revelation catches Gao Peng off guard, and he instantly finds the idea intriguing. However, he can't help wondering why such a treasure hasn't been explored. The second prince, moving on, offers two reasons. First, the site only surfaced 5 years ago, and second, it's unimaginably dangerous. He admits that he wouldn't normally point anyone toward it, yet he's fully aware Gao Peng would ignore any warnings anyway. Gao Peng lets out a laugh, amused by how accurately the prince reads him. He likes people who can keep up. Right then, the second prince retrieves a second gift, a space ring, and offers it forward with confidence. Gao Peng peers at it, trying to identify it, and the prince clarifies that it contains a hidden dimension within. Recognizing it at last, Gao Peng brightens immediately. He steps closer, accepts the ring with genuine appreciation, and thanks the prince for the generosity. Finally, with the formalities done, Gao Peng leans back and prompts them to move on to the real negotiation. The prince, amused, readily agrees. An hour later, the second prince ends up sitting on the ground, teary-eyed and mentally drained. Noticing the state he's in, Gao Peng strolls over and wonders what has him falling apart. With a sharp, dangerous look, he hints that if the terms feel overwhelming, they can simply drop the entire arrangement. After all, he doesn't have to help. The second prince quickly waves off the idea, insisting the deal is fair. Considering the position he's aiming for, he believes he can easily deliver everything Gao Peng requested once he secures that power. Meanwhile, Gao Peng figures he made his intentions perfectly clear. He only wants materials that help new trainers evolve their companions, saving himself from unnecessary effort later. Eventually, the second prince claims he has the entire list committed to memory and promises to gather everything within 3 months before heading out. Gao Peng, unfazed, mentions that he'll be inside the Vortex battlefield during that time, so tracking him down won't be difficult. As the prince prepares to leave, he throws one last warning over his shoulder. The place where gods die is incredibly dangerous, and that's exactly why he handed over a space ring with a hidden dimension. He doesn't want Gao Peng dying too soon. After all, losing an investment that fast would be a tragedy. Gao Peng just smiles, quietly confident that even if the prince wanted him dead, he'd still survive without issue. With that thought, he watches the second prince depart. Once the prince is gone, Gao Peng finally examines the space ring to see what treasures it holds. He admits the prince turned out to be surprisingly generous, and there's a good amount of rare materials tucked inside. Fortunately, he needed exactly these items to push Silent Lion and Flowing Light toward mythical quality. Without wasting another moment, he decides to begin Silent Lion's evolution first. Gao Peng walks over to Silent Lion in the middle of his sparring and gives him a confident thumbs up, silently checking if he's ready. Silent Lion mirrors the gesture without hesitation. Off to the side, Goldie stares at the two of them, baffled, wondering if they've suddenly developed some kind of secret hand signal system. Before anyone can comment further, Gao Peng suddenly tosses several gleaming items into the air, each one looking more impressive than the last. Silly reaches out with a curious tentacle, brushes one, and the entire limb instantly turns into solid ice. Silent Lion's eyes widen as he can sense the overwhelming concentration of ice energy inside those materials. In all his life, he's never encountered ice this potent. Without wasting time, Gao Peng starts mixing a potion, and within moments, a bottle packed with frigid energy forms in his hands. He glances at Silent Lion with a teasing grin, wondering if he's ready to give it a try. The moment the potion leaves Gao Peng's hand, Silent Lion shifts into his massive form and gulps the entire bottle in one go. Dazi wanders over, curious, and wonders whether the bottle tasted good. Silent Lion manages a proud confirmation right before his body drops to the ground, completely unconscious. Dazi panics, but the fear fades as Silent Lion's feathers begin thickening, claws extending, and ice spreads across his entire form. Within seconds, he's encased in crystalline frost. Gao Peng watches calmly, noting that the evolution has begun and Silent Lion will be an entirely different beast once he wakes. Then turning toward Flowing Light with a laugh, Gao Peng inquires if he's prepared as well. At that moment, Sully hauls out two massive coffins. Gao Peng steps closer and confirms that they're made from Black God's stone, gifts from the second prince. Both coffins radiate immense value, and Gao Peng still can't believe the prince actually handed over such priceless treasures. Just then, Silent Lion's evolution wraps up with his level rising to 94 and his grade shifting to mythical. Once the surge of power settles, he shrinks back to his smaller form, except now his entire appearance has changed, most notably the long flowing hair draping around him. Curious, he conjures an ice mirror to admire the transformation. Goldie wanders over and wonders what Silent Lion is up to. Silent Lion casually mentions he's enjoying the sight of his new self. Goldie stares at him in disbelief, finding it extremely odd for someone to admire themselves immediately after evolving. Dazi joins in, calling the whole scene disgusting. Silent Lion ignores both of them, running his fingers through his hair and marveling at how soft and silky it feels. Goldie's patience snaps and he erupts in irritation, ready to start a fight. Fortunately, Dazi quickly grabs him before he launches himself at Silent Lion. Gao Peng watches the chaos with amusement, noting how their friendship keeps getting more chaotic by the day. With Silent Lion's evolution settled, Gao Peng shifts focus, deciding it's time for Flowing Light's turn. After a brief moment of consideration, he settles on the Darkness evolution, something that should enhance Flowing Light's combat style and push him straight into mythical quality. In Gao Peng's mind, momentum is everything, and now is the perfect moment to continue. Without delay, he sets up the coffin and decorates it with an assortment of stones, making it look surprisingly elegant. He gestures for Flowing Light to step inside. Confused but obedient, Flowing Light climbs in while Gao Peng reassures him to simply trust the process. They'll see each other again in a month. Right after that, Gao Peng grabs a tool and begins digging a hole in the ground. Goldie, watching nervously, comments that the whole thing looks terrifying and claims he knew from the start that Gao Peng intended to bury someone underground. Gao Peng stretches a little, noting that one task is done, but his real work is far from over. He's only just begun the chain of evolutions. Wondering who should go next, he pulls out the white paper, realizing the poor guy hasn't received an upgrade in ages. As he brings out a handful of dragon fruits, he privately smirks, thinking foreigners have no idea how these fruits are truly meant to be used. Otherwise, they never would have handed them over so easily. With that in mind, he urges White Paper to consume them quickly. White Paper, however, calmly points out that he lacks a mouth entirely. Gao Peng freezes for a moment, then gives a comical expression as the oversight hits him as clearly. He'll need a workaround. Thinking fast, Gao Peng instructs White Paper to open his pages and hold the fruit inside. White Paper unfolds himself and wonders if this setup is correct. Gao Peng slips the dragon fruits between the pages and closes the book in one swift motion, crushing the fruits within. Confused, White Paper wonders what Gao Peng is doing. Gao Peng simply waves off the concern and encourages him to start absorbing the juice. After a moment, White Paper confirms the process is actually working. Seeing that success, Gao Peng retrieves even more dragon fruits, wearing an unmistakably mischievous smile as he announces the next round. Time passes, and soon golden energy begins pouring out of White Paper as a radiant dragon of pure gold takes shape above him. That sight brings a grin to Gao Peng's face, knowing everything is going according to plan and the evolution is nearly complete. Suddenly, thunder rolls across the sky and multiple thunder dragons begin forming overhead, signaling that White Paper's evolution has officially begun. Even Gao Peng can't help but be startled by what's happening. White Paper's evolution completes flawlessly, jumping to level 91 and upgrading to mythical grade. His attributes shift to stone and life, and his name changes to Dragon Cultivation Book. Gao Peng reflects that book-type monsters are extremely rare, and whenever they evolve, their abilities tend to be just as unusual. Since White Paper now carries dragon power, Gao Peng decides to simplify the name and just call him Dragon Book. But the realization comes with a warning that if the White Dragon clan ever discovers Dragon Book's new ability, they'll immediately see him as an enemy. So, for him, keeping Dragon Book hidden becomes a top priority. As Gao Peng scrolls through Dragon Book's new abilities, he pauses at the final one, Yun Long. The skill looks incredibly promising. Since both Dazi and Ender Dragon are Dragon-type companions, Yun Long might heal their injuries at lightning speed, making Dragon Book even more valuable than he expected. Not far away, a hidden dragon watches the transformation with growing unease. He studies Dragon Book, completely baffled by what he sees. For some reason, the book seems to have absorbed the souls of his second uncle and elder brother, both officially recorded as casualties of war. None of it makes sense, and he concludes that he can't allow the book to consume both souls unchecked. Something has to be done. With that decision made, he starts to head back to the clan to alert the elders. But just as he turns to leave, Dragon Book suddenly materializes above him. Seeing that Shang floods his face and his breath catches, the book flips open on its own, pages fluttering violently, and a powerful force drags him upward. Within moments, the dragon is completely pulled inside, absorbed without leaving even a whisper behind. Gao Peng calls the Dragon Book back, and when he opens it, he immediately spots the dragon's picture drawn inside. That's when he realizes the dragon must have been hiding nearby, secretly watching while the Dragon Book was upgrading. Dumby steps forward and explains that all the nearby dragon souls were drawn to the Dragon Book during its upgrade. Gao Peng nods, noting that it actually works out well. Those souls once had a path to heaven but chose not to take it, so now they'll stay inside the Dragon Book forever. Gao Peng laughs and admits he originally planned to let the dragon go, but seeing its strength compared to the other dragon souls, he decides to keep it. Then he turns to Dumby and asks why he's here when he's supposed to be training. Dumby quickly replies that they've obtained a vein. Hearing that, Gao Peng makes a confused face, so Dumby leads him over to a pit full of red stones. Gao Peng looks at them and asks if these are the stones Dumby mentioned earlier. Dumby picks one up and suggests he take a closer look. Gao Peng examines it and finds it pretty interesting as it's surprisingly light for its size, and the smell coming from it feels strangely familiar. As he sniffs it again, Gao Peng realizes the stones smell like rotted blood. Curious, he tosses one to Goldie and asks if it matches the stone he saw before. Goldie inspects it and confirms it's exactly the same, admitting he didn't pay attention last time and completely forgot about it. Gao Peng then thinks about the mechanical god, who's still in hibernation recovering, and decides it wouldn't be right to wake him just for this. He'll have to wait for confirmation once he's fully healed. Gao Peng studies the scattered stones beneath his feet, feeling satisfied that their long digging effort has finally paid off. Clearly, there must be more buried here. With that in mind, he instructs Dumby and Goldie to gather every material they can find. Both quickly move to comply, though Gao Peng shoots Goldie a pointed reminder to avoid causing any damage this time. Goldie stiffens but agrees immediately. A month passes. Without warning, the black coffin shoots into the air. Seeing that, Gao Peng's eyes light up, and a grin spreads across his face, as it looks like flowing light is finally ready to emerge. As the coffin rises, the decorative stones covering it start dropping away one by one. A pair of sharp, dangerous-looking eyes suddenly appear from within. Moments later, Flowing Light steps out, wrapped in a thick, swirling black aura. Flowing Light greets Gao Peng, jokingly hoping he hasn't fallen short of expectations. His evolution has pushed him to mythical grade. Gao Peng reflects that he originally planned for Flowing Light to evolve into a Shadow Knight beast, but since the required materials weren't available, he guided the evolution toward Dark Devil instead. The name sounds powerful enough, now he just hopes the abilities live up to it. A quick glance at Flowing Light's panel confirms the result that he is now Dark Devil with mythical grade, Dark Attribute, and level 91. Eager and energized, Flowing Light steps forward, ready for battle. Gao Peng explains that the bloody battle will resume in 2 days, giving him the perfect opportunity to test his new strength by taking out demons in advance. He also notes that their supplies won't arrive for another 2 months, so they'll be staying put here for the next 3 months before moving on. Flowing Light wonders where their journey leads after that. With a calm smile, Gao Peng reveals their next destination is a remarkable place where the gods fell. The scene shifts to Volcano Valley, where Gao Peng arrives and immediately asks if Elder Bai Feng can lead them to Flamey. Bai Feng replies that Flamey isn't in the area at the moment, but offers to guide them anyway. As she glances at Gao Peng's companions, her expression changes as each aura has transformed dramatically since their last meeting. 3 of them, in particular, radiate unmistakable mythical pressure. She admits to herself that the human race possesses frightening potential, then motions for Gao Peng to follow. Before long, they reach Flamey, who is fully immersed in absorbing flames. Gao Peng calls out, drawing her attention. Seeing her, Goldie immediately bursts into exaggerated tears, complaining that Flamey only eats fire, yet somehow managed to get fat. Flamey looks confused, completely unaware of the nonsense he's spouting. Gao Peng, meanwhile, feels genuinely pleased that Bai Feng was right. Flamey has grown immensely stronger. Gao Peng brings up their upcoming exploration trip, mentioning that they'll be collecting materials and asks if Flamey wants to join. Flamey moves closer and with an immense aura explains that she won't be coming along. She's focused on her training here and wants to grow strong enough to fight alongside them later. Gao Peng laughs, acknowledging that she has indeed become incredibly strong, faster than anyone else in the group. Flamey brightens at the praise and proudly shares that the clan elders told her once she completes all her courses, she'll break through to mythical quality. She even adds confidently that once she reaches mythical grade, she'll surpass Goldie entirely. Both Gao Peng and Goldie stare at Flamey in a weird, speechless way. Gao Peng breaks into laughter, deciding it's better to let her keep dreaming. There's no need to crush her confidence by revealing that Silent Lion, Flowing Light, and Dragon Book have already reached mythical quality. That little truth would destroy her motivation instantly. Flamey's attention drifts to Silent Lion and she frowns, puzzled by how his hair managed to grow ridiculously long in just a few days. Silent Lion stiffens, unwilling to give away the real reason. He sidesteps the topic with a straight face, claiming that good food naturally leads to good hair growth. Before long, Flamey shifts her gaze to Flowing Light. She studies him, noting he's grown much larger and darker than before, and wonders if he's also been eating extremely well lately. Flowing Light immediately nods, fully serious. Then, without warning, Gao Peng abruptly turns around and dashes off, dragging all his pets with him. Flamey watches them sprint away, completely baffled as to why they came to visit only to escape a second later. Bai Feng steps in smoothly, easing her confusion by suggesting they must have been in a hurry, which is why they disappeared so quickly. Outside Volcano Valley, Gao Peng informs Mechanical God that they gathered something worthwhile and wants to show it to him. Silly steps forward, produces a red stone, and hands it over. Mechanical God studies the stone carefully, scanning its energy, and after a moment inserts a finger into it, drawing out a bit of blood which he immediately absorbs. A wave of satisfaction washes over him, and he eagerly wonders where Gao Peng managed to obtain such a perfect resource, as this is precisely what he needs. Gao Peng chuckles and reassures Silly that there's no need to be anxious as they're fully stocked. With that, he signals Silly again. Silly opens a massive spatial gateway directly above Mechanical God, and an avalanche of red stones pours down, burying him entirely. Gao Peng laughs, wondering aloud whether Mechanical God is enjoying himself and if he needs help digging out. In response, Mechanical God lifts a hand and directs a middle finger at Gao Peng, before unleashing a powerful surge of aura. Gao Peng's smile widens, seeing the increase in strength and realizing Mechanical God is recovering faster than expected. Just then, a dramatic burst of energy erupts around Mechanical God, ripping through the air, yet when he finally steps out of the pile, his condition remains far from ideal. His core engine is still damaged, and several joints look barely functional. Gao Peng stares in disbelief. After receiving so many stones, Mechanical God's injuries should have healed far more than this. Still, Gao Peng waves off the concern. Before arriving here, he revived several dead monsters inside the vein with Dumby's help, and those creatures are now mining non-stop. By the time they return, he's confident they'll have gathered a mountain of stones. With that settled, Gao Peng recommends heading back to the tribe to tidy up and prepare for their next destination, the Fallen God Land. A few months later, in the northern desert, Gao Peng tells Mechanical God that he's heard mythical creatures called the 100 Wither living beings are supposed to live here, yet he hasn't seen a single sign of them. Mechanical God admits he's heard the same rumors but has never encountered one himself. Goldie immediately jumps in to tease him, pointing out that he has lived in the Jutian dynasty for thousands of years and still hasn't seen even one mythical beast. Mechanical God then explains that those creatures are born in the northern desert and prefer to stay here, happily feeding on sand. Since they never leave their homeland, he never had a chance to meet one. Goldie looks around with open skepticism, wondering whether mythical monsters would really choose such a lifeless place to live and joking that their personalities must be terrible. Right then, a deep roar echoes across the dunes, instantly catching Galpang's attention. A monster called Cyclone Camel lumbers into view with level 96 epic grade, carrying sand and yin attributes. Galpang immediately notes that it's a wild monster. Mechanical God also steps forward, declaring that he will handle it, and Galpang casually wonders whether he's trying to test his own strength. Without any warning, Mechanical God unleashes his attack. Countless gears materialize in the air, and Galpang notices they look exactly like the ones from Mechanical City, just much larger. The gears spin together and form a massive mechanical hand that slams straight into the camel. The impact triggers a violent explosion that shakes the entire desert floor. Galpang can't help praising the strike, stunned that the camel is obliterated instantly. He stares at the aftermath, genuinely wondering if Mechanical God really took it down with a single blow. With this, Galpang looks over at Dumby and casually asks if he can pull off something like that too. Dumby immediately shakes his head, explaining that even at his absolute best, there's no way he could kill a quasi-god tier monster in a single strike. Right then, Fishy steps forward and says he's pretty sure Mechanical God just used God territory, power only God level and above can access. A moment later, Mechanical God walks over and explains that what he used is simply the evolved version of his usual domain. All quasi-god tier and saint tier monsters possess a domain of their own, but once it reaches the god level, it transforms into its real territory, unlocking its true strength. Hearing that, Galpang nods, acknowledging that even though Mechanical God still isn't fully recovered, his power is honestly beyond imagination. As he turns to Fishy, he gives him a strange, unreadable look. Fishy, of course, has no idea what's going on. Meanwhile, Mechanical God gestures toward the monster's corpse and remarks that Galpang is free to use it however he wants. Galpang blinks in surprise, wondering if Mechanical God truly doesn't intend to keep it. Mechanical God responds calmly, noting that it's of no use to him. At that moment, Galpang checks Mechanical God's panel and realizes his energy supply has dropped again. Understandable, considering how much power he spent on that single attack. And with that, Galpang sighs internally, knowing that recovering Mechanical God is going to require even more red crystals, since nothing else works on him. Fishy suddenly calls out to Galpang, insisting that the strange look Galpang gave him earlier definitely means he was thinking something suspicious about him. Galpang just laughs it off, denying it completely. Of course, Fishy doesn't buy it for a second, but before he can press further, Galpang quickly changes the subject by telling Silly to pack everything up. Right after that, he bolts forward, claiming they need to hurry. Fishy yells after him, demanding he stop and answer properly. However, Galpang keeps pretending he didn't hear a thing, while Fishy continues shouting that he should stop acting and just admit what he was thinking. Just then, two eyes quietly open in the sand. Even so, Fishy keeps pestering Galpang, asking again what he was thinking about him. Galpang finally replies that it was nothing at all, and Fishy is seriously overthinking it. A short while later, Goldie starts whining about the unbearable heat. White Blade walks up and wonders if it's because he is on his shoulder. Goldie snaps at him to stop spouting nonsense since he's already dying from the heat. Trying to cool down, Goldie turns towards Silent Lion, hoping for some ice. Silent Lion instead points out that Goldie might cool down faster if he peeled off all the fake fur he'd glued to himself. Hearing that, Goldie grows irritated, waving off the comment and pushing for the ice anyway. Silent Lion eventually gives in, conjuring a solid block of ice and smacking it onto Goldie's back. The effect is instant. Goldie perks right up and starts glazing Silent Lion with praise, claiming he finally feels alive again. But just as the mood lifts, a mysterious purple aura begins to ripple through the air. Mechanical God senses an extremely powerful deathly presence in the air, and Galpang remarks that it seems they've finally reached their destination. Ahead of them, jagged desert rocks come into view, releasing the ominous aura they've been tracking. As Galpang moves closer to the source, he notices the temperature dropping sharply and observes that the weapons scattered around the area look unusually strange. Just then, Dumby steps forward, picks up a sword, and strikes it against his own hand. The blade snaps instantly, leaving only a faint mark on his skin. He grins, commenting on how impressive the sword's sharpness must be if it can break that easily. Meanwhile, Mechanical God gathers a handful of sand and studies it carefully. He senses a trace of divine power mixed into the desert itself, and notes that this explains the unnatural cold. He adds that whatever Galpang is searching for is likely hidden deeper inside. Galpang shivers, agreeing the discovery is promising, but something about the place still feels wrong. Goldie proposes using a lighting torch to push back the cold. Galpang, however, refuses. In such a dark and eerie environment, bright light would only expose their position, especially since others are most likely roaming this area as well. A moment later, Dumby approaches Galpang and points out that something about this desert feels off. His spiritual scanning is being restricted to a mere 5 miles. Gao Peng is taken aback, wondering whether the Hundred Wither clan might be responsible for such interference. Before he can think further, Silent Lion quietly alerts him that someone is approaching. Just then, a flying monster emerges with level 77, excellent grade and a rock attribute. Gao Peng immediately notes that surviving in a place like this would be extremely difficult for a creature of this type, which means it's most likely someone's pet. The monster demands to know their identities and declares that this territory falls under the authority of the Prince of the Shengtuo Empire, so outsiders have no right to enter. Gao Peng inquires which prince commands this region. The monster responds that it belongs to the Great Second Prince. Gao Peng hesitates, puzzled because the second prince never mentioned any of this. A cold thought crosses his mind that either the monster is lying or the second prince intends to have him die here. Suddenly, another monster appears and informs the first one that these are the honored guests of His Highness, and he should not speak to them disrespectfully. The first monster freezes in surprise, quickly bows, and apologizes to Gao Peng before offering to escort him. Gao Peng follows silently, noting that they seem to be descending into some colossal structure, perhaps a weapon of enormous scale. Though he cannot gauge its full size, it could easily span hundreds or even 1,000 meters. The soil beneath his feet resembles the desert outside, but the cold here is far more intense. He wonders what kind of god could alter the environment so drastically. Fishy comments beside him that he has never encountered such a god before, though from experience he can tell that this place has been soaked in blood. As they proceed, Gao Peng notices massive swords embedded deeply in the ground, each one more imposing than the last. He feels his curiosity heighten, realizing the place is becoming increasingly fascinating. The monster leads them to a particular spot and explains that they must go inside. Another monster adds that they were ordered by the second prince to bring Gao Peng in personally. Gao Peng chuckles, reaching for something in his possession. The monster's eyes widen in disbelief as it realizes the second prince has entrusted him with this object, a clear sign of the prince's great regard. The creature then begins emanating a terrifying murderous aura. Gao Peng senses its deadly intent and notes that after seeing the iron piece in his hands, the monster is no longer pretending. Without warning, the monster lunges directly at Gao Peng, but Goldie immediately steps forward, intercepting the attack. He bellows in fury, demanding how the creature dares to provoke him, declaring that even if it were a god, it would not leave him alive. As Goldie surveys the area, he is taken aback to see countless monsters have appeared, flooding the space. Despite the crowd, his attention snaps back to the attacking monster, which attempts to flee. Seeing that, Goldie extends his hand to form a massive spiritual hand that engulfs the creature. The monster struggles violently, but the spiritual hand holds firm. Goldie asserts that no matter how it struggles, it cannot break free, and with that, he finishes the monster right there. The other monsters roar in fury, enraged that one of their own has been attacked right before their eyes. They vow to show no mercy and command everyone to strike together. Dozens of monsters surge forward, aiming to overwhelm Gao Peng all at once. Seeing that, Silent Lion steps forward calmly, announcing that some of these creatures wield ice, so he will handle them. Goldie also cracks his fingers with a grin, declaring he will deal with the non-ice monsters. A massive ice attack barrels towards Silent Lion, but he swallows it whole. The monsters recoil in shock, shouting in disbelief that so many ice-type creatures could have launched a combined assault, yet their opponent devours every blast. Silent Lion remarks through the icy consumption, admitting that their ice tastes surprisingly good. Without hesitation, he retaliates with his own chilling strike. Before any monster can escape, the attack freezes every creature it touches solid. Meanwhile, Silent Lion's flowing locks whip around dramatically, catching Goldie's annoyed attention. Irritated, Goldie decides it's his turn to take charge. A monster's strike hits him but barely leaves a mark. Amused, he mocks the horde, showing that their ordinary attacks are useless, and then demonstrates what a truly powerful strike looks like. He charges directly into the fray, striking monsters left and right. One enormous creature steps forward, warning that the little one is moving too fast, and vows to stop him. However, Goldie slams a fist into its stomach, commanding it to stop its foolishness, then continues his assault, rapidly overwhelming all the remaining monsters in his path. Suddenly, a monster grabs Goldie from behind, hurling him across the battlefield with its massive claws. As a result, he crashes into the mountains with a thunderous impact. Meanwhile, the creature radiates overwhelming level 98, mythical grade power with a light attribute. Turning its gaze to the others, the mythical monster commands them to step back and handle the remaining foes, so that it can focus entirely on the two strongest opponents. Observing this, Gao Peng smirks, realizing the monster clearly believes Goldie and Silent Lion are its most powerful pets, but he decides to let it cling to that illusion. Without hesitation, Silent Lion rushes to Goldie's side and asks if he's alright, and whether he needs help. In response, Goldie immediately soars back into the air, firmly insisting that Silent Lion stay out of this fight. He wants to handle it alone. Noticing Goldie's determination, Silent Lion chuckles, pointing out that if Goldie wants to finish quickly, he'd better hurry, because others behind him are itching to join the fray. Undeterred, Goldie straightens with unwavering confidence and declares that as Nicholas Goldie, he never loses to anyone. Silent Lion makes a playful face, observing how Goldie constantly changes his own name. Last month he was Yellow Flash, and now he's Nicholas Goldie. However, the mythical monster abruptly interrupts their banter, unleashing a barrage of attacks while warning them to stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. As each strike lands, Goldie staggers slightly, but he quickly recovers. In response, the monster laughs and taunts him, questioning whether the little yellow duck really believes he can face him alone. To the monster's shock, Goldie effortlessly shatters the incoming attacks and charges straight at him. Before it can react, Goldie clamps down on the creature's mouth with such force that his fingers sink in. Then, with a mighty heave, he slams the monster into the ground and stands atop it triumphantly. Acknowledging its power, Goldie concedes that the creature is formidable, likely the most powerful among light-type Ice God tier monsters, yet he remains undefeated. Meanwhile, the watching monsters begin to sweat nervously, muttering that even Lord Destroyer was defeated when he ranked among the top 3 most powerful monsters. Curious, Fishy leans over and questions whether this really is one of the top 3. Amused, Gao Peng makes a funny face and remarks that Goldie's second disease seems to worsen by the day. Suddenly, a massive wave descends from above, sweeping over the monsters and trapping them all in an enormous net. At that moment, a spider monster emerges, revealing that it has captured the entire group. The trapped creatures struggle violently, demanding to know why Demon Hunter is detaining them. Gao Peng watches the scene unfold, quietly wondering what kind of chaos will erupt next. Seething with anger, the spider lashes out at the trapped monsters, scolding them for daring to attack the noble guest without the second prince's permission. Its voice dripping with fury, it warns them to brace for punishment. Then, shifting its attention, the spider turns toward Gao Peng, offering a sheepish apology for the disturbance. Out of nowhere, Goldie punches the spider square in the mouth. Recoiling in shock, the spider demands to know why he is attacking. Goldie glares at her and snaps that she still hasn't learned to behave, striking again. Quickly dodging, the spider insists that this was a misunderstanding and that no harm was intended. Amused, Gao Peng laughs, raising his hands in apology. He explains that when his pet loses control, he behaves like a lunatic. Even he cannot rein him in. Unfazed, Goldie continues his assault, growling that he despises people who complain unnecessarily. Desperate, the spider cries out, pleading for Gao Peng to intervene and stop the relentless beating. Silent Lion grins, noticing how furious Goldie is at the spider for interfering in his fight. Dazi also shakes his head, thinking the spider was foolish to barge into Goldie's battle, and feeling a little sorry for her. Gao Peng steps in, wanting to determine whether the spider's actions were truly a misunderstanding or a deliberate provocation. The spider, her mouth still swollen from Goldie's attack, explains that it was indeed a misunderstanding. She clarifies that the first prince's people orchestrated the incident after discovering Gao Peng's connection to the second prince, deliberately trying to sabotage their relationship. She adds that the second prince would provide a proper explanation once the situation is clarified. The spider further reveals that the second prince had also sent her to inform Gao Peng that a team of Earth-type beasts has been dispatched to assist with mining, making the work considerably easier. Gao Peng nods, trusting that the second prince had no involvement in the earlier mess, and allows the spider to leave. Before departing, the spider glances at the remaining monsters, questioning their fate. Gao Peng notes that they had all tried to kill him and must face the consequences for their actions. He instructs her to convey to the second prince that he harbors no ill will, but that the fools under his command will be held accountable. The spider quickly disappears into the distance, turning his attention back to the remaining monsters. Gao Peng calls on Dumby to handle them. The monsters panic, begging for mercy as Dumby summons his white flame with its scorching energy, striking the eyes of every monster present. Meanwhile, Gao Peng retrieves several items and distributes them to all his pets, ensuring each one has a means to block the blood gas lingering in the air. With all preparations complete, Gao Peng signals that it is time to move forward. As they advance, the landscape shifts into a strange area, where countless stones float in mid-air. Fishy notices something unusual, chains appearing near the hovering meteors, and wonders what purpose they serve. Dazi looks around, confused, unable to see any chains, which surprises Fishy when he realizes that he is the only one who can actually perceive the bindings attached to the stones. Gao Peng examines one of the stones closely, and is startled to see the shadow of a joint inside, gripping a sword. Curious, his pets gather around, speculating about its behavior and whether it is merely trying to appear impressive. Fishy suggests that it might be testing its strength against the air itself. Gao Peng reflects that the stone seems to sense their presence, but cannot pinpoint their exact location. He also wonders whether the iron pieces they carry might possess some hidden ability. Deciding not to overthink things, he pushes forward. Reasoning that excessive speculation will only create unnecessary problems, Goldie remarks that the place, known as the Land of Fallen Gods, is surprisingly dull, having so far encountered only a solitary red shadow frantically moving about. Galpeng smirks, noting that despite traveling so far, they still haven't crossed the desert or encountered any monster corpses. Suddenly, Mechanical God points toward one direction, signaling that something of interest lies ahead. Galpeng looks in the indicated direction and confirms that there appears to be something worth investigating, prompting the group to adjust their course. After a while, they come across something unbelievably large and strange. Seeing that, Dazi lets out a startled shout, wondering what kind of bizarre thing it could be. As they get closer, it becomes clear that it is a snake's tail. Galpeng's eyes also widens in surprise at the sheer size. The other pets react with equal shock, and Silent Lion's voice carries a nervous edge as he points out that if the tail alone is this massive, the snake itself must be truly colossal. Mechanical God steps forward, indicating that the tail represents only a small portion of the creature's body. He estimates that the full snake would be at least 10 times larger than the tail segment. Galpeng's excitement surges as he notes how the power of a god exists on an entirely different level, observing that even a low-level god equals the strength of at least 100 top-tier quasi-god monsters. From behind, Mechanical God clarifies that Galpeng cannot consume a god's remains directly unless he himself reaches god status. Hearing that, Galpeng makes a comical grimace at the restriction. Mechanical God begins moving forward, intending to retrieve the remains, but Galpeng quickly intervenes. He explains that attempting to collect it would attract far too much attention, and since Mechanical God is his ultimate asset, exposing him merely to gather a corpse would be far too risky. Galpeng looks around and informs Fishy that he suspects someone is watching them from the shadows, wanting to know if Fishy can collect the tail using his divine artifact. Fishy responds that he can try to see if the divine well darkness can absorb it, though it needs to be completely frozen first. He takes out the divine well artifact and starts freezing the snake with its power. Fishy then requests Silent Lion's help with his pure ice element so the tail can be frozen more quickly. Silent Lion agrees and begins channeling his ice power into the divine artifact, which causes the snake to freeze within a short time. Meanwhile, someone watches from the shadows. One of them mentions that these people are collecting the dead body very quickly, so they'll have to hurry even more to take that artifact. The first says they need to meet His Highness, who's been waiting. The other laments leaving the valuable god's corpse but agrees it doesn't matter, since the snake's low portal is too powerful to take. Half a day later, the snake is almost completely frozen. Fishy notes that it's nearly done and puts the snake's tail into his divine artifact. Suddenly, the divine artifact starts vibrating. Galpeng approaches and questions what's wrong. Fishy laughs and reveals that the other part of the divine artifact, well, is present somewhere nearby. Galpeng thinks to himself in surprise as he knew the divine artifact was incomplete when they first collected it, but he never expected to find the other part here. Mechanical God also pieces things together, realizing why the divine artifact's consciousness law was so low because it wasn't whole, and whatever Galpeng was involved with, it was becoming increasingly obvious he wasn't an ordinary person. Just then, a pulse of energy breaks free from the artifact, shooting off into the distance as if connecting to something far away. Guided by instinct, Fishy senses that one divine well has marked its counterpart and urges the group onward. He activates his divine artifact, forming a portal-like construct. Galpeng eyes it with uncertainty, but before any doubts can settle, the group is pulled inside. A flash of white fills Galpeng's vision, and when the light finally dissolves, they find themselves in an entirely different realm. Instead of responding to Galpeng's confusion, Fishy simply drifts upward, moving through the air as if it were water. Just then, Mechanical God steps in with an explanation that this place is a reverse world, specifically the reverse world belonging to the Joseon dynasty. Everything here functions opposite to their own world's rules. Galpeng scans the vast surroundings and wonders whether this reverse world is just as large as Joseon. Mechanical God confirms the scale matches perfectly and warns that unusual creatures inhabit this place, yet the area seems deserted. Galpeng notices the stillness and wonders where all the monsters might be. Only then do shapes begin to emerge, creatures cautiously peeking from behind upside-down rock formations. These beings, known as Reverse World Cave Reds, range between levels 30 to 60, classified from normal up to perfect grade, all possessing psychic attributes with temperaments varying from calm to aggressive. Goldie quickly spots their curious observers and grows eager for action, silently asking for permission to rough them up. But Galpeng dismisses the idea entirely. These creatures are far too weak to be worth fighting, and there's no point in causing unnecessary trouble. Galpeng keeps moving forward, and Goldie trails behind him with restless energy, clearly itching for a fight after wandering through so many empty stretches. Their path eventually leads them to a new area where an unusual palace stands, guarded by several monsters, each sitting around level 75. Among them, Galpeng immediately notices two center-tier monsters, both angel type, easily the strongest creatures they've come across in this reverse world so far. Goldie's excitement practically spikes the moment he sees the place. His whole posture screams impatience, as if he's ready to storm the palace and tear it apart just to relieve his boredom. Blade, on the other hand, seems far more aware of how the scene looks, almost like they're the villains about to raid a king's fortress. Before anyone can comment on the irony, the stone-like crust on one of the angels starts cracking. Pieces of the hardened shell crumble off, revealing the creature's actual form underneath. This is revealed to be an angel-type monster which in the reverse world have this ridiculous habit of standing so still for so long that dust and debris basically fossilize on them. Gao Peng takes one look and instantly gets it that this isn't armor at all. It's just the result of an angel being absurdly lazy for way too long. Assessing the situation, Gao Peng pulls out the dragon book, deciding the dragon vessel is their best bet. The moment he activates it, the dragon soul bursts out and charges straight at the awakened angel. Gao Peng watches it go with a satisfied grin, as after all, a level 95 legendary fire dragon is terrifying even in soul form, and the best part is that it's basically immortal. If it gets taken out, Dumby can just bring it back. Then the palace doors suddenly slam open. Gao Peng immediately rushes toward them, curious about what's waiting inside. The fire dragon's soul slips through first, but the giant gates start closing right behind it. Goldie manages to grab both sides and hold them open, but even he struggles. A second later, the dragon book shudders in Gao Peng's hands, claiming that the fire dragon's soul has already been destroyed inside. Goldie barely has time to react before some invisible force yanks him straight through the doorway. Gao Peng shouts for the others to stop the gate, but the same unseen pull grabs Fishy, Silent Lion, and Dumby, dragging them all inside before the doors fully close. Even with all the chaos, Gao Peng doesn't panic. Those four are the ones he trusts most, especially Goldie and Dumby. If anyone can handle a mess like this, it's them. Still, something about the situation feels off. With that in mind, he summons Dragon End, ready to head in. As he's about to move, his gaze lands on Dazi, who's practically vibrating with excitement, like he can't wait to dive straight into danger. That's when Gao Peng grimaces, because seriously, since when does Dazi act like a complete battle junkie? After merging with Dragon End, Gao Peng leads the rest of the pets inside. The interior is weirdly quiet, almost too quiet. Then Dazi suddenly disappears as if the space just swallows him whole. Pushing forward, Gao Peng finally spots the others locked in a brutal fight. They're taking on a massive toad-like creature called the Blue Devil. Level 100, Mystic plus Psychic attributes, mythical grade. One swing of its tail sends a piercing vibration through Gao Peng's skull so sharp that focusing becomes a struggle. This thing is just one step away from God level, and it shows. It takes all 5 of his strongest companions just to hold the line. Fishy reacts first, landing a heavy hit on Blue Devil. Silent Lion jumps in right after, but the creature's tail lazily blocks him again. Seeing that, Silent Lion is clearly fed up as no matter what he tries, Blue Devil predicts it every single time. Fishy's situation isn't any better. Every element, every angle, every trick, they all get shut down the moment he tries something. Watching from a distance, Gao Peng finally snaps and calls them out for missing something so obvious. The monster isn't fast. It literally predicts their attacks before they even move. Hearing that, Silent Lion mentally complains that this is straight up cheating. Fishy, completely fed up, decides there's only one option left, and that is to get in close. If the monster relies on predicting long-range moves, then the solution is simple. Smother it in close combat and overwhelm its foresight. He tosses the job over to Goldie, who's clearly been waiting for that signal. Dazi also steps in, unleashing a burst of thunder directly onto Goldie, charging him with raw energy. Goldie absorbs it, barely able to contain his excitement, and then rockets straight toward Blue Devil. The monster tries to predict the strike, but Goldie moves with such chaotic, explosive force that even its foresight can't keep up. The attack lands cleanly, finally leaving a visible injury on the creature. Blue Devil in panic lashes its tail and sends out another sound wave, but Goldie barely flinches. Slowly, everyone realizes that sometimes Goldie's baldness might actually give him an edge. The monster, frustrated, lashes out violently, thrusting its tail at Goldie, but Goldie catches it, twisting and snapping it from the front. Quickly, he signals for Dumby's help. Positioning himself behind Goldie, Dumby channels his power into his body. The energy surges outward, launching a devastating attack that the monster simply can't dodge. The strike lands cleanly, leaving the creature badly wounded. Goldie glances at Dumby, acknowledging that combining their powers almost overwhelms him too. Meanwhile, Dazi rises into the air, preparing his final strike. He gathers an immense amount of energy and unleashes it directly at the monster, obliterating it in an instant. The victory leaves Dazi thrilled, realizing the raw force of his new technique, the Thousand-World Lightning Strike, is undeniable. Gao Peng watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he notes how Dazi's lightning power has grown enough to finish a mid-level half-god completely. Despite this, Dazi stays confident but secretive, offering no explanation for his sudden surge in power. Gao Peng chuckles quietly, realizing that his companions have been keeping more secrets than usual. Meanwhile, Silly begins placing the monster into her space, handling it with ease. Gao Peng observes intently, realizing that this is the first monster in the castle that truly challenges them, a realization that makes him wonder just how powerful the others might be. Not long after, Mechanical God approaches, reporting that he senses no other monsters or demons nearby. It quickly becomes clear that the cursed god is likely the true master of the castle. Gao Peng finds this notion surprising. He wonders why the monster would choose to inhabit a castle with so many vast, empty rooms. Mechanical God explains that the cursed god is far from ordinary and refuses to submit to anyone. Its expectations far exceed what Gao Peng can imagine. It desires to live entirely alone in the castle, enjoying absolute freedom. Shaking his head, Gao Peng reflects that the monster's mindset is completely unreasonable. Meanwhile, Fishy presses his ear to the ground and discerns that the divine artifact piece is probably located below them. Reacting swiftly, Gao Peng instructs Mechanical God to find a way downward so they can investigate. Fishy, however, is filled with shock and disbelief at the thought of confronting a monster that has lived in such a place. Even Gao Peng, at his peak, might struggle against it. Despite the tension, Gao Peng remains calm, his gaze fixed firmly on Mechanical God. He notes that the figure before him is only a clone body, which only deepens his curiosity about the true power of the main body. Just then, Mechanical God announces that it has arrived and begins manipulating the ground with his power. A sudden, forceful explosion erupts, revealing stairs leading downward. He informs Gao Peng that the path is ready, and without hesitation, the group begins their descent. Once below, they find themselves surrounded by a cluster of strange, glowing crystals. Seeing that, Gao Peng casually instructs everyone to explore and take anything that might prove useful. Mechanical God's eyes light up at the sight of the crystals. He exclaims that they are extremely valuable and capable of healing his injuries to a significant extent. Gao Peng smiles and tells him that all the crystals are his if they turn out to be useful. Without a moment's delay, Mechanical God dives straight into the pile, eager to claim his reward. Meanwhile, Gao Peng checks in with the others about any noteworthy discoveries. Silent Lion reports that there are plenty of high-level common materials scattered throughout the area. Just then, Fishy senses something tucked away in a corner and rushes over, returning moments later with the other part of the Divine Well artifact. Gao Peng notes that this piece perfectly matches the one they already possess. Excitedly, Fishy quickly merges both pieces together, and they fuse seamlessly in a short span, leaving him visibly thrilled. With the merge complete, the Divine Artifact now displays the Water Rule at 11.4% and the Yin Rule at 10.9%. Overcome with excitement, Fishy begins examining and even licking the Divine Artifact from all sides. Gao Peng can't help but make a funny face, thinking that Fishy seems paranoid that Mechanical God might try to snatch it, even though the Water and Yin rules inside are completely useless to him. Moments later, Silent Lion steps forward and unleashes his ice power, forming an enormous ice wall. Gao Peng watches, impressed, and remarks that Silent Lion's strength has grown significantly. He can now turn ordinary white into ice like this. Meanwhile, Gao Peng pulls out the Dark Child and instructs it to check Sila's space, where many monsters are currently decomposing. He reasons that after leveling up, it might succeed. The Dark Child responds cheerfully and starts using its power directly on Sila's body. Sila immediately feels something strange and comments that she suddenly feels odd. The Dark Child happily announces that it's working, prompting Gao Peng to laugh and order it to decompose both the snake's tail and Cursed God's corpse on the spot. Afterwards, Dazi approaches Gao Peng and asks whether they plan to explore the reverse world further or head back. Gao Peng explains that the reverse world is enormous, and if they keep wandering aimlessly, they'll never reach the end, so it's better to return. Just then, Fishy senses something from the other side and hurries over, reporting a fluctuation that signals the presence of a divine artifact. Hearing that, Goldie's eyes light up with excitement. He realizes that a divine artifact is likely being born there, which also means a very dangerous fight must be underway. Eager for action, he suggests they go watch the fight unfold. In another part of the reverse world, a giant four-armed creature and a furry companion are locked in battle with a massive spirit claiming to be after the divine artifact. A man with them looks worried, warning that if they mess up something so important for their highness, there will be no mercy. The four-armed creature, still giving it his all, assures the man that he'll make it happen. But suddenly the giant spirit overpowers him and snatches his weapon. The four-armed creature leaps after it, only to be quickly slashed by the spirit. Just then, the white moose that has been fighting alongside them unleashes a snowy spell, striking the giant spirit and forcing it to stagger. As the fight goes on, Goldie is gooning, peeking from behind the wall, watching that golden axe they're fighting for. Back to the fight, the moose refuses to give up and begins channeling his power into the axe once more. At that moment, Fishy arrives and carefully observes the weapon. He quickly realizes that the axe has its own consciousness and is seething with anger, noting that even he wouldn't be able to control it if he tried. Just then, Goldie charges up to the axe and angrily asks what they plan to do with such a poor little axe in broad daylight. In response, both Gao Peng and Fishy pull exaggerated expressions, while the monster and the axe mirror them with equally ridiculous faces as they stare at Goldie. Nearby, a monster trainer speaks up, asking where this foolish duck came from. Goldie immediately snaps back, demanding to know who he's calling foolish. The trainer, clearly annoyed, summons his monster and declares that the duck is far too bald and needs to be taught a lesson. That comment pushes Goldie over the edge. Furious, he shouts about the audacity of being called a bald duck before throwing a devastating punch that strikes two monsters at the same time. With those two instantly taken out, the last remaining monster freezes in fear and nervously suggests that they can talk things out. Goldie scoffs and tells them not to call him brother, but Grandpa Duck instead. Afterward, the trainer steps forward and explains that the axe now belongs to Goldie. Its true owner, a flame lion, died long ago, leaving the axe without a master. Hearing this, Goldie turns and starts walking away, remarking that it's sad the master died. The trainer, however, grows angry at his reaction. Suddenly, Goldie grabs the axe and declares that while its former master's death is tragic, from today onward, he is its new master. In response, the axe erupts with raging flames and lunges toward Goldie, its power so intense that fire spreads everywhere. Faced with this overwhelming force, poor Goldie turns and runs for his life. Seeing this, Dazi worries aloud about whether Goldie will be okay. Fishy, however, simply smiles and assures him that it might be a good thing. Goldie continues gripping the axe as flames rain down on him. However, within a short span of time, the raging weapon suddenly transforms into a scarf and wraps itself around Goldie's neck. In that instant, it becomes clear that the axe has accepted him as its master. The divine artifact is revealed to be the giant violent destruction axe, possessing a flame rule of 9.7% and a destruction rule of 2%. Seeing this, Gao Peng remarks that claiming such a divine artifact was incredibly difficult and that only someone with Goldie's unique personality could have possibly succeeded. Beaming with pride, Goldie shows the axe to Gao Peng, asking if it looks cool, before telling the artifact to greet its grand master. Gao Peng can only make an annoyed face, thinking that he never expected this trip to turn out so amazingly for Goldie. Soon after, the scene shifts to the northern desert. There, Gao Peng suddenly stops and calmly tells whoever is hiding beneath the sand to come out quietly. In response, a strange, one-eyed monster slowly emerges with an unsettling appearance. Silly, clearly nervous, wonders what kind of creature it is. Gao Peng explains that these monsters can completely merge with sand, making them extremely difficult to detect. Most of the time, they lurk near entrances, waiting to ambush prey as it passes through. At that moment, the monster speaks up, threatening Gao Peng to quietly hand over whatever he is carrying, in exchange for sparing his life. Hearing this, Gao Peng notes that this creature is a serious problem, and that they can't afford to stay in this place for too long. Goldie steps forward, boldly challenging the monsters that whatever they want is with him. In response, many more monsters rise from the sand, surrounding the group. Without hesitation, Goldie flicks his scarf, instantly transforming it back into his axe. The moment the monsters catch sight of Goldie's divine artifact, they quickly activate a defensive shield in front of themselves. Unfazed, Goldie charges ahead, declaring that he'll see whether they can withstand Grandpa's axe attack. The strike that follows is overwhelmingly powerful, shattering their defense in a single blow and engulfing the monsters in roaring flames. One by one, their bodies collapse and dissolve back into sand. Watching this, Mechanical God remarks that the monsters clearly understood the situation and chose to let them go. Gao Peng nods in agreement, adding that it's for the best, since they can't afford to stay here much longer. Shortly afterward, Dark Child reports that the two dead bodies have completely decomposed. He then reveals the first item he recovered, introducing it as the Devil Throne Stone. If consumed, it grants a monster a new ability called Devil Throne Storm. Gao Peng explains that this item likely originated from the monster's spark and tail, which explains how the creature could both withstand powerful attacks and strike with its tail. Anyone who absorbs it will gain the ability, though at the cost of drastically changing their appearance. Next, Dark Child produces another item, the Eye of Vanity Core. Upon consumption, it grants a new ability called Eye of Vanity, allowing its user to predict an enemy's attacks in advance during combat. Hearing this, Gao Peng's mouth hangs open in shock. Noticing his reaction, Mechanical God wonders if something is wrong. Gao Peng quickly replies that he's simply too excited, thinking that after all this training, they might finally be heading home. As he speaks, Dark Child calmly continues, taking out several more items. Dark Child explains that he has already displayed the monster's special ability, and that there are still several other items as well. Hearing this, Gao Peng responds happily, remarking that every one of these items is exceptional. He adds that if all of them were given to a single monster, it could easily be raised to god level. Soon after, the scene shifts to the Li tribe. Inside the settlement, a monster suddenly cries out that the king has returned. The announcement ripples through the crowd, and a child hurries to his father, eager to suggest informing the new king about what those people did to them. The father reacts at once, shaking his head and quietly discouraging the idea. He reminds the child that they are of the human race, and that those people are humans as well, ones who have come to help them, not to cause harm. He reminds the boy about the group calling themselves Huabu, who helped build new factories and structures for the tribe. Now that he has become an elder, he adds, protecting the tribe is his responsibility. With that in mind, he suggests the boy that they should go and meet the king instead. Not long after, Gao Peng arrives inside the tribe. After reviewing all the reports, he comments that they have worked extremely hard, noting that the tribe has developed remarkably well. He then assures everyone that they are free to speak with him about any topic and to share whatever difficulties they are facing, so he can help find solutions. At this invitation, the elders begin exchanging glances, clearly wanting to say something, yet hesitating out of fear. After a brief pause, the boy's father steps forward and requests for permission to give a report. Gao Peng recognizes him as Elder Guja and reassures him, encouraging him to speak openly and without worry. Gathering his courage, Elder Guja explains that over the past year, many people from the Huaxia tribe, White Dragon tribe, Green God tribe, and Yuhu tribe have come to live there. Along with the growing population, the tribe has begun facing difficulties, as some of these newcomers have been using the tribe's resources while invoking Gao Peng's name. Gao Peng is visibly shocked and questions whether this truly happened without his knowledge. In response, the elder firmly assures him that every word is true, even declaring that he is willing to stake his life on it. He suggests that Gao Peng verify the claim by checking the supply records and the Chinese department. Hearing this, Gao Peng's expression darkens with anger. He states that if such things are really happening behind his back, then those people are clearly acting without any regard for his feelings. However, he quickly adds that he brought a large amount of supplies back with him during his journey, and that these will be handed over to the Li tribe for fair distribution among all its people. At once, all the elders break into smiles, their earlier tension replaced with relief. The elder nods, saying he understands, and mentions that there are still a few other matters he will report at a later time. With that, he leaves along with the rest of the elders. After they depart, Gao Peng falls into deep thought. He finds it hard to believe that so many issues surfaced within just 1 year. He recalls how he had brought the ancient tribes into the Li tribe with the hope that everyone could develop together, never expecting things to turn out this way. Still, having now given clear instructions, he is confident that the situation will be handled properly going forward. Shifting his focus, Gao Peng takes the ability stone from Silly and asks his pets who wants to absorb it. To his surprise, everyone immediately refuses. Dumby says he doesn't need it. Goldie adds that he already has his axe and is perfectly satisfied. Meanwhile, Dazi flatly rejects the idea, claiming he wants nothing to do with it because it's too dirty. Hearing their responses, Gao Peng sighs and points out that other monsters would fight each other desperately just to obtain a special ability, yet his own pets are turning it down without hesitation. He remarks that their habits are becoming increasingly bad and jokes that maybe he should stop paying attention to them altogether. Just then, his gaze shifts toward Goldie's dog. A dangerous smile slowly spreads across his face as he murmurs that he has finally found his prey. A few days later, the people of the Li tribe are thrown into shock when they notice that the three-headed dog now has massive tentacles extending from behind its body. Startled, they question whether this could really be the same dog they saw just days ago. Soon after, another person confirms that it is indeed the king's pet, and that its aura has grown far more powerful. At that moment, Gao Peng arrives, laughing as he corrects them. He tells the crowd they are mistaken, explaining that the creature isn't his pet at all, but his pet's pet. Hearing this, the people of the Li tribe exclaim in disbelief, pointing out that the dog is already a saint-tier monster, yet it still belongs to the king's pet. Gao Peng, clearly enjoying their reactions, casually remarks that he only intended to upgrade its quality a little, but it accidentally evolved instead. He adds that this is likely the first dog-type monster to possess the Gatekeeper ability, which greatly boosts its strength and speed. With a grin, he even suggests that they send their own pets to fight it. As soon as he says this, the people of the Li tribe begin whispering among themselves. They worry that defeating the king's pet's pet would be seen as an insult to the king, while losing would be an even greater embarrassment to them. After a moment, an elder steps forward. He remarks that the king had sent his pet to the army tribe a few days earlier to clean up, and now it seems that their turn has finally arrived. Bowing slightly, he tells Gao Peng that he wishes to fight using his own pet, hoping to witness firsthand how His Majesty nurtures such powerful creatures. He then adds that his pet is at the peak of Saint Tier and respectfully asks Gao Peng to pay close attention to the match, lest any accidents occur. Gao Peng bursts into laughter and tells the elder not to worry, casually adding that if he ends up killing the dog, he'll simply gift himself a new pet in return. Hearing this, the poor dog makes a comical face and turns to stare helplessly at Gao Peng. Soon after, the elder summons his monster, a demon centipede, level 90. legendary grade with a poison attribute. As it emerges, the centipede releases thick red smoke in all directions, and wherever the smoke drifts, the grass beneath it begins to burn. Faced with this terrifying sight, the three-headed dog panics and bolts, sprinting across the field as the centipede gives chase. All the while, the elder watches with a confident smile. Seeing this, Goldie mutters that he needs to do something and quickly pulls an item from his side. He hurls it toward the fleeing dog, and it lands directly in front of it, taking the shape of a gate. The moment the dog lays eyes on it, its gatekeeper ability activates. In an instant, its aura undergoes a dramatic transformation, surging outward as the dog becomes visibly excited for battle. The sudden change leaves the elder stunned, and he blurts out that the dog's aura has completely shifted. Without hesitation, the three-headed dog charges straight at the centipede. Although the centipede narrowly dodges the initial assault, the dog immediately follows up, striking with one of its mouths in a devastating blow that leaves a deep mark on the centipede's body. Even so, the elder quickly regains his composure. He reflects that he had initially been concerned about defeating the king's pet's pet, but judging by this exchange, the dog's strength doesn't seem overwhelming. After all, it failed to break through the centipede's defense. Just then, the demon centipede releases its full aura and begins rolling violently toward the dog. As the poisonous aura brushes against it, the dog's enhanced form collapses, reverting it back to normal. Seizing the opportunity, the centipede coils tightly around the dog and slams it into the ground. However, the force of the attack damages the centipede's own body as well. Enraged, the centipede once again spreads its poisonous mist across the field. In response, the dog immediately turns and runs, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Watching this, Goldie clicks his tongue and comments that the display is truly shameful. Meanwhile, an elder steps up beside Elder Guja, praising how well he has cultivated his demon centipede and remarking that he should thank the leader for providing such excellent resources. Elder Guja laughs heartily and agrees, saying that everything he has done is ultimately for the good of the tribe. Just as the laughter begins to settle, something unexpected happens. The dog's tail suddenly emerges. One elder gasps in surprise, wondering where the three-headed dog could have gotten a scorpion tail. Almost immediately, another elder corrects him, pointing out that it isn't just one tail, but 5 tails released at the same time. With that, the dog's aura shifts once more. It throws its head back and roars, releasing a violent red aura from deep within its body. Sensing the change, the people watching murmur among themselves, noting that it seems the dog's realm is expanding. As the battle drags on, Gao Peng begins to feel drowsy and promptly falls asleep. Seeing this, Goldie stares in disbelief and wonders how he can possibly sleep at a moment like this. Silent Lion quickly hushes him, explaining that ever since their training began, Gao Peng hasn't had a proper night's sleep even once, and after returning, he was immediately buried under the tribe's affairs. Moved by the sight, Dazi and Silly quietly step forward and gently drape a blanket over Gao Peng. Meanwhile, Elder Guja continues watching the battle. Deep in thought, he knows that his demon centipede ranks among the top 5 pets owned by the elders of the tribe. Even so, he can't understand how the king's pet's pet can contend with it so easily. In the end, he realizes that they still require far more training. After all, the king's strength is unpredictable, and they are still far from being able to truly support him. A few hours later, Gao Peng slowly wakes up and wonders whether the fight has finally ended. He then walks over to Goldie, who is sitting beside his dog, and calmly questions what happened. With a downcast expression, Goldie admits that they lost the fight. Hearing this, Gao Peng reassures him not to be disappointed. He explains that the elder has been training his demon centipede for a very long time, whereas Goldie has barely paid attention to his own dog. He adds that the dog has already nearly absorbed the ability, so he is confident that it will become far more powerful in the future. Encouraged by these words, Goldie pats his dog and assures it that it fought well today, promising that starting tomorrow he will train it seriously. Not long after, Gao Peng stops in front of a house shrouded in darkness. He remarks that Dumby has been training here for quite some time, so he is certain that someone will soon emerge from seclusion. As if on cue, Dumby steps out and announces that his master was right. He has finally come out of seclusion. Noticing the change, Gao Peng quickly senses that Dumby's level has reached 100. Delighted, he comments that all those divine essences were truly powerful. However, Dumby admits that despite the breakthrough, he feels that something in his power is still missing. At this point, Fishy approaches and explains that to truly become a god, one must fulfill 3 separate requirements. First, the monster must obtain a godly body by passing its entire body through a godly reaction. Second, it must completely condense its power principle and form a godhood within its mental sea. Finally, it must transform its soul into a god soul and construct a god altar in the deepest part of its soul. Fishy points out that Dumby has already achieved a godly body, but still needs to form his godhood and god altar to officially step into the god realm. For ordinary quasi-god realm monsters, These steps are like a vast chasm, one that many can never cross in their entire lives. However, Dumby is fortunate, as he has two people beside him who have already gone through this process. With a smile, Fishy offers to teach them something valuable and asks who wants to learn. Without hesitation, Dumby, Goldie, and Dazi all raise their hands at the same time. Fishy begins instructing them on how to condense the godhood. He explains that although there are many different techniques, they all follow a similar principle, transforming the power within the body into precepts. The method he personally used is known as the observation method, which requires completely emptying the mind and entering an extremely sensitive state. In this state, one becomes capable of sensing every detail of the world before finally slipping into a special, deeper condition. As he speaks, Fishy can't help but show off a little, clearly proud of his experience. Listening to the explanation, Gao Peng pulls a funny face and remarks that the method sounds less like cultivation and more like meditating for tourism or attaining Buddhist enlightenment. In response, Fishy clarifies that once someone reaches level 100, their body naturally becomes far more sensitive, allowing them to attempt the observation method. However, he emphasizes that this technique demands an exceptionally high talent for observation. If the mind cannot remain calm, it will disrupt the body's internal balance, causing the power to spiral out of control and potentially blast the body apart, resulting in death. Hearing this, Gao Peng glances toward Dumby, silently wondering whether he truly has the ability to keep his mind steady. Sometime later, Dumby is seen sitting comfortably, already practicing the method Fishy taught him. From a nearby window, Gao Peng quietly observes Dumby's training. As the hours stretch into days, Dazi grows increasingly worried and approaches Gao Peng, pointing out that Dumby has remained in that same position for 3 straight days. He asks anxiously whether Dumby is really okay. Instead of answering immediately, Gao Peng turns to Fishy and inquires how long it took him to completely master the observation method himself. Fishy boasts about his natural talent, explaining that it took him only a single month to master the method, and he immediately begins showing off once again. Gao Peng gives him a warning look, but before he can react further, he senses something unusual near Dumby and turns sharply. To his surprise, Dumby has already risen from his original position and is now floating in the air. Frowning slightly, Gao Peng questions Fishy, "What's happening?" Noting that Dumby's aura feels subtly different. Fishy, however, remains calm and assures him not to worry, explaining that this is the critical moment, the moment of truth. Moments later, Dumby speaks, saying that he can suddenly see something. As he raises his hand, a surge of power bursts forth, slamming into the roof and shattering it. A chilling sensation washes over Gao Peng, making him shiver as he hurriedly asks Fishy what's going on. He then looks over, only to find Fishy staring in stunned silence. For a brief moment, Fishy's mouth hangs open before he finally shouts in disbelief, demanding how it's even possible for Dumby to reach the godly realm so quickly. Almost at the same time, Dumby releases more power from his hands, and vibrant, multicolored chains begin to materialize around him. As he watches them form, Dumby realizes that these are the precepts Fishy mentioned earlier. He notes that the precept chains seem connected to everything, forming the very foundation of the world itself. Seeing this, Fishy quickly approaches and warns Dumby not to choose a precept at random. Instead, he advises him to select the one that chooses him and truly suits his nature. Otherwise, it could bring great suffering. After a brief pause, Dumby reaches out and grasps a single precept chain, declaring that he chooses this one. His face lights up as he recognizes it as the soul precept. Instantly, the chain dissolves into pure energy and gathers in his hands. Dumby then asks whether this condensed power is what a godhood looks like, though he notes that it seems quite small. In response, Fishy reassures him that this is not a bad sign at all. Since Dumby belongs to the undying being category, his godhood will ultimately be far stronger than that of an ordinary god. Without hesitation, Dumby reaches out and catches another chain. Fishy narrows his eyes before recognizing it as the skeleton precept, which he admits isn't a bad choice either. Seeing this, Gao Peng wonders curiously whether one person can choose more than one precept. In response, Fishy explains that typical gods usually select only a single precept in order to accelerate their path to power. However, Dumby's situation is different, and because of that, he can form 2 godhoods without encountering any issues. Even as Fishy finishes speaking, Dumby reaches out once again and grabs yet another chain. This time, Fishy's expression darkens as he identifies it as the ghoul precept. With a sigh, he notes that this outcome is actually quite normal for Dumby, given his undead nature. Hearing this, Gao Peng comments that although Dumby has taken the ghoul precept as well, it should be fine since Fishy himself said it was normal. At that, Fishy begins sweating nervously and shoots Gao Peng a look, asking whether he thinks godhoods are vegetables that can be taken in unlimited quantities. Gao Peng merely laughs in response. However, Fishy's amusement vanishes almost instantly as he suddenly shouts, asking what Dumby is doing now. To his shock, Dumby has reached out and caught yet another chain. Fishy blurts out that this should be impossible, hurriedly warning Gao Peng that Dumby is taking an enormous risk. He explains that one must only choose precepts that willingly accept them. Forcing a connection could trigger a backlash strong enough to kill him on the spot. For a tense moment, nothing happens. Then, Fishy exhales in relief, noting that everything seems fine. The precept did not reject Dumby. Only then does he realize that the chain Dumby caught this time is the death precept. Although Dumby has not yet condensed it into a godhood, Fishy can already sense its terrifying power. In a low voice, he admits that Dumby will gain tremendous benefits from this experience, adding that once everything is complete, Dumby's strength will far surpass that of an ordinary god. All of a sudden, Dumby lets out a loud shout as he channels his power, and the death precept rapidly condenses into a godhood. Seeing this, Fishy stares in disbelief, exclaiming that he can't believe Dumby managed to convert it so easily. Nearby, Gao Peng watches the scene with a satisfied smile. At this point, Dumby is now controlling 4 different rules: Soul, Ghoul, and White Skeleton at 1%, while Death at 0.1%. Gao Peng notes that reaching even 1% in the Death rule will take a very long time. Soon after, Fishy cautions Dumby that while he was fortunate to successfully form a Death godhood, it still isn't truly suitable for him yet. He advises Dumby not to attempt forming a god altar until the Death godhood is fully developed. Fishy also admits that he can't offer guidance on comprehending the Death rule, as he has never experienced it himself. In response, Dumby explains that through his connection with the Death rule, he has come to understand that he must witness death with his own eyes in order to strengthen it. Hearing this, Goldie enthusiastically suggests that Dumby simply threaten people, telling them to die in front of him or face his hammer. Gao Peng and Dazi immediately turn to Goldie with strange, speechless expressions. Unbothered, Goldie quickly follows up by proposing that they capture a few monsters and kill them in front of Dumby, so he can quickly advance to godhood. Fishy, clearly unimpressed, turns his head away and says he has no interest in such pointless ideas. However, after a moment of thought, Gao Peng speaks up and suggests to Fishy that they could at least try it once. Fishy makes an exaggerated face and asks Gao Peng whether he truly understands what he's saying. Meanwhile, Goldie has already taken off at full speed, declaring that he'll go catch a monster for Dumby. Before long, Goldie returns, dragging along a monster that had been hiding in the shadows and had attacked him on sight. Without hesitation, he throws the creature straight toward Dumby and urges him to give it a try. Dumby pauses, then shakes his head, saying that he doesn't feel anything at all. At that, Fishy sighs and tells Goldie that forming a godhood isn't nearly as easy as he seems to think. Gao Peng nods and reveals that Goldie's idea is actually quite solid. He explains that they should try allowing Dumby to witness death in different forms, observe it from various angles, and see what kind of results emerge. With that decided, he turns and starts walking away, ordering everyone that it's time to go. Hearing this, Fishy wonders where they're headed next. Gao Peng replies casually that they're going toward the ocean, mentioning that he's heard there's a very interesting fishing activity going on there and that they might as well enjoy themselves along the way. Meanwhile, deep inside a forest, a snake slowly slithers up a tree and soon spots an eagle's nest filled with eggs. The snake chuckles to itself, thinking that today will be a feast, never expecting to find so many eggs at once. Just as it moves forward to devour them, an eagle suddenly swoops down and attacks. Startled, the snake screams that it has fallen into a trap. Before it can react, the eagle clamps down with its beak, lifts the snake into the air, and flies away. Watching from afar, Dumby observes the entire exchange and calmly notes that this method is known as trapping and killing. He finds the process strangely fascinating. Even the next day, Dumby continues observing similar scenes. At one point, Goldie wonders whether Dumby wandering through the jungle, peeking around like a curious cat, is really some form of training. Fishy answers that although only a short time has passed, Dumby has already formed nearly half of his godhood. He adds, almost in disbelief, that at this pace, Dumby could completely condense his godhood in just a few years. Hearing this, Gao Peng remarks that since the method is clearly working so well for Dumby, they shouldn't stay behind and become a distraction. With that, he suggests they move on and leave Dumby to his training. Gao Peng soon returns to the Li tribe, where all the people have already gathered in front of him. As he surveys the crowd, he recalls that he still has a large amount of flesh and blood essence left, resources that are of no real use to Dazi and the others. With that in mind, he decides that these would make suitable gifts for the younger members of the tribe. After a brief pause, he announces that he will personally guide them today. Moreover, he adds that anyone who performs well will be rewarded with special resources. He then asks everyone to summon their pets so he can take a closer look at them. Hearing this, the freshies step forward in excitement, praising the king's exceptional talent and his rumored ability to evolve monsters, while another quickly agrees, expressing gratitude that the king is personally guiding them today. Soon after, someone cautiously steps forward and asks whether he may bring his pet, explaining that it is extremely large and currently waiting outside the tribe. Gao Peng asks with mild curiosity just how big the pet is, silently thinking that no matter its size, it surely can't be bigger than Stripey. At that moment, someone else speaks up, explaining that Yan's pet is actually the largest monster in the entire tribe. Gao Peng turns his attention toward it and nods, admitting that it is indeed quite large. The monster is then introduced as mountain-conquering grass, a joint-form creature at level 75 possessing wood and earth attributes, with a perfect gait. Before anything else can happen, the owner hurriedly warns his pet to behave, reminding it that the one standing before them is the tribe's king and not to frighten him. Gao Peng laughs at this and summons Stripey instead. With a grin, he tells the massive plant monster that it is impressive, but that he also has a big one just like it, and suggests that the two might even become friends. Moments later, Stripey arrives, immediately asking whether Gao Peng had been missing him. Without hesitation, Gao Peng replies that he truly had. Hearing this, Dazi steps closer and remarks that Stripey seems to have grown even bigger again, asking whether he has stopped taking the medicine meant to control his body size. Stripey reacts in surprise, lowering his head and saying that he didn't even realize he had grown again. He adds, somewhat worriedly, that he doesn't understand why he keeps growing non-stop. After all, he doesn't want to become too large if that happens. Even bending his neck might not be enough for him to see Gao Peng anymore. Gao Peng can't help but pull a funny face at this, while Goldie shakes his head and mutters about why those two always talk like children. After the brief exchange, Gao Peng turns his attention back to the gathering and introduces Stripey to his new friend, mountain-conquering grass. He explains that although the monster looks large, it actually has very few friends, unlike Stripey. Hearing this, Stripey's eyes widen in surprise. He immediately walks over to the plant monster and declares that from today onward he will be its big brother and won't let anyone bully it. In response, the monster obediently starts calling Stripey Big Brother. Watching the interaction, Gao Peng decides to let Stripey stay in the Lia tribe for a few days. After all, Stripey often complains about having nothing to play with and feeling lonely, and this new companion, with its massive size, will likely be much happier spending time with him as well. Just as Gao Peng finishes this thought, his attention shifts upward. High in the sky, a bird is flying straight toward him, and riding on it is none other than Huang, loudly shouting and calling out Gao Peng's name. Seeing this, the people of the Lia tribe understand that someone has arrived with urgent business, so they respectfully step back, choosing not to disturb him. Moments later, Huang lands, and immediately reports that they have been attacked inside the Black Fog world. As he finishes speaking, his bird suddenly drops from the sky. Goldie rushes over and remarks that the poor thing must have flown so far that it gave up its life mid-air. Almost instantly, the bird flaps its wings, shoots back up, and snaps at Goldie, calling him a fool, and insisting that it hasn't died yet. Gao Peng shakes his head, then takes out Silly and orders her to help heal the exhausted bird. Once things settle, Gao Peng turns serious and questions Huang what exactly happened, specifically whether the mutated tribe has discovered their location. Huang explains that the attackers are not from the mutated tribe at all, but rather a different group of humans who came from the surface sea. So far, the strongest among them appears to be a quasi-god tier monster trainer. However, they strongly suspect that a god tier trainer may be hiding among them, since no such individual has revealed themselves yet. Hearing this, Gao Peng's expression hardens. He recognizes the urgency of the situation and decides to go there personally to assess it. Before leaving, Gao Peng turns to Dumby and questions whether he would prefer to stay behind and complete his training to become a god, or accompany them right away. Dumby replies without hesitation that since a war is already underway, he would rather go along. After all, it would give him far better opportunities to observe death. Gao Peng nods in agreement and decides that they will immediately head into the Black Fog world. Inside the Black Fog world, Grandpa stands with his people alongside the master of the White Dragon tribe. Not long after, someone rushes over and informs Grandpa that outsiders have arrived and are preparing to start another war. In response, Grandpa raises his hand and tells everyone to remain calm. He warns them not to act rashly, explaining that these outsiders possess extremely strange abilities, and that they must first gauge their true strength before making any move. On the opposing side, a massive turtle looms at the front, accompanied by another monster whose body constantly radiates golden energy. After stepping forward, that monster sneers at the city, shouting that they look like nothing more than a loser's branch. He arrogantly demands that someone come out to face him, ordering them to either submit or fight, and mockingly asks whether a city this large truly has no one capable of crossing swords with him. Before his words can even finish echoing, someone rushes toward him at full speed. In the blink of an eye, Goldie appears and casually blows the monster's head clean off. The sudden silence shocks everyone present. The people standing nearby stare in disbelief, whispering among themselves and wondering whether reinforcements have finally arrived. Seeing their reactions, Grandpa calmly orders everyone not to panic and instructs them to move closer to the city wall so they can properly observe what's happening. Meanwhile, Goldie looks at the fallen enemy and remarks that after killing so many monsters, this is the first time he's seen one make such a strange request. almost as if it wanted to die. Gao Peng, however, orders Goldie to wait and look down more carefully. The monster's headless body lies on the ground, while its severed neck twitches separately, still faintly moving. This monster is revealed to be the god-plated heavenly beetle, a level 97 legendary monster with metal and wind attributes. Suddenly, a strange tornado forms at the spot where the corpse lies, rapidly spinning as it expands. From within the swirling wind, a voice bursts into laughter, thanking them before the tornado vanishes just as abruptly as it appeared. Goldie stares blankly and wonders what that thing was that shouted, laughed, and then left. Gao Peng simply suggests that he look at the ground again. The monster's body has completely disappeared. Goldie scratches his head in confusion, complaining that someone just stole the fruit of his hard work. Watching this, Gao Peng can't help but make a face. Gao Peng then turns his gaze toward the massive turtle and quickly assesses it. At level 99, its grade is only epic, and it clearly lacks real combat power. Rather than strength, it's relying on its enormous size and its ability to fly through the sky to intimidate others. Inside the city, people begin whispering as they spot Goldie. Someone remarks that the duck looks familiar, yet far more powerful than they remember. Moments later, Goldie approaches the crowd, and Gao Peng steps out from within Goldie's body. Smiling, he greets everyone, noting that it has been a long time since their last meeting. The leader of the White Dragon tribe nods in agreement, commenting that it truly has been a long time and noting how powerful Gao Peng has become. Gao Peng laughs lightly and replies that it was all thanks to hard work. Hearing this, the people of the Green Tribe and the White Dragon Tribe exchange amused glances, silently agreeing that Gao Peng is number one when it comes to lying. After that brief reunion, Gao Peng turns his attention back to the battlefield and looks at the turtle. He remarks that now isn't the time for conversation, since he still needs to settle matters with these intruders first. As if responding to his gaze, the turtle suddenly lets out a loud roar, only to turn around and flee at full speed the very next moment. Gao Peng freezes for a second before making a confused face. Around him, everyone bursts into surprise, questioning whether the turtle really ran away in fear. Gao Peng snorts and wonders whether they truly think attacking first and then running away will end everything so easily. At that, members of the Green Tribe hesitate, questioning whether he intends to pursue it and warning that the turtle is a quasi-god-tier monster, and likely not alone. Others add that the enemy possesses at least 10 monsters beyond the quasi-tier, admitting they have never sensed such terrifying auras, ones that feel like living gods. Hearing this, Gao Peng frowns and questions whether their aura was truly stronger than Goldie's. Goldie instantly complains, arguing that Silent Lion is the real powerhouse, so why did Gao Peng push him forward instead? In response, Silent Lion snaps back angrily and starts cursing at Goldie without holding back. At that moment, Grandpa steps forward and calmly confirms that those monsters' auras were indeed slightly stronger than Goldie's. Gao Peng freezes in shock. Rubbing his head, he reasons that if those monsters were truly stronger than Goldie, everyone present would have already been wiped out. The situation still feels illogical, leading him to conclude that the monsters are not real but illusions, a theory he becomes largely confident in after a brief pause. Fishy nods in agreement, concluding that the enemy likely possesses illusion or psychic-type monsters, at least at the quasi-god tier, to create such effects. Without wasting time, Gao Peng summons the mechanical god and assigns him to remain behind and defend the palace while he pursues the enemies. Mechanical God accepts the order immediately. After that, Gao Peng releases all of his remaining pets. In an instant, several terrifying auras surge outward, making the surrounding air feel heavy and dangerous. Dumby quietly remarks that the scent of death in this place has grown extremely strong. Meanwhile, far away, the massive turtle continues its escape with an entire palace built on its back. Those inside cautiously peek outside, assuming they are unlikely to be pursued and relying on Emperor Turtle's extreme speed. They acknowledge that retreating immediately was the correct choice, having never expected to encounter such an overwhelmingly powerful individual. The ease with which Gold Beetle was killed convinces them that the enemy possesses at least quasi-god tier strength, far beyond anything they can contend with. As their thoughts settle on this grim realization, one of them senses something strange from the opposite direction. A chilling presence spreads through the air, and confusion follows as they fail to locate its source, and suddenly something bursts through the roof. Moments later, a gate opens without warning, and Dumby steps through. A monster reacts instantly, launching a blast of fire straight at him. The flames strike directly, yet leave him completely unharmed. Dumby responds with a single tentacle, piercing through the monster's body with effortless precision. Observing the result, he calmly decides to test things further before resorting to his white flame. Suddenly, sharp bones begin bursting out from different parts of the monster's body. At once, fear spreads through the crowd. One person stammers that this can't be possible, wondering how such a monster could kill the fire demon with a single attack. Just then, Dumby calmly orders them to be quiet and listen closely. He claims the sound is very sweet, especially right before death. Hearing this, the people grow even more terrified. One of them nervously asks what nonsense he's talking about and whether something is wrong with his mind, while another admits that the situation has become truly horrifying. At that moment, Gao Peng arrives with a relaxed smile. He remarks that things are already settled here as well, though he arrived a little late. Without wasting any time, he makes it clear that he has a few questions. He stresses that they must answer truthfully, warning that any deception will cut off all further communication. At the same time, Dumby casually steps back and takes position behind him. With this, Gao Peng explains that Dumby is his pet, noting that they have likely already judged its strength for themselves. The group panics instantly. Fear spreads through them as they tremble and hurriedly assure Gao Peng that he is free to ask anything, promising that nothing will be concealed. Gao Peng begins by asking who owned the gold-plated beetle that his pet killed. After a short pause, one individual gathers the courage to step forward and explains that the creature belonged to Salu and was considered one of the tribe's 3 strongest pets. With that answered, Gao Peng inquires about the other 2. The man first indicates the corpse lying on the ground, then points toward a doll-like monster sitting quietly nearby, as the third. Gao Peng takes a moment before remarking that he had assumed the doll was merely a decoration, never expecting it to be a living pet at all. He then checks the monster's details, which shows its name as the King of Dream, level 97, epic grade with an illusion attribute. After reading this, Gao Peng casually picks it up, remarking that it looks quite cute. Nearby, the owner can't help but cry, thinking about how all its former pride has vanished. Not long ago, the monster used to sit on his neck, proudly showing itself off to everyone. Meanwhile, the pet glances at Dumby and immediately shrinks back in fear. Seeing this, Gao Peng starts pulling the pet's cheeks playfully. He comments that its ability is very unique, and then asks who left those dirty marks on its face. However, the monster remains completely silent. After that, Gao Peng turns his attention back to the group and wonders where they came from. In response, someone steps forward and explains that they are from the dark spirit world. Hearing this, Gao Peng calmly instructs Dumby and Goldie to split the group into 2 teams, gather information from both sides, and then compare their answers. If any inconsistencies are found, he orders them to deal with both groups completely. Dumby and Goldie nod, assuring that they understand his instructions. Although the people feel both humiliated and furious, they dare not speak. Gao Peng notices their anger but remains unmoved. After all, these were the same people who had attacked others first, and those who attack must be dealt with accordingly. A short while later, Goldie leads the group to the Emperor Turtle, warning them not to slack off. As they move on, Gao Peng looks toward the massive turtle and reflects that the world is truly vast and full of wonders. He once thought Stripey was enormous, yet the Emperor Turtle is far larger, more like a floating island slowly moving through the sky. At that moment, a strange but amusing idea forms in his mind that what if he claimed the Emperor Turtle for himself and built Southern Sky City on its back? That way, he could take the city anywhere simply by changing direction. As this thought settles in, Gao Peng's lips curl into a dangerous smile, one that Fishy immediately understands. Later on, Gao Peng learns that those people were actually running for their lives. Goldie explains that their gold-plated beetle had gone out to conquer their world, but it soon became the target of several extremely powerful beings. Because of that, these people were forced into hiding, constantly waiting for a chance to survive. Hearing this, Fishy adds that the situation is nothing new. He explains that the beetle went out seeking greater power, but after failing and getting injured, it chose to hide by invading other worlds instead. Moreover, the fact that the beetle was killed in a single attack proves that it wasn't particularly strong, meaning those people were most likely telling the truth. As for the turtle, its body size was simply too large to enter the Jutian dynasty. As a result, the only option left was Black Fog World, since its supersized spatial tunnel was wide enough to let the turtle pass through. With that conclusion reached, Fishy loses interest. He turns around and starts leaving, remarking that there was no fun left here, and that he would rather go shopping instead. Goldie watches him go and wonders why Fishy suddenly left. Gao Peng shrugs and replies that Fishy probably remembered some useless matter. He then orders everyone to return to the serious discussion. Becoming thoughtful, Gao Peng notes that the number of fire-type monsters far exceeds that of wind-type monsters. This means Flamey's competition is much fiercer than Beetle's. He begins to suspect that the Baifeng clan is deliberately showing care toward Flamey, possibly because they have also started capturing this world. As his thoughts wander, Gao Peng imagines poor Flamey being beaten and trained relentlessly. Remembering this, he can't help but make a worried face, muttering that his dear daughter must be suffering terribly. At the same time, far away, Flamey suddenly starts sneezing. Seeing this, Baifeng's ancestor brings over a blue fire crystal and gently suggests Flamey to eat as much as she wants and rest comfortably. Back in the present, Gao Peng's expression quickly settles into something serious again. He then turns his full attention to the others and raises the real issue of whether they have identified who stole the gold-plated beetle. Goldie catches the sudden shift in Gao Peng's mood, but simply nods, confirming that the truth has been uncovered. The culprit is Savage Sand, a quasi-gold tier monster. Because the island is home to many quasi-gold tier monsters, Emperor Turtle has never confronted them directly. This particular creature, however, is responsible for more than half of the deaths that have taken place on the island over a long stretch of time. During one of its attacks, the people here managed to sever one of its wings, which is now being kept in the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Gao Peng immediately gives instructions. He orders Goldie to take 2 pets and retrieve the wing as quickly as possible. If the situation allows, they are to bring the monster back alive. If not, its corpse will do. Goldie responds that he understands and, without wasting another second, dashes off at full speed with the 2 of them. Afterward, Gao Peng turns his attention to the turtle monster. He strikes its shell lightly and asks whether it is listening. At first, the turtle remains silent. Getting no response, Gao Peng lets out a soft laugh and warns that if it continues to stay silent, he will simply saw off its head. That threat finally draws a response, and the turtle reacts at once, refusing and making it clear that it wants no part of that. Gao Peng's smile grows wider. He notes that it has finally chosen to speak and then shifts the focus, asking about its trainer. The turtle slowly raises its gaze to the sky and reveals that its trainer is already dead. Gao Peng responds calmly, pointing out that the turtle arrived first and caused considerable trouble. Now, however, it has fallen into his hands, masterless and completely free. Given that reality, he suggests it would be better off following him, explaining that continuing to support such a group offers it nothing in return. The turtle makes its stance clear. It seeks nothing except revenge for its fallen master and swears that if Gao Peng carries out that revenge, it will follow him for the rest of its life. Hearing this, Gao Peng rubs his head with a helpless expression, remarking that the situation is rather troublesome, since taming a beast usually comes with missions to complete first. After a brief pause, though, he adds that he is not a cold-hearted person. In the end, he agrees to the deal and promises to take revenge once the true enemy behind its former master's death is found. Meanwhile, on the western side of the Black Fog world, a crow-like monster sits in silence with the gold beetle's head clenched tightly in its claws. Before it can even react, Whiteblade and Moneymaker arrive. Whiteblade gives the creature a quick look, and Moneymaker immediately confirms that this is indeed their target. Without hesitation, Whiteblade steps forward and orders Moneymaker to wait. As he advances, he begins carefully observing the monster, searching for its weak points. After identifying them, Whiteblade's expression turns cold. He angrily demands how the creature dared to enter their territory and steal from them, declaring that it will definitely be punished. With that, he launches a direct attack, ready to take it down for good. The scene then shifts back to the group of people who previously attacked Gao Peng's domain. To their shock, they suddenly see Moneymaker standing calmly, with the monster's lifeless body already lying in front of them. Nearby, Whiteblade and Moneymaker stand side by side, laughing casually. Stunned, one person wonders who these two even are. Another answers in disbelief that they must be Gao Peng's pets, wondering aloud just how many extraordinary pets he actually possesses. Gao Peng arrives shortly afterward and calmly announces that the monster has been killed, meaning revenge has been taken for their companions' deaths. He then looks at the group and asks what they think about his offer now. The people exchange uneasy glances. One of them starts to speak, but before he can finish, Gao Peng cuts him off. He reminds them that they are in no position to make demands and should instead be grateful that he is even giving them a chance to live. At once, fear spreads through the crowd and no one dares to say another word. Just then, an elder steps forward from the back and answers on their behalf, agreeing to Gao Peng's terms. Gao Peng turns to him and questions his identity, as well as what gives him the right to speak for everyone else. The elder calmly explains that he is a priest of their tribe and believes that this status makes him qualified to give such an answer. Hearing this, Gao Peng laughs lightly and claims that if that is the case, then the matter is settled. He adds that he hopes they will cooperate happily in the future. With that, the people begin to disperse. As they leave, one person mutters that even more difficulties await them in the future, while another replies that they should at least be thankful to be alive. The elder grows visibly angry after hearing such remarks. Gao Peng turns to leave, but he has barely gone a few steps when the elder calls out and stops him. The elder mentions that he possesses information connected to the wind-type path of rivalry. Gao Peng pauses mid-step. A smile slowly appears as he turns back, clearly intrigued by what he is hearing. The elder continues, explaining that Gao Peng likely already knows Savage Sand had been tracking them because of the gold-plated beetle. What Gao Peng may not realize, however, is that they were also secretly assisting the beetle in hunting Savage Sand. The reason is simple. Both monsters are rivals on the wind-type path of rivalry. The elder adds that within the bodies of such rivals exists something called the Voucher of Wind. This item can only be formed using the corpse of a fallen competitor from the same path. Hearing this, Gao Peng's expression turns thoughtful. Curious about the nature of this so-called Voucher of Wind, He begins examining the monster's corpse, searching for any sign of it as he tries to understand exactly what it is. Seeing this, the elder shakes his head, making it clear that searching in this way is pointless. He explains that only a true competitor of the wind-type path of rivalry can sense and locate the voucher of wind. Gao Peng can only respond with a helpless smile. He realizes that he does not even know where to find a wind path rival, much less how long such a search might take. In the end, he decides not to waste any more time on the issue. Instead, he plans to hand the corpse over to Darkchild so it can be decomposed and any valuable materials within can be extracted. After a short silence, the elder brings up another concern, asking whether their tribe will be fully merged into Gao Peng's tribe. Gao Peng answers without hesitation, confirming that the merger will happen without exception. At this, the elder's expression dims slightly. Gao Peng understands the reason well. Once the tribes merge, only a few generations will pass before their people completely assimilate, and the original tribe's name fades away. As a priest, the elder naturally fears that nothing of their identity will remain. Even so, Gao Peng knows he cannot agree to any special arrangements. If he did, there would be little meaning in having defeated them in the first place. Just then, a loud voice echoes from above, calling out instructions to plant the tree on the correct side instead of the off side. Hearing this, Gao Peng pulls a shocked face and quickly realizes the voice is coming from the new construction site where the headquarters is currently taking shape. Curious, he heads that way with Dumby, figuring they might as well see what kind of work is going on over there. As they draw closer, they spot the Elf King overseeing the planting operation. He is busy directing everyone around him, loudly reminding them that the plant in their hands is water dragon grass and that it must be planted where the water is exactly a few meters deep and flowing swiftly. Moments later, he turns his attention to someone holding an azure dragon flower, urging them to plant it quickly because he does not want his favorite flower to be damaged. The person immediately panics under the pressure. Right then, Gao Peng arrives and greets the Elf King. The Elf King freezes for a brief moment, clearly caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Gao Peng calmly looks over the plants that have already been set in place and offers his approval, noting that the Elf King is doing an excellent job. Relieved, the Elf King readily agrees, adding that leaving this work to him was one of Gao Peng's best decisions. After that, Gao Peng brings out Moneymaker and Silly, instructing them to hand over all the dragon-type plants they are carrying to the Elf King. The moment he hears this, Moneymaker bursts into exaggerated, over-the-top sobbing. Gao Peng lifts an eyebrow, mildly amused, and wonders what the problem is. Through its sobs, Moneymaker complains that Gao Peng should stop making it take items out of its own collection. Gao Peng responds without hesitation, lightly knocking Moneymaker on the head and wondering when it became such a drama queen. He then turns back to the Elf King and explains that all of these plants are being handed over to him. At the same time, he asks that Moneymaker be rewarded with a few dragon fruits so it can at least enjoy something in return for all its effort. The Elf King smiles and explains that his responsibility is simply to cultivate dragon-type plants and produce fruit from them. Who eventually receives those fruits is not something he concerns himself with. The moment it hears this, Moneymaker instantly brightens up and happily jumps in, starting to work alongside the Elf King. With this, the Elf King directs Moneymaker to plant the dragon snake orchid in a specific spot, and Moneymaker eagerly agrees, moving off to do it right away. Nearby, Gao Peng approaches a massive gate and observes that construction on the Southern Sky Group's Heaven Gate is still in progress. Just then, a bird suddenly flies in, informing him that someone is looking for him. Gao Peng immediately recognizes it as one of the birds capable of speaking like humans, and notes to himself that the research group is clearly doing impressive work. He recalls hearing that this bird's intelligence is comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. Gao Peng takes out a small item and hands it over as a reward. The bird becomes delighted and excitedly wishes him a happy new year, adding an overly enthusiastic blessing for a bright future and even jokingly hoping he marries 100 girls. Hearing that, Gao Peng pulls a weird expression, quietly wondering where it picked up such strange ideas. The scene then shifts to the Southern Sky Group's plaza within the Black Fog world. There, Gao Peng meets Grandpa and asks if there is something he wanted to discuss. Grandpa brings up the news that Gao Peng has already subdued the foreigners and that several of their elders have come forward, hoping to send their younger members into the Southern Sky Group. Gao Peng considers this and remarks that cooperation would be beneficial, but since they are still outsiders, complete trust cannot be given right away. He suggests starting them off with small tasks, closely observing their behavior and work habits, and setting up a few assessments along the way. Grandpa agrees, finding the approach reasonable. Before they part, Grandpa adds that when Gao Peng has some free time, he should go meet Tong Tong. Apparently, her pet has brought back something unusual from the deeper regions of the Black Fog world. Gao Peng leaves with his pet and soon arrives at Tong Tong's palace. As he checks whether she is around, Fishy suddenly speaks up, sensing a strong divine aura coming from somewhere behind the residence and suggesting that there is something valuable there. Gao Peng is caught off guard by this and grows curious. Just then, Tong Tong appears, laughing warmly and remarking that he has arrived at just the right time, as she has only just finished preparing food. Gao Peng shifts the topic, wondering if the interesting item Grandpa mentioned is located in her backyard. Tong Tong confirms that her vulture brought it back some time ago, and suggests taking a look at it first before eating. With this, they head over to inspect the item, which turns out to be an egg, specifically, the egg of the innate god of the Black Fog. The god of fog was once killed on the battlefield, but after countless years, its remains transformed into this egg. The sight leaves Gao Peng genuinely stunned. He identifies it as a divine egg and looks at Tong Tong with renewed appreciation, thinking it would not be an exaggeration to call her a legendary chosen one, given her uncanny ability to stumble upon such extraordinary things. He then brings Fishy out and has him examine the egg more closely, noting that it contains the lingering power of a fallen god. He wonders whether, if the god were to revive, it would retain memories of its former life. Fishy explains that under normal circumstances this should not happen, but since this is a god being reborn from an egg, there is a chance it could awaken with remnants of its past, possibly as a twisted or cursed divine existence. Gao Peng pulls an odd expression at that idea, dismissing it and insisting that this is simply the god of fog Fishy had mentioned long ago. Fishy pauses, then recalls that the god originally possessed a dark attribute, adding that after being dead for thousands of years, it has now condensed into an egg that itself must be unimaginably ancient. Hearing them, Tong Tong steps closer and asks whether there is truly a god sleeping inside the egg. Gao Peng praises her without holding back, pointing out just how lucky she is to have stumbled upon something so genuine and valuable. Tong Tong laughs it off and casually offers to let Gao Peng keep the egg instead. The suggestion catches him completely off guard. She goes on to explain that she is currently in a half-retired state, with both cat and vulture injured and still recovering. She has even taken a short break from both work and the company, spending her days planting plants instead. In her eyes, keeping something like this with her would be a waste. Gao Peng feels a faint sense of sadness for her situation. Sensing this, Tong Tong gently runs a hand over his head and tells him to treat it as a New Year's gift, especially since the holiday is approaching. Gao Peng quickly shakes off the idea, explaining that she has misunderstood him. He reminds her that the metal man who arrived with him is already a walking god, and that Dumby is expected to break through to the god level within the next 2 months. Since he will soon be traveling and exploring various places, he will not be able to properly look after the egg. For that reason, he believes it is far safer for the egg to remain here, where everyone can watch over it and he does not have to worry. Tong Tong suddenly recalls the mechanical god, mentioning that she saw him just 2 days earlier when he delivered warm food to Grandpa. At the time, she had simply assumed he was nothing more than a walking tin can. Then, as if remembering something else, she takes out another item and hands it to Gao Peng, saying she found this cute thing along with the egg. The item is revealed to be a divine artifact, the magic crystal invisibility cap, with an invisible rule at 4.2%. Gao Peng's eyes widen dramatically at the sight. Completely stunned, he blurts out a question, demanding to know who the true main character of this story is supposed to be. With this, Gao Peng takes the divine artifact and is fully convinced that this cloak once belonged to the god of fog. He explains to Tong Tong that he will keep it for now, but once the little one inside the egg hatches and grows up, the artifact will be returned to its rightful owner. Just then, Goldie suddenly pops up, making an exaggeratedly cute expression and asking if he can take a look at the divine artifact. Everyone turns to stare at him with annoyed expressions. Confused, Goldie wonders why they are all looking at him like that, casually adding that he knows he is handsome. Gao Peng shuts him down immediately, telling him to stop talking nonsense and making it clear that the artifact is not for him. A heartbroken Goldie loudly complains, demanding to know why. Gao Peng calmly explains that Goldie is their main frontline fighter, and if he were to become invisible as well, there would be no one left to confront the enemy head-on. Goldie can only sigh, feeling as though he awakened the wrong kind of power. Gao Peng then adds that it's not as though they will never encounter more divine artifacts in the future. With that in mind, he explains that such items will be distributed based on suitability and individual ability. With the matter settled, he brings out Whiteblade and announces that this particular divine artifact will be given to him. He has Whiteblade put on the cloak, and the moment it settles into place, Whiteblade becomes instantly overjoyed. To see its effects firsthand, Gao Peng asks Whiteblade to test the artifact. In response, Whiteblade shoots upward at full speed and vanishes completely. Even though Gao Peng shares a blood contract with him and can still sense Whiteblade's presence, he is unable to see him at all. In fact, no matter how he relies on his 5 senses, Whiteblade remains completely undetectable. Already an expert in assassination, Whiteblade becomes far more terrifying than before with the addition of this cloak. Just then, Whiteblade asks how it looks, and everyone plays along, tossing out over-the-top compliments like cute and handsome before laughing. Meanwhile, Gao Peng rubs his forehead, already tired of the act. Encouraged by the reactions, Whiteblade happily moves through the group, eagerly soaking up one fake compliment after another about how good it looks and how adorable the robe is. Completely satisfied, it grows even more cheerful. Realizing there is no end to the performance, Gao Peng remarks that this drama clearly isn't stopping anytime soon and reminds everyone to stop fooling around and focus on eating their food instead. After things calm down slightly, Tong Tong speaks up, pointing out that Gao Peng hasn't returned to Earth for a very long time. Because of that, he likely has no idea what has been happening there recently. Gao Peng nods in agreement, admitting that it has been so long that he doesn't even know how his little self over there might be developing. With that thought in mind, he decides that he should definitely go back and take a look. The scene then shifts to Earth's East Sea. Massive waves surge violently as an enormous humanoid figure slowly rises from the depths. Towering above the water, the colossal shape begins moving toward the human palace built along the coastline. Soon after, an urgent report is sent out, warning that a gigantic entity is advancing directly from the East Sea. Elsewhere, another observer stares in shock, commenting on its terrifying scale, as if it has swallowed the entire sea into its body. The monster lifts one massive leg and starts stepping toward their headquarters. Just as someone prepares to relay this information, all signals suddenly cut off. Moments later, the scene shifts to Gao Peng, who has already arrived on Earth. Looking around, he realizes that this place is none other than the familiar Yuzhua city. With a trace of emotion, he reflects on how Earth, where everyone once lived for so long, has now become little more than a base of operations. At the same time, he acknowledges the Li tribe, praising them for the tremendous support and help they have provided along the way. Fishy confirms that his daughter left a message behind at the cave where she once lived. In it, she explains that she is heading to the Endless Sea, believing that staying here offers no real opportunity for growth. She plans to search for a breakthrough deep within the Endless Sea and intends to remain in seclusion for a long time. After hearing this, Gao Peng comments that Fishy will have to work much harder from now on, since his daughter is already on the verge of becoming a god while he is still lagging behind. Suddenly, an announcement echoes through the area, warning that a Saint-tier monster is approaching the city and ordering everyone to evacuate to the bomb shelter. Gao Peng reacts with surprise, noting that a high-tier presence is coming from the river. The aura feels familiar, making him suspect it might be Brain, though he is not completely sure. Deciding not to wait, he has Dazi move toward the disturbance so they can check it out themselves. The same massive water entity that previously attacked the base emerges once more. As Gao Peng observes it closely, he feels an even stronger sense of familiarity in its aura. He brings out Silent Lion and instructs him to create an ice platform so they can wait there for the figure to fully appear. Silent Lion immediately begins forming the structure, while the security watching from a distance assumes that Gao Peng has arrived to stop the monster. As the water giant gradually shrinks, a figure named Brain steps out from within it. The moment he sees Gao Peng, he becomes emotional and rushes forward, clearly overwhelmed. Gao Peng quickly stops him from getting any closer, pointing out that he is completely soaked and will ruin his clothes. Brain obediently sits down on the ground instead. Gao Peng remarks that Brain caused such a huge scene that no one realized he was actually the god of the river. Brain responds with a hint of sadness, explaining that he has not seen Gao Peng for a very long time and truly wanted to meet him again. As Gao Peng turns to leave, he casually tells Brain to come along, mentioning that he has been considering helping him evolve. Hearing this, Brain's mood instantly brightens, and the two of them fly off together, leaving the area behind. Two guards remain behind as the situation settles. One of them reports that everything is fine now and that there is no longer any danger. The other reacts with clear excitement, saying he never expected to see that person here. The scene then shifts to a cave-like location elsewhere on Earth, where Gao Peng arrives shortly after. He brings out Silly and has her take out the item he mentioned earlier. Silly produces a strange-looking plant, and the moment it appears, everyone nearby instinctively shuts their noses. Silent Lion complains that the thing is so filthy he can barely breathe. Gao Peng brushes this off, telling him to stop talking nonsense and focus on his task. Silent Lion quickly creates an ice gate, forming a sealed ice chamber. Gao Peng steps inside and observes the surroundings with satisfaction. The conditions are perfect. He needs the temperature to be as low as possible, so the substance he is about to create can reach its maximum effect. While Gao Peng prepares the concoction inside, everyone outside keeps their noses tightly shut, unwilling to get a sniff of the strange plant. When he is done, Gao Peng approaches Brain with a laugh and checks whether he is ready. Brain hesitates, clearly nervous, feeling that he is not prepared at all. Gao Peng ignores the hesitation, places the plant directly onto Brain's head, and dismisses the worry as nonsense. Privately, he notes that while Brain may be a bit foolish, he is also the least handsome among all his pets. The moment the plant makes contact, Brain's head begins spinning violently, followed by a sudden and overwhelming burst of energy. When the light fades, Brain has completed his evolution. His name changes to Magical Brain, his level rises to 99, his grade advances to Legendary, and his attribute remains Psychic. Gao Peng observes the results with interest. realizing that while Brain has evolved, his personality has also shifted, and numerous new abilities, both direct and indirect, have emerged to boost his overall strength. The changes intrigue Gao Peng. A dangerous, playful smile spreads across his face, making it clear that he is already planning to test just how far these new powers can go. The scene shifts to the Southern Sky Group's complex built near the Yangtze River, where Gao Peng arrives accompanied by Brain. He thanks Brain for helping construct the palace by the river and notes that water-type monsters leave it alone because of him. Brain shrugs it off, claiming it's nothing since he has plenty of godsons in the rivers who always follow him. Gao Peng makes a confused face at the remark. Brain continues, mentioning that his godsons are spread across the Yellow Sea, Bow Sea, and even the Pacific Ocean. Hearing that, Gao Peng gives him another bemused look. With this, Gao Peng enters the palace, remarking that he hasn't worked in the laboratory for a long time and has missed the old days. According to Grandpa, Southern Sky Group has built a total of 36 laboratories across different locations. This particular lab focuses primarily on researching new water-type monsters and experimenting on them to create new forms and better understand their abilities. A researcher rushes over, clearly excited to see him. Gao Peng explains that he has heard about a newly bred water-type monster and wants to inspect and test it. The researcher assures him that everything in the lab belongs to him, and he is free to do as he wishes. Gao Peng changes into his work clothes while the researcher prepares 3 monsters known as water Karyats, raised according to the formula Gao Peng had left behind. The monsters are timid, which is the subject of ongoing study to figure out how to strengthen them. Gao Peng examines them carefully. They are normal grade, level 32, with water and poison attributes. Physically, they are healthy, but their fearful behavior catches his attention. He thinks to himself that these creatures are cowardly simply because their bellies are so small, and can't help but wonder how a monster could be scared of something so minor. Gao Peng turns to Brain and suggests it's time to test his new skill, using his ability to enlarge the monster's small bellies. Brain moves toward the timid water Karyats and begins his work. At first, Gao Peng notices little change, so he merges with Brain to experience things from his perspective. Through Brain's senses, he sees exactly how the monsters perceive the world. Brain focuses on one of the snake-like water Karyats, gradually enlarging its belly until it becomes unusually large. Gao Peng quickly shouts for him to stop. Brain halts immediately, and Gao Peng steps out, observing the results. The snake's belly is now so big that it can barely move, rendering it effectively powerless. The snake suddenly lashes out at Gao Peng, but he easily crushes it underfoot, ending it instantly. His expression turns serious as he remarks that the first experiment has failed and that they need to try again. Gao Peng surveys the remaining snakes. The poor creatures tremble in fear, and one even faints completely, prompting him to frown as he wonders why they are so cowardly. Turning his attention to Brain, he instructs him to attempt enlarging the snake's bellies again, but this time with more restraint. Brain nods in agreement and resumes his work. Gradually, the snake's bellies grow just enough to spark curiosity while keeping them slightly anxious. Gao Peng carefully observes the results, noting that each experiment produces different outcomes depending on the approach. He can't help but feel impressed by Brain's unique ability to directly alter a monster's status. Snapping his fingers with a laugh, Gao Peng announces that they should move on to another round, fueled by a new idea that has just struck him. A few days later, Brain continues his work diligently. Gao Peng exhales in relief, noting that the task is finally complete. Standing before him is a strange new monster. Examining it closely, Gao Peng observes that its body has become as strong as steel, capable of cutting through anything and adapting to any environment. The most striking change, however, is its face, carefully crafted to look exceptionally cute. Laughing, Gao Peng calls it the gentle shrimp, and the monster blinks in confusion, clearly not understanding. Meanwhile, Gao Peng beams with pride, thrilled at having created a brand new monster and given it a fitting name. A mischievous smile creeps across his face as he announces it's time to embark on the next project. Since they already have a sharp crab, he declares that the next creation will be the crab butcher, anticipating that the process will be a great deal of fun. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yuzhou City, widely regarded as one of the safest cities on Earth. Though dangers still exist, the city's numerous life-enhancing experiments ensure that safety far outweighs the risks. Here, residents enjoy access to a monster battle arena, a demon club, a breeding bench, monster research centers, and even a monster park designed for relaxation and mental rejuvenation. Over the past few years, the people endured hardships, but in the last 2 years, remarkable progress has been made, significantly improving everyday life. Yet even in a city so prosperous, shadows linger. The sprawling metropolis has also become a refuge for those who have nowhere else to go. On one of its streets, a figure walks through an alleyway and approaches a man sitting alone, drinking heavily and lost in thought. The man clutches a photo of his wife and daughter, muttering how much he misses them both while tears are streaming down his face. The passerby, a delivery person, produces a small pill-like item and hands it over as part of his order. Without hesitation, the man swallows the pill while taking another gulp of alcohol. Almost immediately, he hears a child's voice calling out and sees his wife and daughter appear before him, smiling warmly. It's a comforting vision, but one that exists only as an illusion. Overwhelmed by emotion, he moves toward the wall, murmuring how much he has missed them and promising to buy his daughter her favorite ice cream. Suddenly, he clutches his throat, screams in agony, and collapses to the ground, dying instantly. The delivery person quietly reflects that the dream ball beast shows people what they most desire to see, offering them a final comforting moment before death. He hopes the man will find some peace in the afterlife. At that moment, Dumby appears behind the delivery person. Nervously, the courier explains that he didn't kill the man, he only wanted to give him a final dream, as the man had been contemplating ending his own life. Dumby, walking away, remarks calmly that he already knows what happened. He muses that even loneliness can take a human life, and as he departs, the law of death within him solidifies further, reaching a full 1%. The scene shifts to a mountain about 100 miles from Yuzhou City, where energy radiates from Dumby's body as he prepares for a breakthrough. Gao Peng observes closely, noting that Dumby is on the verge of ascending to another level. Every rule within Dumby's body is clearly visible, a sign that he has mastered them all with remarkable precision. Suddenly, a beast-like entity erupts from within Dumby's body. Gao Peng watches in surprise as the black flame transforms into a devouring beast. Without hesitation, Dumby snaps his eyes open and strikes, destroying the flame beast instantly. Curious, Gao Peng turns to Fishy for an explanation. Fishy chuckles and explains that the creature was a lingering fragment of a god attempting to reincarnate by inhabiting Dumby's body, but it wasn't very skilled at the process. Laughing, he tells Gao Peng that as a junior, he wouldn't fully understand this kind of technique. Fishy continues, explaining that Dumby's black flame has the unique ability to penetrate multiple levels, a power he acquired from a bone fragment found there. Hidden within this flame is the will of God. If just 1% of it is gathered, it can form its own godhood and elevate its wielder to God. Gao Peng nods, recalling Fishy's earlier explanation that any quasi-god realm monster seeking to become a god must first create its own godhood. He wonders aloud whether this means many quasi-god realm monsters are collecting dark flame to simplify the creation of their godhood. Fishy confirms this, but reassures him that they have not yet accumulated even 1% of the dark flame, so there's no need to worry. Gao Peng smiles, feeling fortunate, and remarks that luck is clearly on their side. There shouldn't be any problem moving forward. The power of Dumby's 4 laws begins swirling around his body before converging inward, releasing a tremendous surge of energy that ripples outward and rattles all the nearby monsters. The creatures panic, while their trainers watch in complete confusion, unsure of what's happening. The view shifts to Qingtian Plateau, where a massive crack splits the ground and a colossal eye of a creature known as Asura Dragon slowly opens within it. The dragon emerges, sensing a familiar aura, realizing that someone is breaking through to god level. The moment shocks it, as it's been only 20 years since the last god level breakthrough. Without hesitation, the Asura Dragon takes to the skies. Fishy suddenly stiffens, feeling a formidable presence. Nervously, he tells Gao Peng that a major power is watching them. Gao Peng, already sensing it himself, looks up and sees 2 enormous eyes piercing the sky, clearly the gaze of the Asura Dragon. He notes with unease that these aren't moons but actual eyes, and worries that the dragon might target Dumby and disrupt his breakthrough. The Asura Dragon, actually the Qingtian Dragon, is a mythical grade creature with wood, growth, and searching rules at above 30%. At over level 121, it ranks as a high-level god. Gao Peng observes quietly, recognizing the dragon as the Qinglong Dragon. It doesn't appear hostile, giving him a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Dumby channels energy into his forehead and finally forms his godhood. All the power of the laws converges into it, radiating immense energy. The Asura Dragon watches closely, noting Dumby's remarkable understanding. He's managed to create 4 distinct godhoods: Death Godhood, Soul Godhood, Spectre Godhood, and White Skeleton Godhead, a feat few could achieve. Dumby begins infusing his godhood with even more power, and his head glows brilliantly. Behind him, a massive death-like shadow manifests. Notifications appear, showing that the Law of Death, Scripture Godhead, Soul Godhead, and White Skeleton Godhead have all advanced to 3%. Gao Peng can't hide his excitement at the progress. Just then, the Asura Dragon approaches Gao Peng. Visibly impressed, he remarks that he expected it would take at least 50 years to reach God Realm, yet Dumby achieved it in under 20. He recalls a favor done by a human ancestor long ago, which compelled him to protect the human race for thousands of years. Now seeing that humans finally have their own god, he feels content and prepares to depart. Gao Peng asks if the dragon has any advice to offer. The Asura Dragon, leaving, admits he's just an old being with nothing significant to advise, but warns that the world is changing rapidly and they shouldn't underestimate it. Gao Peng, with a playful smirk, responds that if the dragon simply gives him a dozen artifacts, he won't care much about the world changing. Back down, Dumby shifts his gaze and alerts Gao Peng that another presence is observing them. Curious, Gao Peng asks what's happening. Dumby explains that it was unmistakably a god, though it has now vanished. Gao Peng makes a wry face, wondering why so many gods seem to be appearing all of a sudden. Seeing that, Fishy clarifies that these gods haven't just appeared, they've always been here, but humans previously lacked the level to sense them. He points out that while Earth is the ancestral land of humans, humans themselves don't fully belong here, as many divine forces already inhabit it. Gao Peng asks whether all these gods have personally witnessed the changes that have unfolded in the world. The scene shifts to Huan Mountain in Chuanshu, where Gao Peng arrives, confident that he has found the right location. Atop the mountain stands a majestic statue of Buddha. As he gazes upon it, Gao Peng reflects that many people pray to Buddha without ever imagining that a real god could actually reside here. To his surprise, Buddha's warm laughter fills the air, and he asks what has brought Gao Peng to this sacred place. Gao Peng explains that he sensed someone from this location attempting to observe them the previous night, prompting him to investigate, though he had never expected the observer to be Buddha himself. Buddha chuckles heartily at this revelation, remarking that Gao Peng is quite an amusing individual. Undeterred by the laughter, Gao Peng takes a deep breath and states his purpose clearly, that he has come to invite Buddha to join his Huaxia tribe as a god, and he asks whether Buddha would be willing to accept this offer. The god's expression twists into a dangerous smile as he remarks that countless years have passed since he last saw a god trainer. He notes that Gao Peng's tone is just as irritating as that person's once was. Since Gao Peng has made the offer, the god is willing to accept, but only if Gao Peng's pet Dumby can win in a fight. At this, Gao Peng's expression turns serious. He quietly assesses the monk's status, which comes as Blissful Buddha, mythical grade, elementary god tier, wielding metal and majestic attributes, with the Strengthening Rule and Golden Light Rule both at 9%. Gao Peng quickly realizes the intention behind the challenge. This Buddha clearly wants to target Dumby, knowing he is currently at his weakest. Without hesitation, Gao Peng steps back and withdraws the offer. The Buddha initially assumes Gao Peng has agreed, then reacts with surprise when he realizes the invitation has been rejected. Gao Peng responds calmly, making it clear that the timing isn't right and that he will return another day. He adds lightly that the trip was still worthwhile, as meeting a living Buddha is a rare blessing. Hearing that, the Buddha's face darkens with anger, realizing this human is far more cunning than expected. A few days later, the scene shifts to Southern Sky Group's laboratory in Yuzhou City. Gao Peng arrives and greets Yao Li, mentioning that he has already reviewed the latest data and wants it reported to the old man as soon as possible. Just then, Li Jiao steps in and informs him that 3 guests are waiting outside. Shortly afterward, the leaders of the White Dragon Tribe and the Green God Tribe enter the laboratory. Gao Peng greets the White Dragon Tribe's leader with warmth, remarking that he hadn't expected Patriarch Bai to travel such a long distance. With a light laugh, he adds that he should have been notified in advance. At this moment, Mofo steps forward and cautiously asks whether the rumors are true, that one of Gao Peng's pets has already reached the God Realm. Gao Peng responds with an easy smile, calmly confirming that the news is indeed accurate. The White Dragon Tribe's leader freezes in shock, blurting out that Gao Peng clearly doesn't understand what such a breakthrough truly signifies. Still relaxed, Gao Peng simply gestures for him to continue. Meanwhile, the surrounding members of the other tribes grow increasingly emotional. Some even begin to cry, murmuring that their ancestor must be watching from above now that their side has finally produced a god. Seeing this reaction, Gao Peng looks genuinely puzzled and asks lightly why everyone is responding so dramatically, as though becoming a god were something unimaginable. The crowd exchanges helpless glances, silently thinking that after all these years, this kid really hasn't changed, and that he truly has no idea just how outrageous his words sound. The White Dragon Tribe leader then explains the reality they've lived with for generations. Everyone dreams of becoming a god, and their tribes have produced plenty of talented individuals. But the squared world simply doesn't have the resources to support even a low-level god. Pouring everything into that goal would have drained the land dry and destroyed the tribes entirely. In the end, survival mattered more, and the dream of godhood was quietly abandoned. Fishy adds that this is exactly the problem with small worlds. Limited resources make it incredibly hard for any monster to reach even the elementary god level. Gao Peng may feel the process was easy, but that's only because of his dark spirit and the rare resources it provides. For everyone else, every step toward that realm requires unimaginable effort. Hearing this, Gao Peng pulls a strange expression, then breaks into laughter, finally starting to grasp just how different his path has been from everyone else's. A representative from the Green God Tribe steps forward and asks if it's possible to see Gao Peng's god. Gao Peng readily agrees and summons Dumby. As everyone gathers around, their gazes settle on him with open excitement. After so many years, humans finally have a god of their own, and the atmosphere turns quietly emotional. Before the moment can linger, another researcher arrives and reports that the experiment Gao Peng ordered earlier has been completed, and the results are ready. Gao Peng smiles, noting that the timing couldn't be better, and asks for the results to be brought over so the elders can take a look as well. The White Dragon tribe leader reacts with mild surprise, wondering if Gao Peng has been busy with new experiments again. Gao Peng casually explains that they're just some small ideas that aren't fully mature yet, which is why he wants the elders' opinions. When the results are revealed, the elders are immediately taken aback. A four-armed gorilla-like monster stands before them, something none of them have ever seen. They murmur in surprise, and the White Dragon tribe leader asks what it's called. Gao Peng introduces it as a giant spirit general, a level 64 monster of excellent grade. He explains that it was originally known as the four-armed monkey demon, but he made a few adjustments. Even before the reform, the four-armed demon monkey was already special, capable of slowly recovering from injuries on its own. After the experiment, its regenerative ability improved significantly. While it used to be rather weak in direct combat, its current form is far more balanced. As a giant spirit general, it now qualifies as a powerful emperor-tier monster. Gao Peng adds that the Huaxia tribe currently lacks truly high-level combatants, with most trainers topping out at the king tier. Because of this, he plans to send these monsters to the Li tribe, where they can be properly studied and used to help more people grow stronger. The elders exchange glances with one another. After a brief pause, the leader of the White Dragon tribe steps forward and explains that even before coming here, they had already suspected this was the truth. Now that they have seen everything with their own eyes, that suspicion has turned into absolute certainty. Because of this, all of them have jointly decided to align themselves with Gao Peng's tribe. Gao Peng asks what led them to such a firm decision. The White Dragon tribe leader explains that while they were once considered geniuses, age has caught up with them, and their potential for further growth is limited. In their view, this era needs a young leader. Among the entire human race, they see no one with greater talent or momentum than Gao Peng. With him at the front, they believe the future of humanity will be bright. Since they all share the same goal, to strengthen the human race and see it endure, they are willing to follow him and contribute to that future. Gao Peng responds that since the elders have reached this decision together, he will respect their choice. The White Dragon tribe leader is about to add something more, but Gao Peng receives a call and asks him to wait for a moment. He then explains that he is currently tied up with work and suggests that the elders return to their tribes to discuss this decision with their people. He also encourages them to speak with other tribes as well, so everyone can come together after careful consideration. As he turns to leave, he makes it clear that over the next 3 days, anyone who is willing to serve the Huaxia tribe will be welcomed. Those who choose otherwise will not be forced. Each person is free to decide their own path. Just then, someone arrives to report in, and Gao Peng notes that he has already seen the update about another group of visitors arriving. The man confirms that several people from the Black Fog world have come and are requesting a meeting with him. Nearby, the elders of the ancient tribes listen closely, paying attention to every word Gao Peng says. Mofo then turns toward the leader of the Green God clan, asking what he meant by his final remark. In response, the Green God tribe's leader steps forward and calmly explains his interpretation. According to him, Gao Peng has effectively given them 3 days to return to their respective tribes and discuss the matter internally. However, if no response is delivered within that time frame, the opportunity will disappear entirely. Mofo immediately bristles with anger flashing across his face. He argues that such an approach is far too blunt, especially when they are representatives of entire tribes. The White Dragon tribe leader simply laughs, remarking that Mofo still hasn't quite grasped the situation. Just then, Gao Peng arrives and states that he has other matters to attend to and cannot stay any longer. He assures them that they are free to remain here as long as they wish and will be treated as honored guests of the Southern Sky Group. After Gao Peng leaves, the White Dragon tribe leader glances at the other elders and comments that Gao Peng's tone is not without reason. In his view, it is only fair, after all. None of them are exactly saints either. The scene shifts back to the Black Fog world as Gao Peng arrives once more. He pauses, scanning his surroundings in mild surprise, noting that despite being in the Black Fog world, the landscape now resembles a vibrant green color. Without saying much, Fishy simply points forward, signaling him to take a closer look. Following Fishy's gesture, Gao Peng focuses his gaze ahead, only to be caught off guard as dense streams of green energy begin gathering in the distance. At the heart of that turbulence hovers a massive beast, an eternal bird of eternal grade, aligned with the wind attribute and wielding the storm rule at 7, and the ember wind rule at 6%. Almost instantly, Gao Peng recognizes it as a god-level existence. From its deliberate circling of the skies, he can tell the creature is intentionally displaying its power, stirring fear through sheer presence. Letting out a faint sigh, Gao Peng summons Dumbi, thinking to himself that these wandering gods always seem to appear for no reason other than to create trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Dumby charges forward and launches the opening attack. As rule power erupts, a colossal chain-like construct materializes and shoots straight into the sky. The Eternal Bird reacts at once, rapidly condensing its own energy to counter the assault. When the two forces collide, the impact detonates into a violent explosion, sending ripples tearing through the air. Meanwhile, in nearby Hope City, the huge blast is visible from afar, with shockwaves rippling through the sky. People panic, thinking it's another attack, while the guards step in to calm everyone down. Back in the air, Gao Peng observes that the Eternal Bird is no weak opponent, and signals that Dumby should stop holding back. Dumby answers by unleashing more of his power, forming a Black Iron Land attack and hurling it straight at the bird. The Eternal Bird is visibly shaken, realizing that this power is tied to the soul rule and that Dumby possesses a soul godhood. Faced with an attack that directly targets the soul, it narrowly dodges, already feeling heavily suppressed and deciding it needs to retreat. Just as it tries to pull away, Dumby presses forward again. This time the death rule is activated and a chilling wave of death energy surges toward the Eternal Bird. Startled and clearly alarmed, the bird flees at full speed and vanishes into the distance, escaping before the attack can fully land. Gao Peng scans the sky, a little puzzled, wondering where the bird vanished to so suddenly. He admits to himself that wind-type beasts really do live up to their reputation when it comes to speed. The scene shifts to a nearby mountain, where the Eternal Bird finally lands. Dumby's death rule attack has already struck it there. Several of its feathers have been completely eroded, leaving clear traces of death energy behind. From this alone, the Eternal Bird realizes that its opponent possesses a death rule godhood. The discovery shocks it, as finding such a powerful godhood in a world this small is something it never expected. What it assumed would be an easy task now looks far more complicated, forcing it to abandon its original plan and switch to a second option instead. Gao Peng approaches it with an unimpressed look, thinking it showed no courage at all. The moment the Eternal Bird released its aura, the turtle fled without even daring to appear in front of it. Before he can say more, Dumby alerts him that the bird has returned. Sure enough, the Eternal Bird reappears nearby. Gao Peng is slightly surprised, having not expected it to come back so quickly. This time, however, its attitude is different. It does not attack. Instead, it makes it clear that it has come to talk. Gao Peng studies the bird more closely and can't help noticing how striking it looks. He even thinks that if Goldie were here, it would probably complain that ignoring such a beautiful bird would be a real waste. Turning serious again, he waits to see what it wants. The Eternal Bird does not bother with further probing. It goes straight to the point, stating that it is here for a deal. What it wants is simple: the Voucher of Wind in Gao Peng's possession. Gao Peng makes it clear that he is willing to hand over the Voucher of Wind, but only if there is something worthwhile in return. In response, the Eternal Bird produces a collection of rare treasures, laying them out and indicating that he is free to choose any of them. Gao Peng, however, remains unmoved. He calmly points out that he currently holds 2 Vouchers of Wind, with a third one about to be formed, which would give him a total of 3. He says he is willing to give all of them up, but only if the Eternal Bird is prepared to trade her divine artifact in exchange. Hearing that, the Eternal Bird reacts sharply, clearly offended. A divine artifact, after all, is not something that can be found casually, and she possesses only one, her personal artifact. In her view, 3 Vouchers of Wind are nowhere near valuable enough to justify such a trade. Gao Peng simply shifts the terms. If the divine artifact is off the table, then 3 Vouchers of Fire would do in exchange for all 3 Vouchers of Wind. The Eternal Bird immediately rejects the idea, explaining that as a Wind-type being, Fire-type Vouchers are useless to her. Gao Peng laughs at that reasoning, pointing out that they would hardly be useless if she could trade them to him. If she does not have them now, then she can always go and obtain them. The Eternal Bird then explains the deeper restriction behind the issue. Each path follows the rules of this world, where only those on the same path can compete, fight, and kill each other to seize vouchers. No one can simply take a voucher from a different path. As a Wind-type god, she cannot claim Fire-type vouchers, and even attempting it would force her into direct competition with a Fire-type god, something far from trivial. Hearing that, Gao Peng makes his stance clear that she is the one who needs something from him, not the other way around. She came here to ask, fully aware of how hard it was for him to obtain those vouchers, so there is no reason for him to hand them over for nothing. Faced with that reality, the Eternal Bird grows quiet, unsure how to respond. Gao Peng then reassures her that he has no intention of cornering her or making things difficult. Instead, he lays out his real plan. He wants to build an intelligence network of his own, one that tracks divine artifacts left behind from wars between gods, as well as information about which monsters follow which paths. He offers her a place in this organization. If she joins now, she will become its first elder, and for the next 100 years she will be free to use all the information the organization gathers. The Eternal Bird hesitates. In her eyes, human intelligence networks are limited, and this world is small. Still, she does not want to let the 3 vouchers of wind slip away. After some thought, she asks what Gao Peng actually expects from her in return. His answer is simple. She only needs to share information and lend a hand when necessary. If she agrees, he will give her all 3 vouchers immediately. The Eternal Bird steps closer, clearly tempted, but raises one last concern. What if she takes the vouchers and leaves? Gao Peng just laughs, confident that she will not. In his mind, the outcome of betrayal is already clear. Without further delay, Gao Peng hands over all 3 vouchers of wind. The Eternal Bird consumes them on the spot, then assures him she has no intention of breaking her word. She asks him to bring a stone tablet so she can record everything she knows right away. Gao Peng laughs and casually pulls out a mobile phone, signaling that there is no need for stone tablets. Their organization already has a more convenient way to record information, so she can simply start talking. The Eternal Bird stares at the device with clear confusion, unable to figure out what it is. 20 minutes later, Gao Peng finishes recording everything and saves the data. When he looks up, he notices the Eternal Bird still eyeing the phone with obvious curiosity. Amused, he thinks to himself that another unsuspecting one is slowly being pulled into his world. He wonders aloud why she is still standing there, since she has already given him all the information he asked for, and asks whether she plans to leave. Instead of answering, the Eternal Bird points at the phone, clearly wanting to know what that strange object is. Gao Peng puts on an innocent expression and simply explains that it is a special product of the Huaxia tribe. The scene then shifts to a prepared room, where a staff member informs Gao Peng that everything he requested has been arranged and placed inside. Hearing this, the Eternal Bird steps forward, asking if the room is truly ready. Gao Peng confirms that it is and adds that all the items inside are tailored for birds, so she can stay there as long as she likes. At that moment, the Eternal Bird shifts into her human form and cautiously asks if staying indefinitely will really not cause any trouble. Gao Peng reassures her with a smile, telling her there is no issue at all, and suggesting she go take a look. The Eternal Bird does not hesitate. She darts into the room at full speed, clearly eager to explore her new space. As she leaves, Gao Peng mentions he stocked the place with enough entertainment to keep her busy for years. He then orders his workers to cut the power during any invasion and blame outside interference. Snapping his fingers to call Dazi, he casually notes how easy it is to keep even a god in check. A few weeks later, outside the Fire God Valley, Mechanical God arrives to meet the Baifeng clan. He explains that he has been sent by his master and carries an important message for their ancestor. One of the Baifengs dismisses him at first, treating him like nothing more than a mechanical outsider. Before he says much, the ancestor personally steps in, warning the others not to be disrespectful as she recognizes Mechanical God. She then asks about the purpose of his visit. Mechanical God calmly explains that Gao Peng sent him because he possesses information related to a quasi-god level voucher of fire. The Baifeng ancestor is visibly startled by this revelation and asks him to wait. After a brief pause, she turns toward the depths of the valley and calls out, summoning the others. In response, numerous Baifengs begin emerging one after another from deep within the valley. As they appear, Mechanical God silently observes them and feels a growing sense of pressure. Most of these Baifengs are already at the peak of the quasi-god realm, and among them are several presences that feel especially terrifying. He quickly realizes that this mythical monster clan, which appears calm and unassuming on the surface, is anything but simple. Meanwhile, the remaining territory is largely overrun by monsters, mythical beasts, and even other gods. In the middle of all this chaos, Flamey suddenly comes flying back, looking rather pitiful. Seeing this, Mechanical God can't help but worry about drawing attention by the ancestor accompanying him so openly. Hearing that, she reflects that she has long wanted the chance to leave the valley and roam freely. However, despite that desire, some concerns still linger. After all, if she were to leave, the Phoenix clan and other forces might take the opportunity to make a move. With that in mind, she quietly signals for everyone to stay calm. At the same time, some of the Baifengs feel confused, especially since she had previously suggested that they roam together. Others, however, trust her judgment completely. In their view, if she decides they should return later, they can always go back and pass the time hunting bugs anyway. Meanwhile, as Mechanical God surveys the area, he quickly notices that even the air itself has turned into raging fire. Clearly, Baifeng's presence here for countless years has reshaped the land, transforming the entire mountain into a blazing inferno. Elsewhere, outside Fire God Valley, Gao Peng arrives together with Goldie. Not long after, Goldie casually brings up an overlooked detail, that White Blade has gone roaming with Brain. This news catches Gao Peng slightly off guard. Goldie then explains that White Blade believes forming a bond with Brain could help him grow stronger, which is why the two decided to head out and hunt powerful magical beasts while collecting their beast cores. That said, before leaving, they didn't mention where they were going or when they planned to return. At that, Gao Peng pulls an exaggerated expression, clearly doubting whether Goldie is telling the truth. In response, Goldie finds the suspicion completely unnecessary and instead shifts his focus to something more important: the safety of his three godsons. That reminder, in turn, makes Gao Peng think back to the three duck children, who are most likely still growing inside the Vortex battlefield. Hearing this, Goldie finally relaxes. His thoughts drift to the future, where he won't just be Goldie, but Boss Goldie. With his adopted sons handling the small stuff, his load would ease, and before long they'd be known as the three famous dragons. That idea, however, leaves Gao Peng a little puzzled. After all, no matter how you look at it, those so-called dragons are still duck children at heart. Even so, Goldie has absolute confidence in them. In his eyes, their potential is enormous, and he firmly believes they'll soon break into the top 20 of the heavenly ranking. Meanwhile, Gao Peng quietly wonders what this heavenly ranking even is, since he's never heard of it before. As time passes, Goldie grows curious about who Gao Peng is actually waiting for. Gao Peng stays vague, only hinting that a certain bird is on her way and that he'll recognize her the moment she appears. Almost right away, Goldie puts on a pair of sunglasses, acting like he has zero interest in seeing any bird at all. For the moment, he seems perfectly content. Just then, though, a voice echoes out, questioning that very sense of happiness. Goldie freezes on the spot, instantly struck by how familiar it sounds. Before he can even react, Flamey suddenly appears and launches a fierce attack. She holds nothing back, clearly aiming to crush Goldie outright. Caught completely off guard, Goldie ends up in miserable shape, crying like a femboy. For a moment, Flamey studies Goldie closely, sensing that something feels off. Because of that, she starts wondering if he's deliberately hiding something from her. Under her intense gaze, Goldie grows visibly nervous, stiffening up as if he's about to confess everything in one go. To get to the bottom of it, Flamey keeps asking if he's upset, bullied, or if she did something wrong, but Goldie quickly denies it each time. Gao Peng watches and lets out an amused chuckle at Goldie's pitiful state. Soon after, Flamey fixes Goldie with an even sharper stare. After all, she's already heard the rumors about him adopting 3 children, so her curiosity naturally shifts to their origins, especially the question of who the children's mother might be. In response, Goldie quickly insists that it's purely an adoption and that there's absolutely no scandal involved. Unfortunately for him, in his panic, a reckless thought slips out. Vaguely and without thinking it through, he claims that the children somehow belong to both himself and Gao Peng. The effect is immediate. On the spot, Flamey collapses, completely overwhelmed by what she just heard. At the same time, Gao Peng turns to Goldie with an icy glare, making it painfully clear that he wants no involvement in this nonsense and refuses to be dragged into Goldie's personal mess. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the Southern Sky Group, a large number of Bai Fangs have gathered together. Just the sight of them is enough to make the poor Emperor Turtle break down in tears, trembling in fear under their combined presence. Shortly after, Gao Peng escorts Bai Fang Ancestor inside and formally presents her as the Grand Master of the Bai Fang clan. He then introduces his grandfather as the leader of the Huaxia tribe, casually adding that she has already met all of his pets along the way. Finally, Gao Peng leads her over to the Eternal Bird and makes the introduction. As he does, he shoots the Eternal Bird a playful look, clearly expecting her to at least acknowledge the newcomers instead of staying completely absorbed in her little game. At that point, Bai Fang Ancestor grows curious about whatever has the Eternal Bird so focused, and starts wondering what exactly she's holding. Meanwhile, the Eternal Bird doesn't even look up. Still seated in place, she casually explains that it's just a computer and keeps playing. Hearing that, Bai Fang Ancestor leans in to examine it more closely, deciding that it looks like some kind of magical weapon, and surprisingly, a rather interesting one. The Eternal Bird even seems more than willing to explain how it works. That possibility immediately makes Gao Peng uneasy. After all, dealing with one Eternal Bird addicted to games is manageable, but if the entire Bai Fang clan picked up the same habit, the results would be hard to imagine. So, trying to steer things back on track, Gao Peng reminds the Eternal Bird that Bai Fang Ancestor didn't come all this way for games. She's here for serious business related to the Voucher of Fire. Unfortunately, the Eternal Bird doesn't react at all. Seeing this, Bai Fang Ancestor gently signals that it might be better to deal with the important matters first. Gao Peng agrees, but not without adding one condition. Before moving on, he insists on settling accounts. After all, getting information about the Voucher of Fire hasn't been cheap. One by one, he starts listing the expenses, making it clear that every part of it cost him a great deal. Hearing this, Bai Fang Ancestor hesitates slightly, wondering if it's really appropriate to be so particular, especially with Flamey involved. Gao Peng calmly clarifies his stance. Even though they might be considered family, he insists that everything needs to remain transparent. After all, Flamey isn't a pet, she's a partner. And as a descendant of the Bai Fang clan, her cultivation can't be carried entirely on his shoulders. Hearing this, Bai Fang Ancestor nods in agreement and, in return, offers some valuable information. She reveals that if Gao Peng ever wants to forge a divine artifact for the undead beast, She knows of a location where it can be done with remarkable ease. Feeling satisfied, Gao Peng reassures himself that Flammy will never have to fight alone. In his mind, the plan is simple. Everyone else strikes first, weakening the monster until it's half dead, and then Flammy steps in to finish it off effortlessly. However, Baifeng Ancestor quickly makes it clear that such a strategy would be completely ineffective. Even if Flammy lands the final blow, she wouldn't obtain the Voucher of Fire this way. Any hidden interference, early damage, or behind-the-scenes manipulation would invalidate the result, leaving Flammy with nothing. Glancing around, Gao Peng notices the large number of Baifeng clan members gathered nearby and wonders why so many have come if outside help is forbidden. Baifeng Ancestor explains that their role isn't to interfere in the battle itself, they're there to provide support. Their job is to prevent cheating, ensuring Flammy can fight without interruption. And if things go badly and Flammy is defeated, they can step in to save her life. Either way, Flammy gains a valuable opportunity. Hearing this, Gao Peng is weirded out, finally understanding why the mutated tribe avoids direct conflict with mythical beasts. From the tiniest details to the grandest plans, every move is calculated to the extreme. Shifting gears, Gao Peng shares that he's discovered a mysterious fire world called Inferno Mountain Sea. Within it, countless quasi-god-level monsters are said to roam, making it the perfect place for Flammy to find a suitable opponent. Yet, he admits, Mountain Sea is unimaginably vast, and locating the right monster without some form of divine assistance would be incredibly difficult. Baifeng Ancestor then turns her attention to Flammy, seeing this as her first real battle and a chance to make a strong start. Flammy doesn't hesitate at all, clearly ready to take her first step forward. 1 month later, deep within the Inferno Mountain Sea, a portal suddenly opens. Gao Peng steps through, accompanied by his pets, and is immediately hit by an intense wave of heat. Although he channels all the fire-related damage toward Flammy, the oppressive temperature still leaves him deeply uncomfortable. Silent Lion reacts instantly, unleashing a surge of icy power to stabilize the surroundings. Through his actions, he reassures Gao Peng, reshaping the atmosphere and cooling the air. Watching this, Gao Peng can't help but wonder how long Silent Lion can maintain such an effort. The answer soon becomes clear, as just forming a small ice element in this environment has already consumed nearly 30% of Silent Lion's strength. With little choice left, Silent Lion releases a powerful icy tornado from his mouth, tapping into the ice element stored within his body. The temperature plummets, and finally, Gao Peng begins to feel at ease. Clearly satisfied, he praises Silent Lion for his effort, and in response, Silent Lion shows complete devotion, ready to do whatever it takes to please him. Meanwhile, Flammy can't help but feel that Silent Lion has become far more eager to flatter Gao Peng than she remembers. Goldie chimes in, explaining that ever since Dumby successfully ascended to godhood, everyone has been unusually motivated. Still, he can't help but worry that the Mountain Sea is unimaginably vast, and they have no idea what Flammy's opponent looks like or where it might be hiding. Just then, Baifeng Ancestor arrives, already carrying a solution in mind. She requests a small amount of Flammy's blood. Without hesitation, she complies, drawing some and handing it over. Baifeng Ancestor spreads it across the ground and begins her method. Almost immediately, Flammy feels a wave of dizziness wash over her. Goldie grows concerned, but Flammy remains calm, assuring him that she's fine, just a bit tired from the blood loss. Meanwhile, Gao Peng watches closely and realizes that Baifeng Ancestor is using Flammy's blood essence. Once the process is complete, the blood surges upward, gathering at a single point in the sky. From this convergence, a monster called the Harbinger of Fire emerges, a level 70 epic-grade creature with both fire and void attributes. At first, Gao Peng isn't worried. A level like this poses little threat. However, the void attribute immediately catches his attention, as it's something he's never encountered before. Approaching the Harbinger calmly, Baifeng Ancestor makes it clear that she's seeking something and needs its help. She lifts one of her wings, revealing numerous rings attached along it. Gao Peng can't help but stare, as each ring is a spatial ring, and despite her modest appearance, the old Baifeng is far wealthier than she lets on. From one of the rings, she produces a stone and hands it over as compensation. The Harbinger inspects it with interest, clearly satisfied with the quality, and shows a willingness to cooperate. Baifeng Ancestor explains that she's searching for a quasi-level monster in possession of the Voucher of Fire, and asks if the Harbinger has any information. Hearing the question, the little guy zooms off, revealing the 300,000-mile route to his place. Gao Peng is annoyed that the info came and went so quickly, but the Ancestor explains that's just how the Harbinger of Fire is. With that, they head off to find Flammy's opponent. Meanwhile, in a small valley to the southeast, a dragon Diddy is chilling when he is abruptly woken up by a firewall blast right in his face. Caught completely off guard, it tries to flee, only to be warned by a powerful presence that escape will gain it nothing. Realizing resistance is futile, the monster halts, confused about how it has managed to offend such an overwhelming force. Moments later, Gao Peng arrives alongside Goldie. Goldie can't help but find the situation slightly amusing, having expected the monster to put up more resistance before giving in so easily. At the same time, Gao Peng's other pets close in from all directions, cutting off any remaining chance of escape. Silent Lion looks to Flamey for confirmation, wondering if this is the target they've been searching for. However, Flamey quickly dismisses the idea, making it clear that this isn't the one. Meanwhile, the monster is left completely confused, unable to follow what these strange beings are even talking about. Growing increasingly irritated, Gao Peng silently judges the situation as a waste of time. So he decides to question the monster directly, offering it a chance to leave unharmed if it provides useful information. Surprisingly, the monster readily agrees. First, Gao Peng probes for any nearby creatures that follow the fire path. The monster, however, responds with a blank, almost comical expression, clearly clueless. Observing this, Goldie steps in and, reading the monster's reaction, concludes that they've likely approached the wrong target. Gao Peng soon reaches the same conclusion. Changing tactics, Gao Peng then asks about any powerful beings in the area, creatures whose combat strength far surpasses others at their level. This time, the monster recalls something. It mentions a terrifying creature that dwells deep within a magma lake, spending most of its time submerged. Its body is said to be both grotesque and incredibly powerful. The scene then shifts to the magma lake itself. Beneath the bubbling surface, a massive creature stirs, having just sensed an unfamiliar and oppressive aura. Slowly, it begins to rise, confident that as long as it remains cautious, it will go unnoticed, until someone comes too close. That confidence, however, is shattered instantly. From above, Flamey's excited cry echoes out. She has finally found it and can clearly feel its presence. The monster reacts in shock, unable to comprehend how it was discovered so easily. It attempts to flee, but before it can escape, strange energy coils around its body. The sensation is overwhelming, as though an unseen force is dragging it towards something it cannot resist. Meanwhile, Flamey begins gathering her power, with her anger flaring as she launches her attack. A surge of fire erupts, forming a massive spiritual hand made of pure flame, which slams into the magma lake. The hand closes around the monster, lifting it into the air and leaving it completely stunned. With this, Flamey makes her intentions clear that this will be a direct fight, one clean round. If the monster wins, she's willing to let it go. The thought leaves the monster conflicted. Victory would mean freedom, but defeat carries consequences it doesn't even dare to imagine. The idea that such a graceful bird could be this ruthless only deepens its unease. And with that, the battle begins. Watching closely, Gao Peng notices that Flamey has grown noticeably stronger since adapting to life on land. As a result, her control over fire is far more refined, and each attack demonstrates a clear mastery of her element. Because both combatants stand within the same rare realm, the outcome depends less on raw strength and more on their understanding of their attributes and how skillfully they wield their elemental power. Nearby, Goldie grows overly enthusiastic, loudly cheering Flamey on and urging her to strike the monster straight in the face. Meanwhile, Gao Peng studies the opponent more carefully and realizes that this golden demon monster is far from ordinary. At level 97 and of legendary grade, it stands well above most quasi-god level monsters. Its close combat abilities are especially terrifying, enough to overwhelm almost any opponent in a head-on fight. Clearly, if Flamey engaged it at close range, she would be at a disadvantage. However, Flamey handles the situation smartly. She makes full use of her flying ability, constantly keeping her distance and refusing to let the monster get anywhere near her. Her fire-enhanced flight is incredibly fast, far beyond what the golden demon monster can keep up with. No matter how strong it is, its attacks simply cannot reach her. Realizing this, the monster abruptly turns and tries to flee. Reacting immediately, Flamey conjures a blazing wall of fire directly in its path, cutting off any chance of escape. With nowhere left to run, the monster is forced back into the fight. Without hesitation, Flamey presses the attack, leaving it no time to recover. After a fierce exchange, the golden demon monster finally falls. As the flames settle, Flamey remains calm, almost unimpressed. From her perspective, the opponent turns out to be far less threatening than she expected. Soon after, Baifeng Ancestor steps forward and openly acknowledges that Flamey won using her own strength, without any outside interference. Hearing this, Flamey lets out a light laugh, with her confidence growing even more. Moments later, the Voucher of Fire emerges from the monster's body and flows straight into Flamey. Almost instantly, her aura surges. Her fire element grows stronger. Her fire-based skills sharpen, and even her bloodline shows a clear improvement. Observing this, Baifeng Ancestor remarks that with a few more victories against suitable opponents, Flamey's bloodline will undergo a complete transformation. Naturally, this catches Gao Peng's attention. He grows curious about this so-called complete transformation, especially since the system never mentioned it. In response, Baifeng Ancestor explains that each transformation steadily boosts one's strength, allowing continuous evolution over time. Hearing this, Gao Peng finally understands the true value of the Voucher of Fire. It doesn't just grant power, It refines quality. No wonder monsters want these vouchers so desperately. They offer a guaranteed path to evolution without the exhausting search for rare materials. Each evolution follows the creature's own chosen path, and Gao Peng finds himself genuinely curious about how Flamey will continue to grow through them. Not long after, Flamey encounters her second opponent. The moment the battle begins, her enemy unleashes an overwhelming surge of fire. Almost immediately, Beifeng Ancestor recognizes the issue that this monster is an Inferno Tyrant, a creature born with extreme resistance to fire. Its mastery over the fire element far surpasses Flamey's. As Gao Peng watches the fight unfold, he realizes the concern is well-founded. Flamey's flames barely affect the Inferno Tyrant at all. For the first time, defeat starts to feel like a real possibility. Her luck seems unusually bad as her second opponent turns out to be a perfect counter to her greatest strength. Flamey is used to overwhelming others with fire and resistance, but this time she's facing someone with even greater control and resilience. Before long, the Inferno Tyrant escalates the fight, releasing torrents of fire that warp the battlefield itself. Then, something feels off to Gao Peng as the monster suddenly shifts tactics. Reaching into the molten stone beneath its feet, it shapes a razor-sharp projectile and hurls it toward Flamey at terrifying speed. She narrowly dodges, relying on her superior mobility. Fast as the attack is, it still can't match her full speed. In response, Flamey fights back, unleashing a rain of fiery attacks that crash down in a series of violent explosions. However, when the smoke clears, the result is unsettling as the Inferno Tyrant stands completely unharmed. A cruel grin spreads across its face as it counters with a barrage of attacks aimed straight at Flamey. She dodges rapidly, but the pressure continues to mount. Once again, the monster reaches into the ground, ripping free an enormous slab of stone and hurling it toward her. Flamey barely escapes, with her instincts saving her at the last possible moment. As the assault continues, she realizes just how close she came to disaster, and just how dangerous this fight truly is. Watching all this, Goldie grows increasingly anxious. Before long, his worry turns into uncontrollable anger. Unable to hold himself back anymore, he charges straight toward the monster, fully intent on killing it for daring to hurt his wife. Beifeng Ancestor tries to stop him, but Goldie ignores her completely. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Beifeng Ancestor turns to Gao Peng and urgently warns him. If anyone interferes, Flamey will immediately lose all eligibility for the Voucher of Fire, even if she somehow wins. She begs him to stop his pet at once. Instead, Gao Peng calmly reaches out through telepathy and freezes Goldie in place. Startled, Goldie stops mid-charge. With reassuring calm, Gao Peng redirects him, suggesting a different role of blocking the Inferno Tyrant's vision and keeping it distracted for a short time so Flamey can attack freely. Goldie quickly understands and moves again, even as Beifeng Ancestor tries once more to stop him. As this unfolds, Gao Peng reflects on past events. After the bodies of the gold-plated beetle and the savage sand beast decomposed, Dark Spirit had easily extracted the vouchers of wind from them. Clearly, Beifeng Ancestor doesn't know about Dark Spirit's unique abilities. That's why Gao Peng allows Goldie to interfere. Even if Flamey fails to obtain the Voucher of Fire directly, he's confident it can still be taken later. Meanwhile, Beifeng Ancestor grows more anxious by the second, insisting that all their efforts will be wasted, and urging Gao Peng to call Goldie back. Gao Peng, however, remains relaxed, telling her to simply watch. His calm attitude only confuses her further. When she looks ahead and can't spot Goldie anywhere, she can't help but wonder where that troublesome duck has gone. By then, Goldie has already reached the monster and grabbed hold of its leg. The sudden move completely catches the creature off guard. Goldie clings on tightly, acting like he's just met someone he greatly admires. Furious, the monster grabs Goldie's head with both hands and tries to crush it. However, the attempt fails. No matter how much force it uses, Goldie remains completely unharmed. Enraged and frustrated, the monster hurls him away, fully aware that Goldie is interfering to help Flamey. Even so, Goldie immediately rushes back and latches onto the monster's leg again, stubbornly refusing to let go. At that point, the monster completely snaps and starts raining punches down on Goldie with everything it has. Even so, nothing happens. Watching closely, Gao Peng quickly figures out why. Although the Inferno Tyrant is terrifyingly strong, it's mainly a magic-type monster. Its physical strength simply doesn't compare to Goldie's, which makes these attacks totally ineffective. Seizing the moment, Flamey attacks from behind and doesn't hold back. She keeps the pressure on as her flames hit cleanly and spread across the monster's body. Almost at once, the monster senses something is off. This fire is different, carrying a clear trace of soul power. In response, the monster suddenly grabs its head and lets out a piercing scream, convinced that something has gone terribly wrong and that it's been cheated. Flamey answers with pure fury, making it clear through her actions that the fight has been completely fair. Meanwhile, Goldie stays oddly cheerful, acting less like an intruder and more like an overenthusiastic fan, as if reassuring the monster that he means no harm. That only makes things worse. The The creature becomes even more enraged, fully believing that Goldie's interference has ruined what should have been a secret and honorable battle. However, before it can act on that anger, its body finally gives out. The monster collapses to the ground and dies on the spot. As its life fades, the voucher of fire emerges from its body and immediately flows into Flamey. Once again, her aura surges as her power rises. Right away, Flamey rushes over to check on Goldie, relieved to see that he's completely fine. Goldie just laughs it off, clearly unaffected, treating the whole thing like a minor scuffle. Soon after, Gao Peng summons Silly and has her tend to both Flamey and Goldie, making sure neither of them suffers any lingering damage. Watching all of this, Bifeng Ancestor is quietly stunned. She never imagined the task could be completed in such an unconventional way, and the experience feels like a lesson in itself. From her perspective, Goldie never truly fought. He simply disrupted the flow, preventing the opponent from fully focusing. By keeping the monster from going all out, he created the perfect opening. From the other side, Flamey took full advantage of that gap and secured an easy victory. With that settled, Gao Peng collects the monster's corpse without any ceremony. Since the next opponent is already waiting, there's no reason to linger. Bifeng Ancestor watches him closely, growing more convinced by the moment that this human is anything but ordinary. With a signal, she has the remaining Bifengs move out, and they follow Gao Peng as he departs. Not long after, a single white feather drifts down at the site of the battle. Soon, two striking monsters arrive with their presence instantly changing the atmosphere. The smaller one looks around in confusion, clearly expecting to find her friend. His absence leaves her puzzled, and she wonders why he hasn't appeared, or even left a trace behind. The larger monster, however, senses death still lingering in the air. With a quiet motion, she releases her power, and a shadowy outline forms where the corpse once lay. The smaller monster realizes it's her friend and quickly turns to the larger one, her mother, begging for help. For a moment, the mother's expression softens. Still, she shakes it off, knowing this death was unavoidable. Her friend was simply unlucky, and fate had already caught up to him. Without stopping, the larger monster rises into the air and reminds her daughter that they're only passing through and can't lose sight of their goal. After a brief pause, the smaller monster agrees, though her eyes linger where her friend fell. Sadness flickers across her face, and then she turns and follows her mother. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the edge of the surface sea in the little world. A monkey-like monster sits alone, lazily pulling stones from a box and flicking them into the sky. Above him, three extremely powerful monsters hover, yet every stone slips cleanly between them without ever landing a hit. The monkey looks bored, like this is nothing more than a way to pass the time. Not long after, the same mother and daughter arrive nearby. Just then, another stone shoots through the air, and the smaller monster barely avoids it, leaving her visibly shaken. The monkey notices them right away and instantly recognizes where they come from. Soon enough, the larger monster explains their reason for being there. She makes it clear they're from the Star Alliance and talks about cooperation and the Alliance's long history. However, the monkey finds her words empty and unconvincing. After a moment, she finally gets to the real point. Their constellation plans to build a new stronghold in this region, using the surface sea as its base. Even then, the monkey shows no interest. No matter how she phrases it, his attitude barely shifts. For a moment, everything goes quiet. Then, without warning, his gaze sharpens, turning cold and dangerous. Almost instantly, the larger monster feels the shift and realizes that saying even one more word could cost her life. At that point, it becomes painfully clear that this creature truly lives up to his name, the most terrifying figure in the history of the heaven-capturing apes, and somehow even more frightening than the legends ever suggested. Without another word, the monkey waves them off, clearly done with the conversation. Almost immediately, the smaller monster mutters under her breath about his arrogance, but before it can go any further, her mother firmly pulls her away. Not wanting to test their luck, the two of them retreat at full speed. Once they're gone, the monkey lets out a quiet scoff. In his eyes, the Star Alliance is hopelessly short-sighted, only capable of seeing what's right in front of them. Then, as if it takes no effort at all, he lazily reaches up toward the sky. In the next instant, the three monsters that had been hovering above are grabbed and devoured without resistance. After that, he stretches, settles back into his spot, and just like that, the familiar boredom creeps back in. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Gao Peng as he continues forward with the Bifeng ancestors. All around them, an uneasy stillness hangs in the air. There's no movement and no presence to be felt anywhere. As she scans the surroundings, Bifeng Ancestor can't help but feel unsettled by the unnatural silence. Because of that, she quickly warns Gao Peng not to move ahead on his own. This area is far more dangerous than it appears, and if several monsters were to act together, things could spiral out of control in an instant. Worse still, if he were to wander too close to the wrong presence, even she might not be able to protect him in time. At the same time, Gao Peng quietly studies the area himself. Almost right away, he notices something unusual, that there isn't a single void attribute beast in sight. From behind him, one of the Bifengs mutters about how badly the region has declined. The spiritual energy is thin, and there isn't even a single spiritual tunnel left. With no shortcuts available, they have no choice but to keep moving forward the long and exhausting way. Another Bifeng nods along, and with that, the group becomes even more cautious as they move forward. Before long, Gao Peng notices a familiar figure up ahead. It's the same monster that had been traveling with her daughter earlier. However, when the system activates, it shows no name and no level at all. Almost instantly, Gao Peng understands the implication. From past experience, anything the system can't read is never something to take lightly. Shortly after, a white tunnel opens in front of them. Bifeng Ancestor gives a brief signal confirming it's the correct route, and without wasting time, the group steps inside. On the other side, the atmosphere changes immediately. Fishy sniffs the air and realizes that the water element here is so concentrated it has condensed into a thick, lingering mist. Meanwhile, Gao Peng scans the surroundings, clearly confused. A fire-type monster carrying the voucher of fire shouldn't be able to survive comfortably in a place like this. Sensing his doubt, Bifeng Ancestor explains that according to the Eternal Bird, their target lives in Yin Yang Lake. There, magma and icy water naturally coexist, meaning both extremes are present, and finding the Yang pool won't be difficult. As expected, they soon arrive at the lake itself. One half is frozen solid, while the other churns with bubbling magma. The contrast is dramatic, and for a brief moment, even Gao Peng can't help but admire the sight. Then, without warning, something stirs beneath the surface. An icy attack shoots straight toward them. Instantly, Silent Lion steps in front of Gao Peng and casually swallows the attack whole, dispersing it as if it were nothing. In response, Flammy moves forward, clearly unimpressed. Compared to what she has already faced, this opponent barely registers as a threat. Moments later, a massive crocodile-like monster bursts out from the frozen side of the lake. Seeing that, Flemmy doesn't hesitate. She releases her wooden heart flame, and the instant it lands, a violent explosion erupts. As the smoke clears, the crocodile is revealed to be badly injured, but Flemmy isn't done yet. Almost immediately, she follows up with a second strike. Her flames surge directly into the monster's body and detonate from within, leaving it even more heavily wounded. Enraged, the crocodile lets out a furious roar. As its voice echoes across the lake, a gigantic icy maw forms around Flemmy, snapping shut before she can react and trapping her inside. Seeing this, Goldie stiffens in concern. Gao Peng, however, remains calm as he has already judged the situation. This crocodile's fire resistance is far weaker than that of the previous quasi-god opponents Flemmy faced, and its speed is lacking as well. Unlike earlier enemies who forced her to constantly dodge due to overwhelming heat, this one simply can't keep up. Once Flemmy realizes that, the result is already decided. Sure enough, moments later, the ice shatters. Flemmy bursts free without a scratch with her relaxed and confident expressions. Seeing that, the crocodile freezes in disbelief as the attack barely slowed her down at all. Without wasting a second, Flammy fires back. Her flames roll over the crocodile's body and finally take hold. This time, the fire doesn't scatter or fade. It digs in, burning deep and spreading fast. Seeing that, Gao Peng and his beast burst into cheers, openly celebrating the win. Meanwhile, Flammy stands tall and confident, having taken down a quasi-god-level opponent completely on her own. Moments later, the voucher of fire rises from the fallen monster and flows straight into Flammy. As it merges with her, her aura spikes sharply. Almost at once, she feels her growth has hit a critical point. One more voucher, and she'll finally break through and evolve. Off to the side, Bifeng Ancestor watches with clear approval. No one had to step in during the fight, which only makes the victory more impressive. However, just as the moment starts to settle, something feels wrong. Bifeng Ancestor's expression shifts as the void ahead fractures, and a massive claw begins tearing its way through space. Instantly, she knows this has gone far beyond expectations. Staying here isn't an option anymore. She rushes to Gao Peng and signals that they need to leave this world right now. Gao Peng doesn't argue and immediately starts pulling his beast back. Just as Gao Peng turns to leave, a monster suddenly steps into his path, cutting him off. Instantly, the system reacts. It identifies the creature as a mid-tier true god with a tree path rule comprehension of 18.2%. From the look of things, he's clearly been watching for a while, and already knows about the crocodile's death in the Jade Water Pool. Gao Peng doesn't bother denying it. Instead, he calmly sizes the situation up, briefly wondering if this is about revenge. Almost immediately, though, he realizes that's not the case. The true god shows no hostility at all. Instead, his gaze shifts to the massive claw tearing through space. According to him, this world is under attack, and he hopes to borrow Gao Peng's strength to drive the invading evil spirit out of the Fortune Realm. Without hesitation, Gao Peng refuses. This is not a fight he can afford to get dragged into. With that, he gathers his pets and continues his retreat without another word. Not long after, a second monster approaches the true god, looking completely unsurprised by what just happened. From his reaction, it's obvious he expected Gao Peng to turn him down. The first monster admits it outright, saying he knew the chances were slim but felt he had to try anyway. The second one urges him to leave too, warning that staying behind is basically suicide. True God, however, rejects the idea immediately. According to him, this world is where he was born and the jungle is his home. He has no intention of running. As Gao Peng pulls farther away, the monster drives his tunnel core deep into the ground, clearly preparing to make his stand. Still, the second monster tries to reason with him, warning that the invading existence is far beyond anything he can handle. In response, True God releases his full power. Massive tentacles erupt from his body as his form transforms, merging with a towering tree that surges skyward. At its roots, a dense sphere of energy begins to form. Even so, the second monster can't hide his fear. He admits he isn't built for this kind of last stand, and retreats to watch from a distance as True God commits completely. The tentacles lash out, wrapping tightly around the invading claw. Watching from afar, Gao Peng immediately understands what's happening. The monster is using his rule power right from the start, unleashing his strongest move. His yellow energy behaves like a parasitic force. The longer it clings to the enemy, the more destructive it becomes. For a brief moment, it almost seems like it might work. Then, all of a sudden, energy bursts from within the claw. Instantly, the tentacles disintegrate, vanishing in a flash. Gao Peng can only shake his head, realizing they didn't even last 3 seconds. Clearly, the gap in power is staggering. Just as he processes that, the space above him tears open once again. A second claw forces its way through the rift, reaching straight toward him. Seeing that, Gao Peng wastes no time and makes a run for it. Just then, the True God monster jumps in, shouting that the fight isn't over yet. It charges straight at the claw, but nothing seems to happen as its attack fails to make a dent. The claw easily slices through the monster's tentacle. To make matters worse, smaller tentacles sprout from the severed limb and latch onto the claw. Meanwhile, the spatial rift starts to close slowly, and Gao Peng realizes that this power might actually be capable of sealing the rift. Breathing heavily, the True God monster admits that delaying the rift was all he could do for this world. But before anyone can react, an attack erupts from inside the spatial rift, completely obliterating the True God. Seeing this, the two remaining monsters decide there's no point in staying and start to retreat at full speed. However, their escape is abruptly blocked by a colossal creature, the same one whose claws had pierced the spatial rift. The first monster, startled, refers to the giant monster as Platinum Blade, asking why he's intervening, insisting they've done nothing against him. The giant monster roars, declaring that they must bow or face death. Realizing the danger, Gao Peng takes off running. Baifeng Ancestor shouts for him to move full speed and not look back as this newcomer is terrifyingly powerful. Curious, Gao Peng asks just how strong he is. She replies that he's comparable to the Silver Phoenix they encountered earlier, or possibly even stronger. Gao Peng, wide-eyed, thinks that this must be a high god, and perhaps even one level above old Baifeng. Gao Peng then wonders if she knows anything about Platinum Blade, since the mud-type monster had mentioned the name. Baifeng Ancestor shakes her head, claiming that she's never heard of him. She explains that Star Covenant is an ancient alliance in the Tyrant Galaxy, existing for millions of years. Originally, it had only a few star-type monsters, but during the Civil War in the Surface Sea, many monsters fled there. Some of these monsters had committed major crimes and were exiled to the Tyrant Galaxy. Over the next 5 years, Star Covenant launched aggressive infiltration missions, but neighboring powers managed to suppress them. Both the leader and vice-leader were killed on the moon, their bodies displayed for 300 years as a warning. The surviving members returned to Tyrant Galaxy, but Baifeng Ancestor admits she doesn't know what happened after that. Gao Peng, absorbing this information, initially assumes Platinum Blade might be their boss, but now realizes he's likely just one of their warriors. This means Star Covenant is not to be underestimated. Even the most powerful forces in the universe couldn't fully crush them. Just then, another monster begins moving into the open rift. Gao Peng asks what kind of monster it is, and she warns him to leave immediately, as this one seems even stronger than the previous creature. Back in Black Fog World, Silly begins closing the special rift with her powers. Gao Peng notes that since Black Fog World sits on the edge of the Surface Sea and Jutian Dynasty, the intruders haven't targeted it yet. Still, with so many spatial rifts present, it can't be ignored. He realizes they'll need to guard the area carefully and be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. A pang of worry hits him. If luck isn't on their side, they may have to run again. Just then, Bifang Ancestor tells Gao Peng it's time to leave, suggesting they say their goodbyes. Surprisingly, Gao Peng insists she can take Flamey with her. Goldie and Bifang Ancestor exchange stunned glances at his words. She acknowledges that Gao Peng likely won't leave the jungle, but reassures him that if the intruders arrive, Fire God Valley will support him. He could even bring a few thousand people there. Grateful, Gao Peng thanks her for everything. With this, Bifang Ancestor begins to leave, saying they'll have time to talk properly today before departing tomorrow. After they leave, Goldie approaches Gao Peng and hesitantly asks if he really plans to send Flamey away with them. Gao Peng calmly explains that Fire Valley is the best place for Flamey to grow, with elders from her tribe who can help her train and develop properly. Staying here would only cause unnecessary suffering. Hearing that, Goldie is left speechless. Later at Emperor Turtle, Gao Peng gathers all his pets and reveals to them that the war is coming soon. Although Black Fog World isn't directly in their path yet, the conflict may spread across the universe, even reaching their galaxy. He emphasizes that they are his partners, not just creatures bound by a blood contract. He reassures them that Flamey will be sent to the Fang clan to train safely. Once her strength grows, she can return. Suddenly, Flamey bursts in, shouting that she's not going anywhere. She refuses to leave like a coward, insisting she'll stay. Gao Peng smiles, acknowledging her bravery and urges her to listen. He explains that by going with the Bai Fang clan, she'll be safe, and if any danger arises, they'll help. Flamey, however, crosses her arms and scowls, refusing to trust his words, remembering all the times he's lied to her since she was small. Gao Peng figured Flamey really wouldn't listen this time, so he glanced at Goldie and said, with a knowing smile, that he knew what he needed to say. Goldie laughed and nodded, picking Flamey up and carrying her away. Gao Peng called out that since Flamey would be leaving tomorrow, they'd better make the most of tonight and talk a lot. Flamey, of course, wasn't having any of it, shouting at Goldie to put her down immediately. Turning to Fishy, Gao Peng notes that he should go look for his daughter, as Fire God Valley isn't exactly the ideal place for serious cultivation. Fishy chuckles, confident that his 3 divine artifacts would provide enough time if anything went wrong, and that in an emergency, his experience would ensure they could escape without trouble. Dumby also pledges to protect his master, while Silly vows to follow Gao Peng wherever he goes. White Blade insists he isn't leaving either, determined to help Brain evolve and grow stronger. Hearing all of them, Gao Peng glances at Silent Lion, wondering if he intends to go along. Silent Lion shakes his head, affirming that everyone will remain behind. Moneymaker and Dragon Book echo the same sentiment. Then Gao Peng turns to Dazi, who clings to him with an indignant shout. Having grown up together since his parents entrusted him to Gao Peng as a child, Dazi refuses to be left behind. Gao Peng can't help but chuckle as he asks him to let go, while Dragon Ant steps forward, vowing that the group will stay and fight alongside him. Hearing that, a smile tugs at Gao Peng's lips. Even as 2 powerful forces inch toward conflict and disaster looms, he can't help but notice the opportunity hidden in all the chaos. By the next day, as Bifeng is ready to leave, Flamey's eyes are full of tears as she looks at Gao Peng. He gently holds her wings, giving her silent comfort while assuring her that this isn't a permanent goodbye. Before she leaves, he quietly gives her a small gift and tells her to train hard and keep it hidden from the Bifeng clan until the right time. At the same time, he remembers the hard work he and Darkchild put in, breaking down the bodies of 3 quasi-tier monsters day and night. Luckily, they fully decomposed, and their energy formed a fire crystal. He isn't sure exactly how much it will boost Flamey's power, but he knows it will help. He also knows he still needs to gather more resources for his other companions. Then, Bifeng Ancestor reminds Flamey that they have to go. Flamey looks back at Gao Peng, still crying. He tells her to take care of herself, and she nods, reminding him to do the same before flying off. Even Goldie can't help but cry. Meanwhile, Dumby goes to a nearby stone and uses his power to plant the Hell Tree. As he does, its soldiers start patrolling the area, and Dumby explains that it will stay here from now on. From a distance, Grandpa watches everything unfold. White Dragon Grandpa comes over and tells him not to worry. According to it, Gao Peng has grown really strong, so much that Grandpa has lost track of the days when their roles were reversed. Now Gao Peng is handling the responsibilities that used to be his. Still, seeing his grandson succeed and surpass him so quickly fills Grandpa with joy. He admits to White Dragon that sitting around guarding the place can be frustrating, but there's a spark of excitement in his eyes. His old bones still pack plenty of power, and he's definitely not ready to just stay idle. Nearby, Fishy lounges by a pond enjoying the calm, when suddenly an attack hits the water. His daughter arrives just in time, and Fishy greets her with a smile. She's carrying something, an origin drop of weak water, and explains that Gao Peng has agreed to make a refining net for her so she can properly cultivate the secret treasure. Then she asks if it's true that Gao Peng will be leaving again. Fishy laughs and confirms it, saying a huge event is coming, and he'll be gone for a long time. She wants to know when he'll be back, and Fishy admits it's hard to say. Maybe a few months if luck's on his side, or maybe she'll never see his handsome face again. She's stunned for a moment, then scolds him before disappearing. Meanwhile, over in the East Sea, a Baifeng swoops down and drops a letter into the water. A hand emerges to catch it, its Brain. He reads the letter and chuckles to himself, confident that Master doesn't need to worry. Everything will be handled. Back at Gao Peng's base, he begins packing his belongings, carefully making sure everything is in order. Meanwhile, he leaves Silly in charge of keeping things safe, trusting her completely. As he finishes, his eyes fall on a photo of his parents, and he smiles softly. Thinking about Grandpa, he feels reassured. After all, the windstorm water magic spider and the hell tree are here to protect him. On top of that, the eternal bird is nearby as well, so there's really no need to worry. He sets the photo down carefully and heads toward the gate. Pausing for a moment, he glances back one last time before closing it behind him, ready to face whatever comes next. At an unknown place, a spatial rift suddenly appears, and Gao Peng steps out of it. As soon as he arrives, an attack comes flying toward him. Before it can hit, Goldie swoops in and destroys it. The attack had come from a monster lurking nearby, and Goldie quickly points out the source of it. Gao Peng shakes his head and tells the monster that randomly attacking people is not okay. Startled, the monster suddenly bolts, but Gao Peng immediately tells Goldie to go after him. Without missing a beat, Goldie catches up and slams the monster straight into the ground. Laughing, Gao Peng walks over and reassures the monster not to be afraid as he won't hurt him since he's not a bad person. Meanwhile, Goldie looks at the monster curiously and jokingly wonders if he's never seen such a handsome duck before. Shifting back to business, Gao Peng tells the monster that he's looking for this world's entity authority and asks if the creature can help guide him there. Sometime later, Gao Peng finds himself standing before a massive dragon. The dragon looks him over and admits he doesn't know who Gao Peng is, asking why he has come. Gao Peng calmly explains that he's here to see if they need any help. He acknowledges the looming war and the difficulty of facing the monsters on the other side, but insists that he and his allies are ready to step in, even at the risk of their lives. Of course, he adds with a smirk, they're not doing it for free and would need a little compensation. The dragon listens carefully, then steps closer, nodding in agreement. He admits that Gao Peng's request is completely fair and notes that Gao Peng must have some skill or ability to have come all this way. Finally, he asks what exactly Gao Peng would require as compensation. Gao Peng glances around at the dragons, noticing the variety of scales, horns, and wings filling the area. He realizes he doesn't need much, just a little meat from the Dragon Clan's dragons. Immediately, one of the dragons flares with anger, its roar echoing through the space as if Gao Peng has insulted the entire clan. Seeing that, Dumby steps in front of him, releasing a powerful aura that shifts the atmosphere. The dragon blinks, initially underestimating this god, but the aura itself exudes a dangerous and intimidating presence. Gao Peng remains calm, calculating that he only needs small portions from each dragon. He considers the nature of dragons, which are greedy and unwilling to part with high-grade treasures, and decides that collecting as much dragon meat as possible is a more practical choice. Perfect for helping Dragon Ant grow stronger. Gradually, the dragons relent, each producing a slab of meat and placing it before Gao Peng. The pile quickly grows, far exceeding his expectations. Silly carefully gathers all the meat, ensuring it remains safe, while Gao Peng steps back, satisfied that his task here is complete. Despite the dragon's earlier warning about consequences for cheating, Gao Peng moves away without concern, confident that he poses no threat and respects their power. A short distance away, Gao Peng surveys the surroundings, noting that the area is suitable for his next task. He retrieves Dragon Ant and has Silly bring over all the collected dragon meat. Selecting a piece of mud dragon meat, he hands it to Dragon Ant, who immediately begins eating, the little creature's body eager to absorb the various attributes within. Goldie frowns at the sight of Dragon Ant eating the meat raw, thinking it would taste better roasted. Half an hour passes and Dragon Ant still shows no visible changes. Gao Peng remains calm, understanding that Dragon Ant's ability doesn't guarantee attribute absorption from the dragon meat. That's why he brought plenty of it, and Dragon Ant can consume as much as he wants. With this, Goldie takes on the task of chopping the meat into smaller pieces, reluctantly muttering about having to work again. Soon Dumby, Goldie, and Silly are all busy preparing the dragon meat, while Dragon Ant devours it with astonishing speed. After a while, Goldie notices an unusual change. Dragon Ant's eyes are turning black. Concern grows, and there is a brief pause to consider giving him a rest. Not long after, Dragon Ant collapses with his stomach swollen from the enormous amount of meat, foam beginning to bubble from his mouth. The team reacts with alarm, realizing the sheer intensity of his consumption. Then, something incredible happens. Dragon Ant rises again with energy radiating from his body in a dazzling display. Dragon Ant's body finishes absorbing the dragon meat, resulting in 3 newly acquired abilities. First, Gloomy Horn manifests as 2 horns sprouting from his head, fully infusing him with Dark Element and noticeably increasing his speed within Dark Element environments. Next, Suppressive Prison enhances his offensive power, allowing his attacks to deal significantly more damage to Dark-type monsters. Finally, Iron Chain strengthens his defenses, physical, elemental, and even soul-based, whenever he sustains an injury. Soon after, Gao Peng scratches his head, reflecting on the outcome that Dragon Ant has consumed 17 pieces of dragon-type meat, yet gained only 3 abilities from the Dragon Clan. For a brief moment, he wonders whether this counts as a profit or a loss. However, he quickly lets the thought go. In the end, it hardly matters as Dragon Ant now possesses a legitimate identity, and there will be countless chances to acquire more abilities in the future. At that moment, a dragon appears behind Gao Peng, standing in an odd posture. It grows impatient, questioning whether Gao Peng intends to keep observing instead of taking action. Gao Peng remains relaxed, confident that there is no need to rush. In his view, acting too early would only result in catching small fish, while the true objective lies elsewhere. As the dragon grows curious about the plan, Gao Peng remains composed, certain that movement will only begin once a god-level opponent reveals itself. The dragon pauses, quietly weighing whether this confidence is something it should truly trust. Inside the battlefield, many monsters start coming from inside the crack in space. These monsters are called Star Dark Snake, with levels ranging from 21 to 80, grades from normal to epic, and star attribute. Gao Peng looks at those monsters but then sees some energy in the sky coming toward him at full speed. The energy comes directly and hits the ground, breaking the surrounding ground. All the monsters present become very scared and shout that the Star Galaxy Spear has come here. 2 monsters arrive. The smaller monster shouts that Great Galaxy Spear has come. Goldie laughingly asks Whiteblade if this small handsome person is his brother. Whiteblade angrily tells Goldie to keep his mouth shut. The dragon tells them not to underestimate this monster at all, since 7 days ago he fought with Ghostlamp Fish and injured him very badly. If the other gods hadn't helped at that time, Ghostlamp Fish's life couldn't have been saved. After hearing this, Gao Peng signals for the dragon to step forward and engage first, intending to observe his strength while keeping emotions in check. The dragon reacts with visible surprise, clearly not expecting to be the one sent ahead. He briefly looks toward Dumby, hesitates and then leaves in anger, still wary of being deceived and fully aware that the Dragon Clan would show no mercy if that were the case. Soon after, the white monster suddenly leaps as an enormous creature bursts out from the ground. Almost immediately, the dragon activates the Earth Rule, while the newly emerged monster responds by unleashing the Lava Rule. As a result, violent explosions ripple across the ground, causing the terrain to twist and deform in strange patterns. At the same time, the white monster opens a massive construct in front of him, positioning it directly in the path of the incoming attack. In an instant, the combined assault is stopped completely. The trapped power remains sealed within the construct, leaving the opposing monsters stunned by what they are witnessing. The white monster is soon revealed to be Galaxy Spear, an elementary god-tier existence aligned with the star attribute. His Starlight Rule has reached 6.6%, while his Combat Rule stands at 8.2%, both refined to Eternal Grade. Upon observing this, Gao Peng immediately recognizes how formidable this monster is, the kind that would stand at the forefront of any monster army. At the same time, he glances at Goldie, finding it somewhat regrettable that Goldie's current level is far lower, as the outcome of a direct clash would have been interesting to witness. Meanwhile, Gao Peng instructs Dumby to ensure that when the time comes, the enemy must be eliminated in a single strike, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Dumby acknowledges this silently, fully prepared to act decisively. As the battle continues, Galaxy Spear remains dominant. Both the dragon and the massive lava monster launch repeated attacks, yet each one is shattered mid-air by the white monster's overwhelming power. Eventually, the Galaxy Spear targets the giant monster head, piercing straight through its skull. Seeing this, the dragon is left in disbelief, unable to understand why their combined assaults have failed to leave even the slightest effect. With a confident smile, Gao Peng signals that it is now their turn. The dragon turns its attention toward him as Gao Peng sends both Mechanical God and Dumby into battle. Almost immediately, Mechanical God enlarges his fist and launches a direct attack toward the monster. In response, the white monster reacts as if it has been waiting all along, calmly forming its own counterattack. Without difficulty, it stops Mechanical God's strike. Moments later, white energy surges forward and closes in on Mechanical God, catching him off guard. Before he can react, the white monster binds him completely within that energy, sealing his movements. At the same time, it displays overwhelming confidence, asserting its dominance while tightening its control. As the power intensifies, the white monster channels more strength into the spear already lodged inside the fallen giant's body, driving it deeper and amplifying the creature's suffering. Its laughter echoes through the battlefield, only to be abruptly cut short. Suddenly, Dumby appears directly within the monster's space. The white monster reacts with shock, but the moment is fleeting as Dumby allows no opportunity for resistance and immediately activates his death rule. In an instant, the white monster's entire body trembles violently. Power collapses inward and the monster drops lifelessly to the ground. Dumby descends alongside the falling body, collecting it while absorbing the remaining soul energy. Once the absorption is complete, Dumby retrieves the monster's spear, securing it without hesitation. Soon after, the dragons gather around Dumby, observing the outcome in silence. Gao Peng calmly assesses the situation, noting that the dragons already possessed the Lava Rule and Earth Rule, while the defeated monster carried only the Starlight Rule. Since that power holds no value for the dragons, he considers whether it can be handed over instead. In response, the dragons acknowledge that Gao Peng's group performed far better than expected and admit they had underestimated them earlier. However, despite that recognition, they refuse to part with the spoils, unwilling to leave the battle empty-handed. Just then, Dumby moves to stand behind Gao Peng with his quiet but heavy presence. Gao Peng already understands the situation and briefly considers that there is no real need to remind the dragons of an unspoken rule of war. Whoever delivers the killing blow owns all the spoils. As Dumby subtly releases traces of his death rule, a wave of fear spreads through the dragons almost instantly. In response, the largest dragon steps forward and quickly changes its attitude, retreating from confrontation with an awkward laugh. The tension dissolves as it allows Gao Peng's group to keep the remains, dismissing Galaxy Spear's corpse as nothing more than meat, now that the god-level monster is dead. Satisfied, Gao Peng laughs and prepares to leave, finding the cooperation surprisingly enjoyable. Meanwhile, the dragon departs in irritation, clearly eager to vent its anger on the remaining enemies. Seeing that, Gao Peng notes the shift in mood without concern. There are still plenty of quasi-god-level monsters left to deal with, even if none of them compare to the value of a fallen god-tier existence. After moving some distance away, Gao Peng watches as Dumby reveals a newly obtained item. In the next moment, it reshapes itself into a spear, then smoothly transforms into another weapon altogether. This divine artifact, known as Transformation, carries the Aurora rule at only 1.2%. Gao Peng quickly assesses its value. The rule level is extremely low, suggesting that Galaxy Spear had been unusually poor despite his overwhelming strength. Although the monster fought powerfully for his tier, it becomes clear that he had only recently broken through to the god level and lacked the time needed to properly strengthen his divine artifact. Given that Dumby's white skeleton rule has already reached 3.2%, the artifact offers limited use. At best, Dumby can activate transformation only 3 times, making it largely impractical for him. With that conclusion reached, Gao Peng presents the divine artifact to the others, calmly considering who among them would benefit from taking it instead. After assessing its value, he shows the artifact to the group and signals for anyone interested to step forward. Instantly, everyone raises their hand with clear enthusiasm. Realizing how chaotic this could become, Gao Peng decides to let them sort it out among themselves first. Almost immediately, Dazi tries to eliminate his competition. He dismisses Whiteblade for already possessing a divine artifact and accuses him of being greedy. Then, shifting his attention to Goldie, he looks him over and considers him too small and newly evolved, reasoning that divine artifacts should belong to larger combatants. He even implies that smaller ones like Silly are better suited for relaxing rather than fighting. This instantly angers Silly. Without hesitation, she releases her ice energy and teleports Dazi far away. Unfortunately, Silent Lion is caught in the same burst of power and gets sent flying as well, despite having done absolutely nothing. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Gao Peng steps in and decides to make the decision himself. He carefully considers the needs of the group. Although both Silly and Dazi could benefit from a divine artifact, this particular one is far better suited for Dragon Ant. With 7 different consciousnesses capable of various transformations, Dragon Ant can fully utilize a weapon that changes form to match his abilities. With that conclusion, Gao Peng hands the divine artifact over to Dragon Ant, who accepts it gratefully. Afterward, Gao Peng turns his attention to the fallen god-tier corpse and hands it to Darkchild to extract anything valuable. Darkchild quickly decomposes the body and pulls out an item that releases an incredibly tempting scent. Almost instantly, Fishy, Dazi, and Goldie begin drooling uncontrollably, unable to resist the aroma. Without hesitation, Gao Peng orders Dumby to consume it immediately. As Dumby absorbs the item, the large dragon suddenly arrives at the scene. It scans the surroundings cautiously, clearly suspicious. Gao Peng calmly questions why the dragon has left the ongoing battle. The dragon explains that it noticed monsters flying in this direction and came to investigate. Its gaze eventually settles on Dumby, and it realizes the source of the scent came from here, only to discover that the item has already been consumed. With a dangerous smile, Gao Peng expresses his appreciation for the dragon's concern and reassures it that everything is under control. The dragon responds with an awkward laugh before quickly taking off and flying away, choosing not to linger any longer. As the dragon leaves, Gao Peng reflects that the mechanical god's presence likely discouraged the Red Shield Dragon from causing any trouble. Shortly after, black energy suddenly erupts from Dumby's body, rapidly condensing into a dense egg that seals him inside. Nearby, Goldie watches with clear jealousy as Dumby begins breaking through to a higher level. 2 days pass before faint cracks finally appear across the surface of the egg. Soon after, Dumby emerges completely transformed, having advanced into a proper elementary god bearing the title Death Master. His attributes show massive improvements with the Death, Soul, and even Ghoul rules up a lot. At the same time, his grade advances to Eternal. Seeing these changes, Galpang realizes his earlier assumption about eternal grade being nothing special was completely wrong. Dumby's entire panel has changed, making it clear why Fishy is so eager to return to eternal grade. Dumby's advancement allows him to comprehend rules far more clearly and at a much faster pace, a realization that leaves Galpang genuinely satisfied with the growth of his talent. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, dragon and monster corpses lie scattered in every direction. The large dragon surveys the aftermath with visible anger, quickly realizing that something valuable was lost while it was away. Although it acknowledges that Galpang has claimed the spoils of victory this time, it silently vows that the human will not be so fortunate in the future. After signaling to Earthworm, the dragon departs from the battlefield. Sometime later, Galpang arrives at the dragon's palace, only to find it completely destroyed. He quickly deduces that the dragons fled before he could interrogate them, and notes that only dragons themselves could have caused such extensive damage to their own nest. Fishy points out that many belongings remain scattered around, abandoned in the dragon's hasty retreat. As Dazi wonders what their next move should be now that the dragons have escaped, Galpang responds with a dangerous smile, fully aware that someone still remains behind. A massive monster slowly emerges from underground, scanning the surroundings with clear satisfaction after confirming that the dragons have truly left. Relieved, it celebrates internally, believing that all the scattered corpses, abandoned dragon belongings, and even the entire world itself now belong to it. Convinced that the dragons will never return, its attention soon shifts to Galpang approaching from a distance. Sensing danger, the monster immediately retreats back underground, cautiously observing Galpang's movements. After gauging the situation, it listens as Galpang makes his intentions clear. Realizing that Galpang's group is unfamiliar with this place and merely seeking information, the monster resurfaces and agrees to cooperate. Soon after, Galpang inquires about the structure of the divine systems in this world. In response, the monster explains that three major divine systems dominate the region: the deep ocean divine system, the natural divine system, and the undead divine system. Traditionally, these three forces are sworn enemies, locked in constant conflict. However, due to recent circumstances, they have temporarily formed a cooperative relationship. Galpang quickly infers that this uneasy alliance stems from monsters invading from another galaxy, creating a shared external threat. Following that, Galpang seeks to determine which divine system lies closest to their current location. The monster identifies the ocean divine system as the nearest, noting that it is ruled by three major leaders. Among them, Panic Instigator holds the highest authority due to mastery over multiple rules, including the Ocean Rule and Cruelty Rule, as well as comprehensive control over various laws. This combination makes him both exceptionally cruel and overwhelmingly powerful, a revelation that leaves Galpang genuinely surprised by the strength concentrated within the Ocean Divine System. Continuing its explanation, the monster shifts focus to the Natural Divine System. It describes this faction as being ruled by Strength Supreme, a terrifying existence whose body was formed from a Vajra tree, with skin like copper iron and bones like refined steel. This being possesses seemingly infinite strength. Finally, the monster turns to the Undead Divine System, describing it as the weakest and smallest of the three. Before the intergalactic invasion, undead monsters were frequently bullied by the other divine systems. However, once large-scale battles began, they were tasked with handling the corpses of fallen monsters. Seizing this opportunity, the Undead Divine System maneuvered carefully, deliberately offending one faction while attempting to teach the others a harsh lesson, subtly shifting the balance of power. After finishing his explanation, the monster pauses, waiting to see if Galpang needs anything else. In response, Galpang simply smiles and points out that while the dragons have already paid for their assistance, the monster himself has yet to offer anything. Hearing this, the monster grows inwardly furious, momentarily tempted to strike this shameless human. However, before acting, the monster's gaze shifts. It looks first at Dumby and Goldie, then turns to the other side, where Mechanical God, Fishy, and Whiteblade stand silently. At once, cold sweat begins to form on the monster's body. Realizing the situation, the monster lets out an awkward laugh and signals its willingness to negotiate. Galpang then makes his request, seeking soul-snatching gold and dead soul jade. At the same time, he calculates that Dumby will need both materials to forge a personal divine artifact. Since these resources originate underground and the monster is an Earthlord, it is almost certain that it possesses them. Without further hesitation, the monster agrees and vanishes underground. Moments later, it reappears, quickly presenting both materials. Galpang notes the creature's impressive speed as he takes the items, amused by how eager the monster is to avoid any further interaction. With the matter settled, Galpang turns his attention to Fishy. Noting that Fishy is only one step away from breaking through, he decides it is time to move toward the Ocean Divine System, where an opportunity may soon arise. Soon after, the scene shifts to a distant island. There, Goldie suddenly falls through a spatial rift and lands unsteadily. Nearby, Gao Peng surveys the endless ocean, immediately recognizing that they have arrived at the right location. Moments later, Goldie senses a powerful surge of energy coming from a specific direction. Reacting quickly, Gao Peng leads the group into nearby bushes to hide. From there, he spots two monsters locked in battle, one emerging from the sea and the other fighting from the sky. The ocean-based monster unleashes an attack infused with the ocean rule, while the airborne Silver Phoenix counters with her own overwhelming power. Their attacks collide violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the air and sea alike. Gao Peng watches the clash with admiration, taking in the sheer scale of the confrontation. Suddenly, a massive wave surges toward their position. As Goldie panics, Silent Lion steps forward without hesitation and freezes the entire wave in an instant, stopping it completely. Observing this, Gao Peng notes that Silent Lion's elemental control is both powerful and exceptionally pure, though he still lacks the materials needed for a true breakthrough. As the battle continues, Gao Peng carefully observes the two gods and realizes that neither has reacted to their presence at all. This confirms one thing clearly: they do not consider his group to be any kind of threat. The ocean monster displays absolute confidence, believing himself invincible as long as he remains within the sea. In response, Silver Phoenix forms a defensive shield of silver light, effortlessly blocking his incoming attack. Immediately afterwards, she launches an egg-shaped projectile from her mouth, sending it hurtling toward him. Without hesitation, the ocean monster strikes once and cleanly slices the projectile in half. However, before he can relax, the divided form rapidly transforms, expanding outward and enclosing him from every direction. In an instant, he finds himself trapped, unable to react in time. Silver Phoenix presses the advantage, clearly unfazed by his earlier claims. Meanwhile, the ocean monster lashes out from within the structure. Refusing to accept confinement, he channels greater power, pushing beyond his previous limits, and unleashes the ocean law. The force causes the egg-like construct to rupture violently, with the attack exploding outward in all directions. As the energy disperses, Silver Phoenix charges straight toward the shattered structure with her momentum, fueled by fury. At the same time, she realizes that her opponent has employed an additional power beyond expectation, making the situation more dangerous than anticipated. Although the ocean monster succeeds in breaking free, internal explosions erupt throughout his body, leaving him visibly injured. Despite his escape, the damage continues to spread from within, revealing flaws in his execution. Before either side can recover, a powerful voice resonates across the battlefield. Soon after, a wolf-type monster appears and calmly sits atop a nearby stone. Recognizing the newcomer, the ocean monster panics, realizing that this being has mastered both space law and time law simultaneously, an almost untouchable combination. As tension rises between the newcomers, their strained relationship becomes apparent. Sensing an opportunity, the ocean monster acts decisively. He coats his body in water, disperses into countless droplets, and flees toward the ocean, fully convinced that the sea remains his safest refuge. Silver Phoenix immediately doubts the ocean monster's attempt to flee, and responds by unleashing a technique that forms a blazing ring around her body. The silver hunting ring expands outward, incinerating most of the scattered water droplets. However, due to its limited range, a small portion manages to escape destruction. Seeing this, Silver Phoenix turns her attention to Oru, making it clear that serious consequences will follow if the monster escapes because of him. In response, Oru rises sharply with irritation flashing across his face as he vents his frustration. Without wasting another moment, he extends his hand and releases his power. Instantly, time slows to a near standstill. Everything in the area, Silver Phoenix included, moves as if frozen in syrup. Meanwhile, the ocean monster inches closer to the water, fully aware of his proximity to safety, yet completely helpless as time drags painfully slow. In the next instant, Oru vanishes and reappears at full speed, striking before the monster can reach the sea. The attack lands cleanly, killing the ocean monster in a single blow. Silver Phoenix quickly notes the decisive outcome and recognizes that their task is now complete. She prepares to leave, but Oru refuses to move on. Instead, he insists on staying a while longer, taunting Silver Phoenix before disappearing without warning. Watching this, she acknowledges that although Oru possesses terrifying strength, his lack of discipline often creates unnecessary complications. Still, with the mission finished, she allows him a brief indulgence. Afterwards, she collects the ocean monster's corpse and prepares to depart. From a distance, Gao Peng reflects on the sheer power of these monsters. Even now, he cannot see their names or attributes, which only highlights the gap between their strength and his own. However, when he finally checks the identity of the sea monster, he discovers it is the Storm Emperor, a lord of the deep ocean divine system. He had expected far greater resistance from a lord-level existence, yet the monster was eliminated with ease, suggesting the situation is less dangerous than initially assumed. With both powerful monsters gone and the ocean close at hand, Gao Peng decides it is the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. The suggestion immediately lifts everyone's mood, and excitement spreads through the group. A full month passes as Galpeng's pets continuously hunt monsters across the region, while Darkchild methodically decomposes the corpses and extracts valuable materials. Throughout this period, the group grows steadily stronger. When the month finally comes to an end, Dazi succeeds in condensing his godhood. However, almost immediately afterward, he collapses to the ground and starts rolling around in frustration. Noticing this, Galpeng steps closer to check on him. Dazi's emotions quickly surface as he compares himself to Goldie, who managed to condense 3 godhoods while he himself achieved only 1. Hearing this, Galpeng is genuinely surprised, momentarily taken aback by Goldie's progress. As he reflects on the past month, Galpeng recalls the constant battles they endured. Together, they killed nearly 30 quasi-god realm monsters, gathering exceptionally high-quality materials. Those resources pushed most of his pets to level 100. During that time, Galpeng deliberately paused their breakthroughs, focusing instead on refining their foundations and deepening their understanding of power. Judging by the results, the strategy clearly paid off, though talent still plays a crucial role. Galpeng gently strokes Dazi's head and proceeds to examine his godhood. What he sees surprises him. Dazi now possesses 72 wings, each storing thunder energy, collectively housing 36 different thunder types. At the core lies the thunder rule, with numerous smaller rules revolving around it like satellites. Despite this, Dazi remains uncertain about his worth. Sensing his doubt, Galpeng reassures him that the number of godhoods is not everything. A godhood can be strengthened over time, and the more refined and powerful it becomes, the greater Dazi's future growth will be. Even so, Dazi's emotions do not settle easily. Tears well up as he struggles with the fear of being left behind. He worries that with only a single godhood, he may never truly become powerful, and that, if that happens, he will end up walking the path alone. Suddenly, sharp and unsettling laughter echoes from behind them. Both Galpeng and Dazi react in surprise, instinctively scanning the area. Despite their caution, they are unable to sense or see any nearby presence. Almost immediately, Galpeng realizes what is happening, and concludes that the hidden creature is using space-based power to conceal itself. Without hesitation, Galpeng signals Silly to share her space vision. Once the ability takes effect, the hidden figure is revealed to be Oru, laughing openly while observing Dazi with clear amusement. Moments later, Oru senses something unusual, and slowly turns his gaze, looking straight in Galpeng's direction. A chill runs through Galpeng as shock floods his mind, and he wonders if his presence has been discovered. The atmosphere instantly changes as Oru loses interest, deciding that the situation is no longer amusing. In the next instant, Oru vanishes without leaving a trace. Only after Oru vanishes does the tension ease. Even so, Galpeng's legs give out and he drops to the ground as his nerves finally catch up with him. Meanwhile, Dazi watches in confusion, unsure what just happened. Soon after, Galpeng forces himself back to his feet with serious expression, as now he is fully aware that the monster they encountered is truly dangerous. After that, Galpeng scans the surroundings to make sure the creature is truly gone. Once he's certain, he finally sits down, letting out a breath of relief. He feels lucky the monster didn't notice them, especially since this was the very same one that killed the Storm Sea Emperor alongside the Silver Phoenix. What's more unsettling is that even the system couldn't display its name or any information panel at all. Suddenly, Galpeng remembers Goldie and wonders if he has managed to condense his third godhood as well. With that thought, he walks over and asks Goldie to show it, along with the rule attached to it. In response, Goldie reveals the Forbidden Demon godhood. At this point, Galpeng can't help but question it. He wonders whether the magic forbidden ability can even be condensed into a godhood, and what kind of rule it might contain. As he thinks it through, he figures it could work as both a strength-type rule and a swordsmanship rule. Either way, he realizes how incredibly rare it is, as he's never seen this kind of rule in any monster before. Clearly impressed, he praises Goldie and urges him to keep condensing more godhoods. However, Goldie weakly admits that his condition has worsened and he can't go on any further. In contrast, Galpeng reacts with an exaggerated expression, just as juice spills out of Silly's mouth, lightening the mood. Thinking things over, Galpeng comes to an important realization. Condensing and refining godhoods requires a monster's own bodily power, which explains why only quasi-god-level monsters can do it. Most monsters usually form the bare minimum number of godhoods and focus instead on increasing their raw strength rather than creating more. With that settled, Galpeng decides it's time to check on the others and see how their preparations are coming along. First, Whiteblade has successfully condensed 2 godhoods, the Tearing Godhood and the Shadow Godhood. Similarly, Silent Lion has also formed 2 of his own, the Ice Godhood and the Frost Godhood. Seeing everyone making steady progress, Galpeng feels genuinely pleased. After that, he turns his attention to Fishy and checks in on how his preparations are coming along. Meanwhile, Fishy is stretched out comfortably in the water and casually replies that he's doing nothing at all, just relaxing. However, Gao Peng walks over and gently pushes back, clearly not buying that explanation. In response, Fishy explains that he's been given another chance to reach his peak, and this time he wants to handle everything carefully without making any mistakes. Instead of rushing, he plans to refine both his quality and form before evolving. More importantly, he wants to reach the eternal grade first and push his strength to its absolute limit before even thinking about condensing a godhood. Because of that, Fishy believes he might finally reach a level he never managed to achieve in his previous life. Hearing this, Gao Peng looks at him with an amused expression and points out that his strength will hit a bottleneck. Fishy only laughs and reassures him not to worry, hinting that he has his own way of dealing with it. Seeing this, Gao Peng can't help but smile. Fishy's openness and his obvious happiness feels new and refreshing. Fishy then adds that since he used to be the one protecting everyone, now it's finally his turn to be protected, and he wants to know what that feels like. Just then, Silent Lion steps forward and confidently promises to protect Fishy from now on. Fishy bursts out laughing and tells him to stop talking nonsense. Silent Lion immediately snaps back, annoyed, asking what exactly he means by that. Meanwhile, Gao Peng's thoughts shift elsewhere. He recalls that Dragon Cultivation Book has already reached level 99, yet for some reason still can't comprehend its rule. At the same time, White Clam has reached level 84, and should soon be joining the second group. With that in mind, Gao Peng lets out a slightly dangerous laugh and decides that it's finally time to go check on Dragon Ant. 3 days later. Inside a cave, Gao Peng stands with everyone as waves of colorful energy suddenly burst from within. A moment later, Dragon Ant steps out. Seeing this, Silent Lion quickly asks if something happened inside. In response, Dragon Ant thanks Gao Peng for helping him with his training. However, Gao Peng shakes his head and gives the credit back, saying he only created the opportunity. Dragon Ant was the one who put in the work and gained real experience. As Gao Peng observes more closely, he notices something interesting. When Dragon Ant first emerged, there were 7 different sounds coming from his mouth, but now they've merged into a single, steady tone. Because of this, Gao Peng figures that Dragon Ant must have condensed multiple godhoods into one body. Naturally, he grows curious and wants to see what kind of godhood Dragon Ant managed to create. At that point, Dragon Ant reveals his godhood and explains that he condensed only one. Gao Peng reacts in surprise at first, but then quickly realizes this is anything but an ordinary godhood. Dragon Ant introduces it as the 1000 Transformation Godhood. He goes on to explain that this godhood can transform into any rule he fully understands. Because of that, his plan is to first comprehend the nature of rules before trying to actually use them. Hearing this, Silent Lion speaks up, asking whether that means Dragon Ant can directly control those rules. Dragon Ant immediately clears up the misunderstanding. He explains that for now he can only analyze rules, not control them. As Gao Peng listens, he suddenly realizes something important. If Dragon Ant analyzes the flame rule, then his godhood would temporarily turn into a flame godhood, and all of its power would flow into him. Dragon Ant confirms this is exactly how it works, though he adds that his strength becomes slightly weaker during the transformation process. Even so, Gao Peng reassures him that it's still incredibly impressive. After all, the more the 1000 Transformation Godhood improves, the more attributes it will be able to copy. Privately, Gao Peng thinks that while the transformation rule is still weak for now, its potential will grow alongside Dragon Ant's strength. After that, Dragon Ant explains that he needs to start by analyzing rules first, since he hasn't analyzed any yet. Hearing this, Gao Peng gestures toward his other companions and points out that Dragon Ant's family members can help him with that. Clearly encouraged, Dragon Ant happily walks over to them and says that fully understanding their rules will take some time. Just then, Fishy chimes in, suggesting that Dragon Ant should analyze the others' rules first, since he himself hasn't condensed a godhood yet, but once he does, Dragon Ant can analyze his as well. All of a sudden, Dazi glances around and wonders aloud where Dumby has been these past few days. Hearing that, Gao Peng simply smiles and explains that he assigned Dumby an important task, and that he'll be back once it's finished. Right on cue, black smoke swirls through the air as Dumby appears, holding a divine weapon in his hand. He calmly announces that the job is done. Seeing this, Dazi freezes in surprise when he realizes the item is a divine artifact called Dead Soul Scythe, complete with an in-win rule of 1.3%. After that, Dumby explains that as his understanding of the rule improves, the weapon's sharpness will continue to increase. After all, he only crafted it based on the level of insight he currently has. Hearing this, Gao Peng recalls what the celestial bird once told him, that future treasures with the same attribute can be fused together to further enhance the weapon's power. Clearly delighted, Dazi happily takes the divine artifact, calling it adorable before turning to Gao Peng and asking if he'll help him create his own divine artifact someday. Gao Peng agrees, saying he'll help as much as he can when it comes to refining Dazi's godhood. Meanwhile, Dazi starts daydreaming. He imagines making a chain just for Gao Peng's neck, forcing him to wear it whenever they go out together. As he pictures this, Dazi lets out a strange, playful laugh right as Gao Peng suddenly starts sneezing non-stop. Finally, the scene shifts to the Judean dynasty, where a furious shout echoes through the woods, yelling at someone to stop running and demanding to know if they really thought they could steal a pet and get away with it. A man runs through the streets with a bag clutched tightly in his hands, while someone behind him shouts that if he drops the pet, they might spare his life. As he glances back at his pursuers, he curses under his breath that these bastards have been chasing him non-stop for 3 whole days. Behind him, a large group closes in. They were sent by the city lord himself, along with elite forces, all ordered to capture him no matter what. At that moment, the runner steels himself. He tells himself that this will be his final deal, and that he has to see it through at any cost, even if it means never letting go of the pet. Suddenly, he vanishes without a trace. For a brief moment, his pursuers freeze in shock, wondering if what they just saw was some kind of illusion. However, another person quickly arrives and points out that it can't be an illusion. There wasn't even a ripple of elemental energy. Hearing this, the leader clenches his teeth and orders everyone to keep moving. After all, going back empty-handed would mean a punishment far worse than continuing the chase. Without hesitation, they rush forward into the same space. In the next instant, the world around them shifts, and they find themselves transported into a completely different dimension outside the Judean dynasty. Startled, they look around and ask if this place is some kind of secret palace. Still, after a brief exchange, they decide it's better to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the runner realizes his plan has gone horribly wrong. He had intended to send them running in circles while he slipped into the secret palace alone. Instead, they followed him straight inside. Worse yet, he knows there's only one exit, which means they'll definitely be waiting for him outside. Although he has no idea what dangers lie ahead, he understands he has no choice but to keep moving deeper into the secret palace. Soon after, the scene shifts. The man from the Judean dynasty is now on the ground, being brutally beaten by several people. One of them finally steps forward and calmly tells him not to panic. They won't kill him, as long as he cooperates. Then, in a measured tone, the man asks whether anyone else besides him knows about this jungle. Struggling to breathe, the beaten man nods and explains that some people were indeed chasing him earlier. However, he adds that they stayed near the entrance and didn't dare venture deep into the secret palace. As he looks at his captors more carefully, a chilling realization hits him. These people are definitely from the Red Tribe. According to rumors, the Red Tribe vanished years ago and was never considered especially powerful. Yet here they are, 3 of them, and they captured him effortlessly with a single strike. At that moment, the person sitting nearby slowly stands up and says this situation has become troublesome. He then orders one of them to go to the altar and invite the sea god to decide what should be done next. The other 2 immediately agree. Hearing this, the man from the Judean dynasty turns pale. Panic floods his face as he wonders if they're truly planning to summon the sea god. Desperate to survive, he hurriedly offers to join them and promises to tell them everything he knows. After a brief pause, they agree and decide to take him along. The scene then shifts to the sea, where massive waves surge as Brain rises from the water and calmly asks what's going on. In response, someone points toward the man from the Judean dynasty and explains that they captured him, one of the mutated persons from the outside worlds. Right after hearing this, Brain suddenly disappears. Moments later, he reappears with 2 more people in tow. He explains that he managed to bring them back, but their 3rd companion slipped away before he arrived. Because of that, he worries that the secret palace may soon be discovered. Hearing this, everyone's expressions change, and panic starts to spread as they urgently ask what they should do next. Before anyone can act, a powerful voice echoes from the sky, telling them not to panic. Almost immediately after, the 3rd Judean dynasty person drops down from above. At the same time, Ashura Dragon reveals himself, saying that he caught the escaped mutated person and brought him back so they can deal with him properly. The old guy then turns to Brain and asks if he knows who just intervened. Brain quickly explains that this is the Dragon God, the one who protects the Chinese people. The listener's eyes light up in excitement as he realizes this is the legendary Dragon God, personally protecting China and even capturing criminals for them. However, Brain cuts him off sharply, telling him to stay quiet. He reminds everyone that the Dragon God's identity isn't something they can casually talk about, and that showing even a hint of disrespect is unacceptable. Embarrassed, the old guy immediately apologizes and promises not to speak carelessly again. After calming down, Brain points out that now that all 3 mutated persons have been captured, their task is almost complete, though the situation still isn't fully resolved. He goes on to explain that while they have the people in hand, none of the information can be allowed to leak. He expects Mingyu country to start searching for their missing members soon, and they absolutely can't let them uncover anything. With that, Brain prepares to leave, instructing the others to keep these people under control while they wait for his next order. The scene then shifts once again, this time to the Southern Group's Sky Group headquarters. a man arrives and informs Grandpa that the chairman elder has sent him to place a pet under Grandpa's care. Grandpa nods, saying he's already heard about this mutant pet from a tribe that came out of the secret realm. After taking the pet, Grandpa remarks that accepting it is a sign of trust and favor. As he begins feeding it, he casually decides to name the orange-colored cat Orange. However, just as he says the name, dark thunderclouds suddenly gather in the sky. Seeing this, Grandpa immediately hands the pet back and calmly says it'll take about 2 hours. Once the thunder finally fades, Grandpa looks up in surprise as black smoke rises into the air, and a calm voice announces that the process was a success. Moments later, White Dragon appears, but his once white body has turned completely black. Seeing this, Grandpa smiles and comments on how hard White Dragon worked, joking that maybe he should be called Black Dragon now. White Dragon quickly speaks up, asking to keep his old name instead. Grandpa chuckles, thanks him, and acknowledges that the evolution was extremely risky. They weren't fully prepared, but with news from Joseon Dynasty coming in, they needed to be ready, and that meant taking a dangerous breakthrough. In response, White Dragon calmly explains that cultivation is all about standing up to heaven itself. He assures Grandpa not to worry or blame himself, adding that protecting people always comes with risks and sometimes means going against your own better judgment. Hearing this, Grandpa smiles thoughtfully, suggesting that the old days might finally be returning. He then brings up how White Dragon feels after consuming the god. White Dragon bursts into laughter, saying the taste was incredible. They share a hearty laugh together, but the moment breaks when Grandpa suddenly starts coughing. White Dragon immediately steps forward and checks if he's alright. Grandpa waves it off, insisting he's fine. Then, in a quieter tone, he mentions that Gao Peng has been working tirelessly to protect their world from the Joseon Dynasty, while people like them are too old to just stand by and watch. As he speaks, blood appears on his hand and he finally admits he can't hide his condition any longer, so he's decided they'll face what's coming together, to see who truly holds the ultimate darkness. The scene then shifts to Thousand Places Lake, where a fierce battle is already underway. A female lion clashes head-on with a massive scorpion monster. She shouts that the lake has been her territory since ancient times and accuses him of crossing the line. In response, the scorpion sneers and claims that long before the lake ever existed, this land was a desert. Because of that, he argues that he has more right to the treasure and tells her to step aside. Instead of backing down, the female lion simply smiles and asks why she should follow rules made for a creature like him. With that, the two charge at each other. She launches a powerful water attack, only for the scorpion to counter with a devastating sand attack that completely shreds the water apart. Mocking her, the scorpion remarks that after all these years she hasn't changed at all, and is still the same shameless creature. Unbothered, the female lion grins and challenges him, asking whether his rules can truly withstand her next attack. Moments later, the battle escalates as they unleash their full power, the law of sea colliding violently with the law of the desert. From a safe distance, Gao Peng and his companions watch the intense clash unfold. Watching the fight, Goldie can't help but comment on how amazing it is. Then, half-jokingly, he turns to Silent Lion and asks whether the female lion might be his relative, especially given how shameless she's acting. Silent Lion immediately snaps back, angrily insisting that she's definitely not related to him. He quickly adds that she's a water-type beast while he's clearly ice-type. Hearing that, Goldie laughs and says that their faces and color patterns make them look like twins anyway. Fishy nods along, clearly agreeing. Meanwhile, Gao Peng pulls an annoyed face, thinking that they don't look alike at all, at least not to him. Still, out of curiosity, he turns to Dumby and asks whether the female lion's scent resembles Silent Lion's. After thinking it over for a moment, Dumby answers that it's not just their appearance, their auras are extremely similar as well. At that point, Gao Peng decides this isn't really his problem and shifts his attention to the female lion's information instead. According to what he sees, her name is Ocean Holy Lion, a mythical grade medium-tier god with a water attribute. Even so, he has to admit to himself that she really does resemble Silent Lion in more ways than one. Hearing this, Silent Lion angrily demands proof that she's actually related to him. Gao Peng quickly steps in to calm him down and then reveals an important detail. She's one of the 7 holy lions. The moment Silent Lion hears that, his anger disappears. Instead, he reacts with pure shock and excitement. If she's one of the 7 holy lions, then that means he is too. And since she's already a god, he realizes he might reach godhood himself one day. Meanwhile, the focus shifts back to the battlefield. The female lion gathers her strength and unleashes a devastating attack toward the scorpion. Faced with overwhelming force, the scorpion turns and flees, shouting that he'll come back for revenge. Watching him retreat, the female lion smiles calmly. She then reaches into the water and pulls something out, noting that while its attributes aren't as strong as they used to be, it's still valuable to her. Suddenly, Dumby appears nearby. Almost at the same time, the mechanical god emerges beside him. Sensing 2 gods and several other creatures hiding in the shadows, the female lion's expression turns serious. She quickly realizes she'll have to force them all out into the open. With that, she strides toward Dumby, ready to attack. As she advances, she comments that she had sensed him lurking in the shadows from the very beginning, and that this time he would not escape. Just as she is about to strike, she suddenly transforms into a cute cat and stops. Confusion crosses her face as she looks at Dumby again. Instead of attacking, she leans in and sniffs him in an oddly comical way. A moment later, she announces that she can sense a holy lion's aura within him, one that belongs to another holy lion, and a male. At this, Silent Lion immediately grows tense, while Gao Peng watches the scene unfold with an amused smile. The female lion then tells Dumby that she's willing to give him the Heart of Ocean as long as he helps her find the other holy lion in return. Hearing that, Dumby turns to Gao Peng and checks whether they should accept the deal. Instead of answering right away, Gao Peng glances at Silent Lion, waiting for his reaction. Silent Lion just smiles, remarking that he doesn't really have a choice at this point. Gao Peng shoots him a funny look, calling out his act. After all, Silent Lion had already reached the half-step god realm, so there was no way he hadn't heard everything. Goldie steps forward, casual as ever, noting that the female lion seemed to want to pair up with Silent Lion. He points out that they had already spent a huge amount of resources tracking down information on the water-type treasure, and jokes that Silent Lion might just be backing off because he's too old for this kind of thing. Hearing that, Silent Lion immediately explodes in anger and shouts at Goldie to stop talking nonsense. Before things can escalate, Fishy suddenly moves closer to Silent Lion. Putting on an unusually cute expression, he promises that Silent Lion will never be treated like a combat tool again in the future. Almost pleading, he asks Silent Lion to help him this time, explaining that he desperately needs the Heart of Ocean. Fishy then lays out his reasoning. He explains that the female lion is a medium-ranked god with abundant resources, and teaming up with her would give Silent Lion access to materials needed to forge a powerful artifact. That alone would earn him respect and significantly boost his strength. On top of that, Fishy reminds him that as a holy lion, Silent Lion has always prioritized success above everything else. Hearing this, Silent Lion makes a strange face and admits that focusing on success is indeed his usual way. Taking the chance, Fishy flatters him even more, saying that no one would dare use him as a combat unit once his partner is a medium-ranked god. He even admits, half-jokingly, that he's starting to feel a bit jealous of such a powerful match. At this point, Silent Lion's face slowly turns red. Looking slightly embarrassed, he admits that the offer doesn't sound bad at all, and that this path could really help him grow stronger. Watching his reaction, Fishy silently wonders what kind of strange thoughts could make Silent Lion blush like that. Meanwhile, Gao Peng smiles to himself, feeling that the whole matter was resolved far more easily than he expected. Finally, Silent Lion laughs and tells Gao Peng that since he's asking for so much, he's already prepared to go all in this time. The view then shifts to the female lion, who is now looking over with unmistakably affectionate eyes. At the same time, Silent Lion's face has turned completely red. By now, Gao Peng has already merged with Dumby. Trying to steady himself, Silent Lion quietly admits to Gao Peng that he's feeling a little nervous. Just then, the female lion walks closer and casually compliments him, saying he looks quite handsome. Silent Lion nods without hesitation and replies that he knows, after all. Back when he lived on the grasslands, plenty of lions were crazy about him. However, the female lion suddenly flashes a strange, slightly creepy smile, which immediately catches Gao Peng's attention. A moment later, she pulls out the ocean heart and says she's ready to hand it over, as long as they give the lion to her. Hearing that, Gao Peng reacts in surprise and firmly says that he never agreed to hand Silent Lion over to anyone. In response, the female lion turns her face away and calmly admits that he's right. Even so, Gao Peng can't shake the feeling that something isn't quite right. He has no issue with cooperation or friendship, but there's no way he'll let her simply take Silent Lion away. With that in mind, he checks her status panel and is instantly shocked to discover the twisted thoughts hidden in her mind. Just as Gao Peng is reacting to what he sees, the female lion suddenly puts on an innocent, cute expression. She explains that the skeleton wasn't talking much before but is suddenly very chatty now. Then she clarifies her intentions. She isn't trying to take Silent Lion away forever. Instead, she just wants him to stay with her for a while so they can talk privately. After all, she doesn't want the future father of her children to be someone she barely knows. Hearing this, Gao Peng acknowledges her interest in Silent Lion. After a brief pause, he proposes a compromise. She hands over the ocean heart first, and at the same time, Silent Lion goes to stay with her. He then asks how she feels about that arrangement. The moment she hears this, the female lion suddenly stomps her foot, and water begins seeping up from the ground beneath them. Seeing her reaction, Gao Peng simply smiles and lightly asks why she's getting so nervous. After all, she's a medium-ranked god, while he's only an elementary god. The female lion then puts on a cute expression and admits that she's nervous, mainly because she's never done anything like this before. With that said, she hands the ocean heart to Dumby, who immediately starts inspecting it carefully. After a moment, she looks over and asks whether he's satisfied. adding that she hopes he doesn't think she's trying to cheat him. Deep down, however, she's fuming. She can't help wondering whether this so-called elementary god really thinks she's afraid of him, when in reality she's only holding back because of the little lion. Hearing her out, Gao Peng explains that he comes from a small planet and tends to be cautious by nature. Because of that, he asks her to forgive his careful approach. Then, picking up Silent Lion, he tells her to get ready as he's about to hand him over. The female lion smiles at his words. However, instead of calmly accepting Silent Lion, Dumby suddenly shoves him backward. At the same time, Gao Peng swiftly uses his power to store Silent Lion inside his personal space. Before the female lion can even react, Dumby launches a direct attack at her. Startled, she dodges and angrily shouts, demanding how he dares to attack her. Gao Peng coldly replies that he's not foolish enough to fall for sweet words, especially when he already knows she has twisted plans of her own. At that moment, the female lion realizes something is wrong. The law of death is rapidly consuming her power. She immediately understands that she underestimated this seemingly ordinary god, one who actually possesses death flow. Meanwhile, Gao Peng casually calls it a minor trick as Dumby fully releases his strength. In an instant, a massive chain shoots toward her. Thick smoke rises around her position, and ice tentacles suddenly burst out from within, closing in from every direction. Her eyes widen in shock when she realizes that this skeleton also wields the law of ice. Before she can recover, Dumby pushes even more power forward, causing a gigantic ice statue to emerge as different energies surge wildly from his body. Inside her mind, disbelief takes over. She can feel her guardian barrier being destroyed again and again. At this point, she can't help but question whether this bastard is truly just an elementary god. Worse still, the death law clings tightly to her body, constantly draining her spiritual energy. Gritting her teeth, she begins forming her own counterattack and declares that they'll soon find out whose law is stronger. However, just as Dumby prepares to respond, his surroundings suddenly change. In the next instant, he finds himself in an entirely different space. He quickly realizes this is the law of space, and that she can wield it as well. Even so, he calmly steadies himself and says that no matter what she throws at him, he's fully prepared. All of a sudden, Dumby releases a massive surge of black energy from his body. Watching this unfold, Gao Peng can't help but think that the female lion truly deserves her status as a medium-ranked god. Instead of fighting them one by one, she chose to use her law to overwhelm everyone at the same time. At the same time, Gao Peng quickly weighs the situation. Even though Dumby is using both his law and defensive power together to resist the attack, the gap between them is still enormous. At best, Dumby's protective barrier can only hold out for a few seconds. Realizing this, Gao Peng understands that the female lion has overlooked one important thing. He doesn't rely on just a single god. With that in mind, he summons the mechanical god. It immediately activates its defenses to help block the incoming force. Even so, Gao Peng feels the pressure right away, since the mechanical god hasn't fully recovered its strength yet. Through the strain, Gao Peng shouts to both of them, telling them that no matter what happens, they cannot give up. They have to do everything they can to hold the attack back. Then, without warning, everything suddenly returns to normal. The overwhelming law of the sea vanishes into thin air. Gao Peng realizes they can finally breathe again. However, Dumby quickly calls out to him and points toward a distant direction, telling him to look as she's already fled. Understanding the situation, Gao Peng decides it's pointless to chase her into another dimension. Instead, he orders Dumby to take him somewhere safe so they can recover. Dumby agrees without hesitation and quickly transports him to a secure location. Once they arrive, Gao Peng separates from Dumby and pieces everything together. It becomes clear that the female lion never intended to fight them head-on from the start. Her real goal was to create an opening and escape. Realizing this, Gao Peng feels that he was always one step behind her plan. A moment later, Dumby checks in on him, asking if he's alright. Gao Peng reassures him with a calm smile, saying he's completely fine, and admits that he didn't expect their first real battle to turn out as well as it did. As things settle down, Gao Peng reflects on what just happened. Ever since Dumby became a god, he gained a new ability, the power to temporarily merge with another god-level monster. At the moment, Silent Lion has already condensed his godhood but hasn't formed a god altar yet, while Dumby already possesses one. Since Gao Peng is the master of both, he merged with Dumby's body and balanced their strength by channeling Silent Lion's power into Dumby's altar. Because of that, Silent Lion's power, along with the Frost Law, was temporarily drawn into Dumby's body. However, this also placed an enormous strain on Gao Peng's own body. Thinking back, he realizes that using this ability in real combat is far more difficult than during training. Still, when facing a medium-ranked god, they had no other choice. Without this move, they wouldn't have stood a chance at all. After a brief silence, Silent Lion sighs, saying that his romantic luck is completely used up. Gao Peng immediately corrects him, calling it not bad luck, but a full-blown romantic disaster. Silent Lion falls quiet at that. Noticing his mood, Gao Peng walks over and explains what he had sensed earlier. He mentions the female lion's malicious intent and makes it clear that if Silent Lion had truly fallen into her hands, something terrible would have happened to him. Even so, Silent Lion wears a dreamy expression and mutters that she was still very beautiful. Gao Peng reaches out, pats his head, and promises to find him an even better and more beautiful lion in the future. Just then, Fishy suddenly pops up, pulling an exaggerated cute face and complaining about being forgotten. Gao Peng turns toward him, hands over the ocean heart, and tells him to stop acting. More casually, he wonders why Fishy is alone and where Dazi and Goldie have gone. Fishy explains that he had forgotten to mention earlier that both of them are currently condensing their god altars, making it impossible to disturb them. With that, Gao Peng finally understands their absence over the past 2 days. At the same time, curiosity stirs about how things are progressing, especially since Goldie aimed to comprehend 2 additional rules, while Dazi intended to master 18 rules before attempting his breakthrough. A moment later, Silly walks over and reveals to Gao Peng that both of them feel like they've fallen far behind. Because of that, they don't want to lag anymore, they want to grow strong enough to stand beside him and support him in real battles. Hearing this, Gao Peng smiles and jokingly asks Silly why he didn't just get angry and force a breakthrough like the others. In response, Silly casually explains that he's not as reckless as they are. Since there are already incredibly powerful members on their team, he figures he can simply hide behind them to stay alive, so there's no rush for him to train. Gao Peng pulls a forced expression, saying it's hard to understand their way of thinking. Even so, he admits that he's genuinely happy seeing so many of his pets reaching god-level strength. Soon after, the scene shifts to a water element lake inside the Juqian dynasty, where Gao Peng arrives along with his companions. As they take in the surroundings, Goldie can't help but comment that Fishy used to brag non-stop about how talented and strong he was. Now, however, while everyone else has made breakthroughs, Fishy seems to have fallen the furthest behind and is turning out to be surprisingly slow. Curious, Dazi asks how much longer Fishy is going to stay inside. Gao Peng thinks it shouldn't be much longer. After all, Fishy has already been submerged for several days. Even though there's no visible movement on the surface, Gao Peng can clearly sense Fishy's aura growing stronger day by day. Then, without warning, a powerful explosion erupts from within the water. Feeling the sudden surge, Gao Peng immediately realizes that something big is about to happen. Moments later, skulls begin surfacing from the lake. Startled, Gao Peng wonders if those are actually bones and quickly tells Daz that they need to get over there right now. Dazi doesn't hesitate and agrees immediately. Keeping all his pets close, Gao Peng mounts Dazi, and they rush forward at full speed. Before they even arrive, an entire mountain suddenly explodes. When Gao Peng reaches the scene, he's struck by the sheer power of it all. Deep down, he can feel it clearly. Fishy is on the verge of advancing. At the same time, all the surrounding monsters panic and begin fleeing in every direction. Gao Peng locks his gaze onto Fishy and instantly recognizes what's happening. This overwhelming pressure is the power of law, which means Fishy is finally about to condense his god altar. All of a sudden, energy begins gathering inside Fishy's mouth. One by one, he condenses a total of 4 godhoods. The first is the Engulfing Godhood, followed by the Calamity Godhood, then the Ocean Godhood, and finally the Storm Godhood. Moments later, Fishy's god altar fully forms, and all 4 godheads smoothly enter it. Seeing this, Gao Peng can't hold back his excitement and shouts in joy that Fishy has finally succeeded. With that breakthrough, Fishy officially becomes an elementary god and an eternal creature. His engulfment rule reaches 2.1%, while his Calamity, Ocean, and Storm rules each stabilize at 1%. Clearly thrilled, Fishy excitedly tells Gao Peng that he never thought he'd be able to become a god again. What's more, he didn't just succeed, he even gained extra godhoods. Thanks to that, his current strength has already surpassed what it was during his first life. Feeling especially proud, Fishy adds that he's in such a good mood today that he wants Gao Peng to hop on his back for a celebratory flight. Gao Peng laughs and replies that after seeing how much Fishy has changed, it's obvious his area of effect attacks have improved a lot. Then, more seriously, he notes that since everyone has upgraded now, it might be time to think about what they should do next. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a distant galaxy where colossal monsters are devouring entire planets. Within the Tyrant Galaxy, massive streams of energy pour out of one planet before it suddenly turns pitch black, with no energy left inside. Watching this, one monster reports to his father that yet another star has vanished. His father grimly replies that they're running out of time. From now on, they'll have no choice but to rely on close-range, hand-to-hand combat. The son nods, saying he understands. Just then, a butterfly-like monster appears out of nowhere. It latches onto a planet and, in the next instant, transforms itself into a massive cocoon. The view then shifts back to the Juqian dynasty, inside the dimensional battlefield where a brutal fight is already underway. Numerous beasts are locked in combat, and one lies dead on the ground, its body sliced nearly in half. Suddenly, a tentacle reaches out and touches the corpse. In the blink of an eye, the beast's body vanishes completely. Meanwhile, two other beasts keep fighting, completely ignoring everything around them. A moment later, one of them suddenly notices that the dead body is gone and blurts out in shock that it was just lying there a few seconds ago. Still fighting, the beast grumbles that there's definitely a thief nearby, stealing their loot. Not far away, Gao Peng stays hidden with Silly. Inside, he feels a bit tense, realizing they were dangerously close to being discovered. At the same time, he admits to himself that he's gotten too greedy. Making corpses vanish like this is bound to draw attention, and now the monsters are clearly starting to suspect someone is hiding nearby and stealing their gains. Because of that, he decides it's time to change his approach. Shortly after, Dazi comes over and informs Gao Peng that due to the ongoing Star War, countless monsters are being killed or seriously injured. He also mentions hearing rumors that the leader of the Nature Divine system has already taken down a Star King monster. Hearing this, Gao Peng reflects that according to the Celestial Bird, that Star King was one of the 6 strongest monsters in the entire Tyrant Galaxy. He finds it hard to believe it could be killed so easily. Its strength should be on the same level as the Silver Phoenix, far beyond anything he can handle right now. With the situation growing more dangerous by the moment, Gao Peng realizes he needs to find a safer place to collect materials from fallen monsters and strengthen his pets. Luckily, with Silly's space available, that part shouldn't be a problem. Just then, Dumby suddenly calls out and gestures forward, warning Gao Peng that they've been spotted. Almost immediately, a group of monsters charges straight at him, shouting angrily and demanding he return what he stole. Gao Peng raises his hands and tries to calm them down, saying they don't need to get so worked up since he only took a few dead bodies. However, he quickly understands that talking won't solve this. With no other option left, he decides they'll have to fight, and orders Dazi and Dragon Ant to combine. Without hesitation, both of them respond that they're ready, and begin merging. The instant the fusion completes, Dazi gains thousands transformation and Thunder God hoods. Thanks to Dragon Ant's unique Godhood ability, which allows it to copy any type of Godhood, it mirrors Dazi's power and forms its own Thunder God hood. In fact, Dragon Ant can replicate any kind of Godhood it encounters. All of a sudden, black smoke forms right in front of them. Gao Peng clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing that the master has caught up again. In response, Dazi instantly shifts direction and accelerates even more, while Gao Peng scoffs and wonders if their enemy really thinks it can keep up. Deep down, Gao Peng knows Dazi's double Godhoods give him a clear speed advantage, so this monster can't outrun them. However, the real problem is its tracking ability. It won't give up the chase unless one of them is killed. Since the enemy is far stronger than they are, taking it down alone is impossible. That leaves them with only one option: find help. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the Undead Divine system, where countless souls drift through the void of space. Gao Peng and Dazi streak through the area at top speed, drawing curious stares from the undead monsters around them. While moving, Dazi warns Gao Peng that undead creatures are everywhere in this territory. Gao Peng agrees, then adds that they can't keep running forever, and tells Dazi to look for a safe spot where they can stop and regroup for a bit. Eventually, they land in a secluded area. Gao Peng immediately separates Dazi and Dragon Ant, then summons Dumby, leaving the next task in his hands. After that, Gao Peng suggests Dazi to go rest. Hearing that, Dazi pulls a goofy expression and reminds him that they've grown up together as friends, so he's confident Gao Peng won't hold anything against him. Gao Peng laughs it off, says he understands, and waves him inside. Watching this, Dumby can't help but laugh as well. Soon after, Dumby begins activating his white flames, steadily absorbing the energy from the skeletons scattered around them. Meanwhile, deep inside a nearby cave, another monster suddenly opens its eyes, catching the scent of death in the air. Chapter 369, slowly it turns its head and asks its companions if they felt it too. A moment later, they quietly confirm that they did. After that, the dragon-type monster says he'll head out to investigate while the others continue resting. With that, the skeleton dragon shoots off at full speed. Sometime later, the skeleton dragon appears right in front of Dumby. This dragon is known as Death Dragon, a medium-rank god of mythical grade with a ghoul attribute. His white bone rule has reached 16%, while his pain rule stands at 12%. As soon as he senses the pressure, Dumby warns Gao Peng to stay alert. Meanwhile, Death Dragon studies Dumby carefully, and thinks to himself that this death aura is incredibly pure, something he's only felt before inside his master's body. In his eyes, this monster has a brilliant future, and recruiting him into the Undead Divine system would be a huge gain. Next, Death Dragon calmly explains that he is the ruler of the Undead Divine system on this planet. He adds that his earlier attack was merely a test of strength, with no hostile intent, and that Dumby has already passed. Hearing this, Gao Peng can't help but think it's a shame that Death Dragon is only at the medium-rank god level, especially when the one chasing him is a high-rank god. Through Dumby, Gao Peng politely replies that he's glad to meet him and mentions this is actually his first time encountering an undead god. He then apologizes and explains that he has to leave right away because someone far stronger is hunting him down. If fate allows, they can talk properly another time. With that said, Dumby takes off at full speed, carrying Galpeng with him. However, Death Dragon quickly follows and calls out for them to wait, explaining that the undead divine system holds significant influence here and might be able to help. Dumby responds honestly, saying that help won't be enough since Death Dragon is only a medium-rank god, while their pursuer is already at the high-rank level. After thinking it over, Death Dragon shakes his head and says a high-rank god isn't as big of a problem as it sounds. While defeating such an enemy might be difficult, forcing him to retreat would be easy enough. He explains that many high-level gods reside within the undead divine system, and since he holds great respect among them, they would definitely answer his call. All Dumby needs to do, he says, is stay here while he goes to speak with the pursuer. Soon after, the skeleton dragon departs and Dumby turns to Galpeng, wondering why this dragon is helping them when they haven't done anything for him. Galpeng calmly explains that nothing in this world comes for free. If the dragon is stepping in, there's definitely a reason behind it. Sooner or later, he'll want something in return, and they'll find out what that is. Not long after, the monster that had been chasing Dumby finally arrives and angrily declares that Dumby is the one who ran off with their treasure. At that moment, the skeleton dragon steps forward and tells him to cool down, pointing out that losing his temper won't solve anything. He introduces himself as Death Dragon, the leader of the undead divine system, and suggests that instead of jumping straight into killing, they should sit down and talk things out respectfully. However, the monster lashes out in anger and launches an attack at the skeleton dragon. Without any trouble, Death Dragon shatters the attack and casually asks why he's getting so worked up when they're trying to have a civilized conversation. He adds that killing each other doesn't actually fix anything. Seeing this, Galpeng is shocked. Internally, he realizes that even though this skeleton dragon is only a medium-rank god, he casually blocked a high-rank god's attack. Clearly, this dragon is far stronger than he looks. This also confirms why Galpeng chose to come to the undead divine system in the first place. He was hoping Dumby would get some real support here. Then, Death Dragon continues calmly, explaining that if the monster kills his father, the son will seek revenge. If that son is killed, then the next generation will come after him. In short, it becomes an endless cycle of descendants killing descendants. Galpeng can't help but make a funny face, thinking to himself that this dragon might actually win the fight just by talking. Keeping the tone unexpectedly light, the skeleton dragon adds that the cycle would never truly end unless someone put a stop to it right now. He frames it as concern for the monster's own good, especially since they are standing within the undead divine system's territory. If the monster insists on killing one of their companions here, survival would not be an option. Noticing that the monster seems at least slightly shaken by the reasoning, Death Dragon moves to end the exchange and push toward a more reasonable outcome. Before anything else can happen, the monster suddenly lunges forward. The skeleton dragon blocks the attack with ease and calmly notes that this opponent has no intention of listening. He then adds, almost mockingly, that unless the monster works on himself, that personality will leave him partnerless and alone until death. The comment leaves Dumby reeling. His head spins as he turns toward Galpeng, stunned by the exchange. Galpeng keeps his composure and suggests that this behavior may actually be the skeleton dragon's unique ability. As he checks the dragon's stats, he notices that the longer the skeleton dragon stands in front of an enemy and keeps talking, the stronger he becomes. Galpeng can't help but note that while the ability is strange, it is also unexpectedly powerful. However, before anything else can be said, the monster unleashes another attack and shatters the skeleton dragon's shield. At that point, the skeleton dragon's expression darkens as he says the enemy has officially crossed the line and made him angry. Suddenly, a rift opens in the sky above them, and Galpeng immediately feels a terrifying aura pouring out of it. The skeleton dragon roars that he already gave the monster a chance, but since he refused to listen, the same fate that befell other fools will now fall upon him. In the next instant, an enormous hand emerges from the spatial rift. Before the monster can even react, the hand clenches into a fist and completely crushes his body. Still, a small fragment of the monster manages to break free and flee. As it escapes, the monster thinks in panic that the hand's power is far beyond anything he can handle and that he only survived thanks to his last-second trick. Just then, a weapon comes crashing down toward the fleeing monster. The skeleton dragon coldly remarks that all of this happened simply because the enemy refused to listen. Moments later, the massive hand withdraws back into the rift, which slowly closes. The skeleton dragon lets out a breath and says it was fortunate that the Deathmaster arrived right on time. Afterward, he turns to Dumby and introduces him as his new friend, mentioning that Dumby is also a god from their gold race. He adds that this was their first meeting, but he was already deeply impressed. Suddenly, the dragon falls silent and fixes his gaze on Dumby. After a brief pause, he invites Dumby to join the undead divine system, confidently assuring him that he wouldn't regret the decision. For a moment, Dumby says nothing. Seeing his hesitation, the dragon gently presses the matter, asking what's holding him back and once again promising that this choice would only benefit him. Unsure of what to do, Dumby turns to Gao Peng and quietly asks for his opinion, wondering whether he should accept the offer. Gao Peng considers it for a second before replying that at least from what he can see, this dragon doesn't seem like a villain at all. Just then, the skeleton dragon suddenly stiffens and goes quiet again, lifting his head as if listening to something unseen. Watching this, Gao Peng realizes the dragon must be communicating with someone. A moment later, the skeleton dragon nods slightly and responds aloud that he understands, telling the other party not to worry. Hearing this, Gao Peng can't help but wonder if the dragon is speaking to his master. Soon after, the skeleton dragon turns back to Dumby and explains that their lord wishes to meet him personally, asking Dumby to come along. Gao Peng is taken aback and starts wondering if this lord is the same being he's imagining. Still, he decides not to overthink it. After all, if something goes wrong, they should at least have a chance to escape. With that, the scene shifts as the skeleton dragon rips open a spatial rift and brings Dumby into a vast cemetery of the dead. As they arrive, the skeleton dragon comments that he can't even remember the last time a new god entered this place. He explains that this realm is known as the Cemetery of the Dead, an endless land where countless warriors of their clan are buried. In fact, he adds, there are more than 100,000 such cemeteries spread throughout the undead divine system. However, he quickly says he'll explain everything later, since Godfather is already waiting and shouldn't be kept waiting. The scene then shifts to a towering monster that looks exactly like Dumby seated above them. Stepping forward respectfully, the skeleton dragon greets the figure, addressing him as Deathmaster. At that moment, Gao Peng is stunned. He realizes that if Dumby continues evolving, this is exactly what his final form might look like. Suddenly, everything makes sense. This resemblance explains why the skeleton dragon was so eager to help them in the first place. Deathmaster studies Dumby for a moment before smiling faintly and saying this encounter is truly a stroke of luck. He explains that he has met countless monsters over the years, but after seeing Dumby, he's certain that Dumby is a genuinely qualified heir. Hearing this, Dumby quickly asks him to pause, admitting that he doesn't fully understand what he means. He adds that this kind of responsibility sounds enormous, and honestly, he doesn't feel ready to carry it. In response, Deathmaster calmly takes out a jet black flame and asks whether Dumby recognizes it. At once, Gao Peng realizes this is the same black flame Dumby accidentally obtained earlier when he absorbed a fragment of that mysterious bone. Then, Deathmaster explains that this flame represents both an opportunity and the very first trial. It's meant to test whether Dumby can truly walk the path to becoming a Lord of Death. Members of the younger generation in their clan are given a chance to obtain this flame so their growth can proceed more smoothly. However, he warns that they can't rely on it forever. If the flame grows too strong, it turns into a trap, locking its bearer into an endless cycle they can't escape. Hearing this, Gao Peng suddenly connects the dots. He realizes that when Dumby was condensing his godhood, the issue that arose was caused by this very black flame. Everything finally makes sense. After that, Deathmaster tells Dumby that since he has already passed the first trial, he is destined to become a Deathmaster. Even if Dumby chooses to walk a different road, fate itself will eventually guide him back here, just as it once did for Deathmaster. Sensing Dumby's confusion, he reassures him that he has spent half his life studying the nature of death and can teach Dumby to understand it far more deeply. At this point, Gao Peng looks startled and asks Dumby if he can see something strange. Moments later, a chain materializes, coiled tightly around Deathmaster's hand. Dumby nods and says he can see it clearly, recognizing it as an extremely high-level manifestation of the law of death. Curious, Dumby asks whether Deathmaster has truly mastered the law of death. Instead of answering directly, Deathmaster counters by asking whether Dumby believes mastering the law of death is truly a blessing for their clan. He explains that he's showing this not to boast, but to help Dumby understand it better. While he's willing to teach everything he knows, how much Dumby gains in the end will depend entirely on Dumby himself. At that point, Deathmaster calmly tells Gao Peng that he can come out now, saying he can already see him and there's no point in hiding anymore. Hearing this, Gao Peng is clearly surprised and asks how he was discovered. Deathmaster chuckles and explains that he also possesses a soul godhood. Since their souls were so close, he was able to notice the faint traces. On top of that, he adds jokingly that he once had a master trainer himself, so he's familiar with these tricks. Gao Peng thinks to himself that this was probably inevitable. After all, the undead divine system has already reached its peak here. With that thought, he steps out from Dumby's body and tells Deathmaster that his perception truly misses nothing. Afterward, Deathmaster turns to Dumby and says honestly that Dumby is still too weak right now and doesn't yet deserve the title of Deathmaster. He makes it clear he won't force anything, and that the decision is entirely Dumby's. He then adds that he himself is suffering from a serious injury and can only recover while sealed inside this coffin. Once Dumby makes up his mind, he can simply inform Death Dragon. Dumby requests him to wait and explains that he has a friend who urgently needs help. He mentions that this friend suffered severe injuries that damaged his body and now requires a massive amount of ore to recover. Gao Peng notes inwardly that Dumbi refers to him as teacher without the slightest hesitation. It strikes him how much Dumbi has grown, no longer the inexperienced child from before, but someone who clearly knows how to handle situations like this. Hearing the request, Deathmaster nods, acknowledging that a decision has already been made, and asks to see this friend. In response, Gao Peng brings out the mechanical god. As Deathmaster steps closer to examine him, the mechanical god visibly tenses. After a brief inspection, Deathmaster points out that the body in front of him is not the mechanical god's true form, but merely a duplicate. The mechanical god reacts in shock. Gao Peng smiles and remarks that since ore is needed anyway, it would make sense to release all of his bodies here. Following that, the mechanical god releases 3 streams of energy, which quickly take shape into 3 separate bodies. They are revealed to be his 3 forms: wind, frost, and fire. First, the mechanical god apologizes to Gao Peng for never mentioning his duplicate bodies. He explains that his other bodies are heavily damaged, and only this one can still move properly, which is why he's been using it alone. He then reassures everyone that it doesn't really matter which body is present, since his consciousness exists in all of them and his loyalty remains the same. Hearing this, Gao Peng assures him there's no need to explain. He says that what matters is the fact that the mechanical god has helped them countless times along the way, and that alone is more than enough. Meanwhile, Deathmaster calmly states that repairing this kind of injury only requires a massive amount of ore, which is actually a simple matter for them. With that, he turns to Death Dragon and tells him to prepare it. Death Dragon nods in agreement and casually points forward. Instantly, space tears open, revealing an enormous cache of crystals inside. Gao Peng is stunned and realizes that this small realm is practically overflowing with the undead divine system's ore reserves. Soon after, the mechanical god begins absorbing energy from the crystals. As the energy flows in, his 3 damaged bodies gradually fuse back into his main form. Before long, his body is fully restored, and the mechanical god officially forms as a medium-tier god with enhanced stats. Seeing the panel, Gao Peng feels genuinely happy, and thinks to himself that the mechanical god's strength has already reached the peak of a medium-ranked god. Just then, Dumbi walks over. Gao Peng notices his expression and asks if something's wrong. Dumbi explains that before coming here, he left the Hell Tree under protection, but unfortunately one of its branches is broken. Gao Peng is taken aback and immediately questions how many branches were damaged. After thinking for a moment, Dumbi answers that if his judgment is correct, 3 branches of the Hell Tree have already broken. Gao Peng thinks to himself that before coming here, he had told Grandfather to break a branch of the Hell Tree if anything serious happened and they needed to call him back. Now that 3 branches have broken, it's obvious they're urging him to return quickly. Something major must have happened, though not urgent enough to be completely out of control yet. With that in mind, Gao Peng turns to Deathmaster and explains that something has come up back home, so he needs to head back immediately. Before leaving, he tells Dumbi to stay here and focus on his studies, since this is a rare and valuable opportunity for him. He adds that if he ever needs help, he'll contact him through the Hell Tree. Dumbi tries to say something, but Gao Peng just laughs and tells him not to worry, assuring him that he'll be fine. Then, without wasting time, he jumps onto Dazi and speeds away at full force. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Juqian dynasty, where someone is shouting angrily, demanding to know how all 3 people suddenly disappeared. He turns on Gong Yang and snaps that he has no idea how Gong Yang plans to handle the government's external affairs. He adds that plenty of people are already waiting to take his position and asks coldly whether this mistake means it's time to hand the role over to someone more capable. Gong Yang hurriedly apologizes and explains that the 3 had contacted him earlier, saying they were chasing a thief toward the southeast. Since they vanished after that, he believes the forest in that direction must be involved. Hearing this, the leader yells at him to stop standing around and orders him to enter the forest immediately to find them. He adds that even if they've been buried underground, Gong Yang must dig them out and bring them back, dead or alive. Gong Yang nods quickly and swears he'll complete the task before returning. The leader remains furious and shouts that everyone involved is useless for letting a mere thief slip away. He complains that they wasted an entire day and still couldn't figure out who's really pulling the strings. Whoever is daring to provoke the Ram family, he says, clearly has an agenda, and this matter can't be taken lightly at all. After a moment of silence, the leader says that he has only one option left, and that he'll have to personally speak with the Lord about this matter. With that decision made, he starts walking down a long staircase, passing through areas that resemble a hidden palace deep underground. Soon after, he moves through a series of caves and finally arrives at a chamber where an enormous stone stands before him. He respectfully greets the stone, then takes out a small box. From inside it, he carefully removes a single feather. Almost instantly, smoke rises from the feather and slowly drifts toward the stone. As soon as the smoke touches it, fine cracks begin spreading across the surface. A second later, the stone shatters, and a creature emerges from within. clearly powerful, yet surprisingly cute at the same time. Seeing that the monster has awakened, the tribe leader bows slightly and apologizes for disturbing its sleep. The creature lets out a lazy yawn and acknowledges him. After that, the tribe leader confirms who he is, but the monster cuts him off, saying there's no need for explanations since it already knows why he's here. It then reminds him that long ago the tribe leader once helped him. In return, he promised to help 5 times. He's already fulfilled 4 of those favors, meaning only 1 remains. Once this final favor is used, their relationship will end and he will never offer help again. The tribe leader lowers his head, saying he understands this well but explains that the current issue concerns the honor of his family. Hearing that, the monster suddenly grows serious and in an instant his presence becomes dangerous. He looks straight at the tribe leader and asks if he's absolutely certain, making sure he truly wants to spend his last chance on this matter. In response, the tribe leader simply locks eyes with the monster, silently confirming his decision. The leader is caught off guard and tries to understand why the monster hesitates now. Instead of explaining, the monster pushes him to answer directly, which only deepens the leader's unease. As he thinks it over, the leader realizes something feels different this time. In the past, help always came without hesitation, yet now he is being questioned. That change makes him suspect the Lord has already calculated the outcome and that learning the truth could bring terrible consequences. Even so, the monster's steady gaze forces him to decide. After a brief pause, the leader confirms his resolve that he wants to know what happened to his people, and whether investigating their disappearance will bring disaster to his family. He reflects on everything he has endured so far and how following the Lord's guidance has allowed him to survive in this dangerous world. To him, danger has always gone hand in hand with opportunity, so he refuses to back down even if the risk is enormous. Seeing his determination, the monster accepts his choice and begins explaining the truth. What he reveals shocks the leader deeply. Once the explanation ends, the leader calms himself and expresses gratitude, acknowledging that their contract is now complete. With that, he prepares to part ways. The monster watches him closely and begins to sense that something is very wrong. He connects recent events to a strange desert gate and a terrifying death aura he has never felt before. The aura feels almost extinguished, as if an unimaginably powerful being has been provoked. Even with his vast perception, the situation makes little sense. He understands that gains will come with a severe backlash, yet believes he has already given all the warning he can. Accepting that this matter no longer concerns him, the monster activates a formation. Energy wraps around him as the chains binding his feet shatter, and he takes flight. As he escapes, the surrounding area collapses and is left in ruins. Once the monster is gone, the tribe's leader steadies himself and resolves to plan his next move, determined to uncover where his people have truly gone. The scene then shifts to the Joseon dynasty's natural god plane, where a violent battle is already underway. Amid the chaos, the butterfly-like monster seen earlier reappears, joined by a strange spherical creature that unleashes a devastating attack toward the ground, escalating the conflict even further. Another monster rushes into the battlefield and immediately confronts the butterfly monster, furious that an intruder dares step into their territory. He charges forward without hesitation, driven by anger and killing intent. Before he can even get close, strange tentacles suddenly wrap around his entire body, stopping him cold. It quickly becomes clear that the butterfly monster has already caught him. The butterfly easily overwhelms him, pointing out that he is still badly injured from fighting the Titan ape and never stood a real chance. In the next instant, the butterfly finishes him off completely. His death sends shock through the surrounding monsters, who panic after realizing that a powerful force of destiny has just been killed. The butterfly monster revels in their fear and declares that everyone present is now his prisoner. As he asserts control, new tentacles suddenly surge toward him, signaling another threat. An octopus-like monster emerges and reveals himself, explaining that the fallen force of destiny created an opening for this very moment, and vowing not to let the butterfly escape. The butterfly recognizes the attacker as the fear controller and mocks his sneak attack, confident that this will not be enough to defeat him. Just as their clash escalates, Oru arrives and intervenes, directly challenging the octopus monster. The octopus calmly accepts the challenge and reveals he has been waiting for Oru. As Oru charges forward, the octopus opens his massive mouth and swallows him whole. The butterfly realizes something is wrong and immediately unleashes a powerful explosive attack at the octopus. The blast detonates violently, forcing something to fly out and crash to the ground. When the dust settles, Oru is revealed severely injured and barely holding on. Soon after, another monster approaches Oru, but the scene abruptly shifts to the Black Fog world where the Turtle Emperor resides. Gao Pang appears alongside his companions, traveling while carrying an unconscious Oru. When Oru finally wakes up, he realizes his life has been saved. Gao Pang casually confirms this and recalls what happened earlier. Goldie had brought Oru's body, believing him to be dead. Gao Pang had even planned to hand the body over for decomposition, until it was discovered that Oru was still breathing. That realization changed everything and led to his rescue. Back in the present, Gao Peng finds the situation amusing, having almost turned a living person into raw materials. Oru, now sitting on Goldie's shoulders, looks around in confusion and admits he has never seen this dimension before, clearly unaware of just how close he came to dying. First, Gao Peng explains that this place is a small realm located on the edge of the dimensional sea, and also his home. He then introduces himself properly and clarifies that he brought Oru here only after finding him unconscious. He makes it clear there was no bad intention behind it and adds that now that Oru has recovered, he's free to leave whenever he wants. Hearing this, Oru responds in a relaxed, almost playful tone. He admits that he's still injured, so for now, he'd rather stay and recover here a bit longer. Gao Peng readily agrees and doesn't press the matter. At the same time, he quietly thinks ahead. He can tell that Oru is no ordinary monster, but a top-tier expert from the Star Group. Realizing how rare this opportunity is, Gao Peng decides it would be smart to build a stronger relationship. After all, having a high-level god as an ally could one day help protect Earth from a major disaster. While they're talking, Goldie's dog suddenly runs over and happily jumps on Goldie, showering him with affection. Gao Peng isn't surprised at all, as he quickly realizes the dog has awakened again and reached level 91, which perfectly explains its excitement. Shortly after, Oru climbs down from Goldie's shoulders and starts walking alongside Gao Peng. Gao Peng offers to carry him, but Oru waves it off, saying he feels well enough to walk on his own. After that, Gao Peng gently suggests that he should take some time to rest properly. He also mentions that he has a friend who loves playing games and offers to introduce them, hoping it'll help Oru relax and pass the time while he recovers. The moment games are mentioned, Oru's eyes light up. He eagerly urges Gao Peng to take him there right away. Gao Peng laughs at his reaction and points toward a nearby house, reassuring him that it's not far at all. Sometime later, the scene shifts to Grandpa just as Gao Peng arrives. Grandpa greets him warmly and remarks that Gao Peng seems to have gained quite a bit from this trip, though he also looks like he's lost some weight. Gao Peng waves it off casually and says it's nothing unusual. He then mentions that several of his monsters have broken through to god level. At first, Grandpa reacts without much concern, so Gao Peng quickly adds that it's not just Dumby. Multiple pets have reached that level. Hearing that, Grandpa is visibly stunned. He falls silent for a moment, thinking to himself that Gao Peng's mother would have been incredibly proud to see how far he's come. After that, Grandpa shares some troubling news. Recently, members of the mutant tribe accidentally wandered into their area and were captured alive by the Azure Dragon. Even so, there's growing concern that their hidden location might soon be exposed. Gao Peng is surprised that such a powerful dragon stepped in to help. Grandpa then adds that more mutant tribe members have been spotted near the spatial tunnel. Although a quasi-god illusion-type monster is currently keeping them in check, the danger hasn't fully passed. Gao Peng admits that they might not be exposed yet, but agrees that the threat is always hanging over them. Grandpa nods and explains that this is exactly why he called Gao Peng back. He then looks at him seriously and asks if he has any plan to deal with the mutant tribe. Gao Peng stays calm and reassures him that there's no need for anything complicated. If they're exposed, the only option is to fight, and he's already prepared for that. He explains that the mutant tribe is divided by internal conflicts and unstable alliances, so only the group near the spiritual tunnel would actually become their enemy. Finally, Gao Peng adds that if that force turns out to be too strong, he still has a trump card ready. Hearing this, Grandpa's worries ease, and his trust in Gao Peng grows even deeper. With that settled, Grandpa asks what their next move should be. Gao Peng answers naturally, saying the first step is to pay respects to the legendary Azura Dragon for the help he's provided. The scene then shifts to Earthstar's Qingtian Plateau, where a spiritual lift suddenly appears. A figure bursts out at full speed, revealing Golden Buddha. Visibly frustrated, he realizes too late that the exit is completely surrounded by the mutant tribe, and that he was knocked out the moment he tried to escape. With no other choice, he retreated back using the void. At that moment, Azura Dragon's voice questions his return, catching Buddha off guard. Buddha responds that his promise was only to protect humans while they remained hidden. Now that they've been exposed, he declares his duty complete and says he intends to leave. However, Azura Dragon suddenly appears before him and calmly points out that Buddha chose to return, despite having a clear chance to flee in any direction. This implies that he still wants to get protection. Buddha argues that he's trapped between two dangers, enemies outside and humans inside. Just then, Gao Peng arrives and bluntly mocks Buddha for his poor choice of words, pointing out that even now, after all this time, he still struggles to speak clearly when it matters. Buddha immediately recognizes him. Stepping forward, Gao Peng lays out two clear options. One is to join the Huaxie's clan and become a protector. The other is to fight on the spot, die, and have his godhood taken. As Buddha evaluates the situation, he notices Dazi and realizes this god is not the same one Gao Peng originally brought out. Frustrated, Buddha lashes out at Azura Dragon, accusing him of favoring humans. In response, Azura Dragon calmly distances himself from the conflict, stating that he will not interfere at all. This declaration immediately lifts Buddha's spirits, as he believes the fight is now entirely under his control. With Azura Dragon staying out and Gao Peng's god having only recently broken through, Buddha feels confident. Certain of his strength, he boldly declares that even if Gao Peng has another god, a one-on-one fight poses no real threat to him. Having reached the peak of the elementary god realm, he believes defeating Gao Peng's gods will be effortless. However, Dazi grows visibly irritated by Buddha's arrogance and shows his displeasure, which prompts Gao Peng to step in and end the standoff. He notes that Buddha has effectively chosen the path of death and reflects that he has faced countless monsters driven purely by empty pride. With no reason to waste more time, Gao Peng decides to finish this cleanly. Acting swiftly, Gao Peng merges with Dazi and the battle begins immediately. Buddha charges forward, but Dazi strikes first, releasing a massive thunder attack that surges through his entire body. At first, Buddha brushes it off with confidence, yet a sudden crack forms across his chest, leaving him stunned by the unexpected damage. Gao Peng calmly analyzes the situation, observing that Buddha's arrogance stems from his high mastery of strength and golden light. Despite this advantage, Buddha cannot even withstand basic elemental damage. The contrast becomes striking as Dazi's lightning law, though far lower in percentage, still manages to hurt him. Undeterred, Buddha lunges forward to counterattack, seemingly unconcerned by the gap in laws. Meanwhile, Dazi continues pressing forward without hesitation. Seeing that the test is over, Gao Peng moves decisively to end the fight. He merges Dragon Ant with Dazi, triggering a dramatic transformation. As a result, Dazi manifests a second Thunder God head, and his Thunder Law surges upward, doubling in power. With his enhanced lightning rule, Dazi immediately unleashes a devastating thunder strike that slams directly into Buddha. The sheer force overwhelms him, leaving him screaming in agony. Seizing the moment, Dazi follows up with a terrifying technique known as the Punishment of Heaven. The strike cleaves Buddha cleanly in half, ending the battle almost instantly. Buddha collapses to the ground, stunned and unable to comprehend how things turned out this way. Observing the scene, Azura Dragon shows mild surprise, noting that Gao Peng clearly had another plan ready all along. Gao Peng calmly responds that keeping Buddha alive would have only caused problems down the line. Azura Dragon then comments on how fearless the younger generation has become and prepares to depart. Before leaving, he warns that the exit has already been exposed. Gao Peng, however, remains unconcerned, confident in the powerful allies and safeguards he has at his disposal. Afterwards, Gao Peng approaches Buddha's corpse and carefully extracts a golden object from his head, recognizing it as the godhood. He summons the Dark Child and instructs it to extract Buddha's remaining power without damaging the body. The process goes smoothly, and once complete, the corpse even appears restored. With everything settled, Gao Peng calls for Goldie and Dragon Ant, instructing them to help carry the body as they leave the scene. They bring Buddha's corpse to a quiet location and leave it there like a stone statue. Dazi questions this choice, wondering why they didn't decompose the body to harvest valuable materials. Gao Peng explains that although Buddha is a traitor in their eyes, many ordinary people still place their faith in him. Destroying the body would only shatter that belief. Reflecting on his grandfather's teachings, Gao Peng reminds himself that great power comes with responsibility. Since they already stand above ordinary humans, it becomes their duty to protect hope rather than crush it. Just as he finishes this thought, Goldie senses movement nearby and warns that someone is approaching. Gao Peng quickly withdraws with his companions, observing everything from above. Soon after, a group of ordinary people passes by and notices the statue. They are immediately shocked to recognize it as Buddha, unable to understand how it ended up here. Awed, they begin setting down offerings and treating the place with deep reverence. Watching from a distance, Gao Peng feels a quiet pang of pain but accepts it. Even if the truth is harsh, he believes ordinary people deserve something to hold on to, a symbol of hope to keep them going. Once he's satisfied with that, he turns to his companions and says it's time to leave, knowing there's still much more work ahead. The scene then shifts back to the forest of the Jutian dynasty, where the tribe leader who previously spoke with the mysterious monster now stands respectfully before a powerful figure. He expresses his gratitude, relieved that he managed to deliver the critical information in time. The figure before him is revealed to be Yu Zhen, the lord of Mingyu country. As he thinks back, the tribe leader recalls the lord's warning about a quasi-god Ghost King and the unknown disaster tied to this land. After Yu Zhen's arrival, a god-level monster appeared and vanished without any spatial fluctuation, proving it escaped through a hidden space tunnel. This confirms that a secret channel exists at the border and that a god-level being resides within it. The realization excites him, as he senses both chaos and opportunity ahead. Yu Zhen sincerely thanks the tribe leader, admitting that without this report, he would never have uncovered such a serious hidden threat. However, he also points out that crucial information is still missing. They know only of a secret palace and a single god-level monster. leaving it unclear whether others like it exist. He then orders his subordinates to stay in the area and maintain close watch, instructing them to report immediately if anything unusual happens or if anyone emerges from within. His men nod without hesitation. Meanwhile, the tribe leader remains silent, his expression revealing quiet dissatisfaction as the situation begins to slip beyond his control. Inside the Judean Dynasty Hall, Gao Peng sits with the others and opens the discussion by wondering whether the mutant tribe is trying to compete with the outsiders over control of the secret realm. In response, a man in suit reports that the captured mutant tribe members claim the outcome of the war wouldn't really matter, because no matter who wins, the part of the secret area involved would still belong to the tribe that lives there. As that sinks in, quiet discussions ripple through the room. One leader points out that the mutant tribe's motives feel off, and another quickly agrees, saying something about the whole situation doesn't sit right. Hearing this, Gao Peng reflects for a moment and realizes that the mutant tribe may be treating Earth like a hidden wildcard. After that, Gao Peng states plainly that cooperation offers no real benefit. Once the mutant tribe realizes both sides are on equal footing, they'll simply ignore any agreements. The leader of the Green God tribe nods in agreement, clearly sharing the same view. Gao Peng then adds that if the mutant tribe wants a friendly competition, they might as well accept it. At that point, an elder raises a concern, warning that the proposal could be a trap meant to lure them in. Gao Peng responds calmly, pointing out that turning it down won't stop the mutant tribe from secretly studying their methods anyway. Rather than wasting energy trying to hide, it's better to face things head-on and use this chance to see how their younger generation compares to the mutant tribes. As soon as he mentions the juniors, several people notice the change in Gao Peng's expression. One elder suggests giving it a try, and another follows up by agreeing. When the Green God tribe's leader is consulted, he also voices his support. With the direction settled, another elder notes that a decision has been reached and moves the discussion forward. He explains that the mutant tribe requested 3 friendly matches: Saint tier, quasi-god tier, and god tier monsters. However, since their side lacks enough high-level monsters in both numbers and overall strength, Gao Peng proposes adding Emperor tier and Overlord tier battles as well. The elder then looks around the room and asks for everyone's stance on the idea. For a moment, silence fills the hall. Seeing this, Gao Peng smiles and remarks that it seems everyone is already prepared for battle. He tells them to begin making preparations and leaves them with one final thought. No matter what happens, the victory will be theirs. The scene then shifts to another location, where everyone is sitting together and sharing a meal. While they eat, the elder of the White Dragon tribe casually brings up whether anyone has heard the latest discussion. When one of the boys shakes his head, the guy follows up by revealing that they're preparing to fight the mutant tribe. Hearing this, the boy's eyes widen and he quickly asks if that's really happening. Another boy jumps in to confirm it, adding that one of the mutant tribe's trainers used to be his uncle's student and later became a well-known powerhouse among trainers. At that, everyone reacts with surprise and starts pressing him for more details about this person. The boy explains that the selection for top students is already underway, and his uncle's former student has successfully made the list. He adds that anyone chosen as a top student will represent the human race in the upcoming battles. As the news spreads, excitement fills the table, and several people comment that this is going to be interesting to watch. Soon after, someone asks who exactly these top fighters are. Before anyone can fully answer, another person chimes in, saying that there will even be god-level trainers among them. That remark sparks more discussion. Someone points out that truly outstanding talents in the younger generation are rare, so even members from high-ranking clans might get a chance to step in. In the middle of the chatter, one person suddenly asks who Gal Bouquet is, mentioning that the name sounds unfamiliar. Everyone pauses for a brief second, then collectively ignores the question and bursts into laughter. After that, the scene shifts to the boundary space of the Juqian dynasty's Mingyu country. Yu Zhen arrives there with his companions, accompanied by a chubby representative from Storm Country and another figure from Kurenai's country. As Yu Zhen looks toward the people from Kurenai country, he can't help but think that they always manage to stir up trouble here. If Earth hadn't suddenly become an issue, he would never have allowed them to stand on this ground. The Secret Realm's passage isn't just his country's concern, and while Storm Country has no direct conflict, the route passing through Mingyu and Kurenai country leads straight into Storm Country, making it the most tightly connected of them all. In the end, all 3 countries hold extra power here, each one keeping the others in check to maintain a fragile balance. Yu Zhen quietly wonders what things will look like once this current mess is finally dealt with. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly opens right in front of him, drawing everyone's attention. Almost at once, people start shouting in alarm, realizing that a rift has appeared. Moments later, Gao Peng steps out of the rift with his companions. Seeing this, one of Yu Zhen's allies frowns and questions why members of the mutant tribe from Southern Wonderland would show up here, suspecting it might be some kind of scheme. Yu Zhen, however, simply smiles and waves it off, saying it doesn't really matter where they came from as long as they defeat them in the end. At that point, Fishy suddenly loses his temper and shouts while pointing ahead. Standing there is the same celestial beast that attacked Gao Peng before. Gao Peng immediately recognizes it as the celestial beast from Mingyu country and calmly remarks that this is the perfect chance to settle old scores. He then casually reveals that this celestial beast actually belongs to Yu Zhen. With a grin, he points out to Fishy that a Jade Emperor beast is standing right behind it and appears to be its father, meaning Fishy would have to deal with that one first. Fishy snorts and says he's no longer scared of the law of time now that he has mastered the law of devouring. Hearing this, Gao Peng notes that possessing a high law finally gives Fishy the chance to get his revenge, and Fishy confidently confirms that he fully intends to do exactly that. At this point, the Lord of Kurenai country shouts angrily toward Gao Peng, demanding to know what is going on, and questioning whether they are from the mutant tribe. Several others quickly join in, their voices rising together. Gao Peng just smiles in response and says their background doesn't matter. Then in return, he asks whether they plan to go back on their earlier words. As he speaks, he summons Dazi, whose overwhelming aura spreads the moment he appears. Yu Zhen's expression shifts in shock as he instantly realizes that Dazi is a god. After a brief pause, Yu Zhen remarks that Gao Peng must be a god-level trainer to stand there with such confidence. Still, he points out that they have 3 god-level trainers on their side. Finally, he explains the basic rule of a formal challenge. Gao Peng must bring enough beasts to challenge every one of them at least once. Gao Peng calmly asks whoever said he only had 1 god-level beast. As he speaks, he summons Silent Lion and Goldie as well. Seeing 2 more gods appear, Yu Zhen freezes in shock and quickly realizes that Gao Peng actually controls 3 god-level beasts. At the same time, the leader of Storm Country lets out a smile and casually remarks that he'll take the lion for his family later. In response, Silent Lion shoots him an icy glare and bluntly questions whether that fat man is even worthy of standing as his master. After that exchange, the Lord of Storm Country admits that Gao Peng is indeed qualified to challenge them and suggests that they start directly with the god-level battle. Gao Peng, however, tells him not to be so impatient, saying they should begin with Emperor-tier monsters instead. Hearing this, Yu Zhen nods in agreement and explains to the Storm Country's lord that jumping straight into god-level fights would leave everyone else without a chance to participate. He adds that delaying the main battle only makes the final victory more satisfying. Meanwhile, Gao Peng quietly understands what's really going on. All 3 parties are trying to keep each other in check. They want to defeat him, but at the same time, none of them wants another country to walk away with a powerful treasure that could tip the balance. Without warning, Gao Peng summons a strange-looking monster. Yu Zhen stares at it in surprise and asks what exactly that thing is. Gao Peng casually explains that a battle this big deserves an audience and assures them that it won't interfere with the match itself. This immediately angers the Lord of Kurenai country, who shouts that Gao Peng is treating them like monkeys by putting their fight on display. Gao Peng simply smiles and clarifies that he would never think that way. He adds that it's just a live broadcast so others can watch the battle unfold. Just then, the strange monster slowly opens its eyes. The scene instantly shifts to the Black Fog world, where the same monster appears before a confused crowd. People start murmuring, wondering what it is. Some speculate that enemies might have attacked, while others quickly dismiss the idea, pointing out that this is the end line where attacks are nearly impossible. Moments later, the monster's eyes open fully, revealing Gao Peng inside. The onlookers stare in disbelief and start asking who he is, puzzled by the appearance of such a powerful-looking human. Gao Peng glances into the eye and quickly confirms that the broadcast has started without any issues. After that, he turns to the elders and casually asks who wants to go first. Without hesitation, the girl from the Green God tribe steps forward and volunteers. Soon after, the first match is announced as a battle between the Green God tribe and Storm Country. As the fight begins, the boy from Storm Country immediately orders his sparrow to attack his opponent and not give any room to escape. The sparrow rushes straight at the Green God tribe girl's beast. In his mind, the Storm Country boy feels confident. He thinks the mutant tribe is being reckless for sending out an insect-type beast against a sparrow. Convinced that attribute advantage decides everything, he believes this match is already his. On the other hand, the Green God tribe girl simply smiles. She can tell his foundation is unstable and realizes he's the type who believes battles are won by attributes alone. Without wasting time, she calmly instructs her beast to release Sandstorm. At once, a violent sandstorm erupts and traps the sparrow inside. The Storm Country boy panics for a moment but quickly shouts for his sparrow to stay calm, insisting they still have a chance. Before the sparrow can react properly, the girl's beast launches a direct attack and overwhelms it. Moments later, the first match is officially declared a victory for the Green God tribe. Soon after, the scene shifts to the second match, where the mutant tribe manages to secure a win. Seeing this, the Green God tribe girl starts to panic and moves as if she wants to say something to Gao Peng. However, he stops her with a gesture and tells her not to worry. Instead, he calmly calls for Li Junzong to take the next round. Li Junzong steps forward confidently and says he's fully prepared. At that moment, the scene flashes back to some time earlier, when Li Junzong had excitedly greeted Gao Peng after not seeing him for a long time. Back then, Gao Peng had told Li Junzong about the upcoming competition with the mutant tribe and casually asked whether he wanted to take part. He also checked in, asking if he felt nervous at all. Li Junzong happily promises that he won't let Gao Peng down. Hearing that, Gao Peng smiles in satisfaction and says that's exactly what he expects from his disciple. To boost Li Junzong's chances even more, he then offers him a special gift. With that, Gao Peng brings out two beasts and introduces them as his newly contracted monsters, Nightmare Eating and Soul Snatcher. He explains that Nightmare Eating is an Emperor-tier monster and tells Li Junzong to keep it for the upcoming fight. Naturally, Li Junzong is thrilled and quickly thanks his teacher for the gift. Soon after, the scene shifts back to the battlefield, where the guy summons his statue monster. Watching closely, Gao Peng reflects that most members of the Southern Sky Group actually possess Overlord-tier statue monsters, but they rarely show them in public. Li Junzong is the exception, as he owns two statue monsters, both of which are striking in appearance, making them more likely to be revealed. As the fight continues, Gao Peng recalls the days when Li Junzong was still a small child training his pet in the hall's training grounds. Looking at him now, he can't help but feel impressed by how much he has grown, and how his reputation has steadily risen over the years. The monster Gao Peng gifted to Li Junzong was originally an elephant terror that later evolved into Grey Fog Terror, and has now become Nightmare Eating, a creature with formidable strength. Meanwhile, Li Junzong's opponent comes from the Red Clan, a group known for focusing all their effort on strengthening a single beast and relying heavily on mental energy. Suddenly, thick smoke begins to rise behind the mutant tribe's boy. Before he can figure out what's happening, panic sets in as the smoke completely engulfs him. He hurriedly shouts that he isn't ready yet, but it's already too late. Li Junzong's statue monsters strike without hesitation and overpower his beast on the spot, ending the fight in an instant. Soon after, the announcement rings out, confirming that the Southern Sky Group has won the third match. Back in the Black Fog world, people break into cheers and laughter, saying the mutant tribe isn't as terrifying as they imagined. Looking back, they realize they had scared themselves for no reason. At the same time, others point out that the Emperor-tier battles are starting to look heavily tilted in favor of the human race. Still, the matches continue. A representative from Hope City secures the next victory, but not long after that, a fighter from Storm Country claims a win of his own. Because of this back and forth, some spectators comment that these fights clearly won't be easy. Watching from the sidelines, Gao Peng's companions begin to feel uneasy, worried that the situation could slip out of control if it keeps going like this. At that moment, Grandpa calmly steps forward and says he'll take charge of the Saint-tier battle. Gao Peng pauses in surprise, then quickly breaks into a smile and gives Grandpa the go-ahead. Seeing this, one of Yu Zhen's companions smirks and jokes that the other side must be running out of fighters if they're sending elderly people just to fill the lineup. In response, Yu Zhen simply gestures toward a girl and tells her to step up for the next match. The girl walks forward without hesitation and says she's ready. She summons her beast, a mummy-type monster called Night Butcher, a level 88 legendary-grade creature with a dark attribute. Grandpa's eyes light up with excitement as he calls out White Dragon. Without wasting time, the girl signals her mummy monster to finish the fight quickly. Night Butcher lunges straight at White Dragon, but in the next instant, White Dragon's body turns into drifting smoke and slips cleanly through the attack. Seizing the opening, White Dragon forms a sharp claw and strikes the mummy monster head-on. Nearby, Yu Zhen's companion tries to warn Yu Zhen in a panic. Yu Zhen nods slowly, admitting that he too is starting to sense something dangerous about this Saint-tier monster. Just then, Night Butcher struggles briefly before letting out a piercing scream, a sound that even catches Gao Peng off guard. At first glance, Gao Peng studies the mummy monster's aura and feels a jolt of surprise. He quickly realizes that this is dead meat piles, with death aura spilling out uncontrollably. Almost at the same time, strange red tentacles burst out of the ground and slam into White Dragon's claw, shattering it in a single strike. White Dragon calls out that the mummy used those pillars to destroy his dragon claw. Right after that, the mummy suddenly loosens the bandages wrapped around its body. In the next instant, they shoot forward and latch onto White Dragon's tail, catching him completely off guard. Seeing this, Grandpa's expression changes. He immediately understands that the bandages have pierced through White Dragon's illusion and bound his real body instead. Without hesitation, he urges White Dragon to activate the Dark Demon Shell. White Dragon begins gathering his energy. Meanwhile, the girl remarks that White Dragon seems to be trying to condense an eternal body to recover from the damage, but she doubts he can withstand what's coming next. As the fight continues, the mummy's bandages tighten even further, sealing White Dragon's mouth. At the same time, energy gathers within the red pillars, which then unleash a heavy blast straight at White Dragon, leaving him visibly injured. Yu Zhen's companion bursts into laughter and says he had worried for nothing, claiming that defeating this dragon is clearly not that hard. However, Yu Zhen stays silent. Moments later, white mist pours out from White Dragon's mouth. As soon as the smoke touches his body, every injury rapidly heals. Seeing this, Yu Zhen's companion yells out in shock, realizing that all the damage has been completely erased. Meanwhile, Grandpa lets out a dangerous smile and calmly says that now is the perfect time to finish things. Without delay, White Dragon begins forming an overwhelmingly powerful attack. The girl panics, sensing the terrifying pressure, and urgently signals her mummy monster to retreat. The mummy monster tries to flee, scrambling backward. Grandpa, still smiling, remarks that it's far too late to run now. In the very next moment, White Dragon unleashes his attack, engulfing the mummy monster completely in roaring flames. All around them, people start shouting for everyone to run, warning that something is wrong with the flames and that anyone caught in them won't survive. At that point, Gao Peng walks over to Grandpa and calmly lets him know that this is far enough. Grandpa nods in agreement and signals White Dragon that it's time to stop. White Dragon readily complies, and Gao Peng reassures everyone that this is only a friendly match, not a fight to the death. Nearby, the girl breaks down in tears as she looks at her monster's condition. Yu Zhen speaks up, reminding everyone again that this was just a friendly competition and never meant to end in casualties. Hearing this, Gao Peng turns toward him and smiles quietly. White Dragon's status panel updates, showing that his name has changed to Ultimate Black Dragon, now at Mythical Grade, level 85, with a Dark attribute. Seeing this, Gao Peng's group bursts into celebration, feeling confident that victory might actually be within reach. Meanwhile, Yu Zhen smiles faintly and says they can enjoy this moment for now, since the Saint tier battles are almost over. Soon after, the second Quasi-God tier match begins, with the mutant tribe taking the win. Then Mingyu country claims the next victory, followed by Kurenai country winning the third round. At that point, the Lord of Kurenai country laughs loudly and asks if they finally realized his true strength. He then turns to Gao Peng and declares that the God tier battles are about to begin, and that only then will they truly understand the gap in power. He adds that in the past, their ancestors drove Gao Peng's people out and took control of the Jutian dynasty, and today would be another clear display of that dominance. Gao Peng laughs in response and remarks that there's a lot of bitterness hidden in those words. Confused, the Lord of Kurenai country asks what he means. Gao Peng keeps smiling and says the performance is impressive, but the resentment behind it is painfully obvious. This immediately angers the Lord. With a casual gesture, Gao Peng suggests they stop talking and move straight into the God tier battles, asking who wants to step up first. At that moment, the Lord of Storm Country speaks up, complimenting Gao Peng and noting that having several God tier monsters proves both his talent and his luck. He adds that if Gao Peng had belonged to the Ling tribe, his name would already be legendary. Unfortunately, he says it's a shame that Gao Peng comes from a different tribe instead. Gao Peng calmly explains that they've misunderstood him. Since he already has several God tier monsters, fighting them one by one would only waste time, so he suggests they all come at him together. Hearing this, all three leaders flare up with anger and shout that he's being incredibly arrogant. The Lord of Storm Country immediately summons his lion and warns Gao Peng to take back his words unless he wants to regret it. In response, Gao Peng releases Silent Lion and tells him to step forward, mentioning that he senses something familiar. Silent Lion nods and says he feels it too, realizing that this presence is exactly like the Holy Lion they encountered before. The opposing lion suddenly asks Silent Lion whether he knows about the Holy Ocean Lion and where it is now. Instead of answering, Gao Peng quietly signals everyone on his side to move back and give them space. Grandpa leads the others away without hesitation and agrees this is the right call, silently thinking that Gao Peng has truly matured. The lion roars at Silent Lion, declaring that he is about to become part of his body. At that moment, Gao Peng summons Dragon Ant and instructs him to merge with Silent Lion. Dragon Ant readily agrees, and as soon as the fusion is complete, Silent Lion launches a direct attack. The opposing lion counters immediately. Inside the Black Fog world, viewers start whispering nervously, wondering whether this plan will actually work. Someone points out that they've already lost 3 matches and absolutely must win this one. Another person hesitantly questions whether victory is even possible, especially since Gao Peng's group backed away before the fight started, making it look like they were retreating. The crowd turns on him at once. Flustered, he hurriedly explains that he didn't mean it that way. Others snap at him to stop talking nonsense and focus on the fight. Suddenly, the broadcast screen begins to fade out. Everyone reacts in shock. Dazi turns to Gao Peng and asks why he ended the live feed. Gao Peng answers calmly that the fight is about to turn extremely intense. At the same time, the Lord of Kurenai country bursts out laughing and mocks Gao Peng, questioning how he plans to face all of them when he already needs 2 beasts just to deal with the Lord of Storm Country alone. Yu Zhen remarks that in this world, the weak are naturally consumed while everything depends on strength, adding that it's unfortunate Gao Peng stands on the side of the mutant tribe. At the same time, it becomes clear that from Gao Peng's perspective, Yu Zhen represents the mutant tribe, while from Yu Zhen's point of view, Gao Peng is the mutant tribe instead. Because of that, both sides keep labeling each other the same way. Hearing this, Gao Peng simply smiles and says it sounds like there's been a misunderstanding. As he speaks, he begins summoning more of his beasts. Instantly, all three opponents react in shock and blurt out how something like this is even possible. Meanwhile, Yu Zhen's companion nervously wonders how one person could possibly control so many god-tier monsters. In response, Gao Peng brings out Dazi, Silly, Fishy, Goldie, and Whiteblade, making it clear that all five have already reached the god level. With a calm grin, Gao Peng says they're free to step in as well, since he's more than ready for them. Yu Zhen, however, stays completely silent. Before anyone else can move, Fishy impatiently complains that he hates wasting time talking and warns that he'll charge in himself if they don't hurry. Right after that, he slams the ground, sending a massive shockwave straight at Yu Zhen, who narrowly avoids it just in time. In response, Yu Zhen summons his own god-tier beast, Jade Emperor, and declares that it's his turn to fight. Fishy immediately rushes in and starts attacking Jade Emperor head-on. Jade Emperor activates his time ability and freezes Fishy in place. Fishy growls in frustration, saying he's using that same trick again. Taking advantage of the opening, Jade Emperor yanks him forward and lands a heavy punch, sending Fishy flying deep into the forest. Seeing this, Gao Peng calls out to check if Fishy is alright. Fishy quickly gets back on his feet and replies that he's completely fine, explaining that while the time ability is impressive, its actual damage is weak and can't really hurt him. Hearing that, Gao Peng comments that Jade Emperor's physical power seems lacking, and then signals to Goldie that it's his turn. Goldie stretches lazily, tells him to leave it in his hands, and then charges straight toward Jade Emperor. As the fight continues, Goldie pulls out his divine weapon mid-charge. Almost instantly, Jade Emperor reacts to the overwhelming law of gold, radiating from it. Watching closely, Gao Peng reflects that the Jade Emperor's greatest strength lies in freezing time and blocking its flow within a certain range. Because of that, the smartest counter is a beast with extremely tough skin. Moments later, Goldie rushes in, but Jade Emperor suddenly vanishes and reappears right behind him. Before Goldie can even react, Jade Emperor throws a punch straight at his face. However, nothing happens to Goldie at all. Instead, a sharp crack forms on Jade Emperor's own hand. Seeing this, Jade Emperor quickly pulls back. Meanwhile, Goldie casually rubs his head and wonders out loud if a mosquito just bit him. Jade Emperor, on the other hand, can't hide his shock at how unbelievably hard Goldie's skin is. Right after that, Goldie glances over at Fishy and calls him out for hiding in the back and letting him fight alone. Fishy calmly responds that he's not reckless like Goldie and prefers staying behind to think things through. Without wasting time, Goldie charges Jade Emperor again and says they'll soon see who takes this monster down first. In response, Jade Emperor brings out his divine artifact and admits that Goldie's defense is impressive, but insists there's no way Goldie can escape his divine artifact spear. Jade Emperor launches the spear forward. Goldie scoffs and points out that the spear looks tiny and almost wooden, questioning whether Jade Emperor seriously thinks something like that could defeat him. However, instead of aiming at Goldie, Jade Emperor redirects the spear toward Fishy. In his mind, he decides that fighting both of them at once would be troublesome, so it's better to deal with the fish first before worrying about the duck. The next second, Jade Emperor freezes in shock as he sees his spear stop mid-air. Fishy has caught it using dense black energy. Staring at the scene, Jade Emperor can't understand how this is even possible. Fishy then smiles and explains that he's finally discovered Jade Emperor's weakness. He says he wanted to test whether gravity could affect the divine artifact, and since the spear is clearly influenced by it, there's absolutely no way it can escape from his black hole. Jade Emperor freezes in shock and starts wondering if this fat fish can really use the black hole technique. He immediately tries to pull his spear back, but no matter how hard he struggles, it doesn't budge. Frustrated, he shouts that the weapon is completely stuck. With no other choice left, Jade Emperor turns and charges straight at Goldie. Watching this, Fishy clicks his tongue in disappointment and says that going after Big Goldie means there won't be any fun left for him now. Soon after, Jade Emperor unleashes a rapid barrage of punches on Goldie. Sometime later, the scene shifts to show Jade Emperor completely worn out from non-stop attacks, while Goldie's body has grown noticeably larger and more imposing. At that point, Goldie casually asks if Jade Emperor is finally done. Deep down, Jade Emperor starts to panic. Knowing this is turning into a serious problem, he considers asking for help. However, he quickly dismisses the idea of calling the Storm Country's god, who's been tied up in battle since the start. Instead, he shifts his attention to see what the god of Kurenai Kingdom is doing. The view then cuts to the Kurenai Kingdom's god, who is currently fighting Silly and Daisy. His attacks are aimed at Silly, but Silly calmly uses spiritual transfer to redirect them into space. Enraged, the Kurenai god yells that Silly already blocked 3-sword Shi and questions how he plans to stop 30. Before he can launch the next wave, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down from Daisy. Daisy remarks that he never understands why villains always talk so much. Just as the Kurenai god tries to respond, another powerful thunder strike slams into him. Now furious, she retaliates by sending countless swords toward Daisy. However, our monster blocks them effortlessly and states that those attacks will never reach him. Watching all this, the Jade Emperor realizes that the Kurenai Kingdom's god won't be able to help him either. His gaze then drops to his nearly shattered hand and the situation finally sinks in. In the next moment, Jade Emperor looks back toward Fishy, who's laughing strangely, while Goldie approaches with his massively enlarged body, closing in step by step. Meanwhile, the god of Kurenai Kingdom starts shouting for help from the god of Mingyu country while desperately dodging incoming attacks. However, when she looks up, she's stunned to see Jade Emperor fleeing even faster than him just to stay alive. Seeing this, Gao Peng pulls a shocked expression and casually comments that it looks like everyone has started running for their lives. Not long after, Oru appears and casually says he wants that god's godhood because it interests him. Gao Peng glances at him and asks if he can actually catch the target. In his mind, Gao Peng feels a bit surprised. He had finally convinced Oru to help, but he expected him to just laze around and play games. He definitely didn't think Oru would be this interested in the Jade Emperor's godhood. In the next instant, Oru suddenly vanishes. Gao Peng notes how fast he is, and thinks to himself that while Oru is one of the strongest beasts in the Star Group, Jade Emperor isn't weak either, so capturing him won't be simple. Almost immediately after, Oru reappears, laughing oddly while holding Jade Emperor's godhood in his hand. Gao Peng quickly confirms that it really is a godhood and checks the panel, discovering it's the time godhood with a law level of 8%. Gao Peng remarks that Oru seems very invested already, noticing that he has even started absorbing it. At the same time, he thinks to himself that the godhood isn't very useful to him anyway, and wonders what happened to Jade Emperor's body, and how the rest of the fight ended. Elsewhere, Dazi unleashes a terrifying thunder strike on the god of Kurenai, splitting his body cleanly in two. As she falls, the Kurenai god shouts that they'll eventually follow the same path as her. Seeing the Kurenai god die, the lion reacts in shock. He suddenly attacks Silent Lion and declares that it's time to end this fight, adding that they can settle things next time because he's leaving now. Right after that, the lion turns and tries to escape. Silent Lion yells after him, telling him to stop running like a coward. While fleeing, the lion thinks to himself that staying would only mean death, and he's not stupid enough to choose that. Before he can get far, Whiteblade catches up and launches a powerful strike. The attack lands instantly, sending the lion crashing down to the ground. After that, Gao Peng walks up to the lion with Silent Lion beside him and casually suggests that they can sit down and have a long talk. However, the lion stays completely silent. Seeing this, Gao Peng requests Silent Lion to go ahead, and without hesitation, Silent Lion freezes the lion solid inside a block of ice. Moments later, Whiteblade reports that all the mutant tribe members in the area have been dealt with and none managed to escape. Gao Peng nods in approval, internally noting a job well done. Still, he knows this isn't the real issue. The true storm lies ahead, and when it hits, survival will be the only option. With that in mind, Gao Peng turns to Goldie and Silly with a smile and suggests gathering the loot before heading back. Dazi looks around, confused, unable to see anything worth collecting. Gao Peng explains they can either take the treasures already on hand or head straight to their palaces to grab whatever valuables they find. The moment he says this, all his pets light up with excitement, urging everyone not to waste time. Suddenly, Goldie acts dramatically, complaining that his whole body aches and that even his handsome face has been ruined. Gao Peng pulls a playful expression, questioning if he's serious. Goldie points at his cheek, showing the injury, insisting it counts as a proper war wound. Gao Peng cuts through the theatrics, telling him to stop circling the point and just say what he really wants. Goldie finally admits he wants a 2% share of whatever they collect. Gao Peng raises an eyebrow, pointing out that he feeds Goldie, gives him a place to live, provides money when needed, and even keeps his savings safe. Half-jokingly, he adds that it sounds like Goldie doesn't trust him anymore now that he's grown up. Goldie suddenly grows emotional, realizing how much Gao Peng actually cares, and that his earlier words might have hurt him more than intended. He quickly says he'll leave his share to Gao Peng. After a pause, he carefully adds that this means he won't have to pay for clothes and food anymore. Gao Peng waves it off, assuring him that all his needs will be taken care of. Goldie freezes for a moment, then reacts in shock, wondering if Gao Peng's expression had changed again and whether he's being tricked. Meanwhile, Silent Lion releases the other lion from the ice. The lion admits that Silent Lion won the fight, but Silent Lion snaps back, demanding an explanation for why he and the Ocean Holy Lion wanted to eat him in the first place. The lion straightens up, genuinely surprised that Silent Lion doesn't know the reason, and mutters that he can't believe he actually lost to someone he considers a fool. Angered immediately, Silent Lion demands clarification. Instead of answering, the lion turns to Gao Peng and says he's willing to explain everything, on one condition: he will reveal all he knows, but only if they promise not to kill his people. and to let them go. Gao Peng glances at the Lord of Storm Country, noting that the lion seems more concerned about his people than his master. After a brief pause, he agrees to the condition but delivers a sharp warning. If the lion lies even once, Gao Peng will annihilate his entire country without mercy. The lion turns back to Silent Lion and explains that after his birth, Silent Lion should have transformed into a Holy Lion. Within the Holy Lion clan, there's a saying that when the 7 Holy Lions unite, they can step into eternity and even glimpse the Supreme. Silent Lion frowns, confused, asking what becoming one actually means and how all the lions could possibly merge. The lion replies plainly that coming together means completely devouring the other lions while they're still alive. Gao Peng and Silent Lion exchange a stunned, silent look. Finally, Gao Peng turns and starts walking away, calmly stating that he will keep his promise exactly as said. The scene shifts as a child runs through the streets, shouting that the mutant tribe has appeared inside the Judean dynasty. He reaches a house and blurts out that 3 lords have already been killed, anxious about what to do next. Moments later, an old man slowly steps out. The child looks up nervously, wondering if his master plans to come out of retirement and fight again. The old man begins walking away, brushing it off as nothing serious, and motions for the child to follow him behind the mountain. As they arrive, the old man suddenly raises his voice, calling for it to come out. The mountain cracks apart, and a terrifyingly powerful beast emerges from within. Meanwhile, in the undead graveyard, Dumby sits quietly cultivating. A monster approaches and hands him a letter, saying it for him. Dumby reads it, then casually burns it, assuring himself that there's no need for his master to worry. The mission will be completed. He then heads over to Deathmaster, requesting assistance. Deathmaster looks at him and Dumby explains plainly that he needs to kill a god. Deathmaster nods and instructs him to take Sashi along for support. Soon after, Dumby arrives at a palace and asks if Senior Sashi is around. A monster named Sashi steps out, teasing that little Dumby must have gotten himself into trouble again. Dumby cuts straight to the point, saying he wants to capture a mid-level god alive. Sashi laughs, calls it easy enough, and agrees to help. At the same time, the scene shifts to the female lion, who exhales in relief, realizing she's finally escaped that place. Still, unease lingers from the past few days. Even though no enemies are in sight, her frown deepens as she thinks of one particular person. Suddenly, a voice echoes from nowhere, admiring her body before coldly noting that it's a shame she's about to become a corpse. The female lion quickly scans her surroundings and shouts, demanding to know who's there. Almost immediately, the scene cuts to Gao Peng sitting calmly with his monsters in another location. As he senses a familiar aura, he quietly realizes that someone has finally arrived. Right on cue, Dumby suddenly appears beside him, with Sashi standing nearby and the female lion firmly restrained. Dumby greets Gao Peng and lets him know he's made it. Sashi can't help but feel surprised watching this exchange. He never expected Deathmaster's successor to speak so respectfully to a human. Still, he keeps his thoughts to himself, deciding that this is their internal matter and not something he should interfere with. Gao Peng glances at Sashi and casually asks Dumby who he is. Dumby introduces Sashi as a friend, and Sashi steps forward to greet everyone in return. After that, Gao Peng shifts his attention to the female lion and gestures toward her, telling Silent Lion to take care of it since this matter belongs to him. Silent Lion's mood instantly lifts, and he happily says he can finally eat without any interruptions and grow stronger. Without wasting time, Silent Lion takes the female lion with him and leaves the area. Meanwhile, Gao Peng reaches out to Dumby through telepathy and asks whether Sashi would be willing to help them in future battles. Dumby replies that he can't say for certain, but he's confident Sashi would help if asked directly. Hearing this, Gao Peng feels reassured. With both Oru and Sashi on their side, he no longer feels concerned about the mutant tribe. After all, the mutant tribe's strongest member only possesses a high-level god, while the rest barely reach mid-tier. His only real concern is the Li tribe, and he hopes they reach Bifeng clan's territory soon. He's already made arrangements there, so they should be safe for now. Just then, a spatial rift begins forming in the sky. Gao Peng looks up and remarks that it seems they're finally making their move. As the rift rapidly expands, its presence becomes impossible to ignore. Gao Peng makes a playful expression and thinks it's amusing that these gods already have a spiritual tunnel, yet still bother opening another one, like sneaking a look through someone else's window. With a grin, he turns to Silly and asks her to unleash a spatial storm. Silly lights up with excitement and says she hasn't used that ability in a long time, but now she finally has the perfect chance to show it off. As Silly activates her ability, the spatial rift begins to tremble. Moments later, an enormous monster slowly pushes its way out from inside. Once its head fully emerges, it introduces itself as the spatial ring snake, Jormo. Hearing that name, Gao Peng is briefly taken aback. He immediately realizes this creature comes from the Peacock Dynasty, one of the 3 super dynasties of the mutant tribe. During the war against the human clan, this faction was one of the main forces responsible for driving humans out of the Juchean dynasty. Meanwhile, the massive snake looks down arrogantly and remarks that foolish humans have dared to return once again. It mocks them for failing to find a place of their own after being expelled, and claims that since they came back, they clearly haven't learned their lesson. This time, it declares they'll be wiped out completely. Before it can say more, a small attack suddenly strikes its head. However, the hit does nothing. The snake tilts its head, amused, and scoffs as if asking whether that was supposed to be a joke. However, almost immediately, more attacks follow. One after another, they crash into the snake. As it observes the situation, its confidence starts to waver. The spatial energy within these attacks feels unusual, far stronger and stranger than expected. Even worse, healing them is proving difficult, which tells him one thing clearly: these people are using spatial element. What unsettles him even more is that these space-based attacks aren't moving at all. They remain fixed in place, stubborn and unmoving. When he tries to destroy them directly, he realizes he can only damage part of them, and they don't react with any panic whatsoever. At that point, the snake can't help but think his luck is terrible today. Somehow, he's gotten dragged into an unnecessarily troublesome situation. Then, without warning, the spatial rift itself begins to crack and collapse. The snake stares in shock, unable to understand why it's breaking apart. In the next instant, a black hole forms at the center of the rift. As it starts pulling in everything around it, the black hole rapidly expands, growing larger and more terrifying by the second. The snake grows uneasy, frantically wondering how a black hole could form inside the spatial rift. Without hesitation, he turns and tries to flee, muttering that something is seriously wrong. The spatial rift keeps expanding, and with it, the black hole grows larger, making it painfully clear that he needs to escape immediately. At the same time, Gao Peng breaks into a smile. To him, this is the perfect moment. He casually tells Silly that it's time to make things a little more exciting. Silly responds by pouring in even more power. Instantly, the black hole swells and yanks the snake straight toward it. The snake screams in panic, struggling desperately, but there's no way out of the spatial rift. In the next moment, his entire body is dragged into the black hole, crushed apart and erased on the spot. Watching this, Sashi smiles quietly. In his mind, he realizes there's no need for him to step in at all. Meanwhile, Gao Peng notes that two other high-level gods had appeared earlier but fled at full speed. He hadn't expected them to retreat so quickly, which only proves how terrifying Silly's ability really is. With the immediate threats gone, Gao Peng decides the real show can finally begin. 2 weeks later, the scene shifts. A mutant tribe representative stands his ground, loudly insisting that this region contains the Ling clan's territory and will never be handed over. He argues that the humans are asking for too much, especially since the tribe neither surrendered nor suffered a true defeat. Across from him, Grandpa sits calmly. He replies that everything the mutant tribe claims about ancient history is nothing more than a one-sided tale filled with lies. He pointedly asks whether they've truly forgotten what really happened, then adds that there's no need to spell it out, they've already lost. At that moment, Silly's black hole quietly forms behind Grandpa, silently pressuring the room. Feeling the shift, the mutant tribe representative backs down slightly and says he understands Grandpa's point, but still insists the demand goes too far. Grandpa's expression hardens. He states plainly that if they refuse the terms, there's only one option left: war. The mutant tribe representative falls silent, unable to argue. Another person tries to step in and negotiate, but Grandpa cuts him off without hesitation. He says there's nothing left to discuss. From this moment on, Kurenai country and Mingyu country belong to the human clan. The mutant tribe members can't argue and reluctantly agree to accept Grandpa's first condition. With a calm smile, Grandpa moves on and says it's time for the second condition. The mutant tribe person's eyes widen in surprise, asking if he's really adding more. Grandpa chuckles and confirms there will indeed be more, explaining that he never said there would only be one condition. The mutant tribe person tries to protest, but another steps in and asks what exactly this second condition entails. At that moment, the Green God tribe's leader speaks, announcing that the second condition involves Storm Country, which will now become a colony of the human clan. He adds that they'll provide a full explanation of what being a colony entails, in case anyone is unclear. The view shifts to Gao Peng, who checks on Silly. She nods and begins gathering the power of her black hole into a single point, causing it to hover directly above her. With a loud shout, Silly announces that she's shrinking the black hole to a tiny size, declaring the process nearly complete. In the next moment, she transforms it into her own godhood, beaming at Gao Peng as she shows off her achievement. Gao Peng laughs, explaining that the snake's godhood had been extremely dangerous because of the violent space energy surrounding it. He had placed the body inside the black hole, letting it fully decompose while waiting for the energy to dissipate. After all that time, the godhood finally came into his hands. Silly, playful as ever, warns Gao Peng not to call her an ordinary jellyfish, joking that she'll slap his cheek and leave it red. Gao Peng gives her a funny look in response. He notes that with Silly holding a godhood and Silent Lion having absorbed the Ocean Holy Lion, It's only a matter of waiting a little longer. Suddenly, he senses something behind him. Turning, he sees Flaming has returned, confirming she's back. With this, after waiting 10,000 years, the human race has finally stepped into the Judean dynasty once again. Mingyu country and Kurunai country have now fully become territories of the human race. They had now reappeared in the eyes of all the Ling clan's people after being buried for 10,000 years, carrying a brutal and powerful presence. At the elders' meeting, our boy slacks off again, and seeing him like that, the White Dragon clan elder fumes, knowing he always does this before every big meeting. Brushing it off, he quickly moves to the next topic, deciding who will govern Storm Country. Everyone looks around in confusion, but then a White Dragon clan girl raises her hand to ask a question. She worries that if they take control of the country and monster trainers from the mutant tribe cause trouble, they will face a lot of problems. However, our boy confidently reassures her that he won't just sit back and watch them get bullied. He will personally handle any trouble. Hearing that, the elder feels proud that the boy hasn't changed much despite everything he has gone through. Gao Peng then explains that colonizing a country involves proper management of profits and funds and that everything will be handled strategically. He lays out his plan clearly for everyone to see. Impressed by his insight, the elder suggests that Gao Peng himself become the governor of Storm Country. However, the boy quickly rejects the idea. Hearing this, the elder continues, noting that Storm Country is huge and suggesting they form a light team to travel across the entire region, hoping to seize the best opportunities. Meanwhile, the White Dragon tribe's leader remarks that he never imagined Gao Peng would make the human race strong enough to launch a counterattack right on the Jutian dynasty. He reflects that the high priest truly had a unique vision. Gao Peng makes a funny face, thinking to himself what benefit he would gain by becoming governor, since he's already finished gathering all their treasures. Staying there would only create more problems for him. The biggest issue he realizes is that the mutant tribe won't accept their colony quietly. They'll organize many factions to resist them. The second biggest challenge involves the race certificate, since in many cases people won't follow orders easily, and will attempt to oppose them. After considering all this, Gao Peng concludes it would be best to let the White Dragon tribe handle these tasks, as they're fully capable of managing the situation efficiently. 2 weeks later, the view shifts to Gao Peng preparing some materials. Suddenly, a very powerful voice echoes from behind, and he instantly recognizes it as his own. Turning around, he sees Silent Lion, exuding an overwhelming aura. Gao Peng approaches and comments that he's looking quite impressive. Silent Lion then returns to his normal form. Gao Peng examines him from different angles and admits he was wrong. Silent Lion actually looks dirtier than before. Ignoring the remark, Silent Lion announces that he has broken through to Eternal Grade and has reached medium-rank god status. Gao Peng laughs and teases that this breakthrough isn't much of a benefit, as he now looks even dirtier than when he used to look so good. Finally, Silent Lion's name officially becomes Three Saint Lion, now carrying the Eternal Grade and medium-rank god status. His Ocean Rule, Storm Rule, and Ice Rule are significantly improved. Gao Peng approaches Silent Lion, wondering if he'll transform into a Rainbow Lion once he merges with the 6 other Holy Lions. Meanwhile, the view shifts to Goldie and Silly, lying comfortably, when suddenly a massive explosion erupts between the mountains, catching Gao Peng's attention. The focus then moves to Stripey, who has broken through and now exudes an even more dangerous aura than before. Gao Peng approaches him and praises him for completing his godhood fusion, saying he did an excellent job. Stripey, now officially in the god realm, steps closer to Gao Peng, who gives him a funny look. Stripey, confused, tilts his head, wondering why. Gao Peng laughs and compliments him, noting that he's become even more handsome. Silent Lion glares at Gao Peng, clearly annoyed. Suddenly, someone comes running toward them, shouting that something terrible has happened in the park. Gao Peng quickly takes in the details. Someone has been beaten badly and is now in critical condition. The scene shifts to the person's dead body, with Grandpa and the White Dragon tribe's leader standing nearby. Someone approaches from behind, catching Grandpa's attention. Gao Peng arrives and moves to inspect the scene directly. The White Dragon tribe's leader starts to explain, but Gao Peng interrupts, saying introductions aren't necessary. He has met this person many times before. He can't recall the name, but remembers that he was an elder of the White Dragon tribe and a trainer of a quasi-god tier monster. Grandpa confirms this and adds that the person was the governor of the first colony they built. Gao Peng's expression turns serious as he asks for every detail of what happened there. The girl from White Tribe steps forward and begins to explain everything to him. She begins explaining that everything happened that morning when the leader of the revolution team from Storm Country suddenly attacked. He had gone alone to roam the city, and the attackers seized the perfect opportunity to kill him mercilessly. Curious, Gao Peng asks about the others and how they're holding up. She replies that the revolution team's leader is incredibly powerful, so much so that many Saint-tier seniors tried to confront him, but anyone who did was instantly killed. Gao Peng fixes the girl with a funny expression, and she notices, wondering what's going on. Then Gao Peng explains that it's not about her. He's actually curious about what the mutant tribe people inside the city did when the revolution team's leader launched his attack. The girl replies that the mutant tribe residents stayed loyal and didn't support the revolution team leader at all. Hearing this, Gao Peng nods thoughtfully and begins piecing together the real situation. He realizes that making someone the colony's governor directly would be extremely difficult and admits that the fault might be partly his own. The people nearby quickly insist he shouldn't blame himself. Still, Gao Peng turns to Grandpa with a favor. He wants him to find 2 professionals for a special task. Grandpa raises an eyebrow in surprise and asks for clarification, checking if Gao Peng means 2 business management experts, while also wondering if Gao Peng is really planning what he thinks he's planning. Gao Peng confirms, explaining that he wants to send professional people to manage things because he can't handle the entire colony alone. At the same time, he knows the rebel team will likely stir up trouble again, so he plans to go personally to teach them a lesson and make sure they know exactly who they're dealing with. The scene then shifts to the wind capital of Storm Country, where loud laughter echoes through the palace. Inside, many people are enjoying themselves at a lively party. One of them, still laughing, turns to Lord Yu and asks if he really believes anyone could come and kill so many of them. Soon after, someone wonders aloud if it was really necessary to kill that human, especially given the human clan's reputation. The first person bursts into laughter, dismissing the worry. He explains that the human clan still needs their help to control the Ling clan, and without them, managing the people would be impossible. Another nods in agreement, while someone else adds confidently that a mere snake could never surpass a dragon. Hearing this, the first person relaxes, noting that their worries were unnecessary and it's better to enjoy themselves. The group soon starts cheering again. The mood abruptly shifts when one of their members comes running toward them, shouting that something terrible has happened. One of the elders demands to know what's going on and why the shouting began so early in the morning. Catching his breath, the messenger explains that the situation is bad. The new colony governor from the human clan has already arrived at the office. Startled, one of them asks if he really came that quickly. The messenger confirms it and adds that the governor ordered everyone from the eastern gate to meet him within 10 minutes. If they fail to show up, they're free to leave Wind City with their families, permanently. The elders react in shock and question what he means by that. Even the Lord turns serious and asks if it's true that they'll be expelled from Wind City if they don't meet him in time. The messenger hesitates and admits he doesn't even dare explain it clearly, saying they can figure out the meaning themselves. At that moment, they realize that if they don't go, he'll kill them all. An elder slams his hand on the table, furious, and demands to know how that human dares act so arrogantly and who he thinks he is. With that, several people stand up and storm out, cursing his arrogance and saying they'll have to teach him a lesson. Seeing that, the Lord comments that walking there wouldn't be right at all, and suggests bringing out his 8-armed eagle to make a show of their power. Following that, the Lord summons his eagle, and they all mount it, flying directly toward Gao Peng. Soon they arrive nearby. Gao Peng greets them and admits he's surprised they're still alive. After their last communication, none of them responded, and he had assumed they were all dead. Approaching Gao Peng, the Lord explains that he had assumed Gao Peng wouldn't arrive for a few more days, which is why he had been celebrating his niece's birthday. Another elder adds that he had been collecting Firecloud Rock inside Firecloud Mountain, and if he had been here, he would have never allowed the rebels to attack. Meanwhile, a different elder says he had been busy expanding his business inside Wind City, which kept him from paying attention to these matters. After hearing all these excuses, Gao Peng interrupts them with a laugh and tells them to quiet down. He says he already understands what they're trying to say and points out that since the mutant tribe people neither greeted them nor seemed happy about their arrival, it was natural they weren't in town. The elders exchange smiles and assure Gao Peng that they've been working hard and won't disappoint him. Gao Peng waves them off and says the past is the past, there's no need to dwell on it. He only hopes such problems won't occur again. Then, as he starts leaving, he gives them a clear instruction that he's giving them 2 days, and within that time he expects the locations of all rebel army headquarters to be delivered to his office. Hearing this, the elders glance at each other, unsure of what to say. One of them cautiously asks if they should tell him. As Gao Peng departs, the Lord responds thoughtfully that they probably should, since there's nothing they can do about it anyway. Still, after seeing the new governor, he admits he's getting a very uneasy feeling. Another elder remarks that the time has finally come to teach the rebel people a lesson, since their arrogance keeps growing. He suggests using the new governor to attack them, reasoning that even if the new governor gets hurt, those rebels will still feel the consequences. The Lord asks if they really think the new governor is the same god people have been spreading rumors about. The first elder laughs loudly and reassures Lord Yu that he's worrying unnecessarily. He claims the new governor is definitely not a god-tier monster trainer. The Lord chuckles and agrees, noting that no matter how talented a young person is, it would still take at least 40 years to reach god tier. The elder continues, pointing out that even the most powerful young talents lack experience and can be easily fooled. Then, another elder steps forward and suggests they continue their work, tricking the new governor just like before. The first elder laughs again and agrees that they should stick with the plan. The view shifts outside Storm City, where a small town is built. The elder arrives there with Gao Peng, who asks if this is the city they're looking for. The elder confirms it and explains that the leader of the rebel team actually lives in this town. He thinks to himself angrily, realizing that this rebel is extremely rude. He had expected to get the location, leave, and call it a day, but now he's being forced to stop here. He doesn't want anyone in the town to see him, knowing it would ruin all his plans and make it hard to explain why he's there. At the same time, he wonders why the governor came alone when the rebel team has at least 3 quasi-god-tier monster trainers. He can't help but think the governor might be asking for trouble, trying to take them down by himself. Gao Peng smiles and tells him to hang back a little. After all, since these rebel people have caused so much damage, the first credit for taking down this rebel team should go to his Zhen family. The elder looks confused and asks what Gao Peng means by that. Without warning, Gao Peng raises his hand, and a surge of energy starts pouring out. The elder gasps in surprise and asks what's happening. Gao Peng points his finger straight at the city and instructs Stripey to destroy it. Suddenly, a massive explosion tears through the town, and enormous eyes emerge from the blast. Gao Peng had dropped Stripey from above, leveling the city completely. Stripey comments casually that it felt like he just sat on 3 mosquitoes. Hearing that, Gao Peng laughs and assures him it's no problem. Stripey then asks if he did a good job. Gao Peng chuckles and praises him, saying he did exceptionally well and was a huge help this time. He then puts Stripey back inside his space. The elder stares in shock at the city, now reduced to rubble, struggling to comprehend what just happened. He realizes Gao Peng literally destroyed the entire town. Gao Peng approaches, explaining that Lord Yu Zhen brought him here and that thanks to the elder, all the rebels were successfully eliminated. He promises that in return, the elder will receive a promotion. The elder, now extremely nervous, blurts out whether Gao Peng is really a god-tier monster trainer. Meanwhile, over at Wind Capital, a new board has been put up. People crowd around, curious, asking if this is another announcement and what kind of news they're dropping this time. Before the crowd gets too pushy, the girl from the White Dragon tribe steps forward and tells everyone to calm down so she can read it properly. As she starts reading, she reminds them that everyone knows about the Zhen family. According to the statement, the head of the Zhen family made a major contribution in the recent report. Because of that, they're being promoted. With this new rank, they'll be in charge of the big city shops, trade, taxes, and even public security. In other words, they're basically becoming the second-order commander. Right after that, a boy from the mutant tribe raises a question about what the Zhen family's head did to suddenly earn such a jump in status. Someone nearby casually remarks that he must have impressed the new boss. When another boy asks how, the first person lowers his voice and claims he heard from his niece that there were strange noises coming from the Zhen family house all night. According to him, that makes it obvious the head of the family helped take down the rebel army. This sparks a reaction. One person loudly calls him a traitor who sold out his ancestors just for business benefits. Another warns him to keep it down before the wrong person overhears. Ironically, the head of the Zhen family is standing right there listening. The moment he hears all that, he collapses on the spot. People freak out, shouting for help and rushing over to check on him. At the same time, the same elder who had received information from that little kid finally arrives. He sits at the bedside, removes his cap, and says, almost with relief, that they've finally made it here. His attention shifts toward the Earth people. As he looks around, he realizes the Red Vampire's army has already spread across the entire city. That means he and his group arrived a little too late. Because of that, he mutters that he'll need to capture a speed-type monster soon, especially since his current one is way too slow for what lies ahead. Right then, his pet stares at him with a weird expression. The old man notices and casually responds that he's not planning to replace him with any other pet, no matter what. The pet, however, questions him further, wondering why they're hesitating when the enemy is literally right here, and asks why he doesn't just wipe them all out already. In response, the old man explains they need to relax and be patient for now. After all, there are plenty of Ling Clan people present, and they can't afford to act recklessly. So instead of charging in, he decides they should wander around the city first, check things out, and get a clear idea of the situation before making a move. With that, the old man heads off, roaming through the streets with his pet by his side. As they walk, he spots members of the mutant tribe moving freely through the streets. This surprises him, especially since none of them have any visible marks, neither on their faces nor their necks, despite being Ling Clan. Soon after, something on a wall catches his eye. There's a notice board posted there, so he steps closer and starts reading through the rules listed. Private fights are banned and punishable by fines. Personal property is fully protected with heavy penalties for violations, and all transactions face a 2% tax. Mutant tribe members can enter Kurenai country under a special 3-year tax policy. These rules apply equally to all races, but humans hold the ultimate authority to approve requests. After going through all the policies, the old man pauses, thinking about what kind of scheme the humans are running. The human clan has returned to the Judean dynasty after 10,000 years, yet instead of gearing up for battle, it feels like they're avoiding a full-scale blood war altogether. Just then, a crowd suddenly rushes past him and into a nearby shop. Curious, the old man follows their movement and wonders what's going on. Inside, all kinds of items are displayed for sale. He recognizes a few of them immediately: radio silencing machines, gaming consoles, and more. A short distance away, Grandpa stands beside the White Dragon Tribe's leader, watching the scene unfold. Grandpa remarks that everything looks exactly like he expected. The White Dragon Tribe's leader then turns to him and asks if these gadgets can truly make a difference. He questions whether such simple items could actually help them take control over the mutant tribe. In response, Grandpa calls over his assistant and asks her to show them the monthly income. She nods, grabs a document, and hands it over. The moment they look at the numbers, their eyes widen. They can't believe the income has climbed this high. Grandpa uses this moment to point out something important. Has anyone stopped to consider why a war hasn't broken out yet? Both sides are nervous, each one afraid the other will break the rules first. He waves the topic aside and shifts to a bigger point. He asks if they have any idea how much it costs to wage a war that wipes out an entire tribe. One of the men tries to interrupt, but Grandpa cuts him off gently. He says he already knows what they're thinking. No one here is scared of fighting. The problem isn't fear, it's the cost. Their families, their friends, and their entire homes are on the line. Even if they tried to start a war with the mutant tribe right now, it wouldn't end quickly. The mutant tribe's population is massive. They can't be wiped out in a short period, and their strongest trainers wouldn't be captured easily. For now, a war just isn't realistic. They'll need time, resources, and serious preparation before doing anything that risky. They eventually decide that instead of defeating their enemies through force, they'll break them down spiritually. However, the White Dragon Tribe's leader hesitates and admits he doesn't get what Grandpa means by spiritually. In response, Grandpa explains his strategy. First, they'll sell radios in the mutant tribe's territory for $20 in their currency. At the same time, they'll buy raw materials from them at extremely low prices, making almost 1,000% profit. And it won't stop there. They'll purchase higher quality items too, the kind that can boost their pet's strength and power. At this point, one of them steps forward and raises a concern. He says this plan might work at the start, but wonders what happens later if the mutant tribe stops buying radios. Grandpa calmly replies that they're not relying on just one product. They'll sell all kinds of charged items: gaming consoles, televisions, laundry machines, and other electrical appliances. Another person points out a problem. Electrical appliances need power, and there's no electricity in the Judean dynasty at all. Grandpa nods, saying that's exactly why they intend to set up power plants there. By getting close to the mutant tribe's common people, they can earn trust, then use that trust to slowly drain the higher-class nobles of their wealth. Soon enough, those everyday items will become needs, not luxuries. People will get hooked on them. Eventually, even the upper-class leadership will depend on these products, to the point where they'll never dare to break ties or rebel. Bit by bit, that dependence will trap them. The White Dragon Tribe's leader realizes the truth behind the plan. These humans aren't just targeting the mutant tribe now, they're targeting future generations, controlling not just the people but their children and their grandchildren. The thought sends a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Gao Peng. Suddenly, Dazi comes running in a panic, yelling that something has gone terribly wrong. Gao Peng looks up and asks what's going on, and why he's screaming like that, especially when he's in the middle of an experiment. Catching his breath, Dazi insists Gao Peng isn't understanding the situation, because Oru's parents have arrived. The scene shifts over to Earth's Qingtian, where Gao Peng steps out of a spatial rift. The moment he arrives, a heavy pressure slams down on him. It's so intense that he pauses, trying to steady himself. His attention is then drawn upward, toward a massive spatial rift sitting on top of a mountain. Right away, he realizes that the overwhelming aura is coming from there. Gao Peng summons Dazi and sends him ahead, then follows up the mountain. Once he reaches the top, he speaks up, saying the aura here feels almost identical to Oru's. Before he can think further, the entire atmosphere begins shifting. The sky darkens, the wind changes, and a monster steps forward, with Oru right beside it. The monster approaches and mentions that Oru seems to like Gao Peng quite a bit. A panel introduces the monster as Star Destroyer, with an eternal grade, and question marks covering both its tier and law level. Hearing that comment, Gao Peng laughs lightly and replies that Oru is a really good friend of his. The monster explains that when they traveled to Surface Sea to handle some business, Oru made new friends, and because of that, both sides ended up becoming friendly neighbors. Gao Peng quietly wonders if this means they're gaining the upper hand in the war. The monster confirms his thought immediately, saying he's right to think so. Gao Peng reacts with surprise and questions what he means, but the monster simply looks toward the sky and adds that before arriving here, he spoke with Deathmaster, who said the battle is going to end soon. Without warning, the monster gathers power, forms an attack, and fires it straight upward. The moment it hits the sky, a massive explosion ripples across the air. Gao Peng demands to know what just happened, and Dumby responds that he sensed huge destruction across the galaxy. Star Destroyer then begins forming a strange pattern, some kind of formation, and tells Gao Peng to visit them at Surface C when he has time. After saying that, he leaves. Gao Peng is left speechless, unsure what to even say back. A moment later, Azure Dragon appears beside him and comments that the being they just encountered was unbelievably strong. Azure Dragon glances at Gao Peng and comments that he never expected Gao Peng to befriend someone that powerful. Gao Peng responds that this was his first time meeting Oru's family, and he honestly didn't expect them to be on such a terrifying level. Before he can say more, Silent Lion suddenly comes charging toward him. Seeing this, Azure Dragon excuses himself, saying it looks like Gao Peng has his hands full today, and heads off. A moment later, Silent Lion stops in front of Gao Peng and blurts out that something huge has gone wrong. Gao Peng sighs and asks what the problem is this time. Silent Lion's voice rises as he shouts that he's feeling something really bad, like a threat closing in. Gao Peng just gives him a confused look and tells him to calm down, asking what exactly has him worked up like this. Silent Lion nervously explains that he can't figure it out. The fear just hit him all of a sudden. It felt like some extremely dangerous existence was watching him from somewhere. Trying to make sense of it, Gao Peng wonders if he has recently offended someone strong. Silent Lion quickly denies it, saying there's no way Gao Peng knows his personality. The only place he went was Africa, where he visited 2 lionesses, and they were just harmless domestic lions. Gao Peng thinks about it for a moment, and admits that Silent Lion isn't the type to go around making enemies, so something else must be behind this. After considering the possibilities, Gao Peng wonders if the cause could be the 7 holy lions. Silent Lion stiffens, clearly nervous. Gao Peng tries to joke about it, saying Silent Lion's meat isn't even valuable enough for someone to bother plotting against him. Silent Lion, still worried, admits that if he's being honest, he doesn't even want anything to do with those 7 holy lions. In the end, Gao Peng just pats down the panic with advice. Instead of worrying, he should focus on getting stronger. If those holy lions really do show up with bad intentions, then he should be ready to take them on and kill them if he has to. Silent Lion brightens up a little after hearing Gao Peng's encouragement. Seeing that, Gao Peng jokes that since Silent Lion's mood is fixed and the problem is solved, there's nothing left to worry about, they should just head home. However, right at that moment, a letter suddenly appears out of nowhere. Silent Lion points it out and Gao Peng picks it up. The moment he opens it, a surge of energy pours out. It turns out the letter is from the second prince, who's asking for Gao Peng's help. The scene shifts to the second prince lying on his bed, letting out a tired sigh. He mentions that he already sent a message to Gao Peng, but has no clue when or even if he'll get a reply. Someone nearby asks why he looks so tense. He looks up, surprised, and realizes it's Gao Peng sitting there. Gao Peng chuckles, teasingly asking how his dear friend is holding up. The second prince tries to calm down and admits that Gao Peng really startled him. For a moment, he actually thought his older brother had sent someone to kill him. Gao Peng brushes it off, saying he doubts their brother would go that far, especially with their father likely keeping an eye on their rivalry. The second prince shakes his head. He doesn't think their father is paying attention to any of that anymore. Right now, the only thing that matters to him is achieving immortality. Nothing else, not the throne, not the politics, counts. Gao Peng pauses at the mention of immortality but decides not to derail the conversation. He suggests skipping the extra talk and getting straight to the point. Finally, the second prince admits the truth. The throne competition was supposed to be fair, but he suspects his brother has plans to cheat. Before he can explain in detail, Gao Peng cuts in again, saying that if they drag it out like this, it'll turn into a whole novel, so it's better to just say the main point directly. The second prince tells Gao Peng that he wants him to eliminate the 2 god-tier monster trainers his brother brought along. He adds that if Gao Peng does this, he'll throw a massive celebration as soon as he ascends the throne. Gao Peng doesn't respond, only smiling quietly. The second prince immediately senses that the smile isn't genuine. Clearly, Gao Peng isn't satisfied with the offer. He then ups the stakes, saying Gao Peng can take 2 treasures from the Empire's treasury. Still, Gao Peng just keeps smiling without a word. Watching him, the second prince thinks to himself that he might be pushing too hard. Considering Gao Peng's identity and power, impressing him isn't going to be easy at all. With a deep breath, he finally asks Gao Peng to just tell him what he wants. Gao Peng calmly responds that he wants slots to enter the Thunderbirth Sea. The view then shifts to the next day, behind King City's mountain. 2 powerful energies suddenly appear in the sky. Gao Peng notes that while he thought they might be hiding somewhere, he didn't expect to find them out in the open like this, making them easy targets. The area isn't very large, and no other powerful monster trainers are around. That explains why these two elemental gods are acting so arrogant. They know there's no rival in sight that could challenge them. Without wasting a moment, Gao Peng summons Silent Lion. He tells him it's his turn to step up, and Silent Lion bursts out enthusiastically, ready for battle. Gao Peng directs him to take down the two gods. Silent Lion strikes immediately, hitting the targets before they can even react. Both gods are instantly frozen solid inside Silent Lion's ice. Gao Peng gives a wry smile, noting that he's now fulfilled the promise he made to the second prince. With that done, it's time to claim the reward the prince had promised him in advance. The second prince had already given Gao Peng a token to enter Thunderbirth Sea, and he plans to bring Dazi along, knowing it's the perfect place to boost Dazi's strength quickly. The scene then shifts to Thunderbirth Sea, where bolts of thunder streak across the sky and powerful monsters clash violently with each other. Gao Peng arrives with Dazi, taking a moment to observe and confirming that this is indeed the legendary Thunderbirth Sea he had read about. Everywhere he looks, terrifying varieties of thunder spark and crackle, filling the air with raw power. For lightning-type monsters, Thunderbirth Sea is a rare and precious training ground. Here they can practice with dozens of different types of thunder, rapidly increasing their speed. Training here accelerates cultivation far beyond what's possible outside. Of course, with great opportunity comes great danger. The most perilous regions are the thunder maelstroms. Only the extremely powerful can survive here. Anyone weaker risks being trapped and destroyed instantly. On top of that, illusions lurk throughout Thunderbirth Sea. Once trapped inside one, there's no hope of rescue. To safely navigate these illusions, a pearl is required to resist being ensnared. Gao Peng scans through the smoke swirling around them. From the haze, a black dragon emerges, exuding a dangerous aura. Then a unicorn flies past, powerful yet stunningly beautiful. Gao Peng's eyes light up as he watches it zoom by, and he can't help but comment on its beauty. He wishes he had a unicorn like that to ride all day, roaming freely. Meanwhile, Dazi starts observing the surroundings carefully and casually mentions that he's been to Thunderbirth Sea before. Hearing that, Gao Peng's eyes widen in surprise. He quickly turns to Dazi and asks, incredulous, what he means and when exactly he came here. Dazi happily reminds Gao Peng to recall the last time he accidentally wandered into a spatial rift and disappeared for a long while. Back then, he had found incredibly tasty food and it had boosted his power. He tells Gao Peng that this is the exact same place. Without waiting for a response, Dazi starts running off, urging Gao Peng to follow and promising to show him something interesting. Gao Peng tries to stop him, but Dazi is too fast and soon reaches the unicorn. There, he begins absorbing the blue-colored energy. As he feeds, his stomach swells noticeably, and he comments joyfully on how delicious it is. Gao Peng watches him with a bemused expression, shaking his head at Dazi's antics. Then Dazi glances around and admits that he's still quite hungry, his stomach far from full. Gao Peng can't help but laugh, saying he already knows just how huge Dazi's appetite is. Meanwhile, the same two beasts that had been observing Dazi last time sense something approaching. The second beast remarks that it shouldn't be possible. After all, the centennial meeting here hasn't happened yet, and the mythical monster clans haven't contacted them, so no one should be coming. The first beast agrees, though cautiously, admitting he feels something unusual. Hidden below, Dazi continues stealthily absorbing energy. One of the beasts squints, saying the centipede looks familiar. The second beast agrees, puzzled, asking what kind of centipede even has wings. The first beast speculates that it might be a dragon, perhaps from the mixed dragon race. Days pass, 1, 2, 3, and Dazi keeps absorbing energy relentlessly. The beasts grow increasingly furious as time drags on. Eventually, after several days of constant energy intake, Dazi's stomach swells to its limit, and he collapses right there, exhausted. The beasts finally let out a sigh of relief and joke that it's about time it stopped. They comment that Dazi must be an enormous glutton to absorb so much energy. Meanwhile, Dazi yawns and tells Gao Peng that he's feeling very sleepy now. Gao Peng nods and suggests that he sleep comfortably, reassuring him that he'll stay nearby to guard him so no beast can take advantage of his weakness. Using his thunder energy, Dazi creates an egg-like shield around himself and nestles inside it. Watching this, Gao Peng can't help but admit that Dazi's ability is incredibly dangerous. A terrifying aura grows right before his eyes, and he's amazed at how much Dazi's power has increased so suddenly. The two beasts, observing from a distance, make funny faces and repeat that it has finally stopped. Suddenly, a spatial rift opens up nearby. One of the two beasts that had been hiding in the shadows steps forward, looking strikingly beautiful. At the same time, that small thunder beast freezes as a strange aura spreads across the area. It approaches a black mass rising from the ground and realizes that someone with no elemental alignment has invaded Thunderbirth Sea. It unleashes a burst of thunder, but to its shock, the attack leaves no mark. The creature is completely unaffected. Moments later, the second beast emerges gracefully from the shadows. Though tension is clear in its posture, it studies the black mass carefully and notices that it seems immune to every ability here: thunder, healing, anything. Even worse, it radiates a destructive potential that could tear space itself apart if left unchecked. With no clear solution in sight, the two beasts begin strategizing, looking for a way to handle this anomaly before it escalates further. Before the two beasts can even come up with a plan, two flying monsters swoop in. The Thunder Beast quickly shouts a warning, telling them to stay away because a black hole has formed inside the sea, and anything too close will be destroyed. Unfortunately, the warning comes too late. One of the beasts is immediately dragged into the black void, a tentacle bursting through its body and chaining straight through the other. Their energy drains instantly as the black hole consumes them like fuel. The remaining monsters freeze in horror, watching as the black void stitches itself back together using the stolen power. It repairs its form as if it's evolving right before their eyes. The Thunder Beast strikes again, landing a blow that barely leaves a faint mark. It's not enough, as the creature's heart is still beating somewhere inside the darkness, as if waiting for the perfect moment to awaken. Realizing they can't win, the two beasts turn and flee at full speed. Behind them, the black hole pulses like a living entity, repairing itself and preparing for whatever comes next. 3 days later, Dazi's Thunder Law reaches 7%, showing that his training is paying off. Seeing that, Gao Peng feels a swell of pride, but the atmosphere around them starts to shift. The sky grows unnaturally quiet, monsters stop appearing, and the thunder energy that once crackled through the area begins to fade. Dazi starts worrying that he won't be able to absorb any more power, and Gao Peng senses that something is wrong. Their fears are confirmed when a massive silhouette forms in the sky above. Before they have a chance to escape, the creature descends and darkness crashes down as its attack lands. The world goes utterly silent, leaving an ominous stillness. Time passes, and Gao Peng slowly wakes up on the ground. Part of his hair is turned white, and for a moment he can't tell if he's alive or dead. Then he notices his monsters already gathered outside, and relief hits him, realizing that he's still breathing. Strangely, he doesn't remember summoning them, and they look different now. Dazi has grown a beard, Silly has changed in ways he can't quite place, and even Silent Lion has new features. A strange surge of power courses through him, stronger than anything he's ever felt. Silent Lion gestures toward the smoke ahead, and Gao Peng follows. As the mist clears, the floating heart appears again, the root of termination. It's a monster with no rank, no known limits, something that feels completely unnatural. Panels flash over the monsters, showing they're now under termination's protection. Checking himself, Gao Peng realizes he's caught in it too. He freezes, unsure if this connection is meant to protect him, curse him, or set something far worse in motion. Reading more about Termination's shelter, he discovers the floating heart has created a shield packed with world-ending power. That power now flows through him, growing stronger with every act of destruction. Before he can fully process it, a voice thuds inside his mind, making his head pound. This influence isn't just energy, it presses against his very consciousness. Gao Peng feels it spreading, and he knows that if it keeps going, it could throw the whole world into chaos. His monsters sense the shift too, and a ripple of anxiety passes through them. Still, Gao Peng keeps them calm. The heart isn't controlling them, only influencing them, and that tiny gap is the only thing keeping their identities intact. He studies the heart, frustrated that it offers world-shattering power without any real way to wield it. Realizing the safest option is to leave, he guides them toward what appears to be an exit. The view shifts to the Shengtu Empire, where a monstrous creature is rampaging through the city. Suddenly, a high-level god, the Empire's protector, arrives and starts shouting furiously, demanding to know how the monster dares invade his empire and wreak havoc, vowing that it will never be forgiven. Before he can act further, the other monster strikes, and with a single blow, the high-level god falls. The Emperor, sitting nearby, is thrown back by the backlash and coughs up blood. He stares in shock, unable to comprehend that his strongest guardian was defeated in just one attack. Just then, Gao Peng arrives on the scene and immediately notices the Empire has lost its protector. Without that guardian, the Empire cannot hope to maintain its standing among the three great super-empires. He realizes that the root of termination has corrupted this blue monster, driving it to roam freely and spread destruction everywhere. Looking around, Gao Peng can't help but wonder what will happen if this world is completely destroyed. Even if he chooses not to follow Root of Termination's orders to wreak havoc, these monsters will do it anyway. Once corrupt, the creatures have now gone completely mad under Termination's contract, attacking relentlessly and destroying everything in their path. Goldie speaks up, telling Gao Peng that they should start taking down these demons to become the strongest under Root of Termination. Meanwhile, Fishy adds that he doesn't know what will happen by killing them, but they cannot simply stand by while innocent people are slaughtered. They have to protect lives. Gao Peng listens carefully, nodding and understanding. After a moment, he makes up his mind and enthusiastically declares that they should destroy this world.